In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, on Planet Vegeta, Rofan gazed up at the crimson sky, lost in thought. Hey, what are you thinking about, Rofan? Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated from behind him. It must be Vegeta, Rofan mused without turning around, having sensed the presence of the individual behind him. The figure emerging behind Rofan was none other than the Prince of Planet Vegeta, the secondary protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta. This moment. Vegeta was merely 5 years old, the same age as Rofan. Rofan was an ardent admirer of Dragon Ball. One fateful day, he inexplicably traversed into this world, a realm where stars could be effortlessly obliterated. Rofan became a scion within the Dragon Ball universe, a scion endowed with remarkable talent. His primary role was to serve as a training partner to Prince Vegeta. In essence, he was akin to the prince's attendant or scholar. By the age of 4, just the previous year, Rofan's combat power had soared to an impressive height of 10,000, causing even King Vegeta to tremble with apprehension. Fortunately, Vegeta quickly caught up to Rofan, soothing the anxious heart of King Vegeta. However, the subsequent decline in Rofan's combat power left King Vegeta and many scions bewildered. From the onset of this year, Rofan's strength seemed to falter drastically, plummeting from 10,000 to 5,000 in the span of merely a month. Now, Rofan's combat power had dwindled to a mere 500. It was worth noting that Rofan was meant to be Vegeta's training companion. The sudden drop to a combat power of 500 left Prince Vegeta feeling quite exasperated. Rofan, you recognized me by my voice just now, didn't you? Vegeta chuckled. And I sense you. Even if you altered your voice, I would still know it was you without turning around, Rofan replied with a smile. Vegeta paused for 2 seconds, perplexed. What does he mean by sensing? I am certain you recognize me by my voice, but that was not the crux of the matter. Hey, Rofan, what on earth is happening? Where has your combat power gone? Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling quite displeased. Just 3 minutes prior, Vegeta had activated the scouter he wore over his eyes and discovered that Rofan's combat power had plummeted to 500. With such a low combat power, how can you still be my training partner? Beep beep. As Vegeta's words fell, a notification sound emitted from the scouter. Vegeta focused intently and felt a wave of shock and dismay. Combat power, 200. Vegeta noted that Rofan's combat power had further diminished to 200, down from the previous 500. My training partner is utterly useless now. Combat power of 200? Rofan pondered. Hey, what are you thinking? You seem completely unfazed, Vegeta remarked. Your Highness, I have been pondering a question, said Rofan, resting his chin thoughtfully. This pose seemed incongruous with his youthful age, lending him an air of maturity beyond his years. What question? Perhaps you should devote your thoughts to enhancing your combat prowess, Vegeta scoffed. With such meager fighting power, how can you expect to be my sparring partner? Your strength is inferior even to that of a mere sapling. To me, fighting power is merely superficial, Rofan replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? What's superficiality? Vegeta paused for a moment, unable to grasp the meaning. I'm studying a new skill, Rofan smiled. What? What are you researching? Vegeta inquired, confused. Destruction. Rofan elucidated. Destruction? What nonsense is that? Vegeta remained perplexed. Although he had encountered the god of destruction, Beerus, he did not connect the concept of destruction with Beerus himself. If one thinks of nothing but destruction, unexpected rewards may arise, Rofan stated. You should refrain from such trivial pursuits. Instead, use your time wisely to contemplate your combat abilities, Vegeta huffed. What use is there in studying destruction? The primary concern now is to elevate one's fighting power. One day, I will condense destruction to an infinite magnitude, Rofan declared, as a small crimson light flickered into existence in the palm of his hand. This diminutive point of light was no larger than a sesame seed. So minuscule, in fact, that it would be nearly invisible if one did not look closely. It is merely a change in energy color, Vegeta grunted. Never mind, it is unimportant. You're still young, it is natural not to comprehend. Rofan smiled faintly. Vegeta thought to himself, who are you calling young? We are of the same age. Yet, he refrained from retorting. Indeed, there were many instances where Vegeta listened to Rofan's insights. Rofan's demeanor was remarkably mature, a quality that had prompted King Vegeta to select him as a sparring partner for his son. King Vegeta hoped his son would mature swiftly to assume the throne. Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Rufan suddenly inquired. What did you say? Vegeta froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. The shift in topic was quite abrupt. They were discussing his combat power, and now the conversation had veered to Super Saiyans. However, Vegeta soon shook his head vigorously. Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan, God merely ancient heroic legends. Surely, you do not naively believe in the existence of Super Saiyans? Vegeta scoffed. What if I told you I know how to become a Super Saiyan? Rufan replied with a smile. You cannot be serious. Vegeta stammered, slapping his forehead as realization struck him. Were you daydreaming about how to become a Super Saiyan? That is of little consequence, just tell me if you desire it, Lu Fan remarked with a slight smile. If it truly means I can become a Super Saiyan, I would certainly welcome it. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Then let us embark, Lu Fan beckoned. Embark? To where? Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. I can hardly keep pace with your rhythm. First, we shall journey to a planet known as Earth, Lu Fan mused. Earth? Vegeta paused, bewildered. What kind of place is that? I shall provide you with the coordinates. We must depart immediately, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Must we leave in such haste? Vegeta looked at Lu Fan with a curious expression, his youthful face betraying a hint of skepticism. Can you truly make me a Super Saiyan? Chapter 1. The Essence of Destruction, Year 737 of the Age of the Gods, Planet Vegeta. Lu Fan gazed upward at the crimson sky, lost in silent contemplation. Hey, what are you thinking about, Lu Fan? Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed behind him. It was Vegeta. Lu Fan did not need to turn around. He sensed the presence of the individual approaching him. Standing behind Lu Fan was none other than Prince Vegeta, the second male lead of the Dragon Ball universe. At this time, Vegeta was merely 5 years old, the same age as Lu Fan. Lu Fan was an avid admirer of Dragon Ball. One fateful day, he inexplicably found himself transported to this extraordinary world, where planets could be obliterated with ease. Lu Fan became a Saiyan within the Dragon Ball realm, an exceptionally gifted Saiyan. His primary role was to serve as a sparring partner for Prince Vegeta, essentially acting as the prince's attendant or squire. At the age of 4, just last year, Lu Fan's battle power had reached an impressive height of 10,000, which left King Vegeta somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Vegeta managed to catch up to Lu Fan's prowess, restoring the king's trembling heart to tranquility. However, in the ensuing months, Lu Fan's battle power became a source of confusion for King Vegeta and many other Saiyans. Beginning this year, Lu Fan's battle power appeared to decline significantly. In the span of a mere month, it plummeted from 10,000 to 5,000. Now, Lu Fan's battle power had dwindled to a mere 500. It is worth noting that Lu Fan was supposed to be Vegeta's training partner, and the prince felt a sense of helplessness at his companion's diminished strength. Lu Fan, you recognized me by sound just now, didn't you? Vegeta chuckled. No, it was through sensing. Even if you altered your voice, I would still know it was you without turning around, Lu Fan replied with a smile over his shoulder. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by sensing? I believe you recognized me solely by my voice. But that is not the main issue. Lu Fan, what is going on with you? Where has your battle power gone? Vegeta's frustration was palpable. Just 3 minutes prior, he had activated the scouter on his eyes, revealing Lu Fan's battle power had dipped to 500. How can you serve as my training partner with such a low battle power? Beep. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a notification sound emanated from the scouter. Vegeta focused intently, feeling a renewed shock and helplessness. Battle power, 200. Vegeta exclaimed, discovering that Lu Fan's battle power had further diminished from 500 to 200. My training partner has become entirely ineffective. 200 battle power? Lu Fan pondered. Hey, what are you thinking? You seem utterly unfazed. Vegeta remarked. Your Highness, I have been contemplating a singular question. Rufan rested his chin in contemplation. His demeanor seemed incongruous with his age, imparting an air of remarkable maturity. What is the issue? You ought to reflect on your combat abilities, Vegeta scoffed. With such meager power, how can you expect to serve as my sparring partner? Your strength is even less formidable than that of a mere training dummy. To me, combat power is merely a superficial aspect, Rufan replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? What superficiality? Vegeta paused for a moment, unable to comprehend. I am investigating a new skill, Rufan smiled. What? Investigating what? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. Destruction. Ruffin elucidated. Destruction? What nonsensical notion is this? Vegeta struggled to grasp the concept. Although he had encountered the god of destruction, Beerus, he had not associated destruction with Beerus. If one does not dwell on anything else and solely focuses on destruction, an unexpected revelation may arise, Ruffin suggested. You should abandon such frivolous pursuits and instead concentrate on enhancing your combat abilities, Vegeta retorted. What significance does destruction hold? The primary concern is to elevate your strength promptly. One day, I shall condense destruction to an infinite magnitude, Ruffin proclaimed, as a small crimson orb materialized in the palm of his hand. No larger than a sesame seed, so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible. Merely a change in energy color, Vegeta scoffed. Forget it, it's inconsequential. You're still young. And it's only natural that you don't understand. Ruffin smiled faintly. Who are you calling young? We are the same age, Vegeta protested, though he refrained from arguing further. In truth, there were many instances where Vegeta would heed Ruffin's insights, as Ruffin displayed an extraordinary level of maturity. This was also why King Vegeta had chosen Ruffin to train with his son, hoping that his child would mature swiftly to inherit the throne. Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Ruffin suddenly inquired. What did you say? Vegeta froze, his eyes widening in shock. You've taken quite a detour. We were discussing your combat prowess, and now you've veered into Super Saiyan territory? Nevertheless, Vegeta quickly shook his head. Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God are merely ancient heroic legends. You don't genuinely believe such beings exist, do you? What if I told you I know the way to become a Super Saiyan? Ruffin smiled. You must be jesting. Vegeta exclaimed, stunned, before a realization struck him. Were you pondering the method to become a Super Saiyan earlier? That is of little consequence. Just tell me if you wish to, Ruffin replied with a gentle smile. If it is indeed possible to become a Super Saiyan, I would certainly welcome it. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Then let us set forth, Ruffin beckoned. Set forth? To where? Vegeta was momentarily bewildered. Why am I struggling to keep up with your pace? Lufan pondered. Let's head to a planet called Earth. Earth? Vegeta was taken aback. What sort of place is that? I will provide you with the coordinates. We shall depart immediately, Lufan replied with a smile. Must we be in such a hurry? Vegeta remarked, casting a curious glance at Lufan, his youthful face displaying skepticism. Can you truly help me become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 2. What is the state of your battle power? Indeed, I have mastered the means to become a Super Saiyan, Lufan affirmed with a nod. Then tell me, what exactly is this method? Vegeta inquired urgently. Do not rush. Let us leave this planet first, Lufan suggested. Why the urgency to depart from Vegeta's planet? Vegeta scoffed. Moreover, if you can indeed become a Super Saiyan, why do you not simply transform yourself instead of bringing me along? Do you not aspire to be the strongest in the universe? You speak too much nonsense. Lufan shook his head and stepped forward to face Vegeta. What are you doing? Vegeta huffed. Suddenly, Lufan struck swiftly, delivering a gentle blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta, caught off guard, succumbed instantly. In the next moment, Vegeta's consciousness began to blur, and he slumped, unconscious. Lufan seized Vegeta by his tail and hoisted him up. Whoosh! Lufan soared into the sky, heading towards the spaceship launch base. Before long, Lufan, dragging Vegeta by his tail, arrived at the launch base. The staff members at the base were momentarily stunned at the sight of Lufan bringing in the prince by his tail. Is that His Highness the Prince? Why does he allow his training partner to grab his tail? Moreover, he seems rather lethargic. This was to be expected, considering that being gripped by the tail would surely sap his strength. Give me a small spacecraft. I intend to accompany His Highness on a training expedition, Lufan called out. The two staff members stared at Lufan, then at the prince he was holding. The prince is training his tail, Lufan smiled. After all, the tail is a weakness for us Saiyans. Overcoming it early is advantageous. The two staff members suddenly understood. Truly, His Highness is remarkable. At such a young age, he aims to conquer his weakness? We have yet to overcome our own. However, they couldn't help but wonder why it seemed the prince had fainted. Yet, this was not the main concern. Both staff members were familiar with Lufan. He had once been among the elite of the younger Saiyan generation. It was no wonder he served as Vegeta's training partner. Regrettably, in the past year, his condition had deteriorated significantly. His battle power had plummeted from a once formidable 10,000 to a mere 200. Goodness, this young man's battle power has dwindled to just 200? I recall it being around 1,000 previously. The prince's training partner has proven utterly ineffective. This clearly indicates that the prince can only rely on his companion to hone his own weaknesses. Very well, please hold on. I shall arrange for the spacecraft immediately. The staff member exhibited no suspicion. At that very moment, several young individuals approached from a distance, forming a group of 5. Among them was a boy with a completely bald head, while another sported exceptionally long hair, nearly reaching his calves. Both were familiar to Lu Fan. One was Naba, and the other was Raditz. Hey, Lu Fan, are you heading out as well? Raditz inquired, stepping forward. Yes, just taking a stroll, Lu Fan replied with a nod. Is that Prince Vegeta? Raditz had already noticed the prince being towed behind. His Highness is currently training to overcome the weakness of his tail, but he unfortunately fainted. Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Ha ha ha, it appears that overcoming the weakness of the tail is no easy feat, Raditz chuckled, his lips twitching. If even Prince Vegeta can faint while training, I think I shall forego addressing my own weaknesses. It's simply torturous. Moreover, there are very few aliens who are aware of our Scion vulnerabilities. Even if they were, I certainly wouldn't allow them to seize my tail. And if they did manage to grasp it, I could always sever it myself. It's not worth the effort to train against my own shortcomings. Where are you all planning to go? Raditz asked again. Lu Fan smiled, but remained silent. I meant no offense. I was merely suggesting that we form a team together, Raditz proposed, his expression tinged with excitement. With you and Prince Vegeta on our side, our team would undoubtedly soar to new heights and dominate the universe. Raditz, you may not be aware, but this prince's training partner has seen his battle power plummet from 10,000 to 1,000. No, wait, it's 200. Nabo exclaimed, pressing a device to his eyes, unable to contain a scoff directed at Raditz. Raditz wiped his face in disbelief. What was that for, Naba? He retorted angrily. I didn't mean to. I was just taken aback by his battle power, Naba quickly explained. What? Your battle power has dropped from 10,000 to 1,000? No, it's actually 200? Raditz discovered through his device that Lu Fan's battle power had indeed dwindled to 200. Strange, isn't it? Lu Fan smiled. Just get used to it, Raditz replied. Lu Fan chuckled as Raditz and Naba exchanged incredulous glances. You truly possess remarkable composure, Raditz remarked. Lu Fan, your spacecraft with Prince Vegeta is ready, a staff member approached. Gesturing towards a small spacecraft ahead, Lu Fan nodded slightly, gripping Vegeta's tail, and began to walk towards the spacecraft, dragging the prince along the ground. Raditz, Naba. Upon witnessing this scene, the few individuals present began to wipe the sweat from their brows. Poor prince, during your unconsciousness, you were used as a mop by your training partner. Speaking of which, that lad Ruffin has seen his combat power plummet to 200. Yet he maintains such a composed demeanor. It is truly admirable, one young man remarked. Perhaps he is merely feigning nonchalance, Naba chuckled. On the surface, he appears calm. But internally, he must be feeling quite the opposite. Raditz shook his head, lamenting the transition from genius to uselessness, a significant blow indeed. You speak the truth, another youth nodded. Let us hasten our departure, suggested Naba. Whoosh. Ruffin's spaceship soared into the starry sky, swiftly departing from Planet Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, another small spacecraft traversed the cosmos, racing towards a different destination. Chapter 3. The singular shortcoming of the Scions in the vast expanse of the universe, amidst the celestial sea. A large spaceship circled the vicinity of the star system, housing Planet Vegeta. Within the spacecraft, Frieza sat, cradling a glass of red wine, savoring its exquisite flavor. Lord Frieza. An increasing number of Scions have returned to Planet Vegeta, Dodoria reported. With only a few remaining in distant star systems, their return slightly delayed. Oh ho ho ho. I eagerly anticipate their arrival, Frieza chuckled, his slanted eyes narrowing slightly. In approximately 4 months, nearly all Scions are expected to return to Planet Vegeta, Dodoria continued. Then let us mark that date. We shall delight in the fireworks displayed by Planet Vegeta. Frieza took a sip of his wine, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied respectfully. However, Lord Frieza, the Super Scion or Super Scion God is merely a heroic legend among the Scions. Though merely a legend, I cannot shake a sense of unease, Frieza scoffed. And besides, the Scions are a proud and arrogant lot. Once they grow strong, they will inevitably rebel against me. Reporting to you, Lord Frieza, 2 small spaceships have departed from Planet Vegeta, heading in 2 distinct directions, another subordinate reported. This subordinate, named Sabo, was handsome and possessed strength comparable to Dodoria's. Oh, who are they? Frieza rubbed his nose, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Who dares to leave Planet Vegeta at this hour? Did I not command all Scions to remain on that planet? The oldest among the Scions aboard those two spaceships is merely 10 years old, while the majority are around 5 or 6, Sabo replied. Ah, a group of little monkeys. They must be venturing out for training. Frieza's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Indeed, it seems so, Sabo confirmed. One of the spaceships carries Prince Vegeta and his training partner Ruffin. Is it they? Frieza was evidently acquainted with both Vegeta and Ruffin, who were regarded as exceptionally gifted among the youth of their generation. Indeed, Lord Frieza, that is the truth, responded Sabo. However, he continued, it has come to my attention that Ruffin's combat power has encountered some issues. Dodoria interjected. Ruffin's peak combat power reached an impressive height of 10,000 when he was merely 4 years old. If he continues to develop at this rate, his potential could indeed be formidable. Yet, the troubling matter is that his power has been on a steady decline this year, having recently dropped to around 1,000. I have also heard whispers regarding his diminishing strength, Frieza mused, nodding slightly. Is it a flaw in his training? Let us ascertain his current power level. Sabo chuckled and promptly instructed one of his subordinates, investigate the combat power of Vegeta and that scion named Ruffin. Yes, the subordinate replied, tapping away at the computer. Soon, the data was retrieved. What? Only 200? This little monkey is utterly useless. Sabo shook his head, letting out a slight sigh. Has his power indeed fallen to 200? Dodoria expressed his disbelief. This exceptionally talented little monkey must be grappling with an expanding shadow of despair. What about Vegeta's combat power? Sabo inquired of his subordinate once more. Lord Sabo, Vegeta's combat power has reached an astonishing height of 15,000. The subordinate quickly responded. What? At only 5 years of age, he has attained such a level? Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow truly lives up to his title as the Prince of the Scions. Sabo felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, realizing the potential threat if Vegeta continued to grow unchecked. Lord Frieza, should we eliminate them? Dodoria sought guidance. Frieza, resting his chin on his hand, pondered in silence. After a brief moment, he decided, let it be. Should we extinguish their prince now, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of those wild monkeys, and the Scions outside would likely refrain from returning. Frieza shook his head thoughtfully. It matters not. A combat power of merely 15,000 is insignificant. With the strength of both of you, he could be easily dispatched. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo and Dodoria bowed in unison. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the actions of that little monkey Vegeta. Once we have obliterated Planet Vegeta, if his power continues to surge, we shall eliminate him as well. Frieza added with a smile. Lord Frieza, your wisdom is unparalleled. Sabo and Dodoria bowed once more. Just then, another small spherical spaceship traversed the starry expanse, hastening towards the direction of Ruffin and Vegeta's vessel. Lord Frieza, another scion has departed from Planet Vegeta, the subordinate promptly reported. This one appears to be approximately 3 years old, with a combat power of only 2. The subordinate hesitated to continue, unable to suppress his sympathy. A combat power of merely 2? Frieza's laughter grew increasingly radiant. It was best to disregard him, for he was unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. This fellow seemed destined to be a pawn of the Scions. Whoosh! Lufan's spaceship traversed the cosmos, leaving behind a golden arc in its wake. The vessel journeyed for over 2 hours before Vegeta finally stirred from his slumber. He turned his head to survey the surroundings. Was he aboard a spaceship? Vegeta paused momentarily, then fixed a furious glare upon Lufan. Awake now, Vegeta? Lufan inquired with a smile. Humph, how dare you ambush me? Vegeta retorted, his expression cold. You asked too many questions. It proved too cumbersome to continue explaining, so I had no choice but to render you unconscious. Lufan chuckled lightly. Curse you. Vegeta bared his teeth, ready to retaliate. Do not engage in combat here. Do you wish to see the spaceship destroyed, leaving us to perish in the void of space? Lufan waved his hand dismissively at Vegeta. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta retracted his fist. After all, that scoundrel could not escape. He would deal with him properly once they reached solid ground. Engaging in a skirmish now could inadvertently damage the spaceship, and they might truly meet their demise in the vastness of space. This, perhaps, was the singular vulnerability of the Science, Lufan mused. Chapter 4, Vegeta. Cultivate a tranquil heart. What vulnerability? Vegeta, still processing the situation, inquired. I refer to the vastness of space. We Scions cannot survive in the cosmos, can we? Lufan explained. This assertion was corroborated by Lufan's inquiries among his kin. It was indeed true that Scions could not endure in the emptiness of space. Entering the cosmos would swiftly lead to demise. Furthermore, during his previous life, while perusing Dragon Ball manga or anime, he had acquired a deeper understanding of these matters. In the anime, when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God to battle Beerus, they were far from Earth, yet they had not truly entered the depths of space. The battleground was within the Earth's outer atmosphere, where, albeit thin, air still existed. I expected something more profound, Vegeta scoffed. It is common knowledge that we Scions cannot survive in the cosmos. Among the myriad races in the universe, only a select few can endure in such an environment. There is no need for alarm. And what if one day, someone were to annihilate our planet Vegeta? Lufan queried. Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Who would dare to destroy our planet? We Scions are a warrior race. It is quite commendable that we do not seek to obliterate others' worlds. Vegeta shook his head, finding Lufan's musings rather peculiar. And what if that scoundrel Frieza takes a disliking to us? Lufan smiled. What nonsense. As if he could find us unappealing. I find that scoundrel distasteful myself. One day, I shall place him beneath my heel. I am the strongest in the universe, Vegeta. Such ambition, Lufan nodded. You mentioned the Super Saiyan before. Can we discuss it now? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Ruffin. I have indeed discovered a method to attain Super Saiyan status within an ancient tome. Ruffin replied with a smile. What? Is that true? Pray, enlighten me about this method. Vegeta exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Within our Saiyan physiology exists a specific cell. Once its quantity reaches a certain threshold, it transforms into a Super Saiyan through immense emotional fluctuations, Ruffin disclosed candidly. A mere Super Saiyan holds no significance in my eyes. Ruffin mused, his ambitions soaring beyond such transformations. His ultimate aspiration was to amplify his destructive capabilities to infinity. Although currently, it resembled nothing more than a mere speck. Ruffin had contemplated the process thoroughly. The essence of harnessing destruction was deceptively simple. By emptying his mind and solely concentrating on annihilation, he could unleash his full potential. Moreover, he gleaned from the words of Beerus in the Dragon Ball Super manga that destruction knows no bounds. Guided by Beerus's insights, Ruffin had dedicated himself to the study of destruction, and indeed, the practice of clearing his mind while fixating on destruction bore fruit. This was also the reason Ruffin had gazed up at the sky, lost in thought on Vegeta's planet. Destruction was a divine skill. With his newfound divine power, it was only natural that the readings on his scouter reflected a decline in combat power. Frieza's scouter could not measure divine energy, while Ruffin's thoughts were consumed by destruction. He also pondered ways to amplify both its magnitude and potency. As for becoming a Super Saiyan, his interest was rather tepid. No matter how formidable a Super Saiyan might be, they could never rival the might of Beerus with a mere flick of his finger. Even the future Goku, upon achieving true Ultra Instinct, would remain no match for Beerus. Thus, it became evident that the infinite pursuit of destruction was Ruffin's true goal. Of course, he had no ambitions of becoming a god of destruction. I am merely honing my destructive skills. I have no desire to assume the title of god of destruction. He thought. After all, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais shared a symbiotic existence. Ruffin harbored concerns that should he become a god of destruction, he might one day face an adversary who could obliterate the Supreme Kai, leading to his own untimely demise alongside the Supreme Kai. How can we increase the cells within us? Vegeta inquired. Quite simply, one must cultivate a tranquil heart, Ruffin replied with a smile. What do you mean by a tranquil heart? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Consider it this way, Ruffin said, and in an instant, he appeared directly before Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. How could this individual move so swiftly? Bang! Ruffin's fist struck Vegeta's chest. Gagging, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bile. Feeling utterly unwell. In the next moment, he fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Curse you! What are you trying to do? Another sneak attack? Vegeta roared, his energy surging forth. He prepared to launch a fierce counterattack against Ruffin. Wait a moment. Ruffin waved his hand, signaling Vegeta to halt. What is it? Vegeta grunted. You'd better apologize to me quickly, or I'll randomly choose a planet to stop on, and I will certainly give you a thorough beating. Look, how can you ever attain a tranquil heart like this? Ruffin replied with a smile. Vegeta was taken aback. A tranquil heart means maintaining composure regardless of the circumstances. Rather than having a fiery temper like yours, Ruffin elucidated. Vegeta's expression darkened. So, you mean I should just sit there and take it without retaliating, right? Vegeta retorted. That's roughly the idea, Ruffin nodded. Vegeta felt completely disheartened. What a tedious way to train. Does this Super Saiyan even exist? Vegeta roared. Why not give it a try? Ruffin suggested with a grin. Vegeta pondered for a moment. Indeed, why not give it a shot? Perhaps I could truly become a Super Saiyan. I want to see that ancient tome you claim to have found, Vegeta asserted. It's been destroyed, Ruffin replied. If Frieza were to see such a book, it could cause unimaginable trouble, Vegeta remarked. I've said all that needs to be said. Believe it or not is up to you, Ruffin smiled. Very well, I shall train in your manner for a year. If I am not a Super Saiyan by then, you know what the consequences will be. Vegeta snorted. Good luck, Ruffin responded, unfazed. Though he outwardly expressed disinterest in becoming a Super Saiyan, deep down, he too yearned for such a transformation. After all, wouldn't the potency of his destruction be amplified post-transformation? This was something Ruffin needed to verify for himself. Therefore, he focused on honing his inner self, striving for rapid growth and cellular enhancement. Chapter 5. Vegeta, he will be your lifelong rival. Hey, Ruffin, where are we headed? Vegeta inquired, glancing at their trajectory. To Earth, Ruffin replied. Earth? Vegeta quickly moved forward to search for information regarding this planet. Upon discovering the details, he was rendered speechless. Why are we going to such a dull planet? It holds no value whatsoever. Even if conquered, it wouldn't fetch a good price. Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. We're not going to Earth to conquer it, Ruffin chuckled. We are going there to coexist with them harmoniously. What? Are you planning to marry and have children on that planet? Vegeta scoffed. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Ruffin nodded. Don't tell me we're going to Earth to hasten our transformation into Super Saiyans. Vegeta seemed to grasp the implication. You guessed correctly. Living on Earth can indeed accelerate the growth of our cells, Ruffin stated. Vegeta fell silent. Let's observe first and discuss later. It's too early to make any declarations. Once we arrive on Earth, I shall settle the score with you properly. You may rest now. I must continue my research on destruction, said Ruffin. Is that how you speak to a prince? Vegeta responded darkly. Ruffin disregarded Vegeta and turned towards the window, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. The night sky was indeed beautiful. However, Ruffin was acutely aware that his current strength was still insufficient. At this moment, his power was merely tenfold greater than that of Frieza. Of course, Ruffin had no intention of challenging Frieza. There was no necessity for such a confrontation. After all, Frieza had never provoked Ruffin. To annihilate Frieza would be a rather tedious endeavor. As for the fate of Planet Vegeta, it held little significance for Ruffin. Moreover, the true orchestrator behind the planet's impending destruction was the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, one could hardly blame Beerus for this. His intention to obliterate Planet Vegeta was primarily to maintain the balance of the universe. Additionally, Ruffin had no remaining kin on Planet Vegeta. Shortly after his birth, his parents perished in a battle, a fate all too common among Saiyans, a warrior race. It was only natural to face retribution when one invaded another's territory. Oh, a miniature spaceship seems to be on a similar trajectory to ours, Vegeta suddenly remarked, noticing a spherical spacecraft trailing behind them. Ruffin remained silent. If his conjecture was accurate, the occupant of that vessel was likely the future Son Goku. Let me ascertain who is following us, Vegeta said, manipulating the computer, quickly uncovering the identity of the other party. Upon seeing the identity and combat power of the individual, a look of disdain crossed Vegeta's face. It turned out to be another Saiyan, a lowly warrior among lowly warriors. Vegeta scoffed. This individual's combat power was merely 2, which explained why he had been exiled to a worthless planet like Earth. His name is Kakarot, isn't it? Ruffin smiled. Indeed, he is Bardock's youngest son, Kakarot, Vegeta nodded. Vegeta, Ruffin suddenly said with a serious expression. What is it? Vegeta responded, taken aback. Never mind, I shall refrain from disclosing it, lest it discourage you, Ruffin replied. Vegeta, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Is it customary to speak halfway? You have piqued my interest only to withhold your words. Are you toying with me? Look, You've become irritable again, Vegeta. At this rate, when will you ascend to Super Saiyan? Lufin chuckled. Vegeta retorted, say what you wish. Speak or remain silent as you please. With a huff, Vegeta expressed his annoyance. Very well, I shall say no more, Lufin stated. Vegeta felt utterly vexed. After a brief silence, he urged, speak quickly. Vegeta bared his teeth. Fine, I shall tell you. This Kakarot, barring unforeseen circumstances, will likely become your greatest rival in the future, Lufin remarked with a sigh. What did you say? Vegeta regarded Rofan with the incredulity one might reserve for an imbecile. Shortly thereafter, he turned on his heel and departed. How absurd. What nonsense are you spouting? A lowly warrior with a power level of merely 2. Destined to become my greatest rival? Rofan, oh Rofan, you have truly disappointed this prince. Had you claimed you would eventually become my fiercest adversary, I might have entertained the notion, for your power once surpassed mine. Yet now, your strength has dwindled to a mere 200. However, should you manage to elevate your prowess in the future, perhaps there exists a glimmer of possibility. But a warrior with a paltry power level of 2 HMPF, is that feasible? Even a mere flatulence from me could obliterate him. Vegeta retreated to his quarters, finding conversation with Rofan utterly futile. The journey to Earth would take at least a month. Meanwhile, Rofan seized the opportunity to further hone his destructive abilities. The reason he had brought Vegeta along was due to a fondness for this peculiar character, cultivated during his past viewings of Dragon Ball. Having traversed into this realm, and now serving as your training partner, I shall extend my assistance. The months swiftly passed. Rofan found himself positioned at the viewport of the spacecraft, gazing upon the familiar, yet foreign blue planet. Earth, I have arrived. 10 minutes later, Rofan's spacecraft entered the skies above Earth. Crack, crack, crack. Rofan executed a series of deft maneuvers on the spacecraft's control panel, switching from autopilot to manual control. He deftly navigated the vessel, racing across the planet's surface. Hey, Rofan, what are you up to? Vegeta, having sensed their arrival, emerged from his room to address Rofan. I'm searching for a suitable place to land, Rofan replied without glancing back. Just find any spot to stop, Vegeta remarked, exasperated. The term just does not exist in my lexicon, Rofan retorted confidently. Vegeta had little to counter. I am eager to see where you intend to land this spacecraft. The vessel circled the Earth several times before finally descending into the yard of a residence. During this, Vegeta observed Kakarot's spacecraft plummeting from the sky, crashing into a distant mountainside and startling numerous birds and beasts. Crunch. The spacecraft landed in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Chapter 6, Earth. I have arrived. The appearance of the spacecraft startled Bulma's family slightly, as it had previously soared overhead. Now, it had returned. Dad, is it aliens? Bulma inquired of her father, Dr. Briefs. It appears so, Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. What could aliens want with us? Bulma's mother, Panchi, gazed curiously at the advanced spacecraft. I don't know, but I hope it poses no threat, Dr. Briefs replied. Tap, tap, tap. Bulma swiftly dashed into the room, retrieving the laser gun she had just crafted. It's all right, Bulma. Your father is here. He will protect you, Dr. Brief reassured her. Moreover, extraterrestrial beings are unlikely to be unreasonable. They must have a purpose for visiting us. Perhaps they are merely here for tourism. Just in case, this gun possesses considerable power, Bulma nodded in agreement. Creak. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Vegeta stepped out first, followed by Rufin. Extraterrestrials? Bulma paused, perplexed. They seem remarkably similar to us, and they're quite short. Doctor. Brief remained silent. Is this Earth? The environment is tolerable. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings with a faint smile, glancing at Bulma and her companions from a distance. Greetings. We hail from the distant planet Vegeta. I am Rufin, and this is Vegeta. Rufin courteously introduced himself to Bulma's family. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, his expression one of disdain. What is there to discuss with Earthlings? Rufin, you truly are pathetic. Indeed, they are aliens, yet they resemble us quite closely, albeit shorter, Bulma observed, unfazed by the situation. Their short stature is merely due to our similar ages, Rufin replied with a smile. Wait, similar ages? How old are you? Bulma inquired, curiosity piqued. 5. Rufin held up 5 fingers. I am also 5. So, we are contemporaries, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Oh dear. It's remarkable that an alien at such a tender age has traveled to another planet, Dr. Brief marveled. Are you here for tourism? Tourism is a childish notion. We have come to conquer this planet, Vegeta interjected disdainfully. Bang! Ruffin could no longer contain himself and swiftly delivered a blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. In that fleeting moment, he thought to himself, damn it, didn't I vow to teach this brat a lesson upon arrival? And yet, he ambushed me. How infuriating. I completely forgot about this critical matter. Just wait until I awaken. I shall deal with you. He's merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Ruffin smiled. At just 5 years old, you're here to conquer our Earth? How childish. Bulma huffed, shaking the laser gun in her hand. This is our planet's prince. He might just be fatigued from the journey, so I hope you won't take offense, Ruffin quickly clarified. Prince? You mean he is your planet's prince? Bulma wiped her brow, pondering. If your prince truly behaves like this, your planet may be doomed. You speak the truth. Our race indeed faces significant challenges. In the future, there may only be a handful of us left. Ruffin nodded solemnly. You are quite agreeable, Bulma remarked, her vigilance easing. She casually inquired. He is a prince, but what about you? I am the prince's trainer, Ruffin replied. A trainer? Bulma was slightly taken aback. In other words, an attendant. Ruffin grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Bulma, Dr. Briefs, and Bridget were momentarily at a loss for words. You are an attendant? And you managed to knock out your prince? Bulma exclaimed. This is the first time we have encountered an attendant who has turned the tables so dramatically. What brings you here? Are you truly here for a vacation? Dr. Briefs inquired. If so, I can serve as your guide, as I am quite familiar with our planet. Where is your warehouse? Ruffin asked directly. The warehouse. Doctor. Briefs was momentarily bewildered. Your inquiries are quite abrupt. Why are you suddenly asking about my warehouse? What do you need it for? However, Doctor. Briefs did not press for an explanation and merely gestured toward a nearby structure. Wait a moment, Ruffin said, striding towards the warehouse. Creak. Ruffin pushed open the warehouse door, and Bulma curiously followed behind. What do you need from our warehouse? She asked, although the items within were merely old and of little use. Yet, they were still part of her family's belongings. With a snap, Ruffin unleashed an invisible energy, causing all the items within the warehouse to levitate effortlessly. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. With ease, Ruffin located the Dragon Ball among the floating objects. It was a 2-star Dragon Ball. Found it, Ruffin announced. Reaching out for the Dragon Ball. Whoosh. The Dragon Ball soared into Ruffin's hand. Wait, do you possess special abilities? Bulma quickly regained her composure. Not exactly special abilities. It is merely a form of energy control, Ruffin responded with a smile. Impressive, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Ruffin approached Dr. Briefs. Doctor, I recognize you as the greatest scientist on this planet, Ruffin stated. Haha, your words are quite flattering, Dr. Briefs beamed with joy. You speak so frankly. Aliens are indeed straightforward. However, you are correct. I am indeed the most distinguished and eminent scientist on this planet. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. What I hold in my hand is called a Dragon Ball. There are a total of 7, scattered across the globe. Could you assist me in constructing a Dragon Ball radar? Ruffin articulated his purpose. Ruffin came to Earth specifically to seek the Dragon Balls. During his journey, he had informed Vegeta that the greatest vulnerability of the Scions is their inability to survive in the vastness of space. No matter how powerful one may be, if one's home planet is destroyed, escape becomes an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Lufan aspired to attain the ability to survive in the vastness of the cosmos through the dragon. Chapter 7. Let me take you for a flight. Allow me to see, Dr. Briefus said. Lufan handed the Dragon Ball to Dr. Briefus. After receiving it, Dr. Briefus examined the Dragon Ball meticulously with a magnifying glass, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. This little object is rather extraordinary. It emits faint light waves. Perhaps we can utilize these waves to locate the whereabouts of the other Dragon Balls. He declared. No problem, leave it to me. I should have it ready in about 3 hours. I am truly grateful, Doctor, Lufan expressed with a nod of thanks. Hey, what happens when we gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Once all 7 are collected, simply utter the words come forth, Shenron, and the eternal dragon will appear. Granting any wish, Lufan revealed candidly, with nothing to conceal. Is that true? Bulma asked, half in disbelief. Bulma, why don't you keep Lufan entertained while I work on the dragon radar? Dr. Briefus, sensing Lufan's benign intentions, relaxed his demeanor and added to his wife, Piccini. Please prepare some food for this young man. Lufan, Your dietary preferences are somewhat similar to ours, right? Do you have any restrictions? Bacchini inquired politely. No, thank you. Lufon replied courteously. Then I shall prepare some snacks and fruit, Bacchini said. I appreciate it, Lufon responded. Soon, Bulma's parents departed, leaving only Lufon, Bulma, and the unconscious Vegeta. What shall we play? Bulma asked. Do you enjoy slides? Lufon teased. Do you really think I'm a 5-year-old? Slides? How about something more thrilling? Lufon chuckled. Thrilling? Like what? Bulma asked, intrigued. Flying, Lufon grinned. Flying? Bulma was puzzled. Come, I shall take you for a flight, Lufon said, stepping forward to lift Bulma. And they ascended into the sky. Ah, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Yet, she soon began to relish the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. We are indeed flying high. The clouds are beneath us. Bulma marveled. We can ascend even higher, Lufon replied, but do hold on tightly. Falling would be quite disastrous. I do not wish to become a pancake. Bulma exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice as she clutched Lufon tightly. Lufon continued to ascend rapidly towards the heavens. Where are we headed? Bulma innocently asked. To a splendid place, Lufon smiled. What is it? Bulma queried, her expression one of confusion. Am I to be taken to a celestial paradise? Sort of, but not a paradise. It is a temple, Lufon explained. A temple? Is it a dwelling place for deities? Bulma's eyes widened as she gripped her laser gun tightly. Indeed, it is the abode of the deity residing on Earth, Lufon affirmed with a nod. The temple. The Supreme Kai's expression grew serious. What has transpired, Lord Supreme Kai? Mr. Toppo inquired. Indeed, a most dreadful occurrence has transpired. Merely 10 minutes ago, 2 spacecraft descended upon Earth, presumably bearing extraterrestrial visitors. The deity spoke solemnly, expressing uncertainty as to whether their arrival would herald fortune or calamity for our planet. Have aliens truly arrived on Earth? Mr. Bobo furrowed his brow but seemed unfazed, remarking, Great deity, extraterrestrials have visited Earth before, such as the three-eyed people, werewolves, and beastfolk. They were not the original inhabitants of this world. A sense of foreboding stirred within me regarding the aliens who have come this time. The deity, in a grave tone, cast a glance toward Earth from the edge of the temple. That 3-year-old child has encountered Gohan, who has taken him home. Being so young, he is unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. What of the individuals aboard the other spacecraft? Mr. Bobo inquired. My greatest concern lies with the extraterrestrials from the second vessel. There are 2 of them, and their spacecraft has orbited Earth several times, seemingly in search of something, ultimately landing at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief's residence. The deity sighed. With their advanced technology, do they truly require Dr. Brief to invent anything? Mr. Bobo appeared puzzled. Though Dr. Brief is the most distinguished scientist on Earth, his expertise seems somewhat lacking on a cosmic scale. Why have they come? The deity's expression shifted dramatically. What? Mr. Bobo was momentarily taken aback. They are heading toward the temple. He has flown up. Can he sense my energy? The deity immediately heightened his vigilance. Mr. Bobo, drenched in cold sweat, was terrified. This is indeed the temple. Someone has actually flown here. Hey, Lufon, look. There is a floating city in the sky, Bulma exclaimed. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the temple suspended in the air. Indeed, Lufon nodded. You knew about this all along. Bulma questioned. This is the temple, a residence of the divine, Lufon replied with a faint smile. God, do deities truly exist? Bulma's eyes sparkled with anticipation and anxiety. Yes, Lufon affirmed. I am so excited. I want to see what the deity looks like. He must be quite handsome, right? Bulma asked eagerly. You might be disappointed, Lufon chuckled softly. In a flash, Lufon transformed with Bulma into a beam of white light. With a swift motion, they ascended to the temple, where Lufon gently set Bulma down upon the temple's ground. The deity regarded Lufon, his demeanor turning exceedingly grave, for he sensed that despite the youth of this extraterrestrial, he emanated an aura of fear. Greetings, deity of Earth. Lufon called out. Who are you? What brings you to our world? The deity responded with a cold countenance. Let us not harbor hostility. I am quite amicable, Lufon grinned, displaying an innocent smile. I have merely accompanied Bulma for a leisurely exploration. There are no ulterior motives. The deity and Mr. Bobo exchanged glances. Are you genuinely here just for a stroll? Is it customary to wander to the Temple of Earth? Rufin, is that person a deity? Bulma whispered, tugging at Rufin's sleeve. Indeed, Rufin nodded. Such an odd appearance, with green skin, Bulma remarked, sticking out her tongue. And who is that black egg beside him? Mr. Popo, who are you calling a black egg? Mr. Popo clearly overheard Bulma's words. This little girl really lacks decorum. Chapter 8. Master Karin let us depart. Ruffin said to Bulma, are we leaving already? Bulma was taken aback, but nodded. Well, it seems there isn't much to see at the temple. I expected it to be filled with wonders. In the end, aside from a few buildings, there was nothing particularly special. Then let us go, Ruffin replied. Immediately, Ruffin embraced Bulma and leapt from the temple. Heavenly God, Mr. Popo, the two were once again astounded. Did you truly come merely to take a look? The heavenly God was utterly speechless. This extraterrestrial is quite peculiar. He visits the temple and leaves without accomplishing anything. What could he possibly want? Heavenly Lord, what does he mean? Mr. Popo inquired, puzzled. I can perceive that this individual possesses immense energy. Fortunately, this energy is relatively pure, devoid of significant malevolent elements. The heavenly God mused. As long as he does not cause trouble on Earth, he may indeed be here simply for a visit. Mr. Popo was skeptical. Is he really just visiting? Ruffin descended slowly with Bulma from the temple. Ruffin, look. There's a tall tower below. Bulma exclaimed. That is Karin Tower, the abode of the sage, Ruffin explained. Are there fairies? Bulma's interest was piqued instantly. After her disappointing visit to the temple, where she had anticipated a handsome deity, she now found herself intrigued by the notion of a sage residing in the tower. Indeed, it is the residence of the sage, Ruffin smiled. Would you like to see it? Yes, of course. Bulma replied eagerly. Whoosh. Ruffin guided Bulma into Karin Tower. Master Karin. The sage regarded Ruffin with caution, casting a glance at Bulma beside him. Is that Garfield? Bulma's eyes lit up. What a large cat. This is the first time I've seen such a big cat. Sweat beaded on Master Karin's brow. Ruffin remained silent, observing him quietly. Master Karin also chose to maintain his silence. You don't speak, and neither shall I. I know you come from another world. As long as there is no aggression, I will remain still. Ruffin, where are the fairies? Bulma scanned the surroundings. Noticing that aside from the large cat, there was no one else present. There are no fairies. To be precise, I am the sage here. Also known as the sage cat, Master Karin finally spoke. He spoke. Bulma gasped and hurriedly hid behind Ruffin. Ruffin smiled gently and nodded at Master Karin. Aliens. Could you enlighten me on your purpose for being here? Master Roshi inquired. Tourism, Lufan replied, feeling rather disinclined to elaborate further. You claim to be here for tourism? Who would believe that? Are there truly no fairies here? Bulma expressed her disappointment. This place felt smaller than the temple and decidedly more mundane. There are none, Miss Bulma. Master Roshi responded. How do you know my name? Bulma was taken aback. I am a sage. There is nothing I do not know, Master Roshi chuckled. Then do you know what lies at the end of the universe? Lufan asked with a grin. You shouldn't pose questions like that, Master Roshi replied, clearing his throat. What I mean to say is, I know everything about matters on Earth. Master Roshi rephrased. Do you know the exact locations of the 7 Dragon Balls? Lufan queried. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. This lad seemed to be looking for trouble. It appears you are already aware of the Dragon Balls. You must have come to Earth to seek them, correct? Master Roshi realized. Indeed, congratulations on your correct assumption, Lufan nodded. Master Roshi felt a sense of relief. He was somewhat certain that this extraterrestrial posed no significant threat, especially since they coexisted peacefully with Earthlings. Do you know how old the child of our kindergarten teacher's brother's sister is? Bulma posed another question. Master Roshi looked utterly perplexed. What nonsense is this? I cannot comprehend what you little ones are saying. Sweat beaded on Master Roshi's forehead. How am I supposed to answer that? I have no idea. The correct answer is there are no children, Bulma replied. I thought sages knew everything. Lufan, let us leave. This place is dreadfully dull. Let us change the subject. How many senzu beans do you possess? Lufan inquired. I can answer that, Master Roshi hastily replied. Currently, I have 328 senzu beans. Congratulations. You've learned to answer quickly, Lufan said as he reached out to shake Master Roshi's hand. Master Roshi beamed with pride. Did I not say there is nothing I do not know? He declared, full of self-satisfaction. Then all of those senzu beans will belong to me. You don't mind, do you? Lufan stated. Master Roshi's smile gradually faded. You're after the senzu beans, aren't you? He exclaimed, suddenly realizing. One last question. Where are the senzu beans located? Lufan asked. Just as Master Roshi was about to speak, Lufan interrupted. No need to tell me. I'd prefer to discover them myself. Finding them on my own would be far more rewarding. Master Roshi wiped his brow anxiously. Bulma, let us see who finds the senzu beans first, Lufan said to her. Senzu beans? What are those? Bulma asked, slightly taken aback. They are extraordinary beans that can cure all ailments, Lufan explained. You make it sound like some roadside advertisement, Bulma muttered. Master Roshi felt utterly disheartened. You dare compare my senzu beans to a roadside advertisement? Do you think that is appropriate? I simply enjoy searching for things. Bulma exclaimed as she rummaged through the shelves in the Karinta in search of the mystical beans. Master Roshi felt a pang of despair, remarking that they truly did not regard themselves as outsiders. However, Lufan knew the precise location of the beans. They should be downstairs. This tower consisted of 2 levels. No, Bulma exclaimed after searching high and low without success, only to suddenly discover the staircase leading to the next floor. Oh, there's another level. Let me take a look. She hurried down the stairs. Lufan, I've found them. Come see if these are the beans. Bulma cheered from below. Chapter 9. The mystical beans. Lufan glanced at Bulma from the staircase and nodded gently, replying, Indeed, those are the mystical beans. There must be nearly half a jar. Bulma asked, Can I eat one to try? Eating one means I need to eat for 10 days. Is that so? Let me taste it, Bulma said, feeling exhilarated, and promptly picked up a bean to consume it. Once the bean entered her body, she felt all her fatigue dissipate. Wow, is this really the mystical bean? It's truly remarkable. I feel as if my energy has been completely restored. Bulma was astonished. Hey, Master Roshi, can we take a few back with us? I want my parents to try them too. Of course, Master Roshi nodded. You are too kind, Bulma, Lufan sighed. What do you mean, Lufan? Bulma was taken aback. Take them all, Lufan stated. Bulma's eyes sparkled upon hearing Lufan's words. You are quite the negotiator. These beans could fetch a considerable sum. Although my family is already the wealthiest in the world, who would turn down more riches? Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. This is excessive. What do you need so many mystical beans for? Coughing, Master Roshi was at a loss for words. Lufan casually beckoned towards the jar of mystical beans. In an instant, the jar levitated into the air. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. With a swift motion, the jar floated beside Lufan. He grabbed a handful of beans, smiling at Master Roshi, and asked, Care to guess how many beans remain in the jar? If you guess correctly, I will let you keep the handful in my hand. If not, I will take them all. Master Roshi exclaimed, Unbelievable. Do you think I would lose to a mere child? I can see. He focused intently on the jar. Lufan waved his hand gently, and an invisible energy swiftly enveloped the jar. Master Roshi rubbed his eyes vigorously. What is going on? Why can't I see through this jar today? Ah, I understand. That little brat must have covered the jar with a layer of energy with that wave of his hand. I shall not stoop to his level. Clearing his throat, he guessed, I estimate there are 632 beans left. Bulma remarked, You just guessed a random number. You should have said a smaller one. Previously, you said there were over 300 beans in there. You now claim there are over 600 left. How has the number increased? Bulma wiped her brow. You seem quite eager to part with these beans. Congratulations, you are correct. Lufan grinned. Carrying sage. Bulma, well, as per our agreement, I shall take just a handful of the divine beans. Lufan replied with a smile. The carrying sage appeared utterly speechless. Are you jesting? Let us be on our way. Bulma, Lufan beckoned. Lufan, are you truly not taking all those beans? Bulma whispered. The carrying sage was sweating profusely. This young lady is undeniably obsessed with wealth. Is not your family among the world's richest? Why still covet those beans? I comprehend your intentions. You wish to sell them for profit. With your unending supply of universal capsules, do you aspire to establish a pharmaceutical company? Enough of this greed, Lufan chuckled lightly. Very well. Come back for more once you have used what you have. Bulma nodded in agreement. Carrying sage, do you genuinely consider this place your home? Well, I suppose that is acceptable, Lufan responded. So we shall take our leave. Carrying sage, farewell. With that, Lufan lifted Bulma into the air. The carrying sage wiped his brow again, wishing never to see them again. Whoosh. Lufan, carrying Bulma, accelerated rapidly towards the headquarters of the Universal Corporation. Lufan, you are flying too fast. I can barely keep my eyes open. Bulma exclaimed. Just bear with it a moment longer. Vegeta has awakened. If we return late, be wary of him harming your mother, Lufan cautioned. Huh. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of emotional turmoil, Bulma burst into tears. I don't want my mother to be harmed. She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Rest assured, I am here, Lufan comforted her. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma's mother, Bigini, emerged with a tray, glancing around, yet failing to spot Lufan and Bulma. Where could they be? Just as Bigini surveyed her surroundings in search of Lufan, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. Rubbing his sore neck, he sprang up from the ground. Lufan, you're seeking death. Vegeta bellowed, scanning for Lufan's presence. Where is he? Why isn't he here? Where could that brat have gone? Yet, this was not of great concern. Vegeta immediately activated the scouter on his eyes, attempting to locate Lufan's whereabouts. Humph, Lufan, do you think hiding from me secures your safety? Have you forgotten I possess a scouter? Vegeta gazed at the device, only to be astonished that Lufan's energy signature had completely vanished. What is happening? Why is this fool's information absent? Vegeta pondered, his expression one of confusion. Could he have tampered with my scouter while I was unconscious? He then shot a sideways glance at Bigini. You, old woman from Earth, tell me, where has Lufan gone? Vegeta glared coldly at Bigini. Bridget, did you just call me an old woman? I am not yet 30. Bridget's expression darkened. Hey, I'm asking you a question, Vegeta said coldly. For a moment, Bridget was at a loss for words, primarily because she was unaware of the whereabouts of Ruffin and Bulma. Don't wish to speak? With that, Vegeta began to gather energy in his hand, aiming it menacingly at Bridget. Just then, Ruffin descended from the sky with Bulma, calling out to him from a distance. Upon hearing Ruffin's voice, Vegeta retracted the energy he had gathered. Thud! Ruffin landed diagonally opposite Vegeta, holding Bulma in his arms. Mom, are you alright? Bulma rushed to Bridget's side, her laser gun aimed directly at Vegeta. Vegeta paid her no mind. It's merely a toy gun. Even if it were a real gun, it would inflict no harm upon me. Is everything alright? I didn't see wrong, did I? Was it Ruffin who brought you back? Bridget rubbed her eyes, revealing a face full of disbelief. Chapter 10. Vegeta faints again, Mom. Today I saw gods and immortals, and they looked quite peculiar. The god was a green old man, and the immortal resembled a celestial cat, somewhat like Garfield. Bulma excitedly recounted her experiences to her mother. Bridget appeared utterly perplexed. What nonsense is this? Mom, this alien named Vegeta is a bad person. You must be very careful around him, Bulma warned, gripping her laser gun tightly. Ruffin, how dare you ambush me? Vegeta seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Twice now he had been caught off guard. Today, I shall make sure to teach you a lesson. Vegeta, do you not wish to become a Super Saiyan? Ruffin asked with a smile. Vegeta paused momentarily. I have implored you to possess a tranquil heart, yet you refuse to heed my advice. Look at your fiery temper. Had I not returned in time, you would have resorted to murder, wouldn't you? Humph, foolish earthling. What difference would it make to kill? Vegeta scoffed. In a swift motion, Ruffin appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Where did this guy go? How did he vanish so suddenly? I didn't even see how he moved. You may as well sleep a little longer, Ruffin said, delivering a swift strike to the back of Vegeta's neck. Thud! Vegeta was struck down. His consciousness began to fade, and he slumped to the ground, unconscious. All is well now, Ruffin smiled, his expression innocent. He fainted again? Bulma inquired. Indeed, his temper is quite poor. He needs to be tempered, Ruffin chuckled. Are you truly his subordinate? Bulma wiped her brow. Ruffin nodded. Is he truly the prince of your planet? Bulma asked again. Ruffin nodded once more. Bulma fell silent. How will you be treated upon your return for your conduct towards your prince? Lufan, do have something to eat, urged Bigini. Very well, thank you, Aunt, Lufan replied politely. Nodding, as he indulged in some fruits and snacks, time gradually passed. At last, Dr. Briefs emerged, having successfully constructed the Dragon Ball radar. Lufan, here is the Dragon Ball radar you requested. What do you think? Dr. Briefs presented a device the size of a mobile phone. Lufan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Dragon Ball radar? It differs somewhat from my expectations. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the original Dragon Ball radar was created by Bulma, and now it had been revamped by her father. A change in appearance was to be anticipated. Observe, with a mere press of this button, 7 glowing points will appear, revealing the coordinates and map of the Dragon Balls. Dr. Briefs explained for a moment. The operation was not complex. Lufan learned it swiftly. Through the Dragon Ball radar, he discerned the precise locations of the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. By the way, I made 2 of these. Both Dragon Ball radars have been modified from this device, Dr. Briefs added, producing another radar. Take both. Should one malfunction, the other will serve as a backup. 2. Lufan glanced at Vegeta. Thud. Lufan kicked Vegeta. Hey, wake up, he called. Dr. Briefs remarked, how barbaric. Is he truly your prince? Is this how one treats royalty? After being kicked, Vegeta rubbed his eyes and immediately regained his composure. Damn it, you attacked me again. Vegeta sprang up, glaring at Lufan, ready to engage in combat. Wait a moment, Vegeta. Let us set aside our grievances for now. After all, I am your sparring partner, and I am always ready for a duel, Lufan gestured. I have something very important to discuss with you regarding the Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the words Super Saiyan, Vegeta's demeanor shifted entirely. Humph. Your frequent daydreaming must be a practice for ambushing. Vegeta scoffed. The scanner is unable to capture your readings at all. How do you conceal your power level? That no longer matters, Lufan replied. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Vegeta retorted. You've ambushed me numerous times, and I've lost consciousness several times as well. How can you dismiss this? Lufan beckoned. Vegeta eyed him warily, hesitating to approach, as if fearing another unexpected strike. Rest assured, I won't harm you, Lufan assured. Vegeta gritted his teeth, snorted, and finally approached Lufan's side. What do you want? He asked, his expression dark. Take a look at this device. It displays 7 light points. We shall separate and seek the Dragon Balls corresponding to each of these points. As Rufan spoke, he produced the 2-star Dragon Ball he had discovered in Bulma's family's warehouse, exclaiming, This is the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, can this object grant me the power to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the Dragon Ball. Indeed. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted. You could wish to become a Super Saiyan, Rufan replied with a smile. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Vegeta asked, his skepticism evident. Rufan smiled, but offered no response. Humph. Well, this planet is not vast. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to locate these 7 items, Vegeta mused. So, we are merely tasked with finding these 7 objects known as Dragon Balls. It seems quite manageable. Let us split up to search. Rufan handed Vegeta a Dragon Ball radar and briefly explained its usage. The radar was straightforward to operate and easy to learn. I will search for the 3 Dragon Balls in this direction. Vegeta pointed to 3 light spots on the radar. Very well. I shall seek the other 3 over there, Rufan nodded. Once we find them, let us rendezvous here. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unfriendly. Vegeta scoffed, then soared into the sky, speeding away. What? He can fly? Dr. Brief's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. I will also search for the Dragon Balls. If all goes as planned, Vegeta and I should be able to gather them by this evening, Rufan declared. Chapter 11. Arise, Shenron, I want to join too. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. I need to fly swiftly. You might find it difficult to keep your eyes open. Rufan teased as he pinched Bulma's cheek. Don't pinch my face. Bulma pouted. Oh, your face is quite amusing to pinch, Rufan chuckled. All right. You stay here for a moment. I will swiftly locate those 3 Dragon Balls, Bulma instructed. Rufan gently patted her head and politely greeted her parents. Whoosh. Rufan ascended into the sky. Rufan can fly too. Dr. Brief was astonished. Father, you are so out of touch. Rufan has already taken me flying to the temple, where I met both gods and immortals. Bulma animatedly recounted her extraordinary experiences. Gods? Immortals? Dr. Brief murmured, momentarily dazed. Could it be that such beings truly exist in this world? On Master Roshi's island, the old master was engrossed in watching an inappropriate television show, drooling as he did so. Bang! Suddenly, Vegeta kicked the door open with force, striding into the room. Hey, old man, have you seen this ball? Vegeta demanded, addressing Master Roshi. Master Roshi remained fixated on the television, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's presence. Old man, I am asking you a question. Hurry up and answer me. Vegeta shouted impatiently. A Master Roshi finally snapped back to reality, turning to glance at Vegeta and then at the Dragon Ball in his hand. Where did this little brat come from? He wondered, not giving it further thought. The orb, that peculiar object, was something I stumbled upon long ago. Please take it away. Do not disturb my television viewing. Master Roshi, seemingly oblivious to the interruption, redirected his gaze back to the television program. Vegeta, poised to obliterate the dwelling, suddenly turned and noticed the Dragon Ball resting upon the table. Approaching it, he picked it up and scrutinized it closely. It bore 3 crimson stars. This must be the one. The one that Rufan had given me possessed merely 2 stars, he murmured as he turned to leave. As he exited the house, a flicker of malevolence crossed Vegeta's eyes, and with a swift kick, he sent the door crashing into the sea. He then strode away with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Master Roshi remained fixated on the television. 3 minutes elapsed. The program concluded, and the charming female host, beaming, announced, "We'll reconvene next week at the same time." Master Roshi, nearly glued to the screen, lamented, "Why must this program air just once a week? Wouldn't it be splendid if it were broadcast daily? I haven't had my fill yet." As the television program came to a close, Master Roshi reluctantly powered it down and stretched leisurely. Who was just here? He scratched his head, recalling the little rascal's presence. How did he even arrive here? Stepping outside, he was taken aback. Where's my door? Has that little brat stolen it? He pondered. Is my door truly of such value? And what was that child after? Something to do with that peculiar orb? How very strange. Approximately 5 hours had passed when Vegeta finally located the 3 Dragon Balls and returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Ruffin had been waiting there for quite some time. "Vegeta, you are remarkably slow. Have you only just gathered those 3 Dragon Balls?" Ruffin chuckled. "Humph. One of them was buried in the depths of the ocean. It took considerable effort to retrieve it." Vegeta scoffed. Ruffin merely smiled, refraining from further comment. The Dragon Ball Vegeta referred to was likely the treasure of the deep-sea pirates. Vegeta tossed his 4 Dragon Balls onto the ground, mingling them with Ruffin's 3. At long last, the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, emanating radiant golden light. "Now that the Dragon Balls are together, can I become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta inquired. "The Dragon Balls are indeed gathered. Will the Eternal Dragon truly appear?" Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Dr. Briefs and Bikini also emerged to observe. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." Ruffin called out to the 7 Dragon Balls. The golden flames atop the Dragon Balls flickered and surged. What will emerge? Vegeta pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a crack, the golden light from the Dragon Balls coalesced. A brilliant beam shot skyward, and the sky abruptly darkened. Vegeta gazed curiously at the heavens. "The sky has turned black." Bulma gasped. "What a peculiar phenomenon." Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. "Could the dragon truly appear?" Bulma inquired. "Will this planet suddenly be engulfed in darkness?" Vegeta muttered. In the next moment, a golden beam of light transformed into a colossal azure dragon, winding majestically through the night sky, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Vegeta, upon witnessing this magnificent creature, found himself momentarily entranced. "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. I shall endeavor to grant any desire you hold." The dragon's voice resonated. "Dragon, could you bestow upon me the ability to survive in the vastness of space?" Ruffin asked. The dragon fell silent. "Hey, wasn't it promised that I could become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta retorted angrily. "I am afraid that wish cannot be fulfilled," the dragon replied. "What did you say?" Vegeta was taken aback, his face icy. Who was it that claimed any wish could be granted? "You can't even fulfill such a modest desire?" Ruffin interjected. "Vegeta, do not be hasty. The dragon stated that my wish cannot be realized." Ruffin sighed. "Ah, splendid. Does this mean I can become a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta's expression brightened. "However, this was merely a question, not a wish." "Dragon, may I pose a few inquiries?" Ruffin inquired. "Are these inquiries to be considered your wishes?" The dragon questioned. "You see, Dragon, I wish to possess the ability to survive in the cosmos, a wish you cannot fulfill, correct?" Ruffin stated. "Indeed," the dragon affirmed. "Do you comprehend the emotional toll your words have taken on me?" Ruffin lamented. "Gathering the Dragon Balls required considerable effort on my part. You assembled the Dragon Balls in a mere 5 hours. How can you claim that was arduous?" The dragon countered. Chapter 12. Ruffin's Wish Dragon. "Do you truly believe that I summoned you after merely 5 hours of gathering the Dragon Balls?" Ruffin sighed. "You must understand, I traveled from the distant planet Vegeta, and I have journeyed through the cosmos alongside our royal prince for an exceedingly long time. Thus, I intend to ask a few questions as a form of compensation for my emotional distress." Ruffin continued. "Is that request unreasonable?" "Ask away," the dragon replied, beads of sweat forming on its brow. "For my first question, I wish to possess the ability to survive in the universe. Can the dragon of Namek accomplish this?" Ruffin queried. The dragon fell silent once more, contemplating for a brief moment. "Yes," it eventually responded. "Namek?" Vegeta interjected, astonished. "I believe I have heard of that planet. For my second question, please inform our prince how one might become the legendary Super Saiyan," Ruffin stated. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, turning to Ruffin in disbelief. "A legendary Super Saiyan is born only once every millennium." The dragon addressed Vegeta, its voice echoing. "Clearly, neither of you qualifies." What do you mean? Are you saying I am not the exceptional one of this millennium? Vegeta retorted. Vegeta exclaimed with fury, I am one of the most gifted warriors among the Saiyans. To which the composed Ruffin replied, if that is not the case, then there is no need to be upset. How infuriating. Is what this dragon said true? Vegeta bared his teeth in frustration. Ruffin continued, I once read in an ancient tome that even ordinary Saiyans can ascend to become Super Saiyans. Can you enlighten our prince on how an ordinary Super Saiyan can be achieved? The dragon responded, your inquiries seem unending. If you continue to pose questions in this manner, when will it ever conclude? I regret to inform you that I can only answer 2 of your questions. Is this remaining inquiry your wish? The dragon's voice resonated. Forget it. We'll discuss it later. Ruffin shook his head. Hey, Ruffin, hurry up and listen to what he has to say. Vegeta was displeased. I was eager to learn how an ordinary person could become a Super Saiyan, yet you prevent him from speaking. This is quite vexing. Can we make a wish now? If not, I shall take my leave, the dragon stated. My wish is to transport myself, along with Vegeta and our spaceship, to the distant planet Namek, Ruffin declared. That wish can be granted, the dragon nodded. As the dragon prepared to fulfill the wish, Ruffin interjected. Wait a moment, I must bid farewell first. Ruffin waved his hand. The dragon announced, Ruffin has arrived in front of Briefs. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for all your hard work. Until we meet again by fate, Ruffin smiled. Are you departing for Namek? Dr. Briefs inquired. Indeed, there lies a more advanced dragon, and I believe through that dragon, I can realize my desires, Ruffin nodded. I want to go. I want to accompany you on your interstellar journey. Bulma rushed forward, clinging to Ruffin's leg. Bulma, stop fooling around. You have school tomorrow, Ruffin admonished. No, I refuse to attend school. I have graduated from kindergarten. Bulma clung tightly to Ruffin's leg, showing no signs of letting go. Ruffin wiped the sweat from his brow. Bulma, there are many more things you must learn in the future, he reassured her. No, I've graduated. I am all grown up. Bulma protested loudly. Why is it that aliens can travel at the age of 5, while I must go to school? I absolutely refuse. Ruffin and the others should also be in school. Right? Chi-Chi nudged Ruffin, urging him to say something agreeable. Humph, we Saiyans have no need for such mundane knowledge. We are born warriors, Vegeta interjected. Chi-Chi remarked. This conversation is futile. Bulma, how about I take you on an interstellar journey once you graduate from middle school? Ruffin pinched Bulma's cheek. Middle school graduation? That's 9 years away. Bulma's eyes filled with tears. Bulma, you sure can calculate quickly, Ruffin chuckled. I am a genius. I invented this laser gun. Bulma proudly waved the laser gun in her hand. Suddenly, the laser gun misfired, sending a beam hurtling toward Vegeta's direction. Bang! Vegeta was caught off guard, struck suddenly by a laser gun's beam that hit his chest. The impact produced a puff of smoke from his armor. However, that was the end of the matter. Despite Bulma's laser gun possessing significant power, it failed to penetrate the defenses of Vegeta's armor. Are you all right? Bulma exclaimed, startled. What are you doing? Do you think I won't annihilate you? Vegeta retorted, his fury evident as his nostrils flared. I've been ambushed again. First by that brat Ruffin, and now by this little girl. No worries, such an attack is nothing to us princes. Ruffin smiled reassuringly. You nearly scared me to death. I thought I had shot him dead. I truly didn't mean to pull the trigger inadvertently, Bulma quickly apologized. Che. Vegeta bared his teeth but chose not to retaliate against Bulma. Hey, are you done with your farewells? The dragon's patience is wearing thin. I'm still waiting to grant your wish while you're here chatting away. Strangely, Bulma pondered. Is there something wrong with my laser gun? She released Ruffin and aimed the gun at a distant lake. With a swift pull of the trigger, a beam of laser struck the water. Boom! The lake erupted, sending waves soaring several meters high and dislodging fish and shrimp. Plop! A mantis shrimp landed squarely on Vegeta's face, leaving an unpleasant surprise before scuttling away. Vegeta's expression darkened to an extreme. With a flicker of flame in his hand, he roasted the shrimp. Grabbing the now-cooked creature, Vegeta took a bite. Not bad, he huffed. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. You can produce flames? Do you carry a lighter? Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon, growing impatient, decided to fulfill the wish immediately. Chapter 13. Namek. In an instant, the dragon transformed into a golden beam of light. This golden column split into 7, forming 7 glowing orbs. Whoosh! The 7 orbs scattered in different directions across the globe. As the sky brightened once more, Bulma's family was left bewildered, realizing that Ruffin, Vegeta, and the spaceship parked in the yard had completely vanished. Wait for me. I want to travel with you, Bulma called out, sprinting after them. However, she reached out for nothing. Humph. How infuriating. Leaving me behind for a trip, she pouted, feeling dejected. Dingling. At that moment, the phone in the yard began to ring. Dr. Brief stepped forward and answered the call. Is that you, Ties? How is your experience of life outside going? Dr. Briefs paused slightly, surprised. What? Aliens? You encountered aliens too? Wait, Dad, are you saying you've seen aliens as well? Ties inquired. Ties, Bulma's sister, was a novelist primarily known for her science fiction works. For some time now, Ties has been journeying outdoors, claiming to seek life experiences to craft a superior science fiction novel. Indeed, both your mother and Bulma have encountered her. Yet they must have departed from Earth by now, Dr. Briefs replied. Departed? Ties was taken aback. By the way, Ties, do you need to speak with your father about something? Dr. Briefs inquired. Father, I encountered an alien named Gak, whose spaceship malfunctioned. And there are issues with the communication system of his planet. Could you come and assist in repairing it? Ties responded. Certainly, no problem at all. Dr. Briefs did not hesitate. Are we destined to have ties with extraterrestrials? Father, I want to join you. I wish to see what the alien sister encountered looks like. Bulma interjected. Very well, you may accompany me, Dr. Briefs nodded. 2 hours later, Bulma met the galactic patrolman Gak. I expected this alien to be quite handsome. Is this all? Bulma shook her head in disappointment. Gak retorted, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I am unattractive? This is precisely why I dislike children. Father, this is Gak, who claims to be a galactic patrolman, Ties introduced. Not merely claiming. I truly am a galactic patrolman. This planet is under my jurisdiction. Gak's expression darkened as he hurriedly explained. Whoosh. Bulma's laser gun discharged a beam. The laser struck the distant lake. Boom. Water surged several meters high. Gak was momentarily stunned. Alien, this is the laser gun I created. If you dare to raise your voice at my sister again, I shall not hold back, Bulma huffed. Gak wiped the sweat from his brow. This little girl certainly possesses a fiery temperament. Ahem, Gak, where is your spaceship? May I have a look? Dr. Briefs hastily shifted the topic. Over there. Gak pointed to a spaceship in the distance. It seems rather different from Lufan's vessel, Bulma murmured. Lufan? Vegeta? Spaceship? Where are they? Gak paused, bewildered. Oh, do you know Lufan? Bulma asked curiously. He arrived on Earth with a scion named Vegeta. Have you met him? Gak's expression shifted dramatically. Bulma and Dr. Briefs nodded in unison. You are still alive? Gak was utterly astonished. What are you saying? As if they were some sort of monstrous villains, Bulma expressed her displeasure. They are scions. They are exceedingly wicked scions. The fact that you are alive is nothing short of a miracle. Gak wiped his brow. No, Lufan is not as you describe. He is a good person. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Bulma scoffed. Young lady, one should not judge a person's character merely by their appearance. Gak chuckled wryly. By the way, Gak came to Earth upon discovering that some scions were set to descend upon the planet, and he aims to protect Earth's peace, Ties clarified. Once more, where are they? Gak asked. They have already left, Bulma replied. Left? Is that true? Gak was taken aback, a mix of surprise and relief washing over him. Why do I get the impression that you seem rather afraid of them? Bulma inquired, gazing at Gak. What nonsense. How could I possibly fear them? Gak swiftly refuted. Oh, Rufin? Vegeta? You have returned? Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment as she glanced behind Gak. Gak nearly lost control, his mouth twitching and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hee, just teasing you. Bulma grinned, her expression innocent. Gak turned around, only to find nothing there. His face darkened. That's no way to frighten someone. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He shouted angrily. We should focus on your spaceship, Dr. Brief sighed. On Master Roshi's small island. A stone hurtled through the air from a distance. With a resounding crash, it pierced the roof of Master Roshi's house, smashing down onto the dining table, which splintered into several pieces. Startled, Master Roshi hurried over to investigate. What on earth? Where did this stone come from? He picked up the stone, scrutinizing it closely. It's so round. What is going on? Is it a meteorite that fell from the sky? Never mind. He tossed the stone aside and rushed off to repair the roof. On Namek, Elder Muley was planting trees with a group of young villagers nearby. Elder, after years of our efforts, Namek has finally shown a glimmer of life, one young man remarked with relief. Indeed, our race was nearly extinguished. We are fortunate to have the Grand Elder with us. Elder Muley nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. What? The young man paused, glancing behind Elder Muley. I meant, we are lucky to have the Grand Elder. Otherwise, Namek might have ceased to exist. Elder Muley reiterated his previous statement. No, that is not what I meant. Elder, I was referring to what appears to be a spaceship. There are aliens coming to our planet. The young man's expression changed dramatically as he pointed behind Elder Muley. Chapter 14. The ability to survive in space. What did you say? Aliens? Elder Muley immediately turned to look behind him. To his astonishment, he beheld a spaceship and two extraterrestrial beings approximately 200 meters away on a small island. Who are they? Elder Muley furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. Meanwhile, Rufin and Vegeta had been transported to the surface of Namek by the Dragon of Earth. The spaceship was situated nearby. That was a mistake. I should have had Dr. Briefs convert the spaceship into a capsule, Rufin lamented. What is a capsule? Vegeta asked, slightly bewildered. His time on Earth had been too brief for him to have encountered the universal capsule. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. So it's best not to ask too many questions, Rufin replied. Is this how you behave as a subordinate? Vegeta retorted. However, Vegeta exhibited no interest in the capsules. His previous inquiry was merely a casual remark. Where exactly is this place? Is it the Namek that the dragon spoke of? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Soon after, he caught sight of several Namekians in the distance, including Muley. Namekians? Vegeta slapped his forehead, recalling that indeed, the Namekians possessed various extraordinary abilities. Thus, the Dragon Balls must have been created by them, right? The Dragon Balls on Earth were also crafted by Namekians? You are correct, Lufan nodded, cautioning, do not act recklessly. It is best not to kill indiscriminately. Give me a reason not to kill, Vegeta scoffed. You just mentioned that the Namekians created the Dragon Balls. Therefore, if the Namekian who forged the Dragon Balls perishes, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well, Lufan explained. What did you say? Vegeta paused momentarily, then snorted, fine. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not slay them. No, we shall provoke them, Lufan chuckled. Vegeta, I see. You intend to collect the Dragon Balls on this planet, don't you? Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Quite astute. Our prince truly lives up to his title, Lufan nodded. Humph. The dragon's wishes are limited. It may not even grant me the ability to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta huffed. Knowing how to transform into a Super Saiyan is sufficient, isn't it? Lufan grinned. If you believe my claims lack foundation, let the dragon reveal the precise method to you. Do you think I am unaware? You merely wish to attain the ability to survive in space. Vegeta rolled his eyes, deeming such a trivial wish unnecessary. As long as I become a Super Saiyan, I shall be invincible in this universe. All right, let us greet them first, Lufan urged. TCH, Vegeta muttered, yet he followed Lufan. It appeared that if one articulated their wish in advance, the dragon would fulfill it. After gathering the Dragon Balls this time, I must seize the opportunity to voice my wish before Lufan. I shall become a Super Saiyan. How infuriating. Neither Lufan nor I are the legendary Super Saiyans. We are both immensely powerful, the most gifted warriors of this generation. The Millennium Cycle has indeed arrived. Who else could it possibly be but us? Vegeta pondered this matter silently while formulating a simple plan for his journey on Namek. I can no longer allow Lufan to lead me by the nose. This fellow is my subordinate. He should be following my lead. Extraterrestrials, from which planet do you hail? State your purpose for coming to Namek, Elder Muley inquired sternly. Greetings. We are from the distant planet Vegeta, Lufan courteously introduced. This is Vegeta, the most talented warrior among our Saiyans and our prince, named after Planet Vegeta. He embodies the supreme honor of our world. Vegeta found Lufan's words to be exceedingly useful. Please, do not introduce me in such a manner. It may lead to my head swelling, he remarked. The mention of Saiyans caused a slight change in Muley's expression. Elder Muley had heard of Saiyans, a warrior race, renowned for their formidable strength. They were notorious for waging wars and conquering planets, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Elder Muley's demeanor darkened, and the other villagers became increasingly wary. I am Lu Fan, a training partner and attendant to His Highness the Prince, Lu Fan modestly stated. What brings you to Namek? Muley inquired cautiously. Humph, why all this unnecessary chatter? We are here to seek the Dragon Balls. Hand them over at once, Vegeta interjected impatiently, letting out a huff. What did you say? You seek the Dragon Balls. How did you come to know of them? Elder Muley asked sternly. Stop with the pleasantries. Just surrender the Dragon Balls, or I will not hesitate to eliminate everyone here, Vegeta retorted coldly. Let me assess your combat power. With that, He activated the scouter affixed to his eye. Oh, the strongest among you possesses a mere 3,000 power level. Vegeta scoffed. Such trivial strength is laughable. Suddenly, Lu Fan stepped forward, swiftly striking Vegeta on the back of his neck. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, unconscious. I apologize. Our prince lacks decorum, Lu Fan sighed, offering an apologetic remark. Elder Muley was momentarily stunned. You have knocked out your prince? You truly have some audacity as his attendant, he remarked. What do you wish to achieve by seeking the Dragon Balls? Elder Muley maintained his vigilance, though his tone softened considerably. He noted that Lu Fan possessed a visage of righteousness and exuded no sinister aura. I desire merely the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Lu Fan replied candidly. To survive in space? Elder Muley was taken aback. Indeed, it is the only shortcoming of our scion kind, Lu Fan affirmed. Consider this. If I were to battle someone and they ultimately destroyed my planet, it would be rather unreasonable for me to perish, would it not? A cough escaped Elder Muley. Your reasoning is quite sound. However, how did you arrive on Namek? Elder Muley inquired. I previously visited Earth, where the Eternal Dragon transported me here, Lu Fan smiled. Earth? Do Namekians reside on that planet as well? Elder Muley asked, astonished. Yes, Lu Fan nodded. I have comprehended your situation, Elder Muley said, giving a slight nod. He scrutinized Lu Fan once more and mused, if your wish is solely to survive in space, I can request the Eternal Dragon to grant it. However, at this juncture, Elder Muley cast a glance at the unconscious Vegeta on the ground. He aspires to become a Super Saiyan and merely wishes for the dragon to reveal the means to achieve this, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. What did you say? A Super Saiyan? Elder Muley responded, slightly taken aback. I have heard the Grand Elder mention that the Super Saiyan is reputed to be the mightiest warrior in this universe. I hesitate to speak further. Speak freely, why the hesitation? Lu Fan encouraged. Elder Muley replied, your prince harbors a malevolent energy within him. If you truly allow him to become a Super Saiyan, the entire universe may fall under his dominion. His voice grew grave. At that point, a colossal crisis could ensue. Rest assured, I firmly believe that under my guidance, our prince will inevitably transform into a virtuous individual, Lu Fan asserted confidently. Elder Muley, along with the gathered villagers, was left speechless. What gives you such confidence? The prince is steeped in darkness. Can he truly become a good person? Trust me, Lu Fan implored. Look into my earnest eyes. As he spoke, his eyes transformed into tiny beads. Elder Muley and the villagers wiped their brows in exasperation. What you call earnestness is devoid of spirit, they thought. I can promise to seek the Dragon Balls, but we shall not assist you in the search. Should you manage to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to fulfill your wish, it would signify a fateful connection between you and the Namekian dragon. We will not interfere, Elder Muley stated with a smile, having made up his mind. Search away. Namek is vast. Good luck finding all 7. He added with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, does that prince possess a scouter? Can that device detect our energy levels? Perhaps it could lead them to our village? Elder Muley contemplated destroying the scouter with a mere wave of his hand, but quickly dismissed the thought. Even if they find the Dragon Balls, can they summon the dragon? Summoning requires the Namekian language, as does making a wish. Thank you, Lu Fan said with a nod of gratitude, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Vegeta. Vegeta stirred awake and leapt from the ground, launching a punch at Lu Fan. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lu Fan effortlessly blocked the incoming strike. Prince Vegeta, please calm yourself. Do you no longer wish to become a Super Saiyan? Lu Fan interjected hastily. I shall settle our score in due time. Vegeta gritted his teeth, retracting his fist. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss with Lu Fan. Despite his battle power being seemingly absent, why did his punch feel utterly ineffective? Has this fellow concealed his strength? How dare he employ such tricks against me? I, Vegeta, have never feared your cunning strategies. What does it matter if you conceal your combat power? First, seek the Dragon Balls. This time, upon locating them, I shall ensure that I am the first to realize my wish. My lord, during your unconsciousness, I have brokered an agreement with the Namekians, permitting us to search for the Dragon Balls on this planet, yet they will not assist us. Lu Fan explained, adding that there is a stipulation. Should you engage in indiscriminate killing here, they will cause the Dragon Balls to vanish. What did you say? Make the Dragon Balls disappear? Vegeta clenched his teeth. Indeed, after all, the Dragon Balls were created by them. It would be quite simple for them to make them vanish, wouldn't it, esteemed elder? Lu Fan grinned at Elder Muley. Elder Muley coughed. I am Muley, the elder of this village, managing a strained smile. Isn't the village chief merely the leader of the village? Lufan stated authoritatively. Elder Muley fell silent, contemplating for 3 seconds. Yes, indeed, please refrain from killing. He implored Vegeta. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, as if conceding. After all, I am merely here to find the Dragon Balls. The conquest of this planet can wait. Occupying it now holds little significance. My lord, we are exceedingly fortunate. This village we have landed in possesses a Dragon Ball, which implies that aside from this one, there are 6 others outside, Lufan remarked, producing the Dragon Ball radar and pressing a button. The screen illuminated a golden dot at its center. In that room, Vegeta immediately turned towards one of the chambers. Without hesitation, he began to stride forward, only to pause momentarily. Lufan, go retrieve the Dragon Ball from that room, Vegeta commanded. I am a prince. Such tasks should be delegated to my subordinate. Why must I fetch the Dragon Ball myself? Lufan nodded, extending his hand towards the room. With a swift motion, he summoned an unseen force that enveloped the Dragon Ball in that chamber. In an instant, the Dragon Ball soared swiftly towards Lufan. With a resounding thud, the basketball-sized Dragon Ball landed in Lufan's grasp. What? When did you acquire such extraordinary abilities? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Lufan smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Have you been researching these phenomena lately? Vegeta seemed to grasp the situation, realizing the implications of hidden combat power and the study of extraordinary abilities. Did I not inform you? My research focuses on destruction, Lufan replied, shaking his head, speaking the truth. Chapter 16, Vegeta, remain composed, it matters not. Vegeta dismissed the discourse lightly, chuckling. Why exert such effort? Rather than engaging in trivial pursuits, one should focus on enhancing one's own combat power. For us Scions, our true strength lies within our innate combat prowess. Elder Muley, the villagers of Namek, these 2 individuals are surprisingly wielding such advanced Dragon Ball radars. Our Dragon Balls have been so effortlessly located by them. Is this truly the Dragon Ball of Namek? It is significantly larger than those on Earth. Vegeta leaned in for a closer look. So, just like on Earth, he observed. Ruffin pointed to the screen of the Dragon Ball radar, indicating that with the central Dragon Ball as the focal point, there are 3 on the right and 3 on the left. Which one do you choose? Humph. Only elementary school children make choices, Vegeta scoffed. So, does that mean the remaining 6 Dragon Balls are yours to seek? Ruffin smiled. Vegeta declared, I will choose the 3 on the left. He bared his teeth, realizing he nearly fell into a trap. What a blunder. Next time, I must think before I speak. Fine, I will search for the 3 on the right. Ruffin nodded and lowered his voice to Vegeta. My lord, do not place undue trust in your detector. It can be misleading at times. What? I did not quite grasp your meaning, Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, when searching for Dragon Balls, one should be courteous, rather than constantly threatening to annihilate others. Ruffin whispered, even if you intend to eliminate them. Wait until after the Dragon Balls are found and wishes granted before taking action. Vegeta glanced at Ruffin, considering his words. You make a valid point. Elder Muley and the others mused. This fellow named Ruffin is not entirely virtuous, is he? You are rather cunning, aren't you? Elder Muley's expression darkened. However, upon closer inspection, Elder Muley felt that Ruffin was merely jesting. His words lacked an ounce of menace. All right, my lord, let us see who locates those 3 Dragon Balls first. Ruffin clapped Vegeta on the shoulder, just like on Earth. After finding the Dragon Balls, we shall regroup here. Humph, I do not require your guidance. I know what to do, Vegeta retorted, pulling out his Dragon Ball radar and pressing the button. Whoosh. A white aura erupted from Vegeta, soaring towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball. Well then, I too shall commence my search for the Dragon Balls, Ruffin inquired with a smile. Elder Muley did not respond. Whoosh. Ruffin ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Elder Muley gazed at the spot where Ruffin had disappeared, remaining silent for a considerable time. Elder, what are you observing? A villager asked. That scion named Ruffin has already flown far away. Have you noticed? That scion named Ruffin exhibits no energy fluctuations. Elder Muley pondered. Oh, it does seem that way. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he is vastly more powerful than their prince. The villagers quickly regained their focus. Indeed, the ability to easily incapacitate their prince with a single blow indicates that he is indeed far superior to the scion named Vegeta. Elder Muley nodded. The question remains, why does he possess no energy fluctuations yet hold such formidable power? Elder, perhaps we should inquire of the passing clouds. They may hold the answer. The villagers gazed up at the sky, captivated by the clouds above. Elder Muley remarked, the clouds, indeed, are aware of the Elder's presence atop the cloud mountain. The Grand Elder was outside, meditating and basking in the sun. On the planet Namek, with its 3 suns, one could truly relish the warmth. After all, there were still nearly 20 years before the Grand Elder would reach the end of his life. At present, he was still capable of moving freely. Beside the Grand Elder stood a young Namekian, the only combat-type Namekian on the planet. His name was Neru, and he was the mightiest warrior among his kind. Although Neru's combat prowess had not yet reached its peak, which would be realized in 20 years, he had already attained a formidable strength of 40,000. Suddenly, the Grand Elder opened his eyes, revealing a glimpse of age within them. Neru was momentarily taken aback. Someone has arrived on Namek? He inquired. I am uncertain how they reached Namek. It appears they did not arrive by spaceship, but rather were instantaneously transported by some unknown force, the Grand Elder pondered. Who could it be? Neru asked. They previously descended upon Elder Muley's village and have since departed, the Grand Elder replied. It seems they have reached some form of understanding with Elder Muley. How many are they? Neru pressed. 2, the Grand Elder responded. We must contact Elder Muley immediately to ascertain their intentions on our planet. If they harbor any hostility, I will not show them mercy, Neru declared solemnly. You are correct. The Grand Elder nodded and immediately connected with Elder Muley through telepathy. Elder, is that you? Elder Muley responded, slightly startled. How wonderful. I was just about to reach out to you, unaware that you were already informed. Subsequently, Elder Muley divulged all that had transpired without reservation. Cyberman, the Grand Elder mused. Nodding. Our planet does not have a full moon. They should be unable to transform into great apes. If Neru exerts his full strength, we should be able to manage. Indeed, Grand Elder, Elder Muley affirmed. However, the scion named Lufon seems peculiar. He bears no trace of malevolence. If circumstances allow, it would be prudent for you to meet him before making any decisions. Very well, the Grand Elder acquiesced, gently nodding. He instructed Neru. Please bring the scion named Lufon to me. I wish to see him before determining whether to grant their wishes. Yes, Grand Elder, Neru replied with a respectful bow. In the next moment, Neru extended his senses to locate Lufon's energy. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Lufon's energy had been entirely replaced by divine power. Neither the Namekians nor ordinary humans could perceive this divine essence, rendering them completely oblivious to his presence. Neru looked up at the sky. Chapter 17. The Grand Elder of Namek. Strangely, even I cannot sense his location. Cold sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's face. What is that? Someone is approaching. Neru suddenly pointed behind the Grand Elder. There, in the sky behind him, a figure was swiftly flying towards them. The Grand Elder strained to turn and look back. In the heavens, someone was advancing rapidly. This individual emitted no trace of energy fluctuations. Could he be the scion named Rufin? Neru furrowed his brow. It must be him. He possesses no energy signature. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. With a resounding thud, Rufin descended from the sky, landing beside the Grand Elder and Neru. Neru stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Grand Elder, eyeing Rufin with a wary expression. Do not be alarmed. I come in peace, Rufin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his tail swaying gently behind him. You must be the scion Rufin, the Grand Elder observed, addressing him. How do you know my name? You are quite impressive, Rufin feigned surprise. I am the Grand Elder of this planet. There is nothing on Namek that escapes my knowledge. The Grand Elder smiled, adding, I am already aware of your quest for the Dragon Balls. With that, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Rufin. Rufin maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to respond. He understood that the Grand Elder was likely probing his heart for any wickedness. What wickedness could I possibly harbor? With my current strength, if evil resided within me, this planet would have been obliterated long ago. Neru, present him with our Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder instructed. Yes, Grand Elder, Neru nodded, intending to retrieve the one-star Dragon Ball from the room. Wait, I did not come to collect the Dragon Balls, Rufin interjected suddenly. The Grand Elder paused for a moment, and Neru halted his steps immediately. My prince and I have already agreed that the Dragon Balls in this region are to be collected by him, Rufin clarified. Grand Elder, is there any distinction? Does it matter who among you obtains the Dragon Balls? What is your purpose for being here? I am here to learn, Rufin replied. My father has always told me that mastering an additional language would greatly benefit my future survival. A foreign language? You mean you wish to learn our Namekian tongue? The Grand Elder was taken aback, looking at Rufin inquisitively. Indeed, I have visited Earth before and successfully mastered their language, Rufin affirmed with a nod. The Grand Elder mused. Perhaps this rascal's intent in learning our language is to fulfill his wishes. Neru speculated quietly to the Grand Elder. Neru, do not think so ill of him. The Grand Elder smiled, adding, moreover, he is unaware that fulfilling wishes requires the Namekian language. Besides, allowing him to remain here presents an excellent opportunity to observe him closely. The Grand Elder's reasoning was sound. Neru bowed respectfully. Neru, please instruct Rufin in the Namekian language, the Grand Elder ordered without objection. Very well, Neru acquiesced. Namek is an expansive world. Vegeta soared through the skies for an extended period before finally discovering the first village. He descended from the heavens and landed amidst the settlement. The elder had already conferred with the village elders, instructing them to feign ignorance should anyone come seeking the Dragon Balls. If such a person were to find them, they could take them without issue. Upon his arrival, Vegeta retrieved the Dragon Radar and, guided by its signals, effortlessly located a Dragon Ball. Cradling the orb, he ascended back into the sky, while the Namekians in the village paid him no heed. With the Dragon Ball in his grasp, Vegeta hastened towards the direction of the second orb. Although this planet is vast, it is far easier to locate the Dragon Balls here than on Earth. It appears most are nestled within the villages, he muttered. If this pace continues, he mused, he would gather all the Dragon Balls within 5 or 6 hours. With a swift motion, he increased his speed. 5 hours later. Thank you, Neru. I have managed to learn some basic Namekian. Lufan expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. No need for formalities, Neru replied with a slight smile, adding that mastering the language fluently would require much more practice. There is no need for such complexity. Knowing just this much is sufficient, Lufan responded with a smile. You truly are adaptable, Neru remarked. After an hour of interaction, Neru discerned that Lufan, the scion, harbored no malice in his heart. The elder concurred with this assessment, and their rapport was quite harmonious. By the way, may I inquire, is your motivation for learning Namekian solely to acquire a foreign language? Neru asked. Well, I've heard that summoning the eternal dragon and realizing wishes requires the Namekian language, so I thought it would be more convenient to learn it myself, Lufan replied candidly. The elder and Neru exchanged glances, with the elder wiping the sweat from his brow. He anticipated that Lufan's motive for learning Namekian was this. Though the lad was not malevolent, he exhibited a cunning nature. It seems I should set off to search for the Dragon Balls as well, Lufan said, stretching lazily. With a rush, Lufan shot into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. The elder and Neru were left in silent contemplation. After a moment of stillness, Neru broke the silence. Elder, surely he harbors no evil intentions? Indeed, his heart is devoid of malice, yet he possesses a rather cunning disposition, the elder sighed. Cunning? Neru echoed. You've aptly chosen your words. I share your sentiment. I have a foreboding feeling that the prince named Vegeta will bring him considerable trials in the future, the elder lamented. Someone approaches. Could it be him returning? Neru glanced up at the sky. It is not he, but it may well be the Scion Prince arriving, the elder pondered. This Scion Prince previously boasted of conquering our Namek. I shall ensure he understands that the Namekians are not to be trifled with. Neru spoke coldly, a glimmer of battle intent flickering across his face. Indeed, although we Namekians cherish peace, we are not a race to be trifled with. The elder nodded in agreement. Chapter 18, Vegeta and Neru whoosh. A beam of light streaked across the sky. Vegeta descended from the heavens, clutching 2 Dragon Balls, landing atop the cloud-covered peak where the elder resided. Upon landing, Vegeta disregarded both the elder and Neru, striding directly into the elder's chamber in search of the 3rd Dragon Ball. He had heard from Lufan that should they provoke the Namekians too much, they might make the Dragon Balls vanish, which would pose significant trouble. Better to fulfill his wish first. Just as Vegeta approached the elder's room, Neru called out, Halt. Oh. Vegeta turned to face Neru, slowly coming to a stop. You cannot enter the elder's chamber without his permission, Neru commanded sternly. Are you addressing me? Vegeta chuckled. None of you seem inclined to bother me. I was just feeling rather bored. I didn't expect such a fortunate encounter here. What? Is it just you here? Neru spoke coldly. Isn't that one lying there a person? Vegeta pointed to the elder, who protested, Why am I being dragged into this? Naru wiped his brow. Enough chatter. What brings you here? What does it seem like? Is it not obvious that I possess 2 Dragon Balls? Vegeta scoffed. So, you are here to collect the Dragon Balls? You should leave. They will never be given to someone as wicked as you, Naru retorted coldly. It appears I must teach you a lesson for you to find peace. Vegeta smirked, casually placing the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground. He then activated the scouter on his eye. Let me see your power level. As he observed the reading, he exclaimed, oh, not bad. Your power level has reached a height of 5,000. You indeed have the audacity to challenge me. Naru regarded Vegeta with a calm demeanor, remaining silent. Do you know my power level? Vegeta taunted, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. How much? Naru inquired. 15,000. Vegeta pointed to his own nose with his thumb. Is that so? Naru nodded, showing no signs of surprise. My power level is 3 times yours. Vegeta scoffed. Then let me take care of you properly. Whoosh. With that, Vegeta surged toward Naru. He aimed a swift kick at Naru, who deftly sidestepped the attack. In the next moment, Naru seized Vegeta's ankle, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Ack! Vegeta let out a piercing cry, his body arcing through the air before crashing into the distant lake. Humph! The Prince of the Saiyans is not so impressive after all, Naru huffed. Nailu, you must exercise caution. He may transform into a great ape, the elder warned. Once transformed, a Saiyan's power could increase at least 10-fold. What? 10-fold? Nailu's expression shifted, and he glanced skyward, relieved to find no full moon in sight. Did the elder not mention that our Namekian planet lacks a full moon? Therefore, he should be unable to transform. I have heard that some Saiyans can create a full moon themselves, the elder speculated, though he acknowledged that this required further verification. Perhaps we should have consulted Lufan earlier, Nailu sighed. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted from the lake, soaring into the verdant sky, gazing down upon Nailu. How is this Namekian so formidable? Vegeta pondered, pressing his scouter against his eyes. Strange. His combat power remains at 5,000, while mine is clearly at 15,000. How can I be so thoroughly defeated? This is impossible, Vegeta shouted. He then dove from the sky, hurtling towards Nailu. With a swift uppercut, Nailu struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Gah! Vegeta spat blood, stumbling to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. You should retreat. You are no match for me, Nailu scoffed. Unsteadily, Vegeta rose, his face contorted with rage. This is utterly absurd, he thought, grappling with the disparity in their powers. His combat power is still 5,000, yet mine has reached 15,000, 3 times his. Why can I not overcome him? Gallic Gun, Vegeta bellowed, conjuring a formidable energy sphere that surged towards Nailu. Yet, Nailu remained unfazed. With a powerful slap, Nailu sent the energy sphere soaring into the sky. Boom! The energy ball exploded midair, radiating brilliant colors. Vegeta was left utterly astonished. What nonsense is this? My concentrated energy was dismissed with a mere swipe? Is this truly a Namekian? When did they become so powerful? Still wish to continue? Nailu remarked with a smirk. Vegeta, on the verge of tears, felt his young spirit deeply wounded. He could not comprehend the situation, fixating on the anomaly of combat power. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He cried out. Can that device of yours accurately gauge my combat power? Nailu asked with a smile. Vegeta remained silent. Then, you might as well use it to observe my true power. Nailu chuckled, clenching his fist as his aura began to surge dramatically. Beep, beep. The readings on Vegeta's scouter fluctuated wildly. What? A battle power of 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and still increasing? Vegeta was taken aback. He then observed the values on the scouter, which continued to escalate rapidly. 15,000, 16,000, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000. Vegeta's astonishment was palpable. Bang! In the next moment, Vegeta's scouter exploded on the spot. Vegeta was left stunned. What a ridiculous joke. Has this creature's combat power surpassed 20,000? Chapter 19. Shinran Balunga, is this how it ends? Is this the limit of what such an instrument can endure? Nelu chuckled softly, shaking his head in disappointment. Are you truly one of the Namekians? Vegeta felt a staggering damage of 10,000 points. What else could I be? Nella scoffed. Vegeta began to tremble violently. Take your Dragon Balls and leave this place at once. You are not welcome here. Nelu issued an eviction order. Are you speaking to me? Vegeta felt a profound sense of humiliation. Shortly after, Vegeta let out a series of roars. Crack! In an instant, an energy sphere materialized from Vegeta's hand. He gasped for breath, his energy depleting to its limits. "You shall come to regret this," Vegeta said with a slight smile. "Do you know what this is?" "What?" Nella was taken aback, wondering what Vegeta intended. "Ha ha ha, do you understand why we Scions are so formidable?" A smile graced Vegeta's face. "It is because we Scions can transform into great apes. I know this planet lacks a moon, but fear not. A select few Scions possess the ability to create a full moon, and as the Prince of the Scions, I certainly can as well. All it takes is to infuse this energy sphere with the atmosphere of this planet." With that, Vegeta waved his hand, sending the artificial full moon soaring into the sky. "Not good." Nella's expression shifted dramatically. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, a bolt of electricity shot from Nella's fingertip, swiftly pursuing the artificial full moon conjured by Vegeta. Bang! Before the artificial moon could reach its zenith, it exploded in midair. "My apologies, your full moon has exploded," Nella remarked with a smile. "Can you still transform into a great ape?" Vegeta was left dumbfounded. This fellow could even shatter my artificial full moon? His combat power must be several times greater than mine. This is dire. Swish. Nelu vanished in a flash, reappearing swiftly behind Vegeta. "What? Where did he go?" Vegeta began to glance around in panic. Bang! Nelu struck with a swift blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta collapsed limply to the ground, once again losing consciousness. That was truly perilous. Had he transformed into a great ape, it would have been quite troublesome. Nella took a deep breath. "You've worked hard," the elder said with a smile as he rose from his seat. "Elder, how shall we deal with him?" Nella inquired. "Cast him far away, and while you're at it, give him those 3 Dragon Balls," the elder pondered. Naru nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he seized Vegeta by the tail and soared into the sky. Soon, Naru hurled Vegeta onto a distant plane, casually placing the Dragon Balls beside him. Naru was confident that even if Vegeta regained consciousness, it would be of little consequence. His scouter had self-destructed. Without it, Vegeta would be unable to locate either me or the elder. Moreover, even if he did find us, he was no match for me. Naru shook his head. "With such feeble strength, you dare to covet our Namek? What gives you such confidence? Look at your lackey, Ruffin. Though he may have a somewhat mischievous nature, he harbors no malevolence. We are both Scions, yet how vast is the chasm between us." Naru soon departed from the scene. Approximately half an hour later, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness. Instantly alert, he sprang to his feet. However, upon realizing that both Naru and the elder were nowhere to be seen, the tension in his heart eased. How dare they underestimate me? Vegeta trembled with indignation. He then looked down to see the 3 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. "You, Namekian, just wait. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I shall settle the score with you. But first, I must fulfill my wish." With that, Vegeta ascended into the sky, clutching the 3 Dragon Balls. Fortunately, during the half hour of his disorientation, his energy had somewhat replenished. Nevertheless, it took him over an hour of flight to finally return to the village where Elder Muley resided. "Your Highness, you certainly took your time. I had already gathered the 3 Dragon Balls. Why have you only just returned?" Ruffin remarked, gazing at Vegeta. Vegeta grimaced. "Huh, Your Highness? How did you get injured?" Ruffin feigned ignorance, already knowing the answer. "Humph, be careful not to trip. Hurry and make your wish." Vegeta huffed, unwilling to admit he had been bested. "If I were to say I was defeated by a Namekian, I would be ridiculed. All right, the Dragon Balls are all here." Ruffin pointed to the 4 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. Vegeta flew over and mixed his 3 Dragon Balls with the 4 that Ruffin had collected. At last, the 7 Dragon Balls were complete. A golden radiance erupted from them. "Come forth, Dragon!" Vegeta shouted towards the 7 Dragon Balls. Then, silence ensued. The Dragon Balls showed no sign of response. What is going on? Why is there no reaction? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Elder Muley shook his head gently, regarding Vegeta with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. "Come forth, Dragon!" Ruffin commanded the 7 Dragon Balls in Namekian. Whoosh! The golden flames atop the Dragon Balls flared. In an instant, a golden beam shot into the heavens, and the sky was enveloped in darkness. In the next moment, a magnificent golden dragon twisted gracefully across the night sky, emanating an aura of sanctity and majesty. "What? Did you just speak in the Namekian language?" Vegeta was taken aback, turning to glance at Ruffin. "Yes," Ruffin nodded affirmatively. "When did you learn the Namekian language?" Vegeta inquired. "I found some time to study it." Ruffin replied with a broad smile. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall endeavor to grant you 3 wishes, resonated the voice of the dragon Purunga. Let these 3 wishes be granted to you. Rufin, Elder Muley addressed Rufin. Thank you, Elder Muley, Rufin acknowledged with a nod. No need for gratitude. For I have a premonition that soon, Namek will face a tremendous crisis, and you may become our savior, Elder Muley remarked wistfully. Rufin, accustomed to such declarations, found it quite natural, as it was indeed typical for the Namekians to possess such abilities. Chapter 20. 3 wishes let me become an ordinary Super Saiyan. Vegeta hastily interjected, voicing his wish. Purunga, however, ignored Vegeta's plea. Hey, hurry up and grant my wish. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration as he noticed the dragon's lack of response. Dragon, for my first wish, grant me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, Rufin articulated in Namekian. This wish can indeed be fulfilled, Purunga's voice echoed in reply. A hum resonated as red light flickered in Purunga's eyes, swiftly enveloping Rufin. He distinctly felt subtle changes within his body, as if his skin had acquired the ability to breathe independently. Is this the power to survive in the cosmos? Purunga declared, your first wish has been granted. Damn it. Must wishes also be spoken in Namekian? Vegeta gritted his teeth. My prince, have I not repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a tranquil heart? Why must you always be so irritable? Rufin sighed. Enough chatter. My wish has been granted. Now make me a Super Saiyan. Vegeta urged impatiently. Very well. For my second wish, may Prince Vegeta become a Super Saiyan, Rufin wished, articulating the final phrase in Namekian. What wish did you make? Vegeta questioned, unable to comprehend. I'm afraid I cannot grant the wish to become a Super Saiyan. Purunga's voice resonated from above. What? Even this dragon cannot fulfill that wish. I merely wish to be an ordinary Super Saiyan, not the legendary one. Vegeta protested, incredulous that such a wish could not be realized. Indeed, just an ordinary Super Saiyan. Rufin stated, is it feasible? It is not, Purunga replied. Then tell him how to become a Super Saiyan. Surely that wish can be granted, Rufin inquired. That can be done, Purunga nodded. Then, Purunga fell silent. Quickly, tell me how to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta urged. Apologies, but I need to make my wish in the Namekian language. Purunga, Vegeta feels deeply hurt. How infuriating. What do you expect me to say? Lufon, truly thick-headed. Lufon had no choice but to repeat his previous statement in Namekian. How does one become a Super Saiyan? Is that your wish? Purunga inquired. Why are you so verbose? Vegeta retorted angrily. Is this your attitude towards your wish? Purunga replied coldly. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yet he immediately lowered his proud head. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled that there was another powerful Namekian on this planet. Perhaps I should remain humble. To become a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a tranquil heart. Purunga, not wishing to escalate the matter with Vegeta, proceeded to explain the method of becoming a Super Saiyan. Within the Saiyan's body resides a type of cell, which requires a peaceful heart to gradually strengthen. Once the number of these cells reaches a certain threshold, one can transform into a regular Super Saiyan through a significant emotional shift. Vegeta immediately turned to Lufon. I have serious doubts that you and this dragon rehearsed your lines beforehand. Why do you both sound nearly identical? Can a regular Super Saiyan defeat Frieza? Vegeta inquired once more. Purunga remained silent. Damn it, does the next question count as a wish? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Enough, Your Highness, no need for so many questions. Lufon consoled. Let us make another wish. What do you intend to wish for? Vegeta asked. Dragon, transport me, Vegeta, and our spaceship to a planet suitable for cell growth. Lufon spoke in Namekian. Granted, that wish can be fulfilled, Purunga replied. Wait, let me say my goodbyes first. Lufon waved his hand. Purunga, hey, what wish did you make? Vegeta quickly asked. To have the dragon send us to a planet suitable for cell growth. Is that acceptable? Lufon smiled. Humph, that's more like it. Vegeta nodded in agreement. However, after Vegeta spoke, he suddenly paused. By the way, didn't you say living on Earth would accelerate cell growth? Vegeta recalled Lufon's previous words. Indeed, let the dragon decide. Perhaps we might return to Earth after all, Lufon chuckled. Vegeta fell silent. Dragon Purunga, my apologies for the interruption, Elder Muley. Lufon turned to Elder Muley. It's nothing. If you have time, feel free to visit Namek. Elder Muley smiled. The gates of Namek will always be open for you. Never mind. There are no beauties on this planet. It's rather dull. Lufon shook his head. Elder Muley, the Namekian villagers, Very well, that shall be all, farewell. Lufan waved his hand. Whoosh. A red glow flickered in Purunga's eyes, swiftly enveloping Lufan, Vegeta, and their spaceship. In a mere instant, Reuven and Vegeta vanished without a trace. Reuven's wish was strikingly simple. He did not desire immortality or any such fantastical aspirations. Such notions were impractical. Nor did he yearn to become the strongest in the universe. For Reuven, the most reliable path to strength lay in self-improvement through diligent effort. Thus, he wished only to overcome his shortcomings, nothing more. In a flash, Reuven regained his senses and found himself on an unfamiliar planet. The ground was a vivid red, while the sky shimmered in hues of orange, illuminated by a pale blue sun. It was difficult for Reuven to fathom how a blue sun could cast such an orange hue upon the sky. Yet, upon reflection, he considered Earth's own sun, which was red, while its sky appeared blue, an effect created by the reflection of vast oceans. The architectural style on this planet bore a resemblance to Namek but was distinctly different, exuding a sense of advanced technology. This world was home to a myriad of diverse races. Reuven and Vegeta were teleported directly to a sparsely populated street by the dragon Shenron. The inhabitants, upon witnessing their arrival, displayed no signs of astonishment, as if such occurrences were commonplace. What is this place? Vegeta mused, momentarily bewildered, as he seized a humanoid resembling a frog. Chapter 21. I might become a Super Saiyan God. It is noteworthy that in the world of Dragon Ball, the term humans typically refers to sentient beings, excluding deities. For instance, entities like Frieza, Cell, and Bu fall within this category. Do you not know? This is the most renowned culinary planet in our universe, the frog-like being replied. Oh, a culinary planet? I have heard of this world, Vegeta acknowledged. Then nonchalantly kicked the frog being 10 meters away, turning to Reuven. It is said that this place boasts a plethora of delicacies from across the cosmos. How vexing. Why have we come to this tedious planet? We are here to enhance ourselves, not to indulge in food. The frog-like creature, gritting its teeth, struggled to rise, casting a furious glare at Vegeta. Vegeta, however, paid it no mind. Perhaps, spending some time on this planet will indeed bolster our cellular growth, Reuven speculated. Since we have some idle time, we might as well settle here for the moment, Vegeta conceded. I must expedite the growth of my cells and attain the status of a Super Saiyan. Then, I shall defeat that scoundrel Frieza. Once he is vanquished, I shall be the strongest in the universe. Vegeta exclaimed, elated. Shall we engage in some minor commerce? Experience the local way of life? Reuven pondered aloud. What nonsense. We are a warrior race. You expect us to engage in trade? Vegeta retorted, his frustration evident. Remain calm, Reuven advised. Immediately, Vegeta fell silent. Indeed, it was wise to maintain composure. Otherwise, how could they hope to enhance their cells? Only by engaging in small enterprises can one truly experience life here, Lufan remarked. Unless you intend to eradicate every inhabitant of this planet, how else would you foster cellular growth? Vegeta responded nonchalantly, do as you wish. After some hesitation, Vegeta reluctantly acquiesced. Pray tell, what shall we create? Lufan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I am merely adept at combat. Do not involve me in matters of trade. Vegeta retorted dismissively. I shall open a shop. Are you certain you will not partake in any activities? Lufan smiled. Do not be surprised when I transform into a Super Saiyan, and you remain as you are. Enough boasting. The first to become a Super Saiyan will undoubtedly be me. Vegeta declared with confidence. What is this? Lufan approached a tree, gazing thoughtfully at its grandeur. Just a plant, Vegeta scoffed. It appears to be a cola tree. Lufan mused. What an absurdity. What does it matter what it's called? Vegeta expressed his disinterest. I have noticed that this planet has a plethora of such flora. Lufan continued. We shall produce cola. Cola? What purpose does it serve? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. You need only assist me with one task. Should anyone dare to replicate my product, you shall handle them, Lufan proposed. That is within my expertise, Vegeta conceded. As he was simply here to experience life, a means to enhance cellular growth. Vegeta, too, yearned to swiftly transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, Lufan's cola initiative commenced. 3 months later, a beverage known as cola began to spread across this gastronomic planet. People discovered that the drink's most notable characteristic was its exquisite taste, which paired perfectly with the local cuisine. To indulge in delightful food while savoring such a delectable beverage was an unparalleled joy. Many extraterrestrials recognized the opportunity. acquiring cola and scrutinizing its ingredients. Numerous alien civilizations possessed advanced technology, easily deciphering the cola that Lu Fan had developed. These beings promptly prepared to manufacture imitations. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable prowess, they quickly abandoned their ambitions. Many even recognized the origin of the cola. It was crafted by scions. The beverage was indeed the creation of two scions. The aliens dared not entertain such nefarious thoughts any longer. The primary reason these extraterrestrials sought to replicate the drink was due to the fact that Lu Fan, the scion, was rather stingy, selling only 1,000 bottles of cola each day. No exceptions were made for anyone. It was rumored that once, the Galactic King came to purchase cola, but by the time he arrived, he was the 1001 SD in line. Lu Fan steadfastly refused to sell him the drink, leaving the Galactic King sleepless for several days. Thus, more than a month passed. Lu Fan's stall was modest, merely a small setup. The process of crafting cola was straightforward. Lu Fan had specifically sought out a scientist to develop a synthesis technique for the beverage. With merely a press on that device, a bottle of cola would miraculously emerge. Hey, Lu Fan, is this how you conduct business? Selling only 1,000 bottles a day? Vegeta sighed. Do you think we are engaged in commerce? Lu Fan replied with a smile directed at Vegeta. If not commerce, then what else could it be? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. We are here to experience life and enhance ourselves, my lord. Are you not straying from the path? Lu Fan exhaled deeply. Damn it, while running this business, I nearly lost my own way, Vegeta exclaimed. Indeed, I am here to enhance myself. The business aspect is utterly insignificant. Speaking of which, I wonder how our cellular growth is progressing. How can one ascertain the extent of this? Vegeta inquired. It is indeed indiscernible. However, it seems our training paths diverge. Lu Fan shook his head. What do you mean? How can our training paths differ? You have always been my sparring partner. How has that changed? Vegeta questioned with confusion. Once the cellular growth within me reaches a certain threshold, I may be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lu Fan pondered. Unable to transform? Did not the dragon say that as long as one is a Saiyan, and their cells reach a certain quantity, they can transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta retorted. I might have a certain probability of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, Lu Fan contemplated. Vegeta stood in stunned silence for a full 10 seconds. Are you jesting with me? We are both increasing our cells, yet you attain the status of Super Saiyan God, while I can merely become a Super Saiyan? Who are you trying to fool? You may not believe it if I tell you, Lu Fan replied. Then do not speak of it, Vegeta snapped. You see, you have grown irritable again, Vegeta, Lu Fan chuckled. Chapter 22, Lu Fan, Destruction TCH. Vegeta grimaced. It must be said that after 4 months of introspective training, Vegeta has indeed experienced some growth. Currently, he possesses a modicum of cellular enhancement, albeit incomparable to Lu Fan's. Lu Fan had long been honing his inner self. Besides augmenting his cells, Lu Fan was persistently attempting to condense destruction. In just 4 months, he had managed to condense destruction to the size of a mung bean. Though still diminutive, its potency was formidable. Lu Fan had once hurled this mung bean-sized destruction at a mountain, which promptly disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The inhabitants of the culinary planet were abuzz with speculation about the mountain's disappearance, as it vanished without a trace, appearing not to have been obliterated by energy. It was utterly terrifying. Ah, is that not Vegeta and Lu Fan? At that moment, an alien with a frog-like visage unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of Lu Fan's modest establishment. What? Chewie? Vegeta instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. Vegeta, it has been a while. Chewie chuckled mockingly. I never expected the illustrious Scion Prince, Vegeta, to be engaged in commerce here. It's utterly laughable. What did you say? Vegeta retorted, his anger palpable. My lord, remain composed. It's been 4 months since then. Why are you still so easily provoked? Lu Fan sighed. Look at me. I'm not angry. What reason do you have to be? You fool, you are not a prince. What grounds do you have to be angry? You are merely a prince's lackey. Chewie snapped back. Vegeta responded, You are absolutely right, Chewie. In this moment, I almost feel as though you are speaking on my behalf. This brat Lu Fan constantly urges me to remain calm. But you are not a prince, of course. You can be calm. It is I who am being ridiculed here. How can I remain composed when a mere follower conducts business here while I, a bona fide prince, am subjected to mockery? Your reasoning is indeed sound. I am at a loss for words. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. I have heard that the cola you produce is delightful. Bring me a bottle. I wish to sample it. Xiao-Yi beckoned to Lu Fan. Please wait in line. Lu Fan replied. Xiao-Yi warned. Do you believe I will allow you to make me wait? With a cold demeanor, Vegeta interjected. If you wish to fight, follow me. He gestured towards an open area in the distance. You all probably remain unaware, do you? Xiao-Yi laughed. Unaware of what? Vegeta paused, intrigued. Hey, did everyone hear? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Xiao-Yi exclaimed gleefully. What did you say? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Stop lying, you fabricator. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, shaking his head in disbelief. The aliens waiting in line for cola perked up their ears at this revelation. I knew you would not believe it. Xiao-Yi chuckled softly. But the truth is undeniable. Planet Vegeta was struck by a massive meteorite and has been utterly obliterated. The number of surviving scions is exceedingly scarce. Do you comprehend what exceedingly scarce means? Fewer than 10 individuals. Was there no prior warning? Vegeta furrowed his brow, frustration mounting. Damn it. Now I cannot fulfill my role as Prince Vegeta. Xiao-Yi pressed on. Have your parents perished? Do you not feel even a modicum of sorrow? Xiao-Yi was momentarily taken aback by his own question. Humph. The death of my parents and the destruction of my planet mean nothing to me, Vegeta sneered. The destruction of the Scion planet? It appears to be true. What do they call it? One reaps what one sows. The Scions have long exploited the planets of others. Who would have thought their own would meet such a catastrophic fate? Numerous aliens who were aware of the situation wore expressions of schadenfreude. The Scions had indeed committed numerous wrongdoings over the years, resulting in a tarnished reputation. How about we band together and seize their cola equipment? One alien proposed. How shameless. They only sell 1,000 bottles of cola a day. Another alien grumbled, seething with resentment. If we were to take their equipment, we could drink as much cola as we desire. I believe that is a viable plan. Initially, there was a certain trepidation regarding the Scion race. However, with their numbers dwindling to less than 10, what is there to fear? Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for them. The multitude of aliens in line ceased their waiting, as most had readied themselves for battle. These extraterrestrial beings yearned to rush forth and seize this beverage stand from Ru Fan. Humph, wild monkeys, you truly incite the wrath of heaven and humanity alike. Quickly, bring me a bottle of cola so that I may indulge. Xiao-Yi beckoned, stating that if it pleased his palate, he might even report back to Lord Frieza and consider sheltering them. Otherwise, they were no different from homeless, wretched dogs. Destruction. Ru Fan uttered those two words. Whoosh. A purplish-red energy of annihilation surged toward Xiao-Yi. What is this? Xiao-Yi stood momentarily dazed. What could this possibly be? It appeared no larger than a mung bean. Surely, it was inconsequential. Xiao-Yi had intended to disregard it. However, as the purplish-red energy approached, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of impending doom. This is bad. Xiao-Yi gasped in terror, attempting to evade the onslaught of destructive energy. Yet, it was as though the purplish-red energy had locked onto him, rendering him immobile in that moment. The horror in Xiao-Yi's eyes was palpable. Crack. In the next instant, he was struck directly by the purplish-red energy, leading to a shocking spectacle for all present. Crack. Xiao-Yi shattered like a soap bubble, disintegrating into particles that scattered with the wind. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. What just transpired? How could an energy no larger than a mung bean possess such devastating power? Vegeta conceded that, if he unleashed his full energy, he too could obliterate a being. However, he believed it was impossible to reduce someone to mere dust. The aliens, who had initially intended to rush forward, were left wide-eyed in shock at such a terrifying display. The line appears somewhat askew, Ru Fan remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the aliens queuing. Chapter 23. Why haven't I transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? The aliens were so paralyzed with fear that they promptly returned to their places in line, which quickly straightened out. Who is next? Ru Fan inquired. It is my turn, my lord, an alien said cautiously, fearful that a loud voice might bring about his demise. To queue for cola only to meet one's end would indeed be tragic. Ru Fan nodded, poured a cup of cola, and placed it upon the table. The alien paid, bowed respectfully, and departed with utmost reverence. Next, Ru Fan called. The multitude of aliens in line pondered. Why does it feel as though we are not queuing for cola? It seems more akin to waiting for Mengpo's soup. Vegeta remained in a daze for quite some time. Until the last cup of cola was sold, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Ruffin without blinking. Hey, Ruffin, what was that move you just performed? Vegeta inquired hastily. Was my explanation not sufficiently clear? I mentioned it while attacking Chio-E, did I not? Ruffin replied with a smile. Destruction? Vegeta pondered, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. Quite astute, Ruffin affirmed with a nod. Astute, my foot. When did you come to comprehend such a domineering technique? Vegeta pressed further. Your Highness, what are you thinking? Did I not tell you? I have been studying destruction all this time, Ruffin said with a grin. Vegeta suddenly realized, indeed, Ruffin had indeed mentioned such a thing. However, after a brief pause, Vegeta scoffed. I see now, you compressed the energy, and at the moment of impact with Chio-E, the energy exploded, shattering him, correct? Vegeta conjectured. Think whatever you wish. Ruffin replied, uninterested in elaborating further. In the vast cosmos, amidst the sea of stars, Frieza's spaceship traversed the universe at a slow pace. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza let out a peculiar laugh, his triangular eyes gleaming with delight. The Scions had finally been exterminated. Now, fewer than 10 remained. To be precise, less than 5. Congratulations. Lord Frieza, Dodoria bowed respectfully. That long-haired little brat, Raditz, poses no threat, and the Scions sent to Earth, with a combat power of merely 2, is hardly noteworthy. Sabin replied. There's also that bald Scion named Nappa, who claims to be a superior warrior, but it would be quite a feat if his combat power exceeded 10,000. Indeed, Sabin is correct. I wonder how Prince Vegeta fares now. Dodoria mused. Do we have any news on Vegeta and his underling? Frieza inquired, narrowing his eyes. We lost contact with them completely last time, Dodoria replied. Perhaps they are hiding away to train? Frieza chuckled, not overly concerned. If they wish to train, let them. They will eventually reveal themselves. At the very least, that underling of Vegeta, Ruffin, should be rendered ineffective, Sabin smiled. Lord Frieza, we have just received a report from the distant gourmet planet, a subordinate approached to inform. Oh, the gourmet planet? What news do we have? Frieza asked with interest. This gourmet planet was specifically created by Frieza for Beerus, who would enjoy its culinary delights upon awakening. Frieza had invested considerable effort into the creation of this planet, and upon hearing news from it, he could not help but furrow his brow. The gourmet planet was managed by Frieza's secretive agents, and its security was typically reliable, so disturbances were not expected. Lord Chio-E has been killed, the subordinate reported. Oh, is that so? Frieza replied with a smile. Chio-E is dead? Doria was momentarily taken aback. What? Chio-E's combat prowess was formidable. Who could have slain him? It was the Scion Prince Vegeta's companion, Ruffin, who unleashed a peculiar form of energy that rendered Chio-E utterly powerless, replied the subordinate candidly. What did you say? Doria exclaimed in disbelief. You mentioned a strange energy release. According to eyewitness accounts, it appeared to be a form of compressed energy. Upon entering the body, it would cause an explosion. The subordinate responded. So it was energy of a compressive nature? Frieza chuckled softly, amused that Vegeta's companion Ruffin had mastered such a trivial technique. However, it seems Chio-E let his guard down. What were Vegeta and that Ruffin doing on the culinary planet? It seems they were selling a beverage called cola. The subordinate wiped his brow. What did you say? What are they doing? Frieza questioned, convinced he had misheard. Selling beverages, the subordinate reiterated. Frieza, Sabo, Doria, cough, I cannot be mistaken, can I? Doria wiped his forehead, incredulous at the notion of the proud Scion prince selling drinks on a culinary planet. It was simply unbelievable. Sabo likewise wiped his brow. Is this information reliable? Frieza inquired. Indeed. The subordinate replied respectfully. Useless, Doria remarked. Frieza squinted slightly, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. Doria suddenly felt he had misspoken. Crack. Doria hastily knelt before Frieza, bowing his head in supplication. My lord Frieza, what I meant was, those 2 Scions are useless. Doria lamented, on the verge of tears. Rise, it's not a matter of great consequence. Surely I can discern the truth, Frieza said, rubbing his nose with a smile and gesturing dismissively to the subordinate. The subordinate bowed and withdrew. My lord Frieza, shall we visit the culinary planet? Sabo asked. There is no need, Frieza replied with a light chuckle. That planet is already under my domain. Let those there keep a close watch on Vegeta and report any news to me at once. Yes, my lord Frieza, Sabo responded respectfully. Days turned into years, and 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. Ruffin and Vegeta remained stationed on the culinary planet, manning a fixed stall selling cola. 3 years. 3 years have passed. Why have I not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta trembled with frustration. That is because you lack a tranquil heart, Rufin sighed. I have told you countless times to cultivate a more serene mindset. Rubbish. You have managed to maintain a calm demeanor. Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta scoffed. Didn't I mention? I may not be able to become a Super Saiyan. I am following the path of the Super Saiyan God. Rufin shook his head. Cut it out with your useless chatter. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I've had enough of this peaceful existence. From now on, we shall part ways. I will pack my things and leave this planet. Very well. Do as you wish, Rufin replied. You need not serve as my training partner any longer. As Planet Vegeta has already vanished, Vegeta stated. What Vegeta remains unaware of is that during these 3 years, Lufan has experienced a remarkable surge in strength. In the 6th universe, on the planet Kampa, the god of destruction Kampa reclines in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. How tedious, he mutters. I am not like that fellow Beerus, who can sleep soundly. Why can't I seem to doze off? With a yawn, he expresses his irritation. The angel Vados, wielding her staff, is diligently observing the cosmos. Hey, Vados, find something to occupy yourself with. Kampa glances over at her. What does Lord Kampa wish to do? Vados inquires with a smile, retracting her staff momentarily. Have there been any delectable treats lately? Kampa asks. Delectable treats? Vados shakes her head. It seems we have consumed nearly all the culinary delights in our universe, and after eons, we have yet to discover anything new. You are correct, Kampa nods. Disappointment etched on his face. Perhaps you might consider if there is something from the past that you now crave? Vados suggests. Kampa ponders this notion carefully, but ultimately shakes his head in disappointment and casually remarks, by the way, we lack such delights in our universe. Are there any in others? Other universes? Vados pauses for a moment, contemplating. You know, Lord Kampa, I have heard whispers of a culinary planet in the 7th universe, renowned for its vast array of delicacies. Shall we venture there to sample its offerings? A culinary planet? Kampa blinks in surprise. Such a place exists? Before succumbing to slumber, Lord Beerus had commissioned the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, to assist him. In a bid to impress Beerus, this Frieza crafted a culinary planet specifically for the god to enjoy upon awakening. Vados provides this explanation. What did you say? Kampa's eyes widen with envy and resentment. How perceptive of that minion of Beerus. He even created a culinary planet for him. And what of me? It seems I am without a minion of my own. Perhaps I should find one for myself. He pauses, then adds, let us sample the offerings first. If the food on that culinary planet is not to my liking, why would I go to the trouble of creating such a place? Vados, shall we go and taste it? Kampa proposes. Of course, Lord Kampa, Vados replies, nodding in agreement. Kampa positions himself beside Vados. With a gentle tap of her staff upon the ground, a radiant brilliance akin to the stars envelopes both Vados and Kampa. In an instant, they vanish into the void. After a flight of over an hour, Vados and Kampa finally alight upon the culinary planet. Upon arrival, Kampa is immediately greeted by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Indeed, this planet exudes the essence of culinary delights, he acknowledges with a nod. Lord Kampa, what shall we indulge in? Vados inquires. Hey, Xiang Pa casually seized a frog-like creature and inquired, pray tell, where might one find the finest delicacies on this planet? The frogman retorted, enough of this nonsense. Why must you capture me just to ask for directions? 3 years ago, that little scion named Vegeta did the very same thing. And today, another cat-like individual has come to seize me. Speak, do not dawdle, Xiang Pa admonished, giving the frogman a light tap on the head. The frogman couldn't help but let out a loud croak. All right, I understand, it's over there. Xiang Pa nodded, dismissively tossing the frogman aside. You comprehend? I merely expressed it in my own tongue. How did you know? Can you truly understand my language? The most distinctive flavored chicken wings? Are they delectable? Xiang Pa strode towards the direction indicated by the frogman. Chicken wings? I have never heard of such a dish before. Perhaps it is merely a difference in nomenclature, Bardos speculated. I find myself rather intrigued, Xiang Pa smiled. Before long, Xiang Pa and Bardos arrived at the establishment specializing in flavored chicken wings. On the culinary planet, most restaurants tended to focus on a single type of dish. Much like this chicken wing venue, the establishment primarily served chicken wings, available in 4 preparations: roasted, steamed, boiled, and fried. Given the owner's creativity, it was quite impressive to conceive of these 4 variations. Naturally, the methods of preparation involved minimal seasoning, perhaps just a sprinkle of salt. Nevertheless, Xiangpa and Bardos savored every bite. It was unexpected that these wings, derived from a de-evolved pterosaur, could be so delightful. Xiangpa indulged, his lips glistening with grease. Indeed, it is my first experience with such exquisite chicken wings. Bardos nodded in agreement. Is this your first time enjoying chicken wings? An extraterrestrial from the neighboring table inquired. Indeed, Bardos politely acknowledged. If you were to enjoy them alongside a cola, the flavor would be even more sublime, the alien suggested, taking a sip of his cola before biting into another wing. What are you saying? Xiangpa paused, momentarily bewildered. What is that beverage you are consuming? Is it the urine of a dung beetle from Madala? The alien replied, what nonsense. This is cola, the finest drink on this planet. The alien sighed. This cat-like individual truly lacks experience. A beverage? How good could it possibly be? Xiangpa pondered for a few moments. It's just a drink. I have had many before. It is indeed delightful. This beverage has taken the culinary planet by storm, the alien responded. Where can one procure it? Xiangpa inquired. There is a cola shop at the corner, the only one on this planet, the alien replied. However, I fear they may have sold out by this hour. What do you mean sold out? Xiangpa asked, perplexed. This cola shop sells a mere 1,000 bottles daily, the alien explained, and no more than that. Is there truly such a business model? Is it due to a lack of raw materials? Xiangpa questioned. The raw materials should be plentiful. But I suspect it is merely a tactic of scarcity marketing, he mused. Upon the conclusion of the alien's statement, it took a bite of chicken wings and gulped down a cup of cola, smacking its lips in sheer delight. Witnessing the alien reveling in such ecstasy, Xiangpa felt a twinge of envy. Bardos, let us pay a visit to that cola shop. It seems rather delectable, Xiangpa whispered to Bardos. Isn't it said that they no longer serve at this hour? Bardos replied with a smile. If I go, would they dare refuse me? Xiangpa chuckled. Oh dear. If you resort to force, what if they refuse to sell to you altogether? Bardos sighed. Then I shall simply eliminate them, Xiangpa declared. After all, the death of one person is hardly significant. Bardos suggested, let us go together and see. Very well, Xiangpa nodded, but I shall pack my wings first. As she spoke, Bardos signaled to the waiter to have her chicken wings packaged. Xiangpa remarked, why go through that trouble? We can pack them when we leave. Why wait when it can be done now? Bardos smiled. Suit yourself, but do hurry. We might still procure some cola, Xiangpa replied, unless absolutely necessary. I prefer to avoid causing trouble in Beerus's universe. Indeed, it will be ready shortly, Bardos nodded slightly. Once the chicken wings were packaged, Xiangpa and Bardos strode towards the cola shop where Ruffin was located. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the day's cola supply had been exhausted, and Ruffin had already closed up shop. At that moment, Vegeta had finished packing his belongings, preparing to part ways with Ruffin. After 3 years of living with you, I have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Not only that, but my battle power has barely increased by a mere 200 points, Vegeta lamented, almost on the verge of tears. Ruffin has truly let me down. Had I trained diligently, my battle power would have reached at least 100,000 by now. Vegeta grumbled as he prepared to leave. My prince, do not be so confident, Ruffin sighed. What did you say? Vegeta retorted, his temper flaring. I am the most talented Saiyan. You know that well. My prince, without me, your future achievements would likely cap at a mere 18,000, Ruffin stated. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. What nonsense is this? Whose battle power is confined to 18,000? You speak absurdities. Vegeta huffed. Just wait. In a few years, my battle power will undoubtedly reach 100,000. At that time, I shall return to find you, provided you are still alive. Hello? Is anyone there? Just as Vegeta's words echoed, Xiangpa's voice resonated from outside the building. Behind Ruffin and Vegeta's cola shop lay a structure approximately 400 square meters in area, where the two resided. The culinary planet's expanse is comparable to that of Namek, resulting in the majority of the buildings being quite substantial in size. A residence of over 400 square meters is considered modest on this culinary planet. The spaceships of Vegeta and Ruffin are parked within the yard of the house. We have run out of cola, Ruffin announced to the outside world. Just as he finished his sentence, Xiangpa and Bardos swiftly descended from the sky, appearing in the yard. Ruffin paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of these two. Vegeta, who was about to board his spaceship and depart, halted upon seeing the uninvited guests. He silently studied Xiangpa, feeling as though he had encountered this individual before, but could not quite place him. Vegeta mused to himself. I have met countless aliens. This one does not seem particularly noteworthy. Hey, kid, pour me a glass of cola, Xiangpa commanded Reuven. We are out, Reuven replied. What did you say? Xiangpa's expression darkened instantly. Do you even know who I am? No, are you famous? Reuven shook his head. Oh dear, Lord Xiangpa, let us not act rashly. We come as guests. Surely we can discuss this amicably, Bardoss interjected, unable to bear the tension. Humph, selling only 1,000 bottles of cola each day, if negotiation works. Then that would be a miracle. Xiangpa rolled his eyes. Mr. Reuven, we journeyed from a distant star system. Could you kindly offer us a glass of cola to taste? Bardoss said politely. Bardoss, it would be futile to exert yourself, Xiangpa chuckled lightly. I propose we teach this kid a lesson, and then have him prepare us a glass of cola. If it is delightful, we shall take him back to our planet to serve us daily. If not, I see no reason for his existence. Agreed, Reuven suddenly interjected, but I shall only prepare it for you. Thank you, Bardoss smiled and nodded. What did you say? Xiangpa was incensed. Are you implying that you will only make it for Bardoss and not for me? Just as Xiangpa prepared to confront Reuven, he reconsidered, deciding to let the boy first serve Bardoss a glass of cola. If it proved to be enjoyable, they could make further plans. If not, he would eliminate him. Reuven approached, poured a glass of cola, and handed it to Bardoss. She took a small sip, and her eyebrows danced with delight. This is exquisite. The flavor is unparalleled, Bardoss exclaimed, savoring the delightful sensation on her palate. Bardoss, how does it taste? Xiangpa inquired. Yet, upon asking, he already comprehended the answer. Bardoss's expression alone revealed that it must be delightful. In no time, Bardoss had drained the glass completely, even going so far as to tilt it to capture the last drop of cola. You scoundrel! Leave some for me. How shameless can you be? Xiangpa exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 26 Bardoss, allow me to treat you to some spicy hot pot. Delicious. Truly deserving of its reputation as the most renowned beverage on this planet. Bardoss nodded in satisfaction, gazing at Reuven. After a brief silence, she inquired, May I have another glass? Would you be my girlfriend? Reuven proposed. Bardoss responded, Xiangpa. Is your name Bardoss? What a lovely name. Reuven sighed. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an overwhelming affection. Bardoss wiped the sweat from her brow vigorously. Xiangpa chuckled helplessly. You're quite bold, aren't you? You dare to pursue an angel? A single cup of cola is all it takes for you to think an angel would be your girlfriend? No, it should be 2 cups. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, scoffed, pathetic. Wanting a girlfriend at such an early stage? And that so-called girlfriend of yours? She appears quite aged, doesn't she? That old woman. Most importantly, her skin is blue. Reuven, why not seek a girlfriend whose complexion resembles ours? I recall that Earthlings bear a striking resemblance to us Psiots. If you are in search of a partner, you could easily find one on Earth. By the way, that girl named Bulma is around your age. She would suit you perfectly. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts in pursuing an elderly woman with blue skin. Bardoss cast a thoughtful glance at Vegeta. Who are you calling an old woman? However, she was not offended. In truth, the notion of being called an old woman was not entirely unfounded. I have lived for over 1 billion years. I suppose I am, indeed, an old woman. No, to be precise, I should be referred to as an eternally youthful girl. Be my girlfriend, and I shall treat you to spicy hot pot, Reuven continued. Spicy hot pot? What is that? Bardoss asked, momentarily taken aback. Is it 6 times or 8 times? Reuven pondered. Bardoss looked utterly perplexed. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words, dear angel. I have made my decision. You shall be my girlfriend, Reuven declared loudly. Bardoss replied, I did not consent. Is there anyone so forward as you? Come on, little Bardoss, have a cola. Reuven turned, poured 2 cups of cola, and handed one to Bardoss. Little Bardoss? Bardoss covered her face, feeling speechless. Uffed. Xiangpa erupted in laughter nearby. Bardoss, look at you now. You've allowed a human to tease you. By the way, is this your pet cat? Reuven asked, addressing the plump feline. You should also have some cola. With that, he offered the other cup of cola to Xiangpa. Xiangpa's face flushed crimson, and he contemplated how to deal with Reuven. However, after a brief struggle, he silently gazed at the cup of cola in Reuven's hand. I shall taste it first. If it is unpleasant, I can always deal with him later. If it is delightful, I shall take him to my planet to make cola for me. Once I have had my fill, then I can decide his fate. Xiangpa, with a somber expression, accepted the cola. After savoring a sip, an overwhelming sense of delight washed over him. Wow, such a delicious beverage. Why have I only just discovered it? How tragic, he exclaimed. Indeed, it is delightful. Bardos, too, quietly relished the pleasure that the cola bestowed upon him. After 3 sips, Bardos turned his gaze towards Lufan. Do you concur? Lufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bardos nearly choked. What do you mean, concur? What did I say? The young boy coughed and remarked, judging by your appearance, you seem to be only 8 years old. Am I correct? Bardos sighed. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Lufan nodded. At 8, are you already seeking a girlfriend? Bardos expressed his disbelief. By your kind standards, shouldn't you wait until at least 16 to pursue such matters? I matured rather early, Lufan replied with a smile. Humph, among us scions, we begin our physical growth at 8. In just 3 years, we will be nearly adult-like. Vegeta interjected with a grunt, adding, this is also to enable us to engage in battle sooner. Science. You are science. Xiangpa looked at Vegeta and then at Lufan. Humph, indeed, Vegeta huffed. Bardos, do we have science in our realm? Xiangpa inquired. Yes, they currently reside on planet Sadala, Bardos affirmed with a slight nod. What? Planet Sadala? Are you joking? That planet has long since become a dead world. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Xiangpa disregarded Vegeta's comment and approached Bardos. Bardos, I have made up my mind. I shall take this boy back with me so he can prepare cola for us daily. Xiangpa grinned at Bardos. Very well. Lord Xiangpa, Bardos nodded without protest. As for Lufan's claim of being infatuated with him, Bardos regarded it as insignificant, merely a jest to be entertained. Perhaps once you learn of my true identity, you will abandon such notions. What to do with this peculiar boy with inverted hair? Xiangpa silently glanced at Vegeta, contemplating whether to take him along as well, perhaps to keep him around for some amusement. As you wish, Bardos offered no objection. Humph, how dull, Vegeta scoffed. Lufan, handle those two yourself. I am leaving. Are you departing already? Lufan inquired. Of course, as agreed. I shall return when my battle power exceeds 100,000, Vegeta declared, striding toward the spaceship. Your Highness, I believe you are about to miss the greatest opportunity of your life, Lufan sighed. Vegeta slowly halted, turning to regard Lufan. What? He asked. Nothing. Do as you please, Lufan replied. Humph, Vegeta grunted, stepping aboard the spaceship. Whoosh. The spacecraft launched, swiftly disappearing into the void, soon vanishing from sight. Xiangpa glanced up at Vegeta's spaceship, but chose not to intervene. Let him go, he remarked. He has left, Bardos noted. Forget it, let us just go. Bring this lad back, that's all that matters. Xiangpa nodded. Hey, kid, from today onward, you will return with me to my planet. Specifically to prepare cola for me, Xiangpa commanded Lu Fan. No, I want to stay with Xiao Ba, Lu Fan replied. Xiangpa, Ba Dosi, Chapter 27. It turns out you are gods. Rest assured, she resides on the same planet as I do, Xiangpa reassured. I am so conflicted. I do not wish to become a son-in-law, Lu Fan pondered. Ba Dosi covered her face, unwilling to speak. Xiangpa's expression darkened. What a chaotic mess. Damn being a son-in-law. Then it's settled. Starting today, I will live with Xiao Ba, Lu Fan declared. Xiangpa was speechless. Didn't you disagree? Your change of heart is rather swift. What do I need to bring back to make cola? Xiangpa inquired. All this equipment must be taken. Lu Fan indicated the cola-making apparatus, and the tree over there should ideally be moved as well. Xiangpa, you have quite a few demands. However, for the sake of cola, I shall not hesitate. Xiangpa stepped forward, uprooted the tree, and with a flick of his hand, summoned the cola-making equipment. All right, we can depart, Xiangpa announced. Cradling the tree, I'll fly you. Lu Fan promptly embraced Ba Dosi. Don't hold on to me. Go embrace that tree. Ba Dosi retorted, exasperated. It's more comfortable holding you, Lu Fan replied. Ba Dosi fell silent. Let us just go, Xiangpa said, bemused. This lad always acted unpredictably. We should hurry. Ba Dosi did not object, allowing Lu Fan to hold her. Clang. Ba Dosi lightly tapped her staff against the ground. Instantly, a radiant brilliance, akin to stars, enveloped Lu Fan and Ba Dosi. Whoosh. Ba Dosi, with Lu Fan, vanished into the void, entering the vast cosmos. Xiangpa, dragging the immense cola tree and apparatus, radiated a purplish-red glow, following closely behind. Xiao Ba, you are truly impressive, flying so swiftly, Lu Fan marveled. Ba Dosi smiled faintly. Humph, lad, there's much you are yet unaware of. Xiangpa caught up, snorting lightly. Are you gods? Lu Fan suddenly inquired. Xiangpa, it seems you are not entirely ignorant. Xiangpa smiled softly. Are you powerful? Lu Fan asked, not at all incensed, but smiling. Of course. I am the most powerful god in our universe, Xiangpa replied with pride. Is that so? Lu Fan smiled subtly. What? Your expression suggests disbelief, does it not? Xiangpa rolled his eyes. Allow me to demonstrate my formidable power. Whoosh. As Xiangpa spoke, he lightly waved his hand, unleashing a purplish-red destructive energy. The energy surged toward a distant colossal star. Bang! The purplish-red energy struck the massive star with a resounding impact. In but a fleeting moment, the colossal star was shattered into fragments, disintegrating into nothingness and vanishing without a trace. The surrounding expanse of the cosmos was immediately cast into darkness. Clap! Clap! Lu Fan applauded vigorously. What do you think, young one? Kampa said with a sense of pride. Impressive. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Lu Fan nodded emphatically. If we were to quantify your earlier display in terms of our Scion battle power, the value would be beyond numerical representation. Battle power? What is that? Kampa inquired, looking towards Beerus for clarification. Beerus, gripping his staff, examined the situation closely. Battle power is a measure of energy within the Frieza force of Universe 7, and it can be quantified using an advanced device, he explained. However, this device cannot assess divine power. It only gauges ordinary energy. Lu Fan affirmed, indeed. If we were to convert that previous act of destruction into battle power, it would likely be an astronomical figure. Young man, what is your battle power? Kampa asked with a smile. I do not know, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Forget it, it is of little importance. If you can provide me with a satisfactory cola, I might teach you a trick or two during my leisure. Kampa smiled in response. Thank you. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. You are indeed fortunate, for training alongside me will yield great results with minimal effort, Kampa remarked with a gentle smile. Great fat cat. I have a question, Lu Fan began. Do not call me Great Fat Cat. Since you are aware of my divine nature, you should address me as Lord Kampa. Kampa replied with a frown. Very well, Lord Kampa, Lu Fan nodded. That is more like it, Kampa responded satisfactorily. Now speak, what is your inquiry? How large can your previous technique condense? Lu Fan asked. What do you mean? Kampa was momentarily taken aback. I mean it in the literal sense, Lu Fan clarified. Adding the word volume. Volume? Kampa paused, perplexed by Lu Fan's question. Yes, volume, Lu Fan affirmed. Your inquiry holds little significance. Destruction is about the power of the act, not its volume. Kampa shook his head. Is it not true that a larger volume equates to greater power? Lu Fan pressed further. In principle, that is correct. But it is not entirely accurate, Kampa explained. It is akin to the energy you manifest. While it can be condensed to a great extent, merely pursuing volume without understanding its essence can lead to discrepancies in power. I speak of scenarios where the essence is not overlooked. Does a greater volume indeed yield greater power? Lu Fan countered. Of course, that is the case, Kampa nodded. It is self-evident. For instance, if two entities possess the same density, a larger volume will invariably result in greater power. However, comparing cotton and iron of equal volume would yield no valid comparison. Then, what is the magnitude of destruction you can currently condense? Lu Fan inquired. Kampa replied, after all that, you have circled back to your original question. Meanwhile, Beerus silently listened, casting a thoughtful glance at Lu Fan. The volume of destruction that Kampa is currently gathering is approximately the size of a planet like Vegeta, Bato suddenly remarked. Is it truly capable of coalescing to such an extent? Lu Fan feigned astonishment. It is nothing of consequence, Kampa scoffed. Such intensity of destruction, if I so desired, could obliterate an entire universe. Is that so? How impressive. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. Youngster, now you understand my prowess, do you not? Kampa boasted with a self-satisfied grunt. From now on, you ought to treat me with respect. Extinguishing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Lu Fan replied. Kampa continued. Why do I sense that you are not the slightest bit afraid? Have you consumed too much soda and muddled your brain? Never mind. Why should I bother quarreling with a mere human? Chapter 28. This is my realm of destruction. Whoosh. The trio traversed through two distinct beams of vivid light, swiftly departing from the 7th universe and entering the realm of the 6th universe. Youngster, behold my 6th universe. All that exists here is under my dominion, Kampa declared. Go for it, Lu Fan encouraged. Damn it, go for what? Kampa retorted, irritated by Lu Fan's nonsensical responses. Whoosh. The three hastened their pace. Before long, An upside-down triangular planet appeared before Lufan. What a peculiar place, Lufan smiled. This is my realm of destruction, Kampa stated indifferently. Bang! The trio descended from the sky, landing upon the surface of Kampa's planet. I'm parched. Hurry and prepare a cup of soda for me, youngster, Kampa commanded Lufan. Bados, do you wish to partake? Lufan turned to inquire of Bados. Kampa seethed with irritation. I have already demonstrated my formidable power during our journey. Why do I feel you are utterly unperturbed? I do like some, Bados nodded. Very well, I shall prepare it now. Lufan set up his stall and addressed Kampa. That cat of yours, do not just stand idle. Plant that soda tree, for it is the essential ingredient for our drink. Address me as Lord Kampa. Kampa's expression darkened. Lord Kampa, might I trouble you to plant that soda tree? Lufan replied. Now that is more like it. Kampa nodded in satisfaction as he began to plant the tree. However, after Kampa had finished, he suddenly felt something was amiss. This is outrageous. It seems I am being treated like a servant by this brat. He is far too cunning. Just you wait. Once I tire of this soda, I shall have my revenge. Lufan prepared 2 cups of soda, tasting one before casually handing it to Bados. You're giving me a drink you've already tasted? Bados questioned. Soda is best enjoyed when it is fizzy, and it's even better with ice, Lufan explained. Indeed, I have already added ice. The flavor is just right. Bados hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to accept the cup. It's fine. I hold no disdain for you. Lufan reassured her. Bados wiped her brow. You've already tasted it, and you still claim you don't mind? After a brief moment of hesitation, Bados accepted Lufan's soda and took a sip. After tasting the cola from Rufin, Bados's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, cola with ice is far more delectable. Hey, what about mine? Xiangpa extended his hand. I've saved it for you, you big fat cat, Rufin replied as he handed over the cola. Let me remind you once more. You must address me as Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa said with a scowl. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, Rufin nodded. Xiangpa took the cola and took a sip. Ice. Why doesn't T-Mine have any? Xiangpa was taken aback, realizing his drink was merely lukewarm. Wait a moment, what did you use to add the ice? Bados suddenly came to her senses. I blew on the cola. The breath carried a chilling energy, Rufin explained. Bados felt a wave of dismay wash over her. As an angel, I almost fell for your trick. Why does it feel like I'm not drinking cola? Xiangpa chuckled to himself. Fortunately, mine wasn't tea-iced. If this kid had added ice, I would have been utterly disgusted. The taste is quite pleasant, Xiangpa remarked, nodding in satisfaction. This drink is truly delightful. What brings me the greatest joy is that I've managed to bring someone from the 7th universe into our 6th universe. If Beerus finds out, he'll surely blow his top. Besides, that fellow has probably never tasted this beverage. I am indeed clever. Another glass, please, Bados said. Yes. Would you like more ice? Rufin inquired. No need. I'll handle it myself. Bados wiped her brow. Don't be shy, if you keep being polite. I'll get angry, Rufin stated seriously. Thus, Rufin temporarily settled on Xiangpa's planet. As days turned into months, half a year passed. Xiangpa had nearly exhausted his cola supply. As he put it, he was close to being tired of it. Previously, he would drink until he could no longer, but now, 1 glass a day was sufficient. Additionally, during his leisure time, whenever Xiangpa felt joyful, he would occasionally mentor Rufin in his training. Rufin dedicated himself to learning. After receiving some guidance from Xiangpa, Rufin gained a deeper understanding of destruction. Bados also offered her insights, so during his studies of destruction, Rufin also delved into the angelic techniques of ultimate freedom. Hey kid, I'm about done with the cola. You better create some new beverages, Xiangpa said to Rufin. Big fat cat, next time you destroy a planet, bring back a lemon tree, Rufin suggested. How many times must I tell you not to call me big fat cat? Address me as Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa replied, frowning. Yes, I remember, Rufin nodded. You said you would remember that half a year ago. Xiangpa exclaimed. It's just a title. You still call me kid, Rufin laughed. Do you know what the consequences of disrespecting a god of destruction could be? Xiangpa clenched his fists. I understand your meaning. Does this imply that if my new beverage fails to please, you intend to destroy me? Lufan beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Of course, Xiangpa nodded. The lemon tree? This is it. The crystal orb atop Batoz's staff projected an image. A magnificent lemon tree loomed within the vision. Isn't that the yellow fruit tree from the planet Loslot? Xiangpa paused, recalling the fruit's sourness. That fruit is notoriously unpalatable, my dear boy. What do you want it for? To concoct a new beverage? Indeed. If we have time now, hurry over and retrieve it, Lufan replied with a smile. Think carefully. That fruit is exceptionally difficult to consume. It could very well make your teeth ache with its acidity. Xiangpa retorted. Just go already, why so much chatter? Lufan responded with a hint of annoyance. Just you wait. If it tastes terrible, I will hold you accountable. Xiangpa huffed before transforming into a purplish-red flame, swiftly vanishing into the void. Chapter 29. The High Priest's call with Xiangpa departed from his own planet. Only Lufan and Betos remained on the vast Xiangpa planet. So it's just the two of us left. We can enjoy a lovely rendezvous, Lufan mused. Betos, covering her face, was reluctant to engage. What do you mean it's just the two of us for a date? It sounds as if I am genuinely expected to accompany you, she retorted. What shall we do for fun? Lufan gazed at Betos, unable to tear his eyes away. Are you done yet? Betos inquired, her expression stern. No, I can never tire of looking at you. How can one be so beautiful? Lufan licked his lips. Hey, what does that lip smacking mean? Betos asked. You're a feast for the eyes, Lufan declared. Betos wiped her brow. It's only because I have a good temperament. Had it been another girl, you would have been beaten senseless by now, she remarked, shaking her head. I doubt they could withstand me, Lufan grinned. Oh dear. You think learning a bit of martial arts makes you my equal? Betos laughed. Is that martial arts? Lufan chuckled. Betos fell silent, pondering her own words. Wait, what? She suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Lufan asked. The High Priest has contacted me, Betos replied, but I'm unsure of the matter at hand. You should remain silent. The High Priest is not as accommodating as I. Understood, Lufan nodded vigorously, his mind briefly racing. What could the High Priestess' communication with Betos signify? High Priest. It has been a while, Betos smiled as she established a connection through her staff. Lufan could only hear her affirmations of all right. The High Priestess' words were lost to him. It appeared that his cultivation was still insufficient. He couldn't even hear the High Priest's discourse, Lufan thought, feeling a twinge of introspection. I understand, High Priest, Betos nodded. With a flash, the staff in her hand shimmered, and the light vanished. The conversation had concluded. After concluding the conversation with the Grand Priest, Betos gazed up at the sky, a contemplative expression gracing her features. What happened, little Betos? Lufan inquired. Betos, do you wish to become a god of destruction? She suddenly posed the question. Lufan was taken aback. Has the fat cat perished? Betos covered her forehead, at a loss for how to respond. Ahem, not our Universe 6 god of destruction, she wiped her brow. If not Universe 6, then which universe? Lufan asked curiously. Which god of destruction has met their demise? None of them. It is a new universe developed by the Grand Priest, Betos explained. A new universe? Lufan paused, astonishment flickering in his eyes. I had no knowledge of a new universe's existence. I never anticipated the emergence of another universe. Indeed, the Grand Priest just informed me that he wishes to select a god of destruction from across the cosmos to preside over this new universe. Would you be interested? Betos smiled as she asked. Not in the slightest, Lufan shook his head. Oh, Betos was taken aback, perplexed, and countered, why not? I heard that gods of destruction and supreme kais share a single life. If one perishes, the other vanishes as well, correct? Lufan queried. Indeed, that is accurate. Betos nodded gently. You see, I am so powerful that if someone cannot contend with me and ambushes my supreme kai, I would simply cease to exist. Who would I turn to for justice? Lufan asserted confidently. Your reasoning holds some merit, Betos pondered. Furthermore, there is one exceedingly significant reason, Lufan continued. What is that? Betos inquired. Will you venture to the new universe? Lufan asked. I am already the angel of Universe 6. Naturally, I will not go to the new universe, Betos replied. Then I certainly cannot go either. I cannot bear to part with you, Lufan declared. Betos responded. This conversation is becoming unmanageable. A brief silence ensued. Oh, I just remembered. There is an exceptionally beautiful angel in the new universe. Won't you consider going? Betos suddenly said. Is she more beautiful than you? Lufan asked, surprised. Indeed. She is my sister, an outstanding trainee angel, Betos nodded. Suddenly, a three-dimensional image projected from Betos' staff, revealing a lovely girl. More accurately, it was a beautiful female angel. Upon seeing this angel, Lufan's eyes brightened. He had never encountered such an angel before. She was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. It would not be fair to say she was more beautiful than Betos. Rather, their appearances were quite comparable. After spending 6 months beside Betos, Lufan had grown somewhat weary of the same aesthetic. This new female angel, however, imparted a refreshing allure. She too possessed pale blue skin, which left Lu Fan feeling slightly displeased. Could you not change your skin tone to match mine? Nevertheless, angels are truly divine beings, exuding an ethereal aura. Even the three-dimensional image projected by Bados carried that celestial essence. Isn't she lovely? Bados inquired with a smile. Can I be both a god of destruction and a supreme Kai? Lu Fan inquired. What? Bados paused, somewhat bewildered by Lu Fan's reasoning. What do you mean by being both a god of destruction and a supreme Kai? For instance, I could create a doppelganger and have it assume the role of a supreme Kai. Thus, even if my doppelganger were to perish, my original self would remain intact, Lu Fan pondered. Ahem, there is no precedent for such a thing. Bados shook her head. Do not rejoice too soon. I merely suggested that you become the god of destruction for the new universe. I did not say you have already attained that title. What does that imply? Is there an assessment involved? Lu Fan asked. Indeed, an assessment is necessary, Bados confirmed, nodding. After a while, the Grand Minister intends to select several formidable humans from across the universe for various evaluations. If you wish to become a god of destruction, I shall submit your name. If not, then consider it as if I never spoke. Very well, I shall contemplate it, Lu Fan replied thoughtfully. Shall I sign you up? Bados inquired with a smile. No, thank you, Lu Fan shook his head. Why would I want to be a god of destruction? Once appointed, I would have to share my life force with the Supreme Kai. Moreover, you have prohibited me from being both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai. You expect me to entrust my life to a stranger? You must be jesting. Chapter 30. A New Universe? A god of destruction? This is truly perplexing. Very well. I shall reach out to Lord Kampa and request that he select a suitable candidate from the 6th universe. Bados sighed. Given your strength, you indeed possess the potential to become a god of destruction. However, since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Indeed, Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. Bados then contacted Kampa through her staff, relaying every detail regarding the new universe as mentioned by the Grand Minister. Is the Grand Minister truly selecting a new god of destruction from across the universe? Why are you only telling me this now? Kampa asked, somewhat irked. I have only just received the information, Bados sighed. Is it not a good idea for Lu Fan to become a god of destruction? After all, we have both nurtured him. While his strength is not yet fully developed, with further training, I believe he has the potential, Kampa remarked. He is unwilling, Bados replied, shaking her head. Unwilling? Why? Kampa was taken aback. Lu Fan fears that by becoming a god of destruction, he would have to share his life force with the Supreme Kai. Should the Supreme Kai perish, he too would vanish, Bados lamented. This is indeed a stipulation for gods of destruction, but is that truly a reason for him to refuse? This fool, is he really refusing the opportunity for such trivial concerns? Kampa expressed his disbelief. There can be multiple Supreme Kais, as long as one remains alive. We gods of destruction will not cease to exist. Indeed, since he is unwilling to enroll, I suggest that Lord Kampa select a few suitable individuals from our 6th universe. Bados proposed. Very well, I shall bring a few candidates when I return, Kampa agreed with a nod. Remember to bring back the lemon tree, Bados added. Is the lemon tree more important than the god of destruction? Kampa retorted, somewhat irritated. Both are important, Bados smiled. Very well, I understand. I shall return with both the lemon tree and the individuals, proclaimed Xiangpa with a huff. 2 hours later, Xiangpa returned, shouldering a massive tree, trailed by 2 figures whom Lu Fan instantly recognized. One was Hit, the other Frost. So, Bados, choose one of these 2 to be the destroyer, Xiangpa suggested to Bados. Very well, Bados acquiesced without hesitation. Let me ask you once more, are you certain you do not wish to volunteer? Xiangpa inquired of Lu Fan. Stop dawdling and plant the tree, Lu Fan commanded. This fellow, he is becoming increasingly impolite, Xiangpa muttered. My lord Xiangpa, this gentleman is Frost, stepped forward Frost respectfully. He is Lu Fan, my beverage connoisseur, Xiangpa introduced. Frost was momentarily speechless. A beverage connoisseur? This fellow is merely a beverage connoisseur. How dare you? A mere beverage connoisseur. Command Lord Xiangpa. It is only due to Lord Xiangpa's good temper that he refrains from addressing you. However, whether Lord Xiangpa chooses to overlook your insolence is his concern. I, on the other hand, must make a good impression before Lord Xiangpa. Pray tell, what beverages do you concoct? Frost queried. Lu Fan cast a glance at Frost, choosing to ignore him, leaving Frost feeling rather wounded. How rude of you to disregard my presence. Frost thought. As for Hit, he observed silently from the sidelines, uttering not a word. "My lord Xiangpa, let this lizard-like fellow plant the tree," Lu Fan suggested. In the presence of outsiders, Lu Fan displayed some tact, refraining from calling him Big Fat Cat to afford him a modicum of respect, considering he was a destroyer. "Go, plant this grand tree," Xiangpa commanded, tossing the lemon tree to Frost. Frost felt on the verge of tears. Is this beverage connoisseur truly held in such high esteem by Lord Xiangpa? I am utterly speechless. Gritting his teeth, Frost begrudgingly dug a hole in the ground to plant the tree. Only one may participate. Has Lord Xiangpa decided between Mr. Hit and Mr. Frost? Bados inquired. Let them engage in a contest. The one with greater strength shall be chosen, Xiangpa grinned, addressing Hit and Frost. You two, battle here until one of you falls or surrenders. The other shall be deemed victorious. Is it truly that simple? Frost smiled politely. Hit remained stoic, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, let the contest commence, Xiangpa beckoned. My friend, I have heard you are the universe's foremost assassin, Frost remarked, gazing at Hit. Hit remained silent, his demeanor somewhat frosty. I am the Herald of Justice. Today, the Herald of Justice shall contend with the universe's greatest assassin, Frost proclaimed with fervor. Enough with the theatrics. It sounds as if you consider yourself a paragon of virtue, Lu Fan sighed. Frost was passionately delivering a speech when, upon hearing Ruffin's comment, he immediately felt deflated. Hey, what are you talking about? I am inherently a good person, Frost retorted with irritation. Bardos, why don't you check his records and see what clandestine activities he has been engaged in? Ruffin suggested with a smile. Bardos pondered for a moment, ultimately conceding to Ruffin's request, and with his staff in hand, he scrutinized the records. Well, it appears that Mr. Frost is indeed playing the dual role of a virtuous man while indulging in underhanded dealings, Bardos chuckled. Frost exclaimed, how does this woman know everything? What exactly does this fellow do on a regular basis? Xiangpa asked Bardos, somewhat taken aback. While upholding justice, Mr. Frost has been secretly selling the conquered planets to others, profiting handsomely in the process, Bardos replied. Xiangpa's expression darkened. It seems your character is ill-suited for the role of a destroyer. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes. Huh. Frost wiped the sweat from his brow. I can spare your life. Just fly back on your own, Xiangpa declared. No, please, Lord Xiangpa, Frost exclaimed, panicking. Wasn't he a killer, better suited to be a destroyer? It's not that a killer is unfit to be a destroyer, but a hypocrite would tarnish the name of destruction, Xiangpa remarked. Frost was drenched in cold sweat. I haven't even had a chance to compete with this killer yet, and I've already been eliminated? My dream of becoming a destroyer has been shattered. Curse it. All of this chaos is caused by that beverage mixer. I must ensure he pays for this today. Chapter 31. Beerus, Lord Grand Priest? Oh dear. Frost, in a fit of rage, lunged toward Ruffin, claws bared. In an instant, Hit moved swiftly, appearing directly in front of Frost, ready to unleash his technique. Just as Hit prepared to land a punch that would send Frost flying, a shoe came hurtling from afar, striking Frost squarely in the face. With a dull thud, a shoe print appeared on Frost's visage. The next moment, Frost was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling over several times. His body skidded across the earth, leaving a long trail behind. Once Frost came to a stop, he twitched uncontrollably a few times before his head tilted and he lost consciousness. Hit was astonished. This guy is incredibly fast. I activated my time skip, yet he managed to throw the shoe before I could even act and hit Frost. Thank you, Ruffin said to Hit. Hit, wiping his brow, replied, what are you thanking me for? I feel like I did nothing. I appreciate your timely assistance, Ruffin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You're welcome. Hit gently shook his head. MHM, Ruffin nodded. What does MHM mean? Xiangpa asked, slightly bewildered. Hey, Bardos, I just realized this kid possesses remarkable strength. For several moments, Kampa was rendered speechless, then quietly addressed Beerus. Did you just realize that? Beerus sighed. Who do you think is stronger, him or Hit? Kampa inquired. That's a given. Of course, it's Lufan who is more powerful. After all, he is somewhat like my apprentice, Beerus chuckled. Should we have them compete? Kampa mused, resting his chin on his hand, before commanding, Lufan, Hit, you two should have a match. Understood. Hit nodded. No, I'm not interested, Lufan replied, shaking his head. What did you say, kid? Hurry up and compete. Stop being so difficult, Hit retorted, a scowl crossing Kampa's face. Do you want to drink the new beverage? Lufan asked. Forget it. Let us explore the new drink first, Kampa said, smacking his lips. In comparison, Kampa deemed the new beverage of greater importance. Very well. Lufan replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Hit regarded Lufan with a serious expression. This guy is no ordinary opponent. He is undoubtedly stronger than I imagined. But why does he refuse to compete? Is it a lack of confidence? No, I can sense that his demeanor exudes certainty. This beverage connoisseur has become increasingly enigmatic. Lufan dashed off to experiment with the new beverages. Beerus, when will the new universe begin the selection for the god of destruction? What is the process? Kampa asked. In a couple of days, we will first decide on the candidates and then wait for the Grand Minister's notification. He will transport us when the time comes. Beerus replied with a smile. How will the selection take place? Kampa inquired. Primarily through martial competitions, Beerus speculated, considering that the god of destruction is chiefly reliant on strength. Kampa understood and fell silent for a moment. Are there any rewards? If one of our universe's candidates becomes the god of destruction, Kampa whispered. Indeed. The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish, Beerus said with a grin. Super Dragon Balls? I have indeed heard of their existence. But I didn't expect them to be real, Kampa exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and then pondered, what wish should I make? Perhaps I should wish for a culinary planet akin to the 7th universe, which would save me the trouble of creating one myself. I must say, the chicken wings we had last time were truly delightful. It sounds as if you believe our Mr. Hit is already on the path to becoming the god of destruction. Beerus remarked, shaking his head. Of course, Hit's prowess speaks for itself. Kampa grinned. Initially, I considered having Lufan become the god of destruction, but if he is not interested, that is for the best. If he ascended, who would prepare our beverages? You have a point, Beerus nodded. In the 7th universe, on Beerus planet, Whis promptly received the message from the Grand Minister. Oh dear, how shall we proceed while Lord Beerus is asleep? Whis sighed. Whis, what is happening? The Oracle Fish inquired. Flying over curiously. The Grand Minister is selecting a human from various universes to succeed the god of destruction of the new universe, Whis replied with a smile. Who should we choose from our universe? The Oracle Fish asked. I am uncertain, Whis responded. Whis shook his head, remarking that Lord Beerus was still fast asleep. We should awaken him swiftly. It would be unfortunate to delay such an important matter, suggested the Oracle Fish. You are right, Whis nodded in agreement. The duo, a celestial being and a fish, proceeded towards the castle. By the way, Whis, I have a premonition that in approximately 40 years, our universe will give birth to several exceptionally powerful beings. However, at present, there seems to be no suitable candidates to contend for the position of god of destruction. The Oracle Fish lamented. Let Lord Beerus make the choice, Whis smiled. Very well, the Oracle Fish nodded. Will it really take 40 years for our universe to produce formidable beings? Whis gazed out the window thoughtfully. Indeed, that is my prophecy, replied the Oracle Fish. Your predictions often miss the mark, Whis chuckled. The two entered the castle and approached Beerus's sleeping quarters. Lord Beerus lay sprawled across the bed, soundly slumbering. He truly can sleep. We must awaken him. It would be a pity to miss out, and it could be troublesome if the Grand Priest were to express his displeasure. Whis remarked, delivering a light tap with his staff upon Beerus's head. Instantly, a sizable bump appeared on Beerus's forehead, jolting him awake. Zing! With a swift motion, Beerus unleashed a destructive energy directed at Whis. Bang! Whis waved his staff gently, causing the destructive energy to vanish without a trace. Whis, what are you doing? Beerus exclaimed, clutching the bump on his forehead, visibly irritated. Lord Beerus, I truly did not wish to disturb your slumber. However, the Grand Priest contacted me with an important directive. If you prefer to remain asleep, you may continue, Whis replied. What? The Grand Priest? Beerus instantly became alert, inquiring eagerly about the Grand Priest's instructions. Chapter 32. Beerus, the new god of destruction of the universe? It is not a grave matter. The Grand Priest wishes to select suitable beings from across the universe to compete for the title of the new god of destruction, Whis explained. What? Is that not a significant issue? Beerus leapt from his bed, rushing to freshen up. He stifled a yawn, feeling he had not yet fully awakened. Please continue, he urged. Washing his face with his claws. The chosen universe will have the opportunity to fulfill any wish through the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continued. Super Dragon Balls? I had heard of their existence before, but I never imagined they were real, Beerus said, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he asked, a new universe? When did the Grand Priest create a new universe? It must have been developed in recent years, Whis pondered. Which angel do they intend to dispatch? Beerus inquired. The preliminary choice is the trainee angel, Meruz, Whis replied. Meruz? I have not heard of him, although I recall hearing about another angel, Myrus, Beerus remarked, tapping his head thoughtfully. Meruz previously interned with my sister, Vados, in Universe 6, and later trained across various universes. It is understandable that Lord Beerus was unaware, as he was likely asleep at that time. Whis smiled gently. Has the candidate for the Supreme Kai been determined? Beerus asked. It is likely that we should first select the god of destruction and then determine the god of the kings, speculated Whis. Understood. At this moment, Beerus had fully awakened, donned the attire befitting a god of destruction, and emerged from the castle with an invigorated spirit. Whis and the oracle fish followed closely behind. Upon seeing the sun outside the castle, Beerus could not suppress a yawn and rubbed his eyes. Lord Beerus, are you still not awake? Sighed the oracle fish. Spare me your chatter. What do you think it feels like to be abruptly roused from slumber? Beerus retorted, slightly annoyed. The oracle fish fell silent. This fellow's temper seems to be worsening. Who should we choose? Beerus pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Whis, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Primarily, I have been asleep for so many years, and my understanding of our universe is rather shallow. Doesn't Lord Beerus have a subordinate who assists in your destructive endeavors? Whis smiled. He is reputed to be the emperor of the universe. Perhaps he possesses a more profound understanding of our cosmos. Beerus glanced at Whis. You are quite amusing. The emperor of the universe's comprehension of this cosmos cannot possibly surpass yours. However, it wouldn't hurt to consult Frieza. Then let us pay Frieza a visit, Beerus declared. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Beerus stepped behind Whis and placed his hand upon his back. Oracle fish, keep a vigilant watch, Beerus instructed. Understood, the oracle fish replied. With a gentle tap of Whis' staff upon the ground, a radiant light, akin to the brilliance of stars, swiftly enveloped both Whis and Beerus. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. On planet Frieza 35, upon the spacious platform outside the royal palace, Frieza was currently resting. Lord Frieza. According to reports from the front lines, the Scion prince named Vegeta has now joined forces with the Scions Nappa and Raditz, one of his subordinates reported. Oh, what of Vegeta's companion? Frieza inquired casually. That companion mysteriously vanished. We do not know where he went, the subordinate said, wiping sweat from his brow. You say he has disappeared? Frieza narrowed his eyes at the subordinate, who shivered under his gaze. Out of nowhere, a large, fat cat appeared. And then this scion named Reuven vanished along with the cat, the subordinate explained. A fat cat? Frieza envisioned a hefty feline in his mind. This is a troublesome association. However, I have little interest in Reuven, Frieza mused, finding him rather inconsequential. But Vegeta and those two scions together, that is intriguing. Frieza chuckled. By the way, what is his current battle power? In these past 3.5 years, his battle power has scarcely increased, remaining at approximately 15,000. With a slight increase of 4 to 500, the subordinate reported hastily. Frieza burst into laughter. Lord Frieza, what a waste. As Dodoria floated nearby, he uttered a comment that caused Frieza's expression to darken, his triangular eyes narrowing slightly. Realizing his misstep, Dodoria quickly knelt before Frieza, exclaiming, My Lord Frieza, that was not my intention. I meant to say that Vegeta is finished. He hastily clarified. Dodoria, you have committed the same error for the second time, Frieza replied coldly. It was my fault. I sincerely apologize and assure you it will not happen again, Dodoria stammered. Remain kneeling for a while and reflect on your actions, Frieza said, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze, though he ultimately refrained from taking action. He deemed Dodoria still useful. It would be a pity to eliminate such a capable subordinate. Continue to monitor Vegeta's every move. If there is a significant increase in his power level, inform me immediately. Frieza instructed his underlings. At that moment, Whis and Beerus descended from the heavens, landing beside Frieza. He paused, momentarily taken aback. His other subordinates gaped in astonishment. Who are these two? Everyone else, step back, Frieza commanded, waving his hand. Do not approach within 300 meters without my permission. Yes. His subordinates promptly vacated the area. Soon, the vast platform was left with only Frieza, Whis, and Beerus. My Lord Beerus, Frieza exclaimed, hastily emerging from his spacecraft and kneeling before Beerus. A sense of confusion stirred within him. Had Beerus not stated he would slumber for an extended period? How could he awaken so soon? It had only been 3 years. Did you not say you would sleep for over 40 years? Your awakening is rather swift. Indeed, as I flew here, I noticed you had destroyed quite a number of planets, Beerus remarked, patting Frieza on the shoulder in praise. Whis observed silently from the sidelines, refraining from offering any commentary. It is my duty, my lord Beerus, Frieza nodded earnestly, then cautiously inquired, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 33. An audience with Lord Beerus. I have heard you refer to yourself as the Emperor of the Universe, Beerus inquired with a smile. Frieza trembled at the words, pressing his forehead firmly to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Enough, it matters not. It's merely a title. The Emperor of the Universe shall be the Emperor of the Universe, Beerus said with a gentle smile. Seeing no sign of reproach from Beerus, Frieza's anxious heart began to settle. I seek to understand who, aside from you, possesses greater strength in this universe, Beerus asked. Frieza paused for 3 seconds, bewildered. You mean someone stronger than me? Ha ha ha. That would undoubtedly be you, my lord Beerus, he chuckled nervously. I am referring to humans, Beerus replied. Humans? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Beerus would pose such a question. Let me clarify. A new universe requires a god of destruction, and I am searching for a suitable candidate to appoint as one. Beerus did not conceal his thoughts regarding Frieza, succinctly summarizing the situation. Upon awakening, Beerus discovered that Frieza had executed his tasks rather admirably. The planets he originally intended to annihilate had, in essence, already been devastated by Frieza. Thus, Frieza had effectively undertaken a considerable amount of work on Beerus's behalf. Although Beerus had previously entertained the notion of obliterating Frieza, he found himself reconsidering that stance. First, he needed to identify a suitable candidate for the role of Destroyer God. This was a matter of paramount importance. The prospect of competing for the position of Destroyer God in the new universe piqued Frieza's interest, prompting him to eagerly inquire, Lord Beerus, do you think I am suitable? You are not, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Frieza felt a pang of disappointment. Am I truly that weak? Are there no suitable candidates? Beerus urged him to think quickly. Lord Beerus, I actually have a candidate in mind, Frieza responded after a moment's contemplation. Oh, who? Beerus inquired. My brother, Cooler, Frieza exclaimed without hesitation. Your brother? Beerus pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Cooler possesses an additional transformation beyond my own and far surpasses my strength, Frieza explained. Rather than entrust this position to someone else, why not give it to my brother? Although I am not fond of his methods, he is still one of our kind. If someone from our lineage could ascend to the role of Destroyer God, the possibilities were tantalizing for Frieza. If Cooler were to assume the mantle of Destroyer God in the new universe, he would shield me, allowing me to realize my ambition of becoming the greatest merchant in this cosmos. After a moment's reflection, Beerus commanded, have him come to see me immediately. Yes, Lord Beerus, Frieza replied respectfully. Subsequently, Frieza instructed his subordinates to contact Cooler, conveying the urgency of the matter and requesting his immediate presence on his planet regarding the position of Destroyer God. Upon receiving Frieza's message, Cooler promptly set out. Lord Beerus, that fellow Cooler is currently in the Eastern Universe. It will take him approximately 20 days to arrive, Frieza reported hastily. 20 days? Beerus remarked, feeling a slight irritation. That is indeed quite a delay, Whis sighed. We cannot afford to wait. Let us go find him directly, or by the time he arrives, the opportunity will have passed. Beerus suggested. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Relay to Cooler to remain in place. We shall reach him in approximately 10 minutes. Beerus instructed Frieza. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frieza answered respectfully. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, Whis initiated their swift departure. Whis, accompanied by Beerus, transformed into a brilliant light akin to the stars, swiftly vanishing into the void without a trace. Frieza, gazing at the two who had disappeared, immediately rushed to contact Cooler. Cooler, there's no need for you to come over, Frieza stated. What on earth is happening? What matters concerning the god of destruction are you referring to? Could you clarify? Cooler inquired. Cooler, your fortune is rather remarkable, Frieza remarked with a smirk. Lord Beerus has decided to select a new god of destruction in the new universe, and I have recommended you for the position. Oh, is that so? Cooler, having only a vague understanding previously, was now intrigued by the news. Then why have you advised against my arrival? Cooler asked, puzzled. No, Lord Beerus finds your flight speed inadequate and has opted to seek you out personally. You must make a good impression, Frieza explained. Understood, Cooler nodded. If I become the god of destruction, you will be free to do as you please in my universe. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey. Frieza smiled and nodded. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles. With a whoosh, Whis and Beerus, radiating their resplendent light, soared towards Cooler's location. Whis, what have you been occupied with lately? Are you unaware of the formidable beings within our universe? Beerus chided Whis. I truly have not paid attention to that, Whis replied, shaking his head. Beerus, Whis is rather unreliable. As an angel, shouldn't you be more diligent in your observations? Do you believe Cooler is capable? Beerus expressed his concerns. Well, we shall see once we arrive, Whis replied. I do hope our seventh universe does not end up as the weakest. That would be quite embarrassing, Beerus grimaced. By the way, who is the candidate from the sixth universe for the god of destruction? Whis responded. After saying this, Whis promptly established contact with Vados through his staff. Sister, long time no see, Whis greeted with a smile. Whis, has Lord Beerus awakened? Vados asked cheerfully. Indeed, I ensured that the great priest was not neglected, Whis chuckled. Yes, Vados nodded. Beerus, Whis, you speak with such candor. Chapter 34. Beerus, who should we choose? Whis, you wish to know whom our universe has selected to contend for the god of destruction, correct? Vados seemed to have grasped Whis's intent. Ah, you truly understand me, sister. Whis smiled and nodded. Then, take a look for yourself. Vados illuminated the scene with her staff, revealing the presence of Lufon, Hit, and Frost. Notably, Frost had already regained consciousness. Whis observed them one by one, while Beerus leaned in for a closer look, despite being unable to discern anything. All right, I understand now. Thank you, sister. That will be all, Whis nodded. What did you find out? Who are the candidates? Beerus inquired. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Lord Frieza, while another individual, whose identity remained unknown, was said to be the foremost assassin of the sixth universe, known as Hit. Whis pondered. Hit? Is he formidable? A momentary surprise crossed Beerus's face. He seems capable of dispatching Lord Cooler with ease, Whis added. Beerus felt a wave of unease wash over him. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Further verification is necessary, Whis clarified. So, among the three individuals selected by that fellow compa, it should be Hit who is vying for the position of god of destruction. Beerus furrowed his brow. That seems likely, Whis nodded. But what about the other person? Beerus inquired. Never mind. I want to speculate further. It's difficult to ascertain from across an entire universe, Whis replied, shaking his head. Are you implying that the other individual is even more powerful? Beerus asked, perplexed. Perhaps, Whis conceded with a gentle nod. Beerus felt a sense of dread. If the other individual surpasses the assassin Hit in strength, then Lord Cooler stands no chance whatsoever. The sixth universe is already so competitive, let alone the other universes. We must abandon Cooler and swiftly seek out someone even more formidable, Beerus urged. Are we not pursuing Cooler anymore? Whis questioned. No. Frieza's brother is hardly impressive. Beerus grimaced. If I were to bring him along, and he turned out to be the weakest, I would be utterly humiliated before all the gods of destruction. As the mightiest god of destruction, it would be disgraceful to present the weakest candidate. In a mere moment, Beerus dismissed Cooler from his mind, oblivious to the fact that Cooler was still eagerly awaiting news on his home planet. By the way, Lord Beerus, the Oracle Fish foretold that in over 40 years, a remarkably powerful human will arise in our universe, Whis remarked. Beerus replied, I have no desire to discuss it. Do you think the Grand Minister would grant us 40 years? He snapped. After uttering this, a cunning glint appeared in Beerus's eyes. What if we travel through time to find someone from 40 years in the future? He proposed excitedly. Whis sighed. Is that even feasible? Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment. Setting aside the accuracy of the Oracle Fish's prophecy, if it were true and the Grand Minister discovered it, we would likely face punishment. Whis shook his head. After all, time travel and altering history were strictly prohibited in our realm. Currently, only the Kaioshin was permitted to traverse time for the sake of observing the universe. Nothing is permissible. We must hasten to find a suitable candidate. Beerus insisted. Indeed, I am searching, Whis affirmed, brandishing his staff and utilizing the crystal orb atop it to search aimlessly throughout the cosmos. However, this endeavor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although angels are omnipotent, it is still impossible for them to pinpoint the strongest human within an entire universe. Of course, with some time invested, it might be achievable. However, such actions would undoubtedly tire the angels. Whis, What was it you just mentioned? Suddenly, an idea struck Beerus, and he turned to Whis in inquiry. What, Lord Beerus? Whis was taken aback. You mentioned that traversing time and altering history is prohibited in our realm, and then what did you say? Beerus's eyes brightened. Yes, the Supreme Kai. You just referred to the Supreme Kai. Indeed, I did mention the Supreme Kai, Whis nodded. Let us inquire with the Supreme Kai. He oversees the humans in the universe and should be aware of which among them possesses greater strength. Beerus grinned. Yes, indeed, replied Whis. Let us proceed to the Supreme Kai's realm. Whoosh. The flames surrounding Whis and Beerus traced an arc through the cosmos as they sped towards the location of the Supreme Kai's realm. Gula had been anxiously waiting, staring at the stars, but time passed slowly, and Beerus did not arrive. In the Supreme Kai's realm, the Supreme Kai and Gebet gazed into the distant starry sky. The area their gaze encompassed was the Earth of the solar system. Safe, Gebet remarked. Yes, for the time being, the location of Majin Buu is exceedingly secure. The Supreme Kai nodded in satisfaction. Let us keep him sealed away, may he never emerge. Gebet stated. Indeed, this demon. It would be best if he perished within the seal, the Supreme Kai declared. Then we would be free of all concerns, Gebet sighed. As they conversed, a brilliant light, akin to a shooting star, approached the Supreme Kai with great speed. Huh, what is that? Lord Supreme Kai, Gebet exclaimed, pointing to the light in the sky. The Supreme Kai shook his head in confusion. Soon, they beheld Beerus and Whis descending before them. A human. The Supreme Kai spoke gravely. What nonsense is this? How could a human enter our Supreme Kai's realm? Gebet gasped. Clap. In the next moment, as the Supreme Kai and Gebet watched, Whis and Beerus gently landed before them. Greetings, Supreme Kai, Beerus called out directly. Who are you? The Supreme Kai asked warily. I am the god of destruction, Beerus introduced himself. What god of destruction? I have never heard of such a being. The Supreme Kai shook his head vigorously, his expression stern as he questioned, what brings you to the Supreme Kai's realm? Beerus, Whis, the two exchanged silent glances. Whis, what is going on? Has this Supreme Kai never heard of us gods of destruction? Beerus inquired in a low voice. Ahem. It seems that the Grand Supreme Kai passed away prematurely, and this Supreme Kai has lost the legacy. There are many things he does not know, was contemplated. Chapter 35. Who is the Grand Minister? What? The Grand Supreme Kai is dead? How did that happen? Beerus exclaimed. I remember now. Whis tapped his head. That individual would indeed be suited to contend for the title of God of Destruction. Who? Beerus asked, bewildered. Majin Buu, Whis smiled. Majin Buu? I believe I have heard of this character. Where is he now? Beerus inquired excitedly. Currently, he should be on a planet known as Earth, Whis replied. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Earth. Beerus suggested. Are we not going to inquire about the Supreme Kai? Whis asked. It would be prudent to do so, Beerus replied, turning to the Supreme Kai and saying, Hey, kid, I have a question for you. What an audacious manner of speaking. Knowing he is the Supreme Kai, how dare you be so disrespectful? Gebet admonished sternly. Beerus furrowed his brow. In an instant, he appeared behind Gebet with astonishing speed, leaving both the Supreme Kai and Gebet momentarily stunned. With a light tap on the back of Gebet's neck, he rendered him unconscious, causing him to collapse to the ground. The Supreme Kai, taken aback, immediately prepared for battle. Enough, Supreme Kai, you are no match for me, Beerus stated coolly. I did not come to fight. I merely wish to inquire if you have detected any exceptionally powerful humans among those you monitor. The Supreme Kai fell silent. What do you mean? I do not comprehend your intentions. The Grand Minister seeks to select a god of destruction for the new universe. If there are any suitable powerful humans in our universe, do inform me post-haste, Beerus instructed the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai appeared bewildered, caught in a moment of silence. Who is the Grand Minister? What is this new universe? He questioned. Beerus and Whis exchanged exasperated glances. Does he not even know of the Grand Minister? Beerus remarked incredulously. It seems not, Whis sighed. The Grand Minister is the greatest deity in the entire universe, and you are unaware of this? Beerus huffed, his nostrils flaring with irritation. Isn't our Supreme Kai the greatest deity in the universe? The Supreme Kai countered. Beerus, at a loss for words, merely shook his head, while Whis sighed beside him. Forget it, let us depart, Beerus concluded, feeling utterly frustrated with the Supreme Kai's ignorance. Is it possible for such a dim-witted Supreme Kai to find a suitable human? Beerus mused, skepticism clouding his thoughts. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, the two transformed into a dazzling blaze of light. rapidly vanishing into the void, leaving no trace behind. Their arrival had been swift, and their departure was equally so. The Supreme Kai remained in a state of confusion. What do you mean? Why did they leave? Someone tell me, who is the Grand Minister? What extraordinary speed they possess? Who exactly are they? The Supreme Kai gazed upward at the now vanished Whis and Beerus, his expression growing more perplexed. Suddenly, he regained his senses and hurried to check on Jebet's condition. Fortunately, Jebet's injuries were not severe, primarily due to Beerus' restraint. Had Beerus unleashed his full power, Jebet would have been beyond saving. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai exerted considerable effort to rouse Jebet from his unconscious state. Supreme Kai, are you all right? Jebet asked, his voice laced with concern. I am fine. They have already departed, the Supreme Kai replied. Jebet looked around and indeed confirmed that the two figures had vanished. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Supreme Kai, who were they truly? I am uncertain. That cat-like individual claims to be a deity of destruction, a concept I have never encountered before. The Supreme Kai is also unfamiliar to me. Jebet nodded slightly, pondering whether it is akin to a deity of the galaxy. Has the galaxy god truly grown so formidable? The Supreme Kai, somewhat perplexed, chuckled and remarked, by the way, he also mentioned some Grand Priest, asserting that the Grand Priest is the greatest deity in the entire universe. Absurd. Such ignorance is laughable. Jebet shook his head in dismay. A silence enveloped them once more. However, returning to the matter at hand, Supreme Kai, what brings the two of them here? Jebet inquired with curiosity. It is said that the Grand Priest's new universe requires some deity of destruction. They seek powerful beings to contend for this title, the Supreme Kai replied. I cannot fathom it. When we next encounter them, we must teach them a lesson, so they recognize that there are greater powers beyond their own. Jebet clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, we should not concern ourselves with them for now, the Supreme Kai nodded. The seal on Majin Buu is in place. It should pose no significant issue. Yet, I remain uneasy. I shall take another glance. As he spoke, the Supreme Kai gazed once more towards Earth. In the next moment, he was utterly astounded. An expression of boundless fury soon graced his face. What? What do they intend to do? The Supreme Kai fumed. What has transpired, my lord? Jebet inquired urgently. They have released Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai declared somberly. What did you say? Jebet felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. These two fools. The Supreme Kai trembled with rage. A grave crisis now loomed over the entire universe. What shall we do, my lord? Should we intervene? Jebet's face was a mask of anxiety. Majin Buu has awakened, and I find myself at a loss. The Supreme Kai's complexion turned pale with fear. Hey, have you seen enough? Beerus, with a dark expression, suddenly turned to the Supreme Kai, a chill evident in his gaze. What? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. How far away are we? This cat somehow knows I am observing him. The Supreme Kai shuddered involuntarily. Smack. He instinctively withdrew his gaze. What is it, my lord? Jebet asked hastily. That creature is aware of my scrutiny. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. What? Is that even possible? Jebet was astonished. On Earth, in a certain mountainous region. Just moments ago, under Whis' guidance, Beerus effortlessly located the seal of Majin Buu. With a mere flick of his hand, Beerus released the seal. Majin Buu emerged as a swirl of pink smoke, escaping from the confines of his imprisonment. In the next instant, the pink smoke coalesced in the air, transforming into a rotund pink figure. Upon witnessing this plump entity, Beerus burst into laughter. Chapter 36. The God of Destruction and Angel of the 10th Universe. Hey Whis, doesn't this fellow resemble an elephant? Beerus chuckled. With a chuckle, Lord Beerus remarked that in terms of stature, they were indeed quite comparable. Whis nodded in agreement, indicating that this particular individual would be a preliminary candidate. Satisfied with Majin Buu's form, Beerus acknowledged his formidable strength and unique abilities, perhaps suggesting that he could indeed stand out in the competition for the God of Destruction. Whis commented, indeed, quite promising. Taking a deep breath, Beerus replied, yes, quite. Upon awakening, Majin Buu glanced around, quickly spotting Beerus and Whis before expressing his hunger. I'm hungry. What shall I turn you into? He pondered, patting his belly. Chocolate. Perhaps. After uttering this, the antennae on Majin Buu's head emitted a flickering violet-white flame that rapidly descended upon Beerus. With a gentle wave of his hand, Beerus dismissed the flame with a resounding clap. Bang! The violet-white flame was sent flying. Majin Buu's eyes widened in surprise. This technique has never failed me before. Why did it not work on this cat-like being? He mused, contemplating the need to teach him a lesson for his disobedience. Beerus snorted. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of Majin Buu, whose expression turned grave. With a sudden motion, Majin Buu threw a punch at Beerus. Bang! Beerus effortlessly caught the blow with a single finger. Not bad. Your strength surpasses that of Frieza, he conceded with a nod of approval. Majin Buu was taken aback. Did this fellow just stop my punch with one finger? He thought, quickly retreating. In the next moment, white gas erupted from his energy vents as he maximized his power. Yeah! Majin Buu charged furiously at Beerus, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Beerus, with remarkable ease, intercepted all of Majin Buu's attacks with just a finger. Very good. You certainly show potential, he noted, increasingly satisfied. Then, with a swift motion, Beerus slapped Majin Buu, flattening him into a pancake. Now, let us see your recovery abilities. Beerus grinned. After considerable effort, Majin Buu managed to revert from his flattened state back to his plump form, panting heavily, filled with a sense of trepidation. Hey, Chubby. Your performance was quite satisfactory. You're the one, Beerus addressed Buu. Majin Buu appeared perplexed. What do you mean, I'm the one? He asked, confused. Come with me. Beerus beckoned. Majin Buu's confusion deepened. Where are we going? Let us be off. Whis, Beerus said with a smile. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. Whis nodded, and with a flicker of light from the crystal orb atop his staff, he directed its brilliance at the being known as Majin Buu. In an instant, Whis, accompanied by Beerus and Majin Buu, transformed into a dazzling streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the void without a trace. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Jebet cautiously inquired, What is the situation, Lord Kaioshin? The Kaioshin, his expression growing increasingly grave, rubbed his eyes and gazed once more towards Earth. What he beheld was nothing but an empty shell. Majin Buu, the cat-like being, and the peculiar blue sprite had all disappeared. They are gone. Cold sweat beaded on the Kaioshin's brow. Does this mean the universe will face utter catastrophe? Jebet gasped. The Kaioshin's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. In the vast expanse of the universe, Majin Buu, witnessing Whis' incredible speed, felt a surge of astonishment. Who are these individuals? Initially, Majin Buu had intended to absorb Beerus, but upon sensing the overwhelming power of his opponents, he reluctantly set aside that thought. For now, he resolved to observe. Hey, Chubby One, let me be straightforward. In a couple of days, I plan to take you to the God of Destruction election. I hope you won't bring me shame, Beerus remarked to Buu. Buu was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Whis, I suddenly feel this fellow is a bit foolish. Do you think he can manage? Beerus now realized the gravity of the situation. If we provide proper guidance, it should not pose a significant issue. Let's first ensure he stands out in the election, Whis suggested. You are right, Beerus nodded. Majin Buu bared his teeth, suppressing the urge to absorb Beerus. Who are you calling foolish? In Universe 10, on the planet Ramses, the angel Kes received news from the Grand Minister. A new universe is vying for the God of Destruction? Ramses exclaimed. Kes, quickly determine who would be suitable for the election. Perhaps we should consult the Kaioshin. Kes pondered and proposed to Ramses. Shall we inquire with that fellow, Guavas? Ramses frowned slightly. Indeed, after all, Lord Guavas oversees our Universe 10. Kes smiled, confident that Guavas would provide us with better intelligence. Searching on my own would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Then let us proceed. Ramses nodded in agreement. In Universe 10, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Guavas was enjoying tea. Opposite him stood a respectful young man with green skin, standing attentively. North Kaioshin Zamasu. Guavas suddenly spoke. It is I, my Lord Kaioshin. Zamasu promptly replied. Indeed, I have heard that you manage the Northern Universe with great efficiency. Guavas remarked with satisfaction. Your praise is unwarranted, my lord. It is merely my duty, Zamasu responded. Would you like to become a Kaioshin? Guavas inquired unexpectedly. Zamasu, taken aback, thought, this change is rather abrupt. I dare not, he exclaimed, suddenly kneeling in surprise. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions, Guavas chuckled. In truth, I have reached a venerable age and it is time for me to retire. Consequently, I have been on the lookout for a new Supreme Kai to succeed me. Chapter 37. Zamasu, you are the one. Zamasu, realizing the gravity of the situation, exhaled in relief. So, the Supreme Kai is seeking to select a new Supreme Kai. It startled me. I thought you were testing my mettle. What do you say? Are you interested? Gawasu inquired with a smile. I shall undoubtedly become an exceptional Supreme Kai. Zamasu responded immediately. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall train alongside me, as I need to further assess your capabilities, Gowasu remarked, his smile unwavering. To aspire to be a Supreme Kai, one must not only possess formidable combat skills, but also undergo a journey of inner refinement, a rather protracted process. If all goes as planned, in approximately 40 years, you may take my place. Yes, Supreme Kai, Zamasu replied, his heart stirred. 40 years is but a fleeting moment for a deity. Now, Zamasu, demonstrate your combat prowess, Gowasu suggested. But who shall I fight? Zamasu surveyed the surroundings, noting that apart from the Supreme Kai, there was no one else present. With a swift motion, Gowasu raised his hand, conjuring a black square above his palm. I will continuously hurl this lightning steel towards you. While evading, it would be prudent to strike back and showcase your true strength. This lightning steel, as you may know, is the most resilient metal in our universe, perhaps even the entire cosmos, so proceed with caution to avoid injury. Understood. Zamasu positioned himself at a distance, preparing for battle. Whoosh! Gowasu waved his hand, sending the lightning steel hurtling towards Zamasu. Smash! A pink flame flickered in Zamasu's hand. It was his handblade. With a swift motion, he cleaved the approaching lightning steel in twain. Well done. Again, Gowasu nodded in satisfaction, launching another piece of lightning steel with greater velocity. However, Zamasu easily evaded the assault and retaliated with another handblade strike. Crack! The lightning steel was once again severed in two. Zamasu adeptly countered as Gowasu continued to conjure more lightning steel. High above, Kusu and Ramzi, who had just arrived, witnessed Zamasu's impressive display against the lightning steel. Who was that lad? His strength seems commendable, Ramzi remarked, his eyes alight with interest. He is Zamasu, the North Supreme Kai, Kusu replied. Can a North Supreme Kai vie for the position of Destroyer God? Ramzi pondered aloud. Indeed, there is no stipulation forbidding the selection of a new Destroyer God from among the Supreme Kais, Kusu affirmed. Let us observe further, Ramzi suggested. The two individuals hovered in the lofty expanse, silently observing Zamasu as he unleashed his strike upon the thunderous steel. After approximately a minute had elapsed, Ramzi suddenly directed his hand towards the Zamasu below. With a sharp sound, a bolt of thunderous steel materialized in Ramzi's grasp. The previous steel had measured around 2 meters in length, yet this new manifestation surged to an imposing 6 meters, resembling a colossal black mountain descending from the heavens. Pressing down upon Zamasu below. What is that? How did it suddenly grow so large? Zamasu exclaimed, bewildered. Gowas, you scoundrel, this is utterly unsporting. At this moment, Zamasu realized it was too late to evade the impending doom. With a sinister chuckle, he swung his hand, attempting to cleave the descending thunderous steel. However, the steel's strength appeared to surpass that of its predecessor. Despite Zamasu's several attempts to strike, the thunderous steel showed no signs of yielding. With a resounding crash, the steel plummeted from the sky, crushing Zamasu beneath its weight. Only his trembling hand remained visible, desperately flailing in the open air. Gowas, perplexed, glanced upward and soon spotted Crix and Ramzi hovering above. Ah, it is Lord Crix and Lord Ramzi, Gowas exclaimed, waving eagerly. With a swift descent, Crix and Ramzi landed gracefully before Gowas. Greetings, Lord Gowas, Crix said with a warm smile. You are too kind. Simply call me Gowas, he laughed heartily. Ramzi remained silent, prompting Gowas to inquire respectfully, might I ask what brings you, esteemed Lord Crix and Lord Ramzi? This fellow here is Zamasu, correct? Ramzi gestured towards the unfortunate figure pinned beneath the thunderous steel. Indeed, he is the North Kai. I intend to have him succeed my position as the Kaioshin. Given my age, I believe it is time for me to retire and nurture a successor, Gowas explained, nodding in confirmation. I shall take him to contest for the role of the God of Destruction in the new universe. You have no objections, I presume? Ramzi stated candidly, revealing his intent. The God of Destruction in the new universe? Gowas momentarily faltered, surprised to learn that the rumors of a new universe were indeed true. However, he pondered whether it was appropriate to select a God of Destruction from among the Kais. There is no stipulation against choosing a God of Destruction from the Kais. Ramzi replied, I am not here to consult you. I am here to inform you. Gowas wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling unfortunate about the turn of events. Having finally selected a promising Kai to succeed as the Kaioshin, now Ramzi intended to groom him as a God of Destruction. Gowas was at a loss for words. Yet his gentle nature led him to refrain from opposing Ramzi's decision. Very well, let us settle on this agreeable resolution, Ramses said, satisfied as he swayed his elongated nose. With a flick of his hand, he gestured towards the immense, thunderous steel. The bolt of thunderous steel suddenly vanished. Zamasu grimaced in pain as he rose from the ground. Zamasu, come here for a moment, Guavas beckoned. Zamasu stepped forward, casting a curious glance at Crix and Ramses. Haha, Lord Kaishin. That last piece of thunderous steel was quite substantial. I was inadvertently pinned beneath it, Zamasu chuckled. Guavas longed to inform Zamasu that the thunderous steel was not of his making, yet he deemed it unnecessary to divulge such matters. After speaking, Zamasu noticed the presence of two unfamiliar figures. These two were strangers to Zamasu. Chapter 38. A Delectable Dilemma. Whom to choose? Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Destruction Ramses, and this is Lady Angel Crix, Guavas presented. Destruction God? Angel? Zamasu felt a slight jolt of surprise and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. He had heard of the destruction gods and angels, yet he had not anticipated the appearance of such deities in this place. I bow before you, Lord Ramses, Lady Crix. Zamasu said with a deep bow. Hey, kid, the new universe is in need of a destruction god. Would you care to run for the position? Ramses stated bluntly, without any preamble. New universe destruction god. Zamasu was taken aback. In truth, these roles are not mutually exclusive. Should you fail to secure the position of destruction god in the new universe, you may still return to your role as Kaishin, Ramses explained to Zamasu. Zamasu felt a bit bewildered. How did I suddenly become the center of attention? Now both the Kaishin and the destruction god are vying for me to assume their divine roles. It seems the destruction god position involves taking over in the new universe. However, I am still unclear about the responsibilities of a destruction god, Zamasu inquired. A destruction god is, of course, tasked with obliterating that which is deemed unnecessary, Ramses smiled. For instance, if you find the humans on this planet to be quite dreadful, you have the authority to annihilate their world. Zamasu nodded thoughtfully. Is there really such a delightful aspect to this role? So this is the duty of a destruction god. I feel quite suited for it. Is there anything I should do now? Zamasu asked again. If you agree, I shall take you to run for the position of destruction god, Ramses replied. Candidates from various universes will engage in a battle, and the victor may become the destruction god of the new universe. Zamasu glanced at Guavas, silently seeking his counsel. If he were to fail in the election for destruction god, he still had a fallback plan. Although he was quite fond of the idea of being a destruction god, failing to secure it was not an option. However, he felt confident about his chances. After all, he was a god. How could he possibly be outmatched by other contenders? Zamasu, if you wish to pursue it, then do so, Guavas smiled. Go and give it your all, and do not entertain thoughts of a fallback. Zamasu hesitated. No fallback. How dreadful. Well then, I shall wholeheartedly embrace the role of destruction god. I am the king of realms, and it is only natural that my strength surpasses that of other contenders. Lord of Destruction, Zamasu inquired cautiously. Are there other kings of realms among the competitors from different universes? There should not be, Ramses pondered. Thus, this is your advantage. The King of Realms holds the highest status in this universe, second only to the King of Worlds and the God of Destruction. Do not bring shame upon me. Yes, I shall certainly become the God of Destruction. Zamasu replied immediately. Is there anyone in this universe who surpasses Zamasu? Ramses asked Guas. I fear not. Zamasu's combat prowess is truly exceptional. Even in my prime, I may not have been his match, Guas assessed. This much is evident, Ramses nodded. Guas remarked. There is no need for such candid evaluations. Very well, if that is the case, I shall select you. Ramses smiled, glancing at Kes for her opinion. I believe it is feasible. Other universes would hardly expect us to employ a king of realms to compete for the title of God of Destruction. Kes replied with a smile. This is what we call taking an unconventional path. Ha ha ha. Ramses laughed heartily. Zamasu joined in the laughter. In Universe 11, on the planet Waymide, as with several other universes, Angel Makalita received the message from the Grand Priest. She promptly relayed the information to the God of Destruction, Waymide. A new universe is competing for the title of God of Destruction? Waymide mused. The victorious universe will be rewarded with 7 Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Indeed, that is what the Grand Priest stated. Makalita smiled and nodded. The Super Dragon Balls are of little concern to us, as we stand at the pinnacle of this universe's hierarchy and possess nearly everything we desire. However, providing a remarkable God of Destruction for the new universe would be an honor for our Universe 11. Waymide contemplated. once this new god of destruction emerges. I can proudly declare, this god of destruction hails from Universe 11. Other gods of destruction from different universes likely share similar sentiments. Makalita smiled brightly and asked, has the esteemed Waymide already chosen a candidate? I wish to select Toppo, Waymide replied. Toppo, why not choose Jiren? Makalita asked, slightly taken aback. As you know, Jiren has no desire to become the god of destruction, so he may not participate in the competition. Waymide shook his head. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Toppo is a candidate for god of destruction, and his strength is more than adequate for this competition. Additionally, Mr. Toppo is indeed a disciple of Lord Waymide, and should he be elected as god of destruction, their relationship will undoubtedly flourish. Makalita smiled. If Jiren were to become the god of destruction, he might not maintain a close relationship with Lord Waymide. You truly understand me, Makalita, Waymide chuckled. He. Makalita laughed like a blossoming flower. Now, please contact Toppo immediately and ask him to set aside all his current duties and come at once, Waymide instructed. Understood. Makarita gently nodded, then established contact with Toppo through her staff. The Pride Planet, led by Toppo and his valiant Pride Squad, was engaged in a fierce struggle against the evil legion. Toppo, wielding his formidable strength, suppressed the forces of evil. Members of the Pride Squad, including Tispa, Kokot, and Kaeslar, fought valiantly. Suddenly, as Toppo was battling, he sensed a voice resonating in his mind. Tispa, I have something to attend to. Can you hold the fort for me? Toppo conveyed. What is it? Are you unwell? Tispa inquired, taken aback. No, it is Makarita seeking me. It must be something of great importance, Toppo replied. I thought you were ill. Tispa nodded. All right. Leave it to me. I shall not allow these ruffians to continue their rampage. Chapter 39. Jillian Tispa stepped forward, launching a furious assault against the evil legion. Makarita. Toppo bowed in salute from a distance. Toppo, please come to the destruction realm immediately, Makarita smiled. What? Right now? Toppo was momentarily startled. Do you have pressing matters to attend to? Makarita inquired. I am currently leading the Pride Squad to suppress the evil legion on the planet. If all goes well, this will be our final battle, and henceforth, the Pride Planet shall be restored to peace, Toppo explained. How much longer will it take? Makarita asked. At least 2 more days, I suppose. The evil legion has been entrenched on the Pride Planet for quite some time. Eradicating them is proving more troublesome than I anticipated. Toppo pondered. By the way, Makarita, what is it that you require of me? The new universe is holding an election for the role of destruction god, and Lady Waymay has recommended you. Toppo, Makarita stated candidly. So, please set aside your current tasks and come at once. But what about here? Toppo clenched his teeth. Feeling somewhat uneasy. I will arrange for Jillian to assist, Makarita proposed. Jillian? If he can come, it would be a tremendous help. Toppo's eyes brightened with excitement. Jillian has always been a member of the Pride Squad and has been training diligently, hasn't he? Makarita smiled. That fellow, always training in his spare time. How strong does he wish to become? Toppo mused. Then it is settled. You must depart immediately. Jillian will arrive shortly, Makarita commanded. Yes, Makarita. Toppo replied respectfully. The call ended. Captain, I can barely hold on. Tispa exclaimed. Whoosh. Toppo flew in swiftly from a distance, kicking away an enemy who was battling Tispa. Tispa, Lady Waymay has summoned me for an important matter. I must hurry. Please handle things here, Toppo explained. What do you mean? If you leave, our fighting capability will be severely diminished. Tispa protested, bewildered. Do not worry. Jillian will be here soon. Toppo reassured him with a smile. Jillian? He is coming? Tispa was taken aback. Indeed, Toppo nodded. Please hold on a little longer. What is of great importance? Tispa inquired. I shall reveal it to you upon my return. Toppo replied cryptically. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a vivid crimson figure materialized high in the sky, surveying the land below. It's Jiren. He has finally made his appearance, and so swiftly too. Tispa exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Indeed, Toppo mused. Captain, you should depart quickly. Your presence is no longer required here. Tispa waved his hand dismissively. With a resounding boom, Jiren unleashed a punch from afar, channeling immense wind pressure that struck the very heart of the evil legion. Instantly, that central location was reduced to a heap of rubble. As expected of Jiren, he has grown even more powerful. This fellow is truly formidable, Tispa reflected with great emotion. Toppo gazed thoughtfully at Jiren. It's curious. If one is to contest for the title of God of Destruction in the new universe, why did Lord Vermoud not choose Jiren? He pondered. I recall now. Jiren has no desire to become a God of Destruction. Had he wished for that title, he would have attained it long ago, and it would not concern me at all. I must set off without delay. With a whoosh, a purplish-red flame erupted from Toppo as he soared towards the planet of Vermoud. In the second universe, on the planet Hellas, Angel Sava conveyed the news regarding the new universe's God of Destruction to the God of Destruction, Hellas. Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest woman in this universe? Hellas asked. While gazing into a mirror, the reflection revealed the charming visage of Hellas, who smiled brightly. Sava sighed nearby. What did you say just now, Sava? Hellas turned to him. The Grand Minister has stated that the new universe is taking shape and wishes to select a suitable God of Destruction from the various universes, Sava responded. Does Lord Hellas have any candidates in mind? This individual must possess formidable strength, correct? Hellas inquired. Precisely, Sava affirmed. Mirror, mirror, tell me, apart from myself, who is the most beautiful woman? Hellas addressed the mirror again. Sava, covering his face, chose to remain silent. Are you participating in a beauty pageant or selecting a God of Destruction? With a snap, the mirror displayed an image of a rather plump woman. Upon seeing her, Hellas' eyes widened in astonishment. What? This woman is so beautiful? Hellas exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, she possesses quite a bit of charm, Sava admitted, unable to look away. What is her name? Hellas asked, noticing that Sava was already searching for the woman's identity. Hellas felt speechless. Indeed, beauty seems to attract divine favor wherever it may go. Just look at how excited Sava is. He has taken the initiative to uncover her identity. She has been found. Her name is Librian, and her location is not far from us. Sava has already retrieved detailed information about Librian. It is noteworthy that Librian possesses formidable combat abilities, truly validating Lord Hellas' intuition. What do you mean by validated? Hellas' expression darkened. Should we summon her immediately? Sava inquired again. Very well, since she boasts such impressive combat prowess. Let her participate in the selection, Hellas nodded. Among the numerous gods of destruction, I am the only woman. The thought of solitude is rather disheartening. If Librian could assume a position in the new universe, it would be splendid to have a companion. In the fourth universe, on planet Katra, the Grand Priest intends to select a new god of destruction from various universes to join the new universe. The god of destruction, Katra, pondered. Who do you plan to nominate for the position? The angel, Karin, asked with a smile. Other universes' gods of destruction will undoubtedly choose their strongest warriors. But among our human populace, there really are no suitable candidates. Katra felt a headache coming on. After all, I am the mightiest god of destruction. If the individual I select were to be the weakest among them, it would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 40. Bardos, take me to the festivities. Thus, it is imperative for Lord Katra to carefully select a fitting candidate for the selection, Karin nodded. Do you have a list of potential candidates? Katra inquired. Well, there's this one and that one, Karin said, projecting several images of humans from the scepter in his hand, providing detailed introductions. Katra scrutinized them closely. Let us choose Damon. Katra pointed to a minuscule insect, scarcely larger than an ant. Very well, Karin did not object. He is so diminutive. He shall surely have an advantage in actual combat, Katra grinned. Indeed, Karin nodded in agreement. Has the Grand Priest specified how the competition will be conducted? Katra asked. Not yet. We should finalize our candidates first. In a couple of days, the Grand Priest will transport us, Karin replied. Understood, Katra acknowledged. The angels from other universes received the Grand Priest's message as well and conveyed the information to their respective gods of destruction. Commencing the selection of human candidates for the position, 2 days swiftly elapsed. In the sixth universe, on planet Zampa, Grand Priest, we are prepared. Please transport us at your convenience, Bardos smiled. At this moment, Bardos, Zampa, and Hit stood together, patiently awaiting the Grand Priest's transport. As for Frost, he had been dismissed by Zampa the previous day. Lufon, keep a close watch. Zampa instructed Lufon. Lufon cast a glance at Zampa. By the way, that lemon-flavored carbonated drink you made yesterday was quite delightful. I was growing weary of cola. A sudden change in flavor is refreshing, Zampa praised with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Bardos nodded in agreement. Yesterday, Lufon had commenced the preparation of lemon-flavored carbonated beverages, a task that for him was exceedingly simple. It was merely a matter of substituting the cola nut with lemon. After indulging in this new beverage, both Xiangpa and Bados were effusive in their praise. Has the Grand Priest ever tasted this drink? Lu Fan inquired. I don't believe so. Why do you ask? Battles paused momentarily. I wish to personally deliver some of this beverage to the Grand Priest, to let him savor its flavor, Lu Fan replied with a grin. If you want to join the fun, just say so. Circling around like this will only irritate the Grand Priest, Battles chuckled. Oh, if only you had mentioned it earlier. I thought it was forbidden to partake in such merriment. Lu Fan sighed in relief, eagerly moving closer to embrace Battles from behind. You really have no sense of propriety. Battles remarked, cough, cough, as the Grand Priest's daughter. Do you think he would be displeased with you holding his daughter like this? She teased. Not at all. A man of my caliber is a rarity. The Grand Priest would likely be delighted, Lu Fan asserted confidently. Battles was rendered speechless. Xiangpa sighed heavily from the side. Just keep being your reckless self. Hey, kid, before you meet your end, you must tell me how to make this drink. Hurry and write down the recipe. Xiangpa insisted. What a fanciful thought. If I were to perish, the carbonated beverage would vanish with me, Lu Fan retorted. Xiangpa wiped his brow, feeling convinced that this young man was indeed capable, yet he would never divulge the recipe. Despite the seemingly simple ingredients of Lu Fan's concoction, Xiangpa had attempted to replicate the cola, but found it lacked the authentic flavor. Battles, too, faced similar challenges, despite being an angel. Her skills in crafting culinary delights and beverages were rather lacking. All right, if you wish to join the festivities, go ahead, but do not cause any trouble, Battles cautioned. Rest assured, I will not stir up any trouble, Lu Fan beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Battles and Xiangpa exchanged glances. I can't shake the feeling that this kid is bound to cause a ruckus, Xiangpa whispered to Battles, who nodded in agreement. Should we even bring him along? Xiangpa wiped his brow. We can't just abandon him midway, Battles suggested. I think that's a splendid idea, Xiangpa smiled knowingly. I can hear you. Could you not whisper so quietly when discussing me? Abandon me on the way? Not a chance. Lu Fan's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on Battles. His entire body pressed closer against hers. Let go. Battles managed to squeeze out 2 words. All right. Lu Fan released his hands, but instead clamped his legs tightly around her slender waist. Let go of my legs. Battles exclaimed, exasperated. That simply won't do. Otherwise, I would be separated from you. Lu Fan shook his head in refusal. Battles fell silent. I wish to part ways with you. Is it appropriate for you to hold on to me like this? Shite, this fellow truly possesses a distinct character. Beep. At that moment, the staff in Battles' hand trembled slightly. Very well, esteemed High Priest. We are prepared, Battles hastily declared. Whoosh. Lu Fan felt a fleeting blur before him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a rather peculiar location. The surroundings were shrouded in chaos, and at the center of this tumult was a circular platform. Suspended above the center of the platform was an individual whom Lu Fan instantly recognized. It was none other than the High Priest, the steward of all gods across the universe. Apart from the High Priest, Lu Fan did not observe any other deities or competitors from different universes present. He speculated that perhaps their side had prepared more swiftly, thus arriving first. Clap. Battles descended from the sky with Lu Fan, Xiangpa, and Shite, landing upon the circular platform. Following this, Battles bowed alongside Xiangpa and Shite. Battles merely performed a slight bow, while Xiangpa, accompanied by Shite, knelt down. Lu Fan remained motionless, standing upright. Hey, Lu Fan, quickly kneel. Xiangpa's expression darkened. I knew this brat would cause trouble. I can't believe you wouldn't kneel before the High Priest. How infuriating. Your actions could bring me trouble. I'm just an ordinary human. I'm not vying for the position of destroyer. Must I kneel? Lu Fan replied, taken aback. Xiangpa. Chapter 41. The High Priest drinks cola. The High Priest cast a glance in their direction. You are human. Is it not customary to kneel before the gods? Xiangpa's nostrils flared with anger. Hurry, the esteemed High Priest is looking over. Mr. Xiangpa, who is that beside you? The High Priest inquired with a smile. This is Lu Fan, an exceptional beverage flavorist. He wishes to witness the commotion, Xiangpa lamented, trembling all over. Greetings, esteemed High Priest. I am Lu Fan. Lu Fan interjected, speaking with neither deference nor arrogance. I have long admired you as the steward of all the gods in the universe, and have come to observe. The High Priest responded, admiration is one thing. But what does observe mean? Young man, cease your chatter. Do you understand what you are saying? Xiangpa regretted his decision. I should never have brought this fellow along. No, it was Battles who insisted on bringing him. Xiangpa shot Battles a glare. Esteemed High Priest, this is a cola I made. It's quite hot today. Would you care to sample it? Lu Fan said, raising his hand to reveal a can of cola. Cola? I have heard whispers of a delightful beverage from the 7th universe. It appears it was crafted by you, Mr. Lu Fan. The High Priest smiled. Very well. I shall give it a try. Xiang Pa, quickly present it to the esteemed High Priest. Lu Fan extended the cola can to Xiang Pa. Why don't you deliver it yourself? Why must I do it? I find it rather inappropriate. Facing the highest deity as a mere mortal is indeed overwhelming. Lu Fan explained assertively. Xiang Pa interjected. Even the Grand Priest is sweating profusely. You claim to feel immense pressure in the presence of the Supreme God. But who is truly under pressure here? I am the one kneeling, while you stand tall and unyielding. Who would believe your claims of distress? After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiang Pa swiftly accepted the can of cola. Upon receiving the can, he found himself momentarily entranced once again. What is this? I have never encountered such packaging before. How many secrets does this young man possess? However, he dared not dwell on it further. Instead, he hurriedly presented the cola can to the Grand Priest, hands extended. The Grand Priest took the can and gently pulled the tab. A hissing sound erupted from the can as carbonated bubbles escaped. This design is quite intriguing and environmentally friendly, he remarked, offering a compliment. Did you just use the term environmental? Lu Fan inquired. The Grand Priest took a silent sip of the cola and was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste. No wonder there are long lines at the culinary planet of the 7th universe. Mr. Lu Fan's talent in this regard is indeed remarkable, he mused, offering Lu Fan praise. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. How many cans of this cola do you have? The Grand Priest suddenly asked Lu Fan. I have plenty, Lu Fan replied. I came here intending to offer my cola as prizes for the contestants. Very well, let us reward each victorious contestant with a bottle of cola as a special prize. The Grand Priest contemplated. Understood, Lu Fan responded without objection. Xiang Pa remained silent, wiping the perspiration from his brow. However, upon reflection, he realized that this indeed constituted an excellent reward for the participants, as typically, the victors received no additional prizes beyond the title of the new universe's destroyer. The true reward would go to the original universe's destroyer, who could claim 7 Super Dragon Balls and fulfill any wish. Only 1 bottle per person? The Grand Priest's assistant, Vados, asked, taken aback. The competition will adopt a one-on-one elimination format, with contestants from 8 universes vying for the title of destroyer, the Grand Priest replied. Wait, only 8 universes are participating? Xiang Pa was momentarily perplexed. Why are the other 4 universes not joining the competition? The destroyers of the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes have declared their intention to focus on their duties and will not partake in this competition, the Grand Priest smiled. This event is entirely voluntary. I did not compel their participation. Focusing on duties? Xiang Pa wiped his brow. Those destroyers are quite foolish. Iwan, Yalak, Ligil, and Jean. You 4 imbeciles. You feigned dedication to gain the Grand Priest's favor by abstaining from participation? Very well, do not join. Thus, our opportunities have increased significantly. Kampa expressed his disdain for the actions of the 4 destroyers. Indeed, such an attitude towards work is worthy of emulation by the new destroyers, Lu Fan remarked. The High Priest regarded Lu Fan with profound contemplation, nodding thoughtfully. This human is rather intriguing. You actually grasp the true significance of a destroyer's existence. Just as the conversation unfolded, a dazzling radiance flickered above the circular platform. As the brilliance dissipated, 3 familiar faces emerged before Lu Fan's eyes. He immediately recognized them as Whis and Beerus from the 7th universe, accompanied by none other than Majin Buu. Lu Fan tapped his forehead, realizing that the timeline was somewhat off. At this moment, Goku was still just a child, yet to embark on his quest for the Dragon Balls. How could Majin Buu have appeared? At this point in time, he should be sealed within the magic egg. It dawned on him that it was likely Beerus who had released him. Majin Buu? Hit. Who among the 2 is more formidable? Lu Fan held a favorable view of Hit, believing that his prowess could undoubtedly vanquish Majin Buu. However, certain variables remained uncertain. Majin Buu possessed an array of abilities. He might very well transform Hit into chocolate to consume him. Of course, these were merely Lu Fan's conjectures. The outcome would ultimately depend on their impending match. High above, Beerus cast his gaze downward. It's that Kampa fellow, they arrived before us. Beerus mused, furrowing his brow in confusion. Wait a moment, why did they bring 2 contestants? Was it not stated that only one contestant could be selected from each universe to compete for the position of destroyer? Perhaps the other individual is merely here to spectate. Whis speculated. Beerus, Chapter 42 Beerus, Tail? We should descend post-haste. Whis suggested. Our altitude exceeds even that of the High Priest. Do you deem this appropriate, my Lord Beerus? A shiver ran through Beerus, snapping him back to reality, and he urgently plummeted from the sky. Whis followed suit, swiftly descending alongside him. However, Majin Buu remained suspended in midair, showing no intention of landing. Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This rotund creature is indeed powerful, yet he is utterly dim-witted. It is difficult to fathom whether, even if he triumphed, he could be appointed as a destroyer. Hey, come down quickly. Beerus bared his teeth, softly calling out to Majin Buu in the air. Majin Buu huffed, feigning ignorance. Beerus whoosh. Beerus advanced, seizing Majin Buu's arm, and rapidly descended from the sky with him. Following this, Beerus pressed Majin Buu's head down, forcing his face firmly against the ground. I apologize, High Priest. Our contestant is a bit sluggish in his reactions. Beerus hastily explained. Sluggish? More like his intelligence is concerning, the High Priest chuckled. What does it mean to have concerning intelligence? Majin Buu's face was firmly pressed against the ground, yet he still heard the words of the Grand Priest, unable to restrain himself from asking a question. Beerus, Whis sighed heavily beside him. Kampa struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning crimson. Ha ha ha, what an imbecile Beerus is. Where did he find such a jester? It's merely a compliment to your appearance. You are indeed handsome. Beerus muttered through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu instantly beamed with delight, grinning widely. Hee hee, I am quite handsome. Beerus exhaled in relief. The Grand Priest chose not to acknowledge Beerus any further. You may rise now. No need to remain kneeling, he beckoned. Thank you, esteemed Grand Priest. Beerus nodded respectfully as he stood up. He feared that Majin Buu might cause trouble on the spot. If this fellow were to transform the Grand Priest into chocolate, I fear my demise would be quite tragic. I shall keep a close watch on him. Thus, Beerus tightly grasped Majin Buu's arm and led him over to the 6th universe for a visit. Beerus, have you finally awoken? Did you not say you would sleep for over 40 years? Kampa grinned. Humph, spare me the chatter. With such significant events unfolding, I must certainly participate, Beerus huffed. It seems you are quite confident. Beerus, Kampa remarked with a smile. Of course, just look at my contestant. Doesn't he bear a striking resemblance to you? Beerus teased. Kampa retorted, not at all. What sort of eyes do you have? Kampa exclaimed in annoyance. Their physiques are quite similar, are they not? Beerus laughed. Their physiques are entirely dissimilar. Kampa replied irritably. So, who do you plan to send into the competition? Beerus inquired curiously, glancing at Hit and Leuven behind Kampa. Naturally, it will be Hit. That fellow is merely here to observe, Kampa snickered. Oh, the tail? Beerus paused slightly, suddenly noticing the tail wrapped around Leuven's waist, unable to suppress his curiosity. Is this lad a scion? No, Kampa responded, a hint of nervousness in his voice. We must not let Beerus discover that this lad originally hails from the 7th universe. Fortunately, Beerus did not dwell on it. What if he is a scion? What if he is from our universe? Moreover, most scions have been annihilated by Frieza. Suddenly, 3 brilliant flames reappeared in the sky. Leuven looked up. This time, it was the 10th universe, the 11th universe, and the 2nd universe. The angels, destroyers, and contestants from the 3 universes appeared almost simultaneously. Leuven recognized all the figures emerging from the 3 universes. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment that Jiren was not present. Instead, it was the substitute destroyer, Toppo. Oh, I remember now. Jiren does not fancy being a destroyer. If he desired such a role, would Toppo have been chosen? The contestant from the 10th universe is none other than Zamasu. Zamasu is vying for the position of destroyer. However, on the other hand, Zamasu is indeed quite suited to be a destroyer. He is not fit to be a Kaioshin, as his obsession is far too intense. He constantly seeks to eradicate all of humanity. It seems somewhat inappropriate to refer to the destroyer as a deity of destruction, for the destroyer does not seek to annihilate all of humanity. As for the contestant from the 2nd universe, their appearance is rather portly and unappealing. Ruffin refrained from commenting on this matter. The angels and destroyers from the 3 universes descended from the heavens, kneeling in reverence before the Grand Priest. Ruffin pondered, resting his chin in thought. It appeared that the Omni-King had not made an appearance this time. Indeed, this occasion solely involved the selection of a new destroyer for the universe, rendering the Omni-King's presence somewhat superfluous. Such matters are primarily determined by the Grand Priest himself. In an instant, the angels and destroyer from the fourth universe materialized in the air, devoid of any contestants. A number of onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Why did the fourth universe arrive without a contestant? What purpose could they serve without one? The angel, Namek, and the destroyer, Katra, bowed before the Grand Priest. He nodded slightly, bidding them to rise, casting a glance at the diminutive insect-like being, Damon, on the ground, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Damon was visibly astonished. How could he have been noticed, even at such a minuscule size? Beerus, I thought you were asleep. When did you awaken? Katra inquired with a cheerful demeanor, eyeing Beerus. Humph, mind your own business and tend to your own affairs, Beerus retorted. Where is your contestant? Have you been unable to find a suitable candidate and merely come to join the fray? Think as you wish, Katra replied with a mysterious smile. Subsequently, other angels and destroyers from different universes, accompanied by their contestants, made their grand entrance. Except for the destroyers from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes. All other universes had arrived, each bringing their respective contestants. Now that all participating universes for the new destroyer selection have gathered, I invite everyone to take their seats in the audience for a brief moment, announced the Grand Priest, gesturing gently with his hand. In an instant, an additional tier of seating emerged around the circular arena. Let us proceed, Xiangpa called out. With a flurry of motion, the gods and their contestants ascended to the stands. The Grand Priest hovered high above, observing the assembly of deities and mortals below. The universes partaking in this new selection included the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 11th universes, totaling 8 contestants from 8 different realms. The Grand Priest proclaimed, the selection of the destroyers will follow a turn-based format. When your universe is called, please send your contestant to the arena for one-on-one combat. The gods and contestants listened intently. The rules of the competition were quite straightforward. To emerge victorious, one must either knock their opponent out of the ring or compel them to concede. The Grand Priest continued, the victorious contestant will advance to the 2nd round, and so forth, culminating in the final match. Killing is strictly prohibited, as is the use of weapons. Contestants who violate these rules will be disqualified. For now, let us proceed. Adjustments to the rules may be made based on the unfolding matches. The gods and participants have comprehended the announcement. Furthermore, the victor of each round will receive a can of cola from Mr. Rofan of the 6th universe as a distinctive prize. The Grand Priest gestured towards Rofan, who offered a slight bow to the assembly. The gathered gods and numerous competitors exchanged puzzled glances. Cola? What might that be? Curious, Beerus inquired Whis. Do you have any knowledge of this? It appears to be a rather refreshing beverage, was speculated. A beverage? How delightful could it possibly be? Beerus dismissed the notion casually. Given that it is a reward bestowed by the Grand Priest, it must be quite exquisite, Whis smiled. Let us hope so, Beerus chuckled. Now, I request the participants present to draw lots over there, commanded the Grand Priest, indicating that the matches would proceed according to the order of drawing lots. Suddenly, a box materialized at the arena's center. The contestants approached to draw their numbers. A total of 7 competitors stepped forward to select their number tags. The results of the draw were as follows. 1st contestant, 6th universe, Hit, 2nd contestant, 9th universe, Basil, 3rd contestant, 11th universe, Toppo, 4th contestant, 3rd universe, Magetta, 5th contestant, 7th universe, Bu, 6th contestant, 2nd universe, Ribrian, 7th contestant, 10th universe, Zamasu. Upon completing the draw, the 7 contestants returned to their respective sections. The contestant from the 4th universe was deemed unique. Thus, the remaining number 5 belonged to Damon of the 4th universe, announced the Grand Priest. 4th universe? Are there participants? Beerus pondered, slightly taken aback. Unique? What might that entail? Mr. Bu, what number did you draw? Whis inquired. What is this? Bu showed his number tag to Whis. Number 6. You shall compete against Damon from the 4th universe. Beerus observed intently, quickly adding. Majin Bu glanced towards the 4th universe's section. Yet, there were no contestants present. Who will I compete against? Whis, what is the situation? Do you have any insights? Beerus pressed. Do not rely on me for every matter. One must discern for oneself, Whis replied with a smile. Are you truly our angel from the 7th universe? Beerus retorted with annoyance. Meanwhile, from the 6th universe, Kampa asked Hit, what number did you draw? Number 1, for the first match, Hit responded. Who is your opponent? Kampa inquired eagerly. It seems to be a contestant from the ninth universe, Hit replied, referring to the red fox. That fellow should pose no significant threat. Deal with him decisively, Kampa advised. Though he added a note of caution. Understood, Hit nodded. The god of destruction of the ninth universe, Sidra, was also encouraging his competitor, Basil. We have no information on that individual from the sixth universe. Basil, you must do your best. Sidra encouraged, patting the red fox's shoulder. Without information. What is there to say? Basil replied. With the order of appearance established, let us commence the first match. The Grand Priest smiled and announced, in the first match, we have the contestant Hit from Universe 6 facing off against Basil from Universe 9. May both contestants proceed to the arena. There is no time limit for this match. It will continue until one party achieves victory. Should a contestant fall from the stage, they will be automatically transported back to their respective universe's viewing area. So you need not worry. Hit, give it your all. Xiangpa encouraged as he patted Hit on the shoulder. Don't embarrass me. Yes, Hit replied and soared onto the stage. Bazus, your sister, Lufan suddenly interjected. At this point, Lufan took a sip from a bottle of cola. Bazus, why are you still cursing? I was wondering why your sister isn't here, Lufan inquired curiously after swallowing his drink. Could you refrain from breathing so heavily while speaking? Basil's expression darkened. Is that so? Lufan grinned widely. My sister should be in the new universe. She might arrive shortly, Basil speculated. Is your sister truly that beautiful? Lufan whispered. Basil wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you already thinking about my sister? She's attractive. Didn't I show you her projection before? Indeed. I am looking forward to it. Lufan nodded vigorously. Basil sighed, choosing to ignore Lufan. However, I believe the ultimate decision regarding the god of destruction should rest with your sister, considering she will be living alongside him in the future. Lufan pondered this. Basil nearly choked. Living together? You speak as if they are getting married. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they will. Basil shook his head. Is your sister secretly watching the match? Lufan speculated. Basil opted for silence. My sister is an angel. Would she need to watch secretly? On the circular arena, Hit and Basil from Universe 9 stood facing each other. The diameter of the arena was approximately 100 meters, providing ample space for the match. Begin, the Grand Priest declared. Without a moment's hesitation, Basil charged towards Hit with a fierce determination, launching a punch aimed directly at Hit's face. Observing Basil's attack, Hit maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Good. Well done, Basil. That punch might just eliminate him. Sidra exclaimed excitedly. In a flash, Hit uttered two words, time stop. Bang. Hit delivered a powerful punch that struck Basil squarely in the chest. Basil immediately fell victim to the blow, his body arcing through the air as blood spewed from his mouth, collapsing onto the ground. With a thud, Basil hit the ground and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly defeated, Sidra's smile gradually faded. What was that move? When did Universe 6 produce such a formidable opponent? Xiangpa beamed, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, his face brimming with pride. Damn it! Basil gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Immediately, Basil suddenly accelerated to his utmost speed, leaving several afterimages in his wake. In the next moment, Basil charged towards Hit once more. In a flash, Hit, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his own flash technique again. Chapter 44. Beerus, I too desire cola. Bang. Hit delivered another powerful punch, striking Basil squarely in the chest. This time, Basil soared even higher. With a crash, after landing, Basil's body slid backward, skidding to the edge of the arena. Hit strode towards his opponent. Basil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning exceptionally grim. Oh dear. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Basil, elevating his power to its peak as he lunged ferociously at Hit. Bang! Hit retaliated with a kick. Whoosh! Basil was sent flying off the arena. Swish! At the moment Basil left the platform, his figure flickered and vanished instantly. Following this, Basil reappeared in the stands of Universe 9. Basil has been eliminated. The god of destruction, Sidera, displayed a face of astonishment. Is he out already? That was far too swift. Hee, Sidera, it seems your contestant is rather underwhelming. Kampa wore a smug grin. Sidera clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could confront Kampa and deliver a beating. That fat fool's laughter is insufferable. In the first match, Hit from Universe 6 claimed victory and advanced to the semifinals. The Grand Priest announced loudly that Hit could return to his universe's stands to collect a can of cola from Mr. Lufan as a special reward. Yes, Hit respectfully nodded, soaring away from the arena to rejoin his stands and stand before Lufan. Well done, Lufan praised, slightly raising his hand. Whoosh. A can of cola appeared in Lufan's hand, which he handed to Hit. Thank you. Hit expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. You earned it, Lufan smiled. Hit took the cola, opened it, and savored a sip. His eyes lit up instantly, feeling the delightful sensation on his palate. So this is cola? It's incredibly delicious. No wonder Lord Kampa's demeanor towards Lufan is so peculiar. Only this fellow could concoct such a delectable beverage. It's no wonder even the Grand Priest holds him in such high regard. Is that cola? Beerus glanced over in that direction and remarked to Whis. Indeed, it appears quite enjoyable, Whis admitted, his interest piqued. Hey, Majin Buu. Focus on your match and win the reward so you can get me some cola, Beerus instructed Buu. Buu ignored him. Why should I give it to you? I want some too. Nevertheless, it must be said, that fellow named Hit is indeed formidable, effortlessly securing victory in the match. Beerus grinned, noting that Bazel from Universe 9 was defeated in less than 3 moves. If all proceeds smoothly, Mr. Buu will encounter Hit during the finals, remarked Whis with a smile. Indeed, Beerus sighed in relief and turned to Buu, instructing him to keep a close watch on the individual named Hit, as he might very well advance to the finals. Majin Buu cast a glance in Hit's direction, soon captivated by the cola and Hit's grasp. Is it truly that delightful? Is it even more refreshing than my milk? Majin Buu's thoughts had already drifted toward the cola. Zamasu, that fellow named Hit is formidable. You must exercise caution, warned Rumshire in a grave tone. No need for concern. Lord Destroyer, replied Zamasu confidently. According to the order of numbers, I shall meet him in the finals. That is indeed the case, Rumshire nodded. Torpa, how long do you believe it will take for you to defeat that individual named Hit? Why might inquired of Torpa. Based on my calculations, if I utilize destructive energy, I can eliminate him in no more than 3 minutes, Torpa responded calmly. As a substitute destroyer, it would be quite embarrassing if I were unable to defeat him. Why nodded, feeling reassured. After all, Torpa is a substitute destroyer and has already mastered destruction. Debrillion, your opponent is that individual, Hellas informed his universe's contestant. Understood. Debrillion nodded. I shall ensure he falls before my pomegranate skirt. Hellas, are you intending to employ the wiles of beauty? The destroyer of Universe 9, Sidera, was left in despair. Eliminated upon entry, this destroyer selection has nothing to do with me. Now, let us proceed to the second match. The Grand Minister announced with a smile. The second match features Mr. Torpa from Universe 11 against Mr. Magikeo from Universe 3. Torpa leaped onto the arena, and Magikeo appeared on the stage as well. Lufan was more familiar with Torpa, but found Magikeo somewhat unfamiliar. Lufan was certain that Magikeo must have participated in the power tournament, but with over 80 participants, it was impossible to remember them all, especially since many were merely bystanders. Magikeo was a metallic being, reminiscent of the liquid metal from the Terminator. The destroyer of Universe 3, Mosca, was a large robot, devoid of any expression. However, Lufan was aware of Mosca's true identity. The robotic exterior merely concealed a small figure within, who controlled the robot. The match begins, the Grand Minister declared. Torpa silently regarded the metallic being Magikeo. Beard man, I am more powerful than you can imagine. Surrender quickly, huffed Magikeo. Snap. In the next moment, Magikayu's form suddenly melted, transforming into a pool of liquid metal. Troppa's expression remained largely unchanged. The liquid metal coalesced into a column of water, sweeping toward Troppa's direction. Humph. Troppa emitted a cold snort, and a surge of energy emanated from his hand. Bang! Troppa's energy pierced through the liquid metal effortlessly. The liquid metal splattered onto the ground, with a significant portion evaporating instantly. Hey, are you alright? You mustn't die. If you perish, I will also lose my chance in the competition, Troppa remarked with a smile. He was well aware that the previous strike would not be fatal. After all, he was seasoned in battle. In the 11th universe, Troppa had encountered similar forms of metallic beings, thus possessing ample combat experience. With a crack, the liquid metal reformed, reverting to its original shape. But its countenance displayed signs of distress. Chapter 45. Troppa, how immense can your destructive power coalesce? How did you revert back? Troppa chuckled lightly. Is it due to a lack of confidence? Whoosh. Troppa swiftly appeared before Magikayu. Magikayu's eyes widened in astonishment. This fellow's speed is astonishing. Bang. Troppa delivered a powerful uppercut, striking Magikayu squarely on the chin. Despite being made of liquid metal, Magicayu felt waves of intense pain from the blow. He tumbled through the air, rolling several times. Upon landing, he continued to roll on the ground, his body scraping against the arena floor, leaving trails in his wake. Just as it seemed Magicayu would roll out of the ring, he swiftly transformed back into liquid metal, clinging tightly to the surface of the arena. Boom! Just as Magicayu sighed in relief, a massive energy wave surged toward him with a deafening roar. In an instant, Magicayu was blasted out of the arena by the overwhelming force of the energy wave. Magicayu was eliminated. In the second match, Mr. Toppo from the 11th universe emerged victorious. Please, Mr. Toppo, proceed to the stands of the 6th universe to collect a bottle of cola, the Grand Priest smiled. Yes. Toppo bowed respectfully. Whoosh. Toppo soared to the cosmic stands, appearing before Ruffin. Well done. Keep up the good work, Ruffin said, handing Toppo a can of cola. Thank you. Toppo accepted the cola with both hands, nodding with a smile. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Toppo was poised to achieve ultimate victory. Indeed, Waimei said with a gentle smile. After all, Mr. Toppo is a candidate for the God of Destruction, and his strength is considerable. Makalita nodded in agreement. However, this means that Lord Waimei will need to select a new candidate for the God of Destruction. I already have someone in mind. If it comes to that, we can let Tispa take on the role of the new candidate, Waimei pondered. But Mr. Tispa's strength is somewhat lacking, Makalita chuckled. No worries, with proper training. He will suffice, Waimei replied. In the 3rd universe, the God of Destruction, Mosca, remarked, Majiku is truly incompetent. How could he lose the match so easily? That fellow named Toppo is not to be underestimated. Indeed, it is said that he is the God of Destruction's candidate from the 11th universe, Whis replied with a smile. Beerus was taken aback. What did you say? A candidate for the God of Destruction? He exclaimed in astonishment. Whis chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Damn it. I just remembered. During the last gathering with the other gods of destruction, the fellow named Waimizi mentioned wanting to retire. I thought he was merely joking. I never expected it to be true. Has he already begun training a successor all these years? Beerus gritted his teeth, feeling quite displeased. If Toppo is indeed a candidate for the God of Destruction, then his strength is undoubtedly far greater than what is currently evident. He must be concealing a tremendous amount of energy, destructive energy. It is possible that he has already mastered destruction. I hear you are a candidate for the God of Destruction. Ruffin inquired. Yes, Toppo replied politely with a nod. Are you capable of harnessing destruction? Ruffin pressed further. Bardos glanced over, while Xiangpa cast a sidelong look. Here we go again. Toppo, still unclear about Ruffin's true identity, could only stammer and respond with courtesy. How large can you condense it? Ruffin asked. How large? Toppo was momentarily taken aback, a bit puzzled. Just the size, Ruffin clarified. It should be about this big, Toppo said, extending his arms to demonstrate. Approximately 1.8 meters in diameter. Ruffin rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Indeed, it could be a bit larger, perhaps over 2 meters. Is it impossible to make it larger? Ruffin inquired again. In principle, it could be increased further, but beyond a certain point, it loses significance. To continue increasing the size would inevitably reduce the destructive power of the core, Toppo explained. At this point, Toppo regarded Ruffin thoughtfully. Why was he asking such questions? Could it be that he too possesses the ability to destroy? Are you perhaps the candidate for the God of Destruction from the 6th universe? Toppo asked cautiously. Hey, you big-bearded one, I never said I wanted to retire. Xiangpa interjected, his expression dark. I have not yet had my fill of being a God of Destruction. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, my sincerest apologies. Toppo quickly responded. Get lost with your soda, and don't linger in our 6th universe's stands, Xiangpa ordered. It was Ruffin here who was asking me questions, not that I wanted to stay. Toppo protested. Keep it up, you must train diligently. With destruction only 2 meters in size, you won't accomplish much, Ruffin encouraged, patting Toppo on the shoulder. Toppo nodded, somewhat bewildered. Won't accomplish much? A 2-meter-sized destruction is more than sufficient to obliterate an entire star system. Just 2 days ago, during the battle with the Evil Legion, I refrained from destroying our prideful planet. If I had truly unleashed my power, that massive prideful planet would have vanished without a trace. Who exactly is this person? The prize appointed by the Grand Priest is indeed derived from him. Mysteriously, Tuapa contemplated numerous thoughts in his heart, yet still maintained his politeness by bowing to Lu Fan and Xiangpa, and then offering a separate gesture of respect to Bados before returning to his designated seat. What did that kid selling cola say to you? Wei Mei asked. Lord Wei Mei, he inquired about the extent of my destructive power, Tuapa replied, wiping his brow. Destruction? To what extent? Wei Mei appeared somewhat perplexed by Lu Fan's intentions. Does this question hold any special significance? Is he suggesting that he can also manifest destruction? Wei Mei pondered, though it seemed Xiang Pa had no intention of retreating. Indeed, Lord Xiang Pa did express such sentiments. Tuapa nodded. Forget about him. Wei Mei shook his head. Let us proceed to the third match. The Grand Priest announced with a smile, the contestant from Universe 10. Damon will face off against the contestant from Universe 7, Bu. Fight well, do you understand? Beerus instructed Bu. Bu feigned ignorance. Go on, Beerus commanded. Bu was reluctant to move. I do not wish to be directed by you. I simply want to be myself. Get up there, why are you dawdling? Beerus said irritably. If you falter at a critical moment, I shall destroy you. Chapter 46. Majin Bu, one more can humph. Understood? Bu replied, and with that, he soared high into the air and landed heavily on the arena. Bang! Majin Bu deliberately channeled his power into his feet, attempting to shatter the arena with a single stomp. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt as though they might break. Looking at the arena, it remained unscathed. Just as Bu intended to obliterate the platform, the Grand Priest had already perceived his thoughts. With a silent wave of his hand, the Grand Priest enveloped the arena in a veil of angelic power. Fortunately, Majin Bu's legs did not suffer immediate injury. Thus, the third match commences. The Grand Priest announced with a smile. Damon, a perfect opportunity. The moment that Fatso landed, he seemed utterly dazed. I shall seize this chance to launch my attack and knock him off the platform. Bang! Damon swiftly charged towards Majin Bu. He delivered a kick to Bu, forcefully propelling his body backward. Onlookers were astonished by the spectacle. On the arena, Majin Bu was sliding backward, his feet dragging along the ground, leaving long trails behind. The sound of friction between Bu's feet and the surface was incessant. What is happening? Who is the contestant from Universe 4? Beerus exclaimed, bewildered. Is it the Invisible Man? Xiang Pa asked, frowning in confusion. What? The Invisible Man? Beerus suddenly realized. Hee. Quitella chuckled with a smug expression. Keetra, you shameless individual. How could you possibly choose such a contestant for the competition? Beerus gritted his teeth. There was no rule against invisible participants. Keetra chuckled joyfully. The reason for Keetra's amusement was that my contestant is not an invisible man, but rather a minuscule insect, smaller than an ant. It is entirely understandable that you cannot see him. His presence is difficult to detect without careful observation. Majin Bu continued to slide backward, quickly approaching the edge of the arena. Well done, Damon. Eliminate him. Keetra shouted exuberantly. Majin Bu displayed a look of utter astonishment. Who is pushing me? He wondered, glancing over his shoulder. Soon, he noticed the edge of the arena drawing near. Majin Bu attempted to halt his movement, but felt an overwhelming force behind him. A grin spread across his face as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Damon was energetically pushing Majin Bu backward, convinced of his imminent victory and advancement to the semifinals. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air. Damon froze, bewildered. What was that noise? Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened with horror. He realized that his opponent's legs had suddenly severed, separating from his body. Damon trembled in shock, his spirit nearly escaping him. Hey, his body and legs are detached. Bazel exclaimed. Sidra also appeared equally stunned. Ribrian's face lost all color, her once rosy complexion now pale with fear. If someone is killed, that counts as a forfeit, Zamasu pondered. Damon stood there, aghast, staring at the bisected Majin Bu, momentarily rendered speechless. Ah, I finally discovered you. It was you all along. Just then, as Damon was lost in thought, Majin Bu's head leaned closer, gazing at the tiny insect on the ground, smaller than an ant. What? You're still alive? Damon exclaimed in disbelief. So it was just a bug. Majin Bu smiled widely. Oh no, I've fallen for your trick. I'll squash you, Damon shouted, realizing his predicament. Majin Bu swiftly grabbed his severed legs and, using them, began to slap Damon against the ground vigorously. Damon felt dazed, nearly facing death. Keetra's smile gradually faded. Had he been recognized so quickly? This is troublesome. It seems I may lose this match. Hey, Bu, enough. If you continue, you'll be disqualified, Beerus shouted urgently. Majin Bu glanced at Beerus, disregarding him entirely. Don't you want a soda anymore? Beerus retorted. Bu replied, This does seem quite tempting. In a swift motion, Majin Buu seized the minuscule daemon from the ground and, with a forceful throw, sent him flying far from the arena. In the third match, Mr. Buu from Universe 7 emerged victorious. The Grand Priest proclaimed, inviting Mr. Buu to approach Mr. Rofan to receive a can of cola as a special reward. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the eyes of Majin Buu sparkled with excitement. This was the moment he had been eagerly anticipating since his awakening. He would finally have a taste of this intriguing beverage. Whoosh! Buu swiftly soared towards Rofan. With a gentle lift of his hand, Rofan instantly conjured a can of cola. Curiously, Buu gazed at Rofan's right hand, wondering how he achieved such a feat. How did you do that? Buu inquired, mimicking Rofan's gesture by raising his own right hand. However, nothing materialized. I compressed the cola into particles using energy, when needed. I utilized my energy to restore these particles to their original form, Rofan elucidated. A look of confusion washed over Majin Buu's face. What does that mean? I don't understand. Well, that's not important. Let me savor this cola first, he replied. With a pop, Majin Buu opened the can and took a sip. His eyes lit up with delight, revealing his astonishment. This is truly delicious. That glutton, didn't he say he would share his prize with me? Beerus fumed, nostrils flaring in anger. Mr. Buu hasn't agreed to that, Whis chuckled. That scoundrel, not even leaving me a drop. Beerus huffed. Soon enough, Majin Buu polished off the entire can, even licking the inside clean with his tongue. Beerus felt utterly disgusted. I want another can, Buu pleaded, eyeing Rofan eagerly. Win the next match, and you shall have another. Rofan smiled. No, I want it now. Buu's childish temper flared. Chapter 47. Step aside. Foolish human. Beerus's eyes widened, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoosh. He zoomed in from a distance, firmly grasping Majin Buu's head. My apologies, he was merely jesting. Please disregard it, Beerus hurriedly explained to Rofan. This fellow's identity is still uncertain. I prefer to avoid provoking him. Moreover, the Grand Priest stated that winning the match would earn you a can of cola. You've finished one, and you dare to ask for another? Are you courting disaster? Beerus could hardly bear to face the Grand Priest, feeling a chill run down his spine as if the Grand Priest were watching him intently. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, Beerus reiterated to Rofan, bowing respectfully while ushering Majin Buu away. He quickly departed the stands of Universe 6, returning to his own. You glutton, do you even comprehend your actions? Continue this way, and I swear I shall obliterate you. Beerus scowled darkly, while a glimmer of menace flickered in Majin Buu's gaze. However, upon contemplating the formidable nature of this feline warrior, Majin Buu found himself somewhat bewildered. I am certainly no match for him. Perhaps I should maintain a low profile for now. Heh. The cowardly demeanor of Beerus is amusing to consider. Kampa is likely unaware of the true identity of Ribrian. Indeed, he is oblivious, Bardos nodded. How amusing it would be to witness his reaction if he were to find out. Kampa revealed a set of pristine white teeth. Now, let us proceed to the fourth match, the Grand Minister announced, with Lady Ribrian of Universe 2 set to face Mr. Zamasu of Universe 10. Ribrian, I am counting on you, Helis said to her. He will undoubtedly fall beneath my pomegranate skirt, Ribrian declared confidently. Helis fell silent, sensing that the woman I recruited may not be entirely reliable. Zamasu, be gentle. It is rare to encounter such a beautiful woman. Ramsey blushed upon seeing Ribrian. Zamasu glanced at Ramsey. Are you an elephant? Shouldn't your affections lie with a female elephant? It is surprising that you have taken an interest in this woman. Zamasu shook his head. With a swift motion, Zamasu ascended to the arena, facing Ribrian. The match begins. The Grand Minister announced emphatically. Look, Lufin, a stunning beauty. Bardos remarked with a smile. Lufin stared intently at Bardos. I did not mean for you to gaze at me. I meant for you to look at Lady Ribrian in the arena, Bardos clarified. Her? Lufin questioned skeptically. Can she truly be considered beautiful? Naturally, in our divine realm, plumpness is regarded as beauty. In truth, my appearance could only be deemed second-rate, while first-rate beauties are akin to Ribrian, Bardos commented. Then let these first-rate beauties be offered to the Grand Minister. Lufin replied, I am content with second-rate beauties. The Grand Minister cast a dark glance in their direction. Bardos wiped her brow vigorously. You truly dare to speak so audaciously. In my eyes, I shall refrain from commenting on women like Ribrian, and instead take a moment to retch on the sidelines, Lufin stated. Bardos, to encounter such a stunning beauty and utter such repulsive words. I cannot fathom what you were thinking. In the arena. Hey, handsome, How about treating me to a drink after the match? Ribrian flirted enticingly. Begone, you foolish human. Zamasu scoffed coldly, his expression darkening. Oh, Ribrian paused momentarily. Does this fellow not appreciate women? Allow me to show you my ultimate technique. Sweetheart S. Donut, Ribrian proclaimed, striking a heart-shaped pose. Whoosh. A heart-shaped energy beam surged towards Zamasu. Humph. Zamasu's expression remained icy. Crack. A blade of energy manifested in Zamasu's hand. With a swift slice, Zamasu cleaved the heart-shaped energy in two. Whoosh. In the next moment, Zama's figure flickered and vanished from sight. What? You heartless wretch, have you truly cleaved my love in twain? Cried Librian. Zamasu retorted, who dares label me as a heartbreaker? It seems you have misconstrued my intentions, you repugnant woman. I am a deity, a being of noble stature. Even though you possess beauty and grace, before a god, you are but a mere doll. Swiftly, Zamasu reappeared silently behind Librian. Where are you? Heartbreaker, show yourself. Have you fled the arena, overwhelmed by my unparalleled beauty? Librian asked, her voice tinged with shyness. Zama's expression darkened once more. What an unashamed woman she was. I am right behind you. His voice echoed. What? Librian's countenance paled. You are eliminated, you disgusting woman. Zamasu bellowed. With a swift motion, Zama's hand sliced through Librian's back, piercing her chest without hesitation. Librian looked down at the hand protruding from her front, feeling her vitality swiftly dissipating. She grew increasingly feeble, her consciousness blurring. Do not worry. You shall not perish. If you die, I too would be disqualified, Zamasu chuckled, dragging Librian to the edge of the arena. Indeed, Librian was not dead, merely engulfed in excruciating pain, emitting cries for mercy. As Zamasu pulled her, a long crimson trail marked the arena floor. Helles furrowed her brow. The contestant from Universe 10 is rather ruthless. Though Librian may be somewhat distasteful, such severity is uncalled for. Ramsey glanced at Kess, who sighed softly. How could I have overlooked his ferocity? Ramsey mused. The human heart is inscrutable, especially that of a deity, Kess sighed. This is troublesome. The great priest is watching. Ramsey lamented. I fear our chances in this god of destruction competition are dwindling, Kess reflected. Indeed, this contest is not merely a competition. It tests the hearts of the participants, assessing their suitability to become an exceptional god of destruction. Chapter 48. The Great Priest. His inner cultivation transcends that of a god of destruction. I should have informed Zamasu sooner, Ramsey sighed. A leopard cannot change its spots, Kess remarked. With a swift motion, Zamasu hurled Librian from the edge of the arena. Whoosh! Zama's hand sent Librian soaring out of the ring. In an instant, Librian flickered and vanished, reappearing in the stands of Universe 2. Although her body had been pierced, her vital organs remained unscathed. As a realm king, such matters are easily accomplished. However, Ribrian was in such distress, weeping pitifully. Sava, hasten to her aid, Hellas commanded. Of course, my lord Hellas. Sava replied with a gentle nod, his staff radiating a healing light that swiftly enveloped Ribrian. In the blink of an eye, her wounds were completely healed. Thank you. Thank you. Ribrian expressed her gratitude in haste. Sava merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, with a hint of trepidation, Ribrian gazed at Zamasu on the arena. This battle had left her with a psychological scar. It appears my beauty cannot resolve all matters. This individual must surely be a eunuch. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he remains unmoved by my allure. In the fourth match, Mr. Zamasu from Universe 10 emerged victorious. The Grand Priest announced with a smile, Please, Mr. Zamasu, proceed to Mr. Rofan to receive a can of soda. Yes. Zamasu bowed respectfully. Whoosh. Zamasu soared to Rofan's side. Rofan lifted his small hand slightly, producing a can of soda. He extended the soda toward Zamasu. Thank you. Zamasu graciously accepted the can with both hands. Just as he was about to open it, Rofan interjected, Wait a moment. Zamasu paused. I almost forgot to mention, shaking the can before drinking enhances the flavor, Rofan advised. Is that so? Thank you. Zamasu nodded in appreciation, vigorously shaking the can. Zampa and Beerus could not help but step aside, creating distance from Zamasu. As Zamasu opened the can, a burst of carbonated gas erupted, splattering his face. Taken by surprise, Zamasu initially thought he was under attack, his energy flickering rapidly. Smack! In an instant, the soda was incinerated into mere ashes by Zama's flame. What a waste! Beerus grimaced, feeling a pang of sorrow. Did he truly just destroy such a delectable can of soda? What do you mean? Why are you toying with me? Zamasu quickly regained his composure, glaring at Rofan. I am not toying with you. This is how soda is meant to be enjoyed, Rofan replied with a gentle smile. Smack. Rofan conjured another can of soda, shaking it vigorously. Zampa. He casually tossed the can to Zampa. Zampa was momentarily taken aback. Try it and see. He claims I am teasing him, Rofan stated. Smack. Without hesitation. Zampa opened the can, swiftly bringing the opening to his lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Zampa swallowed it down in one go. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed, patting his belly and releasing a puff of carbon dioxide. Do you understand now? It's meant to be consumed this way, Rofan chuckled. Zamasu was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Zamasu, you must diligently refine your inner self. Even if you win the competition in your current state, you are unfit to be a destroyer. Lufan lamented, patting Zamasu on the shoulder. I acknowledge your prowess as a king, and you may indeed become the next king of the gods. However, if you continue to develop with this mindset, the divine position of king will likely elude you. Zamasu frowned, a flicker of anger passing across his face. Nevertheless, he ultimately respected Lufan's true identity. This young man is favored by the Grand Priest, after all. It would be wise not to provoke him. Having come to this realization, Zamasu nodded gently. I shall take note of your advice. Thank you, Mr. Lufan, he said, bowing slightly. Go on, Lufan waved his hand, signaling Zamasu to take his leave. The Grand Priest silently observed Lufan once more. Despite his youthful appearance, this young man surpasses everyone present in the cultivation of the inner self, even outshining several destroyers. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Zamasu returned to the stands of the 10th universe. Ramsey said nothing further. He sensed that Zamasu was already out of the running. Even if he were to achieve victory in the competition, it was unlikely he would be chosen as a destroyer. A destroyer can disregard the existence of life, yet they would never descend to such cruelty. In the recent match, had you merely kicked that beautiful woman off the stage, no one would have criticized you. However, your tormenting of her is where you went wrong. It seems the contestants from the second universe are not so impressive after all, Zamasu smiled. As long as you are content, Ramsey replied curtly. Zamasu did not dwell on it, his face alight with anticipation. The remaining 3 contestants shall fall before my might, if I fight earnestly. Thus, the first round of the competition drew to a close. The Grand Priest floated in the air, smiling as he announced, the contestants advancing to the semifinals are Hit from the 6th universe, Toppo from the 11th universe, Bu from the 7th universe, and Zamasu from the 10th universe. We shall now commence the semifinals, with the first match featuring Hit from the 6th universe against Toppo from the 11th universe. Please, both contestants, take the stage. Hit, be cautious. That individual is a candidate for destroyer, Xiangpa warned. Understood, Hit nodded. Toppo, your opponent seems capable of controlling time, allowing it to briefly halt, so do not underestimate him. Waymide also cautioned Toppo. Yes, my lord Waymide, Toppo replied. The two ascended to the arena. The match begins. The Grand Priest announced. Hit and Toppo exchanged no superfluous words, diving immediately into a fierce clash. Bang, bang, bang. Both unleashed their energies, relentlessly striking at one another. Chapter 49, Hit versus Toppo. Lufan observed silently. The power of Hit and Toppo is relatively comparable. They have already been engaged for nearly a minute, yet no victor has emerged in this brief span. Hit has yet to employ his time-skipping ability. Though Toppo refrained from employing destructive force, the confrontation between the two was merely an exploratory skirmish. They were testing one another, seeking to devise a strategy to eliminate the opponent. 2 minutes later, a resounding impact echoed as their fists collided. Both warriors staggered backward several paces. In the next moment, Hit and Toppo locked eyes. You are formidable, were we in my universe. You might very well be my rival for the position of candidate destroyer, Toppo remarked with a calm demeanor. Hit scoffed, offering no further reply. I am aware you manipulate time, then let me witness it, Toppo declared, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Hit, delivering a powerful punch. As you wish. Time skip. Hit retorted with a cold grunt, executing the technique without hesitation. Bang. Hit's fist struck Toppo directly on the nose. A sharp sting coursed through Toppo, and upon inspection, he discovered blood streaming from his nostrils. His eyes widened in astonishment. I didn't even see how he threw that punch. Is this the essence of time manipulation? Briefly halting time to inflict harm? Indeed. You are more challenging than I anticipated. A smile crept across Toppo's face. However, merely controlling time will not secure your victory over me. Suddenly, a radiant, purplish-red aura enveloped Toppo. He had activated his destroyer form. Hit's expression grew grave. Then let us continue. Toppo grinned, dashing once more towards Hit. Time skip. Without a moment's hesitation, Hit unleashed the technique again, following it with a punch aimed at Toppo's chest. Smack! To Hit's shock, Toppo raised a hand to block the blow. Hit's eyes widened. Such mastery of time manipulation requires energy suppression to be most effective, does it not? My destroyer energy has far surpassed your base energy, Toppo declared with a chuckle. What? Hit's expression shifted dramatically. Bang! Toppo, showing no courtesy, kneed Hit sharply in the chest. Hit coughed up a significant amount of blood, feeling utterly compromised. Bang! Toppo followed up with a kick, sending Hit crashing to the ground. Damn it, is Hit truly no match for that guy? Zampa grimaced. Humph, no matter how powerful that Hit may be, he cannot possibly surpass my status as the candidate destroyer, Whammy sneered. You have lost, Hit, Toppo proclaimed, extending his hand and directing his focus toward Hit's form. Boom. A formidable surge of energy erupted from Toppo's palm, surging forth like lightning towards Hit. Startled, Hit swiftly rolled aside to evade the oncoming assault. Boom. The unleashed energy struck the arena floor, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the very position that Hit occupied had begun to exhibit a certain degree of fissures. The speed was indeed quite remarkable. However, it was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Toppo let out a snort and darted toward Hit's location. In an instant, Toppo found himself directly opposite Hit. I must concede, you are the only rival I respect in this destruction god competition. But it would be wise for you to resign yourself to defeat, Toppo declared, as he clenched his fist and struck downward towards Hit's chest. Yet, just as Toppo believed that this blow would certainly send Hit tumbling from the ring, he was astonished to discover that Hit's figure had become ethereal. This is bad. It's an illusion. Toppo's expression shifted dramatically. You have been exceedingly careless. Hit's voice resonated from behind Toppo. Hey! Hit delivered a powerful kick that struck Toppo squarely in the back. Toppo's body lurched forward, intimately meeting the surface of the arena. He continued to slide forward, swiftly approaching within a meter of the ring's edge. Hit rushed forward, intending to seize the opportunity to eliminate Toppo from the competition. However, Toppo reacted with remarkable speed, hastily rising to his feet and catching Hit's incoming punch with his arm. I will not be defeated by you, Toppo grunted, though you may have gained a slight advantage. The upper hand belongs to me. Is that so? Hit grinned. Toppo froze, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Boom. Suddenly, an immensely powerful energy erupted from Hit's body, enveloping him in a soft blue glow. What? Toppo's expression shifted again. You were concealing your energy all along? You guessed correctly, Hit replied with a gentle smile. In an instant, Hit unleashed his time skip once more. Time froze. Bang. A kick landed on Toppo's body. Time resumed. Toppo was struck, his body hurtling backward. Yet, being the successor to the destroyer god, Toppo's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. Just as he was about to tumble out of the ring, he urgently grasped the edge of the platform with his right hand. Toppo's entire body dangled in midair, but his grip on the edge prevented him from plummeting immediately. Hit approached with deliberate steps, and Toppo's expression grew gravely serious. Descend, Hit calmly uttered, then stomped forcefully. Crack. The edge of the platform Toppo clung to suddenly loosened. Toppo lost his balance and fell from the ring. Whoosh. Toppo's form flickered and appeared in the stands of Universe 11. Toppo had been eliminated. Phew, Hit exhaled deeply. This adversary is quite formidable. Toppo remarked, I never anticipated such a result. Apologies, I underestimated you, he said solemnly. Toppo was at a loss for words. However, at this juncture, further discussion would be futile. Very well, even if I were to scold you now, it would serve little purpose. You might as well return to fulfill your role as my candidate for the Destroyer God. A sigh of deliciousness escaped, but upon reflection, perhaps this is for the best, as it spares us the trouble of nurturing a new destroyer. My sincerest apologies, Lord Vemide. Vemide waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. In the first match of the semifinals, contestant Hit from Universe 6 emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. The Grand Priest smiled as he announced that Hit could retrieve a can of cola from Lufin. Chapter 50. Hit, my brother. Indeed. Hit bowed respectfully and returned to the stands. Lufin tossed the cola to Hit, who caught it in his hands, yet showed no intention of opening it immediately. May I save it for later? Hit inquired. Of course, the cola is yours. Drink it however you please. Even if you choose to drink it upside down. I shall not interfere, Lufin replied with a smile. Hit responded, I would never drink it upside down. Hit, I have always regarded you as my brother, Lufin remarked. Your head is truly unique, resembling that of my brother quite closely. Hit displayed a face of bewilderment. My head resembles your brother's? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I bear a striking resemblance to your brother? Hit instinctively thought he might look similar to Lufin's sibling. Yes, indeed, Lufin nodded vigorously. Do you have any siblings? Bardos cast a curious glance at Lufin. What are you saying, Bardos? Of course, I have brothers. Lufin rolled his eyes. Whatever you say? Bardos shook her head, slightly puzzled. Even if you have brothers, would they truly resemble Hit? You two do not belong to the same race. What is this lad up to? Is he deliberately trying to cultivate a good rapport with Hit? Perhaps, given the current trajectory. Hit is likely to become the new god of destruction. In terms of both strength and temperament, Hit is quite suitable for this role. Bardos chose not to pursue the matter further. In the future, you shall meet my brother, Lufin declared. Very well, when you have time, do introduce me, Bardos nodded. Indeed. Lufin replied. Zampa, standing nearby, also wore a puzzled expression. Your brother's head resembles Hit's? I sense something peculiar in your words. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lufin. Hit responded. No need for formality, Hit, Lufin smiled. In the second match of the semifinals, contestant Bu from Universe 7 faced off against Zamasu from Universe 10. The Grand Priest announced the commencement of the match. Bu and Zamasu ascended the platform. The match begins. The Grand Priest proclaimed. With a swift motion, Zamasu summoned a blade of light in his hand. Bu's eyes widened in astonishment. What a marvelous technique. Suddenly, Zamasu, moving with astonishing speed, plunged the blade into Majin Bu's body. Bu glanced down at the blade embedded within him, seemingly unfazed. The ultimate victor of this match is I, Zamasu. Zamasu shouted, forcefully withdrawing the blade with a resounding thud. In an instant, Zamasu leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick to the face of Majin Bu, causing him to stagger backward. Wow! Zamasu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Majin Bu, who appeared utterly incapable of retaliating. Hey! Zamasu followed up with a heavy punch. Bang! Majin Bu collapsed to the ground, smoke emanating from his body. Victory! A slight smile graced Zamasu's face, revealing his triumph. However, with a clap, Majin Bu nonchalantly rose from the ground. Zamasu's smile began to fade. A hint of pain flickered on Majin Bu's face, revealing a murderous intent. Clap. Moments later, the body that Zamasu had pierced was effortlessly restored by Majin Bu. What? This fiend can regenerate. Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. How can I deal with you? Majin Bu extended his hand, aiming at Zamasu from a distance. He sensed that this opponent was not formidable at all. You've struck me for ages, yet I feel no pain whatsoever. Well, except for that one time you stabbed me. That stung a bit. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from Majin Bu's hand, hurtling toward Zamasu without hesitation. This is bad, Zamasu exclaimed, and without a moment's pause, he soared into the sky. Hey! In the next moment, Zamasu forcefully waved his hands downward, unleashing a powerful divine energy that enveloped Majin Bu. It appeared as though Majin Bu had been momentarily frozen in place, unable to move. Zamasu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've immobilized this hefty opponent. I must swiftly eliminate him. He is stronger than I had anticipated. Whoosh. Zamasu dove from the sky, aiming a kick directly at Majin Bu. Blah blah blah. As Zamasu approached rapidly, Majin Bu suddenly moved, making a silly face at him. Just as Zamasu prepared to strike, he was confronted by a large face looming closer. Zamasu was momentarily paralyzed with fear, quickly halting in midair. Whoosh. Majin Bu soared above him. What? This creature is incredibly swift. Zamasu gasped in astonishment. Bang! Majin Bu struck down with a mighty slap, sending Zamasu crashing to the ground. Smash! Zamasu's body made intimate contact with the arena floor, leaving him disoriented and severely injured. Damn it! Zamasu gritted his teeth, managing to rise halfway before collapsing again. Clap! Majin Bu descended, landing opposite Zamasu. Gurgle! Majin Bu's stomach growled audibly. I'm hungry. I shall consume you. Bu declared. What did you say? Do you even know who you're speaking to? Zamasu replied, a mix of shock and fury as he glared at Majin Bu. Transform into a cookie, Bu commanded, and the antennae on his head flickered, emitting a purplish-white flame. Bang! The beam of light struck Zamasu directly. Smash! Zamazu's body swiftly morphed, soon transforming into a humanoid cookie. The cookie rolled to the ground, and Majin Buu, humming a cheerful tune, approached to pick it up, ready to devour it. Fool! Killing is against the rules. Cease at once and revert him back. I will procure food for you. Beerus shouted at Majin Buu. Majin Buu paused, suddenly realizing he was still competing in the arena. If he consumed it, the cookie would perish, and I would be unable to obtain my cola. It is not worth it. I shall endure and wait. With a snap, a purple-white light flickered above Majin Buu's head, swiftly striking the cookie. Instantly, the cookie condensed and reshaped, returning to Zamazu's form. Chapter 51. The final match. Zamasu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion turning exceedingly grim. Moments ago, he had distinctly felt himself transform into a cookie, nearly falling prey to that gluttonous creature. I am a deity. Have I allowed a mere human to belittle me in such a manner? With a sudden impact, Majin Buu delivered a powerful kick towards Zamasu. Before Zamasu could react, his body arced through the air and he was ejected from the arena, eliminated. In a flash, Zamasu appeared in the stands. How infuriating. I cannot believe I lost to that imbecile. Zamasu seethed inwardly. Zamasu, I had higher expectations of you, remarked Ramsey coldly. How can such a formidable human exist? Zamasu brooded further. This universe is home to an array of humans, who, through their relentless efforts, have attained remarkable heights, even surpassing deities, Ramsey replied nonchalantly. Thus, there is no reason for your astonishment. Zamasu fell silent. Cursed humans. Now I am incapable of becoming a destroyer. I wonder if I can still be Gawasa's disciple upon my return. In the second match of the semifinals, the contestant from Universe 7, Buu, emerged victorious. The Grand Priest, sporting a smile, announced that Buu could approach Lufan to collect a can of cola. Buu immediately scampered over to Lufan, extending his hand for the cola. With a swift motion, Lufan conjured a can of cola and handed it to Buu. As Buu prepared to drink, a thought struck him. Wouldn't it taste better if I shook it? He innocently inquired. Indeed, Lufan nodded. Buu vigorously shook the cola can. The next moment, he opened the can, and seizing the opportunity before the carbon dioxide erupted, Buu enveloped the opening with his mouth. With a loud spray, the cola gushed into Buu's mouth, which he eagerly swallowed. It truly is delicious. He grinned widely. Keep up the good work. Win the next match, and you shall earn another can of cola, Lufan encouraged with a smile. Yes, Buu nodded vigorously. From a distance, Beerus breathed a subtle sigh of relief. The intelligence of that portly individual is indeed questionable. Yet, it seems fortune smiles upon him, as he has managed to persist until the ultimate finals. Compa, it would be wise for you to concede early, though this hefty fellow possesses peculiar abilities. He is no match for Hit. Compa flashed a grin in Hit's direction. Humph, Hit merely scoffed, offering no further rebuttal. He too recognized the disparity. While Majin Buu is formidable, he is not on par with Hit, whose prowess is more akin to that of Toppo. Majin Buu is at least 2 tiers beneath them. It appears hope is dim. However, Hit mused, even if Majin Buu claims victory, should his temperament remain unchanged, it is unlikely that the Grand Priest would select him as the new god of destruction for the universe. Now, let us proceed to the final showdown. The Grand Priest announced with a smile, as Hit from Universe 6 faced off against Buu from Universe 7. Majin Buu and Hit ascended the stage. The match commences. The Grand Priest declared, Splendid. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Hit is destined to become the new god of destruction. Compa exclaimed with excitement, allowing me to proclaim that the new god of destruction hails from our Universe 6. This is our pride. Do not celebrate prematurely, Compa. Beerus sighed. The match is yet to begin, and the outcome remains uncertain. There is no doubt, Hit will emerge victorious. I can see it clearly, can you not? Compa grinned widely. Overwhelmed with joy, Compa could not resist patting Ruffin on the shoulder. What say you, young lad? Compa inquired with a smile. I have nothing to say, Ruffin replied. Compa, I fear my words might dishearten you. Ruffin chuckled. Humph, you mean to imply that the portly one will triumph, correct? Compa huffed. Aren't you the one who is hefty, Compa? Ruffin laughed. Compa's expression darkened. This young man grows increasingly disrespectful. Just wait until we return. I shall teach you a lesson. That scoundrel Buu. He won't even share a sip of the soda he won. Beerus gritted his teeth. If Lord Beerus desires soda, we can certainly enjoy it in Universe 6 after the match concludes, Whis whispered to Beerus. That would be rather humiliating, Beerus retorted, suggesting that our Universe 7 lacks delectable beverages. Kampa will undoubtedly mock me. Lord Beerus, do you not find Mr. Ruffin's identity rather intriguing? Whis suddenly remarked in a hushed tone. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. The Grand Priest has permitted the victorious participant to obtain refreshments from him. Could he be an apprentice angel? No, that is impossible. He is clearly human, and certainly not an angel. Moreover, there are no angels with such a complexion. And he possesses a tail, Beerus muttered softly. I can assure you, Lord Beerus, that Mr. Ruffin is indeed not an angel, Whis affirmed with a nod. By the way, he seems to be a scion, Beerus pondered. Lord Beerus, Whis remarked with a smile. It is said that the scions of the sixth universe do not possess tails. Oh, Beerus replied, momentarily taken aback. Whis continued, the scions of the sixth universe evolved beyond their tails millennia ago. What do you mean? Beerus's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that Lufin is one of us? Indeed, he is likely a scion from the seventh universe, Whis affirmed with a nod. Are you jesting? How could a scion from our universe possibly traverse to the sixth universe? It is inconceivable for mortals to cross into other universes. A spark of insight flickered in Beerus's mind, and his expression darkened. Are you implying that that wretched Kampa has abducted our people to the sixth universe? It is indeed a possibility, Whis nodded. If he is truly a scion from the seventh universe, upon our return, it may be prudent for you to inquire with Frieza, who has a keen interest in science and may recognize him. I feel quite certain of it, Beerus gritted his teeth. That insufferable Kampa, stealing from our universe while I slumber. Chapter 52. A slap. Would you care for one? If Mr. Lufin is indeed one of our own, we should ask him for a bottle of cola, Whis suggested with a smile. That sounds reasonable, Beerus agreed with a nod. And while we're at it, let's bring him back so he can prepare cola for me daily, assuming it is delightful. The battle on the arena had commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Hit swiftly knocked Majin Buu to the ground with a flurry of punches and kicks. Majin Buu was taken aback. Is this purple fellow truly so formidable? I stand no chance against him. Wait, why not absorb him? With that thought, Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with determination. Hit advanced steadily towards Majin Buu. This is it, Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Beerus remained silent, as did Lufin, who observed the arena intently. It is over. Hit extended his hand, targeting Majin Buu from afar. Majin Buu gritted his teeth and stood defiantly. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Hit's hand, enveloping Majin Buu. Majin Buu was propelled backward uncontrollably. Just as he was about to be flung out of the arena, he suddenly transformed his body into an umbrella shape, slowing his descent. Whoosh! Majin Buu ascended into the sky. Swish! 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 In the next moment, pink masses of flesh erupted from Majin Buu like a machine gun, targeting Hit. Hit, feeling exasperated, thought, this fighting style is rather peculiar. He skillfully dodged the barrage of pink projectiles. However, just as Hit prepared to counterattack, the fallen pink masses suddenly coalesced into a large net, ensnaring Hit in an instant. Hit's eyes widened in shock. Bang! Majin Buu effortlessly absorbed Hit. Majin Buu transformed, his once pudgy visage now taking on a more angular appearance. Notably, the antennae atop his head split down the middle, bearing a striking resemblance to Hit's crown. What? Has this creature absorbed Hit? Kampa, cradling his own ample head, felt as though it was twice its size, exclaiming in disbelief that Hit had succumbed to this foe. In the finals, the representative from Universe 7, Buu, emerges victorious. The Grand Priest announced with a beaming smile. But Grand Priest, Hit is dead. Buu has committed a foul. Kampa hastily interjected. Nay, the contestant Hit is not deceased. He resides within the body of contestant Buu, the Grand Priest chuckled. Kampa was rendered speechless. He clutched his head, contemplating the absurdity of it all. Hit lost to this overweight creature? How lamentable. Meanwhile, Beerus watched in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Hit from Universe 6 had maintained a decisive advantage. Who could have anticipated that this rotund being had such a trick up his sleeve? Beerus felt a mix of surprise and delight. Could it be that Majin Buu would become the new god of destruction? However, after the initial thrill, a sense of dissatisfaction crept in. The issue was that this insufferable fatso was entirely unruly. Even if he were to assume the role of god of destruction, it seemed his only utility would be to enhance my reputation. Oh right, I could also acquire 7 Super Dragon Balls. What wish should I make? Perhaps for a bottle of cola? I could simply bring that fellow, Lufan, back to our Universe 7 after the competition. There is no need to utilize the Dragon Balls for such a trivial desire. I shall ponder further. Beerus found his mind racing with possibilities. The other gods of destruction were equally astonished, none having foreseen this twist of fate. Hit had been absorbed by this entity known as Majin Buu. After absorbing Hit, Majin Buu swiftly appeared beside Lufan. "Hey, Cola is delightful. From this day forth, you shall be my attendant," Buu smiled at Lufan. Following Hit's absorption, Buu's ability to articulate had improved significantly, his thoughts more coherent. "Bring me a bottle of cola," Buu commanded, extending his hand. The assembled deities were left speechless once more. You absorbed a being named Hit only to ask Lufan for a drink. The angels, in particular, covered their faces, rendered utterly speechless. "Your thought process is truly unparalleled." Lufan smiled at Buu. "Hurry up. If you dawdle, I shall turn you into cola," Buu urged. Beerus, filled with ire, seethed, "You insufferable fatso. How dare you threaten Lufan? Do you not see the Grand Priest still present? How can you hope to inherit the mantle of the new universe's god of destruction?" With that, Beerus swiftly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Buu's position. Beerus intended to subdue Buu to prevent him from causing chaos. "Hey kid, are you mute? I'm talking to you." Buu, noticing that Lufan was unresponsive, felt a surge of anger. Lufan grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He then extended his hand, displaying nothing within it before Buu's eyes. "Do you see this?" Lufan smiled. "What? Where's the cola?" Buu frowned upon realizing that there was no cola in Lufan's hand. His displeasure evident. "No cola, just a slap. Do you want it?" Lufan inquired. "A slap? Is it tasty?" Buu was momentarily taken aback, thinking it was food. "Delicious. Let me serve it to you." With a wide grin, Lufan delivered a resounding slap. Bam! Buu was struck hard across the face, his features contorting, and he was sent flying, crashing into Beerus, who was approaching. Beerus was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the Majin Buu, who had absorbed Hit, could be knocked away by someone named Lufan. Bam! Beerus's tail swept across, striking Majin Buu. Boom! Majin Buu plummeted like a cannonball onto the arena floor below. In the next moment, his head tilted, and he fainted. "Are you all right, Lufan?" Beerus ascended, expressing concern. "You should be more worried about Buu," Lufan chuckled. Chapter 53. The Grand Priest. "Allow me to contemplate, ha! That ungrateful fool has been knocked unconscious by me," Beerus chuckled awkwardly. "By you?" Lufan was taken aback. "That is not important." Beerus nodded, dismissing the matter. "Thank you," Lufan replied with a smile. "Whis, hurry up and make this guy spit out Hit," Beerus instructed Whis. "Certainly, Lord Beerus," Whis responded, swiftly approaching. The crystal orb atop his staff shimmered as it directed a beam of light towards Majin Buu. Crack! A radiant beam, akin to a constellation, enveloped Majin Buu. Instantly, a figure emerged from within Buu's body. Hit was separated from Majin Buu. Crack! Another beam emanated from the crystal orb, enveloping Hit. Slowly, Hit opened his eyes and leaped from the ground, quickly distancing himself from Majin Buu. Beads of cold sweat formed on Hit's brow as he gasped for breath, his expression darkening. "It seems I was absorbed by that fellow. How careless of me." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hit's eyes. "That fatso. I will kill you." However, Hit ultimately restrained himself, considering the multitude of gods present. At that moment, Majin Buu remained sprawled on the ground, and Whis did not awaken him. The attending angels sighed softly, lamenting how the contest had unfolded. It remains uncertain whom the Grand Minister will select to assume the role of the god of destruction for the new universe. Although Mr. Buu possesses formidable strength, his temperament clearly renders him unsuitable for such a position. Moreover, the angels were taken aback by the recent incident. Lufan's slap has brought the competition for the new universe's god of destruction to a halt. Who shall be chosen for this esteemed role? The Grand Minister, suspended high above, proclaimed loudly. He observed the previous events silently, refraining from offering any commentary or opinion. The gods listened intently. "Allow me a moment to contemplate before I render a decision," the Grand Minister stated after a brief silence. The angels and the gods of destruction expressed their surprise, thinking a choice would be made immediately. However, they were well aware that Buu from Universe 7 had likely lost his chance. "Now, I shall transport you all back," the Grand Minister declared with a smile. In an instant, with a flourish of his arms, an unseen divine force surged forth. Suddenly, all present found themselves vanishing from the scene, including the Majin Buu on the arena. In Universe 7, on Beerus's planet, within the blink of an eye, Whis, Beerus, and Buu were teleported back. Buu remained dazed. Whis sighed softly, while Beerus glared angrily at Majin Buu and delivered a sharp kick to him. You fool. Majin Buu rubbed his eyes in confusion, awakening to his surroundings. He leapt up, looking around with a bewildered expression. Where am I? It seems I have returned. I feel my power has diminished. Buu glanced down at his body and touched his face. Have I reverted? Did I not absorb that fellow named Hit? You idiot. Having won the contest, you should have simply stood there. Why did you have to run over to Lu Fan to ask for cola? Beerus shouted angrily, spitting as he spoke. I wanted to drink. Buu replied innocently. You dolt. Why must you threaten Lu Fan for a drink? You may have already forfeited your last chance at becoming the god of destruction. Beerus fumed, his nostrils flaring. Buu struggled to comprehend the situation. What does wanting a cola have to do with being the god of destruction? Never mind. Discussing this now is futile. Beerus gritted his teeth. Just remain in the realm of the gods of destruction and await the final verdict. You had best pray for your ascension, otherwise, I shall seal you back within that egg. Buu's eyes widened in shock. Can he really seal me again? Should I take this opportunity to escape? I want to leave this planet. And do not think of running away. Until the results are announced, you are not permitted to go anywhere. Beerus stepped forward and seized Majin Buu by the collar, threatening, if you do not comply, then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, a surge of destructive energy shot toward a distant star in the sky. In an instant, the star shattered into oblivion, leaving not a trace behind. The heavens dimmed abruptly, and the temperature of the planet plummeted significantly. Do you see? In my eyes, you are nothing. If I wish to obliterate you, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Beerus scoffed. Buu's eyes widened, his face paling as he grasped the vast chasm separating him from this feline deity. Get lost. You are an eyesore before me. The more Beerus contemplated, the angrier he became, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu hurtling away. What need do you have for cola? If you had not overstepped, perhaps you might have truly been considered for the role of destroyer. Whis, he inquired as he gradually regained his composure. Who do you suppose the Grand Priest might choose as the next destroyer? I am uncertain, but the likelihood of Mr. Buu being selected as destroyer is, alas, a mere 10%, Whis sighed softly. I had anticipated such an outcome, yet a 10% chance is preferable to none at all. Beerus nodded in agreement. If Mr. Buu were indeed to be appointed as the new universe destroyer, would my earlier conduct toward him be deemed appropriate? Whis inquired with a smile. What impropriety is there? I merely seek to enhance my reputation, Beerus retorted. From now on, I can proclaim that the new universe destroyer hails from our 7th universe. As for that fellow, should he dare to challenge me again, he will witness my wrath. He has a long way to surpass me. Indeed, Lord Beerus speaks wisely. Whis concurred with a nod. Hey, prophecy fish, come here. Beerus shouted toward the distant lake. There was no response from the waters. Prophecy fish, where are you? Beerus bellowed. Lord Beerus, you should be asking where your fish is, Whis remarked with amusement. Beerus's expression darkened instantly. You chatter too much. Does that even matter? Chapter 54, Prophecy Fish, who do you think the new universe destroyer will be? Coming. With that exclamation, the prophecy fish arrived, carried in a fishbowl, appearing beside Beerus and Whis. What is the matter, Lord Beerus? The prophecy fish inquired, sensing the tense atmosphere. You seem rather agitated, almost as if you are on your menstrual cycle. With a resounding slap, Beerus knocked the prophecy fish to the ground, toppling the fishbowl. I was merely joking, Lord Beerus. You truly possess no sense of humor, the prophecy fish remarked, picking up its bowl and soaring back into the air. Enough prattling. Are you not the prophecy fish? Predict who the new universe destroyer will be. Beerus commanded. You want me to predict that? The prophecy fish wiped its brow. Hurry up. I still need to get back to sleep, Beerus snapped. I cannot ascertain who the new universe destroyer will be, nor can I predict it. The oracle fish shook its head and proclaimed, however, I possess another prophecy. The destroyer of the new universe will emerge from our 7th universe. What? The destroyer of the new universe is one of our own? Beerus exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Indeed, that is my prophecy. The oracle fish affirmed with a nod. Though the oracle fish's prophecies often proved inaccurate, Whis stifled a chuckle behind his hand. Whis, how vexing, the oracle fish remarked, its expression sour. Yet despite its unreliability, your words bring me much solace, Beerus replied with a smile. Are you complimenting me? The oracle fish wiped its brow. By the way, Whis, there is something of great importance I must attend to before I sleep, Beerus stated. What is it? Whis inquired. I intend to visit the 6th universe. I have yet to taste cola, Beerus pondered. If that fellow, Rovan, truly belongs to our 7th universe. I must bring him back. That rascal, Kampa, has the audacity to steal from our universe. Should we contact Lord Frieza first? Whis suggested. You are right. Let us reach out to Frieza, Beerus agreed. He remained uncertain whether Rovan was indeed from the 7th universe. If not, it would be quite embarrassing to make the journey. Very well, Whis replied with a smile. In the eastern part of the 7th universe, Gula was engaged in a video call with Frieza. Frieza, you promised half an hour. How much longer must I wait? Why has Lord Beerus not yet arrived? Gula grumbled, his patience waning. Are you attempting to deceive me? Why would I deceive you? Frieza snapped, revealing his teeth in annoyance. A full day has passed, and Lord Beerus has yet to show. Is this not a deception? Gula retorted coldly. Perhaps Lord Beerus has lost his way. Frieza mused. Lost his way? He is a destroyer. How could he possibly be lost? Gula exclaimed. Suddenly, as Frieza spoke, he felt a voice resonate in his mind. It was Beerus. Frieza, it is I, Beerus communicated through Whis' staff. Lord Beerus, have you lost your way? Gula has been waiting for you. Frieza hastily addressed Beerus, glancing at Gula. Gula? Who is that? Beerus inquired, taken aback. Gula nearly wept. How could you forget who I am, Lord Beerus? Gula lamented. Gula was Frieza's brother, who had previously promised to assist Frieza in his quest to become a destroyer. Whis whispered, he has remembered. Let us set aside the matter of the new universe's destroyer for now, Beerus decided, showing no inclination to explain himself to Frieza. What need had he to justify himself to a mere shrimp? Set aside. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. It seems my plans to become a real estate mogul in the new universe are dashed. Frieza, tell me, did you destroy Planet Vegeta? Beerus asked directly. Huh. Frieza was momentarily bewildered. Did you not instruct me to destroy Planet Vegeta? You praised my efforts, commending the force with which I obliterated it. Why do you now question me? Frieza could not comprehend the meaning behind Beerus's words. Naturally, Frieza dared not admit that it was Beerus who had compelled him to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Do you know how many Scions remain? Beerus posed a different question. I believe there are not many left, Frieza replied candidly. Who are they? Beerus inquired. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Who are they? How am I supposed to answer that? Fortunately, he knew most of their names. There is Vegeta, he is the prince of the Scions, Frieza responded immediately. Vegeta? You mean Vegeta 4, right? Beerus gently nodded, pondering. Indeed, the 4th, Frieza affirmed. I have encountered him, Beerus remarked. When I met Vegeta 3, the 4th was barely a meter tall. He isn't very tall now either. Only about 1 meters. Haha, he has only grown 10 centimeters in the past 3 years, Frieza chuckled. He probably won't grow much taller. What does height matter? Beerus retorted, as if I care to hear about that. Who else is there? Beerus, uninterested in Vegeta, pressed on. There is a low-class warrior named Raditz. Frieza continued. Keep going, say it all at once. Don't make me ask again, Beerus urged. Yes, Lord Beerus, Frieza promptly replied. And there is Nappa, he is a high-class warrior. A bald man. Currently, Vegeta and those two are together, working for me. Is there anyone else? Beerus showed no interest in these individuals. No, that's all. Frieza wiped his brow. Nothing more? Beerus was surprised. Isn't Lufon a scion from our 7th universe? Vados interjected. I just remembered. There is one more, Frieza's eyes brightened. Who? Beerus felt a surge of excitement. It should be that fellow Lufon, right? There is another whose name I do not know. Sent to a planet called Earth when he was 3 years old. Frieza replied. Earth? Beerus repeated the name, glancing at the troublesome Majin Buu in the distance. That creature is from Earth. Chapter 55, The Prophecy Fish. I prophesy the birth of a great god of destruction. Yes, he was indeed sent to Earth, Frieza responded. His battle power is only 2, so I ignored him. Unknown name? How old is he now? Beerus inquired. He should be 6 years old now, Frieza replied. Vados shook his head beside them. It is unlikely to be Lufon. Is that all? Beerus nodded, also feeling it did not seem like Lufon. I believe that is it. Frieza scratched his head. After all, Frieza did not remember these scions very well. Since Planet Vegeta had already been destroyed, it sufficed to focus on the most formidable one. Vegeta. The others could be left to the wind. I ask you, is there a scion named Lufon? Beerus could no longer contain himself and shouted at Frieza. Lufon. Frieza appeared somewhat bewildered. Vados sighed softly beside them. Would it not have been better to ask this directly? Lord Beerus inquired. Is the Lufon that you mentioned the sparring partner of Vegeta? After a brief moment of confusion, Frieza promptly responded. The sparring partner of Vegeta? You mean his attendant? Beerus seemed somewhat taken aback. Indeed, He is Vegeta's sparring partner. Whenever Vegeta trains, he brings him along, Frieza carefully explained. This individual possesses quite an intriguing combat power. At the tender age of 4, his power reached an impressive height of 10,000. However, in the subsequent years, his strength began to wane. And I am uncertain as to what caused this decline. Oh, and what happened afterward? Beerus inquired further. Later, he ventured to the culinary planet and sold beverages alongside Vegeta. Frieza elaborated. What? Selling beverages? What kind of beverages? Beerus felt a sudden spark of interest. It must be this Lufan. It appears to be a unique drink called cola, reputed to be quite delightful, though I have never tasted it myself, Frieza replied. And then what happened? Beerus pressed eagerly. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he vanished without a trace. Frieza recounted. This rascal is quite unscrupulous. Despite having the capability to produce copious amounts of cola, he only sold 1,000 bottles each day. I suspect he was secretly eliminated. Beerus now felt a profound certainty that Lufan was indeed a scion from his universe. Vanished suddenly? He must have been taken by Bardos and Kampa. Those two shameless rascals, stealing from our universe. Why do you inquire so, my Lord Beerus? Frieza asked with curiosity. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Beerus retorted with a dismissive scoff. Frieza fell into a brief silence. By the way, my Lord Beerus, I have painstakingly crafted a culinary planet for you, he stated cautiously. Let us discuss this later, Beerus replied nonchalantly before instructing Whis to terminate the call. With a sharp click, the connection was severed. Frieza scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth does Lord Beerus mean? Is he searching for Lufan? What could be the purpose of seeking him? Is it merely to enjoy a bottle of cola? Frieza found himself puzzled. On the other end of the screen, Cooler was equally at a loss. I had thought perhaps I could become the new god of destruction of the universe. That dream has now been shattered. After Whis ended the call at Beerus's behest, a look of anger crossed Beerus's face. That despicable Kampa, stealing from our universe. How utterly shameless. His teeth ground in frustration. As for the culinary planet that Frieza mentioned, Beerus had indeed visited it once. The cuisine there was rather commendable, and it brought him some joy. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to commend Frieza previously. Shall we retrieve Mr. Lufan? Whis inquired. First, I wish to taste a bottle of cola. If it is indeed delightful, then we shall bring him back and have him prepare cola for me every day, Beerus replied, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pristine white teeth. Very well, my Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Shall we set forth at once? Uncertain of the reason, a nagging feeling lingered that the rotund figure before him was an eyesore. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at the distant Majin Buu. Whis sighed, choosing not to elaborate. In an instant, Beerus appeared behind Majin Buu with remarkable swiftness. Majin Buu remained oblivious to the presence of Beerus, only sensing a chill behind him. With a swift motion, Beerus struck down with a single hand. Majin Buu collapsed softly to the ground, rendered unconscious. Let this hefty fellow rest for a while, lest he cause mischief once we depart, Beerus remarked. Lord Beerus, are you heading to the 6th universe? The Oracle Fish inquired. Indeed, Oracle Fish. You shall remain here and guard the premises, Beerus commanded. Very well, leave it to me, the Oracle Fish nodded, though hesitating as if to voice something further. What is it you wish to say, Oracle Fish? Beerus asked. I have recently had a new prophecy, the Oracle Fish replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down its face. You may as well forget it. Your prophecies have never been accurate, Beerus scoffed. Whis, pay him no mind, we must be off. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Yet he too seemed to hold back words. Whis, what do you wish to say? Beerus inquired. I merely wish to point out that Mr. Rofan possesses formidable strength. Whis smiled. Oh, are you implying that he is a super scion whom Frieza fears? Beerus chuckled lightly, finding the notion amusing. Very well, let us disregard that. Whis chose not to contest Beerus's words. In truth, Whis wanted to convey that Rofan's earlier strike had indeed rendered Majin Buu unconscious. It was not Beerus's tail that had caused the disorientation. With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, Whis summoned a shimmering light that enveloped both himself and Beerus. In an instant, they vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. The Oracle Fish gazed after their departing figures, letting out a soft sigh. I have a strong feeling that this prophecy is quite accurate. Lord Beerus, do take care. I foresee that in several years, a formidable new god of destruction will emerge. In the 6th universe, on planet Kampa, Kampa glowered at Hit. You fool. How could you lose to that overweight creature? Kampa fumed. With your strength, you could easily have crushed him. Hit lowered his head, remaining silent. A loss is a loss. Chapter 56, Grand Priest. Would you like to become the new god of destruction? Hit conceded that he had indeed underestimated his opponent. He had never anticipated that the rotund god of destruction would possess the ability to absorb others. Speaking of the god of destruction, Kompa mused inwardly that he surely did not resemble one himself. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Rofan, bring me a bottle of lemon-flavored cola. I need something to soothe my anger. Kompa commanded. However, there was no response from the surroundings. Rofan, I am speaking to you. Kompa called out once more. Then, Xiangpa searched for Lufan everywhere. Where is he? Why isn't he here? Bardos, where is Lufan? Xiangpa asked, momentarily stunned. He hasn't returned, Bardos sighed. Only just realizing someone is missing? He hasn't come back? What do you mean? Xiangpa was frozen in disbelief and exclaimed, has he been left in the Void Realm? It seems the Grand Priest left him behind, Bardos contemplated. What did you say? Are you implying that the Grand Priest left Lufan alone? Xiangpa gasped. Yes, that must be the case, Bardos smiled. Are you suggesting that the Grand Priest intends to keep him close and prepare cola for him? Xiangpa suddenly grasped the situation. Bardos wiped the sweat from his brow vigorously. What kind of thought process is that? The Grand Priest's actions are somewhat. Xiangpa hesitated to finish his sentence. Are you implying that the Grand Priest is being unfair? Bardos asked with a chuckle. No, absolutely not. I meant to say that the Grand Priest's actions are quite wise. Xiangpa awkwardly laughed. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Kusu and Ramzi returned with Zamasu. What happened? It appears that Zamasu was not chosen. Was he? Whis inquired with a forced smile. Ramzi did not respond. Zamasu hung his head, sullen. That detestable fat man turned me into a chocolate cookie. Am I not a god who can defeat such a wretch? Foolish humans, I will ensure you pay dearly one day. It's all right, there are so many universes, each with extraordinary and powerful humans. Acknowledging one's shortcomings and diligently training may perhaps remedy one's flaws, Whis reassured, smiling at Zamasu. Zamasu, do you still wish to become a Supreme Kai? Is that possible? Zamasu's eyes brightened. Of course. What I previously mentioned about having no retreat was meant to motivate you to compete seriously. Now that you've lost the competition, return and fulfill your duties as a Supreme Kai, Whis smiled. Yes, Supreme Kai. Zamasu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Kusu sighed. Ramzi frowned, hesitating to speak. Zamasu, please brew us a cup of tea, Whis instructed, having noticed Ramzi's unease. Zamasu bowed and hurried to fetch the tea set. Ramzi, it seemed you had something to say earlier. Was it regarding Zamasu? Whis questioned. Whis, I do not concern myself with the affairs of your Supreme Kais. Nor do I wish to, Ramzi pondered. However, if you truly wish for Zamasu to become a Supreme Kai, it would be prudent to thoroughly test his character. Huh, what is wrong with his character? Is there an issue? Whis was taken aback. You should see for yourself, Ramzi said cryptically. All right, I will keep an eye on it. Whis nodded gently. Then, let us be off, Ramzi beckoned to Kusu. Are you not staying for a cup of tea? Whis inquired. No need, Ramzi replied. And in an instant, he and Kusu transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the void, leaving no trace behind. Zamasu soon emerged with the tea set. Where are they, Lord Kaishin? Zamasu paused momentarily. They had to leave for some matters. Kawasa glanced up at the sky. I lost the god of destruction election. Lord Beerus must be quite angry, Zamasu sighed. Indeed, however, as a Kaishin, you are not suited to be a god of destruction. It would be best for you to focus on your duties as a Kaishin, Kawasu remarked. I will nurture you to become an exceptional Kaishin. Yes, Lord Kaishin. Zamasu hurriedly bowed. In Universe 11, on the planet of God of Destruction, I apologize, Lord Vermoud, for bringing you disgrace, Toppo said, kneeling on the ground with a face full of guilt. It's fine. You will eventually become a god of destruction, Vermoud said, patting Toppo on the shoulder. If you truly become the god of destruction of the new universe, I will have to select a new successor from Universe 11. Toppo remained silent. Do not let such matters trouble you. It is also possible that you may not be destined to be the god of destruction of the new universe, Vermoud comforted. I will train diligently, Lord Vermoud. I will not bring you shame again. Toppo responded with a serious expression. In the realm of nothingness. Above the arena for the god of destruction election, the Grand Priest hovered majestically, looking down at Lufan in the stands. Lufan felt a bit anxious. What do you mean by leaving me alone like this? Are you trying to steal my cola? Coughing, he added. Ahem, Grand Priest, my cola is more than enough. Feel free to drink. Lu Fan smiled broadly, though he appeared calm on the surface. No need, the Grand Priest said with a smile as he gracefully descended before Lu Fan. Surely, you do not intend to marry my daughter, do you? Lu Fan muttered. The Grand Priest's expression darkened instantly. You are already thinking about my daughter? This lad is unpredictable. Lu Fan, would you like to become the god of destruction of the new universe? The Grand Priest asked directly. I know you harbor a powerful destructive energy within you. With your current strength, if you had participated in the earlier competition, you could have easily overwhelmed everyone present. You noticed? Lu Fan scratched his head. Moreover, your cultivation of mental fortitude far surpasses that of all the candidates, including that Mr. Toppo. The Grand Priest assessed. Indeed, I feel the same. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Priest thought, this lad truly lacks humility. So what do you think? The god of destruction of the new universe. Have you given it any thought? The Grand Priest smiled. You put me in a difficult position, Grand Priest, Lu Fan sighed. What do you mean? The Grand Priest was taken aback. You offer me the position of god of destruction for the new universe, and I find it difficult? You mentioned marrying my daughter. And yet you are not troubled at all. Chapter 57. The great god of destruction, the lives of the god of destruction, and the Kaioshin are intertwined, correct? Lu Fan inquired. I understand. You are concerned that should the Kaioshin perish, you would also vanish. The Grand Priest quickly grasped Lu Fan's thoughts. Indeed, you truly understand me, Grand Priest. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. To forsake your candidacy for the new god of destruction for this reason? The Grand Priest fell silent. Consider this, Grand Priest, Lu Fan spoke solemnly. I am happily at home, engaged in a romance with Beerus. If the king of all were to perish, I would vanish alongside him, which would undoubtedly grieve Beerus immensely. The Grand Priest replied, what does Beerus's sorrow have to do with my daughter? Perhaps you should take a leaf out of Beerus's book and inquire how he manages. Seal the old king of all within the divine sword? Lu Fan was taken aback. Grand Priest, you are quite devious. You are already aware? The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. Indeed, this method is quite viable. Moreover, there are several kings of all bound to the god of destruction. As long as one remains alive, the god of destruction will not cease to exist. That is perilous. Encountering a king of all from the seventh universe might lead one to their own demise. Lu Fan shook his head. The Grand Priest paused for a moment, pondering. Your own demise? I suppose I could take on the role of the new god of destruction, provided the bond between my life and the king of all is severed. Lu Fan continued. Alternatively, I could manifest a clone to serve as the king of all. The Grand Priest quipped. As if I am begging you to assume the mantle of the new god of destruction. In truth, a god of destruction need not be bound to a king of all. What universe are you referring to? Lu Fan inquired, puzzled. The entire universe. The Grand Priest replied succinctly. The god of destruction for the entire universe? The supreme god of destruction? Lu Fan's eyes widened slightly. Precisely. We refer to this entity as the great god of destruction. The Grand Priest confirmed with a nod. The great god of destruction? Lu Fan mused. What a rather casual name you've chosen. Now that the great god of destruction has emerged, I wonder if there are also the great angels and the Omni-King? Furthermore, the position of the great god of destruction is on par with my own. The Grand Priest added, in fact, at times, it even surpasses mine. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What about the Omni-King? Is it an equal standing as well? Roughly so. In truth, the great god of destruction governs the entirety of time and space. The Grand Priest replied with a smile. Time and space, I comprehend that concept, Lu Fan nodded. It refers to the various timelines, correct? Indeed, the Grand Priest affirmed. Lu Fan's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. What do you think? Are you not intrigued by the position of the great god of destruction? The Grand Priest gazed at Lu Fan with a beaming smile. Absolutely. This position is tailor-made for me. Lu Fan exclaimed, nodding vigorously. The Grand Priest chuckled. Your ambition is quite grand. You think it is that easy? The position of the great god of destruction is merely a bait to entice you. Lu Fan retorted. Oh, Grand Priest, you are rather petty. Is it truly necessary to tempt me with the title of the great god of destruction simply because I am reluctant to become the new god of destruction? To become the great god of destruction, the first step is to become the new god of destruction, the Grand Priest replied with a smile. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had come full circle. Is this truly your desire? To see me assume the role of the new god of destruction? Only when you become the god of destruction of the new universe, and your strength reaches a certain level, capable of vanquishing 12 gods of destruction in an instant, will you be worthy of becoming the supreme god of destruction? The Grand Priest's expression grew solemn. Naturally, the desire to become the god of destruction of the new universe cannot be forced upon you. I understand that a reluctant fruit is not sweet, and thus I feel the same about Buddhas. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. The Grand Priest stated, to take on the role of the god of destruction in the new universe, as long as you govern it well, I can grant you the privilege to choose one of my daughters as your wife. He pondered for a moment, provided that the angel you select consents. You should realize that marriage is fundamentally a matter of mutual affection, is it not? You think I cannot handle you? Do you believe my daughter would agree? If she does not, what hope do you have for marriage? You speak the truth, esteemed father-in-law, Lu Fan replied, nodding vigorously. The Grand Priest's expression darkened. Who is your father-in-law? You truly know how to play connections. Then, do you agree? The Grand Priest inquired, his face still grim. I also aspire to be the Supreme Kai, Lu Fan added. I can permit your avatar to assume the position of Supreme Kai of the new universe for 3 years. If unsuitable, you may relinquish it, the Grand Priest replied. If it is unsuitable, I shall simply not take it, Lu Fan responded nonchalantly. Very well, it is settled. The Grand Priest concurred with a nod. After a brief silence, he remarked, however, returning to the subject, according to the ages of your scion people. You are merely 8 years old, are you not? Do you truly wish to marry at such a tender age? The Grand Priest sighed. Age is but a number. Lu Fan replied with a smile. Let us make arrangements now, and I shall marry and have children once I come of age. Suit yourself, the Grand Priest said, shaking his head, opting not to dwell further on the matter. Now, shall I take you to see the new universe? Certainly. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed father-in-law. Lu Fan said with a deep bow. The Grand Priest remarked, I deeply suspect that your bow is due to the title of father-in-law rather than my esteemed position as Grand Priest. This young man possesses a certain charm. With a swift motion, the Grand Priest and Lu Fan vanished in an instant, reappearing in the new universe. The new universe bore little difference from the 6th and 7th universes, composed of numerous nebulae. However, the nebulae in the new universe appeared somewhat sparse. Is this the new universe, esteemed father-in-law? Lu Fan inquired. Indeed, the universe has only just begun to take shape and has yet to fully develop. Hence there is but a single galaxy. The Grand Priest indicated a nearby galaxy. The galaxy was not large, at least from Lu Fan's perspective. It was smaller than the Milky Way that houses Earth. Such a diminutive universe, Lu Fan expressed his discontent. Yet, the new universe, though small, was teeming with vitality, having already birthed over 3,000 life-bearing planets. The Grand Priest elucidated, however, it has yet to give rise to any intelligent human life. Understood, Lu Fan nodded. Chapter 58. The beautiful angel of the new universe. The task before you is quite simple, to maintain the balance of this universe. The High Priest stated, I trust that your 6-month sojourn in the realm of the god of destruction has afforded you some understanding of this matter. Allow me to inquire, what constitutes the balance of the universe? In a rather simplistic manner, I must say, should my words be misinterpreted. Do not retract your promise of marrying your daughter to me, Lu Fan remarked. The High Priest replied, in my understanding, the balance of the universe is dictated by its finite resources. Should the emergence of humanity and other life forms surpass these resources, it would inevitably lead to destruction. Conversely, if resources are abundant, yet humanity and life are scarce, wastefulness ensues, necessitating the creation of life. You are correct. It appears I need not elaborate further. For that is indeed the essence of it. The High Priest nodded, satisfied. Leave such matters to me. When it comes to creating life, I shall collaborate with Bardos to bring forth several offspring, ensuring the continuity of existence for generations to come, Lu Fan declared. The High Priest coughed, wiping his brow. Your aspirations stretch quite far. I shall now introduce you to the angel, Ros, of the new universe. You two must work harmoniously to guide the new universe toward stability. The High Priest instructed. Very well, esteemed father-in-law, Lu Fan replied respectfully with a nod. Father-in-law indeed. He is akin to a second father to me, thus deserving of my respect. With a swift motion, the High Priest and Lu Fan vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan found himself hovering above a planet shaped like an inverted triangle. This celestial body bore a striking resemblance to either the planet of Beerus or the planet of Kampa, suggesting that the realm of destruction is fundamentally similar across the board. At the center of the planet stood a young and beautiful maiden, wielding a staff, her snow-white hair billowing gracefully in the wind. Rufan surmised that this enchanting figure must be Rose, the angel of the new universe. With a gentle descent, the High Priest and Rufan landed beside Rose. "Greetings, High Priest," Rose curtsied elegantly. She then glanced thoughtfully at Rufan. "Rose, this is Rufan, the new god of destruction I have selected for you. Are you satisfied?" The High Priest inquired with a smile. "I appreciate your efforts, esteemed High Priest," Rose replied, her demeanor calm, refraining from expressing satisfaction or discontent. "Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. The development of the new universe is now in your capable hands." The High Priest commanded. "I must take my leave. The Omni-King has summoned me for pressing matters." "Understood, esteemed High Priest," Rose nodded obediently. "Farewell, father-in-law," Rufan waved. As the High Priest prepared to depart, he shuddered slightly upon hearing Rufan's words. "You impudent young man." The High Priest shot Rufan a disapproving glare. Without further ado, the High Priest vanished in a flash. Rose appeared perplexed. Did he just refer to my father as father-in-law? What does that imply? Has my father promised me to him? Rose pondered, bewildered. It is not that Lu Fan intentionally sought danger by teasing the High Priest. He is fully aware that the High Priest is an angel, akin to a super angel. The angelic race is generally known for their good temper. They seldom become enraged unless their fundamental principles are breached. Lu Fan was merely engaging in some harmless jest with the High Priest. Thus, he was confident that the High Priest would not take any drastic actions against him. Moreover, should the High Priest genuinely wish to inflict harm upon Lu Fan, he had measures in place to ensure his survival. Would one dare to flaunt themselves before the High Priest without any form of protection? Lu Fan previously faced two choices, one where the High Priest had succumbed to darkness, leading to Lu Fan being hunted down by his minions, only to turn the tables on them one by one. The other was the current scenario. Regardless of which path he chose, Lu Fan felt content. Since he had arrived in this world known as Dragon Ball, he believed it would be a disservice to himself not to engage in a passionate romance with an angel. However, he found the angel's complexion slightly disconcerting. With their skin being blue, he pondered what colors might be seen elsewhere. "Father-in-law?" Ruosi turned to Lu Fan. "You need not worry about such matters. The High Priest has already betrothed your sister to me, so you may simply call me brother-in-law," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Brother-in-law? How did I suddenly acquire a brother-in-law?" Ruosi wiped her brow. "I am seeking a destroyer, not a brother-in-law." Ruosi was rather speechless. Furthermore, how could our angelic race possibly wed a human? "And how old are you? You can't be more than 8 years old, can you?" Ruosi inquired, gazing at Lu Fan. Yes, congratulations. You've mastered the art of answering first," Lu Fan exclaimed, excitedly grasping Ruosi's hand. "What nonsense is this? What did I answer first?" Ruosi coughed, retracting her hand. "At your age, marriage seems rather inappropriate. Let us get engaged first. We can marry once I come of age." "Which is just under 20 years from now," Lu Fan asserted with conviction. Ruosi chose to remain silent. "I shall ask my sister about this later. But for now, since the High Priest has appointed you as the destroyer of the new universe, let us commence our destruction," Ruosi suggested. "Where do you plan to begin?" This question served as a test. Being an angel, Ruosi already had a clear idea of where the destruction should commence. "Do you see that enormous star over there?" Lu Fan pondered aloud. Ruosi looked in the direction Lu Fan pointed and nodded gently. It was an exceptionally massive star. How massive, you ask? In Lu Fan's estimation, it was at least 100 billion times larger than the sun of Earth. This illustrates just how colossal this star truly is. While many such stars exist in the 7th or 6th universe, within this new universe, it stands as a singular entity. This gigantic star serves as the very source of life within this universe. Lu Fan smiled, remarking that it is the immense star providing energy that enables life in this universe to flourish and evolve rapidly. "You are indeed correct," Ruosi nodded. "Every phenomenon possesses duality. While the colossal star serves as the source of life, fostering rapid development, it also leads to the premature depletion of the universe's resources," Lu Fan explained. "Therefore, do you intend to destroy the star?" Ruosi inquired, recognizing the challenge in such an endeavor, as only the 12 destroyers of the cosmos could obliterate a star of this magnitude. Chapter 59. The energy of destruction across 100 million light-years, it cannot be entirely destroyed. Lu Fan shook his head. "Oh," Ruosi smiled. "It cannot be completely destroyed? If you cannot do it, just admit it. You seem quite stubborn here." How could we possibly destroy it all? If everything were obliterated, how would the source of life continue to sustain itself? Lu Fan analyzed. Relying solely on the other stars for energy would be utterly insufficient. What are you planning to do then? Ruosi asked with curiosity. To destroy it, Lu Fan replied. Ruosi responded. Did you not say it cannot be destroyed? You've completely confused me. What I mean is, we could partition this immense star into 7 segments, directing them towards 7 different points, allowing them to illuminate the universe from all directions. This way, the life energy across the cosmos would experience a qualitative enhancement without leading to resource overabundance, Lu Fan proposed. Ruosi paused, contemplating. That's an excellent idea. How did I not think of that? Then we could proceed to dismantle those unnecessary planets, Lu Fan continued, suggesting that when the time is ripe, we could merge the 7 divided stars back together. I believe this is the optimal strategy for enhancing the quality and balance of the universe. What do you think, Ruosi? You present a compelling analysis. Yet the issue remains. How do you intend to partition such a vast star? Ruosi smiled, acknowledging Lu Fan's formidable strength, yet questioning whether it could surpass that of the 12 cosmic destroyers, who alone possessed the capability to divide such a massive star. I have an unrefined idea that I wish to share with you, Lu Fan said, resting his chin in thought. Please, go ahead, Ruosi encouraged. My plan is to concentrate an enormous amount of destructive energy, intending to intimidate this colossal star. Perhaps it might tremble in fear and split apart, Lu Fan mused. Ruosi exclaimed, vigorously tapping her forehead. Is that even sensible? Are you seriously suggesting that mere intimidation could cause it to fracture? Every entity possesses a spirit. Even a stone has its own soul, Lu Fan asserted with conviction. Ruosi was left speechless. If even stones have souls, surely such a grand star does too. I refuse to believe that it cannot be frightened into splitting. Lu Fan flashed a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Ruosi had nothing more to say. I am curious to see how you intend to frighten it. I have never been one for conflict, although I have become a destroyer of the new universe. I do not wish to wreak havoc, Lu Fan reflected. In life, harmony should be cherished. Don't you agree, Ruosi? You are right, Ruosi nodded. Do as you wish, but take action first. Let me witness your true prowess. Thus, I shall condense destruction. Lu Fan gazed into the distance at the colossal star. Very well, Rose nodded. I am not addressing you. I am conversing with that star, Lu Fan stated. Star, you must exercise caution. My destructive power is formidable. It would be wise for you to split yourself into 7 parts and obediently position yourself at the 7 locations I designate, Lu Fan declared to the star. The star remained silent, primarily because it was incapable of speech. With a sudden motion, Lu Fan raised his little hand. Instantly, a violet-red energy flame coalesced within his grasp, destructive energy. This violet-red energy flame swelled with vigor, though there was no wind, for they were in the vacuum of space. Regardless, the violet-red energy surged wildly, its volume continuously increasing. In the blink of an eye, the violet-red flame expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. Lu Fan held this energy flame aloft with his right hand. Rose cast a glance at the violet-red energy. This boy is quite remarkable. He is merely 8 years old. To be able to condense such immense destructive energy at this age is astonishing. It is known that deities of destruction like Beerus and Quitella were still nursing at 8. Now, they have existed for billions of years, only recently mastering the art of destruction. With a clap, Lu Fan's destructive energy continued to grow. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. This boy is undoubtedly a prodigy. Outside the king of all's palace, the grand priest also gazed towards the new universe. He witnessed with his own eyes the enormity of the destruction that Lu Fan had conjured. It had expanded to a diameter of 10,000 meters. Moreover, this destructive energy increased due to the augmentation of its intensity, not because it was merely diluted. This boy is truly extraordinary, surpassing my expectations. However, even if your destructive energy measures 10,000 meters in diameter, can you truly instill fear in that star? Even at 1,000,000 meters, it would still be but a pixel before such a vast celestial body. That star is simply immense. Oh, 100,000 meters. The grand priest smiled. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the destructive energy Lu Fan had condensed once again expand to a diameter of 100,000 meters. Hey, star, are you afraid yet? Lu Fan shouted towards the star. Rose, fear? Not in the slightest. Though your destructive energy possesses considerable power, it remains minuscule in comparison to that enormous star. It seems you are not yet sufficiently intimidated, so let us continue to enlarge it. Lu Fan grinned. With a clap, the destructive energy in his hand continued to expand. Previously, it measured 100,000 meters or 100 kilometers in diameter. Now, Lu Fan continues to consolidate destructive energy, swiftly amplifying it to a staggering diameter of 1,000 kilometers. What does a diameter of 1,000 kilometers signify? One may consult a map for a clearer perspective. Yet, in comparison to the entirety of Earth, 1,000 kilometers is but a trivial measure, especially when considering that colossal star. Even greater, Lu Fan frantically concentrates destructive energy. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. 1 billion kilometers. 100 billion kilometers. 1 light year. Ruasi quickly sidesteps, taken aback by the vast leap in units from kilometers directly to light years. I can hardly process such a transition. The length of a light year. What an astonishing concept. If converted to kilometers, it amounts to approximately 9,460, 730, 472, 580 kilometers. This immense destructive energy, upon encountering nearby planets, reduced them to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. Presently, the destructive energy that Lu Fan has amassed has caused the gigantic star to tremble in trepidation. Indeed, it is frightened. The star quivers violently. With a sudden rupture, the star splits apart, transforming into 7 smaller suns. Although termed smaller suns, each is still 1 billion times larger than the sun on Earth. Given that this star is 100 billion times the size of the Earth's sun, divided into 7 portions, Lu Fan muses that it is not worth exhausting his mental faculties over this. This is more like it. Lu Fan grins widely. Ruasi, astonished, is rendered speechless. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Are you truly human? Such immense destructive energy. I feel as though your destructive power surpasses that of the 12 gods of destruction across the universes. And you genuinely frightened that star into splitting apart? Ruasi finds herself at a loss for words. You. Lu Fan gestures toward 4 of the smaller suns, instructing, you 4, proceed to the north, south, east, and west. The 4 smaller suns remain motionless, uncertain of what to do. Ruasi, lend them a little encouragement. Don't let them linger in inaction, Lu Fan advises. Understood. Lord of Destruction, Ruasi replies, her demeanor shifting in respect. Do your best, Lu Fan encourages. With a flourish, Ruasi's scepter radiates a brilliant light that swiftly envelopes the 4 smaller suns. Whoosh! The 4 suns dart off in their respective cardinal directions. You over there. Lu Fan directs another smaller sun. With a nod of cooperation, Ruasi casts another beam of light. The smaller sun swiftly follows Lu Fan's indicated path. You, as well as you. Proceed in that direction, Lu Fan instructs the last 2 smaller suns. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ruasi continues to unleash rays of light, and the 2 smaller suns race away. At this moment, the cosmos seems to regain a semblance of tranquility. What do you intend to do with such immense destructive energy? As Ruosi gazed upon the immense destructive energy, she felt a moment of dread. Would this force obliterate my new universe? Ruosi, which universe do you find displeasing? Let us destroy it, Lu Fan suggested in a hushed tone. Ruosi, wiping her brow with effort, replied, I do not find any universe displeasing. Ruosi was at a loss for words. Very well. If you ever find a universe unappealing, I shall assist you in its destruction, Lu Fan chuckled. But first, what do you intend to do with such colossal destructive energy? Ruosi inquired with a wry smile. Naturally, I shall reclaim it. It would be wasteful otherwise, Lu Fan declared, as the concentrated destructive energy swiftly diminished. In less than a minute, he had absorbed a sphere of destructive energy with a diameter of a light year into his being. With a sigh of relief, Lu Fan exhaled. Yet, for him, it was as if nothing had transpired. However, the universe itself had transformed due to Lu Fan's destructive energy. You truly are remarkable. I cannot fathom your strength, Ruosi exclaimed, her gaze towards Lu Fan now filled with admiration. It is nothing. When one dedicates themselves to a singular task, they often achieve unforeseen results, Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Ruosi contemplated the meaning of his words. To focus on a singular endeavor. From the moment of my birth, I have concentrated solely on destruction, allowing no other thoughts to intrude, Lu Fan continued. Thus my rate of destruction is several times that of others. Do you truly think of nothing else, aside from destruction? Ruosi questioned, skeptical. Well, I have recently entertained a few other thoughts, such as occasionally thinking of your sister, Lu Fan responded with a smile. I knew it. Ruosi pouted, snorting softly. Next, I intend to destroy some resource-consuming planets, Lu Fan stated. All right, Ruosi nodded, her demeanor having undergone a significant transformation. 30 minutes later, Lu Fan had successfully obliterated several resource-draining planets. The new universe had finally regained its equilibrium. Of course, this balance was fleeting. To maintain it long-term, the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai would need to collaborate. Given the current circumstances, sustaining this balance for a year should not pose a significant challenge. For now, the work of the God of Destruction could be set aside, as our new universe remains rather small. Ruosi surveyed the entirety of the new universe and bestowed Lu Fan with a satisfied smile. Next, we should find a Supreme Kai to work alongside you. I will contact the Grand Minister to see if we can select one from the 12 universes. That is unnecessary. I already have a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Lu Fan replied. Who is it? Ruosi asked, taken aback. It is still me, Lu Fan said with a smile. Ruosi's expression became one of confusion. You? What do you mean? Aren't you the God of Destruction? Do you wish to be a Supreme Kai as well? Is that how it works? Watch closely. Lu Fan took a deep breath. With a swift motion of his hand, a wave of destructive energy re-emerged. Whom do you intend to frighten now? Ruosi asked, momentarily stunned. Lu Fan remained silent, continuing to amplify the destructive energy. In less than 10 seconds, the energy had coalesced into a sphere approximately 100 meters in diameter. Hey, what do you intend to do? Ruosi inquired, somewhat bewildered. Are we not discussing the Supreme Kai? Why are you conjuring destructive energy? The angel was also puzzled. Just watch closely, Lu Fan replied with a smile. In the next moment, he began to compress and reshape the gathered destructive energy, gradually reducing it to about 1.8 meters in size. The energy transformed once more. With a snap, a purplish-red figure materialized beside Lu Fan and Ruosi. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Fan, though its skin was a striking shade of purplish-red. Is this a clone? Ruosi wiped the sweat from her brow. Isn't it amusing? Lu Fan chuckled. Ruosi retorted. What is so entertaining about a clone? This is merely compressed destructive energy. Lu Fan smiled again. Do you intend for this to serve as your clone? Ruosi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. This clone is entirely under my control, akin to playing a video game. Everything it perceives is through my own perspective, and it will never develop its own consciousness. Are you planning to have this clone act as your Supreme Kai? Ruosi quickly grasped the situation. Yes, this is a plan I discussed with my father-in-law, Lu Fan affirmed with a smile. You've already made arrangements? You should have mentioned it sooner, Ruosi remarked. Chapter 61. The birth of a new universe. Supreme Kai. My clone will govern the new universe as Supreme Kai for 3 years. And if I do not perform satisfactorily during this period, I shall resign of my own accord, Lu Fan declared. With a snap of his fingers, he indicated the concentrated destructive energy. Instantly, its hue transformed, soon resembling Lu Fan's own skin tone. Now, this clone appeared almost indistinguishable from Lu Fan himself. Hello, Ruosi. The clone spoke, under Lu Fan's control. Does the clone not have a tail? Ruosi asked. It does, but it's just one. The other was discarded, Lu Fan responded. Ruosi covered her face, rendered speechless. Put some clothes on, she exclaimed, turning away, her face flushed. How shameless. You needn't be shy. It's merely my clone, Lu Fan laughed. In an instant, the purplish-red destructive energy of Lu Fan's clone flickered. When they looked again, the clone was clad in an outfit identical to Lu Fan's. With swift movements, Lu Fan alternated between himself and his clone, zipping back and forth. You can turn around now, Ruosi, Lu Fan announced. She turned to see 2 Lu Fans, one being his clone. Guess which one is real? Lu Fan smiled. Oh my, it's utterly indistinguishable, Ruosi remarked, noting that without sensing internally, one could hardly tell the genuine from the imitation. Isn't it fun? Lu Fan chuckled. Ruosi, now, you can teach my avatar the fundamental skills of the God of Destruction, Lu Fandao. Ruosi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. What? You cannot possibly tell me that you lack even the basic skills of the God of Destruction. You are an angel, the teacher of the destroyer, and should also be considered a teacher of the god of destruction, correct? Lu Fan gazed at Ruasi. To be precise, the angel serves as the teacher of the destroyer, instructing them on the art of destruction. As for the notion that angels teach the god of destruction, that must have been a tale from long ago. Ruasi shook her head, expressing her apologies, stating, I am truly unable to teach you the basic skills of the god of destruction. I never expected you to teach me. I intend to return and seek out your sister. Lu Fan grinned broadly. Ruasi. At that moment, Ruasi felt an overwhelming blow of 10,000 points of critical damage. If you have no desire to learn from me, then why bother saying so much? Very well. I shall send my avatar to the 6th universe to learn the basic skills of the god of destruction from your sister. Lu Fan pondered. It is perfect timing since I have yet to come of age. My avatar can converse with your sister, and after I mature, I shall join them. Ruasi wiped away sweat. Learning the skills of the god of destruction should take about 6 months, I reckon. Lu Fan murmured. With your innate talent, it should pose no challenge. Ruasi nodded. Avatar, give it your all. Lu Fan stepped forward, grasping the hand of his avatar. Yes, I will strive hard to become a true god of destruction, the avatar replied. Ruasi. Isn't the avatar under your control? Is it amusing to talk to yourself? Whack. The clothing of the avatar shimmered and swiftly transformed. In an instant, the attire morphed into the distinctive garb of the god of destruction. Whoosh. The avatar shot into the sky, disappearing into the void in a blink. Approximately 20 minutes later. Ruasi, does passing through the void realm from here lead to the 6th universe? Lu Fan inquired. Indeed, fly in that direction, Ruasi indicated with her finger. Understood. Lu Fan nodded slightly, directing his avatar to continue its journey toward the 6th universe. Controlling the avatar felt akin to playing a video game. The sensation was exhilarating. 6th universe, planet Kampa. Kampa had gone to escort Hit home, leaving only Beerus on the planet. Suddenly, Beerus looked up at the sky. Oh dear, a rare visitor. Lord Beerus has arrived. Beerus smiled faintly. Whoosh. Whis and Beerus descended from the heavens, landing near Beerus. Greetings, sister. Whis bowed respectfully. Enough with the pleasantries. Where's that rascal Kampa? Beerus grunted. Lord Kampa has gone to escort Mr. Hit. He should be returning shortly, Beerus replied truthfully. Where's Lu Fan? Beerus inquired again. Lu Fan has yet to return, Beerus stated. What do you mean by has yet to return? Beerus was taken aback. Does my sister imply that Mr. Lu Fan has been retained by the Grand Minister? Whis posited, slightly astonished. What did you say? Beerus was taken aback. Lu Fan has been retained by the Grand Minister? Dear Grand Priest, are you attempting to snatch my cola? Beerus lamented, perceiving the Grand Priest's audacity as utterly shameless. Alas, my hope for cola seems to be dwindling. He inhaled deeply, on the verge of tears. Bardos and Whis, the two angels, exchanged exasperated glances. What kind of reasoning is that? It's as if you believe the Grand Priest is vying for your cola, Bardos remarked, reflecting the thoughts of Kampa. Indeed, they truly are like brothers, Whis smiled. Yes, indeed, Bardos nodded. Sister, what do you think the Grand Priest intends by leaving Mr. Ruffin behind? Whis inquired. I suspect he might appoint Ruffin as the god of destruction for the new universe, Bardos speculated. Of course, that is merely my conjecture. We shall know the truth once Ruffin returns. The god of destruction for the new universe, Whis mused thoughtfully. Whis, cease your aimless chatter. Beerus scowled. Bardos, I must ask. Is Ruffin not one of our universe's own? Ah, even Lord Beerus is aware of this. Bardos chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, as if she had anticipated this day would come. You and Kampa are truly shameless, stealing my people while I slumber. Beerus bared his teeth. It is merely that Lord Beerus failed to notice this individual, Bardos replied with a grin. I once read a tale of the skilled horse and its worthy trainer, which I found quite intriguing. What do you mean by that? Do not divert the topic, Beerus grumbled, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 62. Beerus, how did you become the Supreme Kai? Just then, Kampa descended from the heavens, landing beside Bardos. Kampa, you rascal, you have finally returned. Beerus growled. Your return is quite timely. You sneakily took my people from our universe. Beerus, are you still oblivious to what Bardos just conveyed? We discovered Ruffin, and in essence, we are Ruffin's trainers while he is the skilled horse. Do you now grasp this concept? Kampa replied with a smile. Indeed, that was precisely my intent, Bardos nodded. Stop your nonsensical prattle. Kampa, you scoundrel. The culinary planet you visited was originally prepared for me by my subordinate, Frieza. The inhabitants of that planet are under Frieza's command, and thus, under mine as well. Beerus huffed. Once I awaken, Frieza will escort me to that planet to indulge in its delicacies. By then, how could I remain ignorant of the cola situation? However, to my knowledge, Frieza is acting on your orders to annihilate all the Scions, Kampa retorted. Beerus fell momentarily silent. If Ruffin discovers that you, Beerus, covertly commanded Frieza to destroy their planet, do you think he would return with you? Kampa smirked. Beerus, this situation is rather dire. Ruffin must have many friends and family on Planet Vegeta. If he truly knew that it was I who led Frieza to devastate Planet Vegeta, he would undoubtedly refuse to return with me to the 7th universe. You despicable scoundrel. You haven't already disclosed this to him, have you? A sense of anxiety gripped Beerus, prompting him to inquire hastily. I wouldn't be so trivial, replied Kampa with a scoff. That's a relief. Beerus exhaled slightly. I understand you came here for the cola. Once Lufon returns, I shall fetch you a bottle to taste. Kampa proposed, and if you find it delightful, I could arrange for him to deliver 1,000 bottles to you. Shall we? As for whether the person should return with you, let Lufon decide for himself. Kampa had long anticipated Beerus's visit. He was aware that while Lufon was at the God of Destruction election event, his true identity had likely been unveiled. Whis would certainly convey to Beerus that Lufon hailed from their 7th universe. Humph, very well, Beerus contemplated and found no fault in it. I shall require 1,000 bottles each month. All right, but if you fall asleep, should I still continue supplying you with cola? Kampa queried. Indeed, of course, Beerus replied. Store it for me to savor leisurely upon awakening. Beerus, one must admit that even cola can become tiresome over time, Kampa sighed. You shameless glutton, have you truly had enough? Beerus fumed at the mere thought. Kampa, perhaps I should remain silent. Too many words can lead to misfortune. Beerus had never even tasted cola. Such a beverage is exclusively from their 7th universe. Were I in your position, I would also be enraged. Are we to merely wait here? Do you not possess even a modicum of cola stock? Beerus asked darkly. Regrettably not. All cola is procured directly from Lufon, made fresh for consumption, Kampa elucidated. What nonsense. I distinctly recall that fellow named Hit retaining a can of cola, Beerus scoffed. That is a new packaging developed by Lufon. He referred to it as a pull-tab can. I had never encountered such packaging before. He always prepared it fresh, Kampa responded. Very well, Beerus ceased to elaborate further. Another 2 or 3 hours passed. Beerus had grown drowsy, incessantly yawning, his eyelids battling against one another. Lord Beerus, we should return. You ought to take a brief nap and consider the cola matter upon awakening, Whis suggested. No, I must resolve the cola issue before I sleep. Otherwise, I shall be haunted by nightmares, Beerus asserted with conviction. Kampa, an hour has elapsed. Beerus continued to doze off. Kampa, Bados, and Whis exchanged glances. You are nearly asleep. Why not return home? Are you still waiting for Lufon? What if Lufon does not return today? Kampa suddenly remarked. Then I shall sleep right here, Beerus replied, his eyes snapping open. Kampa was left speechless. Very well, if you wish to sleep here, then so be it. You are remarkably persistent. Another 2 hours passed. Lufon finally transformed into a radiant crimson light, soaring back from the outside. During this period, he had primarily been collaborating with Ruosi. Subsequently, Lufon was on his way, for at this moment, his avatar was merely a manifestation of destructive energy, lacking other skills. It would not be entirely accurate to say that it possessed no other abilities, as the avatar inherently bore the divine skill of destruction, being formed from condensed destructive energy. Furthermore, Lufon had compressed this energy as well. Whoosh! Lufon descended from the heavens, landing upon the surface of the Shangpa planet. You must be Beerus and Whis from the 7th universe, Lufon greeted with a smile. Upon his appearance, Whis and the other 3 present widened their eyes in astonishment. What? The Kaishin? Beerus exclaimed. When did you become the Kaishin? Shangpa looked at Lufon in surprise, his speech slightly stuttering. Had this fellow truly become the Kaishin in just a few hours? The attire he wore was unmistakably that of the Kaishin. A foreboding feeling suddenly washed over Beerus. Whis immediately exchanged glances with Bardos. Could it be that Lufon had already ascended to become the Kaishin of the new universe? Had the Grand Minister retained him for this purpose? Yet, hadn't they heard that the new universe currently did not require a Kaishin? What it needed most was a god of destruction. It was baffling. Sister, although Lu Fan is donned in the Kaishin's attire. Have you noticed he is not wearing the Potera earrings? Whis remarked softly. Indeed, perhaps the Grand Minister specifically appointed Lu Fan as the provisional Kaishin. Bardos nodded in agreement. Hey kid. Beerus stepped forward, addressing Lu Fan. Explain this situation. Have you truly become the Kaishin of the new universe? You guessed correctly, Lu Fan replied with a nod. Beerus exclaimed, this is disastrous. The Cola has fled. This fellow has already become the Kaishin of the new universe. I no longer possess the authority to bring him back. What a predicament. After a brief moment of shock, Beerus gradually regained his composure. To him, the worst outcome was having no long-term cola to drink. As for Lu Fan's ascension to the Kaishin of the new universe, it was indeed unexpected. How had this boy become a Kaishin? It was utterly incomprehensible. However, I currently do not possess the skills of a Kaishin, so there is no need for concern, Lu Fan grinned. Who would fear you, the Kaishin? Beerus emphasized the title with a hint of sarcasm. Did you come here for something, Beerus? Lu Fan inquired. Do not think that just because you have become the Kaishin, you can call me by my name. Beerus's expression darkened. Lord Beerus, Lu Fan chuckled, adding a title after Beerus's name. Now that's more like it. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xiangpa silently shook his head in the background. Beerus, oh Beerus, you truly do not understand Lu Fan at all. Are you aware that this fellow possesses a rather petty disposition? I dare say you shall not be enjoying your cola today, given Rufin's character. If you were to request him to append the honorific Lord to your name, it would be quite remarkable if he were to concoct a cola for you. I wonder what brings Lord Beerus here? Rufin inquired with a smile. I have come, of course, to savor a bottle of cola, Beerus huffed. Oh dear. Lord Beerus has arrived at a rather inopportune moment, Rufin sighed. While I was returning, I unfortunately encountered a cosmic storm, and my cola-making machine was swept away by the tempest. What did you say? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kampa, standing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement. What did I say? I mentioned that this fellow would certainly not prepare cola for you. Had you been slightly more amiable towards him earlier, he might have offered you a bottle to taste. Now, he has ascended to the rank of Supreme Kai, and he seems rather emboldened. This presents quite a dilemma. In the past, I could raise my voice at him, but now he appears to have become somewhat arrogant. Kampa was even contemplating whether to take advantage of Rufin while he is still establishing his position as Supreme Kai, as it would be rather inappropriate to bully him once he has firmly settled into his role. After all, he is the Supreme Kai of another universe. Kampa found himself pondering quite a bit. Thus, I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that the cola cannot be prepared at this time, Rufin lamented. Then let us hasten to produce a new cola-making device. Beerus grunted. Indeed, I shall create a new apparatus, Rufin nodded. But crafting a new cola machine will require at least 3 days, so I implore Lord Beerus to wait patiently. What, 3 days? Beerus felt a sense of frustration at this time frame. 3 days may not seem excessively long, yet it feels interminable when one is waiting. To return and then come back again would be a waste of time. Beerus found himself in quite the quandary. This duration is akin to the distance we typically travel to a location, approximately 16 kilometers. Driving would be impractical, as parking may be a challenge. Walking would be too far, and public transportation lacks a direct route. Beerus too was grappling with this dilemma. Should he stay or return? Perhaps Lord Beerus should remain. After all, it is merely 3 days, Rufin suggested. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Beerus resolved to stay. But what if the cola is not ready in 3 days? Kampa interjected with a sly remark. Then we shall return in 3 more days, Rufin responded, giving Kampa an appreciative thumbs up. Beerus felt increasingly disheartened. I have an ominous premonition that I may not be able to enjoy my cola in 3 days. Hey, you there, I merely came for a bottle of cola. You are not intentionally trying to vex me, are you? Beerus narrowed his eyes at Rufin. How could I dare to vex Lord Beerus? I am but a humble Supreme Kai. Rufin grinned, his countenance reflecting a warm and amiable demeanor. Humph, I wager you would not dare. Beerus hummed thoughtfully and remarked, by the way, I recall that during the God of Destruction selection event, you could conjure a can of cola with a mere wave of your hand. Have you exhausted all of those as well? Indeed, there were only a few bottles, and they have long since been depleted. Did Lord Beerus think it was a money tree that you could shake at will? Lu Fan replied assertively, fine. I shall return in 3 days, Beerus conceded, feeling exasperated. Although he suspected that Lu Fan was deceiving him, there was no way to prove it. If he claimed otherwise, could Beerus physically reprimand him? If he had merely been an ordinary scion, it would have been reasonable to confront him and bring him back. However, this young man had now ascended to the status of a Supreme Kai, and moreover, he was the Supreme Kai of another universe, making him less susceptible to intimidation. By the way, who is the god of destruction of the new universe? Beerus suddenly recalled something and inquired hastily. That cannot be disclosed. Lu Fan shook his head. Beerus paused for 2 seconds, and Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback as well. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. Why can't it be said? What is the meaning of this? Is there something that cannot be revealed? Beerus grumbled. The god of destruction of the new universe is exceptionally formidable. Lu Fan lowered his voice and spoke to Beerus, though his words were audible to everyone present. Humph, do not jest. How formidable could it possibly be? Beerus chuckled lightly. Has Xiangpa not informed you? I am the strongest god of destruction. Do you grasp the significance of that? Among the 12 gods of destruction, I am the most powerful. Enough with your arrogance. Xiangpa gritted his teeth. Do you doubt it? Beerus shot a sidelong glance at him. Do you think I fear you? Xiangpa clenched his fists. Enough. I did not come here to brawl with you. And you are not my match. Beerus dismissed him and turned his attention back to the identity of the god of destruction of the new universe, asking Lu Fan, you just mentioned that this new universe's god of destruction is quite impressive. Pray tell, in what way is he remarkable? It is said that the Grand Minister intends to cultivate the god of destruction of the new universe into a great god of destruction, Lu Fan replied. Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment, and he trembled slightly. What? A great god of destruction? Xiangpa exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my! Is a great god of destruction about to be born? Batos expressed her surprise. It appears the realm of gods of destruction is poised for a significant upheaval, Whis remarked with a smile. Chapter 64. Who is the great god of destruction? What did you say? Beerus turned to Whis, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely speaking whimsically, Whis replied with a chuckle. The great god of destruction is said to hold a status even higher than that of the Grand Minister. Beerus quivered slightly. Did the Grand Minister truly express this sentiment? Xiangpa felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. Yes, the Grand Minister indeed harbors such intentions. Lu Fan nodded, secretly relishing the moment. It seemed the position of the great god of destruction was quite formidable, as evidenced by how Beerus and Xiangpa appeared utterly terrified, nearly to the point of losing control. Impossible. Even if such words were true, they should not come from your mouth as a Supreme Kai. Beerus retorted skeptically. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Lu Fan smiled gently, having said all that needed to be said. So, who exactly is this new god of destruction? Beerus inquired through gritted teeth. Is it possible that one of the 12 universe's gods of destruction is merely taking on this role? Not quite, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. If you truly wish to know his identity, I can reveal it to you. Oh, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. However, you must consider carefully. Once you learn his true identity, when the day arrives that he ascends to become the great god of destruction, he may very well target you first. As the heir to the title of great god of destruction, if I were in your position, I would not be pleased if someone were to probe into my identity and whereabouts. Lu Fan then turned the conversation back to himself, speaking earnestly. The truth is, I would not be pleased. I would be extremely angered. Beerus scoffed. You speak as if you are the heir to the great god of destruction. Nonetheless, Lu Fan's words resonated with Beerus. He recognized the truth in Lu Fan's statement. Currently, probing into the identity of the heir to the great god of destruction could indeed lead to dire consequences once he truly ascends. Other than the new universe's Supreme Kai, it is likely that none of the other gods of destruction are aware of the great god of destruction's true identity. No, this kid may not even know. He could just be trying to mislead me, Beerus mused. The position of the great god of destruction has remained vacant for 50 million years. I shouldn't dwell on it too much. Be expeditious with the cola matter. I will contact you again in 3 days, Beerus instructed Lu Fan. Understood, Lord Beerus, Lu Fan nodded. Once I have crafted the new cola apparatus, I will reach out to you immediately. That sounds more like it, Beerus replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he beckoned Whis. Whis, let us depart. Lord Beerus, you may return alone. I have not seen my sister in quite some time and wish to have a thorough conversation with her, Whis stated to Beerus. What is there for you to discuss? Beerus murmured, not opposing the idea. Do as you wish. I shall return for a brief nap. Remember to wake me in 3 days. Once this kid has perfected the cola. Bardos was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Whis. Indeed, what do we have to discuss? She pondered. Did Whis perceive something? Understood, Whis nodded. Then off we go. Beerus waved his hand. With a flash, a crimson glow enveloped Beerus. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the void. Lufan, my boy, well done. You have become the supreme Kai of the new universe. Xiangpa exclaimed, patting Lufan on the shoulder. Hee. I owe much of this to the guidance of Bardos and yourself. Lufan grinned broadly. Gratitude is vital. Your acknowledgement makes my efforts worthwhile. Xiangpa nodded approvingly. Although you haven't taught me much, Lufan added, most of my knowledge comes from Bardos. Xiangpa remarked, this kid, give him a little sunshine and he flourishes. Hello, Ruvan. Now that Beerus has departed, those present are not strangers. Kampa, though the angel of the seventh universe, is aware of what should and should not be said. Ruvan chuckled. What do you mean by that? I merely wish to inquire who the god of destruction is. Kampa scoffed. Very well, I cannot hide it any longer. I am the angel. Ahem, I am the god of destruction. Ruvan's expression turned grave. Kampa rolled his eyes, disregarding the claim entirely. You are the god of destruction? Enough with the boasting. Kampa was almost amused by Ruvan, shaking his head. Forget it. I shan't ask further. If you choose not to speak, so be it. I'll take a nap instead, as I don't want to catch whatever affliction Beerus has. Hey, you fat cat. I truly am the future god of destruction. Ruvan called after him. Go on. Refrain from such tedious jokes in the future. You might find yourself the first to be destroyed by the new god of destruction. Kampa retorted with a scowl, before retreating to the castle for a long nap. Only Ruvan, Bados, and Whis remained. Whis remained silent, scrutinizing Ruvan from head to toe. Bados also regarded Ruvan with curiosity, sensing something amiss about him today. He was entirely different from his usual self. What could be wrong? Hey, Ruvan, where is your tail? Bados suddenly inquired. I knew something felt off. It is because your tail is missing. Having one tail is sufficient, Ruvan replied. Bados looked perplexed. Just one tail? But don't you only possess one tail? Do you perhaps have another? Whis wiped his brow, watching the exchange. You see, Whis understands, Ruvan remarked. Whis replied, do not involve me in this. Is it appropriate to jest about such matters before me, especially regarding my sister? There is something distinctly unusual about you. You feel completely different than before. Bados murmured. Quite normal, for I am now the Kaioshin, Ruvan smiled. No, it is more than that. Bados gently shook her head. He is not Ruvan. Whis suddenly interjected. Bados paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Indeed, it is not him. He is merely a manifestation of energy. She nodded. Ruvan remarked. Did I reveal myself so quickly? It appears I have underestimated the angel's abilities. Are you Ruvan's avatar? Bados asked, gazing at Ruvan. Yes. You are correct, Ruvan grinned. Chapter 65. When I become the god of destruction, I will marry you. What era is this that anyone still employs such ancient tricks as avatars? Bados wiped her brow. No, my sister's assertion is not entirely accurate, Whis murmured thoughtfully. What have you disowned, Whis? Bados inquired. If my conjecture is correct, Mr. Ruvan may indeed be the future god of destruction, Whis stated. Bados blinked repeatedly, looking again at Ruvan. Indeed, it is no surprise that Whis was able to uncover my true identity so swiftly. Lufan sighed softly, realizing that I had not concealed myself deeply enough. It is indeed a challenge to deceive an angel. Whis chuckled lightly. My, what an astonishing turn of events. Henceforth, you shall be the sovereign of destruction, reigning over the vast realms of time and space. Bardos expressed her astonishment. Remember the days when this lad was merely a beverage mixer? In just half a year, he has ascended to such heights. Yet, that is not entirely accurate. Before I crossed paths with him, he had already grasped the essence of destruction. This is knowledge I alone possess. Even Lord Beerus remains oblivious. Whis, what was it you just mentioned? Lufan inquired, turning his gaze towards Whis. What? Whis was taken aback. Please repeat what you just said, Lufan insisted. Repeat it? You mean the part about Mr. Lufan potentially becoming the future Lord of Destruction? Whis replied. The next sentence, please. Lufan prompted. The statement regarding how difficult it is to deceive an angel, perhaps? Whis continued. Precisely that one. Lufan nodded. This implies there is yet another matter we are unaware of, correct, future Lord of Destruction? Whis smiled. Indeed. Lufan grinned broadly. Take a guess. You will be unable to fathom it, no matter how hard you try. That is indeed a tricky one. Whis wiped his brow. What is it? Bardos inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The Grand Priest has already decided to betroth you to me, Lu Fan stated, addressing Bardos. At that moment, Bardos' eyes widened in shock. You must be jesting. How could the Grand Priest possibly arrange such a union? Thus, Whis, you shall henceforth be my brother-in-law, Lu Fan declared. Whis, what the blazes? Ahem. Such a term has never been used in our divine realm. Whis wiped his brow vigorously. From now on, you must address me as brother-in-law when we meet, understand? Lu Fan asserted. Whis covered his face, retreating from the conversation. Hey, I never mentioned I would marry you. Bardos protested, left speechless. When the moment arrives that I become the Lord of Destruction, it shall also mark our wedding day, Lu Fan proclaimed to Bardos. Bardos, wait for me. Once I come of age, I shall surely come to wed you. Lu Fan gazed at Bardos with deep affection. It dawned on Bardos that this lad was still underage. Are you utterly infatuated with the idea of a wife? Whis shook his head, sighing. Grand Priest, what kind of successor to the Lord of Destruction have you chosen? Is this fellow truly suited for such a role? Yet, on another note, your wish has finally come to fruition. Bardos shifted the topic. You are now both the Lord of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, correct? Indeed, my father-in-law is quite considerate towards me, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Bardos, so soon. You are already referring to him as father-in-law. However, I have discussed with my father-in-law that my doppelganger will serve as Supreme Kai for 3 years. And if the performance is deemed unsatisfactory, my doppelganger can be dismissed. Lu Fan spoke candidly. There is no need to conceal such matters from the angels. Moreover, Lu Fan has already acknowledged that Bardos will be his wife. What secrets could there be between spouses? Thus, you have come to learn the skills of the Kaioshin from me, haven't you? Bardos responded quickly, gazing at Lu Fan. Indeed, my dear wife, you truly understand me. Lu Fan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Very well, I shall not linger to witness your display of affection. I will take my leave now, Whis sighed, lightly tapping his staff on the ground as he prepared to depart. Please wait a moment, Lu Fan called out, prompting Whis to halt. Regardless of the circumstances, you will be my brother-in-law in the future. I cannot let you leave empty-handed, can I? Lu Fan smiled gently, raising his hand slightly. With a quick motion, a can of cola appeared in Lu Fan's grip. He tossed it toward Whis. Cola? Whis was momentarily taken aback. A mix of surprise and delight washing over him as he swiftly caught it. Give it a try. If you find it delicious, I shall bring you a few bottles. Lu Fan encouraged. Certainly, Whis nodded, opening the can and taking a sip. Upon tasting the cola, Whis's eyebrows danced with joy. Oh my, this is truly delightful. I've never encountered such a splendid beverage before, Whis exclaimed, feeling an unexpected wave of happiness. Why have I never tasted such a marvelous drink before? Lu Fan mused to himself. When you eventually visit Earth in the 7th universe and discover cola available everywhere, will you be utterly astonished? Is it acceptable? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. Indeed, this is the finest drink I have ever had, Whis affirmed, adding gratefully, thank you, brother-in-law. Bardos, covering her face, cast a dark expression. Whis, so you would sell me out for just a can of cola? Here, take these 10 bottles. Lu Fan waved his hand again, and 10 more cans appeared, generously offering them to Whis. 10 bottles? I cannot thank you enough, brother-in-law. Whis's eyes widened in astonishment. However, do not share any with that fellow Beerus. He shows me no courtesy, Lu Fan cautioned. Of course, brother-in-law. I can barely keep enough for myself. Let alone share with Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a knowing smile. Now, regarding my identity, Lu Fan continued. Discretion is key. I shall not disclose this to anyone. Not even to the other angels, Whis assured, nodding in understanding. However, brother-in-law, concealing your identity from a destroyer god may not be too difficult, but keeping it hidden from the angels will likely prove more challenging. If one day my power surpasses that of an angel, do you think it will still be possible to remain incognito? Lu Fan smiled. In that case, it should not pose a problem. Whis nodded, though added, yet, to surpass us angels, you may need to toil for over 1,000 years, if not more. Lu Fan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Whis, do not underestimate him, Bardos whispered, conveying a message to Whis. Before I brought him here, he had already comprehended destruction on his own. Whis responded. As for the 7th universe, it may very well give rise to a great destroyer god. Bardos added, at present, his strength may even rival that of Lord Kampa. Whis widened his eyes, revealing a visage of shock. What a jest! He is merely 8 years old. If you were to claim he was 80, I would hardly be astonished. Yet he is only 8. Even if he had commenced his training in destruction the moment he was born, it would be improbable for him to comprehend it so swiftly. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the Great Destroyer? Whis pondered thoughtfully. I share this sentiment. Beerus concurred, nodding in agreement. Otherwise, why would Father have appointed him to succeed the Great Destroyer? The dilemma lies in the fact that the Great Destroyer has already perished, rendering the notion of reincarnation rather dubious. Whis shook his head. Thus, it must indicate that he possesses extraordinary talent, Beerus remarked. Could you two possibly refrain from communicating telepathically? Lufon sighed. Are you deliberating on how to host a lavish wedding? Beerus replied. Whis. Cough. Cough, Mr. Lufon. No, Lord Kaioshin, given the presence of others. I shall address you as such. Whis cleared his throat. Beerus is not an outsider. She is my future wife, Lufon stated earnestly. If it were just the three of us, you could simply call me brother-in-law. I would not mind. Whis fell silent. Suddenly, I recalled that there might be a torrential downpour on Beerus' planet today, and I forgot to close the windows. Farewell. After uttering this, Whis transformed into a radiant blaze akin to the stars. Whoosh. He vanished into the void in an instant. He even remembered to take the 10 bottles of cola with him. Whis left in such a hurry. I had intended to let him sample the lemon-flavored cola. Lufon sighed. In the midst of his rapid flight, Whis evidently heard Lufon's words. His entire being trembled violently. What a blunder. I flew too swiftly. Should I return to taste that lemon-flavored cola? No, I shall ponder it in 3 days. Whis felt too embarrassed to return, so he hastened his flight, opting for a out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. 7th Universe, Beerus Planet. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Beerus crashed into the planet's surface like a cannonball. The entire Beerus planet trembled violently, and even Beerus Castle seemed on the verge of collapse. The oracle fish nearby, terrified, thought that someone had launched a surprise attack on the realm of destruction. Who would be so audacious as to wreak havoc in the realm of destruction? The oracle fish swiftly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Beerus himself. Hey Beerus, do you wish to obliterate your own realm of destruction? The oracle fish reprimanded urgently. Beerus rubbed his head and yawned, waking up. You certainly have a knack for it. Did you fall asleep on your way here? The oracle fish wiped its brow. Just a brief nap, Beerus huffed. Was that a brief nap? You nearly destroyed your own realm of destruction. The oracle fish retorted. Exasperated. Not to worry, Whis will repair it, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Beerus inspected his realm of destruction and, finding no significant issues, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Where's Whis? Did he not return with you? Inquired the oracle fish. He had matters to attend to. I returned alone, replied Beerus, stifling another yawn. Very well, nodded the oracle fish. I must retire. I can scarcely keep my eyes open. Beerus's eyelids drooped heavily. What do you plan to do with that rotund creature? The oracle fish pointed towards the dazed Majin Buu in the distance. I almost forgot about him. Let us seal him away for now. I shall decide upon his fate upon awakening. Beerus tapped his forehead, striving to shake off the drowsiness. He then approached Majin Buu. With a swift motion, Beerus waved his hand. An invisible energy enveloped Majin Buu, and in an instant, he was resealed, encased within a spherical cocoon reminiscent of his previous confinement. All done, declared Beerus. Oracle fish, when Whis returns, instruct him to transport this fellow back to that planet called Earth. I find his presence here rather bothersome. Understood. The oracle fish agreed, before inquiring, did you manage to drink any cola? Beerus felt a pang of frustration. Do not mention cola to me, he exclaimed irritably. It seems you did not get any, the oracle fish murmured quietly. I must sleep. I had thought the new universe's destroyer would emerge from our own, sighed Beerus. Actually, Lord Beerus, I have a prophecy I wish to share with you before your departure, the oracle fish stated. Speak quickly. I need to sleep, Beerus replied brusquely. I foresee that our universe will give rise to a great destroyer, the oracle fish proclaimed. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed that Beerus had already fallen asleep, standing upright. No less. You truly are a remarkable individual, the oracle fish remarked. You can even sleep on your feet. Well, I have said what I needed to. Do not blame me for any misfortunes that may befall you in the future. With a sigh, the oracle fish tugged at Beerus's tail, dragging him back to the castle and unceremoniously tossing him onto the bed. Beerus rolled over and fell into a deep slumber. The duration of his next sleep was uncertain, and the oracle fish shook his head, marveling at Beerus's ability to sleep so soundly. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Lord Kaioshin, do we have any news on Majin Buu? Jebet asked anxiously. We found him. At last, we have located him, exclaimed the Kaioshin, his eyes sparkling as he gazed towards the realm of destruction, namely Beerus's planet. Where is it? Jebet inquired excitedly. I cannot say for certain. It appears to be neither the mortal realm nor the divine realm. The Kaioshin scratched his head in confusion. That is of little consequence, Lord Kaioshin. What has become of Majin Buu? Jebet pressed urgently, his concern for Majin Buu overshadowing all else. Am I seeing things? It seems he has been sealed again, the Kaioshin confessed, a perplexed expression overtaking his features. Sealed again? Who could have done such a thing? Jebet was puzzled. Could it be that cat person's doing? Chapter 67. Piercing him with the divine sword. I am uncertain, but the fact that he can be sealed away is ultimately a good thing. The Supreme Kai nodded with relief. And what of that cat person? Jebet inquired. It seems he is sleeping within his castle, the Supreme Kai replied. He may be somewhat wary of the true power of Majin Buu. However, I am unsure how he managed to seal Majin Buu. Perhaps he secretly learned Bibidai's magic, Jebet speculated. It is not outside the realm of possibility. The Supreme Kai agreed thoughtfully. So what shall we do next, Supreme Kai? Jebet asked. Leaving Majin Buu near that cat person feels like a hidden danger. What if that fellow, in a moment of madness, releases him again? Your concern is not unfounded, the Supreme Kai responded. It would be more prudent to relocate Majin Buu. But where shall we place him? Jebet pondered. We should retrieve Majin Buu first. While that fellow is asleep, we can stealthily take him away. The Supreme Kai's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Indeed, with the Supreme Kai's ability to instantaneously teleport, if we remove him, that cat person will certainly not notice. Jebet nodded vigorously. Kai. The Supreme Kai executed an instantaneous move, appearing in the realm of destruction, specifically on Beerus' planet in the blink of an eye. He swiftly approached the seal of Majin Buu and placed his hand upon it. Kai. The Supreme Kai vanished once more in an instant. The prophecy fish bore a confused expression. Was that not the Supreme Kai? What could he possibly want by stealing the seal of Majin Buu? I cannot comprehend. Whoosh. The Supreme Kai soon returned to the Supreme Kai realm with the seal of Majin Buu, all in the blink of an eye. It appears to have gone smoothly. Supreme Kai, Jebet exclaimed with excitement. Ha. That cat person was utterly oblivious. He is in a deep slumber. The Supreme Kai sighed in relief. How shall we deal with this fellow? Jebet glanced at the seal of Majin Buu and asked. We shall contemplate further, the Supreme Kai mused. The two fell into deep thought. How should they deal with this individual? Where would be a safe place to put him? It felt as though no location would be secure and all would carry risks. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him entirely, the Supreme Kai sighed. For this could eradicate future threats and restore peace to the universe. If only we could slay him, Jebet sighed in agreement. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Supreme Kai, I have conceived a brilliant plan, although its execution may prove challenging. Pray, share your thoughts, the Supreme Kai urged. We could pierce him with the divine sword. Jebet proposed. The divine sword? The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jebet's suggestion appeared rather promising. The power of the divine sword is indeed formidable. If we were to use it to pierce through the seal of Majin Buu, he would surely be vanquished on the spot. However, our attempts to extract the divine sword have proven futile, sighed Jebet, shaking his head. The King of Worlds remained silent. Indeed, we are unable to draw forth the divine sword, and our anxiousness yields no solutions. We must first devise a method to extract it. But how shall we accomplish this? Jebet, I believe your suggestion holds merit. It is the sole means to vanquish the demon Majin Buu, contemplated the King of Worlds. Thus, let us together endeavor to pull the divine sword. With enough effort, we may succeed. Very well, we shall give it a try, Jebet nodded solemnly. The two ascended to the summit where the divine sword resided. In the next moment, they exerted all their strength to pull the sword. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the sword remained steadfast, unmoving. Gasping for breath, the King of Worlds and Jebet collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. This is impossible. The divine sword is exceedingly enigmatic, lamented Jebet. Let us rest for a while and attempt again later. If that fails, we may have to transport Majin Buu to a concealed planet, proposed the King of Worlds. Very well, my lord, Jebet agreed. In the vastness of space, Whis soared like a brilliant star, moving with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the crystal orb atop Whis' staff shimmered with light. Whis paused momentarily. Is there an urgent matter, prophecy fish? He inquired. recognizing the communication from the prophecy fish. It is rare for the prophecy fish to reach out to him. Whis, I have something to convey, the prophecy fish stated. Please, proceed, Whis nodded. After Lord Beerus returned, he fell asleep. The prophecy fish continued. That is splendid news. My cola shall remain unchallenged, Whis replied with a smile. However, the fish seemed perplexed. What is cola? The prophecy fish inquired, bewildered. Ah, you possess prophetic abilities yet failed to foresee such a delightful beverage? Whis chuckled. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Allow me to continue, the prophecy fish resumed, appearing disinterested in cola, primarily because it was unfamiliar to it. Before falling asleep, Lord Beerus sealed Majin Buu away. Claiming he found him quite bothersome, the prophecy fish elaborated. This indeed aligns with Lord Beerus's usual manner, Whis acknowledged. Furthermore, he instructed that upon your return, the seal of Majin Buu should be restored to its original place, the prophecy fish added. Such matters can await my return. There is no need for remote communication. Whis sighed. No, I have yet to finish, the prophecy fish insisted. Whis exhaled in exasperation. You are quite persistent. Please, continue, he urged. In the brief moment I turned away, I witnessed the King of Worlds appear and teleport away with the seal of Majin Buu, the prophecy fish recounted. I see. You wish for me to visit the King of Worlds and inquire about his handling of Majin Buu, do you not? Whis finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, that is precisely what I meant, the oracle fish nodded. You are quite loquacious, sighed Whis. Loquacious? What do you mean? The oracle fish was taken aback. In some vernaculars, it implies that you tend to ramble, uttering unnecessary drivel. Whis smiled. If our tale were to be penned as a novel, the author might receive complaints from readers, lamenting that the plot is too verbose. Alas, we might inadvertently lead the author astray. Chapter 68, Whis inquired, do you need my assistance? A brief silence ensued. I am a fish. If I do not swim, who will? The oracle fish asserted confidently. Whis was left speechless. Ah, I forgot, you are a fish. Very well. I shall make a visit to the Supreme Kai's realm to ascertain his intentions. It just so happens to be on my way, Whis announced. Much obliged. The oracle fish remarked, hesitating momentarily. What is it you wish to say? Whis queried with a smile. Do you have a new prophecy? Indeed. That is precisely what I wish to convey. The oracle fish nodded. What does your prophecy entail? Whis inquired with a smile. I foresee that our seventh universe shall give rise to a great destroyer god. The oracle fish's expression grew exceedingly grave. Very well, I understand, Whis nodded. Why are you not the least bit astonished? The oracle fish was taken aback. After all, your prophecies have never proven accurate, Whis chuckled. This time, I have a strong conviction that my prophecy is accurate, the oracle fish stated earnestly. All right, I believe you, Whis nodded. Your demeanor is rather dismissive. Do you not even trust me? The oracle fish exclaimed. I assure you, it is the truth. For now, I shall proceed to see the Supreme Kai, Whis declared. Very well, the oracle fish refrained from further comment. The communication concluded. Whoosh. Whis veered off the path, racing towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. As he appeared above the Supreme Kai's domain, he was astonished to find the Supreme Kai and Gebet engaged in a rather peculiar endeavor, attempting to uproot a divine sword. This divine sword is rather stubborn. Whis descended slowly from the sky. I humbly greet you, Supreme Kai. Whis bowed respectfully. As an angel, he was always impeccably polite, showing deference to the Supreme Kai as well as to the destroyer gods. Even towards ordinary humans, he would append Mr. or Ms. to their titles. Startled by Whis's sudden appearance, both the Supreme Kai and Gebet looked at him warily. When did this fellow arrive? What is his purpose here? Are you attempting to extract this sword? Do you require my assistance? Whis inquired. The Supreme Kai remained silent. I recognize you. You are that subordinate of the cat. Gebet remarked sternly. Oh dear, subordinate has such negative connotations. I am Lord Beerus's attendant. My name is Whis. Whis smiled. Is there not a distinction between an attendant and a subordinate? Gebet wiped his brow. The Supreme Kai remained taciturn. This sword appears quite heavy. It is no wonder you are unable to extract it, Whis observed, gazing at the sword embedded in the ground and taking a step towards it. Humph, stop standing there talking as if it were so easy. Gebet remarked with a light smile. This is the divine sword, the finest blade in the Kaioshin realm, one that several generations of Kaioshins have been unable to draw. The Kaioshin added. Let me give it a try. Whis expressed his interest, stepping forward and pinching the hilt between his two fingers. With a swift motion, the divine sword was effortlessly drawn from its sheath. The Kaioshin's eyes nearly popped from their sockets in disbelief, while Jebet broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over. This defies logic. You pulled out the divine sword with just 2 fingers? Who on earth are you? Oh dear, I could have done it with a single finger. Whis chuckled, but that would have defied the laws of physics. Kaioshin, what sort of nonsensical physics are you speaking of? Lord Beerus's seal seems quite effective. After all these years, the old Kaioshin has truly suffered, Whis mused while holding the divine sword. What do you mean? I cannot comprehend your words, the Kaioshin replied, his expression wary as he scrutinized Whis. This sword contains the seal of the Kaioshins prior to the 15th generation. If we shatter this sword, it will release him, allowing him to teach you some knowledge of the Kaioshins, Whis explained, waving his hand lightly, enveloping the sword in an invisible angelic power. Both the Kaioshin and Jebet looked somewhat bewildered. What are you saying? We cannot grasp the meaning of your words. I have reduced the weight of the sword. With your current strength, you should be able to wield it, Whis said, extending the hilt towards the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin, still perplexed, accepted the sword. By the way, may I ask, what do you intend to do with Majin Buu once you take him away? Whis inquired. Naturally, I will return him to his original place for continued oversight, the Kaioshin responded hastily, though his words seemed insincere. Oh dear, that is exactly Lord Beerus's intention. It appears my intervention is unnecessary, Whis nodded vigorously. Well then, I must take my leave. Do remember to shatter the divine sword to release the old Kaioshin. With that, Whis radiated a dazzling light akin to the stars. In an instant, he vanished into the void without a trace. The Kaioshin, still in a state of confusion, looked at Whis and then at the divine sword in his hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth does this mean? Jebet, what does he mean by this? He turned to Jebet for clarification. Is this truly the divine sword? Jebet asked, his gaze fixed on the blade without blinking. Indeed, this must be the divine sword. It feels quite heavy, the Kaioshin remarked, casting a glance downwards before handing the sword to Jebet. How very heavy? Jebet exclaimed as he grasped the sword, feeling the weight almost slip from his hands. How could he claim to have lightened its weight? I cannot fathom what he meant, the Kaioshin shook his head. He also mentioned that this sword encapsulates an old Kaioshin and suggested we shatter it. The old Kaioshin must be quite excited within the sword. At long last, the time has come to reconstruct the 1000-day seal. How splendid. I had feared I would be eternally confined within. That fellow Whis is quite generous. Hurry and shatter the divine sword, and I shall emerge. Do not jest. This is indeed a divine sword. If we were to break it, how could we justify our actions before the Supreme Kais? Jebet proclaimed with conviction. You are absolutely correct, Jebet. The Supreme Kai's expression grew grave. Perhaps within lies a demon. A being far more terrifying than Majin Buu. Old Kai, you fool. You are the true demon. Moreover, even if we were to shatter the divine sword with his strength, he could easily crush it with a mere finger, couldn't he? Jebet followed the Supreme Kai's line of reasoning, yet wondered why he did not shatter the sword himself, but rather left it to us. This suggests that the one who breaks the divine sword may face a backlash from the demon contained within. Chapter 69, The Reckless Supreme Kai. You are absolutely right, Jebet. The Supreme Kai nodded vigorously. Perhaps we are merely overthinking it, Jebet smiled. Old Kai, you two imbeciles. Hurry and release me. However, that fellow Whis is indeed formidable. I truly wonder who he is, the Supreme Kai said in a deep tone. Let us set him aside for now, Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet proposed. Our most pressing concern is to eliminate the demon Majin Buu. You are correct, Jebet. The Supreme Kai nodded. Regardless, if within this divine sword is sealed an ancient Supreme Kai, then thrusting it would surely allow that ancient Supreme Kai to obliterate Majin Buu with boundless divine power. Jebet speculated that if a demon were sealed within, the two demons might consume each other, using poison to counteract poison, ultimately leading to Majin Buu's demise. Jebet, your intellect is truly remarkable, the Supreme Kai praised. Thus, let us proceed. Whoosh. The two swiftly appeared at Majin Buu's sealing location. The Supreme Kai held the divine sword in hand. Let us end him. The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth, plunging the divine sword into the seal. Due to Beerus' influence, Majin Buu's seal had already been reinforced. Imbued with a hint of destructive energy, the divine sword was also created by Beerus. Were one to use an ordinary object to pierce Majin Buu's seal, it might not even breach it. However, the divine sword was different. Both were sealed by Beerus. Thus, the sword pierced the seal as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Majin Buu was sound asleep within the seal. With this thrust, it directly struck at Majin Buu's most sensitive area. A howl erupted from Majin Buu as he cried out in pain. What happened, Lord Supreme Kai? Jebbet inquired hastily. I can feel a bit of flesh. The Supreme Kai nodded. He must have been hit. Let us finish him off. Jebbet urged. You speak the truth. The Supreme Kai forcefully drove the divine sword in once more. Majin Buu let out a loud cry. However, due to being encased within the seal, those outside could hear nothing. Majin Buu cried out in agony. You, feline creature, I will not let this go. Why do you persist in tormenting me? You do not even spare my most intimate areas. Instinctively, Majin Buu assumed that Beerus was the source of his suffering. After all, in his perception, he still resided on Beerus's planet. Thus, he had no intention of leaving. Venturing out only to face defeat again seemed unwise. It's fine, my body will regenerate. Is he dead? Jebbet inquired. I cannot tell, the Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head, sensing a lack of movement. Let us wait a moment longer. Once the divine energy or magical power from the divine sword is released, it should surely eliminate Majin Buu, Jebbet suggested. The two waited patiently outside. Majin Buu pondered. Why have you ceased your movements? Your stillness renders me uneasy. Shall I sneak out for a glimpse? He resolved to investigate. How shameless. This presence within me is quite uncomfortable. Hurry and expel it. In that instant, Majin Buu produced a small piece of himself, wriggling it out from the location of the divine sword. He peered through the entrance of the seal, cautiously observing the outside world. That cat is nowhere to be seen. The individual outside resembles the Supreme Kai, while the other seems to be his attendant. This does not appear to be the cat's planet. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to search further. Majin Buu minimized himself to the size of a pinky finger, transforming into a miniature version of himself, and swiftly ascended into the sky. Yet, the feline remained elusive. Majin Buu, still apprehensive and intimidated by Beerus, circled the Supreme Kai's realm, conducting a thorough search. After more than an hour of exploration, he confirmed with certainty that the cat was absent. Without that cat, what is there to fear? An hour has passed. Surely he must be dead by now, Supreme Kai. Jebbet remarked with a smile. Indeed, an hour had elapsed without any sign of life. The Supreme Kai nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a burst of pink gas erupted from within the seal. The gas swiftly coalesced in the air. The miniature Majin Buu, too, transformed into a beam of light. Merging with the pink gas, the gas in the sky began to condense and reshape. What is happening? Jebbet exclaimed in astonishment. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up at the sky. What is going on? Why does that figure resemble Majin Buu? Why was he not destroyed? The Supreme Kai was filled with shock and unease, mirroring Jebbet's sentiments. I also sense it resembles Majin Buu. How can this be? Just then, as the Supreme Kai and Jebbet stood in stunned silence, Majin Buu finally transformed back into his original, plump form. Floating in the air and smiling down at the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, the Supreme Kai was rendered speechless, and Jebbet was utterly bewildered. Who just poked me? Buu inquired with a scowl. Neither the Kaioshin nor Jebbet responded to this question. Curse it! How did this fellow come back to life? The Kaioshin gritted his teeth, summoning a surge of courage as he drew forth the divine sword embedded in the seal. Is it you? Buu retorted coldly. Indeed, it is I, the Kaioshin exclaimed. Why did you freeze upon entering? Buu reprimanded angrily. The Kaioshin wore a perplexed expression. What do you mean? What could you possibly do if I moved? Forget it. I'm hungry. I'm going to devour all of you. Buu patted his stomach. If one thrust doesn't suffice, then let me try again, the Kaioshin declared, lunging forward to stab at Majin Buu with fervor. Transform into a chocolate cookie. Buu's antennae sparkled with a purple-white electric glow, which quickly struck the Kaioshin. Smack! The Kaioshin's form altered instantly, transforming into a humanoid chocolate cookie. Thud! The divine sword slipped from the Kaioshin's grasp and fell to the ground. My lord Kaioshin, Jebbet exclaimed, both astonished and furious, trembling uncontrollably. Majin Buu stepped forward and picked up the Kaioshin, now a chocolate cookie, and devoured it in one bite. Chapter 70. The Vanishing of Beerus Crunch. Crunch. Majin Buu savored the chocolate cookie. Delicious, he exclaimed, patting his belly, feeling utterly satisfied. Since my awakening, I haven't tasted anything delightful. Now, my desires have finally been fulfilled. However, one piece isn't enough. What should I transform you into next? Candy, another chocolate cookie, or perhaps just plain chocolate? Buu mused, glancing at Jebbet, who was overtaken by profound fear. Was it you who stabbed me with that sword? Bu suddenly noticed the divine sword lying on the ground. Subsequently, Majin Bu beckoned toward the sword with a finger. The sword wobbled and began to levitate. This sword is rather heavy, but that is of no concern. Whoosh. Majin Bu, as if wielding a sword mastery technique, waved his hand lightly. The sword soared toward Jebbet. Thud. The sword pierced through Jebbet's body, leaving him chilled to the core. Gush. Jebbet spat blood, collapsing onto the ground as his consciousness faded. It wasn't me who stabbed you. Transform into chocolate. Bu declared, his antennae flashing with purple-white electricity. Smack. Jebbet swiftly coalesced and transformed into a square-shaped chocolate, still wrapped. However, the shape of the chocolate was rather peculiar, with a sword-shaped chocolate inserted atop it. Smack. The chocolate rolled to the ground. Bu picked it up and examined it. How odd that even the sword transformed into chocolate. Curious, Majin Bu gently pinched the chocolate sword. Crunch. A sharp crack reverberated through the air as the divine sword shattered. Shedding its outer guise, it revealed a humanoid figure made of chocolate. A peculiar chocolate filled with a creamy center, which baffled Bu momentarily. However, he dismissed his curiosity and swiftly devoured the 2 chocolate pieces, relishing their taste with great delight. Bu erupted into laughter. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his mouth, striking the ground of the Supreme Kai's realm. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the air. Ha ha! Majin Bu exclaimed, dancing with joy. This place was simply exhilarating. On Beerus planet, Whis had just returned when a sudden realization struck him. With a long sigh, he lamented, "Whis, what troubles you?" inquired the oracle fish. "Oh dear, something grave has occurred," Whis replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What calamity has befallen us?" The oracle fish questioned, taken aback. "Lord Beerus may have vanished," Whis stated gravely. "What? How could this happen?" The oracle fish swiftly soared into the sky, peering through the castle window towards Beerus' bed. Indeed, it was empty. Beerus was nowhere to be found. "Hey, Whis, it appears Lord Beerus is truly missing," the oracle fish exclaimed. "Is he playing hide and seek with us?" Whis sighed. "The Supreme Kai has perished, and consequently, Lord Beerus has disappeared as well." "What? The Supreme Kai has died? Impossible." The oracle fish's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yet, it is the truth. I bear some responsibility for this unfortunate event," Whis reflected somberly, feeling a tinge of guilt. "Had I not intervened, perhaps Lord Beerus would not have vanished." "What are you talking about, Whis?" the oracle fish inquired, perplexed. Reluctantly, Whis projected the events that transpired in the Supreme Kai's realm after he extracted the divine sword, illustrating the unfolding drama to the oracle fish. "This is not your fault, Whis," the oracle fish replied, exuding a sense of resignation. "How has such a foolish Supreme Kai survived until now? It is natural for him to be unaware of the succession issues arising from the early demise of the Grand Supreme Kai," Whis noted. "Yet, ignorance could have been alleviated through learning. The issue lies in his lack of faith in you." The oracle fish wiped his brow. "The most unfortunate aspect is that the old Supreme Kai, sealed by Lord Beerus, was also consumed. By the way, you must utilize time reversal and restore events to 5 minutes prior. It is too late. Half an hour has already elapsed," Whis shook his head. The oracle fish fell silent. "What a tragic fate for Lord Beerus, to simply vanish," Whis lamented. "Alas, it seems I must seek out a new destroyer and Supreme Kai." Whis expressed his resignation. "Forgive me, I could not foresee Lord Beerus' disappearance." The oracle fish felt a pang of guilt. "This is not your fault. Your prophecies have seldom proven accurate," Whis smiled reassuringly. "Then I shall embark on the quest to find a new destroyer and Supreme Kai." Whis' expression grew solemn. "If matters were not resolved swiftly, I would succumb to slumber." The oracle fish nodded. "Before that, allow me to enjoy a bottle of cola." As Whis spoke, he produced a bottle of cola and took a sip. "Delicious. How could such a delightful beverage exist?" the oracle fish remarked. "I sense that the god of destruction has vanished, yet you seem entirely unfazed. However, upon reflection, Lord Beerus' existence has always been somewhat negligible. He spends his days in slumber, neglecting his duties. The Supreme Kai is no different. His favorite pastime is monitoring the movements of Majin Bu. But what significance is there in surveilling a being that is already sealed away? It seems that our 7th universe has long been devoid of both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai. How have we managed to survive until now?" The oracle fish sighed. Once Whis finished his cola, he promptly set off. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Zen's palace. After a brief wait, The Grand Minister appeared before Whis in an instant. Greetings, Grand Minister. I apologize for the intrusion. Whis bowed respectfully. What brings you to me? The Grand Minister inquired, folding his arms and floating before Whis with an impassive expression. I regret to inform you that due to a minor oversight on my part, our universe's Supreme Kai was slain by Majin Buu, and Lord Beerus subsequently vanished. I have come to report this to you, Whis explained to the Grand Minister. You seek a new god of destruction and Supreme Kai, do you not? The Grand Minister asked. Indeed, Grand Minister, Whis nodded. The new god of destruction and Supreme Kai for the new universe would originate from your seventh universe, Lufin. Your true purpose in seeking me is to have Lufin succeed the roles of god of destruction and Supreme Kai for the seventh universe, correct? Ah, you've seen through me. Whis acknowledged with a nod. If Lufin were to assume the role of god of destruction for the seventh universe, then you would be able to enjoy cola every day. The Grand Minister smiled. Indeed, Grand Minister, you jest. I must admit, I do have a craving. Cola is indeed quite delectable. Whis did not deny it. There has never been a precedent for a god of destruction to oversee two universes, the Grand Minister mused. You should inquire with him. He may not agree. Let me ponder how to approach this, Whis said, resting his chin in thought. What if this is an essential step to become the great god of destruction? The Grand Minister suggested in a lowered voice. Whis looked up at the Grand Minister and vigorously nodded. Father, you are digging a pit for Lufin to jump into. Perhaps Lufin will be quite pleased, the Grand Minister noted with satisfaction. You and Beerus discussing the great god of destruction in front of Lufin was executed remarkably well. The Grand Minister remarked approvingly. I wonder how Lufin would react if he knew there was no such thing as a great god of destruction. Whis mused with a wry smile. Father, you have dug this pit too deeply. It will depend on his strength. The legend of the god of destruction has circulated throughout the cosmos for ages, primarily to encourage these deities to diligently hone their skills. The high priest smiled briefly before adopting a more serious demeanor, stating that indeed, this young man is well suited to assume the role of a god of destruction. Should he excel, it would not be out of the question to grant him the esteemed position of a grand god of destruction in the future. I shall consult with Lufin regarding the matter of the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Whis responded. Go ahead, the high priest did not object. As for the occurrences in the seventh universe, the high priest was fully aware, being the steward of all deities across the cosmos. It would be somewhat remiss not to be informed of such matters. Whis bowed once more, tapping his staff gently on the ground. With a swift motion, he transformed into a resplendent streak of light akin to a star, vanishing into the void in an instant. In the sixth universe, on the planet Shimpa, Lufin was diligently learning some fundamental skills and knowledge from Beerus. Beerus found this rather exasperating. Lufin, you should have Lord Fuwa teach you this, after all. He is the god of destruction of our sixth universe, and his guidance would expedite your learning process. Beerus sighed after instructing Lufin for a while. No, I wish to learn from you. Lufin resolutely shook his head. Learning under Beerus was a true delight. What was there to learn from that god of destruction Fuwa? Lufin believed that the journey of learning was far more significant than the knowledge itself. Beerus remarked, to be honest, I have not delved into the skills and foundational knowledge of a god of destruction for quite some time. Although I was once a teacher to the gods of destruction eons ago, after all these years, I hardly find it necessary to instruct them anymore. He sighed. You need not say so much. I do not require extensive teachings, just 3 things will suffice, Lufin beamed. Do tell, Beerus inquired. Instantaneous movement, the time-space ring, and the Patera earrings, Lufin replied. Instantaneous movement is quite simple. It essentially involves transforming oneself into a form of energy to traverse through that energy, Beerus explained. Why can't the gods of destruction do this? Lufin asked. That is because the gods of destruction are forbidden from utilizing instantaneous movement, Beerus responded. The same applies to angels. Let me give it a try. Lufin took a deep breath and exhaled a bubble of destructive energy. With a swift motion, Lufin transformed into a crimson beam of light, disappearing in an instant. Moments later, he returned. Ah, I did it, Lufin exclaimed. Beerus wiped his brow in astonishment. You learned instantaneous movement already? Your progress is astonishing. I hardly taught you anything, he marveled. This young man was indeed a genius, or rather, a prodigy. I now deeply suspect that, should the title of Grand God of Destruction truly exist, this young man was destined to embody it. No, wait. He is currently learning the skills of a God of Destruction. How did I get entangled with the God of Destruction? Bardos felt her mind was in a bit of disarray. As long as the eyes can see, one can teleport instantly, right? Lufan pondered. Indeed. The god of destruction's eyes can perceive vast distances, capable of observing the entire universe without difficulty, Bardos nodded. Moreover, these eyes possess the ability of X-ray vision, allowing one to see through walls, for instance. Lufan gazed intently at Bardos. Don't stare at me, Bardos exclaimed. With a swift motion, the power of the angelic being emanated from her. In a fleeting moment, some secrets regarding Bardos vanished from Lufan's sight. Bardos, you are truly stingy. I merely wished for a glance, Lufan sighed. Bardos remained speechless. Next, we will discuss the Patera earrings and the time ring. These two items are not particularly challenging. Just as you gather destruction, one can conjure these two objects by merely envisioning them, Bardos elucidated. Why go through all that trouble? Would it not be better to simply seize them? Lufan grinned. The god of destruction of the sixth universe resides at that location. I see it now, Bardos indicated. Lufan gazed towards the direction of the sixth universe's god of destruction. Bardos, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Hey, wait. Bardos wiped the sweat from her brow. Are you intending to snatch Lord Fua's Patera earrings and time ring? In an instant, before Bardos could finish her sentence, Lufan vanished through teleportation. Should I give Lord Fua a heads up? Perhaps not. I feel it would be futile. In the sixth universe, the god of destruction, named Fua, was a plump figure, somewhat reminiscent of Kampa. At that moment, Fua was tending to flowers on a planet. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. What is happening? Who is behind me? Fua mechanically turned his head to see what was amiss. With a swift motion, Lufan wasted no time and struck Fua at the back of his neck, causing him to faint instantly. Lufan beckoned towards Fua's Patera earrings. With a snap, the earrings materialized above Lufan's palm. They need a wash. They appear a bit dirty for wearing. Lufan murmured, and with a flash of energy, he cleaned the earrings thoroughly. Subsequently, he adorned himself with the Patera earrings. Now for the ring. Lufan glanced at Fua's hands. Realizing that Fua wasn't wearing the time ring, he concluded, of course, who would wear the time ring casually? It must be kept in the palace. Lufan directed his gaze towards the palace. In a heartbeat, Lufan activated his teleportation once more and appeared within the palace. He effortlessly located the time ring and claimed it as his own. With another swift teleportation, he left the god of destruction's realm with great confidence. Returning to the realm of destruction. All right, everything is in order now, Lufan remarked with a smile. Bardos was at a loss for words. Lord Fua, what calamity have you brought upon yourself? Great Lord of the Kai. The attendant of the Kai finally noticed the unconscious Kai after Lufan had departed, and promptly rushed over. The attendant revived the Kai. Fua scratched his head, displaying a look of bewilderment. It seems I have fainted, he pondered. How did you lose consciousness? Great Lord of the Kai? The attendant inquired with concern. It appears someone suddenly intruded into our realm, appearing behind me and striking me down when I was unprepared. The Kai reflected. Is this true? Who would dare? The attendant exclaimed. I don't know, Fua replied, shaking his head in confusion. Have you offended anyone recently? Great Lord of the Kai? The attendant asked. As the deity of creation in this universe, I should not have antagonized anyone. Fua gently shook his head. Last time, when the Great Lord of the Kai dined on Shadara, he forgot to pay. Could it be that those Scions are holding a grudge? The attendant speculated. That cannot be. The Scions are noble beings and are not so petty, Fua disagreed, adding, moreover, they cannot teleport, let alone invade our Kai's realm in the sixth universe. Could it be that another Kai from a different universe launched a surprise attack on you? The attendant queried. However, I have not been in close contact with other Kais lately. It makes no sense, Fua sighed and shook his head. Then, Great Lord of the Kai. Quickly check if anything is missing, the attendant suddenly recalled and inquired. Fua patted his pockets and found nothing amiss. The Patera earrings. The attendant suddenly noticed that one of Fua's earrings was missing. What? Oh no. Has my earring been stolen? Fua quickly reached for his ear. Indeed, it is gone. Was that individual here to steal my earrings? The attendant exclaimed, sensing a foreboding. Fua shook his head. If it is the earrings, I can simply craft another pair. Let us see if anything else is missing, the attendant continued. Fua meticulously searched and found that aside from the earrings, nothing else seemed to be missing. We should monitor the entire universe to see if anyone is using the Patera earrings for fusion, Fua instructed. Yes, Great Lord of the Kai. The attendant replied. On planet Zampa, Lu Fan had just returned when he noticed a brilliant light in the distance, shimmering like the stars. Is that Whis? Has he finished his drink so soon? Lu Fan pondered, momentarily taken aback. Battles also gazed curiously at Whis, who appeared in the sky. What brings you here again? With a swift descent, Whis landed beside Lu Fan. Whis, is there something you need? Lu Fan asked. Oh dear, there is great trouble in the 7th universe, Whis sighed. Has Beerus perished? Lu Fan casually asked. Whis fell silent. Surely you jest. Could it be that I have spoken the truth? Lu Fan wiped his brow. What a joke. Did Beerus truly meet his demise? Who could have done such a thing? Lu Fan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. I was born a bit too early. I find myself perplexed by this narrative. How could Beerus possibly meet his demise? The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Lord Beerus, in necessity, had Whis reveal the incidents that transpired, along with a visualization of the scene. After viewing the projection, both Lu Fan and Bardoss exchanged glances, their sighs resonating in the air. Lu Fan appeared particularly despondent. It seemed someone had previously remarked that Lord Beerus might bring about his own end, to which Whis sighed. Ah. It appears that was indeed my assertion, as Lu Fan wiped his brow. Whis, your intent in seeking out Lu Fan isn't to propose that he assumes the role of God of Destruction for Universe 7, is it? Bardoss quickly grasped the implication. Indeed. That is precisely my intention, Whis affirmed with a nod. At present, Lu Fan, you are the most suitable candidate for the position of God of Destruction in Universe 7. I decline. I am already the God of Destruction for the new universe. Lu Fan vigorously shook his head. With the enchanting Ross by my side, I wish to relish this existence. You see, my true essence resides with Ross, while this avatar remains with Bardoss. I feel as though I am nearing the pinnacle of my life. Whis interjected, Bardoss, this arrangement can indeed be dual role. Dual role? Lu Fan paused, questioning its advantages. This is akin to juggling 2 jobs, nay, for jobs, with 2 Kais and 2 gods of destruction. I have already consulted with the Grand Minister, who has expressed his approval. Whis spoke in a lowered tone. The Grand Minister also stated that this is a requisite pathway to becoming the great God of Destruction, beginning with overseeing the roles in 2 universes and progressively expanding to 3, 4, or even 12 universes. A flicker of intrigue seemed to cross Lu Fan's face. Only by becoming familiar with all 12 universes can the great God of Destruction effectively manage the duties of these gods of destruction, Whis smiled. Indeed, you speak with such clarity. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. You have successfully swayed my decision. So, Lu Fan, do I take it you acquiesce? Whis inquired. Address me as brother-in-law. Such familiarity is unbecoming, Lu Fan chided. Whis responded, you certainly possess a talent for extinguishing lively discourse. Well, since my little brother-in-law requests my assistance, I shall reluctantly extend my efforts. Lu Fan paused for a moment, adding, I shall, albeit reluctantly, seek a suitable god of destruction and Kai for you. Whis was taken aback. Ahem, what I meant was for you, brother-in-law, to assume the dual roles of god of destruction and Kai for Universe 7. Especially since you are a prominent figure from this universe. Whis elucidated, noting that currently, no formidable individual exists within Universe 7 to uphold the position of the new god of destruction. Chapter 73. I shall cultivate a god of destruction for you. Strangely enough, I do possess an appropriate candidate. With proper guidance, it would not be a significant challenge for them to become the god of destruction for Universe 7. Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Who might that be? Whis inquired, slightly taken aback. I am contemplating, Lu Fan pondered. Whis and Bardoss responded. Your contemplation is making us quite impatient. Are you certain you do not wish to assume the role of god of destruction for Universe 7? Whis asked, wiping his brow. I never stated I would not take on the role, Lu Fan replied. Whis appeared somewhat bewildered. Why is it that I cannot comprehend your words? You have thoroughly confounded me. My intention is to assume the role of the god of destruction for the 7th universe, yet I shall ensure that I fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. I will also prepare a new god of destruction and supreme Kai, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Ah, I see. Whis finally comprehended. I have been rather kind to you, my dear brother-in-law, haven't I? Lu Fan approached and patted Whis on the shoulder. Indeed, that is splendid news, Whis nodded in agreement. Once I have adequately trained the new god of destruction and supreme Kai, remember to introduce your sister to me, Lu Fan whispered to Whis. Whis replied, you already have my sister. Is that not sufficient? By this reasoning, am I the younger brother-in-law or the older brother-in-law? Bardoss interjected, I heard everything. You are quite reckless. I wonder which sister has caught your fancy. Is it Margarita or Rose? If it is Rose, aren't you already with her? It seems there's no need for Whis to introduce you after all, so it must be Margarita. No wonder you were glancing over at Universe 11 during the God of Destruction selection competition. You had your sights set on Margarita all along. Bardoss sighed, feeling a wave of resignation. My sister? Who? Whis pondered aloud. Is it Margarita? Indeed, you truly understand me, dear brother-in-law. Lu Fan exclaimed, giving Whis a hearty pat on the shoulder. Bardoss fell silent, while Whis wiped the sweat from his brow. In the realm of deities, is polygamy permissible? Lu Fan inquired. How naive. You are quite mistaken, Bardoss retorted, her frustration evident. It appears there is no explicit rule against polygamy, Whis mused thoughtfully. Whis. Bardoss shot him a glare. Then it is settled, Whis declared, nodding in satisfaction. Let us proceed with enthusiasm, Lu Fan said, grasping Bardoss's hand. Bardoss replied. Shouldn't you be holding Whis's hand at this moment? What are you implying by grasping mine? Return to your duties. I will keep an eye on matters in Universe 7, Lu Fan instructed, then lowered his voice. Whis, when you introduce your sister to me, I assure you there will be an abundance of cola. Whis's eyes brightened at the prospect. Brother-in-law, shall I take you to Universe 11? He asked. Bardoss chose to remain silent. Are you truly willing to trade Margarita for a few bottles of cola? I am still quite young. Perhaps we can discuss this in a few years, Lu Fan contemplated. You only just realized you were still a minor, Bardoss remarked, wiping her brow. Whis chimed in. Indeed, you are still underage. Have you already set your sights on Margarita? By the way, before you depart, I would like you to try this lemon-flavored beverage, Lu Fan said, raising his hand slightly to reveal a can of drink. Its packaging was green, distinctly different from that of cola. Whis took a sip of the beverage. Wow, it tastes just as delightful as cola. Moreover, it comes in 2 different flavors. It seems a bit excessive to appoint this lad as a god of destruction. Perhaps he would fare better as a beverage flavorist. I have yet to name this bottle of lemon-flavored soda. A fee equivalent to an entire universe will suffice, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Whis and Bardoss wiped the sweat from their brows. Your face is truly large. A fee of 1 universe? Very well. I shall find the time to inquire which universe might relinquish the title of God of Destruction, Whis replied nonchalantly. I will accompany Bardoss to learn some abilities of the Supreme Kai. Then I shall seek you out in the 7th universe, Lu Fan called out. It won't take long. Merely 2 or 3 months. Indeed, for us angels, 2 or 3 months is but a fleeting moment, Whis nodded. 2 or 3 months is acceptable. Even if it extends to 2 or 3 years, it matters not. The 7th universe remains as it is. Even if Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai have not vanished, they do not engage in their duties. Our comprehensive index in the 7th universe is nearing the bottom. It is to be hoped that with your arrival, Lu Fan, our universe's index will improve. Farewell then, Whis waved. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, a radiant light akin to the brilliance of stars erupted, swiftly vanishing from sight. After Whis departed, Bardoss silently regarded Lu Fan. Bardoss, do you find me quite handsome? Is that why you gaze at me in secret? Lu Fan inquired with a grin. Bardoss fell into a brief silence. Have you truly resolved to take on the dual roles of God of Destruction and Supreme Kai in the 7th universe? She asked. Am I the sort to deceive? What I say, I shall surely enact, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. No, what I mean is, this is splendid. I shall have some peace for a while. Bardoss smiled. It seems you have had your fill of the drink, Lu Fan sighed. Indeed, I have been sipping the same beverage for quite some time. To claim I have not had enough would be quite unrealistic, Bardoss chuckled. Fear not, before I depart. I shall develop a new beverage that will ensure you think of me at all times, Lu Fan declared. Bardoss suddenly felt that he was not merely jesting. 3 months later, Lu Fan presented Bardoss with a bottle of orange-flavored carbonated drink. Bardoss, thank you for your efforts these past 3 months. Consider this drink a memento. Bardoss cleared her throat. Very well, I shall accept it and enjoy it, she nodded. Farewell then, Lu Fan waved. How about me? Why do I not receive a new drink? Kampa exclaimed eagerly. Hey, kid, bring me a bottle as well. In an instant, as Kampa's words faded, Lu Fan had already vanished through instantaneous movement. Chapter 74. The Prophetic Fish. You are the God of Destruction? Kampa felt utterly disheartened. This boy showed me no respect at all, especially since he became the Supreme Kai of the new universe. His disregard for me has intensified. If you do not let me share in the new drink, you best avoid my presence, he muttered. Vados watched Lu Fan's departing figure, letting out a slight sigh of relief. At long last, this shameless scoundrel has been sent away. Let him wreak havoc on Whis. Vados felt a surge of joy as she hummed a little tune while opening a can of orange-flavored soda, savoring a small sip. At that moment, she felt as though she had been electrified, her delicate form trembling slightly. Wait a moment, Lu Fan. I believe your king of all skills should be further enhanced. Vados called out. However, Lu Fan could no longer hear her. In the 7th universe, the realm of destruction. Since the disappearance of Beerus, Beerus planet has been renamed the realm of destruction. With Beerus absent, what point is there in maintaining the name Beerus planet? In truth, it matters little. After all, for Whis, idleness is still idleness. A change of name might bring a refreshing outlook. Whis, it has been 3 months. When will that new king of all you mentioned arrive? The oracle fish inquired. Soon, I believe, Whis mused. What about the god of destruction? Is it only the new king of all who will ascend? The oracle fish pressed further. As for the god of destruction, let us wait a bit longer. Currently, Frieza is diligently working in honor of Lord Beerus, having indeed destroyed quite a number of planets, which somewhat compensates for the absence of a god of destruction. Whis replied with a smile. What we lack most at present is the king of all, as the previous one hardly took his duty seriously during his tenure. Our universe is home to many planets teeming with life, yet the number of those that have given rise to intelligent beings is exceedingly scarce. If this continues, the universe will face grave challenges. In truth, selecting a king of all should be simple, but choosing a god of destruction is the real challenge, the oracle fish remarked. This esteemed Lu Fan has stated that he will cultivate a new god of destruction for our universe, Whis explained. It is perplexing logic for a king of all to be tasked with nurturing a god of destruction. The oracle fish shook his head, unsure of how to respond. A silence enveloped the two. Whis, I have heard of something called the Super Dragon Balls, which can fulfill any wish. Do you not desire the revival of Lord Beerus? The oracle fish asked. Even if Lord Beerus were revived, he would merely return to his slumber. The king of all spends his days fixated on Majin Buu. I believe our universe could benefit from a refreshing infusion of new blood. Once the universe has stabilized and our aggregate score has improved, we can consider methods for Lord Beerus's revival, Whis stated. Surely, if the king of all is revived, Lord Beerus will return as well? The oracle fish questioned. Indeed. Whis affirmed with a nod. To have fallen into such a deep sleep that he has vanished entirely. What a misfortune for Lord Beerus, the oracle fish sighed, hoping that the newly appointed king of all would prove to be more reliable. He has arrived, Whis said with a slight smile. Has he? The oracle fish's face was alight with surprise. In an instant, Lu Fan appeared in the realm of destruction of the 7th universe through instantaneous movement. The next moment, Lu Fan's figure materialized before the oracle fish and Whis. Clad in the attire of a king of all, adorned with 2 patera earrings and a time-space ring on his finger, he was fully equipped. This was Lu Fan's avatar, remotely controlled by his true self, akin to playing a video game. You control a character within a game, through whose perspective you can engage in any desired actions. Thus, this avatar of Lu Fan lacks independent thought. In essence, this embodiment of Lu Fan is merely a physical form composed of destructive energy. It can be said that this manifestation has attained a state of immortality. It is but a mere aggregation of energy. Even if it were to be disbanded, it could simply reconstitute itself. As for annihilating this entire mass of destructive energy, it poses no issue. It can be reformed, provided that Lu Fan's true self remains alive. From the moment the prophetic fish laid eyes upon Lu Fan, it became momentarily dazed, its eyes widening in astonishment. I humbly greet you, great god of destruction. The prophetic fish stuttered. Vados cast a bewildered glance at the prophetic fish. Has this fish truly foretold such a thing? Is Lu Fan genuinely the future god of destruction? Is the title merely a facade? Could it have transformed into a tangible reality? Yet, when has the prophetic fish's predictions ever been accurate? Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. Oh, this fish is rather adorable, Lu Fan remarked as he gently patted the little fish's head, conjuring a bottle of cola. Here, a reward for you. Thank you, esteemed god of destruction. The prophetic fish joyfully accepted the cola, opened it, and took a sip. After tasting the beverage, it leapt with delight within the aquarium. This is exquisite. It is my first time savoring such a delightful drink. With astonishment mingled with joy, it shot a glance at Vados. Vados, you are quite unkind. You didn't share even a single bottle of cola with me. I thought it would be unpleasant. Oh dear, what splendid weather we have today, Vados remarked, glancing around. According to our agreement, I am here to assume the position of God of Destruction for Universe 7, Lu Fan stated. Very well, Lord Lu Fan. I entrust Universe 7 to your care henceforth, Vados replied with utmost courtesy. No problem, Lu Fan nodded. Having already overseen the lives of 2 universes, I shall endeavor to foster better connections between them. Indeed, Vados agreed, offering no dissent. It is indeed advantageous for the new universe and Universe 7 to establish a link, as this would allow for a fresh influx of vitality into Universe 7. This was one of the many reasons Vados invited Lu Fan to assume the role of God of Destruction for Universe 7. Now, I shall take a moment to explore the universe, Lu Fan mused. Allow me to accompany you, Vados suggested. No need, I shall go alone. Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. I can teleport, which is far more convenient. You travel too slowly. Vados remarked. I, an angel, am being dismissed. In a flash, Lu Fan utilized his teleportation ability to depart from the location. Upon reflection, Lu Fan found the role of God of Destruction to be quite intriguing. The God of Destruction possesses many wondrous abilities, such as teleportation, which the God of Destruction himself does not seem to possess. Perhaps they could, but are simply not permitted to use such powers. What can one do about it? From this day forth, Rufin officially ascends to the esteemed position of Supreme Kai of the 7th Universe. Although it is a part-time role, it bears little significant impact on him. The development of the universe is paramount, and fortuitously, the new universe has yet to witness the emergence of intelligent beings. As the Supreme Kai, Rufin is afforded the opportunity to transfer certain humans from the 7th Universe to the nascent cosmos. Chapter 75. The convergence of 5 universes. Time inexorably marches on. And before long, years have slipped by. Through relentless effort and an unwavering commitment to learning and self-improvement, Rufin has made considerable strides. Meanwhile, his corporeal form remains within the realm of the God of Destruction in the new universe, where he diligently studies the art of destruction. The magnitude of his destructive energy continues to grow, much to the delight of his companion, Rose. Each time she witnesses the enormity of Rufin's amassed destruction, her mouth falls agape in astonishment, rendering her utterly adorable. Rose often finds herself at a loss for words, reflecting on how, since his arrival in the new universe, he has yet to obliterate any planets. Many celestial bodies have merely crumbled under the weight of his mere presence. His talent for instilling fear in planets is unparalleled. Decades have passed, and the year is now 760 of the Age of the Gods. Rufin has now spent 2 decades as both a God of Destruction and Supreme Kai. Over these 20 years, significant advancements have been realized in both the new universe and the 7th Universe. On a particular planet in the 7th Universe, Rufin, in his capacity as Supreme Kai, is engaged in the nurturing of life. Contrary to the sordid imaginations of some, the cultivation of life involves merely relocating beings from other planets to this one, thereby providing an opportunity for life to flourish. It is reminiscent of the ancient myth of Noah's Ark, which whisked away numerous forms of life from Earth to other worlds. Rufin, upon assuming the mantle of Supreme Kai, has pondered whether Noah's Ark might have served a similar purpose in transferring life and granting it a fresh beginning. Content with the progress observed on this planet. Rufin surveys his surroundings. Just as he prepares to depart, a voice suddenly resonates nearby. Prince Vegeta, have we specifically landed on this planet to replenish our supplies before we proceed to conquer Planet Cucate? Rufin pauses momentarily, smacking his forehead as realization dawns upon him. This is indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Having momentarily forgotten the existence of Vegeta, he reflects on how his intense work ethic has led him to neglect the relationships with younger allies like Vegeta and Goku. Hearing someone call out to Vegeta stirs a sense of nostalgia within him. Surely, it is not too late to cultivate Vegeta, he muses, recalling his promise to Whis to find a new God of Destruction and Supreme Kai for the 7th Universe. It seems his dedication to his work has caused him to overlook this vital task. Thanks to Rufin's diligent efforts, the overall evaluation of the 7th Universe has soared over the past 20 years. In a mere span of 2 decades, the comprehensive rating of the 7th Universe has ascended to the 3rd position amongst all universes. The new universe is not included in the rankings. It remains diminutive, comprising less than a billionth of the size of other universes. Such a minuscule universe is remarkably easy to manage. If a comprehensive rating index were to be established, The new universe would undoubtedly claim the top spot, simply due to its size. Its compactness offers distinct advantages, rendering management and monitoring a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, for Lufon to elevate the 7th universe's comprehensive rating to 3rd in the entire cosmos is no trivial feat currently. The 1st universe holds the highest comprehensive rating, followed by the 8th universe in 2nd place. Lufon has tirelessly strived for the coveted 1st position, yet achieving it proves exceedingly challenging. While he diligently labors, the deities of the 1st and 8th universes are equally industrious, resulting in a fierce competition among the three. Beyond these three, the 5th and 12th universes are also engaged in this relentless pursuit. The 12th universe, once ranked 3rd, has been ousted by the 7th universe, inciting considerable discontent and prompting intensified efforts. The comprehensive indices of the 5th and 12th universes are closely matched, leading to a constant tussle for the 3rd position. Consequently, the 7th universe has seized it. These two universes relentlessly pursue the 7th, even at times surpassing it. Thus, this competitive fervor among the 5 universes has propelled their comprehensive indices far beyond those of the others. Lufon muses that if this continues, the remaining universes may face outright elimination. What is the purpose of the power tournament, then? Vegeta, isn't our number a bit insufficient for the conquest of planet Kakarot? Raditz remarked. Raditz was correct. That planet possesses formidable combat prowess, and it would be prudent to seek additional assistance, Naba contemplated. Vegeta, meanwhile, remained indifferent, indulging in fruit. Vegeta, your sparring partner Lufon is still alive, right? Raditz suddenly inquired. Who knows? Vegeta spat out a seed from the fruit. That fellow has taken to being a beverage flavorist for others. A beverage flavorist? Raditz appeared bewildered. Your Highness, I have never heard you mention Lufon before, Naba added. Humph. There's nothing noteworthy to discuss. Vegeta nonchalantly discarded a leftover piece of fruit. Can't we locate him? Raditz pressed again. Raditz, didn't you mention long ago that you have a brother? Naba reflected. I wouldn't have remembered had you not brought it up. Raditz nodded. Indeed. I have a brother named Kakarot, who was seemingly sent by my parents to a planet called Earth. Earth? Vegeta looked up at the sky. Memories of moments spent with Lufon on Earth suddenly flooding his mind, along with recollections of Namek. However, after 2 visits back and forth, it seems I have not fulfilled any wishes. That scoundrel Lufon, on the other hand, has received the wish to survive in the vastness of space. What an unscrupulous individual. I wonder if he is still alive. Over the years, has his heart found peace? Has he ascended to become a Super Saiyan? Was the transformation method described by that dragon genuinely accurate? Vegeta found himself lost in thought. Your Highness, what troubles you? Naba inquired, casting a curious glance at Vegeta. Do you find the clouds in the sky beautiful? Vegeta responded. Shall I summon Kakarot from Earth? Although his combat prowess is still rather underdeveloped, I believe that with proper training alongside us, his strength will surely escalate rapidly. Raditz suggested that with Kakarot's involvement, he could initially handle logistics, making the conquest of planet Kakarot considerably easier. Kakarot? Your brother is named Kakarot? Vegeta paused, taken aback slightly. Your Highness, what is the matter? Raditz asked, confused. My brother is named Kakarot. Did you not already know this? What is the purpose of your inquiry now? Vegeta replied dismissively. It's nothing, he added, shaking his head. Merely a casual question. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Lufon, who once told him that the individual named Kakarot would become his lifelong rival. Is that so? That lowly warrior will be my rival? Vegeta scoffed. Lufon, how amusing you are. Vegeta, I recall you have a brother as well, Naba remarked. Humph, Vegeta responded, uninterested in elaborating further. Your Highness, where has your brother gone? Naba asked. Vegeta remained silent. Your brother hasn't gone missing, has he? Naba pondered aloud. Why does that sound rather unpleasant? Vegeta retorted. Damn it, my brother is not missing. If you wish to be a eunuch, just say it. He shot Naba a sidelong glance. Naba appeared utterly perplexed. What do you mean? I don't understand your words. Raditz scratched his head, equally baffled. Forget it. I cannot dwell on this. I shall head to Earth now, Vegeta instructed Raditz. Ensure the device is ready and maintain constant communication. I shall depart immediately. I expect to arrive on Earth in approximately 3 months, Raditz replied. Then, Your Highness, shall we proceed to Planet Doter in another direction to await Raditz and Kakarot? Naba suggested. Very well, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Raditz strode toward the spaceship. Speaking of the device, Your Highness, was your device not malfunctioning at one time? It went silent for an extended period, much like your brother, Naba queried. Vegeta clenched his fists. What are you implying? It sounds as if I have no brother at all. I shall find an opportunity to rectify your insolence later. Who knows? Vegeta huffed. Perhaps it merely malfunctioned. Perhaps what? Naba pressed. Vegeta shot Naba a sideways glance, prompting Naba to quickly quiet himself. In truth, Vegeta wished to express that it was possible Lufan had tampered with his device, preventing them from contacting Frieza and his forces. I remarked on how tranquil the detector was during that period. To my surprise, Ruffin was still wary of Frieza. If you all venture to Dotostar, after I retrieve Kakarot, it will take me over 10 months to reunite with you. At the moment Raditz boarded the spaceship, he turned and chuckled. Ha! So we shall meet again in over a year. Naba smiled in response. Very well, until a year later. With a wave, Raditz embarked on his spacecraft. Whoosh! Raditz's miniature spaceship swiftly vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Vegeta, shall we set off as well? Naba proposed. Vegeta, without objection, turned and began to gather the supplies to depart from this planet. However, at the moment he turned, he unexpectedly spotted Ruffin appearing behind him. Vegeta froze momentarily. Naba was also slightly taken aback. Who is this? He looks somewhat familiar. Ruffin? Vegeta quickly recognized him. After all, a Scion's hairstyle remains unchanged from birth to adulthood. Although this Ruffin was a clone, he was identical to the original. Your Highness, it has been a long time, Ruffin greeted with a smile. What brings you here? Vegeta huffed, stepping forward to inquire. Is it truly you, Ruffin? Naba was also a bit bewildered. This fellow is indeed Ruffin. Instinctively, Naba pressed the button on the detector he was wearing over his eyes. He wanted to ascertain Ruffin's current battle power. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ruffin's battle power was 0. Naba exclaimed, this guy has completely diminished. What is that attire you wear? Vegeta remarked. Noticing Ruffin clad in the attire of the Kaishin, feeling slightly uneasy. Your Highness, how have you fared over the years? Ruffin inquired. Naturally well, Vegeta scoffed. What is your current battle power? Ruffin asked. 18,000, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Did you grow up eating dung? Ruffin shook his head, sighing. What did you say? Vegeta roared in anger. Ruffin, you truly are audacious. How dare you insult His Highness in such a manner? Vegeta's battle power has reached 18,000, and you dare to suggest he has grown up eating dung. Does eating dung enhance battle power? So, in these 20 years, your battle power has only increased by 3,000? Ruffin sighed. Spare me your nonsense. Do you think it is easy to improve battle power once it approaches 20,000? Vegeta retorted, moreover. The 3 years I spent with you on the food planet were utterly wasted. Your Highness, look at you, you're becoming irritable again. Ruffin lamented. At this rate, when will you ever transform into a Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan? Speaking of Super Saiyans infuriates me. The method that Dragon spoke of is utterly useless. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, trembling with rage. Super Saiyan. Naba stood to the side, utterly bewildered. How did our conversation veer into the realm of Super Saiyans? I have indeed heard of them, but my understanding is rather limited. Lufan, how can you still refer to yourself as a prince? Just take a look at your own battle power. That boss snorted disdainfully. Silence. Why are you so bothersome? Lufan retorted, directing his gaze at Ba. Do you still consider yourself the once great warrior you used to be? Ba's expression turned cold. You speak too much nonsense. Vegeta furrowed his brow and delivered a powerful kick, striking Ba squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Ba was sent flying, crashing through a massive boulder and rolling several times across the ground. When he finally landed, his head tilted at an odd angle, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lufan remarked, Do you have an inherent grudge against Ba? That loquacious fool has finally fainted. Vegeta scoffed. Now speak your mind. You came here for a reason, didn't you? Is there someone you cannot handle and require my assistance? Lufan felt a flicker of gratitude. Is this truly the same Vegeta? He is actually considering offering his help. Your words bring me great comfort, Lufan mused. Chapter 77. King Kai. Greetings, Lord Supreme Kai. Enough of the trivialities, Vegeta interjected. I am quite busy, so get to the point. Indeed. I have a matter that requires your assistance, Lufan replied. I knew it, Vegeta smiled slightly. Speak, for with my current battle power, I could traverse this universe with ease. With a mere battle power of 18,000, you think you can roam the universe freely? You will inevitably bring about your own demise, much like Supreme Kai did, Lufan cautioned. Have you heard of the Destroyer Gods? Lufan inquired. Destroyer Gods? That sounds somewhat familiar, Vegeta pondered, though he suddenly found himself unable to recall. You may understand the destroyer gods as the most powerful deities in this universe, Lu Fan explained with a smile. I remember now, Vegeta exclaimed, slapping his forehead. When I was 5, a destroyer god visited the palace, seeking the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe from my father. Vegeta recalled that his father had claimed the most comfortable pillow for himself and offered the second best to that destroyer god. As a result, the destroyer god became enraged and pressed his father's head into the ground for quite some time, leaving a lasting psychological scar on young Vegeta. Indeed, that was the very destroyer god, Lu Fan affirmed. That fellow seemed to be a cat-like creature, Vegeta added. By the way, he has passed away, Lu Fan stated. What? He is dead? Vegeta exclaimed, a mixture of shock and delight washing over him. This sudden turn of events was almost too good to be true. Has he finally received his comeuppance? Did he die from the comfort of the pillow? Vegeta speculated thoughtfully. Cough. You might just be onto something, Lu Fan replied. A brief silence ensued. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should take on his role as the destroyer god? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Lu Fan nodded. Humph. I harbor no interest in deities. Vegeta shook his head. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, what significance does a god hold? Even the god of destruction is no match for my Super Saiyan prowess. Lu Fan covered his face, rendered speechless. Who instilled such confidence in you? Admittedly, your current strength is woefully inadequate. Even if I were to appoint you as the god of destruction, you would lack the qualifications, Lu Fan remarked. How about this? I shall take you to a place where you can diligently hone your skills. Who possesses insufficient strength? Vegeta retorted, anger flaring. My battle power stands at an impressive 18,000. How dare you suggest I am unworthy? Where else would you find a Saiyan with such combat prowess? I may very well be the strongest Saiyan in history. Lu Fan chose not to engage further, placing his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Remove your hand, Vegeta commanded. Vegeta, my patience is not infinite. You would do well to behave, for I can inflict considerable pain. Lu Fan's face darkened. Why is he so obstinate, utterly lacking in self-awareness? I aim to elevate your combat skills, yet you do not appreciate my efforts? Do you truly believe you are my equal? Vegeta scoffed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lu Fan struck Vegeta on the back of the neck. Vegeta's pupils dilated, and his consciousness began to fade. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. He truly asks for it, Lu Fan sighed. Subsequently, he grasped Vegeta by the tail, dragging his body across the ground as though he were a mop. Where shall I take him? I need to find someone to train Vegeta. I won't seek out Whis just yet. It is a bit premature. And Vegeta is far too troublesome. Perhaps we should start with the basics. As he pondered, Lu Fan continued to drag Vegeta across the planet. Upon encountering Nappa, Lu Fan stepped over him. Nappa let out a groan and opened his eyes, instantly regaining consciousness. Reacting instinctively, Nappa rose. With a sudden movement, he accidentally collided headfirst with Vegeta, producing a dull thud as their heads met, causing Nappa to lose consciousness. Vegeta blinked, momentarily bewildered. With another thud, Vegeta slipped from Nappa's grasp and collided with a nearby rock, rendering him unconscious once more. Very well, it is decided. That fellow shall impart the fundamentals to Vegeta, Lu Fan resolved. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, and before long, he and Vegeta vanished without a trace. On King Kai's planet, the deity basked in the sunlight. Suddenly, Lu Fan appeared before him, having transported himself and Vegeta across space. King Kai, sensing the disturbance, opened his eyes, rubbed them, and looked at Lu Fan. That attire, could it be that of Lord Kaishin? King Kai rubbed his eyes vigorously, astonished. Is this for real? Is this fellow the Supreme Kai? Shouldn't the Supreme Kai have silver white hair? When did he change to black hair? No, when did he change people? However, upon closer inspection, the Supreme Kai seemed to regain full awareness. Indeed, it is the Supreme Kai. Without a doubt, I pay my respects to the Supreme Kai. The North Kai hurriedly dismounted and knelt. Rise, North Kai, said Rufin. Yes, Supreme Kai. The North Kai discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. I wonder what the Supreme Kai is doing on my planet. Did he witness my previous indiscretion of urinating under the starlit sky, a disrespectful act towards the divine realm? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial question is, how has the Supreme Kai adopted such a visage? And who is that individual he is grasping? He seems somewhat familiar. The North Kai pondered deeply. Might I inquire what brings you here, Supreme Kai? He asked with utmost reverence and a hint of trepidation. Do you see this individual? Ruffin released Vegeta and addressed the North Kai. This gentleman seems to ring a bell. The North Kai mused, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. I know. He is a scion. He is Prince Vegeta. To be precise, he is Vegeta 4. Correct, Ruffin nodded. Supreme Kai, what would you have me do? Shall I keep him under guard? The North Kai hastily inquired. This individual wreaks havoc across the universe. Having slain countless innocents and devastated numerous planets, he is truly the source of evil. If possible, it would be better to eliminate him. The North Kai's indignation grew as he spoke. Chapter 78. Grand Minister, why is the universe so competitive? Humph. The North Kai spat at Vegeta. This scoundrel. The Kai felt a surge of anger. If I had the power, I would have obliterated this fellow long ago. By the way, Supreme Kai, with your strength, you could easily annihilate him, couldn't you? The North Kai eagerly asked. Is your intention in bringing him here to personally demonstrate how to eliminate this demon? I am also a scion. I serve as Vegeta's sparring partner. If you will, Ruffin replied calmly. The expression of the Kai gradually hardened. He was somewhat bewildered. The Supreme Kai is Vegeta's attendant? How do I reconcile this twist? You are Vegeta's attendant, yet you are also the Supreme Kai. What does that make me? The North Kai? Am I but a subordinate of Vegeta? The North Kai's thoughts became muddled. Casting a glance, he noticed the saliva he had spat on Vegeta's forehead. The Kai shuddered and hurriedly approached to wipe Vegeta's forehead clean. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. This prince is indeed adorable. The North Kai chuckled awkwardly, particularly admiring his elegant and standard fainting posture, reminiscent of an exceptional sleeping prince. Damn the sleeping prince, Ruffin remarked. I brought him to you so that you may train him. Me? Train him? The North Kai was once again left in a state of shock. His prowess has far surpassed mine. How can I possibly nurture him? For instance, teaching him the techniques of the King's fist or instructing him on the utilization of energy. I am quite busy and lack the time to teach him. Once you have sufficiently prepared him, I shall take him under my wing, Lu Fan commanded. The North Kai pondered this. What? You do not agree? Lu Fan chuckled. No. It would be my honor to personally instruct Prince Vegeta. The North Kai replied promptly, cautiously inquiring. Might I ask how long you require my tutelage? Approximately 1 month, Lu Fan responded. A month? Very well, leave it to me. The North Kai sighed with relief. I was concerned it might take longer. 1 month is quite manageable. Even if it were a year, it would be no issue. The North Kai patted his chest. All right, let us extend it to a year then, Lu Fan suggested. Kai, are you attempting to outmaneuver me here? The North Kai's curiosity resurfaced, albeit with a hint of rudeness. If I may, I would like to inquire whether you are the newly appointed Supreme Kai. However, since Lu Fan had indicated the impropriety of his question, the North Kai chose to remain silent. The North Kai sought to ascertain whether Lu Fan had recently ascended to the position of Supreme Kai. Yet, respecting Lu Fan's remark about decorum, he held his tongue. Hey, wake up, Your Highness, Lu Fan said, pressing his foot onto Vegeta's face, rousing him with a jolt. Kai, how crude. Are you certain you are his attendant? I see now. I have finally pieced it together. You were once his subordinate. But since ascending to the role of Supreme Kai, you are no longer beneath him. I suspected as much. I would not wish to be the lowest among this lot. The North Kai reflected, nearly brought to tears with excitement upon this realization. Vegeta slowly regained consciousness, abruptly leaping to his feet and glaring fiercely at Lu Fan, ready to strike. However, in the next moment, Vegeta sensed an unsettling shift in his surroundings. Where am I? He noted the peculiarities of the planet and the strange alterations in the environment. Furthermore, a layer of golden clouds enveloped the skies. What are those golden clouds? A swift glance revealed the North Kai standing nearby. Who is this shorty? Vegeta inquired. Kai. 1,000 thoughts of exasperation raced through my mind. Who are you calling short? I may be diminutive, but you are not exactly towering either, the North Kai retorted. Come, Your Highness, allow me to introduce you. Lu Fan gestured to Vegeta and pointed at the North Kai, declaring, This is the North Kai, the deity governing the Northern Universe. Kai, deity? Vegeta struggled to grasp the situation. How did I end up in the realm of gods? I am the Supreme Kai, Lu Fan stated. Vegeta, Kai what? You have become the Supreme Kai? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he turned to Lu Fan. He even forgot his intention to attack Lu Fan. Indeed, Lu Fan replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Humph, Even achieving divinity is nothing remarkable. In comparison to his Super Saiyan, it is utterly insignificant. Vegeta snorted, declaring, when a Super Saiyan encounters a god, he slays the god. When he meets a demon, he vanquishes the demon. The overwhelming aura of menace elicited a sigh from the North Kai, who murmured softly, "Why have you brought me here?" Vegeta disregarded the Kai and inquired of Lu Fan, "While you were unconscious, I conferred with the North Kai, and it has been decided that you shall train diligently under him for a provisional period of 1 year." Lu Fan replied, "I am exceedingly occupied and lack the time to mentor you. Once I elevate the overall ranking of the 7th universe to the top position, I shall return to you." "What utter nonsense," Vegeta retorted, unable to comprehend the entirety of Lu Fan's statement. Yet one phrase resonated with him. "You want me to train under this weakling? Is he more formidable than I? Good luck with that." With that, Lu Fan vanished through instant transmission. Lu Fan had pressing matters to attend to. He was resolute in his quest for the top ranking. He would not relent until he achieved it. "I refuse to believe that, through my efforts, the 7th universe cannot secure first place. Moreover, I am the god of destruction. I embody both the Kaioshin and the god of destruction, and my performance in these roles is exemplary." Lu Fan resumed his work. In the Omni-King's palace, outside, the Grand Priest was observing the 7th universe. Before long, Whis arrived, soaring from a distance and landing opposite the Grand Priest. "Greetings, Grand Priest." Whis bowed respectfully. "Rise." The Grand Priest replied with a slight nod. "Grand Priest, you have witnessed the developments concerning the 7th universe, have you not?" Whis smiled. "I have. I did not anticipate that within merely 20 years, Lu Fan would manage the 7th universe with such finesse, even propelling its overall ranking close to the 2nd place." The Grand Priest remarked with satisfaction. "Ah, this is a testament to my discerning eye for talent." Whis chuckled softly. "This influx of fresh blood has come at a most opportune time." The Grand Priest mused. Had the previous conditions persisted, the 7th universe would certainly have faced elimination. Oh dear, is the Omni-King once again contemplating the obliteration of a universe? Whis wiped his brow. Chapter 79. The possibility of a god of destruction war. However, the Grand Priest expressed concern regarding the ongoing internal strife among the 4 universes. Grand Priest. "There is a new term called involution, which aptly describes the situation," Whis corrected. "Are you suggesting that we must prevent them from further devolving into this cycle?" The Grand Priest inquired. "If this continues, the other universes will fall far behind." "Precisely, that is my point. The resulting consequence would be the elimination of the other universes, ultimately leaving only 4 or 5. The Grand Priest acknowledged. "You should take the time to accompany Lu Fan on a trip, allow him a respite. After all, he is tasked with nurturing new gods of destruction for your universe. Let him implement that promptly. I will also arrange for the angels to grant vacations to the Kaioshin and gods of destruction from the other universes. What if we marry him off to my sister? That might ground him for a while, preventing further chaos within the universe," Whis proposed. "How much cola have you consumed?" The Grand Priest's expression darkened. With a chuckle, a jest was made, and Whis secretly reveled in the moment. "You shall take charge of this matter," the Grand Priest commanded, "and explore suitable proposals for discussion." Grand Priest. "Might we consider hosting a contest of destruction, inviting several deities of destruction to participate?" Whis suggested. "That is indeed a commendable idea. Please arrange the specifics." The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. "Yes, Grand Priest," Whis replied. "In the new universe, Lu Fan, you have elevated the overall rating of the 7th universe from 2nd to last to a solid 3rd. Your diligence is commendable," Rose sighed. "I strive for first place," Lu Fan declared. "Is first place truly that significant?" Rose shook her head in resignation. "As long as the overall index reaches a certain height, further enhancement becomes unnecessary. The rank matters little. No, without first place, I cannot be deemed the most exceptional deity of destruction or supreme Kai." Lu Fan retorted emphatically. "Well, had our universe been of equal size to the other 12, we would have claimed first long ago," Rose mused. "Our new universe requires gradual nurturing. There is no need for haste," Lu Fan smiled. "Indeed, over these past 20 years, I feel we have developed a harmonious collaboration," Rose gently remarked. "You mustn't fall in love with me," Lu Fan suddenly interjected. Rose was taken aback. A brief silence ensued. "Why do you say that?" she inquired, puzzled. "If you were to marry me, you could only occupy a subordinate role. Surely, you cannot be greater than your sister, for that would be inappropriate," Lu Fan sighed. When did I ever say I wanted to marry you? Rose wiped her brow. That's good to hear, Lufan nodded. Rose felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. How terrible. You make it sound as though I could only marry you. She huffed, clearly annoyed. By the way, there is something I have consistently forgotten to ask. Lufan said. I do not wish to answer. Rose huffed again. No matter. I shall merely inquire, and you may respond when you feel ready, Lufan chuckled. Rose perked up her ears, but Lufan fell silent. Hey, do speak. Rose said with a frown. What is it? Lufan asked. Did you not say you had a question for me? Rose gritted her teeth. What I wish to inquire about is, didn't they say that when a deity of destruction perishes, the angels fall into slumber as well? Lufan posed the question, pondering why Whis continued to roam freely after the disappearance of the former deity of destruction, Beerus, who claimed that when a deity of destruction dies, the angels will also slumber? Rose was taken aback. It was Whis from the future who mentioned it, Lufan replied. Have you ventured into the future? Rose asked, unfazed. As a Supreme Kai, it was not unusual for her to observe the universe's future. Lufan smiled noncommittally. If left unattended, slumber would ensue after approximately a month. It is essential to appoint a suitable deity of destruction, Rose smiled. So, if I were to refrain from being a deity of destruction, would Whis then fall into slumber? Lufan pondered. Rose wiped her brow again. Perhaps I should not take on the role of a deity of destruction, allowing him to slumber for a while. Lufan chuckled. Rose wiped her brow once more. You certainly have an imaginative mind. Just teasing you. Don't take it seriously. Lufan grinned. Rusi remarked, over the years, I feel that my temperament has become increasingly irritable due to you. As angels, we were originally of a gentle disposition. Ever since I began collaborating with you, you have consistently provoked me. In the 7th universe, on the planet of the North Kai, Vegeta gazed down upon the North Kai from his elevated position. Indeed, he looked down upon him. The North Kai retorted, You're only about 10 centimeters taller than I am. How dare you look down on me like this? This fellow is utterly shameless. If it weren't for Lord Kaioshin, do you think I would bother to teach you? Hey, Shorty, is Lufan your superior? Vegeta suddenly interjected. Do not call me Shorty. I am a god. You are merely human. You ought to refer to me as Lord Kai. The North Kai fumed, his nose wrinkling in anger. And do not address Lord Kaioshin by name. You should call him Lord Kaioshin, and if you must use his name, add Lord afterward. Why all this unnecessary chatter? I couldn't care less what you are. Vegeta scoffed. The North Kai challenged him. I ask you, do you even have the right to instruct me on enhancing my combat abilities? Vegeta smiled lightly, causing the North Kai to fall silent. How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity to teach me how to improve my battle prowess. The method is simple, defeat me. The North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Or perhaps, you are simply not my match? Vegeta beamed, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Apologies, but in terms of combat capability, I am indeed not your opponent. The North Kai hung his head low. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Vegeta. I cannot defeat you. This is an undeniable truth. There is no need for me to engage in battle with you. TCH, giving up so soon? Are you not the god of the Northern Universe? Our Vegeta planet lies within the Northern Universe, does it not? This means you are responsible for overseeing our star region, correct? Vegeta's smile broadened. The North Kai chose silence. You say I am cowardly, and I accept that. After all, I cannot best you. Chapter 80. Do you even have the right to instruct me? A brief silence ensued. Though I may not be your match, I can make you stronger. The Kaioshin felt a complicated swirl of emotions. Why should I allow him to grow stronger? If this demon continues to gain power, the entire universe shall be endangered. However, it is Lord Kaioshin's command, and I cannot refuse. Do you claim you can make me stronger? Vegeta huffed, skeptical. Indeed, the North Kai nodded. I can teach you. Yet, the North Kai's words were abruptly cut short. Bang! Vegeta suddenly threw a powerful punch directly into the North Kai's abdomen. Puff! The North Kai immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly unwell. Smack! The North Kai collapsed onto the ground, his face paling and contorting into an expression of distress. Lord Kaioshin, you are truly a burden. You expect me to teach such a being? I cannot defeat him. At that moment, the formidable gorilla Beerus charged out of the room, swiping a claw at Vegeta. With a mere flick of his hand, Vegeta sent Beerus flying. The gorilla tumbled several times across the ground, ultimately losing consciousness upon coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Considering you share a lineage, do you deem it appropriate to be so ruthless? King Kai gritted his teeth and remarked. What did you say? Are you implying that I resemble a gorilla? Vegeta, incensed, stepped onto King Kai's body, grinding his foot back and forth against him. King Kai replied, "While we Scions can transform into great apes, we are human, not gorillas." Vegeta retorted, "Do you comprehend? Do not conflate me with such a monster." King Kai, teeth clenched, remained silent. After a brief moment of pressing his foot against King Kai, Vegeta grew bored and released him. He then took a seat in King Kai's lounge chair. "I am famished. Prepare me something to eat, or I shall unleash another beating upon you," Vegeta commanded. King Kai protested, "Do you take me for a mere beast of burden? This fellow is utterly outrageous." On an unknown planet, Naba rubbed his head, finally regaining consciousness. He felt disoriented, recollecting that he had been knocked out by Prince Vegeta's kick. "I did not provoke you." Naba swiftly looked around, but saw neither Vegeta nor Roven. Moreover, Vegeta's spaceship remained. "What is happening? Am I abandoned here?" Naba scratched his bald head, his eyes filled with confusion. Did Vegeta leave aboard Roven's spaceship? After some contemplation, Naba decided to contact Vegeta. He pressed the button on his communicator to dial Vegeta's device. No signal. How peculiar. Why would Prince Vegeta's communicator lack a signal? Has he ventured to a remote star region? Perhaps I should set off to that planet myself. Or should I wait? They might return. After waiting for 2 more days without any sign of Vegeta or Roven, Naba reluctantly boarded his spaceship and departed. Time passed once more. Whis learned from Rose that Roven aspired to attain the top rank in the universe's comprehensive index. "Ah, I see now," Whis nodded. "I shall reach out to Awamo and Karin, urging their Supreme Kais to refrain from excessive actions. You understand that sometimes moderation is essential, correct? Are you suggesting that Universe 1 and Universe 8 yield to Roven, allowing him to secure the first position?" Rose comprehended. "Indeed," Whis replied. "If he achieves the top rank, he may cease his relentless toil." "Understood. Best of luck, Brother Whis," Rose responded. "Did he hear that?" Whis inquired in a hushed tone. "No. Roven is off patrolling the universe," Rose smiled. "That's good. It saves us from being discovered cheating," Whis chuckled. "In fact, I believe it's beneficial for Ruffin to focus on his work. Otherwise, if he remains idle, he might cause considerable trouble," Ruisi pondered. "The High Priest and I have conspired to instigate a battle among the destroyers, seeking ways to incite conflict between them," Whis remarked. "A battle among the destroyers? If so many were to engage in combat, would the universe be able to withstand it?" Ruisi wiped the sweat from her brow. "Are we to fight in the Void Realm? That has yet to be determined. I shall contemplate it further," Whis replied. "Very well," Ruisi responded. 3 months later, on planet Dota, Nappa's expression grew increasingly grave, for Raditz was nearing his demise. He had been mortally wounded by his brother and a being named Piccolo. "Raditz, how unfortunate you are, defeated by someone with a power level just above 1,000, Nappa communicated through the device. "Raditz, I'm on the verge of death. And you still jest? Do you have no decency? Enough with the chatter. Come avenge me," Raditz weakly demanded. "I will," Nappa assured him. "Rest in peace. There exists a miraculous object on this planet called the Dragon Balls, which is said to grant any wish," Raditz noted. "If possible, find that artifact and resurrect me." "Understood," Nappa acknowledged. "And what of Prince Vegeta?" Raditz inquired. "Why is he silent? I'm dying here. Why doesn't he say something?" "You talk too much," Nappa retorted. "Prince Vegeta and Ruffin seem to have gone somewhere." "Ruffin?" Raditz paused in surprise. "Enough. Just rest," Nappa sighed. On Earth, Raditz showed no intention of surrendering just yet. He chuckled at Piccolo. "You fool. Everything that just transpired has been thoroughly relayed to my companions via the device. They will come to exact my revenge." "What did you say?" Piccolo's face broke into a cold sweat. "You too, along with everyone on this planet, will be annihilated in an instant," Raditz scoffed. "By then, my companions will ensure that whatever it is called, the Dragon Balls, will resurrect me." "How many will come?" Goku inquired. "When will they arrive?" 1 or 3 will come a year later," Raditz replied. 1 or 3? Piccolo furrowed his brow. "The other 2 are temporarily separated from my companion, but they will undoubtedly make contact." Raditz sneered. "Next time, your chances of victory are virtually 0. Enjoy your lives for the next year." Piccolo gritted his teeth in fury. Chapter 81. The 7th Universe achieves comprehensive score index first. Believe me, that joy is but fleeting. You are merely a few insignificant caterpillars." Raditz laughed heartily. "Hey, Piccolo," unable to endure any longer, struck Raditz down with a single blow. Nappa remarked, "With Vegeta absent, must I journey to Earth alone? Very well. I shall go to Earth to avenge that scoundrel Raditz. As for the Dragon Ball that can grant any wish, why not seek it out and request to become a Super Saiyan while Vegeta is away? I could stride confidently on Earth. That would be exhilarating. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Whoosh. Naba's spaceship swiftly ascended into the sky, hurtling towards Earth. After 6 months of dedicated effort, the comprehensive power index of the 7th universe, overseen by Ruffin, finally secured the top rank in the entire universe. The 1st universe claimed 2nd place, while the 8th universe came in 3rd. The 5th universe was positioned 4th, followed by the 12th universe in 5th. The 6th universe lagged considerably behind, having been distanced by a significant margin from the 12th universe. For instance, the 12th universe, currently in 5th place, achieved an impressive score of 207, while the 6th universe's score stood at a mere 76. The 7th universe, triumphant at 1st place, boasted a score of 238. Ruffin exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit feeling that the 1st and 8th universes had become somewhat complacent over the past 6 months. However, he decided to set that aside. It was time for a proper rest. Yet, he thought, perhaps it would be wise to strive a bit harder. What if the 1st universe managed to catch up? At that moment, the 1st universe's comprehensive score was 231, leaving a narrow gap from the 7th universe. Ruffin dedicated another 6 months to elevate the 7th universe's score by 31 points. During this period, the 1st and 8th universes only managed a modest increase of around 24 points. Anat, Ilru, have you both given up because you noticed my substantial progress in the power index? Ruffin inquired through the crystal ball, establishing contact with the Kaishins of the 1st and 8th universes. Both Kaishins were irate, expressing their frustration. This isn't fair. Our angels have advised us to maintain a low profile while you relentlessly develop your 7th universe. How shameless. Keep pushing yourselves. I eagerly await your pursuit. Ruffin grinned. Anat and Ilru remained silent. Don't worry, my intention in contacting you was merely to showcase my achievements. Ruffin chuckled before concluding the call. The two Kaishins seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, Whis was conversing with the angels Avamo from the 1st universe and Karin from the 8th universe. Oh dear. It seems our universe's power index has surpassed yours by such a margin, Whis lamented. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Karin retorted darkly. Whis, your shamelessness knows no bounds. You urged us to halt our progress while your 7th universe's Kaishin and Destroyer tirelessly worked, Avamo sighed. Oh, it seems that choosing the same individual as the Kaishin and Destroyer was indeed the correct decision, Whis remarked with a smile. Hasten to resurrect that fellow Beerus. If things continue to develop at this pace, other universes will truly have no reason to exist, sighed Karin. Indeed, it is high time for Lord Beerus to return, nodded Whis. Whis, you are utterly shameless, Karin remarked. Even if Beerus were to be revived now, if he and the Supreme Kai were to remain idle, your universe would still rank prominently in the comprehensive index over the next century. I am honored, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. In the 6th universe, on planet Kampa. Time has flown by. Has it already been 20 years? Kampa mused, gazing up at the sky, suddenly yearning for a cola. Oh dear, now that you mention it. Lord Kampa, I find myself missing the taste of cola, Budosu gently nodded. Pray tell, what has that fellow Rofan been up to during this time? How has he progressed the 7th universe? Kampa inquired. Is it possible that Lord Kampa is unaware? Budosu blinked in surprise. Unaware of what? Kampa questioned. Rofan has raised the comprehensive score of the 7th universe to 31, Budosu responded. 31. What does that signify? Kampa was not well versed in such matters, as the concept of a comprehensive score was previously unknown to him. Then, Lord Kampa, do you know our 6th universe's comprehensive score? Budosu asked once more. Humph. The 7th universe at 31. Surely we must be over 40. Kampa scoffed, given the mess left for Rofan by the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. No matter how hard he works, he is still far from our universe's standing. Our universe's comprehensive score is merely 42, Budosu sighed. What did you say? Only 42. Kampa exclaimed. Budosu, do not jest. Is there not a decimal point in existence? Budosu refrained from further comment. How could this be? Has that disarray of the 7th universe been developed to such an extent by that boy? Kampa was astounded. Indeed, Budosu nodded. How long until our universe's Supreme Kai, Fawa, retires? Kampa pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Budosu interjected, cough cough, Lord Kampa, it is not solely the Supreme Kai's efforts that elevate the score. Budosu sighed. It seems as if the seventh universe has a god of destruction. Kampa scoffed. Typically, Lord Beerus's subordinate, Mr. Frieza, leads his army to destroy planets. Thus, the duties of a god of destruction are primarily handled by Mr. Frieza, Bidosu replied, although Rofan occasionally destroys a few planets as well. That detestable Beerus, having disappeared, yet his underling works so diligently. Kampa gritted his teeth, lamenting, why can't I find such a devoted subordinate? Bidosu remained silent. A brief silence ensued. Beerus is your brother. Are you not at all saddened by his absence, Lord Kampa? Bidosu inquired. Why should I be saddened? Kampa huffed. Then, Lord Kampa, has your clandestine search for the Super Dragon Balls over these past 20 years not been to resurrect Lord Beerus? Bidosu chuckled. Xiangpa exclaimed, how is this possible? I am merely in search of the Super Dragon Balls, simply wishing for a refreshing drink of cola, that is all. Yet, he showed no intention of confessing. In Chapter 82, the first encounter between Son Goku and Vegeta on King Kai's planet unfolds. So, has Lord Xiangpa gathered all 7 Dragon Balls? Bardos inquired with a smile. Not yet. There is still one remaining. I have scoured the entirety of the 6th and 7th universes without success. Xiangpa gritted his teeth in frustration. Is that so? Bardos stifled a laugh. Hey Bardos, do you have any idea where that Dragon Ball might be? Xiangpa questioned. I have no idea. Perhaps one day it will simply reveal itself, Bardos remarked, gazing skyward. I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me, Xiangpa pondered. Am I? Bardos feigned innocence. Unbeknownst to Xiangpa, the final Dragon Ball had already been concealed by Whis. Whis had long since been aware of Xiangpa's quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Years ago, he feared that Xiangpa might resurrect Beerus. Such an event would reverse the hard-won progress of our universe's comprehensive rating index. Thus, Whis utilized his angelic powers to hide that Super Dragon Ball. For 20 years, Xiangpa searched in vain for that last elusive Dragon Ball. On the North King Kai's planet in the 7th universe, Vegeta swiftly dispatched the North Kai with a flurry of punches and kicks. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? The king lamented. These past 9 months have nearly driven me to madness. This detestable scion. No, this detestable Vegeta. I cannot even curse all scions. The newly appointed Kaioshin is a scion as well. I am utterly speechless. Humph. Do you really think someone like you can teach me how to enhance my combat prowess? Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. The chimpanzee Beerus had completely given in, playing in the mud and not daring to utter a word. Can you reach out to Rofan? I need to escape this place. It is dreadfully dull. Vegeta huffed. I cannot contact the Kaioshin either. We must wait for him to find us, the king replied. I would rather you leave sooner, Vegeta retorted. Just then, as they conversed, a figure clad in orange attire suddenly plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the planet's surface. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, while the king displayed a look of astonishment. Who has arrived? Ouch! What is happening? The ground feels rather peculiar, Son Goku exclaimed, his teeth gritted. It seems as if some force is holding me down. My body feels as heavy as lead. With great effort, he managed to rise from the ground. In the next moment, Son Goku caught sight of Vegeta and the North Kai. The three exchanged glances. Are you the King Kai? Son Goku urgently inquired of Vegeta. Greetings. I am Son Goku. Please, teach me your techniques, Son Goku implored Vegeta. Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Goku before activating the scouter over his eyes. Oh, a power level of 425, Vegeta sighed and shook his head. Such a meager display of combat prowess is truly disappointing. With a mere flick of my hand, I could easily dispatch him. It is worth mentioning that after his demise, Son Wukong found himself in this world, clad in weighted clothing and traversing a lengthy serpentine path. As a result, his fighting ability had increased compared to his encounter with Raditz. Suddenly, Son Wukong's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. When he first arrived at King Kai's planet, he was still disoriented. Now, upon observing Vegeta's attire and the peculiar device affixed to his eyes, Son Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation. Is this not the garb of a scion? The apparatus he wears seemingly measures combat power. A chill ran down Son Wukong's spine. This individual is far from the simpleton he appears to be. I sense he surpasses Raditz by at least tenfold. I never anticipated encountering such formidable beings in this realm. Though a tinge of fear gripped his heart, excitement also flickered within him. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. Despite his typically carefree demeanor, Son Wukong was cautious at this moment. Faced with a superior adversary, He refrained from recklessly challenging him, fully aware that no amount of effort could render him a match for this individual. Only by mastering his own abilities could he earn the right to confront such a foe. "The king you seek is over there," Vegeta remarked, seemingly uninterested in Son Wukong, casually gesturing towards the direction of King Kai and the gorilla. Of course, Vegeta did not recognize Son Wukong, primarily due to the passage of time. Son Wukong turned to glance at King Kai, who lay prostrate on the ground, having just been struck by Vegeta. His gaze then drifted past King Kai to the distant gorilla, Beerus, who was playing in the mud. Son Wukong hurried over. "Greetings, King. I am Son Wukong, here to learn martial arts from you," he declared to Beerus. Beerus responded, "King, who is this fool? What brings him to my planet? I am the king." At that moment, as Son Wukong turned away, Vegeta casually cast another glance at him. Vegeta suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had seen this character before. Where might that have been? Never mind, it is of little consequence. I have encountered countless individuals throughout the years. Perhaps in my travels across the cosmos, I have come across a similar race. This fellow bears a slight resemblance to Earthlings. Vegeta paid no further attention to Son Wukong, feeling that this place was terribly dull. "Why did you bring me here, Rufin? I have been bored for an entire year." Suddenly, Beerus raised both hands to observe Son Wukong. Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Following this, Beerus began to waddle forward, emitting strange sounds. "Is this how it begins? Is this the movement I am supposed to emulate?" Son Wukong scratched his head and said, "All right, I shall give it a try." With that, he mimicked the movements of the gorilla Beerus, pacing back and forth across the ground. "King Kai, what on earth is this ground? This move is quite exhausting," Son Wukong remarked. "Roar, roar." Beerus emitted a series of deep growls. Son Wukong followed suit, imitating him. King Kai interjected, "Vegeta, should we eliminate such a foolish individual? Oh, why does he have a golden halo above his head? Is he dead? Is this what death looks like?" Vegeta observed silently, showing no immediate intent to dispose of Son Wukong. "Hey, what on earth are you doing?" King Kai rose, his expression dark as he directed his gaze towards Son Wukong. Chapter 83. Are you Kakarot? Son Wukong turned to face King Kai, halting abruptly, and inquired, You are? "I am King Kai," he replied. "Ah, so it's you. I thought you were a statue when you were lying there." Son Wukong chuckled heartily. King Kai remarked, "This kid is hardly likable. I was exercising, keeping my body close to the earth to absorb its essence." Although Son Wukong did not fully comprehend, it mattered little to him, as he scratched his head in confusion. "What brings you here?" King Kai asked Son Wukong. "I wish to ask you to teach me martial arts. I want to become stronger," Son Wukong stated, revealing his intention. "Very well, come and give it a try. Let me first gauge your abilities." King Kai positioned himself for battle. "I shall give this kid a good thrashing. This past year, I have constantly been bullied by that Vegeta. His arrival is quite timely. I too seek someone to intimidate." Just as the two were about to engage in combat, Lu Fan instantaneously appeared above King Kai's planet, gazing down at the scene. What a sight! Son Wukong has already arrived at King Kai's planet? I have truly put in considerable effort this past year. Unbeknownst to me, Son Wukong has already met his demise. Moreover, this scene appears rather harmonious. Their initial encounter occurs on King Kai's planet. Lu Fan noticed Vegeta reclining on King Kai's chair, legs crossed, enjoying the spectacle of the impending battle between Son Wukong and King Kai. He chose not to rush down, instead hovering silently in the air, observing. "Before we commence, there is something I wish to inquire," Son Wukong suddenly said. "Why does my body feel so heavy here? It is rather inconvenient to move." "You hail from Earth, do you not?" King Kai inquired. "Yes," Son Wukong nodded. "Humph, I have been to that sort of planet before," Vegeta chimed in. "The gravity there is minimal, merely 1/10 of this planet's." "Wait, so this planet, despite its small size, has 10 times the gravity of Earth?" Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that is correct," King Kai affirmed. "Let us forego our duel for now. Instead, why don't you try jumping as high as you can?" "All right," Son Wukong replied. "Huh." Son Wukong bent his knees and leaped upward. Son Wukong leaped into the sky, reaching a height of at least 20 meters. Of course, this altitude was still a considerable distance from where Lu Fan stood. The King of Worlds was somewhat taken aback. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance. He had ascended to great heights himself, and even traversed the snake path to the Grand Hall of King Yanluo. However, Vegeta found himself unable to escape. Now, He understood that this place was indeed the underworld. It appeared that the underworld was connected to the celestial realm. More accurately, heaven was linked to the divine domain. The King of Worlds planet seemed to fall within the realm of paradise. Thus, Vegeta gained a rudimentary understanding of the entire underworld. Realizing his inability to depart, he was compelled to return. Although the snake path was lengthy, it only took Vegeta about 30 minutes for a round trip. The King of Worlds had also informed Vegeta that beneath the golden clouds lay hell. Should one descend, even the revered King of Worlds might not be able to retrieve them. Such warnings were prudent to issue in advance. What if this fellow truly ventured in and could not return? If the King of Worlds asked for him later, what could I possibly say? Although the King of Worlds would eagerly send this fellow to hell, it was still wise to communicate such matters beforehand. Vegeta, curious about hell, hesitated but ultimately dared not descend, fearing he might never return. A most unfortunate fate. Vegeta was not that reckless. With a sudden thud, Son Wukong landed swiftly on the ground. This is my limit. I can only jump this high, he muttered through gritted teeth. The King of Worlds was mildly astonished. This lad was impressive. He could leap so high even under 10 times the force of gravity. Very well, let us commence your training. By the way, how long do you intend to cultivate here? The King of Worlds inquired. I'm not certain how much time I spent traversing the snake path, but there isn't much left, as there are villains approaching our Earth, Son Wukong replied, deliberately omitting the mention of scions. The more he observed Vegeta, the more he felt he resembled a scion. Thus, I must hone my skills in a short period. Excellent. I shall instruct you well, the King of Worlds nodded. Hey, that guy? If you wish to grow stronger, allowing someone like him to teach you is a recipe for failure, Vegeta interjected, unable to contain himself, a smirk crossing his face. Who is he? Son Wukong asked, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Vegeta and then inquiring of the King of Worlds. His name is Vegeta, a warrior from the Scion race, the King of Worlds explained, here for a visit. Indeed, you are not mistaken, Vegeta replied, a look of disdain gracing his features. Your assertion that I came here for a holiday does hold some merit. What? A Scion? Although Son Wukong had already suspected Vegeta to be a Scion, he could not help but exclaim upon hearing the King of Worlds' words. Could this person truly be an ally of my brother? Before he perished, he mentioned having 3 companions, 2 of whom are missing. Has one of them come here? It is indeed curious. Did not the divine being proclaim that only those who have perished may arrive at the realm of the king? This individual is evidently still alive. Young man, judging by your expression, you seem to possess knowledge of the scions. Vegeta gazed at Goku with a sly smile. Goku quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. I remember now. I finally know who you are. Vegeta stood up, still smiling at Goku. What? Goku was taken aback. Do you know me? You are Raditz' brother, Kakarot. Am I mistaken? A grin spread across Vegeta's face. Goku observed silently. It appears their ability to coexist peacefully stemmed from Vegeta's ignorance of Goku's true identity. It seems there will be an entertaining spectacle shortly. I shall refrain from descending just yet. It appears I was correct. Vegeta's lips curled slightly, and upon seeing you for the first time, I felt a sense of familiarity, as though I had encountered you somewhere before. Humph, perhaps you are unaware? On your journey to Earth, my spacecraft was situated directly ahead of yours. Chapter 84. Kakarot, you are no match, ah? You visited Earth long ago? Goku remarked, realization dawning upon him. Seeing the halo above your head indicates you have indeed perished. Was it Raditz who claimed your life? Vegeta scoffed. Goku fell into a brief silence. I suppose so, he nodded. He truly is incredibly strong. I am no match for him. It was only through collaborating with Piccolo that we managed to achieve mutual destruction. Raditz is dead? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he has passed away. Goku understood that continuing the charade held little significance, and he was not one to excel at deception. Let such a weakling be dead then. Vegeta appeared unfazed, instead regarding Goku with keen interest. Someone once told me that Kakarot, you would become my lifelong rival. Me? Goku was bewildered. Yes, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Your battle power stands at a mere 425. What makes you think you could be my eternal rival? Goku remained perplexed. Who said that? I do not know you at all. Do you even know what my battle power is? Vegeta grinned. Goku offered no response. Vegeta slowly extended a finger and then gestured an 8. What? 1800? Goku exclaimed, astonished. By his calculations, there seemed to be a significant disparity between their powers. What is 1800? Let me inform you, my battle power is 18, 000. Vegeta smirked contemptuously. Goku was left speechless, struggling to find his voice. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Ha, you cannot be serious." Goku forced a smile. "Give it your all." "Kakarot," Vegeta beckoned. "Huh, is that permissible?" Goku scratched his head. "Of course, I could defeat you with just one finger." Vegeta smiled confidently, extending a single finger and beckoning Goku towards him. "All right, let me give it a try." Goku clenched his fists tightly. "Hey!" In an instant, Goku launched a powerful punch at Vegeta. With remarkable ease, Vegeta intercepted Goku's full force strike using merely his index finger. Goku was once again taken aback. The disparity between their strengths was indeed vast. This posed quite the dilemma. Was Raditz correct in asserting that such formidable companions existed? What is this, Kakarot? Is this truly the extent of your attack? If this is all you can muster, how do you expect to be my lifelong rival? Vegeta scoffed. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! A powerful gust of wind struck Goku, sending him flying backwards, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Ouch! Goku grimaced, feeling utterly defeated. This opponent was incredibly strong. He was no match for him at all. Who claimed I would become his lifelong rival? Yet, there was a glimmer of truth in that assertion. With diligent training, perhaps I could surpass this scion. Vegeta lunged forward, placing his foot firmly on Goku's chest, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him back and forth. Goku cried out in pain, utterly helpless in the face of such overwhelming strength. One possessed a battle power of 18,000, while the other barely surpassed 400. What is the matter, Kakarot? Do you truly believe you can be my lifelong rival? Vegeta's smile grew ever more radiant. Ruffin, this must surely be Vegeta's pinnacle moment, pressing Goku to the ground. Kakarot, why don't you stand up? Vegeta chuckled, increasing the pressure with his foot. Goku could hardly lift himself, remaining pinned beneath Vegeta's relentless force. The King Kai could only watch helplessly. Even I am no match for him. You, the Earthling, should count your blessings. While I wish to assist you and find his arrogance distasteful, alas, just then, Ruffin descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta and Goku. Ruffin? Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback before his expression shifted to one of indignation. You wretched fool. You left me here. Do you have any idea how I've spent this past year? Ruffin replied, your words carry an unusual tone. Greetings, King Kai? The North Kai rushed forward to bow in reverence, but Ruffin paid him no mind. And this fellow is definitely Kakarot, right? Vegeta remarked, delivering another kick to Goku. Goku spat out bile. Yes, he is Kakarot, the son of Bardock, Ruffin confirmed. A warrior with a mere battle power of over 400, a lowly soldier among the lowest. Do you truly believe he can become my lifelong rival? Vegeta let out a scoff and delivered a swift kick that propelled Goku into the air. Bang! Goku arced through the sky before crashing heavily onto the surface of King Kai's planet, his head tilting at an awkward angle as he promptly lost consciousness. Vegeta, however, restrained his strength, fearing that a moment's carelessness might end Goku's life. After all, in the days to come, he would be devoid of an entertaining rival. Such a weak opponent, he mused, is quite amusing to bully. Look, I've knocked him out, Vegeta chuckled. Setting that aside, Luffy sighed and, sensing the intensity of Vegeta's aura, inquired, so, you have spent nearly a year with hardly any increase in your combat power? Humph. In such a wretched place, how am I to enhance my strength? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Hurry and take me away from here. Otherwise, Kakarot will be your shining example. King Kai, did I not instruct you to properly mentor him? Is this the student you have trained? Luffy turned his gaze toward King Kai, who remained kneeling in fear. It's not that I haven't taught him. He believes I am unworthy of teaching him. I wish to impart the Kaioken technique to him. But as King Kai spoke, tears nearly fell from his eyes. This past year has been no easy feat for me. I have been nearly bullied to death by this fellow. It is a miracle I can still stand before Lord King Kai, he lamented. Luffy pondered carefully. King Kai's words seemed to hold some truth. Given Vegeta's proud nature, it was indeed unlikely that he would permit King Kai to instruct him. A miscalculation, indeed. I have provided him with a mentor inferior to himself. Chapter 85. King Kai. Have you fared well this past year? Humph, this fool speaks the truth. Do you truly believe he is qualified to instruct me? Vegeta scoffed. Is learning the Kaioken technique even useful? Luffy sighed deeply. Very well, Luffy, take me away from this desolate place. I am thoroughly weary of this dreary planet. I could circle it in the time it takes to relieve myself, Vegeta declared with disdain. King Kai longed to continue his conversation with Vegeta. Please, let him leave. Are you planning to keep him here for the new year? I have truly had enough. Hurry, I am speaking to you, Lufan urged. In the future, refrain from such tedious matters. Vegeta commanded imperiously. Whoosh. In an instant, Lufan appeared beside Vegeta, his speed so astonishing that it momentarily left Vegeta bewildered. What? When did you elevate your speed to this level? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Bang! Lufan delivered a resounding slap. Vegeta was caught off guard, his consciousness fading once more. That familiar sensation. How have I been knocked out again? Could this fellow truly be stronger than I? Yet, he conceals his true power. What is his actual combat strength? These were the thoughts racing through Vegeta's mind as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Smack! Then, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground. King Kai was beside himself with excitement. Well done, Lord King Kai. At last, I have subdued this demon. North Kai, how have you fared this year? Road Fan inquired. Gazing at the Kai replied, Would you believe me if I said I was well? Never mind, I shall take this fellow with me. As he spoke, Road Fan stepped forward and seized Vegeta by the tail. Yes, Lord Kai, the Kai responded respectfully. In a flash, Road Fan vanished through instant transmission. Upon witnessing Road Fan and Vegeta's departure, the Kai exhaled a long sigh of relief. The demon has finally left. The Kai sat down heavily upon the ground, breathing deeply. After a brief respite, he turned to look at the unconscious Goku. The Kai hurried over, followed closely by the gorilla Beerus. Hey, wake up! The Kai called to Goku. Goku rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground. Huh, where's that Scion? Goku asked, warily scanning his surroundings but finding no sign of Vegeta. Rest assured, he has already departed, the Kai replied. Departed? Goku blinked in surprise. That guy is incredibly powerful. Did you not realize? Your battle power is merely over 400, while his has reached a staggering 18,000, 45 times greater than yours, the Kai sighed. What? Is our disparity so vast? Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the truth is as such. Vegeta has yet to unleash his true power. Had he done so, your very soul would have been utterly obliterated, leaving no chance for reincarnation, the Kai lamented. So, is revival not possible? Goku asked. Revival? What do you mean? The Kai inquired, taken aback. On Earth, there are Dragon Balls. Gather 7 of them, and any wish can be granted. The dragon can resurrect someone who has died. Goku explained. So it is the Dragon Balls. I understand now, the Kai nodded. However, should one's soul be destroyed, even the dragon cannot bring you back. Goku remained in stunned silence for several seconds. Kai, how did you come to the conclusion that this fellow named Vegeta is 45 times stronger than me? How did you calculate it so swiftly? Goku scratched his head in curiosity. The Kai replied, Ahem, are you here to learn arithmetic from me? Wiping the sweat from his brow. It's not that I never learned math well. I came here to study martial arts with you. Goku waved his hand dismissively. The thought of arithmetic gives me a headache. So, do you possess the confidence to defeat this Vegeta? He is indeed 45 times stronger than you. The Kai's confidence waned at that moment. This is not merely a matter of being twice or thrice as strong. It is 45 times. What level of training would you need to surpass such a being? Moreover, from your earlier conversation, I can discern that you too are a Scion, correct? The Kai queried. Yes, I was sent to Earth by the Scions when I was very small, as my brother Raditz told me. I have grown up on Earth. So I suppose I am a human of Earth, Goku replied with a smile. You are quite easygoing, the Kai nodded in agreement. Hee. As for that individual named Vegeta, although he currently surpasses me by a staggering 45 times, I firmly believe that through my relentless efforts, I shall one day surpass him. Goku clenched his fists, his face radiating determination. Do you know? This Scion named Vegeta was born a prodigious warrior. It is said that upon his birth, his battle power already reached an impressive height of 800. The King Kai pondered, and after years of diligent training, his battle power has escalated to an astounding 18,000. It can be said that within this universe, his combat prowess is exceedingly remarkable. He was born with a battle power of 800? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. So he, as an infant, could effortlessly defeat me now? Indeed, now you comprehend the vast chasm between you and him. Do you still possess the confidence to defeat him? The King Kai asked with a serious expression. Yes. Goku nodded earnestly. Excellent. With your affirmation, I can rest easy. If you were to lose faith in yourself, no matter my guidance, victory would remain elusive. The King Kai remarked. To be candid, He is even more formidable than I am. More powerful than the King Kai? Goku gasped. No wonder you were lying there earlier. King Kai, it seems this young lad has seen through me. Your first objective must be to surpass me. The King Kai smiled faintly. Goku nodded gravely. A brief silence ensued. By the way, King Kai, I fear I cannot remain here for long. Goku continued. Indeed. You have mentioned such a thing before. Is it because you are returning to have a child? The King Kai inquired. I already have a son. Goku scratched his head. What is the reason then? If time is too short, surpassing Vegeta will be exceedingly challenging. The King Kai shook his head. Because a scion will be arriving on Earth. I am uncertain if Vegeta will be among them. Therefore, I must hone my skills before the scion arrives, and first defeat the one coming to Earth. Goku's expression grew serious. Chapter 86. Lord Pampa, the one-star Dragon Ball has appeared. A scion is heading towards Earth? The King Kai was momentarily taken aback. Very well. Let me see when the scion will arrive on Earth. Saying this, the two antennae on the King Kai's head twitched slightly as he gazed into the distant starry sky. Musing, indeed, there is a scion aboard a spaceship, rapidly making its way towards Earth, expected to arrive in approximately 158 days. Incredible. You can discern such matters. Goku exclaimed in awe, yet there are only 158 days remaining. Young man, train diligently. The King Kai advised. Your training on this planet for 158 days is equivalent to decades of training on Earth. Really? Goku was both surprised and delighted. As for the scion heading to Earth, I can assure you that he is not as powerful as Vegeta. However, in terms of combat power, he has already far exceeded you, being at least 10 times stronger. The King Kai, hands clasped behind his back, addressed Goku. Thus your immediate task is to surpass the scion en route to Earth. Understood. Goku nodded vigorously. First, you must conquer the gravity here. Pursue Beerus. If you cannot accomplish even this, then surpassing Vegeta is out of the question, instructed King Kai to Son Wukong. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. He exerted himself in his pursuit of Beerus. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to Beerus. Gritting his teeth, Son Wukong removed his outer garment, preparing to shed his weighted attire as well. Oh, you are still adorned with such heavy gear? King Kai remarked with a smile. It would be wiser to don your removed equipment again. This will yield better results, for otherwise, you will never catch up to Vegeta. Very well, I understand. You are correct, King Kai, Son Wukong replied solemnly. Allow me to share another insight. The planet where the Scions reside possesses gravity akin to that of this place. It is where they undergo their training, King Kai stated with a smile. Thus, being sent to Earth as a child has indeed impacted your training. In Universe 6. On planet Kampa, Beerus was engaged in a remote video call with Whis. Whis, you are quite cunning. Bringing Reuven into the fold as a god of destruction and a supreme Kai, thereby elevating the overall caliber of your universe to such lofty heights, Beerus sighed. Truly, you have achieved a dual purpose. Not only has the universe's overall level improved, but you also get to enjoy cola. Ha ha, sister, you flatter me, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth in delight. I am now deeply suspicious that Lord Supreme Kai's demise was orchestrated by you, Beerus lamented. Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Whis wiped his brow, insisting that he merely went to assist. He was unaware of Lord Supreme Kai's conduct. Perhaps it is all a matter of fate. Even the divine cannot evade the ravages of destiny. By the way, what did you wish to discuss? Beerus, eager to move on from their entanglement, inquired. I have restored the Super Dragon Balls. If it is convenient for you, please gently remind Lord Kampa, was conveyed to Beerus. Understood, Beerus nodded in agreement. As the call concluded, Kampa was once again on the hunt for the final Super Dragon Ball. Kampa, undeterred, thought, I refuse to believe I cannot find the last Dragon Ball. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. Approximately 3 hours later, Kampa returned empty-handed. Lord Kampa, have you ventured out to obliterate planets again? Was the work satisfactory? Beerus inquired with a smile. It was acceptable, Kampa replied tersely. By the way, Lord Kampa, what is that? Beerus remarked as a projection suddenly emerged from her staff. The image revealed a colossal Dragon Ball. The one-star Dragon Ball. Kampa's eyes widened. Has this Dragon Ball finally appeared? Indeed, it is currently in Universe 7, Beerus confirmed, nodding. The coordinates are, I distinctly searched that area. Why did I not find it? Kampa expressed confusion, then shook his head. It matters not. I shall locate this Dragon Ball, and with it, I can realize any wish. Is Lord Kampa's wish to have an abundance of cola? Vados asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, indeed, off I go. Kampa proclaimed as a crimson aura enveloped him. Whoosh. In but a fleeting moment, Kampa vanished into the void, quickly disappearing without a trace. Approximately half an hour later, Kampa finally located the last of the Super Dragon Balls. This particular one was a one-star ball, colossal in size, comparable to that of a planet. Despite its immense dimensions, under Kampa's control, the planet was swiftly whisked away. Thus, the Super Dragon Ball was carried by Kampa, soaring towards the direction of the 6th universe. In the 7th universe, on a certain planet, Reuven grasped Vegeta's tail and utilized instant transmission to arrive at this celestial body. Hey, awaken, Your Highness, Reuven urged Vegeta. However, Vegeta remained in a state of unconsciousness. What a bother, Reuven sighed, casually tossing Vegeta into the waters of a nearby lake. Gulping, Vegeta sputtered as he choked on the water. Suddenly, with a powerful burst, he ascended into the sky, gazing down at Reuven. In that moment, Vegeta regained his senses. How did we change locations again? Where am I? It seems I've departed from that Kai's planet. Have I returned to the realm of mortals? Yet, none of this matters now. It's time to settle the score with Reuven. How shameless of him to ambush me and leave me incapacitated. Reuven, today this prince shall teach you a lesson. If I hurt you, do not weep. Vegeta, high in the air, looked down upon Reuven. You are no match for me. It would be wise for you to cease your antics. Reuven smiled. Humph, how boastful. Vegeta retorted, swiftly diving downward and delivering a powerful punch towards Reuven. As Vegeta's fist approached, Reuven nonchalantly extended a single finger. Hey, what are you doing? Do you think you can thwart my attack with just a finger? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shouting, I assure you, I will show no mercy. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist struck Reuven's fingertip. Reuven effortlessly caught the incoming punch with his index finger, leaving Vegeta suspended in midair, maintaining an inverted posture. Chapter 87. You will have many more opportunities to be stimulated upon witnessing this astonishing scene. Shock and disbelief etched across Vegeta's face. How is this possible? When did Reuven become so powerful? After a brief moment of astonishment, Vegeta swiftly retreated, creating distance and leveling himself with Reuven, his expression grave as he scrutinized him. My lord, do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Reuven inquired with a smile. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. Vegeta shouted vehemently. There is nothing impossible. It is simply the reality, Reuven replied with a grin. My lord, do not let such occurrences disturb you. Once you become accustomed to this, you will have many more opportunities to be stimulated. Vegeta, 1,000 alpacas galloped through my mind. I thought you were going to comfort me, but your words pierced my heart even deeper. I cannot believe this. Vegeta clenched his teeth, energy surging wildly from within him as he extended his arms, each hand coalescing a sphere of energy flame. Subsequently, he fused the two orbs of energy together. Lufon, although you intercepted my attack with but a single finger, are you bold enough to challenge my ultimate flash cannon? Vegeta bellowed. Feel free to try, Lufon replied with a smile. Humph. I will reduce my speed to the bare minimum. If you perish, it shall be your misfortune. Vegeta scoffed. I advise you to evade. Let us commence at once. Lufon beckoned to Vegeta. Humph, this is your own doing. Vegeta roared, unleashing the energy flame towards Lufon's direction, observing the ultimate flash cannon. Lufon noted its speed had significantly diminished. This very move had once obliterated a substantial portion of Cell's body in the future. It seemed Vegeta possessed a modicum of conscience after all. That was precisely why Lufon aspired to cultivate him into a god of destruction. Had Vegeta chosen to strike with full force moments ago, Lufon would have disregarded his fate entirely. Now, there was still hope. Watching the ultimate flash cannon approach, a faint smile crept upon Lufon's lips. What are you doing? Dodge quickly. Are you seeking death? Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, noticing Lufon's lack of evasive action. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lufon slapped the incoming ultimate flash cannon. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed as Vegeta's ultimate flash cannon was effortlessly deflected. The cannon traced an arc through the air before crashing into the distant earth. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, and the shockwaves surged forth with unending momentum. Spreading in all directions, Vegeta was blown backward by the force of the shockwave. In an instant, the planet was engulfed in dust and flames. Vegeta was left in stunned disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, he trembled all over. What a joke! How is this fellow so formidable? That was my full power strike. It was swatted away with a mere slap? How is this possible? Vegeta stammered. Whoosh. Lufon executed instant transmission, swiftly appearing directly in front of Vegeta. Vegeta gasped, his expression shifting rapidly. Enough, no need to fear. I won't knock you out this time, Lufon said with a smile. Vegeta shook violently. Your Highness, you must learn to adapt, Lufon remarked, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. What do you mean? Adapt to what? Vegeta asked, taken aback. Adapt to the fact that I am more powerful than you, Lufon chuckled. Vegeta, at that moment, Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. You're merely my sparring partner. How could you possibly be stronger than me? This is quite humiliating. Once you adapt, you will grow accustomed to it, Lufon replied. Vegeta bared his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he lifted his gaze towards Ruffin. Could it be that you have already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired, astonished. No, not yet, Ruffin replied, shaking his head. That transformation does not suit me. What a jest. How can one possess such strength without being a Super Saiyan? Vegeta queried, somewhat incredulous. Moreover, I have previously mentioned that I am on the path of the Super Saiyan God, Ruffin chuckled lightly. Are you implying that you have now attained the status of a Super Saiyan God? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Not exactly, Ruffin clarified, shaking his head. Vegeta retorted. So it's neither this nor that. What exactly are you? Didn't the King of Worlds inform you? I am the Supreme Kai, the most exalted deity in this universe. Ruffin smiled. Vegeta fell silent. I am aware that you are the Supreme Kai, but has merely becoming the Supreme Kai granted you such formidable power? I have shared all this primarily to convey another matter, Ruffin continued. What is it? Vegeta asked, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth. Over 2 decades ago, on the planet of delicacies, didn't I urge you to accompany me with that feline and the blue-skin beauty? Otherwise, you would come to regret it, Ruffin remarked. And so? Vegeta inquired. So, I trust you now feel remorse. Had you joined me back then, while your strength might not match mine, at least you could have exchanged a few blows with me, Ruffin said with a smile. What do you mean? You bring up matters from 20 years ago. You truly are a petty individual, Vegeta retorted. Very well, I'll grant you one last opportunity. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? Which is more powerful? A god of destruction or a Supreme Kai? Vegeta asked. Undoubtedly, the god of destruction is more formidable, Ruffin smiled. Didn't you claim that the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe? Vegeta expressed disbelief. It feels as though you are setting a trap for me. The greatness of the Supreme Kai lies in the ability to create life. In combat, the god of destruction is indeed superior, Ruffin explained. Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he asked, then let me inquire further. Is a Super Saiyan stronger than a god of destruction? If I say the god of destruction is stronger, would you believe me? Ruffin responded. Vegeta replied, I believe, gritting his teeth, his heart begrudging the admission. Are you also pondering whether the Super Saiyan God is stronger than the god of destruction? Ruffin chuckled. How did you know I would ask that? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 88. What is the fat cat doing in my universe? A deity can perceive all your innermost thoughts, Ruffin smiled. Just now, you cursed me several times in your mind. Do not presume I am oblivious. Vegeta asserted, to become a god of destruction, the foremost task is to surpass Kakarot. You mean Kakarot? Vegeta paused, slightly bewildered. Indeed, the very Kakarot whom you trampled underfoot. On Earth, his name is Son Wukong, Ruffin nodded. Do not jest. That fellow with a mere combat power exceeding 400 cannot possibly be my lifelong rival. Even Vegeta finds it amusing. Lu Fan, if you claim to be my lifelong adversary, I might still entertain the notion regarding Kakarot, but he is truly a waste among inferior warriors. My prince, I assure you, I am not your lifelong rival. Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Humph, are you lacking in confidence? Do not presume that just because you have grown so formidable, I cannot surpass you, Vegeta scoffed. Rather, I mean to say, you may spend your entire life and still never surpass me, Lu Fan sighed. Vegeta retorted, you insolent fool. You see, you are once again slandering me in your mind. Lu Fan sighed. It seems you will not grasp the might of a deity unless I impart a lesson upon you. With a swift motion of his hand, a powerful gust of wind struck Vegeta, sending him hurtling backward. Blood spurted from Vegeta's mouth as he flew. Is such tremendous power achievable with a mere wave of the hand? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Is Lu Fan's strength comparable to my superiority over Kakarot? You are mistaken. You surpass Kakarot by 45 times, while I surpass you by not merely 45 trillion times, Lu Fan stated. Trillion? Vegeta momentarily struggled to grasp the enormity of the claim. Trillions follow billions, Lu Fan clarified. Vegeta, at a loss for words, muttered, "You truly possess a talent for exaggeration. I am left speechless. You assert that you are 450,000 times stronger than I. I cannot believe that, let alone the notion of 45 trillion. Suddenly, as Vegeta continued to fly backward, he caught sight of a peculiar phenomenon in the sky. There, a golden sphere soared with remarkable speed, its surface adorned with a purplish-red glow. Lu Fan turned to observe the direction Vegeta was gazing. Is that not the Super Dragon Ball? How is it moving so swiftly? Ah, I see. That rascal Kampa is attempting to steal the Super Dragon Ball from Universe 7. If he wishes to pilfer the Dragon Balls, he could at least do so discreetly. Does he truly believe he can steal them right under my nose? This is intolerable. I am both the part-time Kaioshin and destroyer of Universe 7. Should he wish to take our Dragon Balls, he might as well inform me first. I would graciously offer them to him. Wait here. I must deal with that individual in the sky before returning, Lu Fan declared, launching himself into the air with remarkable speed. I will join you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, quickly adjusting his body in the air and pursuing Lu Fan. With a few flickers, Lu Fan vanished from sight. Vegeta, feeling frustrated, clenched his fists tightly, his determination growing. No, I must witness this for myself. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, ascending toward the heavens. Soon, Vegeta ascended from the planet's surface, finding himself in the outer atmosphere. He dared not venture further, for beyond lay the vastness of outer space, where he knew he would meet his demise. Vegeta reflected on the wisdom of a wish once made by Lu Fan, longing to survive in the cosmos. Yet now, he could only gaze from afar, powerless to act. In the distant expanse of space, Kampa was controlling the last of the Super Dragon Balls, intending to transport it back to his sixth universe and summon the Divine Dragon to fulfill his wish. As he flew, Lu Fan executed an instantaneous movement, appearing directly before Kampa, blocking his path. Lu Fan. Kampa recognized him instantly. What are you sneaking around in our universe for? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. What do you mean your universe? Don't get too full of yourself, Kampa retorted, his nostrils flaring in frustration. And who is sneaking around? Full of oneself? Ah, a fitting expression, Lu Fan chuckled. Have you forgotten that you've been in our universe for so long? Kampa exclaimed, indignantly. You've only been the god of destruction for 20 years and already consider this your home? Kampa, let us be clear. I originally hail from the 7th universe. I only ventured to the 6th universe because I was enamored with Beerus, Lu Fan explained. Kampa, realizing he couldn't outwit Lu Fan, sighed. Why should I stoop to your level? Enough of this chatter. I have important matters to attend to. Don't block my way. Move aside, he commanded. I understand this is a Super Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 can grant any wish, Lu Fan remarked, smiling. Kampa, taken aback, thought, he knows about it. I assumed he was oblivious. What wish do you intend to make? Do tell, perhaps I could assist you, Lu Fan offered, still smiling. My wishes are none of your concern. Focus on your own duties. Do not forget you are the god of destruction, Kampa snapped. Look, what's that? Lu Fan suddenly pointed behind Kampa. What? Kampa turned to glance over his shoulder, finding nothing but the infinite cosmos. Suddenly realizing he had been deceived, Kampa thought, oh no, what does this brat intend to do? He quickly turned back, only to discover the Super Dragon Ball was missing. A wave of panic washed over him. It must have been taken by this kid using instantaneous movement. Lu Fan, I will not let this go, Kampa roared in fury. Just as Kampa planned to search for the elusive Dragon Ball, Lu Fan again utilized instantaneous movement, appearing nearby. Hey, big cat, had you shown me a modicum of courtesy earlier, I wouldn't have targeted you so deliberately, Lu Fan grinned. Return the Dragon Ball to me at once. Otherwise, I shall not be so gracious. Kampa fumed. Chapter 89. Kampa, do you really think the god of destruction is easy to provoke? I placed the Dragon Ball at the edge of the universe, with coordinates at 999999999. Kampa, this coordinate is the farthest point from the 6th universe. Even if I rush over from here, it would take at least 15 hours of flight. If I were to transport that Dragon Ball back to the 6th universe, the round trip would take nearly 3 days. That shameless fellow. Keep it up, Lu Fan smiled. Kid, I'll say this one last time. Bring the Dragon Ball back to me immediately, or you'll see what I'll do to you, Kampa threatened. With you? You better catch up with my instant transmission first, Lu Fan chuckled. And don't even think about getting Fuwa to help you transport the Dragon Ball. If you try to contact him, I'll knock him out. You need to learn to do things yourself. What did you say? Kampa gritted his teeth. Kai Kai. Lu Fan recited the incantation and began to execute instant transmission. Kid, don't get too cocky, Kampa roared furiously, waving his hand as a destructive energy surged toward Lu Fan's location. Whoosh. Lu Fan's figure vanished from the spot. The destructive energy swiftly pursued him. Soon, Lu Fan appeared tens of thousands of miles away through instant transmission. However, Kampa's destructive energy was exceedingly swift, managing to follow him through the same technique. Bang! The destructive energy struck Lu Fan directly. His body trembled slightly, and the energy instantly tore through his outer garment. Kampa huffed, glancing toward the direction where Lu Fan had vanished. Humph! Do you really think we gods of destruction are easy to mess with? Here's your lesson. I'll ruin your outer garment and make you suffer a bit. Dare to provoke us gods of destruction again, and I'll show you what I can do. Kampa huffed again, scratching his head and murmuring softly, Damn it, I've completely offended this kid. There's no way I can enjoy my cola now. Humph, if I can't drink, then I want tea. That despicable Lu Fan placed the Dragon Ball so far away. If I fly over, I'll waste all my time on the journey. Lu Fan just reminded me. I can definitely seek help from the Supreme Kai. I'll ask the Supreme Kai to use instant transmission to take me there. Otherwise, it'll take too long. Alright, that is settled. Kampa transformed into a streak of light, ceasing his search for the Dragon Ball and speeding toward the direction of the Supreme Kai's realm in the 6th universe. Below, on a certain planet. In the outer atmosphere, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense is this? How could such a large, shimmering golden planet suddenly vanish? It seems like Lu Fan made that planet disappear. How did that fellow manage to do that? Even I would find it somewhat challenging to destroy such a massive planet. Yet, Lu Fan made it disappear in an instant. Vegeta suddenly felt that he had previously been somewhat narrow-minded. Whoosh. As Vegeta found himself momentarily lost in thought, Ranfan appeared beside him, having utilized instantaneous movement, completely unscathed. The destruction wrought by Pampa had no impact on Ranfan. His attire was merely tattered, and a new set could be conjured effortlessly. Beside Ranfan hovered a spherical spaceship, floating serenely in his vicinity. Vegeta was taken aback. Isn't that my spaceship? How did it end up next to Ranfan? I recall that vessel being on a distant planet. Suddenly, it struck him. Ah, this fellow's peculiar ability to move must have enabled him to retrieve my spaceship. My prince, you should head to Earth first. Focus on defeating Kakarot before anything else. Ranfan advised Vegeta, cautioning him not to underestimate his opponent. What did you say? You expect me to defeat Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed. Did I not already leave him in a state of utter ruin on King Kai's planet? I brought you to King Kai's realm for you to train diligently. Yet you ended up bullying King Kai to tears for an entire year. Ranfan sighed. Now, go visit Goku, or Kakarot, to witness the results of his training under King Kai. I will follow you after you have bested him, and then we can embark on a journey to face even greater challenges. Greater challenges? You don't mean to suggest that you intend to take me to confront Frieza, do you? Vegeta shivered slightly. Are you truly frightened? Ranfan shook his head. Do you fear that fiend? Humph, would I ever cower before him? Once I attain Super Saiyan status, I shall crush him into the ground, Vegeta retorted defiantly. Then, do your utmost. Kakarot is no ordinary adversary. Do not take him lightly. Ranfan reiterated earnestly. Isn't he dead? Vegeta pondered aloud. If I go to Earth, will he resurrect? Realization dawned upon him. I see now. They must be using the Dragon Balls to bring Kakarot back, he huffed. Well then, hurry along, Ranfan urged. With a swift motion, Ranfan executed his instantaneous movement and vanished. Vegeta, watching Ranfan's retreating figure, clenched his fists, overcome by a mixture of sentiment and regret. Had I left with Ranfan back then, perhaps I would have surpassed him in strength by now. He has ascended to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Who would have thought that divinity harbors realms beyond my comprehension? Just as Vegeta was lost in contemplation, the nearby spaceship suddenly dipped, plummeting toward the planet's surface. Vegeta hastily pursued it, pressing a button on the craft. The spaceship's hatch opened with a snap. With determination, Vegeta entered the spherical mini-spaceship. The hatch sealed behind him, and he swiftly inputted the coordinates for Earth on the control panel. Just as the spaceship was about to land, it shot upwards like a comet, racing toward the star system where Earth resided. Vegeta had barely entered the spacecraft when Naba, situated at a distant location, received a signal. Is it Prince Vegeta? Naba's voice resonated through the spacecraft's communication device. Ah, it is you, Naba, Vegeta replied. Where have you been, Vegeta? Have you ventured to the edge of the universe? Your signal was completely absent before, Naba inquired. Humph, where I have been is of little consequence now. I command you to proceed to Earth immediately, Vegeta ordered. Earth? Naba was momentarily taken aback. I am already en route to Earth. It will take me about 150 days to arrive. Chapter 90. Zampa, a sense of foreboding. Oh, you are already on your way to Earth? How fortuitous, Vegeta mused, slightly surprised. Did you know? Raditz is dead. Slain by a mere warrior with a power level just over 1,000. The one who killed him is Kakarot's friend, Naba informed. I am aware. I have seen him. Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. You have seen him? Are you referring to Kakarot? Naba questioned, perplexed. Who else could it be? Vegeta chuckled. Where did you encounter him? Wasn't he dead? Naba struggled to comprehend. I understand now. You must have seen Kakarot long ago, right? No. To be precise, I saw him today, Vegeta smiled. Naba was utterly bewildered, scratching his bald head in confusion. You've completely confounded me. How did you see Kakarot today? He has been dead for half a year. Hasn't he? Could it be that Kakarot is not dead? No, that cannot be. He perished in a mutual destruction with Raditz. He was pierced through the heart by his companion's energy attack. Even with our medical technology, restoring such damage would require extreme caution. Naba was truly perplexed, quietly speculating. Could there be a miraculous remedy on Earth that can heal the heart? He is indeed dead. I saw a golden halo above his head, Vegeta stated. Naba grasped his head tightly. Vegeta, has your mind gone awry? I genuinely think you have lost your senses. If Naba were by Vegeta's side at that moment, he would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. Or did you meet Kakarot in the underworld? Naba pressed further. Humph, that is no longer significant, Vegeta said darkly. You shall await my arrival, Naba. Naba, how long until you reach Earth? Naba inquired. I, too, will arrive in about 150 days, perhaps around 8 hours later than you. Vegeta glanced at the control panel, somewhat surprised. What? Only 8 hours later than me? Naba exclaimed. What? Does my tone convey disappointment? Vegeta chuckled lightly. No. I am quite eager, Naba hastily replied. You should have gathered from their conversation that there exists something on Earth known as the Dragon Balls, correct? The object in question possesses the power to fulfill any desire. Are you attempting to seize the opportunity before me to realize your own aspirations? Vegeta swiftly discerned Nappa's intentions. Huh, how could that be? Nappa expressed no inclination to admit it. Very well, I shall first annihilate all the inhabitants of Earth, and then seek the Dragon Balls. Awaiting your arrival to grant my wish. Nappa, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts, should you dare to betray me. You are well aware of the fate that awaits you, Vegeta scoffed. I wouldn't dream of it, Nappa hastily assured him. Once my wish is granted, and I ascend to the status of Super Saiyan, what difference does it make if you are a prince or a prodigious warrior? You will still find yourself beneath my heel, Nappa declared. Vegeta, the fault lies in your tardiness of 8 hours. By the time you arrive on Earth, I shall already be a Super Saiyan. From this day forth, this universe shall be governed by me, Nappa. Your Highness, should I venture east, it would be prudent for you to refrain from straying. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. Nappa was brimming with excitement and anticipation, and the thought of overpowering Vegeta only heightened his eagerness. After all, within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta was too distant to perceive Nappa's expression. Nappa felt compelled to dance in celebration of the imminent, glorious moment. By the way, Your Highness, what of Ruven? Nappa gradually calmed and casually inquired, aiming to stabilize Vegeta's disposition. We still have over 150 days until we reach Earth. It is crucial that nothing goes awry during this time. Therefore, Nappa resolved to cultivate a rapport with Vegeta, alleviating any doubts he may harbor. He had other matters to attend to and would arrive on Earth at a later time. Vegeta replied coolly, Do you know Ruven's power level, Your Highness? Nappa queried again. Is that fellow concealing his true strength? Is it meaningful to ask so many questions? Focus on your own affairs, Vegeta replied tersely. I have been traversing the cosmos for more than 6 months, Nappa lamented. The tedium is unbearable. If you find it dull, then sleep, Vegeta suggested, abruptly terminating the call to enter a state of slumber. Nappa remarked, Very well, Vegeta, sleep well. By the time you awaken on Earth, I shall have transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, is that not Lord Kampa? Fuwa scratched his head, gazing at Kampa, who stood before him. Supreme Kai, there is a matter upon which I require your assistance. Kampa addressed Fuwa. What is it? Fuwa inquired. There exists a Super Dragon Ball, located in the most remote area of the seventh universe, at the coordinates 999999999, Kampa informed Fuwa. Quite remote indeed. Do you need me to retrieve it? Fuwa quickly grasped the implication. Precisely, that is my intent, Kampa nodded. I have heard that the Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. It seems such a thing truly exists, Fuwa marveled. Indeed, Kampa affirmed. Very well, I shall set out at once. Fuwa readily agreed, muttering incantations, kai kai kai. In an instant, he vanished through teleportation. Wait, Kampa exclaimed hurriedly. However, Fuwa had already executed his teleportation and departed. Kampa lamented, you should have waited until I finished speaking. How could you just run off like that? You ought to have taken me with you. I suddenly have a foreboding feeling. I sense something ominous will occur during your journey. Perhaps I am being overly anxious. Kampa patiently awaited in the realm of the Supreme Kai. A servant approached, offering tea. Lord Kampa, please enjoy a cup of tea and take a moment to rest. I trust that the Supreme Kai will soon return with the Super Dragon Balls you mentioned, the servant said politely. Very well, Kampa nodded, not opposing the suggestion, and took a sip from the teacup, though his mind seemed elsewhere. Is something troubling you, Lord Kampa? The servant inquired with a smile. Humph, it is merely an unsettling premonition, Kampa replied, baring his teeth. For some reason, I share that same feeling, the servant sighed. Kampa turned to regard the servant. Not long ago, to be precise, about a year ago, Lord Fuwa was suddenly ambushed, the servant stated solemnly, recounting the events. What did you say? The Supreme Kai was ambushed? And he fainted? Why are you only telling me this now? Such an important matter. Kampa stepped forward, seizing the servant by the collar. A cold sweat broke out on Kampa's brow. What if this person harbored ill intentions and killed the Supreme Kai? Our universe has but one Supreme Kai. If this Supreme Kai perishes, I shall vanish as well. Do I wish to follow in Beerus's footsteps? You didn't even ask, Lord Kampa. The servant felt unjustly accused. Humph. Realizing his minor lapse in composure, Kampa released the servant and straightened his clothing. So, have you discovered who was responsible? He inquired. No, it remains a mystery to this day, the servant replied. Kampa crumpled the freshly smoothed clothing of the servant once more. He nearly wished to send the servant flying with a slap. You fool. After all this time, you still claim it is a mystery. What difference does that make? A year has passed. It would be difficult to investigate now. Are you suggesting that this individual merely came to knock Fuwa unconscious and did nothing else? Kampa grasped the situation. In a sense, the servant nodded, adding, additionally, Lord Fuwa's Patera earrings were stolen. So, this means that the scoundrel came specifically to steal the Patera earrings? Kampa finally comprehended. Indeed, the servant affirmed. During this past year, the Supreme Kai and I have been monitoring the entire universe to see if anyone has utilized the Patera earrings. Unfortunately, as of now, no one in our universe has used them, making it exceedingly difficult to locate this individual. They came merely to steal the Patera earrings? I find it hard to grasp the motives of this petty thief. What significance does stealing those earrings hold? They are indeed powerful when fused. However, should I discover your actions, I shall bring about your ruin. I am aware of this matter and will remain vigilant. If I manage to find that little thief, I will ensure his destruction, Xiang Pa addressed his attendant. Then I thank you, Lord Xiang Pa. The attendant hastily expressed his gratitude. No need for such formality. It is but a trivial matter to me. Xiang Pa waved his hand dismissively. In the seventh universe, at the extreme northern edge, there lies the boundary where the universe meets the realm of nothingness. Delving further into the periphery will lead one into the void. For deities such as the Kaishin, entering the realm of nothingness poses no significant threat. However, for those gods beneath the Kaishin, once they venture into this void, they risk losing themselves entirely and may find it exceedingly difficult to return. The realm of nothingness, to put it plainly, is an uncharted universe. At this moment, Lu Fan found himself at the juncture of the seventh universe and the void. Beside him loomed a massive golden planet, at the center of which was a striking red pentagram. This red pentagram exuded a three-dimensional quality from any angle, representing the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, Lu Fan sensed a disturbance in the space around him. In the next instant, a green, rotund figure appeared near the Dragon Ball. Lu Fan recognized this figure. It was none other than Fuwa, the Kaioshin of the Sixth Universe. Fuwa quickly located the Super Dragon Ball and placed his hand upon its surface, preparing to return to the Sixth Universe with it. In an instant, Lu Fan materialized behind Fuwa. Just as Fuwa was about to utilize his instant transmission to depart, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. What was happening? It seemed as if danger was imminent. With a swift motion, Lu Fan struck Fuwa on the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could even comprehend the situation. Did I not instruct you to refrain from summoning the Kaioshin to assist you in transporting the Dragon Ball? Why did you not heed my warning? Lu Fan shook his head. He glanced at Fuwa, who would likely remain in a daze for some time. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to gather the Dragon Balls. With a flash, Lu Fan utilized instant transmission and vanished. An hour later, he successfully assembled the 7 Super Dragon Balls, which floated at the boundary of the 7th universe and the void, radiating a golden light that bathed the starry expanse in a resplendent hue. Come forth, dragon. I wish to make my desire known. Lu Fan summoned the dragon in the divine tongue. In an instant, the entire cosmos seemed to tremble violently. The next moment, a colossal golden dragon emerged from the 7 Super Dragon Balls. The dragon has appeared. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I shall grant you any one desire. The dragon's voice resonated. The dragon was so immense that its body rivaled the size of an entire galaxy. Before the dragon, Lu Fan appeared as insignificant as a mere bacterium. How magnificent it is, Lu Fan marveled. State your wish, Kaioshin. The dragon turned its gaze toward Lu Fan. In truth, I hold no particular aspirations to fulfill. The sole reason for summoning you was simply to behold your visage, remarked Lu Fan with a smile. The divine dragon replied, You seem rather idle. If there are no wishes to be made, I shall take my leave. The voice of the divine dragon reverberated once more, or perhaps, you could make a casual wish. Very well, let us make a wish then. I cannot allow your appearance here to be in vain. Lu Fan nodded and wished to bring back that fellow Beerus, who boldly claims to be the mightiest god of destruction. If he were to vanish, I would be left without a worthy opponent. Understood, said the divine dragon, preparing to grant the wish. Wait, hold on, Lu Fan interjected. The act of wishing should not be so tedious. I shall change my wish. Lu Fan pondered. I suddenly realized, if I were to simply bring Beerus back, whom would my life be bound to? Myself or Beerus? Is this your wish? Asked the divine dragon with a frown. No, if you choose not to answer. So be it, sighed Lu Fan. Then let the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 revert to its state from 20 years ago, before Majin Buu had slain the Supreme Kai. Very well, your wish has been granted. Farewell. The divine dragon's eyes shimmered with 2 golden beams. After uttering this statement, the divine dragon transformed into 7 golden flames and soon vanished without a trace. The wish was complete. Chapter 92. The Revived Supreme Kai in Universe 7. The realm of the Supreme Kai has endured 2 decades since the demise of the Supreme Kai. During these 20 years, Majin Buu wreaked havoc within the realm, leaving it in utter disarray. The once boundless vegetation had been largely obliterated by Majin Buu. After a period of destruction, Majin Buu began transforming small creatures into chocolate biscuits and consuming them, subsequently finding a spot to slumber. Majin Buu had not departed from the realm, primarily because he found it quite entertaining. Additionally, he harbored a certain fear of that cat-like creature, worrying that if he ventured outside, the creature might catch him and deliver a sound thrashing. Hence, he found joy in his current activities, deeming it unnecessary to seek amusement elsewhere. Just 10 minutes prior to the appearance of the divine dragon, Majin Buu awakened and resumed his frenzied destruction of the realm. Boom! A forest was instantly reduced to rubble, with a massive mushroom cloud rising ominously, wreaking havoc across the realm. Majin Buu clapped his hands in delight, proclaiming, I am hungry. I must find something to eat. He patted his belly. However, just as Majin Buu was preparing to indulge, the divine dragon had already fulfilled the wish. Suddenly, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai was revitalized, brimming with life. Majin Buu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, What is happening? Why has the area I destroyed been restored? What a marvelous phenomenon. He scratched his head, revealing a look of utter bewilderment. Approximately 100 kilometers away from the formidable Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. Beside them lay a divine sword, which, much like the two, had also regained its former essence. Supreme Kai, do we not perish at the hands of Majin Buu? Jebet inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, I distinctly recall being transformed into a chocolate cookie. The Supreme Kai responded, wiping sweat from his brow, his complexion shifting dramatically. Have we been resurrected? It appears so. Jebbet scratched his head, equally perplexed. As they conversed, an overwhelming aura emanating from the distance caught their attention. It is Majin Buu. How is he still in the Supreme Kai realm? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted yet again. Supreme Kai, we must flee at once. Jebbet declared decisively, realizing that the divine sword held no power against Majin Buu. Bah! Jebbet spat disdainfully towards the sword. This sword is utterly useless. I expected it could slay Majin Buu. Yet here we are, having been devoured by him. How rude! The Supreme Kai admonished. You dare spit upon the divine sword? Yet, it is indeed a source of great disappointment. I had thought it might prove useful. Ungrateful descendant. The old Supreme Kai's voice echoed. I shall remember this insult. How dare you spit in my presence? The sword was bestowed upon us by the great Supreme Kai, who claimed its power to be extraordinary, the Supreme Kai remarked, shaking his head. Perhaps it awaits a worthy soul to unlock its true potential. Isn't the Supreme Kai himself a worthy soul? Jebbet sighed. Let us not dwell on this. We must take the sword and leave this place immediately. The Supreme Kai realm is no longer safe, the Supreme Kai proposed. Indeed, we shall devise another strategy to confront Majin Buu. Jebbet nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai reached for the divine sword, only to nearly strain his back. The sword was considerably heavier than before, and despite his efforts, he could not lift it. The Dragon of Wishes had restored this area to its original state, meaning the sword had reverted to its prior weight, rendering it immovable for the Supreme Kai. How peculiar. Why can I not lift it? The Supreme Kai pondered, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Supreme Kai, let us not concern ourselves with the sword for now. We must escape swiftly. If Majin Buu discovers us, it will be too late to flee, Jebbet urged. At that moment, Majin Buu was surveying the skies. The Supreme Kai realm had returned to its former state, and Majin Buu had yet to shake off his confusion. Soon, his eyes landed on the distant figures of the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Did I not devour those two? How have you returned? He exclaimed. Does this mean I can feast endlessly? Though the resurrection time was rather prolonged, it has been quite a while since I savored the taste of human-turned chocolate. Majin Buu swiftly propelled himself towards the location of the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Kai? The old Kaioshin has learned his lesson this time, directly seizing Jebbet to execute instant transmission. Whoosh! Majin Buu missed his target entirely. With his head buried deep in the ground, he soon sprang up, brushing off the dust from his body. Where did they go? They managed to escape. However, in the next moment, Buu turned his head and discovered the divine sword lying on the ground. Buu scratched his head. I remember this sword. It can also transform into chocolate. And not just any chocolate, but a delightful filled chocolate. How delectable. The old Kaioshin trembled in fear. You two scoundrels. You left me behind. This is the end. I'm going to be devoured. Buu bent down to grasp the sword's hilt, exerting a gentle force, yet he found it surprisingly heavy. Buu's eyes widened. Why has this sword become heavier than before? With renewed effort, he finally lifted the divine sword. He gazed at it intently, and the sword quivered even more violently. It's trembling, Buu murmured. Haha, I'll turn you into filled chocolate and eat you now. The antennae atop Buu's head were now aimed at the sword in his hand, gathering purple and white electric sparks. The old Kaioshin was in despair. This is it. I'm going to be eaten. Transform into chocolate. Buu shouted. Boom. Just as the purple and white electric sparks from Buu's head surged toward the divine sword, Lufan appeared on the scene via instant transmission, kicking Buu away. Bang, bang, bang. Buu's body rolled across the ground several times, and when he finally landed, he nearly lost consciousness. Lufan stepped forward to catch the falling divine sword. Chapter 93. Buu, you have two choices, old Kaioshin. I've saved your life. How will you express your gratitude? Lufan smiled at the divine sword. The old Kaioshin mused. Who is this kid? He seems to be dressed like a Kaioshin. How strange. When did the Kaioshin change their skin color? His hair is still black. Well, that is not important now. From what this young man implies, he is aware that the person sealed within this sword is me. Wonderful. I can finally see the light of day again. Tears streamed down the old Kaioshin's face inside the sword. However, it's not quite the right time to release you yet. You would disrupt the flow of the narrative, Lufan stated. Old Kaioshin, what do you mean? What narrative? I don't understand what you're saying. Therefore, it's best to keep you in your original place, Lufan continued, soaring into the sky and re-embedding the sword atop the previous mountain peak. Old Kaioshin, why won't you let me out? The current Kaioshin seems increasingly unreliable. You know I'm sealed inside. Why won't you release me? The old Kaioshin's nose twisted in frustration. Well, it's still perfect to leave it in the same place, Lufan reflected. The old Kaioshin, filled with 1,000 curses in his heart, thought, young man, I'll remember you. You are even more detestable than the attendant of the Supreme Kai, who is blissfully unaware of my existence. Yet you, knowing of me, refuse to set me free. Oh, venerable Supreme Kai, one day a fated individual will liberate you. Lu Fan approached and gently patted the hilt of the divine sword. The old Supreme Kai was nearly overcome with rage. That scoundrel. Just wait. Without further ado, Lu Fan soared swiftly to the side of Majin Buu. Majin Buu shook his head and rose from the ground, immediately turning his gaze towards Lu Fan. Was that you who kicked me? Buu inquired, his expression darkening. However, after uttering this question, Majin Buu suddenly recognized Lu Fan. I remember you. You are the Cola Man. Buu's eyes sparkled with realization. Lu Fan replied, what a ridiculous title, Cola Man. Your cola was delightful. Do bring me another bottle. As for that kick, I shall let it slide. Buu extended his hand eagerly. Was the lesson I imparted last time insufficient? Lu Fan chuckled. Buu's pupils constricted sharply. The memory of being sent flying by this individual resurfacing in his mind. I was unprepared last time. This time, I shall not be defeated by you. Buu grinned widely. With a swift motion, white gas erupted from the openings in Buu's head and shoulders as he rapidly escalated his energy to its peak. Hey! Majin Buu launched a powerful punch at Lu Fan. Smack! The blow struck Lu Fan's chest directly, and he made no effort to evade it, deeming it unnecessary. Buu's grin radiated with pride, yet it soon faded into a look of horror. He realized, with mounting dread, that his fist seemed to disintegrate upon contact with this so-called Cola Man, as if it were being obliterated by some unseen force. The destruction rapidly spread to his arm, akin to a soap bubble bursting in an instant. Fear gripped Buu as the disintegration approached his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his left arm, a flash of light cutting through it. With a swift motion, Majin Buu severed his own arm to halt the encroaching destruction. His pupils dilated in terror as he leaped backward, gazing at Lu Fan with palpable fear. Buu was genuinely frightened. The previous scene had instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. Had he hesitated even for a moment longer, he might have met his demise. No. It was as if I would strike him, only to find myself dead. Buu's mind raced, his apprehension preventing him from launching any further attacks against Lu Fan. It was utterly terrifying. One punch nearly cost me my life. Shall I continue? Lu Fan grinned. Transform into chocolate. Buu exclaimed, as the antennae on his head emitted a flash of purple-white electricity, swiftly enveloping Lu Fan. Then, there was nothing more to say. The being known as the Supreme Kai, Rufan, was merely a manifestation controlled by Rufan himself. This avatar was a mere sphere of destructive energy. Remarkably, this very sphere transformed into chocolate. However, it would be misleading to claim there was truly no aftermath. The violet-white lightning that struck Rufan was instantly shattered by his own formidable destructive energy. Buu's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. In the next moment, Buu's knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. How could this Cola Man be even more terrifying than that Cat Man? Buu genuinely felt he could not provoke him. Perhaps it was best to concede. Otherwise, I might truly meet my demise. I present you with two choices. Ponder them carefully, Rufan smiled. Buu nodded in response. The first choice, allow me to annihilate you. Rufan stated. Buu exclaimed, is this truly the choice you offer me? Vigorously shaking his head. The second choice, I could seal you away, awaiting a fated one to rescue you. Rufan continued. Fated one? Buu expressed his confusion. Who is this fated one? As for identifying the fated one, you must exercise patience. If you cannot wait, it merely reflects your unfortunate fate, Rufan replied. Hurry and decide. I am quite busy. Otherwise, I might just crush you. As sealing you away is quite troublesome, Rufan contemplated. I shall seal myself, Buu declared, raising his hand slightly, revealing a magical egg. This egg bore an uncanny resemblance to the one created by Bibidi long ago. Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu dove into the egg, curling himself into a ball. With a snap, the egg was sealed. Rufan, taken aback by Buu's compliance, felt no need for further formalities and cast a beam of light upon the seal. The light swiftly enveloped the magical egg, and Majin Buu was once again confined. In a flash, Rufan utilized instant transmission, arriving on Earth in an instant. He unceremoniously tossed Majin Buu onto a great mountain on Earth. The environment of Earth was indeed comforting. Rufan gazed at the sky, inhaling deeply and mused, by the way, Bulma must have grown into a young lady by now. I should pay her a visit. In the 6th universe, the realm of the Supreme Kai, Kampa waited impatiently. The flowers having long since wilted, yet there was still no sign of Supreme Kai Fua's return. His attendants had offered him several rounds of tea. Something must have gone awry. Kampa rose, his expression darkening. What shall we do? His attendant was utterly at a loss. Damn it, I shall go and see for myself. Kampa gritted his teeth, not daring to delay any further. With a burst of violet-red flame, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the 7th universe. Supreme Kai, do not perish. If you do, I shall vanish just like Beerus. That would be quite unfortunate. Kampa accelerated, pushing his speed to the utmost. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Whis held his staff, observing the cosmos through the crystal orb atop it. Whis, will Kampa truly resurrect Beerus? The oracle fish inquired. What if he wishes for something else? Oh dear, it seems that is no longer necessary, Whis replied with a smile. Lord Rofan has already made a wish to the eternal dragon. Huh, did Rofan gather the Super Dragon Balls? The oracle fish was taken aback. Rather than saying Rofan gathered them, it would be more accurate to say that Rofan seized Kampa's Super Dragon Balls. Whis sighed. Cough. Our destroyer god certainly has a unique personality, the oracle fish remarked, before promptly asking, what wish did Rofan make? He primarily wished to summon the eternal dragon merely to see its appearance, Whis explained. The oracle fish fell silent. Are you bored? Is it truly entertaining to see what the eternal dragon looks like? Then Lord Rofan casually made another wish, restoring the Kais realm to its state from 20 years ago. Whis added, that is, before Bu arrived in the Kais realm. So, does that mean the Supreme Kai has already been resurrected? The oracle fish quickly connected the dots. Indeed, he has returned, Whis nodded. But isn't Majin Buu still in the Kais realm? Shouldn't we hurry to rescue him before he gets devoured again? The oracle fish wiped his brow in concern. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai has already fled, Whis smiled. Has he finally learned his lesson? The oracle fish sighed. Lord Rofan also made a visit to the Kais realm and sealed Majin Buu away, Whis replied. Is that so? I'll go check if Beerus has returned. The oracle fish said, soaring into the sky to gaze through the castle window. Through the window, the oracle fish beheld Beerus soundly sleeping on his bed. Whoosh. The oracle fish quickly returned to Whis' side. Beerus has indeed returned, but he remains asleep, the oracle fish sighed. Perhaps Lord Beerus is unaware that he has vanished during his slumber, Whis chuckled softly. Surely Lord Beerus cannot be that oblivious? He must know he has died. The oracle fish responded incredulously. Actually, Lord Beerus hasn't truly died in the conventional sense. He simply vanished, along with his soul, Whis elucidated, thus, in his dreams. He likely remains unaware of the events that transpired. The oracle fish paused in contemplation. So, Whis, who is the true Supreme Kai and destroyer god of our universe now? Of course, it is still Lord Rofan, Whis confirmed. And the Supreme Kai? Is he still serving in that capacity? The oracle fish inquired further. Indeed, unless Rofan relinquishes his position, the current Supreme Kai and Destroyer God will remain in their respective roles, Whis replied. Are you implying that Lord Beerus and the former Supreme Kai have effectively retired? The oracle fish sighed. Precisely, that is the case, Whis nodded. Should we not ask Beerus to vacate? It seems inappropriate for him to occupy the castle now that he is retired, the oracle fish suggested, glancing toward the castle. How ruthless of you. You would not even allow him to stay, Whis remarked. Let us consider it. If Lord Rofan decides to reside here, then we would indeed have to ask Lord Beerus to leave. Whis glanced up at the castle. I eagerly await that day, the oracle fish replied. Whis remarked. The cola is delightful, far superior to that lazy glutton, Beerus. He truly cannot compare to Lord Rofan. The prophetic fish sighed. Who could argue with that? Whis nodded in agreement. Wait. What does it mean that Lord Rofan has resurrected Beerus? Is he intending to cede his position to Beerus? Surely he cannot be weary of being a god of destruction? The prophetic fish's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. Whis elucidated. Lord Rofan believes that Lord Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction. If the most formidable among them were to vanish, he would lack any adversaries to challenge. That startled me. So he seeks to confront other gods of destruction. The prophetic fish exhaled in relief. That seems plausible, Whis concurred. What is Lord Rofan's current level of power? Is he capable of defeating Kappa? The prophetic fish inquired. It is difficult to say without a confrontation, Whis shook his head. But at the very least, his god of destruction form should be nearly on par with Kappa's. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. And the specifics remain to be verified. What? His god of destruction form is already comparable to Kappa's? The prophetic fish was taken aback. Then what of his god of destruction physique? Surely, he could easily triumph over Kappa? Whis replied, indeed, it is hard to ascertain without combat. In the absence of unleashed destructive energies during a standoff, it is challenging to discern their true capabilities. In the 7th universe, at the edge of the cosmos, after nearly 30 hours of travel, Kappa finally arrived in this region. 30 hours from the realm of the Kais to this location is rather swift. Upon arriving, Kappa discovered, as anticipated, that the Super Dragon Balls had vanished. Furthermore, just as Kappa had surmised, Fuwa had succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn you, Rofan. This is not over. Kappa seethed, gritting his teeth as he hurried to awaken Fuwa. Even if you rendered the Kai unconscious, at the very least, you should have placed him in a secure location. What if he perished here at the edge of the universe? If he dies, I too will be lost. Fuwa gradually stirred back to consciousness. Huh, Lord Kappa? Fuwa blinked in surprise, his eyes widening as he stared at Kappa, scratching his head and inquiring, what brings you here, Lord Kappa? Kappa remained silent, casting a stern glare at Fuwa. You, of all people, should have transported me here with your instant transmission. You simply took off without giving me a chance to react. I remember now, you summoned me to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Fuwa slapped his forehead as clarity returned. I have no idea who ambushed me. The moment I arrived in this area, I was knocked out. It feels eerily similar to the last time I lost consciousness. Chapter 95. Kappa, you say Rofan intends to challenge me? I know who it is. It is the Kai of the 7th universe. Kappa ground his teeth in frustration. The Kai of the 7th universe? I have no enmity with him. Fuwa expressed his confusion. Let us not dwell on that. I suddenly have a foreboding feeling. I fear that the remaining Dragon Balls will also fall into the hands of that Kai. Kappa's complexion darkened with an ominous realization. This is truly disastrous. I am certain that I have fallen victim to a cunning ploy. That scoundrel, Lufan, has likely made off with my remaining Dragon Balls. Could it be that the Eternal Dragon has already been summoned by him? Kappa's expression shifted dramatically. Lord Kappa, where are the other Dragon Balls? I shall go and investigate at once, said Va with an air of urgency. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. The remaining Dragon Balls are located in our 6th universe. The coordinates are. Kappa declared. Kai Kai. Va intoned the incantation, preparing to teleport instantly. Bang. Kappa struck Va, causing him to tumble through the air in a flurry. The teleportation was abruptly interrupted, leaving Va dazed and bewildered. Why did you hit me, Lord Kappa? He inquired, perplexed. You fool, take me with you. Kappa retorted, his face darkened by frustration. You should have brought me along from the start. Had I been by your side, you would not have been ambushed by that rascal. That is indeed a valid point. Va conceded, nodding in agreement, recognizing the truth in Kappa's words. Kappa remained speechless, contemplating the apparent folly of this Supreme Kai. However, he mused, it was likely an improvement compared to the previous Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. I shall rely on my own fortune. Kai Kai. Va executed the teleportation once more, and in an instant, they found themselves amidst the celestial expanse where the Super Dragon Balls had been placed. Indeed, the space was now devoid of any trace of them. The Super Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. Cursed Lufan. Just wait until I deal with you. Kappa seethed, his entire being trembling with rage. Lufan. Is he the Supreme Kai? Va scratched his head, trying to comprehend. Humph. Send me back to the destruction realm immediately, Kappa hissed through clenched teeth. Very well, Va acquiesced. Kai Kai. Va transported them back to the destruction realm in a heartbeat. Ah, is that not Lord Supreme Kai? Beerus greeted politely. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Va replied with a respectful bow. What has transpired, Lord Kappa? You appear quite agitated, Beerus inquired with concern. Lord Kappa's Super Dragon Balls have been taken by a Supreme Kai named Lufan, Va explained with a rueful chuckle, scratching his head. He suddenly recalled that his Patera earrings were missing as well. Could it be that my Patera earrings were also pilfered by him? Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Lord Supreme Kai, Beerus replied with a smile. Is it truly him? As a Supreme Kai, Does he not possess the legacy of the previous Supreme Kai's Patera earrings? Or could he not forge a pair of his own? Va pondered, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation. It seems he derives greater satisfaction from the act of theft, Beerus noted. Va had little desire to engage in further dialogue. Do not take my possessions. Target those from your 7th universe instead, Beerus declared. I have painstakingly collected 7 Super Dragon Balls, and now they are gone. Perhaps Lufon has made a wish? Kampa's face darkened. Very well, I shall investigate, Beerus said, nodding as he grasped his staff to commence his search. I shall take my leave. Va waved goodbye to Kampa and Beerus, preferring to distance himself from the unfolding drama. After uttering those words, Fua vanished in an instant through teleportation. Batos took a moment to verify and confirmed that it was indeed Lufon who summoned the Dragon of the Gods to fulfill his wish. Batos replied, What? Is that really the case? Kampa exclaimed. I spent nearly 20 years painstakingly searching for these 7 Dragon Balls, only for you to claim them all at once. How utterly shameless of you. What wish did he make? Kampa asked, his face darkening. He wished for the resurrection of the former King Kai, Batos explained, thus bringing Lord Beerus back as well. Kampa paused, somewhat bewildered. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If you intended to make that wish, then why did I go to such lengths? My wish was to bring back Beerus. Lufon, you rascal, you actually thought of the same thing as I did. I can finally set aside my worries. Why did Lufon make that wish? Kampa casually inquired. Perhaps he wishes to challenge a higher level, Batos mused. What do you mean? Kampa asked, confused. Lord Kampa, if you have time lately, you should focus on your training, Batos suggested. Are you implying that Lufon wishes to challenge me? Kampa grasped the implication. Don't be ridiculous. He, a mere King Kai, thinks he can challenge me, a destroyer? I have already faced him before. I obliterated his outer garments. He should realize that I showed him mercy at that time. Otherwise, he would have been utterly destroyed. No, Lord Kampa. I feel that Lufon wishes to use you as a stepping stone to ascend even higher, Batos pondered. What did you say? Kampa's expression darkened. Am I merely a stepping stone? For instance, challenging the strongest destroyer, Lord Beerus, or Lord Quatella, Batos smiled. Kampa fell into a brief silence. Batos, please refrain from jesting. While I can accept that Lufon is the strongest King Kai, the notion of him challenging us destroyers is folly, Kampa scoffed, his disdain evident. Unbeknownst to Kampa, Lufon's true identity was that of a destroyer of the new universe. Apart from a select few angels and grand priests, the other destroyers and kings were unaware of this fact. In the 7th universe, on a certain planet, the King Kai and Jebet had fled to this world. Cautiously, they gazed towards the direction of the King Kai realm. The two soon observed that the King Kai realm had regained its tranquility, now devoid of Majin Buu. The King Kai and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances. Where is Majin Buu, my lord? Jebet inquired, perplexed. I truly have not detected any trace of Majin Buu. The King Kai replied solemnly. The two scrutinized their surroundings for a considerable time. They could ascertain that Majin Buu had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that the Catman sealed him away? The King Kai speculated. Chapter 96. A long-awaited reunion with Bulma. There is a strong possibility that he harbors some trepidation regarding the formidable power of Majin Buu. Jebet nodded in agreement. Let us return, suggested the Supreme Kai. No, my Lord Supreme Kai. I shall return first. Jebet insisted, believing that if Majin Buu was not discovered, the Supreme Kai could return later. No, I cannot allow you to take such risks. The Supreme Kai shook his head solemnly. For you, my Lord Supreme Kai, I would brave any peril, Jebet declared with a serious expression. In an instant, Jebet vanished through instantaneous movement. He returned to the realm of the Supreme Kai and meticulously explored the surroundings for 3 days and nights, trembling with apprehension. Now, Jebet was certain, without a doubt, that Majin Buu had vanished. He summoned the Supreme Kai back. Gradually, the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 returned to its former tranquility. However, the primary task for both was still to search for traces of Majin Buu. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. Bulma, do you think those two scions coming to Earth in about 6 months might be Ruffin and Vegeta? Dr. Briefs inquired during a meal. Who knows? Bulma shook her head. Oh dear, if it is Ruffin, he should not be a villain, said Bikini. Perhaps he has turned bad, Bulma pouted. Besides, even if Ruffin is not evil, Vegeta is undoubtedly a villain. He had thoughts of killing my mother when he came to Earth 20 years ago. Did that really happen? Bikini was not quite sure. Humph. Ruffin is so shameless. He has been gone for over 20 years. Not even a visit. Bulma said, irritated. Yes, yes, Bulma is still single. Is she waiting for Ruffin? Bikini smiled. What if Ruffin has truly turned evil? Wouldn't you be waiting in vain, Bulma? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Bulma felt tears welling up. Ruffin, you are insufferable. If you truly are one of the two scions that Raditz spoke of, I shall sever all ties with you. After finishing her meal, Bulma returned to her bedroom. She entered the bathroom, submerged herself in the bathtub, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Ruffin, have you really turned bad? In 6 months, will you come with that scion named Vegeta to invade Earth? Suddenly, as Bulma pondered these thoughts, a phantom gradually materialized in her bathroom. Bulma was terrified, her complexion paling. With a pop, the apparition transformed into a swirl of crimson light. The crimson light rapidly morphed into the image of Ruffin. Ah! Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the unfamiliar man appear, her voice echoing throughout the bathroom. Yet, in the next moment, as she focused, she realized the stranger bore a familiar resemblance. Is that you, Ruffin? Bulma rubbed her eyes and looked closely. It was me. Lufan gazed down at Bulma from a lofty position, and the view was simply splendid. The new universe, the realm of the destroyers. Hey, Lufan, you're drooling, Ruasi remarked, casting a sideways glance at him. Am I? Lufan paused, wiping away the drool, and then carelessly rubbing it on Ruasi's sleeve. Lufan, Ruasi exclaimed, her chest heaving in indignation. You are utterly shameless. How could you wipe your drool on me? Aren't angels supposed to be in a state of effortless ease? Lufan retorted, you could have dodged. Who knew you would rub your drool on me? You weren't attacking me. Why should I move? Ruasi responded. Ah, Ruasi, you must always maintain that state of effortless ease and not fall prey so easily, Lufan advised. Ruasi glared at him. 10 seconds later, hey, you're drooling again. Ruasi said, her expression darkening. Am I? Lufan scratched his head, wiping again and then reaching toward Ruasi. This time, she reacted swiftly and dodged. See, that was quick. You should always have that awareness, Lufan smiled. What exactly are you seeing? Ruasi asked curiously. Is it something delicious? Lufan lifted his gaze and silently studied Ruasi. Soon after, he vigorously nodded, admitting, indeed, it is something delectable. Quite delicious. As he spoke, his gaze gradually descended. Ruasi was momentarily taken aback, primarily because she was rather innocent. Delicious, delicious, Lufan sighed. But in that body of the Supreme Kai, I can't partake. In the 7th universe? Ruasi inquired. Yes, yes, Lufan nodded. What exactly is so appetizing that it makes you drool? Ruasi questioned, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Lufan gently shook his head. Ruasi grew even more curious. What could possibly be so tasty? Unfortunately, I cannot see it. The body of the Supreme Kai is something only he can perceive. Even though I am an angel, I cannot witness the events transpiring through his body. If it's something delicious, hurry and eat it. Just have your Supreme Kai teleport you back to partake, Ruasi suggested. Wait a moment. Such delicacies require nurturing. One cannot simply rush to consume them. Lufan pondered, and the longer they are nurtured, the more exquisite they become. Ruasi contemplated this. What kind of delicacy could it be? Something that gets better with age? I have never heard of such a thing before. The cola you invented is already the finest drink, she said, smacking her lips. Indeed, we shall enjoy it together, Lufan nodded vigorously. Really? I can truly share this feast with you? Ruasi's brows twitched slightly, feeling that Lufan was remarkably generous. I fear you may find it unappetizing, Lufan mused. What could possibly be so unappetizing about delicious food? Ruasi was somewhat perplexed. It is quite easy for me to swallow. Yet it seems it requires considerable courage on your part, replied Lufan. This left Bulma even more perplexed. What kind of delicacy is it that you find delectable while I must muster great bravery to consume? I simply cannot comprehend. Chapter 97. I am the god of the 7th universe, Earth. Lufan. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Is it truly you? Bulma rubbed her eyes once more. Yes, it is indeed me, Lufan nodded. You are certainly not dreaming. I feel as though I am the one lost in a dream. As he spoke, Lufan gazed intently at Bulma. Bulma suddenly realized she was indeed soaking in the bathtub. Her face flushed a bright red, akin to that of a ripe apple, and even her entire body seemed to transform into a lobster. Oh, you must leave at once, Bulma exclaimed. No rush, it has been so long. You have blossomed into a fine young lady, Lufan remarked with admiration. What do you mean, no rush? This is a matter of propriety. Are you still staring? It is rather impolite. I shall step out and wait for you, Bulma retorted. With a swift motion, Lu Fan vanished through the wall. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did he go? Has he truly learned to walk through walls after more than 20 years apart? She hurriedly rinsed herself off, changed her clothes, and stepped into the room where Lu Fan awaited her. It truly is you, Lu Fan. Bulma approached him, surveying him from head to toe. Lu Fan returned the scrutiny, stating, I must admit, I scarcely recognized you in your attire. How rude, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks reddening. Pray tell, have you thought of me during these years? Lu Fan inquired. I would never waste my thoughts on you. You vanished for 2 decades. Bulma's expression soured at the recollection, lamenting that he had promised to return. She felt as though her best years had slipped away, and it seemed he was nearing 30. Time flies, indeed. The years hasten our aging, Lu Fan mused. What are you saying? You make it sound as though I am already ancient. Bulma huffed indignantly. A woman at 30 is akin to tofu dregs, Lu Fan jested. You are the one who is like tofu dregs, Bulma retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. Are you merely a parrot? Lu Fan pondered. I shall challenge you. Bulma leaped towards Lu Fan, engaging in a playful scuffle. Of course, their antics were not as unsavory as some might imagine. The Lu Fan present here is the body of the Supreme Kai, controlled by the essence of the god of destruction. This Supreme Kai's form is merely an existence of energy. Indeed, it is quite limited in capability. However, the sensations from this Kai's body occasionally relay to Lu Fan in the new universe. Bulma, do you have a boyfriend? Lu Fan asked. How can you inquire so directly? If you wish to pursue me, could you be a little more subtle? Bulma's face flushed again. Did I ever mention that I wish to court you? Lu Fan scratched his head in confusion. Bulma, I understand, you are trying to provoke me. Bulma glared fiercely. I just missed you and wanted to see you, replied Lu Fan. I don't have a boyfriend. Bulma pouted. Has anyone pursued you? Lu Fan inquired. Of course. With my beauty, charm, and excellence, countless admirers seek me, Bulma said proudly. Really? Like who? Lu Fan placed his hand over his heart. With a sudden motion, Lu Fan produced a crystal ball from his chest. Bulma's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. What an enormous egg. Where did this come from? Just a moment ago, your chest appeared flat. This crystal ball is truly magical. Merely utter a name. And it can reveal them here, Lu Fan smiled, setting the crystal ball on the bed. Is that true? Bulma asked, half skeptical. Should I really say a name? Yes, indeed. Just speak the name of your suitor, and it will be displayed here, Lu Fan nodded. Oolong, Bulma declared. Lu Fan wiped his brow vigorously. You're even mentioning a pig. With a clap, a small pig materialized in the crystal ball. Bulma exclaimed, it really can display. At that moment, the little pig inside was singing. Surrounded by several beautiful girls. Lu Fan observed, this pig certainly knows how to enjoy life. How can it afford such lavish entertainment? Lu Fan pondered, perhaps it sold its tail? Bulma. Immediately, Lu Fan waved his hand over the crystal ball. Instantly, it showcased snippets of Oolong and Bulma's past, from their initial meeting to Oolong moving to the city. There were no overly affectionate moments. Naturally, Bulma was unaware of these past experiences. Let us change it, Bulma urged, providing another name. Lu Fan had not heard this name before, yet the crystal ball revealed the visage of this man. Additionally, it displayed fragments of their history together. This man was Bulma's classmate, who had persistently pursued her. However, after Bulma left school, they lost contact, and there was no intimacy between them. From these snippets, it was clear that it was merely unrequited affection on the part of the classmate. How incredible! Bulma marveled. Let us try with Lu Ping. With a clap, Lu Ping's figure appeared in the crystal ball. He was diligently training in the mountains, striving for the arrival of the Saiyans. Simultaneously, Lu Fan glimpsed past moments between Lu Ping and Bulma through the crystal ball. Lu Fan was already familiar with this story. It was during Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls that she encountered Lu Ping. However, Bulma had no feelings for him, while Lu Ping was smitten at first sight. Subsequently, he also pursued Bulma, yet she held no affection for him. Should I continue? They are all pursuing me. Bulma chuckled. Now you understand just how captivating I am. Don't you? Well, I can offer you a chance to pursue me. Generally, I am the one who captivates others, Lu Fan sighed. You truly put me in a difficult position. Indeed, I am a goddess, Bulma replied with a playful giggle. Lu Fan remarked. I find myself at a loss for words in response to your statements. All right, enough joking around. Can this device really display anyone? Bulma inquired. Indeed it can. Lu Fan nodded. Can we see what Sun Wukong is up to? Bulma asked. You don't know Son Wukong, do you? But I'm certain you've heard of him, as he is also a scion. Chapter 98. Bulma, I am already a god, I do know him. I encountered him in another realm, Lu Fan replied. Huh, when did you meet him? Bulma was taken aback. Just 3 days ago, I had a brief encounter with him. Lu Fan pondered. 3 days ago, were you perhaps seeing things? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. She was well aware that Son Wukong had perished long ago, over 6 months prior. Lu Fan claimed to have seen him 3 days ago. What else could it be but a ghostly apparition? You make a compelling argument. I find myself lacking in retort. Lu Fan acknowledged with a nod. Bulma fell silent. Stop with the jesting. Quickly see how Son Wukong is faring. Bulma urged anxiously. With a swift motion of his hand, Lu Fan conjured forth the image of Son Wukong within the crystal sphere. At that moment, Son Wukong was training on King Kai's planet. King Kai raised his right hand high, a brick appearing above them. Observing Son Wukong, he concentrated, gathering a sphere of energy in his right hand. All right, set off. You must keep pace with the speed of this brick. King Kai commanded. Whoosh. The brick sped away. Son Wukong, focused intently, swung his hand fiercely. Bang. The rapidly advancing brick was obliterated into smithereens. Well done, Son Wukong. I hadn't anticipated your mastery of the spirit bomb to be so refined, King Kai commended, nodding in satisfaction. With the spirit bomb combined with King Kai's fist, if all goes well, you might truly be able to defeat Vegeta. I understand. I will strive to improve, Son Wukong responded. Wow, this is incredible. I can even hear their voices. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Heh, I'm quite impressive, aren't I? Lu Fan remarked, taking a closer look at the past interactions between Son Wukong and Bulma, though they had known each other for quite some time. Contrary to Lu Fan's expectations, Son Wukong had never made any inappropriate advances toward Bulma. Even in later encounters with Master Roshi, he had not targeted Bulma. This was because Bulma had once declared, I have a boyfriend. Now let us take a look at Gohan, Bulma murmured. To be honest, my greatest concern at present is for Son Wukong's son, Gohan. He was taken away by Demon King Piccolo. Lu Fan nodded. Ahem, you may not be aware. But that Demon King Piccolo is exceedingly formidable. He once harbored ambitions of conquering the entire world, only to be defeated by Son Wukong, Bulma explained. Now, I am quite worried about what might happen to Gohan after being taken away. He wouldn't eat him, would he? Lu Fan pondered thoughtfully. Bulma felt utterly disheartened at that moment. Please, don't say such things. If you do, I won't dare to look, she replied. Well, let us take a look then, Lu Fan said, gently waving his hand. With a snap, the image within the crystal ball revealed the figures of Son Gohan and Piccolo. Oh dear, Son Gohan, battered and bruised, was sitting on the ground, groaning in pain. Beside him sat none other than the great Demon King Piccolo. Humph. You finally managed to overcome your habit of crying over the past 6 months, Piccolo chuckled lightly. Hee hee, Son Gohan grinned foolishly and suddenly asked, Uncle Piccolo, did you fight with Dad before? Our battle is far from over. Once I defeat the Scions, your father will be next, Piccolo remarked coolly. But my dad once said that the reincarnated Piccolo is no longer as malevolent as before, Son Gohan replied with a smile. Humph. Piccolo bared his teeth. I think so too. Even though Mom and Grandpa are both quite scared of you, Son Gohan said with a laugh. Enough with the chatter. Get to sleep. Tomorrow's training won't be so easy. Piccolo scolded angrily. Without hesitation, Son Gohan fell asleep. What a silly little brat. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Oh, it seems they are getting along quite well. Perhaps I was worrying unnecessarily, Bulma sighed with relief. I was genuinely concerned that Piccolo might devour Gohan. Who else are we watching? Lu Fan inquired. No more watching, Bulma shook her head. Lu Fan, tell me, what have you been doing these past 20 years? Me? It would take several chapters to explain, Lu Fan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Several chapters? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. If my story were to be written as a novel, with each chapter spanning 2,000 words, the events of these past 20 years would likely require at least 60 chapters. Lu Fan mused. Bulma fell silent. Your description seems apt, she responded. So, could you summarize it for me? Bulma asked. In brief, I have ascended to divinity. Lu Fan beamed. Ascended to divinity? Like the god of earth? Bulma asked, surprised. Let me enlighten you, Lu Fan continued. The god of earth is the lowest tier of deity. And then, Bulma probed. Next is the god of the star system, which is essentially the deity of this particular star system. For instance, the star system that includes Earth is known as the solar system. However, the solar system contains only Earth as a planet with life, Fan explained. In other star systems, there are numerous planets with life. So the status of the star system god is higher than that of a mere planetary god. And above the star system god, Bulma inquired further. Then there is the god of the galaxy, Fan replied. Essentially, the deity of the Milky Way. The Milky Way. Bulma walked to the window, gazing up at the sky and marveled. The Milky Way is vast. Even my father's spacecraft has yet to exit the galaxy. Do you know how immense the Milky Way is? It is said to have a diameter of 100,000 light years. Thus, my destruction is still far from sufficient. I can only intimidate a star in the new universe, Fan nodded. Indeed, the Milky Way's diameter reaches 100,000 light years. Though the devastation that Fan manifested reached a diameter of 1 light year, in the grand scheme of a galaxy, it was utterly minuscule. The cosmos, in its maturity, is replete with galaxies akin to this one. Bulma was bewildered. What are you saying? I don't quite comprehend, she remarked. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Fan replied. Have you ascended to the status of a galactic deity? Bulma inquired. No, my divine rank surpasses that of the galactic deity, Fan stated. What lies beyond the galactic deity? Bulma asked in astonishment. The king of the realm, Fan elucidated. The king of the realm? Bulma was taken aback. The diminutive figure beside Son Wukong is the king of the realm. To be precise, the North King of the realm, Fan explained. There are a total of 5 kings of the realm, categorized into 4, East, West, South, and North, alongside the Grand King of the realm who oversees them. The kings are responsible for managing the respective universes, while the Grand King conveys information to deities of a higher echelon, known as the deity kings. Chapter 99. Angels above you? Are you implying that you are a deity king? Bulma's eyes widened, fixated on Fan. Indeed, you have finally grasped it, Fan nodded. Does this universe truly fall under your dominion? Bulma probed. Bulma, your intellect is remarkable. You are absolutely correct, Fan affirmed. I have spent many years managing our universe. And having elevated it to a certain stature, I now find time to visit you. Bulma fell silent. If this were indeed true, it was utterly terrifying. Is there a deity of an even higher caliber than the deity king? Bulma inquired. There is, Fan confirmed. What? There is more. Haven't you already assumed control over the entire universe? Bulma was astounded. I see. Could it be the grand deity king? Not quite. The deity above the deity king is the angel, Fan responded. Angels? The kind with wings? Bulma asked, momentarily stunned. The angels you refer to are mythical beings from Earth, which differ entirely from the angels I speak of, Fan smiled. Angels above you? Bulma marveled. Indeed, I particularly relish the notion of female angels above me. It's hardly an issue. Fan declared. One day, everything will be reversed. Bulma remarked. I sense you are being playful. The way you steer this conversation leaves me bewildered. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss? You previously mentioned you were courting deities. You cannot be referring to female angels, can you? Bulma's heart quivered as she gazed at Fan. You are correct, Fan admitted, having nothing to conceal. It was better to inform Bulma of such matters sooner rather than later. Bulma retorted. Could you not fabricate a lie to deceive me? Why then would you return to seek me? Bulma was displeased. Deities possess their own essence. While mortals have theirs, they are distinctly different, Fan asserted. Bulma fell into a momentary silence. By the way, Fan, are you aware of Wukong's circumstances? Bulma queried. If you truly are a deity, you must know what transpires on Earth, correct? Indeed, I am already aware. There exists nothing in this universe that eludes my understanding. Fan nodded. Bulma was rendered speechless. Your words seem familiar. I recall hearing something akin to this before. It was from that cat sage. He once uttered similar sentiments. So, what of the Prince Vegeta, who is in your company? Bulma inquired. He departed midway, Fan responded with a smile. And it is worth mentioning that among the 2 scions who have come to Earth, one is indeed him. Aren't there 3 scions? Bulma blinked in confusion. The other is myself, Fan chuckled. Bulma fell silent. Therefore, if you are a deity, you can vanquish both of them, correct? Bulma questioned. You must understand, Bulma, that the conflicts among humans and the existence of Earth are merely normal phenomena within the vast universe, Fan elucidated. After all that talk, it seems you are reluctant to take action. Bulma huffed. Fear not. I can ensure your safety, Fan smiled reassuringly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Bulma, it is Mother. The voice of BG and I resonated from outside. Mother, The door isn't locked. Please come in, Bulma replied. The door swung open as Vegeta and I entered. The moment she stepped inside, her gaze fell upon Fan beside Bulma. Oh my, is that you, Fan? You've grown so much. Vegeta and I exclaimed in astonishment. Good day, Auntie, Fan responded with politeness. When did you return? Vegeta and I inquired with concern. Having been away for 20 years, Bulma has missed you dearly. Bulma interjected, Mother, are you an ally or a hindrance? Yes, I have missed Bulma as well. Fan smiled. Humph, what you miss is the angel. Bulma pouted, feeling sullen. Angel? Who might that be? Vegeta and I was taken aback. Mother, do not pry so much. Bulma huffed. Fan, what have you been up to all these years? Are you still traversing the universe? Vegeta and I asked. One could say that. I have been tirelessly saving our universe these past years, Fan replied earnestly. Fan's words were indeed true. Over the years, he had been safeguarding the 7th universe. Were it not for Fan, the comprehensive level index of the 7th universe would have ranked second to last among all universes. The comprehensive level index mentioned here does not pertain to the combat prowess of each universe. Rather, it signifies the equilibrium of the universe. For a universe to thrive over the long term, essential balance is of utmost importance. As the Grand Priest has articulated, if the number of humans and life forms in this universe becomes excessive, the resources will gradually deplete to a point of scarcity. Conversely, if there are too few humans and life forms, the universe will slowly lose vitality. Thus, mastering this balance is crucial. This is also the primary duty of the Destroyer Gods and the Kaishins. Saving the universe is indeed a noble aspiration. Vegeta and I found herself at a loss for words and could only respond, Since you have returned, make sure to spend quality time with Bulma. That is precisely my intention. Auntie, Fan nodded. Bulma remained silent as the days passed by. Approximately 15 days later, the dragon of Earth manifested. The sky darkened suddenly, and the dragon appeared before Goku. Had he been resurrected? Bulma looked up at the heavens. Indeed, for tomorrow morning, those two scions would arrive on Earth. Fan nodded. What? So soon? That's earlier than expected, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. On the following day at 11 a.m., Nappa's spaceship finally descended upon Earth. Boom. A spherical spacecraft plummeted from the sky, crashing into the outskirts of East City. A large meteorite crater formed on the asphalt road, and several vehicles around it were left toppled. The nearby residents were terrified. What just happened? It seems something has fallen from the sky. Look, it's a round object. Many gathered around the edge of the crater, craning their necks to peer inside. Creak. The hatch of Nappa's spaceship opened, and he stepped out. His arrival was immediately sensed by Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others. Who is he? A big bald head. Is he an alien? He resembles us, but his attire is rather peculiar. Could he really be an extraterrestrial? Many Earthlings murmured among themselves. Nappa's lips curled into a slight grin. Hee. Let me give you a little welcoming gift. Chapter 100. Nappa arrives on Earth. Boom. Nappa brought his index and middle fingers together and thrust them upward. A surge of immense energy radiated from him, expanding wildly in all directions. A thunderous explosion resounded, and East City was instantly reduced to rubble. Prince Vegeta, I have successfully arrived on Earth and even delivered a little gift, Nappa communicated to Vegeta via his scouter. Humph. Do as you please, just leave Kakarot for me. Handle the rest as you see fit, Vegeta replied dismissively. Perfect. I can warm up. I will go find them, starting with the one who killed Raditz. Nappa declared, pressing a button on the scouter to detect the battle power levels on the planet. Then, Nappa paused slightly. What is it? Vegeta inquired. How strange. There are not just one or two responses with a battle power exceeding 1,000, Nappa remarked, slightly taken aback. Humph, there's nothing strange about that. They must have been training hard over the past year, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. It's merely a little over 1,000. With your battle power, you can easily crush them. You are correct, Vegeta, Nappa nodded. I've found them, two of the strongest battle power readings in the same location. I'll go have some fun with them. Whoosh. Nappa soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Piccolo and Gohan. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, the gravity on Earth is remarkably low. I feel incredibly agile. Nappa laughed maniacally. Vegeta ignored him, as if it were absurd to suggest he had never set foot on Earth. Only one person has arrived. Piccolo said solemnly. He intends to come here. Yes, Gohan replied nervously. Fan, could you show me that ball you mentioned? Bulma urged. Fan responded, I'm not sure which ball you're referring to. Is it appropriate to bring it out in front of you? Isn't it a bit premature? Hey, Lu Fan, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Bulma insisted. Which ball? Lu Fan asked. Of course, the one pertaining to the Scions. Bulma said, momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Clarify that. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings. Lu Fan said, wiping his brow. Hey, what are you thinking? Bulma snapped. Your kin are invading Earth, and you still dare to make such trivial jokes? I'm not joking, Lu Fan grinned. Bulma sighed. I wonder when Goku will return. Lu Fan produced a crystal ball, and Bulma immediately gazed into its depths. Within the orb, the figure of Nappa materialized, hurtling toward the direction of Piccolo and Gohan. Where is he headed? Bulma inquired. Towards Gohan and Piccolo, Lu Fan replied. Quick, switch to Gohan and Piccolo. Check if they are prepared. If not, we must find a way to warn them. Can this thing communicate with them? Bulma asked. Yes. Lu Fan nodded, switching the view to Gohan and Piccolo, explaining, to communicate, simply tap on the surface. That fellow isn't frightening. We are significantly stronger than we were a year ago, Piccolo reassured Gohan, removing his cloak and headband. Right. Gohan nodded, albeit a bit apprehensive. Excellent. It seems they are aware that the Scion is heading their way. Bulma exhaled in relief. What? Is something approaching from that direction? Piccolo's expression shifted abruptly, as he sensed another presence approaching. Weren't we told only one Scion was coming? Gohan exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, Krillin's figure appeared in the sky, descending rapidly to land beside Piccolo and Gohan. Is that a Scion? Gohan gasped. Piccolo recognized Krillin at once. Hey, long time no see, Piccolo, Krillin greeted. Oh, it's you. I remember you. You were sent flying by that guy named Raditz with a single swipe. You're quite fragile, Piccolo smirked dismissively. Let us not dig up old wounds. Though I may be weak, you're exaggerating my frailty, Krillin retorted. What brings you here? Piccolo asked again. You're only a hindrance here. You're of no use. So you might as well leave. Don't say that. I've made significant progress. Perhaps I'll be the one to ultimately defeat the Scions. Krillin chuckled heartily. Humph. Suit yourself, Piccolo shrugged, no longer attempting to dissuade him. If you wish to court death, that is your prerogative. Are there any other fools planning to come here? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, everyone shall arrive. I am the closest, hence my early presence. Krillin nodded. I remember now. You are Son Gohan from Master Roshi's, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. I am Krillin. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Goku in his youth, he smiled. My father often speaks of you, mentioning that although you are small in stature, your prowess is formidable, Gohan replied. To call me small is quite absurd. He must think himself very tall. Krillin retorted with mild irritation. Will you join us in battle? Gohan inquired with excitement. Indeed, Krillin affirmed, then asked quietly. Training alongside someone like Piccolo must have been quite challenging, right? When he first took you away, I feared he intended to consume you. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, quickly defending Piccolo. Actually, Uncle Piccolo is a good person. Enough of this idle chatter. That fellow has already arrived, Piccolo stated coldly. The three instantly looked skyward. They beheld a silhouette in the sky. This individual also possesses a bald head, Piccolo remarked. Krillin asked, Piccolo, what do you mean? Is that fellow a Scion? His energy is overwhelmingly powerful. Feeling his aura up close is indeed terrifying. I wonder if my technique will be effective against him. Krillin murmured. With a crash, Nappa descended before the trio. It seems you can hardly wait, he said with a grin. Indeed, Piccolo scoffed. From your tone, I can deduce that you are the one who killed Raditz. Am I correct? Nappa chuckled. Then, through his scouter, addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, I have found the one responsible for Raditz's demise. This individual appears to be a Namekian. Chapter 101. Vegeta, leave Kakarot to me, Humph. There's nothing remarkable about that. I am well aware he is a Namekian, Vegeta responded nonchalantly. He had previously visited Earth and the Namekian planet, thus finding Namekians on Earth was hardly surprising. You already knew? Nappa asked, momentarily taken aback. The Namekian possesses not only exceptional combat abilities, but also an array of astonishing skills. Vegeta scoffed. The Dragon Balls must have been created by him. Who is this fellow speaking to? Krillin inquired, perplexed, as he turned to Piccolo. It seems he is conversing with his companion, someone named Vegeta, Piccolo replied. From his words, Piccolo, it appears you are indeed a Namekian, Krillin added. Piccolo stated. Then I shall eliminate these minions first. Vegeta, you have no objections, I presume? Nappa grinned at Vegeta. Before me stand three individuals, a bald man, a Namekian, and a child, presumably Kakarot's son. You may do as you wish, as long as you leave Kakarot to me, Vegeta replied. Very well, allow me to warm up first, Nappa said, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the trio before him. Come at me together. I intend to vanquish all three of you. As he spoke, Nappa removed the detector from his eyes. If you tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, perhaps I may spare your lives, he chuckled, declaring that the Namekians were nothing more than mere flies to him. Ah, thank you. At last, I have come to understand my true identity. Piccolo responded with a light laugh. Whether I am a fly or not, you shall find out soon enough. It seemed that Nappa had no intention of revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. I am here to seek the Dragon Balls. I wish to become a Super Saiyan. Without your words, how can I locate them? He sneered, his expression growing cold as he donned the detector anew. Pressing a button on the device, he announced, Battle power readings, 985, 1225, 1076. Nappa laughed derisively. You three fools possess such meager combat power, and you dare to challenge me? Piccolo and his companions immediately prepared for battle. You are not worthy to contend with me, Nappa scoffed. Besides, Vegeta will not arrive for quite some time. I shall enjoy playing with you first. There is no need for me to engage personally. My cultivators can easily defeat you. From his pocket, Nappa produced a small vial containing 6 seeds. With a grin, he poked 6 holes in the ground and planted the seeds, pouring a nutrient solution over them. In an instant, 6 peculiar beings emerged from the earth. Oh dear, Lufan remarked. These creatures bear a striking resemblance to Hit. Who is Hit? Bulma asked, slightly taken aback. It is him, Lufan replied, waving his hand. With a snap, Hit's image appeared in the crystal ball. Bulma looked bewildered. Who is this person? Lufan. Does he resemble my brother? He inquired. Brother? You have a brother? Bulma responded, momentarily confused. Of course, I have a brother. He is quite formidable, and I have always held him in high esteem, Lufan said. Is that so? I have never heard you mention a brother, Bulma mused. I will find an opportunity for you to meet him, Lufan promised. All right, Bulma nodded, deciding not to dwell on it further, as the current situation demanded her focus. Stop staring at that purple-skinned fellow. Switch the scene back, she urged. With a swish, the image returned to Nappa and the cultivators. You 6, your target is those 3. Teach them a severe lesson. Nappa commanded the 6 cultivators. Just then, Tien and Kairatsu descended from the sky, followed closely by Yamcha, who rushed in from another direction. Apologies for my tardiness, Yamcha smiled. Wonderful, you all made it, Krillin sighed in relief. Didn't they say there was only 1 Scion, or perhaps 3? Tien queried. Those cultivators are not Scions, Krillin clarified. Humph, there are 6 of you, and coincidentally, I also have 6 cultivators. Shall we take turns battling? That seems much more entertaining. After all, Nappa chuckled. Enough of your arrogance. Do you wish to play games here? Let's get serious. Piccolo barked angrily. Hold your temper, isn't this quite good? Goku has yet to arrive, Krillin hastily advised. All right, I shall go first, Tien declared, cracking his knuckles and stepping forward, ready for combat. Ha ha. If only you knew how powerful my cultivators are, you would surely be terrified. Nappa laughed uproariously, pointing at the first cultivator in line. You will go in order. Go for it, Tien. Den encouraged. The cultivator and Tien faced each other. With a shrill cry, the cultivator lunged at Tien. Tien swiftly countered with a palm strike, landing a direct hit on the cultivator's body, sending it hurtling backwards. Tien quickly pursued the fallen cultivator. As it hit the ground, its head suddenly split open, releasing a torrent of white liquid. Tien dodged in a hurry. What is that disgusting substance? Bulma exclaimed. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, Lufan remarked, wiping his brow. What do you mean? Bulma asked, perplexed. You will understand in due time, Lufan replied. Understand? I have no idea what you're talking about. Bulma shot a glance at Lufan. The white liquid splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it and creating a deep pit. How terrifying. Is this substance truly capable of such corrosion? Bulma gasped. Krillin and Den trembled in fear. If that were to hit us, it would surely be agonizing, even if it didn't kill us. Hey! Tien quickly launched a powerful elbow strike that connected solidly with the cultivator's face. The cultivator's head grotesquely contorted before it collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly defeated. Nappa was left astonished. What happened? Has it failed so soon? Chapter 102. Nappa takes the stage. Wonderful. Den exclaimed, jumping for joy. As expected of Tien, Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Tien smiled gently. The cultivator gritted its teeth, and stood up again. Brother Tien, that fellow has risen once more. Din cried out. Spirit Bomb. Tien suddenly extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy. Boom. The energy wave struck the cultivator directly, enveloping it in smoke before it crashed to the ground, completely vanquished. Naba remarked. I never anticipated losing the first round so swiftly. Well, your prowess has indeed impressed me. Your combat power soared to an impressive 1500. No wonder that cultivator was no match for you. Naba sneered. All right, you have won the first round. Let us proceed to the next battle. Who's next? Hurry up. Great job, Tien. Bulma cheered. Well fought. Lufan nodded in satisfaction, offering a brief assessment. Now, let me take my turn. Krillin stepped forward. No, I shall go. It is time to conclude this game, Lepin interjected, restraining Krillin. Leping, I shall proceed. Krillin, you have already been revived by the Dragon Balls once. Should misfortune befall you again, there will be no second chance. Leping urged, it is best if I take the risk. Krillin, upon reflection, quickly withdrew the step he had taken forward. Leping remarked, you truly are quite ungrateful. Drawing in a deep breath, Leping strode ahead. Suddenly, he accelerated his pace. In the next moment, both Leping and the training partner vanished from sight. Gone. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Fool, they are engaged in rapid motion. If you attune yourself to their energy, you will perceive their presence, Piccolo advised. Gohan came to a realization. Bang. Leping soon clashed with the training partner. The two engaged in an intense confrontation. After several exchanges, Leping soared to a great height, positioning himself directly above the training partner. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from Leping's hands, striking the training partner squarely. As the training partner descended, white smoke billowed from his form, signaling his impending defeat. What? Defeated again? Nappa felt disheartened and turned to Vegeta, saying, these training partners are not particularly formidable. Two have already been vanquished. Humph, cease your chatter. We shall meet again in 8 hours, Vegeta retorted, removing his scouter in frustration. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa heard the sound of the connection severing from the scouter. A slight smirk appeared on Nappa's face. Vegeta, splendid. You chose to end the call, allowing me to seek the Dragon Balls instead. My previous words were merely to vex you. Those creatures are not as powerful as you presume. Let me assist in dispatching the remaining 4 as well, Leping scoffed. Just as he finished speaking, the training partner leapt from the pit and embraced Leping. Leping's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. The training partner detonated. Piccolo and Krillin's faces paled in fear. Self-destruction? Bulma averted her gaze in dread. When the smoke cleared, Leping lay in a pit, lifeless. Is he dead? Bulma inquired. Indeed. Lufan nodded. Fortunately, Leping has not perished before. The Dragon Balls should be able to revive him, Bulma stated. Lufan remained silent, offering no opinion. What a formidable opponent. Capable of self-detonation, Piccolo marveled. Leping. Krillin rushed towards Leping's side, inspecting him with a grim countenance. He is gone. The onlookers fell into silence. Leping must have had an ominous premonition to take my place. How can I face Bulma? Krillin gritted his teeth. Given such a powerful training partner resulted in a stalemate. You should count yourselves fortunate, Nappa exclaimed. Damn it. Everyone step aside and witness the fruits of my training. Krillin huffed, arms outstretched as he gathered energy. Boom. 2 streams of flames erupted from Krillin's hand, converging to form a singularity of energy. This potent force surged directly towards Naba and the remaining cultivators. The onlookers hastily dodged out of the way. Naba remained motionless, attempting to catch this orb of energy with his hand. Is this meager display of combat prowess meant to impress me? Just as Naba extended his hand to grasp the energy, Krillin raised his hand, directing the energy skyward. Naba was momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Suddenly, the energy detonated in midair, splitting into 5 brilliant flames that plummeted towards Naba and the 4 cultivators below. Boom, boom, boom. With resounding impacts, Naba and 3 of the cultivators were struck, though one managed to narrowly escape. Success! We hit them, Jiaozi exclaimed with excitement. But one got away, Krillin remarked with a smile. Truly impressive, Son Gohan added, feeling elated. In the next instant, a cultivator suddenly emerged from the smoke, lunging towards Son Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted with alarm. Oh no, it's that monster. Be careful. It might self-destruct. Tianjinhan shouted. With a swift motion, Piccolo reached forward, seizing the cultivator's arm. The cultivator's elongated claws were mere centimeters from Gohan, nearly inflicting harm. Dare to seek your demise? Piccolo scoffed, delivering a powerful punch to the cultivator. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the cultivator soaring into the air. Roaring, Piccolo unleashed a beam of energy that enveloped the cultivator, reducing it to mere ashes, leaving not even a bone behind. Piccolo is truly formidable. He lives up to his reputation as the Demon King, Bulma marveled. Quite intriguing, Lufon nodded, though to him, it resembled a child's brawl, devoid of any technical finesse. Bulma remained silent. You may express whatever you wish, I shall simply listen. After all, you are the greatest deity in this universe, are you not? Humph. The greatest deity does not swoop in to save the earth? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Krillin wore a look of astonishment. I thought after a year of training, I would be nearly equal to Piccolo, but in comparison, I am worlds apart. Tien Jinhan couldn't help but smile wryly. Impressive indeed. Chapter 103. Naba, is this your Super Saiyan form? Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to rush your thanks. This is merely a warm-up before battle. Piccolo grunted. Not bad, Namekian. You are far more remarkable than I had anticipated. Naba's voice echoed from within the distant haze. The faces of Krillin and the others turned pale. Wasn't he injured? Tien Jinhan asked solemnly. But you attacked him head-on. Jiaozi trembled with fear. I unleashed my full energy. Are Scions truly this powerful? Krillin felt a foreboding sense of dread. The game has reached its conclusion, and now I shall personally obliterate you. Naba strides forward. An overwhelming surge of energy emanating from him. His laughter echoes maniacally, causing the very ground to tremble violently. It is utterly terrifying. Krillin is drenched in cold sweat. What on earth? Piccolo's pupils constrict, engulfed by an abyss of despair. A golden flame materializes around Naba, electric arcs dancing about him. Wasn't this fellow wishing to become a Super Saiyan? Now he has transcended to Super Saiyan 2, reflects Rofan. Super Saiyan, is that the wish you made with Vegeta long ago? Bulma inquires, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Rofan nods. It has been 20 years, yet you still recall. Of course I remember. I am a genius, after all. Many things remain vividly etched in my memory, Bulma replies with a smile. Wait, are you implying he has already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Just teasing you. His appearance bears some resemblance to a Super Saiyan, Rofan clarifies. Come on. Don't scare me like that at this moment. Bulma retorts, her eyes wide. Ha ha ha, attack. Naba bellows, charging towards Tien. Instinctively, Tien raises his arm to block the assault. Bang. Naba's punch lands squarely, severing Tien's arm. A scream escapes Tien as blood sprays from the severed limb. Let me deal with you first. Naba chuckles darkly, launching another punch at Tien. Yet, Tien ascends into the sky, evading the blow. You scoundrel! Tien shouts in fury. Whoosh. Naba swiftly propels himself upward, executing a spinning kick that sends Tien plummeting to the ground. Thud. Tien crashes down, dazed and disoriented. You still possess quite a bit of vitality. You haven't succumbed yet, Naba observes with a slight grin. Hang in there, Tien. Bulma exclaims in alarm. Rofan remains silent. Should he intervene? Over the past 2 decades, Rofan has witnessed countless farewells between life and death. As a god of destruction, he often annihilates planets teeming with life, including those inhabited by humans. The presence of humanity inevitably leads to such farewells. Even the most nefarious humans experience similar fates. Yet, Rofan is compelled to destroy them, for their existence would impose a greater strain on the universe's resources. It mirrors the time when Beerus commanded Frieza to obliterate Planet Vegeta. The reasoning is fundamentally the same. The existence of Scions on Planet Vegeta would significantly disrupt the cosmic equilibrium. Thus, Rofan harbors no animosity towards Beerus. It is simply his duty. Now, witnessing these warriors poised to meet their demise, Rofan feels an eerie calmness. After all, they will be resurrected. Saving them now would be an exercise in futility. The journey to Namek is inevitable. This beast, Krillin can no longer bear to watch and rushes towards the fray. Leave him be. He is beyond saving. Piccolo shouts, You insufferable. After Krillin uttered these words, he swiftly advanced towards the direction of Tien, that meddlesome little bald head. Nappa let out a cold snort and casually flicked his hand. Boom. A surge of energy struck directly in front of Krillin's path, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. Krillin narrowly escaped being hit, sitting on the edge of the pit with a face full of shock and terror. Is this guy even human? Wait, where's Dent? Krillin suddenly snapped back to reality. He had been right beside me moments ago. Could he have been killed? What did you just say? Tien's expression changed dramatically. Just then, Dend came flying in from a distance, landing squarely on Nappa's back. Dend! Krillin exclaimed. Tien's eyes filled with despair. What do you think you're doing? You little pest? Get off me. Nappa desperately tried to grab Dend off his back, but his short arms could not reach him. What are you doing, Dend? Get away from him. Tien shouted. Goodbye, Tien, you must survive. Dend replied. Boom. A tremendous energy erupted from Dend, resulting in a self-detonation. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area where Nappa stood. Dend! Tien cried out, his pupils constricting. Even Dend is dead, Bulma said solemnly. The little guy perished along with that scion. How brave. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief. As the smoke in the sky gradually dispersed, it revealed Nappa's body. Entirely unscathed. You have all wasted your efforts. You truly do not comprehend the terror of a scion. Nappa chuckled lightly. Piccolo and the others widened their eyes. A profound astonishment evident in their expressions. It didn't even kill him. Not only did it fail to kill him, but even his armor remained intact. After I eradicate that three-eyed monster, I will leisurely deal with you all. Nappa smiled. Dend, having been revived once by the Dragon Balls, cannot be brought back again. Tien trembled violently. Hey, three-eyed monster, I will soon send you to meet your companions in the afterlife. You should be grateful to me. Nappa laughed heartily. Listen, there's a flaw in his attack. Piccolo suddenly exclaimed. We will wait for the right moment. With that, Piccolo shared his battle plan with Krillin and Gohan. All right. Krillin nodded gravely. Die, three-eyed freak. Nappa dove down from the sky, intent on killing Tien. Tien, however, was not idle. He secretly gathered energy for a Kamehameha wave. Chapter 104. The only hope for victory. Whoosh. Just as Nappa was about to reach Tien, Piccolo suddenly appeared beside him and delivered a powerful punch to Nappa's face. Nappa was sent flying backward. Whoosh. Krillin quickly moved in to deliver a follow-up strike, his fists clenched tight, landing a heavy blow that knocked Nappa from the air. Gohan. It's your turn, attack quickly. Krillin shouted. Hurry. Piccolo urged. Son Gohan. I'm so scared. Son Gohan trembled with fear. Gohan. Piccolo called out. Gohan's trembling intensified, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Krillin exclaimed, Is this Goku's son? Why is he so cowardly? Let's attack. Piccolo decisively suggested. In the next moment, Krillin and Piccolo unleashed their ultimate techniques, hurtling towards the direction of Nappa. Nappa swiftly adjusted his body in midair, evading both attacks effortlessly. Damn it, he dodged. Krillin lamented. We missed our chance. Nappa wiped the blood from his face, a chilling smile spreading across his lips as he chuckled. You've done well. I had intended to spare your lives, but since you've forced my hand, I shall not kill you in order. Dumpling, I will avenge you. I won't let you be alone. Tien shouted, gazing at Nappa in the sky, his energy wave charged to its peak. Wait for me, Dumpling. I'm coming down to join you. Kikaho. A powerful surge of energy enveloped Nappa. He broke into a cold sweat. What immense energy. However, Nappa remained unscathed. Tien looked up at Nappa, despair washing over him. You little three-eyed freak. You're quite formidable, Nappa sighed in relief. With a sudden crash, Tien collapsed. Soon devoid of life. What a waste, Nappa chuckled. Goku, hurry back. Krillin shouted desperately. Is this guy immortal? Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. Gohan trembled in fright as well. With Tien now gone, it felt like a nightmare. One by one, they were falling. Krillin's voice grew somber as he yelled, Goku, please come back. I'm begging you. Hey, Rofan, what are you going to do? Are you really going to stand by and watch? Bulma inquired. Don't worry. The Dragon Balls on Namek can revive them, Rofan replied with a smile. But what if Piccolo dies? How can we get to Namek then? Bulma asked, recalling how she and Vegeta had been transported there by Shenron. Now I can teleport instantly. I can reach Namek in a heartbeat, Rofan assured her with a grin. Is teleportation like when you suddenly appeared in my bathroom? Bulma realized. Yes, exactly like that, Rofan confirmed with a nod. Bulma remarked, Hey, another one has fallen. Next. It will be your turn. Nappa sneered. As for that Namekian, I can spare you a breath, just for you. We only have a slim chance of victory. Piccolo gritted his teeth. If we succeed. Oh, are you concocting a battle strategy? It's futile. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are in vain. Nappa bellowed with laughter. Since you wish to discuss tactics, I shall observe closely. Krillin, you distract him. Piccolo commanded. Then I'll seize his weakness, the tail, while he struggles. And Gohan will deliver a full-force strike. Yes, yes, Son Gohan nodded vigorously, assuring, "This time, I shall not falter." "That is reassuring. You must understand that the fate of Earth rests firmly in your hands," Piccolo affirmed. "Gohan, you must have faith in yourself. Your strength far surpasses mine." Gohan, however, did not absorb the gravity of this statement, his heart racing noticeably. "Have we reached a consensus?" asked Nappa with a grin. "The time for leniency has passed. Now I shall eliminate all three of you." "Very well, let the battle commence," Krillin shouted, charging forward with determination. Nappa, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "What is this? You dare to attack me?" "Aya!" Krillin unleashed a fierce battle cry, channeling a powerful energy wave toward the ground. He then ascended into the sky. Nappa looked perplexed. "What exactly do you intend to do?" he inquired, gazing up at Krillin. Suddenly, Piccolo darted forward and seized Nappa's tail. Nappa was momentarily stunned. "So that's how it is. Gohan, it's your turn," Piccolo commanded. "Wah!" Son Gohan quickly surged upward. "This is brilliant. It's the tail," Bulma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "But don't celebrate too soon," Ruffin cautioned, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Bulma asked, bewildered. "By the way, Ruffin, where is your tail?" "I lack a tail," Ruffin replied. Bulma was momentarily speechless. "What do you mean by I lack a tail? It's as if you have several." "Fool," Nappa scoffed, delivering a swift elbow strike to Piccolo's crown. "Isn't the tail your weakness? Have you truly overcome it?" Gohan, who was poised to strike Nappa, abruptly halted at this sight. Krillin, too, was left dumbfounded. "Hey, don't die on me. I have more questions." Nappa chuckled, relieved that Piccolo merely fainted and would soon awaken. He then dropped Piccolo to the ground. "What is happening? Has he truly conquered his weakness?" Krillin pondered gravely. "Is this akin to how Goku overcame his tail's vulnerability?" "Humph. Do you think I would neglect my own weaknesses?" Nappa smirked at Krillin. "Even the strongest on Earth is but a fragile being." Despair washed over Krillin as he felt hopeless. "Let this fool rest a while. I shall have my fun with Kakaroto's son." Nappa laughed heartily, striding towards Son Gohan. Gohan trembled in fear. With a swift kick, Nappa sent Gohan soaring into the air. A second later, Nappa swatted Gohan down to the ground. Gohan staggered to his feet, bravely wiping the blood from his lips. Chapter 105. Nappa, Ruffin, save me now, this is more like it. This is how it should be. Nappa bellowed with laughter, charging once more at Son Gohan. "You scoundrel." Krillin raced in from a distance, delivering a powerful kick to Nappa's rugged face. Bang! Immediately following, Krillin delivered a punch that sent Nappa hurtling backward. Without hesitation, Krillin surged forward, intent on continuing his assault. However, Nappa, quick to respond, executed several somersaults mid-air before landing firmly on his feet, fully prepared to counter. A change washed over Krillin's expression. In a swift motion, he evaded Nappa's strike, rolling several times across the ground to create distance between them. "Little bald head, you seem rather pleased with yourself." Nappa seethed, his teeth gritted in frustration. Feeling humiliated by the antics of such a diminutive adversary, "Let me show you how I deal with pests." With a swift motion, Nappa charged toward Krillin. "Come on, Krillin." Bulma clenched her fists in encouragement. Suddenly, Krillin raised his hand, conjuring a flattened orb of energy. "Spirit Slash," he proclaimed, sweeping his arm forward as the energy projectile surged toward Nappa. The Spirit Slash whirled through the air with immense force. Observing the incoming attack, a derisive smile crept across Nappa's face. "Humph, a mere parlor trick. I shall remain right here. You cannot harm me." As the Spirit Slash drew nearer, its presence became undeniable. With a muffled thud, it cleaved Nappa in two, his upper and lower halves separating as he collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing violently. Krillin stood in stunned silence, while Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Piccolo remained dazed, and Bulma's mouth fell agape. "Am I mistaken? Did Krillin just kill that scion?" Ruffin, equally taken aback, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Yet upon reflection, the outcome seemed less surprising. With Vegeta absent from the scene, it was indeed a daunting task for Nappa to contend with them alone. Moreover, lacking Vegeta's counsel, Nappa foolishly attempted to withstand the Spirit Slash, ultimately leading to his demise. Is it truly over? Bulma wondered, still grappling with disbelief. Krillin rubbed his eyes, overwhelmed with incredulity. A being of such formidable power, who had dispatched so many of their allies, had perished at his hands. If only I had utilized this technique sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. He lamented regretfully. With a final gasp, Nappa lay severed on the ground, blood pooling around him, his life force waning. Krillin remained in a daze, staring at Nappa's twitching form. Is he truly on the brink of death? Will he recover? Clenching his jaw, Krillin bravely approached. You scoundrel! You bald fiend! How could such a powerful being succumb to your hand? Nappa lamented bitterly. If I were to fall to someone stronger than I would accept my fate. But to perish at the hands of this little bald head, how can I bear it? Please, save me. I believe I can still be saved. Uncle Clint, he won't recover. Will he? Son Gohan stammered as he approached. Just to be safe, let's obliterate his lower half. Clint gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. Boom. The energy collided with Nappa's lower body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Nappa's lower half was shattered beyond repair. Clint breathed a sigh of relief. Nappa, now engulfed in despair, lamented, even if I were to be healed, my lower half would be transformed into a machine. That little bald-headed brat. I will haunt you even in death. Humph. Little bald one, don't think this means you are out of the woods. In approximately 7 hours, my comrades will return to Earth. When that time comes, they will surely avenge me. What did you say? Clint's expression shifted, realizing another scion was on their way to Earth. Humph. Nappa scoffed, feeling his life slipping away. Will there be more? Just 1 or 2. Clint mustered the courage to inquire. 1 more is sufficient. He will easily eliminate you. Nappa retorted. Just as Nappa's words hung in the air, Lufan appeared as a crimson flash, materializing on the scene. Nappa was taken aback. What? A scion? Clint gasped, his face paling as he hurriedly stepped back. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Lufan, you finally arrived. Though I don't know how you got here, Nappa chuckled. Quickly find a way to save me. I believe I can still be salvaged. Who said I came to rescue you? Lufan replied. Rest assured, Lufan continued. You. Nappa pointed at Lufan, his body convulsing violently once more. Crack. With a sudden tilt of his head, Nappa succumbed to death. Clint, while relieved, immediately heightened his vigilance, fixating his gaze on Lufan. Bulma rubbed her eyes. Why is Lufan inside the crystal ball? Did he teleport to the scene? It's truly instantaneous travel. Are you his accomplice? Clint asked anxiously. Don't be alarmed. I am Bulma's boyfriend, Lufan smiled. Huh, Bulma's boyfriend? Clint was momentarily stunned, scratching his bald head. Since when did I acknowledge you as my boyfriend? Bulma interjected. Oh, I recall now. Indeed, Bulma mentioned long ago that she had a boyfriend. It turns out to be you, Clint realized, a puzzled expression crossing his face. How did you just appear? Why does this scion know you? Because I am also a scion, Lufan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Clint felt a wave of dread wash over him, his complexion turning pale. Having just vanquished one scion, he was now confronted with another, who happened to be Bulma's boyfriend. Should he engage in battle with him? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you. To me, you are merely ants engaged in a skirmish, and thus, I shall refrain from participating, Lufan remarked with a smile. Have you ever witnessed humans intervening in an ant fight? Typically, they only do so out of boredom, prodding them apart with a blade of grass. Son Wufan and Krillin chimed in. You speak as if you possess immense strength, Krillin remarked, yet I sense your energy is rather ordinary. Chapter 106. Awaiting with patience in approximately 7 hours, a scion named Vegeta will descend upon Earth. It is best for Goku to confront him, Lufan continued. Your task is rather simple. Ensure the battlefield is tidied up, gather the deceased together, and later journey to Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls for their resurrection. Wait, they can be revived? Krillin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. But Chaozu has died twice already. Indeed, Lufan nodded. I have come to convey that you must patiently await Goku's return here, without wandering off, and then face Vegeta. What about you? Krillin inquired curiously. In an instant, Lufan vanished through teleportation. Krillin pondered. How did he move so swiftly? Where did he go? Bewildered, he wondered, are we to wait here for our demise? Will Goku truly return? Shortly after Lufan's departure, Piccolo finally regained consciousness, gritting his teeth as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the dismembered body of Nappa, and rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he was astonished. This scion has been killed? Piccolo approached Nappa's lifeless form, now certain of the scion's demise. Uncle Piccolo, you're awake. Are you all right? Son Wufan rushed forward with concern. What happened? How did he die? I cut him in half. Krillin sheepishly scratched his head. What did you say? You cleaved him in two. Piccolo stared at Krillin in shock, his eyes wide. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Krillin is truly formidable. Son Wufan exclaimed eagerly. He executed a technique called the Keyblade Slash, and severed this fellow in half. Keyblade slash. What is that? Piccolo queried, having not witnessed the event. Let me show you, Krillin said, raising his hand and concentrating once more to summon another Keyblade slash. With a swift motion, he released the attack, which swiftly spiraled away. Swoosh. The Keyblade slash sliced through a distant rocky outcrop with a resounding crash. That technique is indeed impressive, Piccolo acknowledged. However, the speed of your attack leaves much to be desired. The fellow did not evade. He braced himself and was simply cleaved by me, Krillin remarked, a mixture of pride and bemusement. Piccolo fell silent, contemplating. That bald giant did appear rather foolish. It was surprising how easily he was dispatched. Well done. Piccolo patted Krillin on the head. Heh, it was merely a stroke of luck, Krillin replied with a grin. Krillin chuckled, but soon his expression turned grave. However, it would be unwise to celebrate prematurely, for that individual had mentioned, just before his demise, that another scion would arrive on Earth in approximately 7 hours. What? Another scion? Piccolo's countenance shifted dramatically. Once this scion arrives, we must devise a way to draw his attention, and then I shall use the spirit slash to eliminate him, Krillin suggested. That plan is quite sound. We have 7 hours to recuperate and restore our strength, Piccolo proposed. Very well. I shall summon Master Roshi to prepare the bodies of our companions for revival, Krillin contemplated. Understood. I will inform Master Roshi, he concluded. Just then, Bulma's voice resonated through the scene. Gohan and Piccolo were equally astonished, scanning the area for Bulma's presence. Yet, there was no sign of her. Is that you, Bulma? Krillin called out. Where are you speaking from? I am, of course, at home. Bulma replied to Krillin, stating, I will contact Master Roshi to have him collect the bodies. You should focus on replenishing your energy. It seems we are out of senza beans. What a shame. Krillin nodded, then suddenly realized, what? Bulma, you are at home? Your residence is at least 10,000 kilometers from this battlefield. Have you developed some new device? No more chatter. Just make sure to rest well. Bulma interrupted and ended the call. Lufon had returned. Lufon, quickly switch the feed to Master Roshi's house, Bulma instructed. I must say, this crystal ball of yours is truly remarkable. Can't you just call him directly? This switching is rather cumbersome, Lufon sighed. I saw you wave your hand to switch the screen. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Bulma inquired. Doesn't switching consume energy? Lufon retorted confidently. All right, I shall make a call instead, Bulma conceded, acknowledging Lufon's point, although the energy consumed was negligible. It's merely a trifling amount of energy. Is a phone call truly necessary? Are you not aware that calls incur costs? Bulma exclaimed, spraying Lufon with spittle. Cough, cough. Your family is the wealthiest in the world. Do you truly care about such a paltry phone bill? Lufon wiped his brow. Humph, you have bested me this time, Bulma remarked, stepping aside to make the call. The call connected swiftly. Bulma relayed the events that had transpired to Master Roshi in detail. Upon hearing the outcome, Master Roshi was left bewildered for several seconds. The one who had defeated that scion was neither Piccolo, nor Gohan, the son of Goku, nor even Goku himself, who had yet to return, but rather that little rascal, Krillin. Ha ha. Krillin has truly absorbed my teachings. Master Roshi laughed heartily. It seems you are familiar with that spirit slash as well, Bulma rolled her eyes. Of course I am. It was I who imparted it to him, Master Roshi grinned. Why don't you showcase it for me? Bulma suggested with a smile. Let's discuss that later. The power of that technique is immense, and I shall not wield it lightly, Master Roshi replied earnestly. Stop boasting and hurry to gather the bodies from the scene. I have a way to bring our fallen comrades back to life, Bulma proposed. And how do you intend to resurrect them? Master Roshi inquired, suddenly remembering that Tien and Yamcha were experiencing death for the first time. The Dragon of Earth could indeed grant them revival. But what about Kaiatsu? What will we do about him? He has already died once, he added. Chapter 107. Vegeta arrives on Earth, do not worry. We can summon the dragon from Namek. It is said that this dragon can revive you no matter how many times you have perished, Bulma reassured with a smile. Namek? What is that? Master Roshi asked, perplexed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Now, go and tend to the bodies, Bulma urged. Master Roshi complied without hesitation. Rufin silently observed Bulma's bravado, choosing not to interject. Time passed gradually. Master Roshi piloted a helicopter to transport the bodies of their companions. Before departing, he patted Krillin on the bald head, saying, Well done, Krillin, you haven't brought shame to your master. Hee hee. Krillin chuckled with pride. Nearly 7 hours had elapsed. The Scion's accomplice should be arriving soon, Piccolo remarked solemnly. They should be arriving shortly. Krillin nodded in agreement, adding, there would be no reason for him to deceive us. Is Dad not here yet? Gohan asked anxiously. Why is Goku so late? Krillin replied gravely. If Goku does not arrive in time, we shall proceed with our plan, Piccolo suggested. Krillin nodded seriously, and Gohan concurred. About 10 minutes later, Goku finally emerged at the end of Snake Way. He swiftly dashed into King Yema's hall, where the Kaioshin awaited him. Goku, the Kaioshin called out. Kaioshin? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Quickly seize me, the Kaioshin instructed. Goku promptly moved forward to grasp the Kaioshin's hand. In an instant, the Kaioshin transported Goku back to the sacred realm. All right, I'm ready. My training is complete, Goku smiled. One of the Scions has already been slain by Krillin, and the other is on their way. They should be arriving soon, the Kaioshin explained. Be cautious. Wait, Krillin has already killed a Scion? Goku remarked, surprised. Yes, mainly because that Scion was overly careless. Otherwise, our luck would not have been so fortuitous, the Kaioshin smiled. Ha ha ha, Krillin is truly remarkable. Goku grinned. Leave the remaining Scion to me. I have encountered that individual before, and it might be Vegeta. Vegeta? The Kaioshin was taken aback. I must take my leave. Goku leapt from the sacred hall. As he passed by Karin Tower, Karin casually tossed him 2 senzu beans. These are the last 2 senzu beans. The immortal Karin greeted. Entrusting everything to you. Defeat the Scion who is about to arrive on Earth. Yes, Son Wukong replied, promptly consuming a magical bean. Instantly, his fatigue vanished. Nimbus. Whoosh. The golden cloud soared swiftly from the distance. Son Wukong landed gracefully upon the golden cloud. Long time no see, Nimbus, let us embark. With a grand wave of his hand, Son Wukong commanded. Whoosh. The Nimbus sped towards the direction of Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin. In the vastness of space, aboard Vegeta's spaceship, a warning sound echoed. Approaching Earth. Approaching Earth. Approaching Earth. Vegeta stirred from his slumber. At last, we have arrived on Earth. A subtle smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he pressed the button on the detector. Hello, Nappa, what is the situation on your end? Yet, there was no response from Nappa. Vegeta pondered, strange fellow. What could have transpired? What is he up to? Regardless, my opponent is Kakarot. Let Nappa deal with his own affairs. Vegeta was not concerned that Nappa would be defeated. After all, in Vegeta's eyes, even if Kakarot were to arrive, he would pose no challenge to Nappa. With a power level barely surpassing 400, how could he contend with Nappa? However, those Earthlings have power levels reaching 1,000, and perhaps Kakarot could reach 3,000. I believe that is already his utmost limit. You are merely a lowly warrior. The estimate of 3,000 is already quite generous. Whoosh. The spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere, hurtling downwards. Boom. The spaceship crashed into the Earth, leaving behind a massive crater. However, Vegeta did not land in a city. He descended upon a desolate expanse. This location was devoid of life. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened, and Vegeta emerged, pressing the button on the detector once more to observe the power level readings. Soon, Vegeta detected a human with a power level reaching 5,000. What? A power level of 5,000? Vegeta was slightly taken aback. Is this fellow Kakarot? He is moving at great speed, heading towards the other 3 individuals. Their power levels were 2,600, 1,700, and 1080. There was no indication of Nappa's power level. Had that fellow already perished? How peculiar. It should be impossible. Nappa's maximum power level was at least 7,500. How could he have been defeated? Even that individual with a power level of 5,000 should be no match for Nappa. What on earth is happening? No matter, I shall investigate further. I will rendezvous with you, the one with a power level of 5,000. I sincerely hope you are Kakarot. It would be all the more exhilarating to bully you. Whoosh. Vegeta swiftly soared towards the direction of Gohan and Piccolo. Bang. In Lufan's crystal ball, Vegeta's figure instantly materialized. Is that Vegeta? He has arrived, Bulma said in a hushed tone. Indeed, Lufan nodded. I recall you mentioning that he is supposedly the prince of your Scion race, Bulma remarked. Precisely, Lufan affirmed once more. Can Goku defeat him? Bulma exclaimed. Let us see. This will serve as a trial for Goku as well, Lufan smiled. In a desolate expanse, a formidable aura was approaching. No. 2. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. One is Goku, and the other must be the Scion known as Vegeta, right? Krillin snapped back to reality, his face turning grim. Such immense power. Has my father arrived? Gohan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chapter 108. The second confrontation between Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta, having been closer and possessing a swifter flight speed than the Nimbus, was the first to arrive at the location. Bang! Vegeta landed opposite Piccolo and the others. In the next moment, he spotted the half-dismembered Nappa. Oh, not bad. Who did this? Vegeta grinned at Piccolo and his companions. Krillin felt a wave of panic. Although this guy was shorter than the bald giant, he could distinctly sense his overwhelming strength. Krillin desperately wanted to exclaim, "It wasn't me. You must be the companion this fellow mentioned, right?" Piccolo did not respond to the question, but coldly inquired, "Where is Kakarot?" Vegeta huffed, also refraining from answering the question. "You mean Kakarot refers to Son Goku, correct? He will be here shortly," Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Interesting, Vegeta smiled lightly, choosing not to eliminate the three adversaries immediately. After waiting for scarcely 10 seconds, Son Goku appeared, soaring rapidly from the distance. Bang! He leapt from the Nimbus, landing opposite Vegeta. Indeed, it is Kakarot. In just 5 short months, your battle power has surged to an impressive height of 5,000. Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta and Son Goku's expressions grew solemn. Goku signaled to Piccolo and the others, "I am aware of the situation. I will handle him from here." As he spoke, Goku gently ruffled Gohan's hair. "Father." Gohan looked up at his dad, feeling in this moment that his father was remarkably formidable. "Gohan, you've grown so tall," Goku smiled. "Piccolo. Thank you for taking care of Gohan." "Humph, this little rascal has endured quite a bit under my watch," Piccolo chuckled, then asked, "So, do you feel confident in defeating that guy?" "I don't know, but I will do my utmost," Goku replied. "Goku, you must give it your all. It all rests on you," Krillin urged. "You're truly incredible, Krillin," Goku remarked. "Ha ha ha, just fortunate," Krillin scratched his head. "Son Wukong, it seems as if you had encountered that fellow 5 months ago," Piccolo inquired. "Indeed, we met on King Kai's planet," Son Wukong acknowledged with a nod. "What? He traveled to the same place as you?" Piccolo was taken aback. "It's of no concern. King Kai did not impart any teachings to him," Son Wukong smiled. "Perhaps he is overly arrogant, believing he requires no guidance from others." After uttering these words, Son Wukong strode towards the direction of Vegeta. The two stood facing each other. "So, have you settled all your affairs?" Vegeta snorted. Son Wukong remained silent. "Humph, battling you on King Kai's planet was utterly devoid of interest," Vegeta chuckled. "But you ought to feel fortunate. A lowly warrior like you should be grateful for the opportunity to spar with a prodigious fighter, such as myself. I wonder if I ever mentioned that all Scions are subjected to a warrior quality assessment at birth. Those with low scores, like you, are dispatched to planets devoid of worthy adversaries. In other words, you have been eliminated. Is that the reason I ended up on Earth?" "I am most grateful," Son Wukong smiled. "However, despite being eliminated, one can surpass prodigious warriors through relentless effort." "Humph, you certainly possess a sense of humor," Vegeta laughed heartily. "Allow me to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm you can never bridge, no matter your efforts." Although Vegeta looked down upon Son Wukong, he did not underestimate him. This fellow is quite remarkable. In just 5 months, he has elevated his combat power to this extent. Allow this prince to thoroughly teach him a lesson. However, when Rofan claimed he would become my lifelong rival, that seemed a stretch. What does this level of combat power amount to? Wow. Son Wukong's aura erupted, his combat power soaring. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta immediately detected Son Wukong's combat power through his scouter. Son Wukong remained silent. "Not bad, Kakarot. Managing to elevate your combat power to 8,000 is quite impressive. You may be considered a genius warrior," Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. "I have stated that with diligent training, I will surely surpass prodigious warriors like you," Son Wukong replied. "Humph, dreaming of surpassing a prodigious warrior like me?" Vegeta burst into laughter. "Do you truly believe you can become my lifelong rival?" "I never claimed I would become your rival," Son Wukong chuckled. "Well then, come at me." Vegeta beckoned to Son Wukong. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Son Wukong propelled himself towards Vegeta. The two swiftly engaged in a fierce clash. After a brief collision, they separated to regain some distance. Subsequently, they charged at each other once more. Vegeta landed a direct punch to Son Wukong's face, sending him flying backward. As he touched down lightly on the ground, he propelled himself into the sky, glancing down at Vegeta. However, upon looking, Son Wukong realized that Vegeta had vanished from sight. A change swept across Son Wukong's face. Immediately, Son Wukong sensed the presence of Vegeta behind him. He swiftly bent down to evade Vegeta's assault, retaliating with a kick. Vegeta effortlessly dodged the strike, and the two continued their aerial skirmish. What do you think, Kakarot? Do you believe that training alongside that diminutive fellow for 5 months could enable you to defeat me? Vegeta laughed heartily. Yet here you are, still having your head ground into the earth by me. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists and struck Son Wukong, sending him plummeting from the sky. Son Wukong tumbled through the air before landing, gazing up at Vegeta. Vegeta descended steadily, a grin plastered across his face. Show me the Kaioken technique you learned from the King Kai, he urged with a laugh. You are indeed formidable. Your speed and strength far surpass my own. Son Wukong acknowledged. I realize that after merely 5 months of training, I may not stand a chance against you, but I have learned much from the King Kai. With a burst of energy, a red aura enveloped Son Wukong. Kaioken, as you wish, I shall now unleash the Kaioken, he declared with a smile. Chapter 109, My Battle Power? 100 to the 20th power. Is this the result of your training with the King Kai? Bulma marveled, holding the device she obtained from Raditz. Astonished to discover that his battle power had reached 16,000. Not too shabby, right? Ruffin chuckled. However, he noted that they still lagged behind Vegeta by over 2,000 in battle power. Bulma shook her head. There must be a way. What is your battle power, Ruffin? Bulma inquired curiously. Why can't my device detect your battle power at all? This device only measures ordinary energy levels, Ruffin explained. I cultivate divine power, which is beyond its capacity for detection. If we were to convert your divine power into battle power, what would it be? Bulma asked. If we had to equate my divine power to battle power, it would be 100 to the 20th power, Ruffin mused. Don't jest. Do you have any idea how immense that number is? Bulma exclaimed. That's 40 zeros following 100. Ruffin chuckled, acknowledging the staggering magnitude of the figure. Bulma fell silent, realizing that such a number was beyond numerical comprehension. Are you teasing me? She wiped her brow. Do you think I jest? Ruffin replied with a smile. Could this possibly be true? Bulma gasped. If it is, that is utterly terrifying. Ruffin's battle power had reached such an astonishing height. Yet, Bulma reflected on the matter. Ruffin was the greatest deity in this universe. If he lacked even a modicum of battle power, how could he possibly lead humanity? Suddenly, the concept of tens of thousands in battle power seemed trivial. Bulma shook her head. Hey! Son Wukong launched an attack, extending his hand forward to unleash a Kamehameha blast. Vegeta swiftly leaped to evade the attack. Whoosh! Goku transformed into a streak of light, rapidly pursuing Vegeta's location. Bang! Goku landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's face. Bang, bang, bang. Following this, Goku unleashed a flurry of blows, launching a powerful kick that sent Vegeta hurtling backward. Whoosh! Goku closed in once more. Vegeta quickly adjusted his stance and retaliated, delivering a kick that knocked Goku into a somersault. Goku, momentarily stunned, thought to himself, I've unleashed the Kaioken, yet is this all I can muster? Is this truly the extent of the Kaioken? It seems rather impressive. Vegeta chuckled lightly. But you've reached your limit, haven't you? You're still quite inexperienced. Goku smiled. I must commend you. In just 5 short months of training, you have managed to reach a level comparable to mine, though I have yet to reveal my true strength. Vegeta grinned. Goku, I remain unperturbed. I will pin you down and rub your face into the ground just as I did on King Kai's planet. Are you prepared for that? Vegeta teased. Then come and try? From this day forward, I will not allow anyone to trample on my pride. Goku replied with a grin. It's amusing that you still find humor in this, Vegeta scoffed. Now, allow me to demonstrate my overwhelming power. Boom. Vegeta immediately unleashed his energy to its peak, transforming the very sky around them. Goku's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming aura of his opponent. This individual possesses an extraordinary power. In the distance, Piccolo and the others also wore grave expressions. Is this the scion named Vegeta? Krillin remarked solemnly. His energy surpasses even my father's. Goten quivered in fear. It seems Goku may not emerge victorious. Piccolo frowned, instructing, Krillin, be ready to implement our plan at a moment's notice. Understood. Krillin nodded. Goten, remember, every detail in your section is critical. Otherwise, it will be nearly impossible to defeat this scion named Vegeta. Piccolo advised. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. This time, I will not falter, Goten replied resolutely. Kakarot, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta grinned widely. Bang! Vegeta collided his head against Goku's face. Goku was sent flying backward. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly above Goku, delivering a fierce kick that sent Goku plummeting from the air. Goku quickly corrected his position mid-fall, ensuring that his feet landed firmly. The moment he touched down, he gazed upward. "You fool, I'm right behind you." Vegeta's voice echoed from behind, delivering a kick that sent Goku sprawling. Goku tumbled through the air, flipping multiple times before soaring upward, glancing diagonally to see his opponent. "Hey!" Vegeta waved his hand, and an energy blast hurtled towards this direction with a fierce whoosh. Goku, taken aback, hurriedly dodged. Whoosh. With a flick of his other hand, Vegeta sent another energy blast hurtling towards Goku. Goku's complexion turned pale as he desperately evaded. The energy blast grazed his clothing, tearing his shirt to shreds. "Humph. You managed to evade it," Vegeta taunted. "You are indeed far more powerful than when you were on King Kai's planet. That weakling must have worked hard to train you." Goku descended from the sky, landing opposite Vegeta. "Damn, you're even stronger than I imagined," Goku mused. "It seems that the Kaioken ×2 is ineffective now. If that's the case, I have no other choice but to risk it all. I'll use the Kaioken ×3. Humph. I purposely used simple techniques to let you dodge earlier because killing you outright would be too boring," Vegeta chuckled. Goku fell silent. "So, Kakarot, do you now understand that no matter how much you train under that weakling, you will never surpass me?" Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. "Just hold on a little longer. Soon, I will pin you to the ground and rub your face in it." Goku's expression grew serious. "Hey, Ruffin, have you arrived on Earth or not? If you have, then come and watch how I bully Kakarot." Vegeta laughed heartily. "Does he really think that this lowly warrior is worthy of being my lifelong rival? You must be joking." Bulma interjected, Chapter 110, My Destruction of 100 Light Years. "Ruffin, he won't consider you a lifelong rival, will he?" Bulma inquired. "It's not impossible," Ruffin nodded. "If your battle power truly reached 100 to the power of 20, how long would it take him to catch up to you?" Bulma exclaimed. "Without someone to guide him, he might as well forget it in this lifetime," Ruffin replied. "What about a Super Saiyan?" Bulma asked. "A Super Saiyan only multiplies the original battle power by 50, Ruffin explained. 50 times. And that's all." Bulma wiped her sweat. "Think about it. That is still far less than my single exponent," Ruffin smiled. Bulma paused for a moment. "That does seem to be the case. Your exponent is 100 times. Of course, mine isn't calculated by exponent. I practice destruction, measuring by the diameter in light years," Ruffin grinned. Bulma looked perplexed. "Light years? How does this astronomical measurement apply to you? So, what is the current diameter of your so-called destruction?" Bulma asked curiously. "I've made relatively little progress over the years. Mostly working," Ruffin shook his head, sighing softly. "Currently, my destruction can condense to a maximum diameter of 100 light years. 100 light years, and you still think it's small. That's a distance light travels in 100 years. Bulma was speechless. "Do you know how vast the Milky Way is?" Ruffin asked. "The Milky Way? I remember our galaxy is about 100,000 light years, right?" Bulma replied. "Thus, when placed against the backdrop of 100,000 light years, the mere 100 light years appears astonishingly insignificant." Lu Fan spoke with conviction. "This comparison indeed renders it trivial." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Although my destructive capability over 100 light years could effortlessly annihilate 100 galaxies, it still feels minuscule," Lu Fan added. Bulma fell silent. "Is that truly what you deem small? Such a minuscule force capable of demolishing 100 galaxies? I shall refrain from debating this unfamiliar domain with you. Look, Goku seems to be brimming with confidence. What other strategy does he possess?" Bulma inquired. "The Kaioken ×3. Goku shouted, an eruption of energy surging from his being. "Power level, 17,000, 19,000, 21,000. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Bang! Bulma's scouter exploded on the spot, startling her. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on her brow. This is an older model of scouter, capable of withstanding a maximum reading of 20,000 power levels. Lu Fan elucidated. "So what is Goku's current power level?" Bulma asked, her surprise evident. "Accounting for the energy expended in previous battles, his current power level has undoubtedly reached a staggering height of at least 23,000, Lu Fan replied. "Did you just say Vegeta only has 18,000? Bulma questioned. "Indeed." Lu Fan nodded. Bang! Vegeta's scouter also exploded on the spot. Vegeta's face turned ashen in shock. What nonsense is this? I sense a tremendous shift in his energy. At the moment the scouter detonated, I could have sworn his power level surpassed 20,000. How is that possible? He is merely a low-class warrior. Whoosh. Goku hurtled towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Vegeta felt as if the very essence of his being was compromised, his body hurtling backward. Bang! Goku swiftly pursued, landing another crushing blow. Vegeta plummeted from the sky. Goku showed no signs of stopping, tracing an arc in the air to position himself directly beneath Vegeta. Bang! Goku unleashed a mighty kick, propelling Vegeta high into the atmosphere. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta managed to halt his descent in midair. A sense of bitter resentment welled within him. How could this low-class warrior have grown so formidable? Just as Vegeta struggled to regain his composure, Goku surged upwards from below. Vegeta hastily extended his hands, attempting to fend off Goku's onslaught. Crack! Goku abruptly changed direction in midair, appearing behind Vegeta. In a panic, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. Whoosh! Goku's form flickered and vanished from sight. The energy blast missing its target. Vegeta was left dumbfounded. Bang! Before Vegeta could react, Goku charged in from the side, landing a kick squarely on Vegeta's face. Vegeta soared through the air in a straight line, crashing headlong into a rocky mountain, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Vegeta rose with a fierce roar, shattering the stones around him into fragments. Suddenly, Goku came soaring from the distance. Vegeta's fury ignited. "You scoundrel!" he bellowed, launching a punch toward Goku. In an instant, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Vegeta nearly stumbled to the ground, but, seasoned by countless battles, quickly steadied himself and retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku. Goku evaded the strike and countered with a powerful uppercut that struck Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of pain surged through Vegeta, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Realizing he could no longer withstand Kakarot's onslaught, Vegeta leaped backward onto a nearby rocky hill. Goku, too, was gasping for breath, his body severely battered. The strain of the Kaioken ×3 had pushed him to the brink. "We won!" Bulma exclaimed jubilantly. "We won!" Ru Fan echoed her cheer, seizing the moment to plant a kiss on Bulma's cheek. "Is this how you play? Am I not supposed to kiss you first? Why reverse the order?" Bulma chided, though laughter danced in her eyes. "But don't celebrate too soon. After all, he is the prince of our Scion race, and he possesses other formidable techniques." Ru Fan replied with a smile. "Why do I feel that Goku looks injured?" Bulma remarked, glancing at Goku with concern. "He has exhausted a technique that exceeds his limits." Ru Fan explained, "The fact that Goku can still stand is quite remarkable." "What? Are you saying Goku is no longer able to fight?" Bulma asked in shock. "Let us wait and see," Ru Fan replied with a chuckle. Chapter 111. Vegeta's regret. Vegeta's expression darkened to an extreme, his entire body trembling with rage. "This is intolerable. That lowly warrior Kakarot. I am a prodigious fighter, mightier than any genius. How could I possibly lose to such a mediocre opponent? I allowed this inferior warrior to humiliate me. Could Ru Fan have been right? Will this fool truly become my lifelong rival?" At that moment, Vegeta was engulfed by regret. If only I had diligently trained under the Kaioken back then, I might be in an entirely different realm now. Perhaps I could have even surpassed Frieza. Cursed fate. I refuse to accept this defeat. Am I to lose to this inferior warrior? No. Kakarot, I shall obliterate you. Vegeta soared into the sky, gathering energy in both hands as he proclaimed, "Kakarot, if you have the ability, then evade my attack. If you manage to escape, I will annihilate this planet." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you can survive in the cosmos if Earth is destroyed?" Goku shouted back. "Humph. Earth will not be obliterated immediately. There will be a grace period during which I can escape in my spaceship," Vegeta retorted. "But by that time, will you and these Earthlings have the chance to flee?" The countenance of Son Wukong shifted dramatically. "I shall not allow you to prevail." With both hands, Son Wukong concentrated his energy, unleashing the Kaioken ×3 with the Kamehameha wave. "Behold my enhanced cannon." Vegeta laughed heartily. Both warriors emanated formidable energy, and as their disparate energies collided, they ignited the air with resplendent colors. Boom! Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the energy released powerful gusts, dispersing the clouds in the sky. "What? So similar to my enhanced cannon?" Vegeta's eyes widened as he amplified his energy output. Instantly, the energy cascaded down upon Son Wukong. "Ah!" Son Wukong clearly sensed he was nearing his limits. Vegeta was also desperately unleashing his energy. For times, Son Wukong shouted. Boom. The energy released by Son Wukong soared high, enveloping Vegeta entirely. Vegeta was taken aback. Subsequently, he was propelled into the sky by this overwhelming force and vanished from sight. Phew! Son Wukong felt an overwhelming discomfort, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Wukong. Krillin rushed over without hesitation. Father. Son Gohan's face was filled with concern. Piccolo followed at a leisurely pace, gazing skyward. Ha ha ha. Wukong, you truly performed magnificently. At that moment, Yajirobe emerged from his hiding place, sporting a broad smile. Yajirobe, you are here as well? Son Wukong said, slightly taken aback. Didn't you notice? Haha. It seems I was well concealed. Yajirobe grinned. Wukong, is he dead? Piccolo inquired. No, that fellow is still alive. If it were that easy to defeat him, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much, Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. Now, severely injured, I fear I can hardly continue fighting. The fourfold Kaioken is simply unbearable. What did you say? Piccolo was stunned. Wukong, what is wrong with you? I distinctly saw you overpowering him just moments ago, Krillin asked. I exceeded my limits with the Kaioken, which resulted in my injuries, Son Wukong explained succinctly. Father, leave the rest to us. That fellow must have little energy left, right? Son Gohan clenched his teeth, feeling it was his duty as a son to share the burden. Ha ha ha. Gohan has grown up, Son Wukong said with pride. If only I had a Senzu bean, Krillin scratched his head. That would help your injuries heal instantly, right? Senzu bean? Son Wukong paused, then his eyes brightened. Indeed, Karin gave me 2 Senzu beans. I consumed one on my way back from the other world. I still have one left. Son Wukong struggled to retrieve a Senzu bean from his person. You truly possess a Senzu bean, Wukong. Krillin's eyes widened in amazement. This is the last one. So I shall not be modest, Son Wukong declared, without hesitation, swallowing the bean. Instantly, all fatigue vanished, and his injuries were completely healed. With a spirited gaze, Son Wukong looked up at the sky. Oh, Wukong has recovered, Bulma exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement. Indeed, Lufan nodded. This time Wukong's recovery has enhanced his combat power, bringing his base strength to 15,000. What does that mean? Bulma asked, slightly taken aback. Lufan explained. Each time a Scion sustains severe injuries, particularly when on the brink of death, their combat power can potentially multiply upon recovery. Hence, Wukong's base combat power has now reached 15,000. I see, such a fascinating concept. Bulma marveled. Now I understand why Scions are so formidable. Suddenly, Vegeta was propelled skyward by a powerful energy blast, soaring through the clouds with shouts of frustration. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta detached himself from the energy sphere, which continued its ascent until it vanished from sight. Watching the disappearing energy blast, Vegeta's expression darkened ominously. This bastard. How can Kakarot's combat power surpass mine? Vegeta fumed. This is impossible. I am the mightiest Scion. He is merely a lowly warrior. After a fit of heavy breathing, Vegeta resolved with determination. Though it may seem unfair, I shall bring you down and rub your face in the dirt. I will transform into a great ape. You shall witness my true power. Vegeta scanned the sky for the moon, but found it absent. What a curse. I specifically checked the calendar, and today is supposed to be a full moon. Frustrated, he looked around, exclaiming, where has the moon gone? His search proved futile. This detestable fool has surely destroyed the moon in advance. There is no other choice. Although this will diminish my combat power, I will still possess at least 70,000 upon transformation. With a swift descent, Vegeta positioned himself directly opposite Son Wukong. Shall we continue? Wukong inquired, observing Vegeta. Taken aback, Vegeta noted Wukong's vibrant demeanor, seemingly fully recovered. What is going on? He thought, but he dismissed his doubts. No matter if you have returned to peak condition, once I transform into a great ape, you will remain no match for me. Chapter 112. Son Wukong's combat power doubles Kakarot. Did you think that by destroying the moon, you could rest easy? Vegeta shouted. The moon? I do not understand what you are saying, Wukong replied, looking bewildered. Humph, stop playing dumb. Let me enlighten you about the secret of why Scions transform under the full moon, Vegeta said with a slight smirk. Transform. Wukong's confusion deepened. You do realize that moonlight is merely sunlight reflected off the moon, correct? Vegeta continued. When sunlight strikes the moon, It generates electromagnetic waves, which can reach 17 million hertz during a full moon. After our eyes absorb electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million hertz, a reaction occurs that triggers a transformation. Son Wukong was utterly perplexed. I do not comprehend your words. What are hertz and electromagnetic waves? Master Roshi never taught me such things. Could you elaborate in simpler terms? There are numerous planets in the universe, each surrounded by many moons. Regardless of their size, these moons can only emit electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million hertz during a full moon. Vegeta scoffed, chuckling. However, only a select few scions can create an artificial moon that surpasses 17 million hertz. It merely requires mixing the oxygen from this planet into the energy sphere. With a sudden flourish, a radiant energy sphere appeared in Vegeta's hand, emanating a divine glow. Simultaneously, Vegeta's aura diminished significantly. Apologies for the wait, Kakarot, he gasped. No matter how diligently you train, I shall still crush you beneath my heel. What are you trying to achieve? Your energy has decreased significantly. And I still do not understand, Son Wukong replied, bewildered. With a swift motion, Vegeta hurled the condensed artificial moon into the sky. Son Wukong was momentarily stunned. What is he up to? Bulma inquired. Could it be that Wukong transformed into a great ape for this reason? Indeed, that is the case, Lufan nodded. With a resounding crack, the artificial full moon burst forth with divine brilliance. Kakarot, you must regret losing your tail now, Vegeta cackled, and Lufan. I have noticed your tail is also absent. Do modern scions prefer to be tailless? As he spoke, Vegeta gazed intently at the artificial full moon. In the next moment, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His fangs elongated, and his pupils turned a fierce crimson. Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. Piccolo's eyes widened, his complexion paling. Krillin, utterly dumbfounded, stammered, should I unleash a spirit bomb? What? What is this creature? Son Wukong was struck with shock. A great ape? Now I understand why my grandfather warned me against playing outside on a full moon. And the Supreme Kai forbade me from growing a tail. This must be the reason. By the way, I have good news. A scion transformed into a great ape experiences a tenfold increase in combat power, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Son Wukong was taken aback. What? It increases by that much? Piccolo exclaimed. What did you say? Son Wukong's expression darkened. If this fellow truly gains 10 times his strength, I might be in peril. Hey! Vegeta charged towards Son Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Son Wukong quickly leapt to evade the attack, but Vegeta was swifter, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Son Wukong rebounded off the ground, swiftly adjusting his body to land steadily. Ha ha, your reflexes are impressive, Kakarot. Take another punch from me. Vegeta cackled, launching another strike. Kaioken. Son Wukong immediately executed the threefold Kaioken. Bang! With the threefold Kaioken, Son Wukong's fighting power soared to an astonishing 45,000. Yet, in comparison to Vegeta, it was still woefully inadequate. Bang! Vegeta's tail swept gently, striking Son Wukong with tremendous force. Son Wukong was sent tumbling through the air, flipping several times. This is unacceptable. My sins of beans have been wasted, Son Wukong remarked solemnly. Even the threefold Kaioken is no match for him. How do you like that, Kakarot? I told you I would grind you into the ground. Vegeta guffawed. Son Wukong took a deep breath. From your energy, I sense that if I were to use the fivefold Kaioken, I might be able to contend with you. However, that would leave my body utterly broken. No time to worry about that now. Kakarot, prepare to be ground into the earth. Vegeta bellowed, charging towards Son Wukong once more. Fivefold Kaioken. Son Wukong shouted. Instantly, his fighting power surged to an impressive 75,000. Now, after transforming into a great ape, Vegeta's fighting power had diminished to 70,000. Son Wukong had the advantage of 5,000 over Vegeta. Bang! Son Wukong, despite his somewhat disproportionate physique, managed to withstand Vegeta's colossal punch. What? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished that he was able to block it. Hey! Son Wukong soared into the air, delivering an uppercut that landed squarely on Vegeta's chin. A woo! Vegeta howled in pain, feeling as though his jaw might shatter. Bang! Son Wukong then delivered a fierce kick to Vegeta's head. Vegeta's massive body rolled through the air several times before crashing to the ground, tumbling uncontrollably. Once he came to a halt, he spat out a copious amount of blood. Huffing and puffing, Son Wukong felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. If I could barely handle the threefold Kaioken, how am I using the fivefold now? I feel I've reached my limit. With that, Son Wukong descended from the air, kneeling on one knee, barely managing to stay upright. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening ominously. I've transformed into a great ape, and yet I've been reduced to this? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Although Son Wukong had unleashed the fivefold Kaioken, gaining a 5,000 advantage over Vegeta and delivering a heavy blow, Vegeta remained resilient. Defiantly, Vegeta rose to his feet. Chapter 113. Son Wukong's desperate struggle. I will not forgive you, Kakarot. If I do not grind you into the ground today, I am not the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta shouted fiercely. In the next moment, he charged towards Son Wukong once more. He was not gravely injured, yet trouble loomed. Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It seemed he had no choice but to employ the Spirit Bomb. As he observed the rapidly approaching Vegeta, Son Wukong placed his hands beside his cheeks. Solar flare. A blinding orb of light erupted from Son Wukong's head, spreading wildly in all directions. Unfortunately, Vegeta fell victim to it, his pupils turning a ghostly white. Immediately afterward, Son Wukong soared into the distance. With a thud, Son Wukong landed atop a distant rock. Raising his hands high, "Earth, ocean, all my living friends, please lend me your energy," he implored weakly. In an instant, the spirit bomb began to coalesce above his hands. Vegeta's vision swiftly returned to normal. With a roar, Vegeta opened his mouth, unleashing an energy blast. Son Wukong's face turned pale with fear as he leapt away. Boom! An immense explosion erupted where Son Wukong had been standing. When the dust settled, he found himself on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. This is troublesome. The spirit bomb I had painstakingly gathered has dissipated, Son Wukong lamented with a bitter smile. Kakarot, you are done for, aren't you? Vegeta scoffed. Though you have learned quite a few skills from that weakling, you still fall woefully short compared to me. I truly have no hope of victory. The fivefold Kaioken is simply unbearable. Son Wukong replied in a weary tone. Then you should just lie down obediently while I crush you into the ground. Vegeta laughed heartily, stepping forward to stomp on Son Wukong. In a hurry, Son Wukong jumped to evade. Thwack! Vegeta swatted him down to the earth as if he were a mere fly. Bam! Vegeta brought his foot down once more. This time, Son Wukong could not escape, and Vegeta's foot shattered his leg. Ah! Son Wukong cried out in agony. Apologies, but your leg is utterly ruined and deformed, Vegeta said triumphantly. Now, I shall press you into the ground and grind you down. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, Vegeta reached out, ready to subdue Son Wukong. I can no longer bear to watch. Krillin gritted his teeth. Dad! Gohan clenched his fists, trembling fiercely. Just wait a moment. Piccolo spoke in a low voice. This guy is clearly much calmer than that scion named Nappa. If your attack fails, it will be difficult to launch a surprise assault. How much longer must we wait? Krillin inquired solemnly. Until he becomes careless and completely ignores our presence, Piccolo proposed. Fine, you're right. We have no choice but to wait, Krillin nodded. Gohan, you must hold on. We will find a way to deliver a decisive blow to that guy. Yes. Gohan nodded vigorously. Damn it, I have completely lost to you. I know you are powerful, but I never anticipated my training was still so inadequate. Son Wukong gritted his teeth. However, if you grant me a little more time to train diligently, I will surely surpass you. Ha ha ha. Spare me your grandiose claims, Kakarot. Vegeta cackled. No matter how hard you train, you will never surpass me. As he spoke, Vegeta's large hand gradually approached Goku's body. Suddenly, Goku swung his arm, releasing a Kamehameha. The energy wave struck Vegeta squarely in the eyes, causing him to howl in pain. Hee, that was my last bit of energy. Apologies. But you were too careless, Goku remarked with a smile. Vegeta was seething with rage. Now I lack the strength even to wipe the sweat from my brow. Go ahead and do as you wish, Goku chuckled. Vegeta rubbed his injured eye, his fury reaching its peak. Kakarot, you scoundrel, how dare you injure my eyes? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Vegeta declared, advancing to seize Goku's body tightly in his grasp. He squeezed forcefully. The sound of cracking bones echoed, as if Goku's bones were dislocating. Ha ha ha, I will make your demise a torturous one. First, I will crush your body, and then I shall grind your head into the ground. You better be mentally prepared, Kakarot, Vegeta cackled. Krillin, Gohan, now is the time. Execute our plan immediately. Piccolo commanded in a low voice. Yes. Krillin nodded. The three sprang into action. First, the timid Gohan stepped forward to draw Vegeta's attention. He appeared directly opposite Vegeta, shouting, "You despicable scion, release my father at once." "Oh, are you Kakarot's little brat?" Vegeta glanced at Gohan. "Humph, are you here to bid him farewell?" "Ha ha. Your timing is impeccable. He is about to be crushed by me." Special beam cannon. Piccolo, positioned on the other side, concentrated a spiraling beam of energy. The beam shot towards Vegeta's location. Simultaneously, Krillin appeared behind Vegeta, quietly preparing a spirit slice. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Piccolo, noticing the special beam cannon being unleashed. "Humph. Trivial techniques." Vegeta scoffed, not even attempting to evade as he swatted the beam away with a powerful slap. Spirit slice. Krillin unleashed his attack just as Vegeta deflected the special beam cannon. With a swift leap, Vegeta soared into the air, evading the spirit slice. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's reflexes are astonishing. "Humph, I sensed another presence long ago. You think you can ambush me? Do not harbor such foolish aspirations." Vegeta smirked, still gripping Goku tightly. Krillin felt a sense of despair. Despite his imposing size, Vegeta's speed was remarkable. "Kakarot's little brat, you deliberately drew my attention here to have them eliminate me, didn't you?" Vegeta said with a sly grin. Gohan trembled in fear, retreating step by step. Chapter 114, The Death of Piccolo. "Here you go." Vegeta gently waved his hand, sending an energy blast hurtling towards the direction of Gohan. "Gohan!" Goku exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling out his son's name. Gohan, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, forgetting to dodge. In this critical moment, Piccolo swiftly rushed forward, placing himself in front of Gohan. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan cried, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo was engulfed by the unleashed energy. "Oh, this Namekian possesses quite a sense of loyalty, protecting a child," Vegeta scoffed. As the smoke began to clear, Piccolo extended his arms, shielding Gohan, his body emitting wisps of green smoke. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan wept uncontrollably. Goku was also taken aback. Could it be that the Demon King Piccolo sacrificed himself to save Gohan? Suddenly, Piccolo collapsed to the ground, his breath becoming faint, appearing on the brink of death. "Wah!" Gohan sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "I have been truly happy during the time spent with you," Piccolo said with a smile. After uttering those words, his head tilted, and he passed away. "Wah!" Gohan cried out in anguish, his energy surging uncontrollably. In an instant, Yajirobe swung his sword, severing Vegeta's tail. "Ah!" Vegeta was taken aback, not expecting another presence nearby. His expression shifted, and his body trembled violently as he swiftly reverted to his original form. Yajirobe took the opportunity to flee. "Wah!" Gohan launched a fierce assault towards Vegeta. For a moment, Vegeta found himself unable to counter Gohan's relentless attacks. What? This insufferable brat. How has his power escalated to such heights? Vegeta was utterly astonished. After approximately 10 seconds of combat, Gohan's fury began to wane, and his fighting spirit diminished significantly. With a sudden strike, Vegeta landed an uppercut to Gohan's abdomen. "Ark!" Gohan cried out in pain. "What? Do you think you, a mere child, can avenge that Namekian?" Vegeta sneered coldly. Zooming in from afar, Krillin attempted a sneak attack on Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta kicked, landing a direct hit on Krillin's head. Krillin rebounded off the ground multiple times, crashing down, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. "Do you not wish to play your cards in order?" Vegeta scoffed. Without hesitation, Vegeta seized Gohan, lifting him effortlessly. Bang! Vegeta rammed his head directly into Gohan's face. Gohan cried out in agony. "Humph, your father is a failure. And so are you," Vegeta mocked with a sneer. "I will ensure you die beside your father. Go." With that, Vegeta flung Gohan towards Goku. "Gohan." Goku spoke solemnly. Father Gohan struggled to climb beside his father. "Hey, they are on the brink of collapse. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing?" Bulma exclaimed urgently. "No need to fret. It is not yet the final hour," Lufan replied with a smile. "What do you mean it's not the final hour? Look at the situation. Goku and the others are on the verge of being defeated, and Piccolo is dead. Piccolo has perished, and the Dragon Balls of Earth must have vanished as well, right? But what about the Dragon Balls of Namek?" Lufan chuckled softly. Bulma was left speechless. "Namek will become the new battlefield," Lufan mused. "When the time comes, I will bring more people, and I believe it will be far more interesting." "Bring more people? I don't quite understand what you mean," Bulma said, perplexed. At the battle scene, Gohan exclaimed, "Father is covered in wounds and can hardly move. Please, let me take your place in the fight." Goku, his strength all but depleted, responded weakly, "Oh, Kakarot, you are surprisingly resilient. You haven't lost consciousness yet," Vegeta scoffed. "I can't, father. He is far too powerful for me to handle." Gohan shook his head, lacking confidence. "It doesn't matter if you can't defeat him. You can at least show him some resistance." Goku encouraged, adding, "Besides, Krillin will assist you." "No, father, I can't move either," Gohan replied. "Do you want Piccolo's sacrifice to be in vain?" Goku shouted. Suddenly, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing a foot upon Goku's chest. Goku coughed violently, blood spewing forth. Vegeta then ground his foot against Goku on the ground. "How does it feel, Kakarot? Did I not say I would rub your face in the dirt?" Vegeta cackled maniacally. Gohan was filled with both shock and fury. "Stop right there. I will defeat you." Gohan gritted his teeth and stood tall. "Oh, you think a half-breed like you can defeat me?" Vegeta sneered coldly. Magic Flash. Gohan unleashed a powerful energy with a flourish of his hands. The energy surged toward Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta leapt to evade the attack. "Hey!" Gohan delivered a swift kick, propelling Vegeta upwards. Infuriated, Vegeta quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a kick to Gohan's face. Gohan cried out in pain. "You think you can defeat me, half-breed?" Vegeta scoffed, charging toward Gohan as they engaged in a fierce clash. "Krillin, come here quickly. I have something to entrust to you," Goku whispered. "Ah, Goku, are you preparing to die? Is that why you're entrusting me with your last wishes?" Krillin approached with a grim expression. "No, it's not about last wishes. I want to give you the spirit bomb I've gathered," Goku clarified. "Spirit bomb? What is that?" Krillin asked, taken aback. "It's the energy I collected from Earth. Although it's diminished, it should suffice against that guy Vegeta," Goku explained. "Now, take my hand." "I still don't understand," Krillin replied, bewildered. Though Krillin spoke thus, he immediately reached out towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong handed the spirit bomb he held to Krillin. "What is this?" Krillin instantly sensed the immense power emanating from the spirit bomb. Chapter 115. Vegeta's dead, and place it in the palm of your hand and condense it into a sphere. Son Wukong instructed. Krillin gritted his teeth and began to gather the spirit bomb. "Hurry, Gohan can barely hold on," Son Wukong urged. With a snap, a pale blue orb of light materialized in Krillin's hand. "Yes, this is it." Son Wukong nodded and gestured for Krillin to direct it towards Vegeta, insisting that they must find a way to hit him. "All right, I'll give it a try," Krillin replied. In the distance, the battle between Vegeta and Gohan raged on. Gohan struggled valiantly, already battered and bruised. "This guy is so agile. I fear I might not be able to hit him," Krillin thought with determination. "Krillin, the spirit bomb is not aimed with the eyes, but is released through sensing the evil energy." The voice of King Kai suddenly resonated. "Who are you?" Krillin was taken aback. "I am King Kai," he stated. "I won't elaborate further, just do as I say. As long as you can sense his evil aura. Release the spirit bomb." "I understand." Krillin nodded vigorously. 30 seconds later, "I finally sensed your evil energy." Krillin's heart raced, and a look of excitement spread across his face. "What are you dawdling for?" Yajirobe shouted, unable to bear it any longer. "If you're going to attack, do it already. Stop wasting time." "What?" Vegeta turned. Glancing in their direction, Krillin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This fool. At this point, Krillin had no choice but to unleash the spirit bomb. With a swift motion, he sent the spirit bomb hurtling towards Vegeta. "What is this?" Vegeta suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of the attack. In the blink of an eye, he leaped to evade the spirit bomb. Yet, it soared towards Gohan, who was taken aback. "Huh, Uncle Krillin, why did you aim it at me?" Gohan exclaimed. "Gohan, deflect it," he shouted back. With wide eyes, Gohan quickly raised his hand, redirecting the spirit bomb. Vegeta's eyes widened in terror. Boom. Vegeta was unfortunately struck, directly hit by the spirit bomb. He let out a series of anguished cries, quickly propelled into the sky until he vanished from sight. "We won," Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to plant a kiss on Reuven's cheek. However, as she did so, she suddenly felt as if her lips had been jolted by electricity. I just remembered. My body is composed of pure destructive energy," Reuven remarked. "What does that mean?" Bulma asked, puzzled. "In other words, if I lose control, you might turn to ashes," Reuven explained. "Bulma, so, if I kiss you, I might end up as dust? Just now you kissed me," Bulma exclaimed with a playful huff. "But that no longer matters," she added. Lufon, on the other hand. Bulma felt utterly disheartened. Wonderful. We struck him. We've succeeded. Krillin cheered. Son Gohan, with bruises adorning his face, approached with a sigh of relief. You all did splendidly, Son Wukong remarked with a smile. Piccolo can now find his peace, Krillin chuckled. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded gently. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Vegeta plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, disoriented. He is a scion. Son Gohan's expression turned grave. It's of no consequence. He is merely a corpse, Krillin declared, stepping forward to kick Vegeta twice, proclaiming him deserving of such fate. Are you suggesting you should dig your own grave? Vegeta opened his eyes with a cold smirk. Krillin's eyes widened in terror. You mean to say we haven't killed him? You have battered me severely. Yet you believe this could end my life? Vegeta gritted his teeth and rose. Krillin trembled in fear. Though I have received a mighty blow, I still possess the strength to obliterate you. Vegeta scoffed, delivering a swift strike that sent Krillin sprawling to the ground. Son Gohan stood frozen in shock. You have drained every ounce of energy from this formidable warrior, bringing me to this state. I shall not forgive you. A murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from him, and the force expanded violently in all directions, causing a colossal explosion. As the smoke began to clear, Vegeta gasped for breath and turned to face the remaining individuals. What the hell? Such destruction, and they are still alive? These little ants possess remarkable resilience. Vegeta felt his own stability waver, swaying precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Your tenacity exceeds my expectations. I must swiftly eliminate you to allow myself some respite. Vegeta gritted his teeth and ascended into the air, muttering to himself, otherwise, that fellow Lufon will surely mock me. Bulma interjected, are you not aware? Lufon has seen right through it all. She smiled at Lufon. Do not look at me. With my striking looks, you might find your heart fluttering, Lufon quipped. Bulma wiped her brow, exclaiming, what nonsense about fluttering hearts. With a sudden movement, Vegeta approached Son Gohan. To his astonishment, he noticed that Gohan had sprouted a tail. What? He has grown a tail. Vegeta gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Gohan transformed, it could lead to significant complications. I must eliminate him immediately, or I shall be in peril. Just as Vegeta prepared to strike down Son Gohan, he sensed an unsettling presence behind him. Turning around, he discovered a rotund figure wielding a knife, poised to strike. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he faced the formidable Akairobe. With a swift strike, Akairobe's blade cleaved into Vegeta's back, slicing through his armor and leaving a long, crimson gash. Thud! Akairobe, overwhelmed by his own force, stumbled to the ground, followed closely by Vegeta, who fell in agony. Ha ha! Akairobe erupted into a fit of laughter, rising to deliver a flurry of kicks to Vegeta. You villain! Your comeuppance has arrived. You deserve this. Each kick landed with a taunt. How does it feel to be outmatched by Akairobe? Chapter 116. Ruffin quickly dispatched them. Vegeta, battered yet undeterred, rose from the ground, causing Akairobe's laughter to falter. You're still alive? You despicable coward, always resorting to sneak attacks. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he stood. Akairobe swung his blade once more, but Vegeta, barely managing to evade, felt his stamina waning. How could you dodge that? Are you a god? I was merely jesting. It must hurt, doesn't it? Can you reattach your tail after surgery? Akairobe quickly abandoned his bravado, expressing his respect and suggesting they become friends, pledging to be a loyal subordinate. Bang! Vegeta retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Akairobe tumbling multiple times, eliciting cries of pain. Pursuing, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Akairobe's round face, knocking him to the ground, on the verge of unconsciousness. I won't let you escape. I must eliminate you first. You glutton. Vegeta advanced relentlessly toward Akairobe. Gohan, look at the moon. Goku shouted to Gohan. Thud. Gohan tumbled from the rock, gazing up at the artificial full moon illuminating the sky. This is bad. He must not transform. Vegeta, alarmed and momentarily forgetting his opponent, lunged at Gohan, delivering a series of fierce kicks. Roar! Gohan emitted a furious shout, undergoing a monumental transformation into a colossal ape. This is disastrous. If he transforms, it will be my end. I must kill him now. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches at Gohan, yet the transformation continued unabated. Oh no! In this critical moment, I forgot the most vital detail, his tail. If I sever it, he cannot transform. Vegeta rushed to grasp Gohan's tail. Gohan retaliated with a punch that struck Vegeta squarely on the head, leaving him dazed and collapsing to the ground. Gohan completed his transformation, panting heavily as he morphed into a massive black gorilla. Despair etched across Vegeta's face. This ordeal on Earth has truly been a disaster. Damn it, once Ruffin arrives, I will surely be the subject of his ridicule. Nonetheless, at this juncture, I must make my swift exit. If I do not leave soon, I shall perish here. The colossal ape, Gohan, hoisted a massive boulder, ready to unleash devastation upon the planet. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this lad is the offspring of a lowly warrior. Hence, upon transforming into a great ape, he succumbs to madness. It must be so. Gohan, you are a scion. Quickly, confront the scions, cried Krillin loudly. Vegeta retorted. That bald-headed fool. Do not remind him. Suddenly, Gohan seemed to grasp something and swiftly turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, Gohan hurled the enormous stone towards Vegeta. Vegeta's face turned pale with fear as he hastily evaded. Bang! The immense rock crashed to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Thankfully, Gohan retained some semblance of reason, possessing half of Earthling blood. What a relief! Krillin sighed in relief. Vegeta descended from the sky, feeling waves of exhaustion wash over him. This is indeed dire. The moon I created will not vanish for another hour. I must find a way to sever his tail. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Whoosh! The great ape Gohan charged towards Vegeta, his massive form resembling a mountain. Slap! Vegeta raised his hand, conjuring a keyblade. Krillin exclaimed, that is my signature move. When did you learn to steal it? Whoosh! Vegeta flung the keyblade towards Gohan's tail. Swoosh! The blade cleanly severed Gohan's tail. Gohan's pupils dilated as his body instantaneously began to morph in midair. A smile spread across Vegeta's face. However, that smile soon froze as he realized Gohan, now back in his great ape form, was descending upon him. This creature now weighed as much as a mountain. It would take at least 10 seconds for him to revert to his human form. This is disastrous. Furthermore, I am gravely injured, my stamina depleted to its limits. I am immobile. Smash! Gohan crashed down upon Vegeta, pinning him to the earth. Vegeta felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. After pinning Vegeta, Gohan gradually returned to his original size. This time, Vegeta truly felt as though he were finished. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to clench his fist for a decisive blow against Gohan, only to tragically discover that he lacked even the strength to form a fist. I must escape quickly. If this continues, I shall meet my demise. Vegeta laboriously retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button, then silently awaited the arrival of the spaceship. How astonishing! Is this creature immortal? Krillin gasped. Suddenly, the scene flickered. Lufan appeared beside Vegeta through instant transmission. Lufan. Vegeta was taken aback. A mix of astonishment and joy in his expression. When did you arrive? He inquired. I've been here for quite some time, Luofan chuckled. Your timing is impeccable. Hasten to eliminate them all. They have left me in such a state. Vegeta urged anxiously. Krillin's complexion shifted dramatically, while Goku felt a chill in his heart. Gohan, on the other hand, fainted. Yachirobe was so frightened that he lost control of himself. Was this man a companion of Vegeta's? This was dire news. We are all injured. He could easily slaughter us now. Vegeta, I came over to inquire about your battle with Kakarot. How did it feel? Luofan smiled. I was nearly beaten to death. What more could I possibly feel? Vegeta retorted. I brought you to King Kai's planet with the hope that you would train diligently. Yet you've managed to make King Kai nearly lose control of himself, Luofan sighed. There is no need to elaborate so much, Lord King Kai, the king interjected. Chapter 117. Vegeta, why have you fainted again? Enough chatter. Vegeta snapped, baring his teeth. Could you speak less? I barely have the strength to talk. Just then, zooming in from a distance, Vegeta's spaceship approached swiftly. A look of delight spread across his face. I must leave this place at once. As for Luofan, if he wishes to remain, that is his choice. Bang! Luofan delivered a swift kick, and with a dull thud, Vegeta's spaceship shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Vegeta's smile froze. That was my spaceship. You bastard. Are you kicking my spaceship like a ball? Now, you must realize that you cannot return, Luofan grinned. What do you intend to do? Vegeta asked through clenched teeth. Nothing much, just wanted to have a chat with you, Luofan replied with a smile. You want to chat? Wait until I recover. I'm on the brink of death here. Is it appropriate for you to engage me in conversation now? Do you even understand your mistake? Luofan stated, placing his foot on Vegeta's body. Remove it. Vegeta seethed with rage. Goku was rendered speechless, while Krillin wore a look of utter confusion. What was the relationship between this man, who claimed to be Bulma's boyfriend, and Vegeta? Aren't you supposed to be Vegeta's ally? Is this an internal conflict? It was truly perplexing. You have disappointed me greatly, Vegeta, Luofan sighed, pressing Vegeta to the ground with his foot. As they rolled, Vegeta, overwhelmed by his injuries, tilted his head and fainted. Hey, wake up! Don't faint, Luofan said, giving Vegeta a firm tap on the head. Vegeta was jolted awake by Luofan's action. What a brutal individual, Krillin remarked. He was already unconscious, and you had to wake him up. At that moment, he felt as if he stood with Vegeta. You, Luofan, what exactly do you mean by this? Vegeta's fury reached its peak. See, I instructed you to follow me, yet you did not heed my words. I urged you to cultivate alongside the Prince of all Saiyans, but you turned a deaf ear. I encouraged you to embrace a tranquil heart, yet still, you chose not to listen. With a sigh, Luofan pressed his foot against Vegeta, who was rolling about, and added, I do this for your own good. Do you not understand? Vegeta retorted, you insolent fool. Your words echo those of my father. You are mistaken. I am indeed the reincarnation of your father. Luofan replied. Vegeta fell silent, unwilling to engage further. Such a claim was preposterous. However, Vegeta was gravely injured. Perhaps his earlier glare had been excessive, as he fainted once more. Why have you lost consciousness again? Luofan shook his head and decided to let him be for a moment. After muttering to himself, he turned his gaze toward Krillin. Krillin's pupils dilated as his expression shifted rapidly. Is it permissible for me to faint as well? He wiped the sweat from his brow. Saying this, he hastily slapped his own bald head. Krillin felt his consciousness fading. I might as well succumb to unconsciousness. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot match Vegeta, my ally. I can only gamble on the fact that he is Bulma's boyfriend. He likely will not kill us, but I fear he will torment us. I'll allow him to do so while I am unconscious. This was Krillin's inner contemplation. Luofan remarked, did I ever say I wanted you to faint? He shook his head and looked towards Yachirobe, who, trembling with fear, hesitated momentarily before resting his head on a stone, pretending to faint. Luofan then turned his attention to Goku. Goku was at a loss for words. First, heal your injuries, Luofan said, producing a Senzu bean. This particular bean was one of those acquired during Luofan and Vegeta's visit to Earth years ago, when they had gathered a handful from Master Karin. This is a Senzu bean. Consume it. Luofan smiled gently, raising the bean towards Goku's mouth. Goku complied and opened his mouth. With a swift motion, the bean fell into his mouth, and he quickly swallowed it. Instantly, his fatigue vanished, and his injuries healed. Simultaneously, Goku's power level surged from 15,000 to an impressive 22,000. While the increase was modest, it was still remarkable. Thank you. Your name is Luofan, right? You are truly a good person. Goku exclaimed as he leaped to his feet. Yachirobe peeked over, intrigued. What? This guy possesses Senzu beans. He healed Goku's injuries? And Goku calls him a good person? I find it difficult to comprehend his intentions. Focus on your training, Luofan encouraged, patting Goku on the shoulder. You are correct. I should dedicate myself to my training. Despite my efforts, I still cannot compete with Vegeta, Goku solemnly nodded. Be content. You have only trained for half a year under the King of the World and are already nearly on par with our prince, Vegeta, said Luofan with a smile. Suddenly, Goku realized. Ah, I remember he is the prince of our Saiyans. All right, hurry along with your companions, Luofan instructed. I shall take Vegeta back for a proper lesson. Very well, Goku nodded, adding, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you for healing my injuries. Luofan waved his hand dismissively. Then, he stepped forward and suddenly stomped on Vegeta's leg. The prince's muscles twitched, and his calf lifted slightly. Luofan seized Vegeta's ankle, dragging him across the ground. How barbaric! Goku exclaimed, will Vegeta survive being dragged like that? Vegeta, put in the effort to train well. I will also devote myself to my training. After some time, I shall challenge you again. With a swift motion, Luofan utilized instant transmission, and in an instant, he vanished with Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Luofan, what on earth are you doing bringing this villain to my home? Bulma cried, nearly in tears. Shouldn't we turn him into meat buns for the dogs? Luofan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. No, that is too cruel, Bulma exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. In that case, let us first revive him. As he spoke, Lufon delivered a sharp slap to Vegeta's face. Bulma, at a loss for words, remarked, I can hardly keep up with your pace. Vegeta was forcibly roused from his stupor. As he opened his eyes, he felt as though his life was nearing its end. Chapter 118, Vegeta, do not seek further torment. Here, Vegeta, consume this, and your injuries will be fully healed, Lufon declared, raising the mystical bean high. What is that? Vegeta asked weakly. This is a Senzu bean. Upon consumption, your stamina and injuries will be completely restored, Lufon replied. Now open wide. Vegeta grimaced in frustration. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. He opened his mouth, and Lufon dropped the bean, which landed directly in Vegeta's mouth. As he swallowed the Senzu bean, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. He sprang up from the ground, silently absorbing the profound changes within his body. This time, upon awakening, Vegeta's battle power surged to an impressive 24,000. Humph, Lufon, what was your intention with that earlier? Vegeta scoffed. His gaze then fell upon Bulma, standing beside Lufon. Where's this place? Vegeta paused. I feel like I've been here before. Isn't this the Capsule Corporation headquarters? You must be that girl named Bulma, right? Yes, that's me, Bulma nodded. You've grown quite a bit since we last met. Vegeta grunted in response. Suddenly, Lufon delivered a resounding slap, knocking Vegeta to the ground. Immediately, Ruffin placed his foot upon Vegeta's face. Vegeta appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? My combat power has undeniably increased, yet I cannot even withstand a single attack from Ruffin. Bulma is my girlfriend. You ought to speak to her more courteously, Ruffin scolded. Noticing how frightened she had become, Vegeta trembled all over. Bulma remained silent, not sensing any true malice from Ruffin. Instead, she felt a warm, glowing sensation within her heart. A flicker of happiness. Girlfriend? He referred to me as his girlfriend? Oh my. Vegeta was truly taken aback. Previously, I was injured, and you bullied me. I have yet to settle that score. Now that I have fully recovered and significantly enhanced my combat strength, I refuse to believe I cannot best you. Vegeta's energy surged forth. So, you wish to unleash your energy, do you? Ah, I see. Ruffin remarked, playfully rolling around on Vegeta. Although Vegeta released quite a bit of energy, it proved futile. Ruffin was composed of destructive energy. With Vegeta's meager combat power, it was simply insufficient to challenge Ruffin. Not even Frieza could contend with Ruffin's clone at this moment. Dare you glare at me? Ruffin taunted, intensifying his playful rolling. After a prolonged struggle, Vegeta found no advantage and ultimately ceased his resistance. He lay on the ground, allowing Ruffin to continue rolling his foot over him. Vegeta felt utterly despondent. When did Ruffin become so formidable? This is infuriating. I thought that after enhancing my combat power, I could defeat him. Hey, I agree to become the god of destruction, Vegeta suddenly declared. Do you think one can simply become a god of destruction by wishing for it? Ruffin retorted sharply. You were supposed to defeat Kakarot. Yet look at how you fared. Humph, if you release me, I shall confront Kakarot again, and this time, I will ensure he is left searching for his teeth. Confidence radiated from Vegeta's face. You should reconsider seeking further humiliation. If you go again, Kakarot will certainly pound you into the ground, Ruffin sighed. Currently, Son Goku's combat power had soared to an impressive 22,000, while Vegeta's base power slightly surpassed Goku's by a mere 2,000. One must not forget that Goku could utilize the Kaioken technique. With a twofold Kaioken, Goku's power would reach a staggering 40,000. Wouldn't that mean he would easily overpower Vegeta? You jest, Ruffin. I concede that I am not your equal now. However, defeating Kakarot remains well within my grasp. Vegeta laughed heartily. Is that so? Then let us proceed to challenge Kakarot. Ruffin did not object. Ruffin, do you truly believe Goku can handle this? After all that effort, must we continue to fight? Bulma inquired with concern. Keep a watchful eye with your crystal ball, said Ruffin, as he instantaneously transported Vegeta back to Goku's side. Upon their arrival, Goku had already lifted Gohan in his arms and roused Krillin and Yajirobe, preparing to escort them to the hospital for some basic treatment. However, just as Goku was about to depart, Ruffin appeared before him alongside Vegeta. Krillin's face turned pale with fright upon seeing Vegeta, who was completely healed from his earlier injuries. How could this guy have recovered so quickly? How many Senzu beans does he possess? This is troublesome, thought Yajirobe, feeling on the verge of tears. How can you even say that? I recall that Karin had an abundance of senzu beans. What happened to all of them? Krillin bit his teeth in frustration. Yajirobe's face flushed with embarrassment. Did you eat them all? Krillin inquired. Ahem, there wasn't much food up there, so I occasionally took a senzu bean to stave off hunger. Yajirobe replied with a nervous chuckle. So, not a single bean remains in the jar, Krillin sighed. That is not the main issue. The real concern is that guy has awakened, and he has fully recovered, Yajirobe exclaimed, directing his frustration at Krillin. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Kakarot, shall we engage in a one-on-one battle under the stars? Vegeta inquired, casting a cheerful glance at Goku. Krillin, Goku said, handing Gohan to him. Be careful, Goku, Krillin nodded. Understood, Goku affirmed, stepping forward. Humph, if it weren't for those blokes assisting you in the previous battle, you would have been defeated long ago, Vegeta scoffed. Ruffin, didn't you claim you were always here? Am I mistaken? Well, not entirely, Ruffin replied. Do you think you could have bested Kakarot without transforming into a great ape? Vegeta glanced down at his tail, perplexed. Where the hell is my tail? Did that miraculous bean not restore it? What a pity. But it matters not. My combat prowess has significantly increased. I will not be bested by Kakarot again. Chapter 119. The three encounters between Vegeta and Goku then. Shall we commence anew, Kakarot? Vegeta smiled slightly. All right, Goku nodded, addressing Krillin and Yajirobe. You two must refrain from intervening. Yes, give it your all. This time, I will definitely not interfere. Yajirobe insisted, nodding vigorously. I am merely an ordinary Earthling. I do not wish to become entangled in an interplanetary conflict. Go for it, Goku, Krillin encouraged. Goku and Vegeta advanced toward one another, closing the distance between them. As they approached within 3 meters, both readied themselves for combat. Vegeta, this time I will fight with all my strength. I hope you remain cautious, Goku said, his expression calm. What did you say? Do you have the right to utter such words? It is I who should be saying that, Vegeta. Vegeta's nostrils flared with fury. With a thunderous roar, his aura erupted, propelling his energy to its utmost limits. As Krillin sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta, despair washed over him. How could this individual's energy have grown even more formidable than before? How could they possibly contend with this? Kaioken. Goku too unleashed his energy, executing a double Kaioken. Goku's battle power surged dramatically, reaching an astounding height of 44,000. What? After this battle, Vegeta was finally able to faintly sense the other's energy. He could distinctly perceive the powerful aura radiating from Goku. Vegeta's expression turned to one of astonishment. How had Kakarot's energy become so immense? This is absurd. With a furious cry, Vegeta darted towards Goku. The arrow was drawn, and it had to be released. Whoosh! Goku deftly sidestepped Vegeta's assault. Bam! Immediately afterward, Goku struck Vegeta on the back of the neck. Vegeta felt his mind go blank, his consciousness fading into a haze. Thud! His head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Krillin stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief and confusion. Vegeta, are you holding back? How could you allow Goku to knock you out with a mere slap? Yajirobe scratched his head in perplexity. Goku himself was a bit dazed. I didn't realize I had become this strong. Indeed, Ruffin remarked, it's no longer your concern. You may leave now. Goku responded, all right, let us go, Krillin. Huh, aren't we taking this opportunity to eliminate Vegeta? Krillin inquired. No need. He won't stir up much trouble anymore. Goku replied with a smile. How did you become so powerful, Goku? Krillin was baffled. Scions experience a significant boost in battle power when pushed to the brink of death, Ruffin explained. So that's how it is, Goku realized. Now it all makes sense. Krillin, is there really such a mechanism? That is not fair. Krillin lamented. Let us go, Goku beckoned. All right. Krillin nodded vigorously. Ruffin, farewell, Goku smiled. In the next moment, Goku, with Goten in his arms, soared into the sky alongside Krillin. Yajirobe cried out, Hey, are you leaving me behind? Panic surged through him as they took to the skies, abandoning him. Apologies. Goku swiftly descended, extending his hand to pull up Yajirobe. The group departed from the scene. Ruffin approached to rouse Vegeta from his stupor. Vegeta, dazed, gazed up at the stars, unable to utter a word. How could I have been knocked out by an inferior warrior? This must be a jest. I must be dreaming. If this is a dream, may I awaken from it swiftly. Now you realize the gap between you and Kakarot, don't you? Ruffin took a seat beside Vegeta. How infuriating. This is impossible. He is merely a lowly warrior. Vegeta still refused to acknowledge this truth. If you could also master the Kaioken, your battle power might not fall short of his. Ruffin remarked. He utilized the double Kaioken technique, thereby doubling his combat strength. His current base power had reached 22,000. Can you fathom what it would be with the double Kaioken? What? 44,000. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Congratulations on mastering the art of guessing, Ruffin replied. Vegeta retorted. Do not jest. How could a Scion's battle power exceed 40,000? He said in a low voice. Anything is possible, Ruffin smiled. Vegeta fell silent, feeling an overwhelming blow of 1,000,000 critical damage points. I deeply suspect that Kakarot is not merely a lowly warrior. How could a lowly warrior elevate his battle power beyond 20,000? It has only been a short time. Do you know Frieza's battle power? Ruffin abruptly inquired. Frieza? Vegeta looked skyward, still somewhat disoriented and not fully aware. Indeed, he was on the verge of losing himself due to Goku's overwhelming prowess. He was defeated in a single strike. As Vegeta pondered, he realized that among the remaining Scions, he could not best Kakarot, nor could he surpass Ruffin. All he could do was bully Kakarot's half-breed son. Vegeta fought back tears. How tragic. I am the prince of the Scions. One is a lowly warrior, and the other is my subordinate. Where is my dignity? Do not dwell on it too much. After all, you have already been surpassed. From now on, all it takes is a sigh from Ruffin. Are you suggesting that if I work hard, I will surely surpass you in the future? Vegeta bared his teeth. No, what I mean is that you will eventually become accustomed to it, Ruffin replied. Frieza's battle power? How formidable can that guy be? Vegeta promptly changed the subject, deeming it more appropriate to discuss Frieza. What do you think? Ruffin inquired with a smile. Frieza's battle power is at most in the hundreds of thousands, Vegeta scoffed. That is hardly anything. As long as I can transform into a great ape, my battle power will reach 240,000, making it quite easy to defeat Frieza. There is no need for a Super Saiyan at all. Chapter 120. Do you know Frieza's true battle power? Let me enlighten you. Frieza's battle power is 530,000. Ruffin stated. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Ruffin in disbelief. Are you joking? He questioned skeptically. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Ruffin sighed. Fine. I believe you. 530,000, is it? As long as I elevate my battle power above 50,000 and transform into a great ape, I will undoubtedly defeat Frieza. I was merely referring to Frieza's first form. His second form's battle power is approximately around 1,000,000. Ruffin added as an afterthought. Vegeta stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. You are saying that Frieza can still transform? He exclaimed, astonished. So, now you comprehend the disparity between you and him? Ruffin remarked with a smile. Is his combat power truly reaching the astonishing height of 1,000,000? Vegeta stammered, incredulous. If this is true, it is utterly absurd. I once fantasized about battling him for supremacy. Ruffin merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Wait, you mentioned a second form. Does that imply there is a third form as well? Vegeta quickly deduced. Indeed, his third form's combat power hovers around 2,000,000. Ruffin elaborated. Vegeta fell silent. Frieza possesses a third form. His combat power has escalated to 2,000,000. Moreover, he has a fourth form. Ruffin continued. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly fainting. Why does Frieza have so many forms? Are you implying that in his fourth form, his combat power reaches a staggering 3,000,000? Vegeta grit his teeth and inquired. Yes, in his fourth form, Frieza's base combat power is approximately 3,000,000. Ruffin confirmed with a nod. Damn it, 3,000,000. Vegeta clenched his fists, his entire body trembling violently. I fear I may spend my entire life unable to vanquish Frieza. Even if I achieve Super Saiyan status, will I really be able to defeat this fiend? Vegeta began to doubt the legend of the Super Saiyan. With your current level of combat power, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice to contend with Frieza. Ruffin chuckled lightly. Did you not say you wanted me to become a god of destruction? If I cannot even defeat Frieza, how can I assume such a role? Vegeta thought bitterly. Allow me to finish. Frieza's base combat power is 3,000,000. Do you know how high it escalates when he unleashes his full potential? Ruffin inquired with a smile. Vegeta paused, taken aback. Isn't 3,000,000 already the ultimate combat power? Can it increase further? Ruffin raised one finger, then two. What? 12,000,000. Vegeta gasped in astonishment. No, it is 120 million, Ruffin clarified. Vegeta's mind reeled once more. You devil. You say 12 million, and I think I might have a chance of catching up to him. But when you say his combat power is 120 million, I might as well resign myself to being his subordinate. I believe I will never defeat Frieza in this lifetime. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, What about you, Ruffin? What is your combat power? My combat power cannot be quantified in such a manner. If one were to insist on a calculation, you could perceive it as roughly equivalent to 100 raised to the 20th power, Ruffin replied. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted. Are you unfamiliar with the concept of 100 raised to the 20th power? Ruffin smiled. It is quite simple. It is merely 100 followed by 40 zeros. Vegeta fell silent, grappling with the enormity of the figure, contemplating whether a sheet of paper could accommodate such a multitude of zeros. Humph, how boastful. Vegeta snorted and rose to his feet. In truth, the Super Saiyan transformation significantly amplifies one's base combat power by a factor of 50. Lu Fan remarked with a smile. What did you say? 50 times. Vegeta was taken aback. This means that if your combat power reaches 3 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan would enable you to defeat Frieza, Lu Fan explained. Don't joke around. 3 million combat power? That is utterly impossible. Vegeta laughed heartily, overwhelmed by the revelation. In his fury, Vegeta's laughter turned ironic. Then let me take you to the future world to witness this spectacle, Lu Fan said, placing his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Future? What do you mean? Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. I am the King Kai, capable of traversing to the future. Though I currently cannot return to the past, Lu Fan replied. So, let us journey to Namek 2 months hence. What nonsense? Namek 2 months into the future? Vegeta was perplexed. Kai, Lu Fan chanted. Vegeta's face was a mixture of anticipation and disbelief. Can we truly go to the future? I mispronounced the spell. That was the instant transmission incantation, Lu Fan clarified. Forget the spell. Let us just go, Vegeta insisted. Lu Fan wiped his brow. In an instant, Lu Fan transported Vegeta through time and space, arriving on Earth 2 months later. This is Earth. We will now use instant transmission to reach Namek, Lu Fan smiled. In a flash, Lu Fan performed instant transmission, swiftly bringing Vegeta to the skies above Namek. The moment they arrived, they witnessed Krillin and Gohan summoning the eternal dragon Purunga. The dragon granted their wish. Vegeta noticed the summoned dragon and urged Krillin to wish for immortality. Just as Krillin was about to make the wish, the elder Namekian passed away. Vegeta's wish was thwarted. Meanwhile, Frieza was rapidly approaching from a distance. This is indeed Namek. Vegeta, having visited Namek before, nodded slightly upon seeing the landscape. However, how could he be certain this was Namek 2 months into the future? Just as Vegeta pondered this, he noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Isn't that me? How could I possibly be with that little bald head from Earth? Besides that little bald head, there's Kakaroto's son, and a Namekian child as well? What a peculiar combination. Why was I unaware of this? Facing them was someone Vegeta knew all too well, Frieza. Chapter 121. It was Beerus who destroyed Planet Vegeta. See, let us move a bit closer, Lu Fan smiled, guiding Vegeta as they flew towards the scene and appeared above them. Below, Frieza stood atop a stone, looking down at Vegeta and the others. You've done quite well. My dream of invincibility has shattered into mere illusions. Frieza scoffed, seemingly unfazed by the absence of the Ginyu Force, whom you must have vanquished. I am uncertain of how you achieved this, but I am taken aback. Moreover, at the most critical moment, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, which brings me profound sorrow. What? The Ginyu Force? Vegeta was taken aback. Did I, in this era, eliminate the members of the Ginyu Force? It can be understood that way, Lu Fan nodded. With a loud thud, Frieza descended from the heavens, landing opposite Vegeta and his companions. I will not spare you. I shall tear you to shreds. Frieza roared in fury. At last, you have arrived, Frieza. Vegeta sneered coldly. Come and give it a try. Do you think I am still so easily bullied? You are gravely mistaken. Wait. The Vegeta in the sky was momentarily taken aback. Why would I, in this era, still challenge Frieza? I have chosen a parallel timeline, which you may understand as a realm devoid of my existence. Thus, what you perceive is a version of yourself that lacks my presence, Lu Fan explained. Vegeta turned to glance at Lu Fan. A reality devoid of your existence? Yet it appears that the version of me down there has significantly enhanced his fighting prowess. Suddenly, An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Frieza. Upon sensing Frieza's immense power, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Rufan was indeed correct. Frieza's combat power seems to exceed 500,000. This is merely his first form. I have underestimated him. How terrifying. Krillin trembled in fear. What should we do? Gohan's face turned pale with fright. We are utterly incapable of defeating him, Krillin lamented. What a formidable monstrosity we have provoked. Of course, do 3 little ants think they can conquer a dinosaur? Frieza scoffed derisively. We can defeat him. If the 3 of us unite, we can surely vanquish you, Vegeta declared suddenly. Vegeta, alongside Rufan, was taken aback. In this era, I am actually contemplating joining forces with these individuals? Ha ha, I was expecting something more profound. Frieza laughed heartily. Even the illustrious Frieza cannot perceive it? Their fighting power is continuously escalating, especially this little fellow. His potential is immense. Vegeta remarked with a smile, and I am transforming into the Super Saiyan you dread. Frieza was momentarily startled, his expression shifting slightly. However, he quickly brushed it off with a dismissive smile, stating, such grandiose claims. What Super Saiyan? You are merely inciting my wrath. Whoosh! Frieza exclaimed, racing towards Vegeta. Frieza launched a punch at Vegeta. With remarkable speed, Vegeta caught Frieza's wrist. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, Frieza struck with his other hand. With agility, Vegeta seized Frieza's other hand as well. The energy of the 2 individuals surged dramatically. The numbers displayed on Frieza's detector continuously escalated. Bang! The detector exploded suddenly. They quickly separated, creating distance between them. Panting heavily, Vegeta gasped for breath, while Frieza maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, it appears you are not merely boasting, Frieza remarked. Not bad, this version of me in this era. I have managed to elevate my fighting power to such a degree. Vegeta, soaring in the sky, felt a surge of pride. Transform, Frieza. Let me witness your true form now, Vegeta suddenly declared. Oh, you seem to know quite well. How did you come to this knowledge? Frieza inquired, momentarily taken aback. It was that fellow, Zabo, who informed me, Vegeta replied. In this parallel universe, Zabo revealed to me that Frieza would transform? Vegeta paused in contemplation. Precisely, Lufan nodded. Transform. Krillin was momentarily perplexed. Very well, if you wish to perish, I shall broaden your horizons, Frieza grinned. Transform. What does that mean? Vegeta asked. Some extraterrestrial beings can alter their appearance when necessary, perhaps to disguise themselves or to conserve energy, Vegeta explained succinctly. I am not like what you suggest. I possess excess energy and fear I may not be able to control it, which is why I have taken on this form, Frieza chuckled, indicating that this form minimizes energy consumption. Do not bluff. You are incapable of transforming, Vegeta scoffed. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate my transformation, Frieza smiled. Recalling how he effortlessly defeated the king during his assault on Planet Vegeta without ever needing to transform. Vegeta, your father was utterly pathetic. Bah, what does that mean? I possessed combat power surpassing the king's at a very young age, Vegeta retorted. Was it this fiend who annihilated the Saiyan planet? Krillin exclaimed in shock. What? Planet Vegeta? Vegeta in the sky was momentarily taken aback. You remain unaware, do you? Lufan stated, the destruction of Planet Vegeta was not due to a meteorite strike, but rather it was obliterated by Frieza. What did you say? Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta? What was his intention? Vegeta was stunned. On one hand, he received orders from above, and on the other, he feared the emergence of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods. Lufan smiled. Orders from above? Whose orders? Vegeta looked up at Lufan, his expression filled with questions. The god of destruction, Beerus, Lufan replied. That guy? Vegeta was astonished, recalling how that individual must have been seeking revenge. He had my father search for the most comfortable pillow in the universe, but my father ended up using that pillow himself and gave the second best one to Beerus. Thus, Beerus harbored resentment, leading to the destruction of our planet Vegeta, did he not? Chapter 122. I will tell you later. Even if your father had provided him with the most comfortable pillow, he would have found a way to destroy Planet Vegeta, Lufan chuckled. What do you mean? Vegeta found himself somewhat perplexed. I'll inform you later. For now, focus on their battle, he said to Rufan. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Frieza's armor exploded, revealing his sinewy muscles. Umph, is this your transformation? You merely shattered your protective gear, Vegeta scoffed. Ah. Frieza emitted a series of bizarre shrieks as his energy surged dramatically. Simultaneously, his form began to morph. In an instant, Frieza's physique grew tall and formidable. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. This creature had indeed transformed. We are doomed. Gohan trembled, utterly terrified. It felt like a nightmarish scenario. Krillin appeared despondent. In the skies, Vegeta's expression shifted continuously. He has truly transformed. I sense his battle power has ascended to at least 1 million. Ruffin's words were not misguided. My energy is overwhelming. I trust you find this transformation satisfactory? Frieza chuckled lightly. I must emphasize, my battle power now exceeds 1 million. What? Vegeta was filled with dread. With a thunderous roar, Frieza raised his hand, causing a massive explosion at the scene. This is intolerable. Who can possibly contend with him? Everyone will perish, including my present self. Vegeta's face turned pale. Just as Vegeta uttered those words, Frieza swiftly attacked, using the sharp tip of his head to pierce through Krillin's body. Is that little bald head doomed? Vegeta said gravely. With a flick of his head, Frieza sent Krillin plummeting into a distant lake, where he fell silent. Uncle Krillin! Gohan exclaimed in shock, hastening toward Krillin's location. Suddenly, Frieza moved swiftly to block Gohan's path. Do you wish to assist him? It's futile. He will perish shortly. You should concern yourself with your own survival, Frieza smirked. Get away! Gohan shouted fiercely. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. I said get away? Gohan insisted. With a powerful kick, he struck Frieza in the face. In the next moment, Gohan delivered an uppercut that connected with Frieza's chin. With fervor, Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Frieza. With a final kick, he sent Frieza hurtling away. Magical flash! Gohan shouted, releasing a potent surge of energy that struck Frieza directly. A tremendous explosion erupted where Frieza had stood. Hee. Gohan showed no signs of relenting, continually hurling energy blasts at Frieza, leaving him battered and covered in debris. In the skies, Vegeta stood utterly stunned. I once believed I could not rival Ruffin, nor could I match Kakarot. I thought I could only prey upon Kakarot's son, this half-scion. However, it appears I was mistaken. I find myself unable to bully this fellow any longer. This lad is truly a genius. Now you are aware of your shortcomings, are you not? Lufan smiled. Vegeta fell silent, for he suddenly realized that Frieza had risen once more from the ground. Son Gohan's expression also darkened. You are indeed something else, little one. You have inflicted quite a bit of pain upon me, Frieza remarked coldly. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent. The suffering I endured earlier shall be repaid in kind. As Frieza spoke, he gradually appeared directly in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was utterly stunned, rooted to the spot, unable to move. Bang! Frieza struck with a swift slap, sending Son Gohan plummeting from the air. He crashed to the ground, wincing in pain. Humph, this is merely the beginning. The real spectacle lies ahead, Frieza scoffed. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a formidable surge of energy, launching an attack towards Frieza's back. Boom! The area where Frieza stood erupted in a tremendous explosion. In the sky, Vegeta exclaimed, in this future, you resort to ambushes? But perhaps this is for the best. A sudden strike while he is unprepared may just lead to his demise. Ha, you deserve this. The Vegeta of this era laughed uncontrollably. However, as the laughter continued, both versions of Vegeta's smiles gradually froze. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza appeared unscathed. Do not fret, Vegeta. Once I deal with that little brat, it will be your turn. Frieza smiled back at him. Vegeta felt a wave of dread wash over him. Frieza descended from the sky, landing beside Son Gohan. Well then, how would you like me to handle you? Frieza asked with a grin. Hey! Son Gohan retaliated with a swift kick. Frieza effortlessly dodged the attack. Hee. Son Gohan swung his fist again. Slap! Frieza, with a deft movement, caught Son Gohan by the hair and drove his knee upward forcefully. Son Gohan cried out in pain. Bang! Frieza delivered another kick, sending Son Gohan tumbling across the ground several times. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan endured the pain and soared into the sky. Swish! Frieza swiftly pursued, executing a hook kick that sent Son Gohan crashing back to the earth. Son Gohan struggled to rise, looking up at the sky. He's gone. Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. Right behind you. Frieza's voice echoed from behind him. Bang! Frieza wasted no time, landing a punch to the back of Son Gohan's head, knocking him down once more. Immediately, Frieza placed his foot heavily upon Son Gohan's head, mercilessly grinding it down. Son Gohan cried out in anguish, as if his skull were misaligned. The Vegeta of this era trembled in terror, while the Vegeta in the sky also turned pale. Frieza was simply terrifying. Now do you comprehend the vast chasm that separates you from Frieza? Lufon remarked with a smile. Vegeta remained silent. What say you, Vegeta? Care to lend a hand? This wretch is on the brink of meeting his demise at my hands. Frieza grinned as he cast his gaze upon the Vegeta of this era. Chapter 123, The Enraged Namekian. The Vegeta of this time was already thoroughly terrified. Well, allow me to conclude this wretch's life. Frieza sneered, a murderous intent flickering across his face. Whoosh! Just as Frieza prepared to obliterate Gohan, a keyblade whistled in from afar. Frieza seemed to sense the impending danger behind him and hastily ascended into the air. Slicing through the air, the keyblade severed Frieza's long tail. Frieza gasped in pain. Turning his head, he beheld the bald Krillin appearing in the distance. Both Vegetas were taken aback. Hadn't this fellow been annihilated by Frieza? How could he have returned? Frieza, too, felt a pang of confusion. He had nearly met his end. How had this happened? Keyblade. Krillin continuously unleashed a series of keyblades, hurtling them toward Frieza's position. Frieza desperately dodged, evading the onslaught of the keyblades. Krillin made a series of silly faces at Frieza. Enraged, Frieza swiftly pursued Krillin. With trepidation, Krillin fled at great speed. However, Frieza's velocity was superior, and he soon intercepted Krillin, blocking his path. I have no idea how you recovered, yet you dare sever my tail. Frieza spoke coldly. This time, I shall tear you asunder, ensuring you can never restore yourself. Solar flare. Krillin positioned his hands next to his cheeks, unleashing a blinding sphere of light. Frieza, caught off guard, was struck and momentarily blinded. In the sky, Vegeta remarked, I am familiar with this technique. That rascal Kakarot employed it against me previously. Where is Kakarot? Vegeta inquired. He is injured and currently receiving treatment, Lufon replied. Vegeta said nothing further. He glanced down to see Dend, the Namekian, tending to Gohan's wounds. Soon, after Den's healing, Gohan rose to his feet. Now I understand how that bald one has recovered. That Namekian possesses healing abilities. Vegeta realized with dawning comprehension. With a flash, Gohan, now restored, appeared directly in front of Frieza. Vegeta was once again astonished. This hybrid's battle prowess has surged remarkably. His recovery has elevated his strength to an impressive level. Gohan's power must be nearly on par with Frieza's. However, the thought of Frieza's staggering combat power of 1.2 billion unsettled Vegeta. That is an unfathomable magnitude of strength. This is merely the second transformation of Frieza. He still possesses 2 additional forms that he has yet to utilize. Yet, just as Gohan was preparing to launch his attack, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared, as Piccolo soared in from a distance. Is this the Namekian I had killed on Earth? Has he been resurrected? Vegeta was taken aback. Indeed, he has been brought back to life. The Dragon Balls here have granted him that boon. Lufon nodded. Have these Earthlings come here solely for the purpose of resurrection? Vegeta finally grasped the situation, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, what business does this Namekian have here? With such feeble combat prowess, he is merely courting death. Lufon chose not to respond to this query. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan exclaimed, this is wonderful. We've been awaiting you. Is this the one called Frieza? He certainly emanates an overwhelming aura. Piccolo scoffed, his demeanor unruffled. I wondered who it was. How absurd. It turns out that the one resurrected by the Dragon Balls is such a worthless wretch. Vegeta of this era also bore a disdainful smile. You speak so insolently. I shall remember your words. Once I have vanquished Frieza, we shall settle our scores. Piccolo replied coolly. You intend to deal with me after eliminating Frieza? Vegeta chuckled, astonished that the Namekian had a sense of humor. I will handle this scum myself. You need not interfere, Piccolo declared, positioning himself directly opposite Frieza, gazing at him with a calm expression. This is unwise. He is utterly oblivious to Frieza's formidable strength. Krillin shook his head. He will soon learn. Vegeta scoffed coldly. Uncle Piccolo is not the type to act recklessly. He must have a plan, Gohan speculated. You fool. Frieza mocked. Hey, Piccolo launched a swift attack, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's face. Frieza was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh. Piccolo pursued, throwing another punch at Frieza. Frieza hastily dodged and kicked Piccolo down from the air. Quickly, Piccolo adjusted his body midair, pushing off the ground with his bent legs, and shot skyward. Bang! Piccolo's head collided directly with Frieza's chin. Frieza winced in pain, using his severed tail to lash out at Piccolo. Immediately thereafter, Frieza waved his hand, unleashing a formidable energy blast aimed at Piccolo below. Bang! Piccolo swiftly countered with a slap, sending the energy blast soaring into the sky. The blast rebounded, hurtling back toward Frieza. Deflected, Frieza commanded, extending his hand in an attempt to redirect the energy blast. Boom! Yet, Piccolo waved his hand, releasing a surge of potent energy that engulfed Frieza high in the sky. Frieza was taken aback and quickly shielded his head. As the smoke cleared, Frieza emerged, smoking from the encounter. Both Vegetas were utterly dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Had I truly slain this creature? Can he truly contend with Frieza now? I can distinctly sense that his battle prowess has far surpassed my own. Frieza, too, wore an expression of shock and fury. I can't believe I allowed a Namekian to reduce me to such a pitiful state. Remarkable indeed. To be able to rival Frieza. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. No, it's more than that. This era's Vegeta was astonished. He had even gained the upper hand at one point. Splendid, Uncle Piccolo. Truly magnificent. Gohan exclaimed. Suddenly, Frieza appeared slowly before Piccolo, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Piccolo paused slightly. Bang! Frieza launched a swift attack, driving his elbow into Piccolo's face. Chapter 124, A Sense of Despair. Bang! Frieza landed another punch, sending Piccolo crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Frieza stomped down with force. However, Piccolo reacted swiftly, soaring into the sky. Yet, Frieza was even quicker, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. Bang! Frieza struck Piccolo from the air, sending him plummeting down. Boom! Piccolo crashed into the earth, sending plumes of dust into the air. Frieza chuckled disdainfully. I never expected he hadn't yet shown his true strength. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat. Clap! Frieza gently descended near Piccolo, arms crossed, watching him with a smirk. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo rose from the ground. My apologies for the trouble earlier, Frieza said with a smile. You are even stronger than I anticipated, and now I comprehend your capabilities. Could this fellow's second transformation be so formidable? Vegeta was horrified. I once fantasized about battling this monster. Knowing the gap now, I must train diligently to close it. Luffy smiled. Vegeta remained silent. This disparity is not trivial at all. Bah! Piccolo spat out blood and removed his cape and headpiece. Clang! The garments hit the ground with a metallic sound. Frieza blinked in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. Piccolo shook his neck and body, smiling at Frieza, saying, I haven't even unleashed my full potential yet. What did you say? You mean you haven't revealed your true strength? Frieza was taken aback. This Namekian truly had the audacity to boast. You shall understand shortly, Piccolo retorted. Has Piccolo been fighting in such heavy attire all along? Krillin was astonished. I will make you aware of the fury of a Namekian, Piccolo declared loudly. Humph, do you think my power ends here? Frieza laughed. You probably don't realize that I can transform. If you knew, you would surely fear me like Vegeta and the others. Transform. Piccolo was taken aback. Very well. I shall fill you with despair. Frieza smiled as he extended 2 fingers, declaring, with each transformation, I, Frieza, significantly enhance my power, and I have 2 transformations remaining. Do you comprehend the implications? Piccolo was taken aback, while Vegeta's eyes widened in terror, his entire body trembling. Although Vegeta had already learned from Rofan that Frieza could transform, hearing it from Frieza himself filled him with despair. Behold, you should consider yourselves fortunate. You are witnessing my 2 transformations for the first time. Frieza laughed heartily. Piccolo's expression grew grave. Suddenly, Frieza emitted eerie cries as his body began to morph rapidly. Sharp spikes protruded from his back, and his visage became increasingly grotesque. Apologies for the wait. Let us continue with the second round of our battle, Frieza stated with a smile. Piccolo's complexion turned a deeper shade of green. This creature was truly a monster. In the sky, Vegeta trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, this monster's power level had surged to approximately 2 million, while his own was a mere 20,000. He felt as though a mere breath from Frieza could obliterate him. Vegeta sensed a profound sense of dread engulfing him, and Krillin along with the others were equally terrified. Perhaps shedding some heavy equipment will enhance my speed, Frieza mused, gazing at Piccolo with a sly smile. You seem quite confident in your speed. Let me witness it firsthand. With that, Frieza launched himself towards Piccolo. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he ascended. Frieza pursued relentlessly, closing the distance rapidly. You scoundrel! While my energy may not match yours, my speed is undoubtedly superior. Piccolo gritted his teeth, vowing not to let Frieza catch him. Just as he muttered this to himself, he suddenly halted mid-air, realizing that Frieza had somehow positioned himself ahead. Here I am. We meet again, Frieza grinned. Piccolo trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down his body. Hey! Frieza suddenly jabbed a finger through the air. Bang! A hole appeared in Piccolo's leg, a gaping wound. Piccolo let out a pained scream. Hey! Frieza waved his hand forward once more, sending an invisible energy that grazed Piccolo's face, leaving a bloody mark. Piccolo's eyes widened, filled with terror. This creature's speed was astonishing. Hee. Frieza continued his assault, the energy from his fingertips raining down on Piccolo like a machine gun, turning him into a veritable pincushion. What an incredible speed this monster possessed. In the sky, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Although he was not engaged in battle, the emotional turmoil he felt was more agonizing than any physical fight. Such a battle engulfed Vegeta in an abyss of despair. A power level of 2 million. When will I ever catch up to this guy? Stop it. Gohan soared swiftly towards Piccolo's direction. You fool, come back quickly, Krillin exclaimed. As he spoke, Krillin resolved to rush after him to lend assistance. Suddenly, Vegeta seized Krillin's wrist. What are you doing? Let me go? Krillin turned to face Vegeta. It's futile for you to go, Vegeta barked at Krillin. Did you hear me? You must beat me half to death right now. If I can claw my way back from the brink of death once more, I will surely transform into a Super Saiyan. Huh? Krillin was taken aback. Hurry, there's no time, Vegeta urged. Wah! Gohan soared from afar, launching a kick towards Frieza. Frieza hastily dodged. Gohan arced through the air, positioning himself directly above Frieza. Die! He shouted, unleashing a massive blast of energy. The colossal force enveloped Frieza instantly. Chapter 125, I shall add some fuel at the right moment. Frieza's pupils dilated, his expression fluctuating wildly. In an instant, he braced himself against the oncoming attack of the energy blast. Just before hitting the ground, Frieza raised his hands sharply, deflecting the energy blast high into the air. The blast hurtled back towards Gohan, who paled in fear. Whoosh! Piccolo swiftly unleashed an energy sphere, diverting the blast's trajectory. Gohan narrowly avoided disaster. Phew! Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, he said, still shaken, as he expressed his gratitude. This boy's energy has significantly increased, and alongside Ruffin, Vegeta gritted his teeth. This fellow is indeed a Saiyan, though merely a hybrid. Indeed, you're right, Ruffin nodded. How could we possibly emerge victorious? That Frieza is merely toying with us, Vegeta snarled. Just wait and see. Frieza will meet his comeuppance, Ruffin smiled broadly. Do you intend to handle him personally? Vegeta inquired. No, I do not plan to intervene. I shall add some fuel at the appropriate moment, Ruffin replied, his smile growing ever brighter. Vegeta looked on, perplexed. Add some fuel? What do you mean by that? At this moment, Frieza quietly gazed at Gohan in the sky. How could this boy's power have surged so suddenly? It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person after his resurrection. Wait, it's a Saiyan, Frieza suddenly realized. But whose child is this? He does not resemble Vegeta's offspring. He seems somewhat akin to Radit's son. I cannot allow the Saiyans to gain any more strength. I must annihilate them all. Although I do not believe in the legends of Super Saiyans or Super Saiyan gods, the atmosphere feels increasingly ominous, and Vegeta's child grows ever more formidable. Hey, did you understand any of that? We Saiyans possess the remarkable ability to continually enhance our combat prowess through resurrection. Vegeta seized Krillin by the collar, vehemently urging him. Hurry and strike me down to the brink of death. The efficacy of self-destruction is rather limited, thus I must rely on you. How could I possibly bring you to such a state with my strength? Krillin inquired. Do not fret, I shall minimize my power level. That Namekian child possesses the capability to restore me instantaneously, Vegeta replied with a smirk. Though you are insufferable, I cannot bring myself to harm you, Krillin retorted. Moreover, Goku is on the verge of awakening. Let us await his arrival. Kakarot is an inferior warrior. He shall never amount to anything, Vegeta scoffed. To all present, Frieza proclaimed. Before you meet your demise, I shall unveil a more dreadful energy, one that will engulf you in boundless despair. He laughed maniacally. Indeed, you are correct. I will reveal my final transformation, which is my true form. Piccolo and the others turned pale. Krillin's imagination ran wild, picturing the monstrosity that Frieza would become in his ultimate state. Quickly, time is of the essence, Vegeta urged. Whoa, Krillin thrust his hand forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that pierced through Vegeta's body. A smile crept upon Vegeta's face. I shall soon transform into a Super Saiyan. That fool. Does this plan even work? Vegeta gritted his teeth while addressing Lufan. It's ineffective, Lufan responded. A brief silence ensued. Even if it proves futile, my combat power should still see a significant boost, correct? Vegeta queried. Approximately to around 2.5 million, which is indeed quite remarkable, Lufan smiled. 2.5 million combat power? Frieza's final transformation boasts a base power of 3 million, does it not? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. That is merely a game Frieza plays with you. His actual power far exceeds 3 million with just a slight release, Lufan explained. Vegeta felt a pang of despair. I shall remain silent. Frieza emanated an overwhelmingly potent aura, simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on those gathered. He was intrigued by their ability to recover. How could they return to life each time they were brought to the brink of death? He found it bewildering. Boy, hurry and heal me. Otherwise, I shall perish. Vegeta clutched his punctured body, sensing life ebbing away and the looming threat of death. Yet, that Namekian child stubbornly refused to render aid. I shall not heal you. You have slain many of my kin, and I refuse to assist someone like you, Dandy retorted. You wretch. Without my healing, you cannot defeat Frieza, Vegeta exclaimed. Annoying. Dandy shouted back. Hurry, I am losing consciousness. Vegeta weakly implored. I shall assist that individual, Dandy declared as he soared toward Piccolo's direction. Vegeta's mind echoed with 1,000 curses. The sky above echoed with the fury of Vegeta, who wished fervently to obliterate that Namekian child. How infuriating. Surely, I cannot perish so easily. Suddenly, Vegeta became acutely aware that the situation had taken a dire turn. If I were to meet my end in such a manner, it would be a tragic fate indeed. With a resounding thud, Vegeta witnessed his own form from this era collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, blood spilling from his mouth. I am on the brink of death. Dandy had already appeared beside Piccolo. Can you truly heal my wounds? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, I can, Dandy affirmed, nodding as a radiant healing light swiftly enveloped Piccolo. His injuries were mended post-haste. This spectacle was observed keenly by Frieza. So that is what transpired. I finally comprehend the situation. Piccolo rose, astonished, gazing at Dandy across from him. Dandy, you are remarkable. Most Namekians can only offer rudimentary healing. Yet you can instantly restore our wounds and replenish our energy, Piccolo marveled. Dandy remained silent. You are the future of the Namekians, Piccolo smiled, provided we all survive. Dandy fell into silence. Dandy, I understand your reluctance to heal Vegeta, but we cannot do without him, Krillin urged anxiously. He is just like Frieza. He has slain countless innocent Namekians. Dandy retorted vehemently. Heal him. We may not fear Vegeta now, but we are no match for Frieza, Piccolo insisted. In the sky, Vegeta seethed. That detestable Namekian now harbors no fear of me. Chapter 126. Despairing Vegeta with a thunderous roar, an immense surge of energy erupted from a distant island. Frieza was transforming once more. What a terrifying power this creature possesses, Piccolo remarked solemnly. It is about to emerge. It must be a truly dreadful monster, Krillin trembled. Dandy, I beseech you, hurry and heal Vegeta, Gohan implored. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Dandy hastily ascended, racing towards Vegeta's location. Soon, Dandy had healed Vegeta's injuries. Vegeta rose, delivering a kick that sent Dandy sprawling to the ground. Consider yourself fortunate to escape with your life, Vegeta scoffed, grumbling about nearly facing death moments ago. In the next instant, Frieza's form gradually materialized before the group. Frieza had taken on a more compact and intricate appearance. All present were taken aback by Frieza's new transformation. Is this truly Frieza's true visage? Krillin gasped. This is the epitome of not judging strength by appearance. Piccolo grit his teeth, noting a significant increase in Frieza's power. Frieza delicately raised a finger. With a swift motion, a flash of light darted forth. Boom. Before anyone could react, a tremendous explosion erupted behind Vegeta. Vegeta and the others turned back to discover Dandy, already enveloped in smoke, lifeless beyond salvation. This time, you cannot be revived, can you? Frieza chuckled ominously. This is bad. He witnessed Dandy sacrificing himself to save us. Piccolo gritted his teeth. In an instant, Frieza materialized directly in front of Piccolo and his companions, causing them to stagger back in fear. I warned you that I would make you experience terror far more dreadful than hell, Frieza scoffed. Wait a moment. Is it appropriate for you to run naked in the street? Krillin shouted defiantly. Just you wait, little bald one. Frieza retorted. Aya! Gohan bellowed, charging towards Frieza's location. No. No. Krillin cried, rushing to intervene. Piccolo also brandished his arms, launching an assault on Frieza. The trio unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet Frieza, relying on his superior speed, effortlessly evaded all their attacks. Realizing their efforts were futile, Gohan and his companions leaped back to initiate a ranged assault. In a flash, Frieza vanished from sight. What? He disappeared. Krillin exclaimed. Humph, behind you. Vegeta suddenly pointed at Piccolo's back. They turned to look. In the next moment, Frieza's figure gradually reappeared behind them. Indeed, Frieza remarked approvingly. With a swift motion, Frieza thrust his hand forward, unleashing a crimson beam of energy aimed directly at Gohan. Move aside, you fool! Vegeta shouted, propelling Gohan away with a kick. The crimson energy narrowly grazed Vegeta, sending a chill down his spine. Boom! Frieza's attack struck the distant lake, sending waves soaring thousands of meters high. I didn't even see his movements or attacks, Krillin observed solemnly. Thank you for saving me. Gohan expressed his gratitude to Vegeta. You are mistaken. I did not save you. I wanted you to witness the most thrilling spectacle, Vegeta replied with a grin. Do you have confidence in victory? Piccolo inquired, turning to him. Indeed. Stay back and watch carefully, Vegeta declared, a smile gracing his lips. You certainly exude confidence, Vegeta, Frieza remarked with a smile. Or are you merely dazed from fear? Laugh all you want, Frieza. Standing before you is the Super Saiyan you fear the most, Vegeta sneered. In the sky, Vegeta, standing beside Ruffin, was beginning to feel less composed. This fool, does he know what he is doing? Vegeta muttered through clenched teeth. What kind of Super Saiyan is that? There is no transformation at all. Ah, my prince, I must say, your ability to utter such words indicates your remarkable growth. Ruffin smiled. Vegeta let out a snort, falling silent thereafter. You see, Frieza's power level is approximately 3 million now. After all, he believes that such a level is sufficient to effortlessly dominate you, said Lufon with a smile. Vegeta remained mute. A Super Saiyan? That just amuses me, Frieza remarked, rubbing his nose. There's no need for Kakarot to make an appearance. With that, Vegeta charged at Frieza, who merely flickered and vanished from sight. I've spotted you, Vegeta exclaimed, hastily striking in another direction. Whoosh! Frieza's figure began to blur gradually. Vegeta lunged at thin air, his expression shifting as he searched frantically for Frieza's whereabouts. Ha ha! Frieza's laughter echoed from a distance. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Frieza's location. When did he get so far away? A slight display of speed, and you cannot keep up. Is this what you call a Super Saiyan? Frieza mocked. Vegeta trembled with rage. Do not jest with me, Vegeta. The notion of a Super Saiyan is utterly absurd. Frieza scoffed. Do you think I have reached my limit? That is impossible. Vegeta bellowed. I am a Super Saiyan. I will annihilate you, Frieza. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed all of his energy, concentrating it in his hands and projecting an immensely powerful energy sphere. The sphere hurtled towards Frieza below. Frieza merely smirked, intending to evade it effortlessly. Do you wish to destroy this planet, Vegeta? Piccolo shouted, his face pale with shock. Frieza's pupils contracted as he swiftly ascended. Bang! Frieza delivered a kick to the descending energy sphere, launching it skyward. A profound despair washed over Vegeta's face. This was his ultimate attack. For the first time in his life, Vegeta faced a soul-shattering defeat, a true terror that enveloped him in despair. Chapter 127. This fool finally met his end. Vegeta shed tears for the first time, overwhelmed by fear and hopelessness. The skybound Vegeta was utterly stunned. Lufon was right. This creature named Frieza was nothing short of a monster. Perhaps his true power was indeed 12 billion. Vegeta could acutely feel the despair and fear that defined this era. Tears streamed down his face. Bang! Frieza soared into the air, colliding headfirst with Vegeta. Following that, Frieza executed a backflip, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta fell to the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Frieza descended slowly, landing beside Vegeta and ensnaring his neck with his long tail. Vegeta was powerless to resist. No, he lacked the will to resist. The disparity was insurmountable. Bang! Frieza's fist struck Vegeta's lower back, causing him to spurt a copious amount of blood. You may assist him at any moment, Frieza remarked with a smile. casting a glance at Piccolo and the others, who stood frozen in terror. With a resounding crash, Frieza delivered another blow, sending Vegeta sprawling to the ground, devoid of any will to fight back. The Vegeta in the sky trembled, yearning to intervene on behalf of his counterpart in this era. Yet, he understood all too well that his current combat prowess was inferior to that of the bald warrior. To his astonishment, during the battle on Namek, the Earth's warriors had surpassed a power level of 20,000. He was certain that the bald warrior's strength now exceeded his own. How disheartening. You lack the courage to confront me. I shall swiftly put an end to you. Frieza scoffed. Just as Frieza prepared to extinguish Vegeta's life, a sudden flash revealed Goku's arrival. Frieza paused, turning his gaze towards Goku. I sensed an unusual energy. It must be you, Piccolo. You came via the Dragon Balls, didn't you? Goku inquired. Piccolo replied, I apologize for my tardiness. My injuries have fully healed. It is now my turn. Goku stepped forward, addressing Frieza. You are Frieza, aren't you? Far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Frieza retorted. I had planned to continue my battle with Vegeta. Do not interfere. At this moment, Vegeta, panting heavily, took note of Goku's presence. Kakarot, you, he gasped. Kakarot? Frieza echoed. Taken aback, for it was indeed a scion name. Vegeta in the sky furrowed his brow. Hey, Ruffin, although Kakarot's power has increased significantly, it still pales in comparison to Frieza's 120 million. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Even if he arrives, it will be of no consequence. Ruffin merely smiled, refraining from comment. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. Are you implying that this fellow might? He was cut off by Frieza's cold retort. I shall never allow a scion to remain in this world. Will you not surrender? Not a chance. Goku scoffed. Prepare yourself. Frieza aimed a kick at Goku. With remarkable speed, Goku maneuvered, supporting himself with one hand and landing a kick squarely on Frieza's face. Frieza tumbled through the air before regaining his footing, rubbing his injured cheek. His smile turned sinister. In an instant, Frieza pointed his finger at Goku. Danger! Goku dodged. Krillin shouted. With a flurry, Frieza unleashed a barrage of red energy blasts. As the fiery projectiles raced towards him, Goku extended his hand, swatting each one away with precision, leaving Frieza utterly astonished. With a single hand, this individual effortlessly sent my energy flying. Ha ha! Vegeta laughed incessantly, taunting Frieza to reveal his true abilities. For this was the Super Saiyan he feared most. Frieza, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. What an idiot. Why waste words at this point? Vegeta, soaring in the sky, bellowed in fury. Indeed, the legendary strongest warrior, the Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, Frieza, your doom is upon you. You are destined for misfortune. In an instant, a crimson beam erupted from Frieza's hand, piercing through Vegeta's heart. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and the Vegeta in the sky clutched his chest, his expression shifting dramatically. Do you understand now? I despise being the subject of others' jest, Frieza remarked with a disdainful snort. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed. How can you continue to harm him when he is already defenseless? This is utterly shameless. The Super Saiyan is merely a tedious legend. I abhor incessant chatter. Frieza replied with a slight smile. Kakarot, why do you still possess such compassion? Are you not the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta shot a glance at Goku, declaring, that fool. The legendary Super Saiyan does not exist. Trembling in the sky, Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, we can only become ordinary Super Saiyans. Ruffin remained silent, observing the scene below with calmness. To achieve ruthlessness, one must possess a hardened heart. Only then can one transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta instructed Goku. I shall never be as heartless as you, Goku replied. But what is this about a Super Saiyan? Vegeta coughed. Listen closely, Kakarot. The destruction of Planet Vegeta was not due to a colossal meteorite's impact. With a feeble voice, he continued, it was the result of Frieza's assault. We Saions have always bowed to him. He annihilated all Saions except us, including your parents and my king. Goku was momentarily stunned. This was because Frieza feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan among us. Vegeta continued. To be shot through the heart, yet still speak so much. Frieza chuckled softly. You must defeat Frieza. I implore you, harness the power of the Saions. After uttering this final plea, Vegeta's head tilted, and he succumbed to death. That fool is finally gone. Vegeta in the sky clenched his fists tightly. Ruffin remarked, Chapter 128, The First Clash Between Goku and Frieza. The one who has perished is you. Humph. Vegeta gritted his teeth and scoffed. In truth, you are the one who has died. The one who remains is you of this era. Vegeta inquired, what do you mean? I do not comprehend your words. Can you elucidate your statement? Nothing much. Simply jesting with you. Do not concern yourself with such details, Ruffin replied. Vegeta retorted, at such a time, you still choose to make such trivial jokes. At long last, he has breathed his last. A terrifying battle is poised to commence once more. Frieza's lips curled into a subtle smile. You weep and place your hopes in me because your desires have gone unfulfilled, haven't you? Goku lamented. Hey, in an instant, Goku unleashed a surge of energy upon the earth, creating a vast crater below. He carefully placed Vegeta within the pit, burying him beneath the earth. I understand now. Your fury is not merely for the fallen Scion brethren, but rather your impotent rage towards that individual. Goku sighed. Though I harbor disdain for you, you are the pride of the Scions. Allow me to share in that pride. Vegeta retorted, why utter such nonsense? Do I need your help to be buried? I am a Scion raised on Earth. Goku turned to Frieza, declaring, for the Namekians and Scions you've slain, I shall strike you until you are battered and bruised. Such bravado. Frieza chuckled lightly. Let us depart. Our presence here is unwelcome. Piccolo called out. Take care, Dad. You must defeat Frieza. Gohan shouted loudly. In the next moment, Piccolo and the others vacated the scene, marking the official commencement of the clash between Goku and Frieza. Vegeta's expression grew grave as he silently gazed downward. With a resounding crash, the battle between Goku and Frieza erupted. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, trading dozens of strikes in mere moments. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed a burst of energy. Goku swiftly raised his hand to counter the incoming attack, the energy sphere propelling him backward. Goku's form careened through the rocky mountains behind him, causing a cascade of rubble to fall. With a sudden motion, Goku lifted his hand skyward, redirecting the energy blast into the heavens. Emerging from the debris, he remarked, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. Frieza, taken aback, had not expected to encounter someone even stronger than Captain Ginyu, though he mused that Goku still fell short in comparison to himself. Is that so? We shall see. Goku replied with a slight smile. With a fierce glare, Frieza unleashed an invisible energy blast aimed directly at Goku's position. In a flash, Goku appeared high above, directly over Frieza. Here you go. Goku returned the favor, launching a powerful energy blast that struck Frieza squarely. Frieza plummeted downward, nearing the surface of the lake. But with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. In an instant, Frieza reappeared beside Goku. With a decisive kick, Frieza sent Goku spiraling down into the lake below. Hurry up. You won't be harmed. Frieza scoffed, calling out loudly. Suddenly, a brilliant orb of light hurtled toward Frieza's direction. He's coming. Frieza prepared to counter the radiant entity, only to realize it was not Goku. Another sphere of light surged from Frieza's opposite side. Haha, over here. Frieza was poised to strike, but suddenly he sensed something amiss. That's not me. I'm above you. The voice of Son Goku echoed from above Frieza. A change swept across Frieza's face. Boom. Son Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza plummeting to the ground, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. Moments later, Frieza emerged from the dust, shaking his head. I never expected that. Aside from my father, you would be the first to cover me in dirt, Frieza remarked with a smile. I've never felt so exhilarated. How should I deal with you? What a disappointment. I thought I could still make an impact. Son Goku chuckled. Allow me to show you my prowess. Frieza extended his hand, manipulating the scattered stones to levitate. Hey! With a swift motion, Frieza directed the stones towards Son Goku's location. Son Goku dodged with all his might, shattering several stones with his fists. Just as he dispersed the last of the debris, Frieza's voice emerged suddenly from behind him. Got you. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Hey! A golden energy sphere enveloped Son Goku. This is bad. I can't move. Son Goku exclaimed in alarm. Die! Frieza hurled the energy sphere downward. Boom! Son Goku, along with the energy sphere, crashed into the surface of Namek, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. It's over. Kakarot is dead, Vegeta sighed. I never imagined that this wretched Frieza could be so formidable. It seems I was overly cautious. Kakarot hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. His physique shows no change. Luffy smiled slightly. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, Son Goku suddenly appeared behind Piccolo and the others. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. How has Kakarot become so powerful? He surpasses even me in this era. Son Goku admitted, I almost missed his attack. He then soared into the sky, returning to face Frieza. Frieza was equally astonished. This fellow emerged unscathed, even stronger than he had anticipated. Hey, stop destroying other people's planets, Son Goku admonished. Your strength is quite impressive, Frieza sneered. Likewise, I am equally astonished by your power, Son Goku nodded. Let us consider this warm-up over. Let us commence the official battle. Frieza smiled lightly. Chapter 129. Now you understand my good intentions, don't you? I was thinking the same, Son Goku replied. Are you adept at ground combat or aerial combat? Frieza inquired. How about ground combat? Son Goku responded. Frieza turned to glance behind him, gesturing towards a vast expanse of land below. The two individuals swiftly descended to the distant ground. The true battle was about to commence. Vegeta clenched his teeth, asserting that even if Kakarot's combat power reached 3 million, there remained a significant disparity when compared to Frieza. Do not forget that Kakarot can utilize the Kaioken, replied Ruffin. So what? The double Kaioken merely elevates his power to 6 million at most. Vegeta scoffed, conceding that Kakarot had surpassed him for the moment, yet he firmly believed Kakarot was no match for Frieza. Moreover, it was evident that Kakarot was not in his Super Saiyan state. Do you think after all this time he still relies on the double Kaioken? Ruffin chuckled. What do you mean? Vegeta suddenly felt a foreboding sense. Kakarot can now employ the tenfold Kaioken, Ruffin mused. What did you say? The tenfold Kaioken? Vegeta exclaimed, realizing this meant that his combat power could be augmented tenfold. Indeed, Ruffin nodded. Are you jesting? His power can now reach the heights of a great ape? Vegeta shuddered. Indeed, and he does not require a full moon to do so, Ruffin smiled. Vegeta fell silent, grappling with the implications of such a significant boost in power without lunar assistance. Now you understand my earnest intentions when I took you to train on King Kai's planet. Ruffin sighed. You truly disappoint me, Vegeta, he added. Vegeta bared his teeth. Your words increasingly echo those of my father. I do not know why, but your presence irks me, Ruffin remarked, launching a kick that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta spun through the air several times before finally managing to halt his descent. Return to me at once, Ruffin commanded. Vegeta gritted his teeth and obediently flew back from a distance, trembling all over. Just wait, I shall defeat you one day. For now, I am not your equal, and I require your assistance. I shall remain humble. Being bullied by you is preferable to being tormented by that wretched Frieza. Vegeta lowered his head, obediently appearing beside Ruffin. Below, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza officially commenced. Frieza chose to fight without using his hands. Kaioken. Son Goku unleashed a surge of energy, directly executing the tenfold Kaioken. Boom. In an instant, Son Goku's combat power soared to an astounding 30 million. Upon sensing Goku's formidable aura, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this fellow's power had increased at least tenfold. Regret surged within Vegeta. If only he had trained alongside that diminutive King Kai, perhaps it would be he standing on Namek, ready to confront Frieza in the final showdown. Cursed Kakarot. Humph. Although Kakarot had elevated his combat power to 30 million, it was merely a quarter of Frieza's strength. Vegeta felt a flicker of schadenfreude. Ruffin remained silent. Such was Vegeta's nature. One could not alter his character. If Vegeta's character were truly altered, what difference would it make if he were merely a puppet? What Ruffin desires is not a marionette, but rather a Vegeta brimming with individuality. It is permissible to trample him underfoot from time to time. As Goku soared towards Frieza, he launched a fierce assault against him. After exchanging blows for 2 or 3 rounds, Frieza's tail lashed out violently, striking Goku with a resounding impact. Goku was sent flying backward but quickly pushed off the ground, charging once more at Frieza. With a swift motion, Goku seized Frieza's tail. Huh, he exclaimed, swinging Frieza around in a circle. With a sudden release, Frieza was hurled away, crashing into a rocky mountain. The mountain crumbled, burying Frieza within its debris. However, he soon emerged from the rubble, arms crossed, unleashing a furious counterattack on Goku. Goku fought back fiercely, exchanging blows. After a few more rounds, he landed a punch squarely on Frieza's face. Frieza hastily regained his stance and initiated another assault. Yet Goku's speed intensified. He soared upward, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza winced in pain, his tail coiling tightly around Goku's neck, a smug expression on his face. However, Goku grasped Frieza's tail firmly and, with a fierce bite, elicited a pained cry from Frieza. Seizing the opportunity, Goku struck Frieza's back of the head with a solid kick. A flurry of punches followed, landing squarely in Frieza's midsection. Unable to endure any longer, Frieza retaliated, striking Goku in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. We agreed to avoid using our hands, yet here you are, throwing punches, Frieza remarked. Goku rose from the ground, smiling. Didn't we agree not to use our hands? Humph, the time for leniency has passed, Frieza replied, rubbing his nose. I once warned you. I am not to be trifled with, yet your overconfidence has forced my hand. Goku retorted. Thank you for your guidance, Frieza scoffed. That detestable Kakarot, how has he trained? Can he truly be just a lowly warrior? Vegeta clenched his fists, increasingly displeased. Who claims he is a lowly warrior? Ruffin suddenly inquired. What is there to discuss? Only lowly warriors are dispatched to a planet like Earth, devoid of combat prowess. Vegeta responded. What if I told you that his father, Bardock, had foreseen the potential destruction of Planet Vegeta and sent him to a safe planet to live? Would you believe that? Ruffin chuckled. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback. You will come to understand in due time, Ruffin smiled. So you mean Kakarot is not a lowly warrior? Vegeta pondered. But wait, he was born with a power level of only 2. Vegeta, do not compare his initial power level, Ruffin advised. As Rofan sighed, he reflected on what Kakarot had said. Even as a lower-class warrior, he could surpass a prodigious fighter like Frieza through sheer effort. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart at that moment. I shall remain silent, he decided. Chapter 130. Even a fart from me could send him flying. You are indeed formidable. I am somewhat astonished, Frieza remarked to Goku. Thank you for the compliment, Goku replied. I am weary of this battle. Let us swiftly determine the victor, Frieza huffed. I must ask you once more, would you be willing to serve under me? It would be a pity to annihilate you, as you could surpass Captain Ginyu. Do not jest. Do you truly believe I would accept such an invitation? Goku scoffed, outright refusing. I anticipated your response. You Scions are all stubborn and unyielding, Frieza chuckled. Thus, you are left with but one path, death. Not so easily, Goku retorted with a grin. Your confidence is quite remarkable, Frieza remarked, noting that although Goku was engaged in earnest combat, he was not utilizing his full power. You saw through me, Goku smiled. I have calculated that as long as I employ around 50 of my power, I can reduce you to cosmic dust. Frieza's face twisted into a chilling smile. What did you say? Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Do not jest. You are merely trying to instill fear. I am genuinely delighted. It has been too long since I have encountered such an exhilarating battle, Frieza declared, as his energy began to escalate. Upon sensing Frieza's formidable aura, Goku's expression morphed with alarm. This guy? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening. Though Vegeta was aware of Frieza's combat prowess, boasting a staggering power level of 12 million, he was nonetheless taken aback upon experiencing even half of that energy. Frieza's combat strength had now reached an astonishing height of 6 million, hadn't it? Boom. Frieza launched a swift attack, delivering an elbow strike directly to Goku's nose, nearly toppling him. Once Goku regained his footing, blood streamed from his nose. Smack. Frieza executed a sweeping kick, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Immediately, Frieza's tail ensnared Goku's neck. Boom. Frieza struck again with an elbow to Goku's chest. Goku knelt in agony, his body trembling violently. Hey! Goku retaliated with a fierce kick. Frieza deftly leaped aside, evading the onslaught. Yeah! Goku unleashed his Kaioken, charging forward once more. Boom! Frieza retaliated with a kick, landing squarely on Goku's face, knocking him down. Gritting his teeth, Goku sprang back to his feet. Huff, huff, huff. Goku began to breathe heavily. You are finally panting. Consider it fortunate you are still alive, Frieza chuckled lightly. Boom. Frieza launched another ferocious assault on Goku. Son Wukong was relentlessly pushed back, utterly powerless to resist. With a swift motion, Frieza waved his hand, and a flash of lightning erupted from his fingertips, striking the surface of Namek. Cold sweat drenched Son Wukong as he gazed down, realizing that the ground had been cleaved in two. I have warned you. I can effortlessly annihilate this planet, Frieza scoffed. I am the one who obliterated Planet Vegeta. It's hopeless. I cannot win, Son Wukong said with a bitter smile. It appears Kakarot cannot defeat that fiend, Frieza, Vegeta remarked solemnly. Indeed, Kakarot is presently no match for Frieza, Lufon agreed. Lufon, why not eliminate that scoundrel? Vegeta suggested. I have no interest in such a foe, Lufan replied with a smile. Let me assure you, I could obliterate him with but a mere breath. Do not worry. I shan't kill you just yet. My fury has yet to subside, Frieza said with a sinister smile, observing Son Wukong, who was rapidly devising a new strategy. It seemed there was no other option left but to employ the Kaioken X-20. If what he claimed were true, that he had only expended half of his energy. Even with the Kaioken X-20, he could not possibly stand against Frieza. However, retreat was no longer an option. He had no choice but to gamble everything. Kaioken X-20. Son Wukong shouted, an immense surge of energy erupting from him. What? How has Kakarot's power increased so dramatically? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. He has activated the Kaioken X-20, elevating his battle power to an astounding 60 million, Lufan explained. What did you say? His battle power has reached 60 million? Vegeta felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath him. Suddenly, Son Wukong landed a powerful punch squarely on Frieza's face, sending him flying backward. Son Wukong pursued him at lightning speed, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands. With a thunderous roar, a formidable Kamehameha surged toward Frieza. Frieza swiftly swiped his hand downward, attempting to grasp the approaching energy wave. However, upon contact, the wave emanated a palpable aura of death. Frieza, gripped by terror, hastily ramped up his energy. A deafening explosion erupted from Frieza's position, and a colossal energy manifestation materialized in the sky. A vast aura surged outward, overwhelming the surroundings. Once calm returned, wisps of blue smoke emanated from Frieza. Son Wukong's eyes widened in shock. He was not exaggerating. Frieza had indeed only utilized half of his energy. Panting heavily, Son Wukong barely managed to remain standing. The Kaioken X-20 had inflicted severe damage on his body. That was perilously close. How could he possess such immense energy? Frieza, equally shaken, gazed down at Son Wukong with lingering trepidation. If I do not promptly elevate my energy, I might have just been struck down by him. Curse that scion. I shall not spare you. With a resounding thud, Frieza descended from the heavens, confronting Goku. You have inflicted considerable pain upon me, Frieza bellowed, charging at Goku and colliding his head against him. Goku rolled across the ground several times, gritting his teeth and resolutely rising to his feet. Thud! Frieza advanced, delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku soaring into the sky. Frieza followed suit with another kick, sending Goku crashing back to the earth. Goku fell hard but, through sheer determination, got back on his feet, his breath growing increasingly labored. Where has your vigor vanished? Surely your energy has been depleted, Frieza taunted. Chapter 131, Goku's Final Technique. Hey? Frieza raised his hand slightly, unleashing an invisible force that struck the ground where Goku stood, creating a vast and bottomless pit. This is disastrous. Kakarot is about to meet his end, Vegeta remarked. However, as Vegeta finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Kakarot raising both hands. Is that a spirit bomb? Vegeta pondered, momentarily taken aback. What use is such a technique? It couldn't even defeat me on Earth, let alone Frieza. Frieza, too, observed Goku raising his hands, somewhat perplexed. What are you doing? Are you surrendering? Frieza inquired. Goku remained silent, continuing to gather energy for the spirit bomb. The primary flaw of this technique is its excessive time requirement. Are you ever going to finish? Do you plan to keep your hands raised indefinitely? Frieza frowned. No need to rush. Goku grinned foolishly. Go to hell. Frieza retaliated with a swift kick, knocking Goku back to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Goku stood once more, raising his hands to concentrate on the spirit bomb. Don't rush me. It will be ready shortly, Goku replied with a smile. Stop trying to scare me. Frieza scoffed, directing his hand towards Goku's form. Boom. An energy blast akin to a Kamehameha struck Goku, sending him crashing into the nearby lake. Gritting his teeth, Goku clawed his way out of the water. Frieza approached Goku, his voice cold and filled with disdain. What on earth is that scion thinking? I am weary of this battle. I intend to obliterate you along with this planet. Thus, that other little scion shall perish as well. The universe will no longer harbor any scions. The Super Saiyan is merely a fleeting dream for you all. As Frieza spoke, he pointed a finger at Goku's head. However, he soon caught sight of a powerful energy reflected in the lake, appearing in the sky. That is not the sun. What could that be? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned his gaze to the heavens, where a pale blue light began to materialize. The radiant orb of light was incredibly immense. Frieza was taken aback. What on earth was that? Could it be the energy he had amassed? Frieza muttered to himself, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could you possess such vast energy? Goku felt a tinge of despair. He had been discovered by this fiend. This was troublesome. Such a minuscule spirit bomb could not annihilate Frieza. That fool, discovered so quickly. Vegeta huffed. Yet it appeared that the current size of the spirit bomb would not be sufficient to vanquish Frieza. Indeed, Reuven nodded. Now Kakarot seemed to have exhausted all options. Vegeta chuckled softly. Do not be hasty. Take your time to observe, Reuven grinned. Do you intend to ambush me, you pitiful creature? Frieza pointed a finger at Goku's body. I shall eliminate you now, ensuring your efforts are in vain. Bastard. Goku hurled a punch at Frieza. Whack. Frieza effortlessly raised his hand to block Goku's incoming strike. He then aimed his finger at Goku's forehead. Disappear. Frieza chuckled lightly. Goku's pupils constricted sharply, a look of despair crossing his face. A red flame was coalescing at Frieza's fingertip. In that critical moment, boom. Piccolo soared in from a distance, delivering a swift kick to the back of Frieza's head. Taken by surprise, Frieza was sent hurtling backward, crashing headlong into the lake behind him, plunging deep into its waters. Piccolo! Goku exclaimed, both shocked and elated. Quickly, complete the spirit bomb. Piccolo urged, Reuven and Krillin, lend me your energy. I can only muster the strength of that last kick. Yes, understood, Goku nodded, immediately raising his hands to continue gathering energy for the spirit bomb. Goku, hurry, I cannot hold him off. Piccolo pressed on. Boom. Frieza erupted from the water, hovering high in the sky, furious beyond measure. You damn Namekian, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins. Is it not finished yet? Goku? Piccolo urged again. There was no time left, strike quickly. It's futile to attack now. There's barely any energy left. Goku gritted his teeth. What? Just as Frieza prepared to annihilate Goku and Piccolo, he suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. Boom. Frieza turned to see a surge of explosive energy awaiting him. A deafening blast erupted, marking the location of Frieza's position with a tremendous explosion. Though the destructive force was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Piccolo glanced toward the source. It was those two, barely managing to unleash a final feeble attack. Piccolo smiled. Frieza looked back at the point of the recent assault, a chilling smile appearing on his face. That strike had thoroughly enraged Frieza. Even at such a distance, there were still flies daring to escape. Frieza snorted coldly. You truly know how to provoke my wrath. The game ends here. I shall obliterate you along with this planet. All right, it is complete. As Son Wukong's pupils constricted, a look of astonishment spread across his face. With a crack, Frieza grinned, a dark red energy orb forming in his hand, the planet-destroying ball. Go! Son Wukong shouted, pressing his hands downward. A colossal energy sphere cascaded toward Frieza's position, overwhelming the space around him. Just as Frieza had coalesced the planet-destroying orb, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What was that? Turning his gaze towards the immense energy sphere approaching him, he realized it was drawing nearer with alarming speed. The orb radiated immense power, its energy creating a gravitational pull that rendered Frieza momentarily immobile. With a crack, Frieza's planet-destroying orb disintegrated upon contact with the energy sphere, vanishing instantly. Frieza's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both hands, attempting to repel the impending energy assault. Kakarot. How could this energy sphere be so enormous? Vegeta remarked, astonished. He must have absorbed the energy from Namek and its surrounding planets, Rofan explained. Chapter 132, Energy Sphere That Explains Its Size. Vegeta realized, frustration brewing within him. Damn it, has Kakarot truly bested Frieza? With a resounding crack, Frieza's hands and feet made contact with the energy sphere as he endeavored to push it away. Yet, despite Frieza's relentless efforts, it proved futile. Despair etched itself across his face as the energy orb continued its descent toward the surface of Namek. Oh! Frieza let out a series of anguished cries. With a thunderous crash, the energy sphere struck the ground, creating a bottomless circular pit. The surrounding waters surged inward, drawn toward the newly formed void. Vegeta glanced down, incredulous. I can't believe he was defeated in such a manner. He scoffed. Then, his gaze fell upon a familiar bald head in the distance. Krillin had climbed onto a nearby rock, while Gohan slowly descended to the ground, helping Krillin up. The two peered toward the colossal pit. Are Dad and the others too close? Did they fall in? Gohan asked with concern, sensing their energy signatures had vanished. That's due to our lack of focus. Krillin reassured him. Piccolo is there. He will be fine. Look over there, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan pointed into the distance. On the far shore, Piccolo struggled to pull Son Wukong's wrist, aiding him back onto solid ground. It's Wukong, Krillin exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. Both Dad and Uncle Piccolo are alive. This is wonderful. Gohan's face brightened with a smile as they began to glide towards Son Wukong and Piccolo. Ha ha ha. Our strength is nearly depleted. We can barely fly. Krillin chuckled. Dad, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan shouted excitedly. Krillin and Gohan landed upon a rocky terrain. Krillin approached and embraced Goku, while Gohan shared a heartfelt hug with his father. Piccolo, with a gentle smile, placed his large hand on Gohan's head. The group took a moment to rest before turning their attention to the vast pit in the distance. The pit had been filled by the lake's waters, with only faint ripples expanding outward. Cut it out, Vegeta thought, feeling a mix of discomfort. Now you understand just how significant the Kai's influence has been here, Lufan remarked, squinting at Vegeta, who shuddered slightly. You little rascal, do you wish to kick me again? Vegeta quickly distanced himself from Lufan. Damn it, if you had told me earlier that shorty possessed such formidable abilities, I wouldn't have bullied him. He gritted his teeth. Very well, you dare to argue back now? Lufan smiled. You know, I find your words quite irrefutable. Don't forget, you are my subordinate. All right, I won't kick you this time, but do take care, Lufan replied. Vegeta fell silent. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, Hey Lufan, you don't mean to suggest that I must return to the Kai's planet for training, do you? Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly inquired. You're overthinking it, Lufan chuckled. Even if I took you back now, do you really believe the Kai would allow you to train with him? That's a fair point, Vegeta conceded. Humph. Didn't you say that you don't exist in this timeline? He pondered another angle. I mean, the Kai of this timeline wouldn't know me, right? Are you foolish? The you of this timeline is already deceased, Lufan stated. Vegeta fell silent, realizing the grim truth. He was indeed gone. How tragic, he lamented. Below, Goku called out to Piccolo and the others. Let us depart. We can return to Earth in 5 days aboard my spaceship. Suddenly, Krillin shouted in alarm, startling Goku and the others. What's wrong, Krillin? Goku asked, taken aback. I just remembered. Miss Bulma is still on this planet. I almost forgot about her. Krillin exclaimed. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought Frieza had returned. Goku sighed. Well, in a certain sense, Miss Bulma is more terrifying than Frieza, Krillin laughed. Ha ha. Don't make me laugh. My entire body aches, Goku chuckled. Despite the devastation, at least Frieza is dead. The Elder and our fallen kin can now find peace. Piccolo reflected. Wait, how do you know about the Elder? Krillin asked, surprised, turning to Piccolo. However, upon looking, Krillin's pupils dilated, his face pale, trembling all over. What's wrong, Krillin? Goku noticed Krillin's unease. That over there, Krillin pointed towards a specific spot on a massive rock. Son Wukong turned his head to glance in that direction. It was Frieza. Frieza was still alive. Vegeta, upon witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this fellow immortal? Vegeta was astounded. He could distinctly sense the immense power of that energy blast. How could such a colossal energy sphere fail to annihilate Frieza? Whoosh! A red beam of light erupted from Frieza's finger, piercing through Piccolo's heart. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. Son Wukong glared with evident fury on his face. Did you think I was dead? Frieza said coldly. I, Frieza, shall never perish. You must leave this place at once. Son Wukong instructed Krillin and Son Gohan. Find my spaceship and take Miss Bulma away from this planet. What do you mean? What are you planning to do? Wukong. Krillin asked. We cannot leave you here. Hurry, don't linger here. Do you want to die together? Son Wukong shouted. Do you think I would forgive you? None of you shall escape. I will tear you to shreds one by one. Frieza sneered, extending his hand forward. Immediately, Krillin's body became uncontrollably suspended in the air. He was swiftly lifted into the sky by Frieza's control. The sky turned a vivid green at that moment. Chapter 133, Transformation. Super Saiyan Son Wukong. Krillin. Son Wukong cried out. Krillin ascended higher. Stop it, Frieza! Son Wukong shouted angrily. Humph, Frieza replied with a derisive smile. Do you think I will cease at your command? You just joined forces against me. If I do not eliminate these minions completely, I am not the emperor of the universe. Wukong. Krillin shouted Son Wukong's name loudly. Boom. Just as Krillin finished calling out, his body suddenly exploded. Son Wukong's pupils constricted, his face paling. Vegeta remained silent. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Krillin had been reduced to mere fragments, slowly falling from the sky. Son Wukong could no longer bear to watch. He closed his eyes, trembling violently. Ha ha ha. The next is that boy, your son, isn't he? Frieza remarked with a smile. Suddenly, from afar, streaks of golden lightning descended from the heavens. The sky turned dark. Frieza was taken aback. Why is it suddenly thundering? Is there such a thing as divine retribution? This cannot be. What is happening? Vegeta expressed his surprise, turning to survey the surroundings. Above the skies of Namek, dark clouds began to gather ominously, obscuring the sky as gold lightning flashed. Is this planet about to explode? Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering. That shouldn't be the case. No one is deliberately trying to destroy the planet. Kakarot's energy blast did not even strike the planet's core. With a crackle, golden lightning continued to cascade downwards. Suddenly, with a pop, Son Wukong's hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Upon closer inspection, he radiated a dazzling golden light. Vegeta was left astounded. What in the world has happened to Kakarot? He exclaimed in disbelief. Lufon merely smiled, remaining silent. Could this possibly be the Super Saiyan you spoke of? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Lufon did not respond to the inquiry. Frieza was equally taken aback. As Son Wukong ascended to the status of Super Saiyan, the surrounding golden lightning gradually subsided. Gohan, take Piccolo back to Earth immediately. There may still be a chance for his recovery, Son Wukong commanded. Gohan was rendered speechless by the shock. Before I lose my reason, we must leave this place at once. Do you understand? Son Wukong urged. Understood, Gohan replied, startled, nodding hurriedly. What does this transformation signify? Aren't Saiyans only capable of becoming great apes? Frieza's eyes widened. Hurry, Gohan. If Piccolo dies, the Supreme Kai will vanish as well. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Son Wukong pressed again. Don't worry about me. I will return to Earth, he insisted. But how will you escape from here? Gohan queried. Stop with the questions. Are you trying to make this difficult for me? Son Wukong retorted. Gohan ceased his inquiries and took off into the sky, carrying Piccolo on his back. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Frieza laughed maniacally, extending his hand towards Gohan. In an instant, Son Wukong appeared directly in front of Frieza. With a swift motion, he seized Frieza's arm, applying just enough pressure to elicit a wince of pain as Frieza felt as though his bones might shatter. Enough. You despicable wretch, you have harmed countless innocents. Not even Krillin was spared. Son Wukong seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing nothing more than to rend Frieza apart. Frieza struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Son Wukong's grasp. Son Wukong gently released him, allowing Frieza to retreat. Shock etched across his face as he regarded Son Wukong. How could this creature possess such strength? Frieza pondered. Is it possible that he has truly become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta began to tremble. Has this battle on Namek elevated his power to such extraordinary heights? Frieza, I am furious. Son Wukong bellowed. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong launched himself forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent Frieza hurtling backwards into the earth below. However, Frieza quickly ascended, reappearing before Son Wukong. Do not feign righteousness. Have you Saiyans never taken innocent lives? Frieza sneered. It was the Saiyans who were annihilated, Son Wukong replied. I was the one who eradicated them. I have no affection for Saiyans. Frieza smirked slightly. Now it is my turn to eliminate you, Son Wukong stated coolly. You dare claim you will destroy me, Frieza? Do not overestimate yourself. You cannot defeat me. Frieza scoffed. Huh. With that, Frieza executed a grand turn, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy directed towards Goku. Boom. The energy erupted from Frieza's hands, enveloping Goku entirely. As the smoke gradually cleared, Goku emerged unscathed, standing before Frieza. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. His body trembled with intensified agitation, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan's fury. Lufon chose not to respond, believing it was something Vegeta needed to comprehend on his own. I see now. Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage. Vegeta suddenly realized, hastily inquiring. Lufon smiled faintly. How infuriating. The dragon mentioned that a significant emotional upheaval could trigger the transformation, but it seems one must possess a tranquil heart. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Do you still think I am deceiving you? Lufon replied with a chuckle. Vegeta fell silent. Damn it. The first to become a Super Saiyan is that lowly warrior Kakarot. I cannot accept this. Quickly, tell me how I can attain a peaceful heart. Vegeta clenched his fists, demanding an answer. Perhaps upon returning to Earth. You should seek a passionate romance with a woman, Lufan mused, sensing Vegeta's lack in that emotional aspect. What did you say? You want the royal Saiyan prince to engage in a romance with a mere earthling? Vegeta fumed. Do you not wish to become a Super Saiyan? Would you prefer Kakarot to always outshine you? Lufan smiled. Humph, in this timeline, I am already dead. Vegeta retorted through gritted teeth. Death does not preclude resurrection. Lufan remarked with a slight grin. Chapter 134. Enlightenment on Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Frieza raged on, with Frieza seemingly at Goku's mercy. In desperation, Frieza let out a series of cold laughs. I will not perish. I can survive in the vacuum of space. Can you, Saiyans? Frieza suddenly bellowed, catching Vegeta's attention. Turning to look, Vegeta was startled to see Frieza's hands coalescing a planet-destroying energy sphere. What does he intend to do? Vegeta sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He realized that since he could not overpower Kakarot, he intended to obliterate the planet instead. Frieza can survive in space, but we Saiyans cannot, Lufan explained. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Lufan indeed possessed foresight. Years ago, he had wished for the ability to survive in the cosmos. That wish proved invaluable, ensuring they need not fear Frieza's destruction of the planet. Destroy this planet. Frieza roared, hurling the energy sphere towards Namek's surface. How shameless. That scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta seethed, sharing in the indignation. You cannot possibly defeat Kakarot, and yet you resort to such methods to achieve victory. Thunderous sounds echoed as the planet-destroying blast struck the surface of Namek. The core of Namek was instantly subjected to a fatal blow. The entire planet trembled violently, on the brink of explosion. Alas, a miss. Frieza snorted, realizing that the energy unleashed had not immediately obliterated the planet's core. You fear the explosion will engulf you as well, do you not? Son Goku scoffed. You remain blissfully unaware, do you? Although this planet has momentarily evaded destruction, its core has suffered a catastrophic impact. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Frieza chuckled softly. In 5 minutes, this planet will erupt in a grand explosion, transforming Namek into cosmic dust. What did you say? Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta's face also paled. 5 minutes left? Will this planet truly explode in 5 minutes? 5 minutes is ample time for me to defeat you, and then leave this place with my companions aboard the spaceship from Earth. Son Goku smiled. How unfortunate. Only I hold the hope of surviving this ordeal. Frieza retorted with a huff. Prepare to witness my full power at 100. You stand no chance against me. You should tread carefully. Has Frieza not yet unleashed his full power? Vegeta trembled slightly, suddenly realizing something. Could his full power be a battle strength of 120 million? Indeed. Rufan nodded. Why have you only revealed your full power now? Is it because exerting yourself to the fullest would be beyond your physical capability? Son Goku chuckled. Frieza, struck by the truth of the statement, trembled with rage. I will no longer waste time with you. Let us commence the battle. Son Goku bellowed, soaring towards Frieza's position. Hey! Frieza waved his hand forward, unleashing a powerful energy blast directly at Son Goku. Boom! Son Goku was sent flying backward, plunging headfirst into the lake behind him. Wait here for a moment, Vegeta, Rufan instructed. Vegeta was taken aback. What do you mean? Why must I wait here? Whoosh! In the next instant, Rufan vanished from sight. Yet, he returned swiftly, reappearing directly opposite Frieza. Vegeta rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did you not claim you would not interfere with events in this timeline? How did you end up opposite Frieza? What are you intending to do? Who are you? Frieza, indeed, did not recognize Rufan. Were there others present on this planet? In this timeline, Rufan's existence was singular. Do not concern yourself with my identity. I have come to impart some knowledge, Rufan mused. Humph, do you even realize who you are addressing? Frieza barked coldly. Do not obstruct me here. Begone at once. Just as he spoke, the surface of the lake began to stir. A radiant golden light gradually emerged from the water's surface. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan. Frieza gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. With a swift motion, Lufan unleashed an invisible divine force upon Son Goku. In an instant, Goku was thrust into the depths of the lake by the ethereal power emanating from Lufan's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Frieza was momentarily rendered speechless. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a portrait of disbelief. Was this truly the extent of Lufan's prowess? Kakarot, that rogue, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet a mere wave of Lufan's hand had subdued him? Who are you? Frieza inquired, overwhelmed with shock. The Super Saiyan was insufficient to withstand even a flick of his wrist. In truth, I too am a Saiyan, Lufan replied, flashing a grin that revealed his pearly whites. What did you say? You are also a Saiyan? Frieza stammered, taken aback. Indeed, Lufan affirmed with a nod. What are you here for? Frieza asked warily. Are you here to assist that Super Saiyan? Not at all. I have come to enlighten you about some fundamental knowledge regarding Saiyans, Lufan said with a smile. Frieza exclaimed, What the hell do you mean by basic knowledge of Saiyans? What do you intend to do, Lufan? I do not require your instruction. With a furious shout, Frieza unleashed a colossal surge of energy directed at Lufan. Boom! The area where Lufan stood erupted in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lufan emerged unscathed, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Frieza. Frieza was dumbfounded. This individual was even more terrifying than that Super Saiyan. Humph. I suddenly find myself curious about the Saiyan knowledge you speak of, Frieza said, rubbing his nose, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Now, that is the spirit. Lufan nodded, his interest piqued as he regarded Frieza. Frieza frowned. What exactly do you want? What kind of Saiyan knowledge? Behold, this is my normal state. The form in which I do not transform, Lufan explained. Chapter 135. Is it the Super Saiyan Goku who fell into the water? Frieza wore a perplexed expression. With a snap, Lufan radiated golden light, his hair soaring upward, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. A layer of golden flames enveloped him. This is the Super Saiyan, Lufan proclaimed. Frieza was astounded. Vegeta stood in disbelief. Could Lufan also transform into a Super Saiyan? Had he not claimed to shun the Super Saiyan path in favor of the Super Saiyan God? What a deceiver. Meanwhile, in the lake, Son Goku struggled valiantly, attempting to break free from the water's surface. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the overwhelming energy suppressing him. Goku's heart raced with shock. What was happening? Who was exerting this pressure upon him? Was it that Frieza? Did he truly possess such formidable energy? To the astonishment of Frieza, who felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, his expression shifted rapidly, his eyes reflecting despair. The transformation into a Super Saiyan grants our Saiyan warriors a staggering 50-fold increase in combat power. Rovan explained to Frieza that the warrior he faced, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, possesses a base combat power of 3 million. This raises a pressing question. What might his combat power reach upon transforming into a Super Saiyan? 150 million? Frieza shivered at the thought. Correct, Rovan affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. Frieza replied, To my knowledge, your combat power stands at 120 million. Rovan smiled, asserting that under any circumstances, Frieza could never rival him, even if he unleashed all his energy. Frieza felt a sharp pang of realization. He had indeed tested his combat power using the unique instruments of his army and was aware it hovered around 120 million. If that Super Saiyan Son Goku truly attained 150 million, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Do not be in such a hurry to fear, Rovan said. What do you mean? Frieza was perplexed by Rovan's intentions. What you dread lies ahead, Rovan smiled. Suddenly, golden radiance erupted from Rovan, his hair standing even taller. In an instant, purple arcs of electricity enveloped him. What? What is this? Frieza's eyes widened in terror. This was no mere flicker of lightning. Vegeta, equally astonished, gazed in their direction. What transformation is this? Yet, why can I not sense Rovan's energy? I can only observe the changes in his form. This is a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, Rovan elucidated. What did you say? Frieza trembled. You may understand this as Super Saiyan 2, Rovan continued. Frieza, rendered speechless, pondered the existence of a second tier of Super Saiyan. The transformation of Super Saiyan 2 doubles the combat power of a Super Saiyan. Thus, the question arises, how many times greater is that compared to the normal state? Rovan smiled. What? 100 times. Frieza gasped. Correct, Rovan confirmed. This means if Son Goku's combat power is 3 million, what would it become upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2? 300 million, Frieza's face contorted. Your arithmetic is impressive, Rovan remarked with approval. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. Frieza fell silent, contemplating the implications. A combat power of 300 million would indeed render him no match for Goku. However, he mused that his brother, Cooler, might stand a chance against him. Do you think Super Saiyan 2 is remarkable? Rovan continued. There is even more formidable power ahead. At this, Frieza perked up, his expression shifting to one of keen interest. There is something even more powerful. You have more transformations? Boom. Golden radiance erupted from Lu Fan, bathing the entirety of Namek in a resplendent hue of gold. Upon closer inspection, Lu Fan's hair cascaded backward, swiftly extending past his waist. His long locks danced in the wind, shimmering with brilliance. Arc after arc of intensified electricity enveloped his form. His brows deeply sank into his eye sockets, and a hint of malevolence twisted his expression. Vegeta stood utterly astounded. What transformation is this? Could this be a dream? Frieza trembled in fear. What manner of transformation is this? As the saying goes, where there is one, there is a second. This is the Super Saiyan 3, Lu Fan proclaimed with a smile. Frieza instantly felt an overwhelming surge of damage. You dare flaunt your Super Saiyan transformation in front of me? The transformation of Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. Lu Fan grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. So, you're implying that the Super Saiyan 3 you speak of is a staggering 400 times the norm? Frieza quaked in terror. Congratulations. You've learned to answer quickly. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. Frieza, after a brief silence, retorted, what exactly are you here for? Merely to spout these absurdities? Enough with the theatrics. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, do you truly believe in such fantasies? Is that so? Sometimes, fantasies do become reality. Lu Fan chuckled softly. What do you mean? Frieza, perplexed, hesitated to attack, primarily due to the terrifying aura of Lu Fan's long hair as Super Saiyan 3. Frieza was genuinely intimidated. After all I've said, do you still not grasp my intentions? Lu Fan smiled. Frieza, do enlighten me. Who knows what you're plotting? You see, I have elucidated that Super Saiyans are categorized into 3 levels. 1, 2, and 3, Lu Fan explained. Frieza remained silent. I shall observe what you intend to do. Now, the pertinent question arises. Lu Fan turned to the lake behind him, where Goku was still struggling, and addressed Frieza. Frieza, is the Goku submerged in that water a Super Saiyan 1, or a Super Saiyan 2, or perhaps a Super Saiyan 3? Frieza, Chapter 136 Frieza, you are an honest emperor of the universe. Must I even state it? Clearly, it is Super Saiyan 1 Goku. Frieza's nostrils flared in anger. You dare pose such foolish questions? You are beyond tedious. Frieza, you are indeed an honest emperor of the universe, Lu Fan remarked. Humph. Frieza scoffed. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you both Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Lu Fan declared. What? What do you mean? Frieza was momentarily bewildered. With a swift motion, Lu Fan vanished from sight in an instant. Before Frieza could react, a dazzling figure of Son Goku, enveloped in flickering lightning, was brought forth by Lu Fan. In a flash, Lu Fan vanished, only to reappear moments later with another long-haired Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku. With a splash, the latter broke free from his constraints and soared into the sky, appearing beside Frieza. Lu Fan wore a mysterious smile before disappearing once more. Frieza turned to behold the 3 distinct forms of Son Goku, his mind flooded with confusion. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly noticed Lu Fan standing beside him. Lu Fan, can you explain what is happening? Vegeta inquired. Is my explanation not sufficiently clear? Lu Fan replied with a smile. The 3 Son Gokus below are indeed real. What? They are real? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. I merely traveled to the future and brought these 2 Son Gokus from different eras into this time, Lu Fan explained with a grin. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Let us enjoy this spectacular scene, Lu Fan observed quietly. Below, the Super Saiyan 2 Son Goku glanced around and quickly spotted the nearby Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku and the ordinary Super Saiyan form of himself. The Super Saiyan 2 was momentarily bewildered. The Super Saiyan 2 that Lu Fan had brought back bore a golden halo, a clear sign that he had perished. This version of Son Goku hailed from 3 years after the Cell Games, engaged in battle with Kibito in the afterlife before being summoned by Lu Fan. This place seems oddly familiar, the Super Saiyan 2 soon realized, recognizing Namek. He then turned his gaze toward Frieza. Wait, Frieza? Is that you? Frieza was also taken aback by the Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku, who had been brought from the Majin Buu saga, just moments into his battle with Fat Buu when Lu Fan intervened. Thus, he too bore a golden halo. The Super Saiyan 3 immediately recognized Frieza. As they conversed, Frieza's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. Could they all be real? The Super Saiyan 1 was lost in perplexity. Who are these two? Naturally, the Super Saiyan 1 did not recognize his Super Saiyan 2 and 3 counterparts. The Super Saiyan 2 was equally unfamiliar with the Super Saiyan 3 version. Only the Super Saiyan 3 knew both of them, given that he resided in a more distant timeline. Despite their unfamiliarity with one another, all three recognized Frieza. Is this Namek? Is it because of the immense energy from my battle with Beerus that I have traversed time? The Super Saiyan 3 Goku displayed a look of bewilderment. Wait, it seems as though someone has brought me here. How strange. He exclaimed. Hey, are you a more powerful version of me? The Super Saiyan 2 Goku immediately turned to face Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Ah, are you me from 4 years ago? Super Saiyan 3 Goku pondered, gazing thoughtfully at his alternate self. So, you are me from 4 years in the future? Super Saiyan 2 Goku grasped the situation. Is this Namek? Have we both traveled back to 10 years ago? Super Saiyan 3 Goku mused. It appears so, Super Saiyan 2 Goku replied with a rueful smile. What does this mean? Super Saiyan 1 Goku interjected. Are these two truly me from 10 years in the future? It seems somewhat inaccurate. One is from 6 years ahead, and the other from 10 years ahead. What on earth is happening? He continued. It seems this planet is on the verge of explosion. This is indeed Namek. Super Saiyan 3 Goku reflected. I remember now. This is reminiscent of the battle with Frieza from back in the day, Super Saiyan 2 Goku added. Are these two really from my future? Super Saiyan 1 Goku questioned. Frieza was utterly dumbfounded. Are these two from 10 years ahead? Do they truly exist? Are they not mere phantoms? I refuse to believe it. Frieza roared, extending his finger, which condensed a red beam of light at its tip. Whoosh. The crimson flame shot towards the position of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Bang. The red flame struck directly at Super Saiyan 3 Goku's heart. Yet, he seemed unaffected. Haha. Frieza, with my current energy level, I could defeat you even without transforming, Super Saiyan 3 Goku chuckled. Frieza was astounded. It struck his heart, and he remains unscathed? Am I dreaming? If this is a nightmare, I wish to awaken from it now. Swish. Subsequently, the golden aura surrounding Super Saiyan 3 Goku dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Bang. Super Saiyan 3 Goku swiftly launched a kick to Frieza's head. Boom. Frieza collapsed to the ground, leaving a crater in his wake. Feeling utterly defeated. I told you so, Frieza, Goku said with a smile. Frieza gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. Super Saiyan 1 Goku was equally astonished. How have you trained? You've become incredibly powerful. He exclaimed. Haha, it's nothing. Just practice diligently, and one day you too will reach my level. Super Saiyan 3 Goku replied with a hearty laugh. What was that transformation you just performed? Why do you have such long hair? Super Saiyan 2 Goku inquired. That was Super Saiyan 3. If all goes well, you should achieve it in about 3 years, Super Saiyan 3 Goku smiled. What? I'm looking forward to it. Super Saiyan 2 Goku nodded enthusiastically. And what about you? What is your transformation? Super Saiyan 1 Goku asked Super Saiyan 2 Goku. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. According to his naming convention, I suppose mine should be called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 Goku replied with a smile. Although I do not fully comprehend, I am nonetheless pleased that my future self may attain such a level. Son Wukong nodded solemnly. However, that rascal Frieza is left to me. Do not intervene, you two. I shall personally vanquish him to avenge Krillin. Yes, you can do it. Both Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong nodded in agreement, having both witnessed the events unfold. We must return, yet we are uncertain how to return to our own era, Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong remarked, scratching his head. Just then, a sudden crack. Rufan appeared beside Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Huh, you are Super Saiyan 3? Rufan inquired. I will take you back, he smiled, placing his hand on Wukong's shoulder. In a flash, Rufan performed time travel, and in an instant, Super Saiyan 3 Wukong vanished. Shortly thereafter, Rufan returned from the future and then took Super Saiyan 2 Wukong away as well. Only one Son Wukong remained at the scene. Do your best, Rufan encouraged, patting Wukong on the shoulder. Huh, who are you? Son Wukong was taken aback. Who I am is of little consequence. Focus on defeating Frieza, Rufan advised. Indeed, those matters are trivial now. My priority is to avenge Krillin. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a fierce expression on his face. Since my future self has returned, it is clear that I shall prevail against Frieza. What did you say? Do you think I fear you? Frieza seethed. You two continue. I must return now. Farewell. Rufan waved. In a flash, he rejoined Vegeta. Moments later, Fan, alongside Vegeta, returned to their own era in the blink of an eye, appearing above Earth. We have returned to our own time, Fan informed Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent, having gained new insights that day. Not only did he witness Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, but he also beheld the transformations into Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. A sense of bitterness washed over Vegeta. In a little over a month, I shall meet my demise, while Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan. In the more distant future, Kakarot will even surpass Super Saiyan, achieving Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. I cannot bear this. Did you not claim you could not transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and questioned. You not only can become a Super Saiyan, but you have also attained Super Saiyan 3. You are utterly shameless, Fan. That transformation was not a true Super Saiyan transformation. It was merely a superficial change meant to intimidate. Fan smiled. What? A superficial change? Vegeta, though somewhat perplexed, grasped the general idea. After a brief silence, Vegeta lowered his noble head. Soon after, he raised it again, gazing at Fan with a serious expression. Fan, teach me. Vegeta earnestly implored, gritting his teeth. Let us commence with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and the prerequisite for this metamorphosis is to possess a tranquil heart. Fan patted Vegeta on the shoulder. A tranquil heart. Vegeta echoed these 4 words. Reflecting on our past existence on the culinary planet, if you persist along that path, your state of mind shall gradually gravitate towards serenity, Fan advised Vegeta. During our time on the culinary planet, Vegeta's mind conjured vivid memories of moments spent there. Yet, that alone is far from sufficient. I believe you ought to engage in a romantic relationship, perhaps court a girlfriend, for it may hasten the journey towards tranquility. Fan remarked with a smile. I'll find one myself. Vegeta scoffed, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the earth below. 3 days later, in Orange Star City. Should Fan visit this city, he would likely find it somewhat familiar, as it is destined to be renamed Satan City 4 years hence. At this moment, Vegeta traversed the streets of this city, aimlessly searching for a girlfriend. Vegeta felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Am I to seek a girlfriend among Earthlings? Do Earthlings even befit my standards? Nevertheless, Vegeta was eager to attain the Super Saiyan form. If he did not heed Fan's advice, he feared that his transformation into a Super Saiyan would remain a distant dream. I certainly do not wish to be slain by Frieza a month from now. I must expedite my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, he also needed to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Let me follow Fan's suggestion and find a girlfriend. Surely, this city harbors some appealing women. Suddenly, a woman's cry for help pierced the air. Help! Vegeta, feeling rather bored, strode over to discover a man brandishing a gun, attempting to rob a rather attractive woman. The woman's purse had already been snatched by the assailant, who seemed unsatisfied and was now demanding that she disrobe. The woman vehemently refused, calling out for assistance. You wish to rob me? I have already given you my money. You want more? I'd rather die than comply. The problem was that the robber had an unattractive visage. Vegeta cast a glance at the burly man, whose face resembled a shoehorn. No wonder the woman was screaming so loudly. To think he dares to commit such an act. Vegeta had little interest in the notion of a chivalrous rescue. However, he considered that the woman was somewhat appealing. Perhaps he should first inquire if she would be willing to be his girlfriend. Over the past 3 days, Vegeta had approached various women he found attractive, asking if they would consider being his girlfriend, only to be met with relentless rejections. Although he possessed a certain handsomeness, many women felt he was somewhat short, which infuriated Vegeta. He suppressed his anger, managing not to unleash it. Otherwise, those women would have been swiftly dealt with by him. Upon encountering a rather pleasing woman, Vegeta strode directly towards her. You there, do not obstruct my path. Depart immediately, or I shall end your existence. The robber, noticing Vegeta, promptly aimed his gun at his chest. Vegeta remained unfazed. Hey, Earth woman, let me ask you, if I were to rescue you, would you consider becoming my girlfriend? He inquired. The woman replied, Is this how heroes rescue their damsels? You directly ask if I would be your girlfriend? Chapter 138. Ah, you are headed to Namek, aren't you? After a brief moment of hesitation, the woman nodded in agreement. Although this man was somewhat shorter, he was undeniably handsome, far more appealing than the robber with his elongated face. Besides, I happen to be without a boyfriend at the moment. If he truly can save me, a brief courtship may not be out of the question. With that thought, Vegeta exhaled slightly in relief. At last, a woman had agreed to be his girlfriend. You. Are you here to seek death? The robber thundered, his fury palpable as he pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The robber fired 3 shots, the bullets striking Vegeta's chest. Yet, when one looked again, Vegeta appeared completely unscathed, the bullets failing to even pierce his clothing. The robber was left in stunned disbelief. With a swift motion, Vegeta leaped forward, delivering a kick that sent the robber soaring into the air. Boom. With a mere gesture, Vegeta obliterated the robber, reducing him to mere fragments. Humph, a feeble creature with a power level of only 5, Vegeta scoffed. The woman, utterly astonished, stammered, Are you a superhero? Humph. What nonsense is that? Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback. You mean one of those extraordinarily powerful beings? She clarified. That is of no importance now. Can you be my girlfriend? Vegeta asked. The woman nodded vigorously. Splendid. Let us embark on this relationship without delay, Vegeta said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Wait now? Here? The woman stuttered. Taken aback. Where else would it be? Vegeta retorted. Isn't that rather sudden? She blushed. Hey, who said anything about undressing? Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow. Did I not imply we should begin? She countered, bewildered. Did I ever suggest you should disrobe? Vegeta's nostrils flared in irritation. This insipid earth woman. Is that all you think about? Ah, no, you startled me. She exclaimed, visibly relieved. By the way, what is your name? Vegeta inquired. Emily, she replied. Humph. I am called Vegeta, he stated. Vegeta? That name sounds familiar, Emily mused, resting her chin on her hand. Meanwhile, Goku was being taken into the hospital for treatment. And Mr. Popo from the temple had found Bulma and escorted her to the Cloud ZB Peak, successfully locating the Divine One spaceship. A week passed, and at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the Divine spaceship rests in the courtyard. Krillin and Bulma are fully prepared, awaiting Gohan's arrival before embarking on their journey to Namek. Miss Bulma, can this vessel truly traverse the cosmos? Krillin, clad in travel attire and carrying a small bag, gazes curiously at the spacecraft. Your attire is rather relaxed, Krillin. We are heading to an alien world, not merely enjoying a vacation, Bulma retorts, frowning. I even cut my long hair for this cosmic adventure. Oh, Krillin finally notices Bulma's new hairstyle. Has Gohan not arrived yet? Bulma inquires. He mentioned he wanted to bid farewell to Goku first, Krillin replies. By the way, Miss Bulma, should we bring an umbrella? I hear the weather on Namek can be quite inclement, often bringing rain. Suit yourself. Bulma snaps irritably. Speaking of which, where is your boyfriend, Rufa? He seems to have vanished with Vegeta without a word. Krillin questions curiously. Who knows what he's up to? Disappearing without even a farewell, Bulma huffs. So you are upset because he left without notice? I heard he is also a scion. Krillin probes further. Shut up. Enough of your pointless questions. Bulma grits her teeth. Krillin promptly covers his mouth. Suddenly, he senses something, his expression shifting as he turns to the sky. A formidable energy approaches. Could it be that Vegeta has returned? Krillin states gravely, preparing himself for confrontation. Vegeta? Bulma looks momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Vegeta descends from the heavens, cradling a woman named Emily, landing beside Bulma and Krillin. Krillin is momentarily stunned. Is this really Vegeta? He appears to be dressed like a human. What is he wearing? And who is this beautiful woman? Emily? Bulma blinks, captivated by the woman beside Vegeta. Hee, Bulma, long time no see. How have you been? Emily greets warmly. You. Bulma stammers, struggling to process the situation. Allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Vegeta, Emily says with a smile. Bulma and Krillin exchange speechless glances. Vegeta has a girlfriend? They think in unison. Oh, is this the spaceship from the Namekians? Vegeta inquires, smiling. You are off to Namek, I presume? Bulma is once again taken aback. Krillin's eyes widen in astonishment. How does he know we are going to Namek? Be cautious, little bald head. There are dangers on Namek. Vegeta warns, patting Krillin's bald head. Krillin trembles in fear. Cautious of what? He musters the courage to ask. On your journey to Namek, you may face annihilation at the hands of Frieza, Vegeta replies with a smile. Frieza? Who is that? Krillin asks, perplexed. You will understand when you arrive, Vegeta replies mysteriously. Do you know Frieza, Bulma? Krillin queries. Bulma shakes her head. What about you? Are you not coming, Vegeta? Krillin once again summoned his courage to inquire. I will go. But not at this moment, Vegeta replied with a smile. wishing him luck. On the other side, Bulma and Emily were engaged in a hushed conversation. Emily, when did you meet Vegeta? Bulma asked. We've known each other for over a week now, Emily pondered. Recalling the moment, he saved her and boldly asked if she would be his girlfriend. I've never encountered someone so straightforward, she added. And then you became his girlfriend? Bulma chuckled wryly. What else could I do? When you meet such an impressive man, you should seize the opportunity to marry him, Emily responded with a grin. You've always been like this since childhood, Bulma sighed. As your longtime friend and confidant, I feel compelled to warn you that this Vegeta is quite wicked. Didn't you mention this to me before? It's suddenly come back to me, Emily replied nonchalantly. It's fine, as long as he treats me well. I can overlook his wickedness. Where's Gohan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Klin muttered. Vegeta already has a girlfriend. Why am I still single? He pondered. It seemed that Vegeta's girlfriend was acquainted with Bulma. Is she Bulma's friend? Suddenly, a spacecraft zoomed in from the distance and landed swiftly in Bulma's yard. Chi-Chi and the Ox-King arrived to drop off Gohan. Sorry for being late, Chi-Chi apologized. Ah, is this a spaceship? Truly remarkable, the Ox-King marveled. Gohan, do remember to brush your teeth after meals, Chi-Chi reminded. Gohan's hair was neatly combed, presenting him as a well-behaved child at that moment. However, neither Bulma nor Klin spoke, as Vegeta was present. Gohan immediately noticed Vegeta's arrival, his expression shifting dramatically. Rest assured, I am not here to fight you this time. You should proceed to Namek, Vegeta said with a gentle smile. Gohan was taken aback, left momentarily bewildered. Uncle Klin, what does he mean by that? Gohan quietly asked. I'm not sure. Perhaps he just got a girlfriend and feels it's inappropriate to act out in front of her, Klin speculated. Girlfriend? Gohan was taken aback. She's Bulma's friend, named Emily, Klin explained. Oh, is she Vegeta's girlfriend? Gohan was left speechless. Gohan, what is happening? Chi-Chi inquired. It's nothing, Mom. Nothing at all, Gohan quickly reassured. All right, we can set off now. Stop dawdling, Bulma urged. The three made their way towards the spaceship. Hey, that guy named Vegeta? You better not bully Emily. If I find out, I'll have Ruffin deal with you, Bulma threatened as they were about to leave. Vegeta bared his teeth in response. And don't cause trouble. Live well with Emily here, Bulma added. Shut up, you vulgar Earth woman. I don't need your guidance. Vegeta shouted angrily. The spacecraft's hatch sealed shut. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan entered the vessel. Their destination, Namek. Departing, Bulma announced to the central system. Whoosh. The spacecraft soared into the sky, swiftly piercing through the atmosphere, escaping Earth's gravitational pull. Miss Bulma, we haven't fastened our seatbelts yet, Krillin exclaimed. We can move freely now. The spacecraft has stabilized after leaving the atmosphere, Bulma replied. Huh, have we already taken off? Krillin was taken aback. I want to see Earth. Gohan hurriedly rushed to the window. Meanwhile, Bulma walked deeper into the cabin. Miss Bulma, where are you going? Krillin inquired. Mind your own business. I need to change my outfit. Bulma retorted. Change clothes? Isn't what you're wearing perfectly fine? Krillin scratched his head. Ignoring Krillin, Bulma slammed the door behind her as she entered her room. I fear Miss Bulma is upset due to not seeing her boyfriend, Krillin speculated, then scratching his head added. I forgot to bring my pajamas. What about you, Gohan? I brought everything, Gohan smiled, opening his small bag. In addition, I secretly made an outfit resembling Uncle Piccolo's. You have great respect for Piccolo, Krillin remarked. Indeed, he's just like my father, Gohan nodded. The two chatted for a moment. Women really take their time changing clothes. Krillin sighed. Gohan remained silent. It does seem a bit slow. It's been half an hour. How can she still not be ready? Even if she's slow, she should be done by now. She wouldn't have fallen asleep after changing, would she? Krillin speculated. That is a possibility, Gohan nodded. What should we do? Should we ignore her for now? Let us try meditating instead, Krillin suggested. All right, Uncle Krillin, Gohan nodded. Let us rewind to 29 minutes earlier. Just as Bulma had completely removed her clothes, a figure flickered into existence. Whoosh. Lufan appeared before Bulma, assessing her from top to bottom. You appeared at just the right moment. Nice figure. Keep it up, Lufan commented. Bulma hurriedly covered her chest. No need to hide. You've already been seen. What is the point of covering up now? Lufan chuckled. Ugh, you're awful. Bulma's face flushed red as she exclaimed. Let me conjure an outfit for you, Lufan said, placing his hand on Bulma's chest. Are you transforming my clothes, or slap? A flash of light enveloped Bulma, and a bikini materialized on her body. This outfit should be quite lovely. It has the essence of your mother, Lufan remarked. The essence of my mother? Bulma was taken aback, glancing down at her attire. She was momentarily speechless. How does a bikini embody my mother's essence? Isn't your mother named Bikini? This is a bikini, a play on words, Lufan explained. Bulma had grown silent, a brief hush enveloping the air. Lufan, transform me back. Just give me a normal outfit, she exclaimed with ire. Very well, Lufan replied, placing his hand once more upon Bulma's chest. Transform, he intoned, his voice reverberating with incantation as his hand radiated brilliance. In an instant, a fresh ensemble enveloped Bulma's form. At last, she was clad in a more conventional attire. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bulma declared, let us return home. Home. Bulma paused, taken aback. Indeed, home. Lufan affirmed with a nod. I must go to Namek. If I return home, and the spaceship encounters trouble in space, both of them could be in peril. Bulma insisted. I assure you, they will be fine. You need not worry, Lufan reassured her. With a swift motion, he placed his hand upon her shoulder. The next moment, Lufan executed a technique of instantaneous movement, whisking Bulma away in a flash. Chapter 140. The vanished Bulma at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Emily gazed skyward. Such speed. They have launched and are already beyond our sight. Gohan, don't forget to use conditioner. Chi-Chi called out loudly. Emily then inquired, Vegeta, are you also heading to Namek? Of course, I intend to personally defeat that fiend known as Frieza. Vegeta nodded resolutely. Do you possess a spaceship? Emily asked. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled that his spaceship had been sent flying by Lufan's kick. It had lost communication, likely rendered unusable. How shall I reach Namek? Oh, but Lufan can take me there. The means of transport seems trivial. What matters is that I must attain Super Saiyan status swiftly. Otherwise, I too may meet my demise on Namek. I wonder how my tranquil mindset is progressing? Have my cells multiplied? Bulma. How inconsiderate not to inform me of her departure to space. I should have given her a parting gift, Emily mused. As she spoke, a sudden shift in the atmosphere occurred. In the blink of an eye, Lufan appeared on the scene, Bulma in tow, having traversed space instantaneously. Emily's eyes widened in astonishment while Vegeta remained unfazed. After all, Lufan had previously brought back a future Kakarot. His sudden appearance alongside the Earth Woman seemed hardly remarkable. Bulma, am I seeing things? Emily rubbed her eyes vigorously. Didn't you leave aboard a spaceship? Bulma surveyed her surroundings and, indeed, realized she had returned home. At a loss for words, she could only think, Krillin and Gohan, may fortune favor you. Wait, Bulma, how did you return? Chi-Chi asked, bewildered. I simply forgot something and thought I could come back to retrieve it. Do you believe me? Bulma replied. Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King. Emily, Vegeta, you have improved significantly. Your mindset has calmed considerably, and your cells have begun to proliferate within you. Lufan approached and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph. Once you grasp the essence of this matter, the execution becomes rather simple, Vegeta retorted stubbornly. If this pace continues, by the time we reach Namek, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lufan pondered. Upon hearing Lufan's words, Vegeta was taken aback with both astonishment and joy. So, does this mean that in just over a month, I will become a Super Saiyan? The sudden prospect of happiness overwhelmed him. Give it your all. Do not bring shame upon me, Lufan encouraged. Humph. Vegeta grinned. Let us go, Bulma, Lufan called. Where to? This is my home. Bulma wiped her sweat. Yes, this is your home. I almost forgot. Lufan chuckled. You all may leave now. On board the spaceship. 2 hours had passed. Son Gohan and Krillin noticed that there was still no sound coming from Bulma's room. They suddenly realized that something felt amiss. Let us check on her, Gohan. We can't have anything go wrong, Krillin urged. It wouldn't be some sudden illness, would it? If she gets sick on this spaceship, there would be no way to treat her, Son Gohan said nervously. Let us take a look first. Krillin approached and knocked on the door. There was no response from within. Miss Bulma, are you there? Son Gohan called out. Gohan, what kind of question is that? Where else could Miss Bulma be if not inside? Krillin chuckled. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded. Miss Bulma, are you asleep? Krillin asked. If so, just let us know. We're coming in. Saying this, Krillin knocked again with more force. What if Bulma is sleeping nude? It would be quite inappropriate for us to barge in like this. The two continued knocking for a while, but when they received no response, they had no choice but to open the door. The door creaked open. They entered the room, only to be met with shock as they discovered that Bulma was not present. Where is she? Bulma, where are you? Krillin inquired. Miss Bulma. Son Gohan echoed hastily. Still, there was no response. Could it be haunted? Krillin wiped his brow. Haunted? Son Gohan suddenly felt a twinge of fear, retreating behind Krillin and clutching his shirt tightly. Bulma, do not hide. I have already found you, Krillin exclaimed loudly. Huh, where is she? Son Gohan asked anxiously. I was just teasing her, Krillin whispered. I thought she might come out if I said that. But Uncle Krillin, the spaceship is so small. There's no way she could hide, Son Gohan queried helplessly. What do you know? Perhaps there are hidden compartments or mechanisms. Pressing a button might lead to another space, Krillin speculated. Let us search thoroughly together. The two began to scour the room. After a long search, they found nothing amiss. Subsequently, Son Gohan and Krillin searched around outside the room. Still unable to locate Bulma, Krillin found himself at a loss. Who could he turn to for answers in such a perplexing situation? Perhaps we should contact someone on Earth, suggested Gohan. You are right. Gohan, Krillin nodded. We must inform them. With that, he stepped forward, picked up the phone, pondered for a moment, and dialed Bulma's home number. Hello, this is Dr. Brief's residence, Bulma answered. Are you Bulma's mother? Krillin inquired cautiously. Fool, I am Bulma. She retorted. Oh, Bulma, I've been trying to reach you. Where have you been? Krillin stammered, momentarily bewildered. Where else would I be? You did call my home, didn't you? Bulma smiled. Wait, are you on Earth? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have returned to Earth. You too should enjoy your journey. You will reach Namek in approximately 40 days, Bulma said cheerfully. Krillin stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. You've returned to Earth? How did you get back? Is that the sole reason you called? Bulma chuckled. Krillin fell silent, his confusion overwhelming him as he hung up the phone. Days passed, and the spaceship traversed the cosmos for nearly 40 days, finally arriving at Namek. Gohan, look. That must be Namek, Krillin exclaimed, pulling Gohan's attention. What a beautiful planet, Gohan remarked in awe. The spaceship descended slowly onto Namek. With a creak, the hatch opened, and Krillin and Gohan stepped onto the alien world. It resembles the place where I trained with Uncle Piccolo, Gohan noted. Indeed, this is where we first battled that scion. Krillin replied. Perhaps instinctively, in a place reminiscent of home, they would remain composed in the face of adversity. Uncle Krillin, let us check the Dragon Ball radar, Gohan proposed. You're right. Let us see if there are any Dragon Balls nearby, Krillin agreed, retrieving the radar and pressing a button. The radar indicated the presence of 7 Dragon Balls. There's definitely a reaction, Krillin exclaimed, excitement and astonishment flooding his features. That's wonderful. Gohan's face lit up with anticipation. However, just as Gohan finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look in another direction. What's wrong, Gohan? Krillin asked. Uncle Krillin, there are numerous powerful energies over there. Gohan responded. Krillin immediately extended his senses and confirmed that something was indeed amiss. There were several formidable presences, and he wondered aloud. Could it be the Namekians? It doesn't feel quite right. It seems more like an evil aura, Gohan observed. I certainly sensed an evil presence as well. My earlier statement was merely an attempt to reassure myself, Krillin said with a wry smile. Uncle Krillin, should we go take a look? Gohan inquired. I can't shake the feeling of unease. We must investigate, Krillin resolved, clenching his teeth. As the two conversed, Son Wukong turned his head once more to glance in another direction. Uncle Krillin, someone is approaching from that side, he observed, his expression shifting. Perhaps we are overthinking this. It might just be the Namekian, Krillin replied with a smile. Indeed, let us hope so, Son Wukong nodded. However, Uncle Krillin, do not forget that Vegeta seemed to anticipate our arrival on Namek, and he mentioned something about Frieza. Frieza? I've never heard of that name. Could it be the Grand Elder of the Namekians, or someone of that stature? Krillin pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Just then, 2 patrolling soldiers of Frieza appeared in the distance, making eye contact with Son Wukong and Krillin. These are not Namekians. Who are they? What does it matter? Our orders are to eliminate everyone on this planet, one of the soldiers retorted. Krillin and Son Wukong silently scrutinized the 2 extraterrestrial beings before them. Their attire resembles that of Vegeta, Krillin remarked, furrowing his brow. Yet they cannot be scions. Aren't there only a few of you left? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. The 2 soldiers of Frieza ascended into the sky, casting their gaze in their direction. Let us remain calm and suppress our energy, Krillin advised Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded vigorously. Soon, the soldiers realized that the combat power of these 2 seemed nearly non-existent. It appears they are merely here for leisure. They are quite unfortunate. Let us destroy their spaceship to prevent their escape, one soldier declared, aiming his energy cannon at the spacecraft. Boom. The energy blast penetrated the core systems of the ship, which began to emit smoke, rendering it unable to fly. Ah, our spaceship, Krillin exclaimed, his face paling. Son Wukong's expression soured as well. Ha ha, what a stroke of bad luck for these fools to come here for a vacation at such a time. The soldier laughed heartily, displaying a malicious glee. Wukong, unleash your energy. These two are not formidable, Krillin insisted. Yes. The two immediately released their energy. Bang, bang. They launched their attacks, and with two muffled thuds, Frieza's soldiers were struck down, lifeless on the ground. After a brief respite, they sensed numerous energy signatures approaching rapidly from afar, prompting the two to hastily seek refuge in a cave. Frieza and his minions soared overhead. Krillin and Son Wukong, pale-faced, collapsed to the ground in fear. Wukong, did you see that? Krillin spoke in a hushed tone. Yes, that being's power is tremendous, even surpassing Vegeta's. Son Wukong nodded. Could he be the Frieza that Vegeta mentioned? Krillin asked in astonishment. It is possible, Son Wukong replied gravely. Krillin quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar for a closer examination. Upon inspecting it, his expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, just as I suspected, the Dragon Balls are in their possession. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead. Meanwhile, on Earth, at West City Hospital, Son Wukong remained hospitalized. In the hospital room, Son Wukong was performing sit-ups to enhance his physical fitness. You are being absurd, Mr. Wukong, the doctor remarked as he stepped inside, accompanied by a beautiful nurse who wore an expression of astonishment. Ah, doctor, Son Wukong greeted. This is simply unacceptable. I have warned you countless times that if you continue like this, you shall never be discharged, the doctor reprimanded. I apologize, Son Wukong said contritely. I cannot believe the ludicrous tales of your battles with extraterrestrials. All I know is that you have sustained severe injuries, the doctor declared. Humph, Kakarot is not mistaken. He indeed fought against aliens, and it is precisely due to those battles that he was injured. A voice from outside interjected, and Vegeta strode in. Who are you? The doctor inquired, taken aback. Vegeta? Son Wukong's expression shifted. Has this fellow recovered already? And the alien he speaks of is none other than myself. Vegeta replied with a smile. The doctor remarked, You speak as if you truly are an alien. Vegeta, what brings you here? I am not yet healed. Please wait until I recover before we engage in battle, Son Wukong hastily replied. Kakarot, were you not fully recovered before? How is it that you find yourself injured again? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. I accidentally exerted a higher multiplier of the Kaioken and ended up injuring myself. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Are you deliberately courting disaster? Vegeta retorted. Vegeta, I am not your match at present, Son Wukong stated. Do not worry, Kakarot. I did not imply that I wish to fight you at this moment. Vegeta replied with a smile. That is a relief, Son Wukong sighed. What brings you here then? Humph, it is nothing of great importance. I have come to invite you to Planet Namek, Vegeta said. Planet Namek? Son Wukong was taken aback again. Did not Krillin and Gohan go there already? They should have arrived by now. There is a rather formidable foe on Planet Namek, the one who proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Vegeta chuckled. It is worth mentioning that our home planet, Planet Vegeta, was destroyed by him. Wait, did my brother not say that a colossal meteor was responsible for the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Son Wukong inquired. We were all deceived by Frieza? Vegeta gritted his teeth. That fiend intends to annihilate all Saiyans. Is he truly that powerful? Son Wukong asked again. His combat power is 12 million. Do you think he is formidable? Vegeta replied. Son Wukong was momentarily rendered speechless. You must be joking, he chuckled nervously. Do not frighten me like that, Vegeta. I am not deceiving you. Although your current combat power has increased significantly, it barely reaches 100,000, Vegeta asserted. Wukong, what is the situation? At that moment, Master Roshi entered the room. The next instant, he immediately noticed Vegeta in the hospital room. Is that Vegeta? Master Roshi exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Grandpa Roshi, you arrived just in time. Let me ask you, what is the disparity between 100,000 and 12 million? Son Wukong inquired eagerly. Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground. Feeling utterly unwell. Are you an imbecile? He exclaimed. Cough, cough. Why do you suddenly pose such a question? Master Roshi wiped his brow. not forgetting to extend his hand towards the lovely nurse. Well, the disparity is indeed monumental, he remarked, prompting a gasp from the nurse. The doctor interjected. This family is quite peculiar. We should make our swift exit. The doctor and the nurse hurriedly vacated the ward. If our differences are truly so vast, then Gohan and Krillin are in peril, Son Goku stated solemnly, turning to Master Roshi. Grandpa, what brings you here? I came to inform you that Gohan and Krillin have safely arrived on Namek, but shortly after disembarking from their spacecraft, it was deliberately destroyed, Master Roshi sighed. Moreover, they encountered a rather formidable individual on Namek, rumored to possess immense power. Could the person they refer to be Frieza? Goku inquired, glancing at Vegeta. Indeed. Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Vegeta, I've heard whispers of your romance with Bulma's friend, Emily. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, posing the question. Humph, old man. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling and asking such trivial matters, Vegeta scoffed. Is that true? Goku asked, momentarily taken aback. Have you two become an item? Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta retorted. Regardless, we must devise a plan to bring Krillin and Gohan back, Goku declared. Hey, Goku, are you still alive? At that moment, Yajirobe entered from outside, holding a bag of senza beans. The senza beans have finally sprouted. And I managed to bring you the only 7 that Karin had, Yajirobe stated, his expression gradually turning solemn as he spotted Vegeta in the room. Yajirobe was nearly paralyzed with fear. What is that fool doing here? He stammered. Are you the one who severed my tail? Vegeta grinned at Yajirobe. Yajirobe, feeling intimidated, immediately knelt and bowed his head in supplication. Forget it. My state of mind is quite serene now, so I shall not hold the past against you, Vegeta smiled. Yajirobe appeared bewildered. A brief silence ensued. Hey, Goku, is this really Vegeta? Yajirobe questioned, somewhat incredulous. Could he have been transformed by that little cat around Lepin? Ha ha. He truly is Vegeta. But enough of that. Hurry and hand over the senza beans, Goku urged. You too. Why use Kaioken so recklessly and end up hospitalized? Yajirobe handed over the senza beans. Goku promptly consumed them, and instantly his injuries healed. He tore off his bandages and donned a fresh set of clothes. Now, give me the remaining senza beans, Goku declared, taking the rest from Yajirobe. Vegeta, will you also go to Namek? Master Roshi inquired. Of course. I shall personally deal with that wretch named Frieza, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. However, how do you intend to go? Master Roshi inquired. When my father visited Bulma, I made an arrangement with him to construct a spacecraft, just in case, Goku explained. This ship is made from the same materials I used when I first came to Earth. Ah, I see, Master Roshi comprehended. Vegeta, what about you? Shall we embark together? Goku invited. Humph, that is entirely unnecessary. I would never share a spacecraft with you, Vegeta chuckled. My own ship has been modified as well. Is that so? Goku nodded. Then we shall meet on Namek. Vegeta smiled. Before long, Vegeta and Goku descended one after the other in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. As they landed, they immediately spotted Lufon appearing in the yard. Are you the one called Lufon? Goku scratched his head. Are you all prepared? If so, let us depart without delay. Lufon gestured towards 2 spacecraft in the distance. Oh, is this the modified spacecraft? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Vegeta stepped onto the spacecraft decisively. Just wait. I now possess a tranquil heart. The moment I set foot on Namek, I shall become a true Super Saiyan. Chapter 143. Meeting the Kaishin without bowing? Goku similarly stepped toward the spacecraft. Is that fellow named Frieza really as powerful as they say? Strangely, despite being acutely aware of the disparity between us, I still felt a surge of excitement within. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 spacecraft swiftly vanished into the void, soon disappearing from sight. Goku and Vegeta's ships flew in succession towards the direction of Namek. It is time to give you all a little more excitement, Lufon remarked with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight arc. Wait, have Goku and Vegeta already left? Bulma looked up towards the sky. Has Vegeta also departed? How infuriating. Not even a word of farewell. Emily's anger surfaced. Emily, how long have you two been together? Bulma turned to inquire. How long could it be? Perhaps 40 days? Emily replied. Have you? Bulma asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Has Lufon been intimate with you? Emily retorted. Just then, as the 2 women conversed, Lufon executed instant transmission and vanished. Bulma, where did Lufon go? Emily asked. Who knows? His technique is called instant transmission. He can go anywhere. Bulma huffed. It's so annoying. Are all scions like this, leaving without a word? Do you think he might instant transmission into the women's bath? Emily pondered. Emily, you are quite ridiculous. Bulma glared at her. In an instant, Lufan returned. Emily, since you are Bulma's close friend, I did not intend to target you. Lufan said with a stern expression. Oh, why are you back again? I was merely joking, Emily laughed awkwardly. With a playful grin, Ruffin jested. How about I send you to the men's restroom? Emily's complexion shifted dramatically. In an instant, Ruffin placed his hand on Emily's shoulder and executed a teleportation, transporting her to the men's restroom. Upon witnessing the scene within, Emily immediately covered her face and fled in disarray. The men inside the restroom were taken aback, pondering why a woman had unexpectedly entered, and one who was rather attractive at that. Fortunately, in this civilized society, security swiftly arrived to escort Emily out. Ruffin paid her no further mind, remarking, You initiated this. With another swift movement, he vanished once more. In the 11th universe on the planet Pride, Ruffin materialized. Over the ensuing days, he effortlessly dealt with several nefarious individuals. To his astonishment, the lawlessness of Pride was quite pronounced. Unlike Earth, Pride belonged to a vast nebula, surrounded by numerous satellites, each housing its own inhabitants, as well as other planets nearby. Here, Ruffin briefly experienced the chaotic ambience reminiscent of interstellar warfare. At that moment, Ruffin found himself on Satellite 2 of Pride. Simultaneously, in the conference room of the Pride headquarters, Toppo convened a meeting attended by the members of the Pride squad. However, there were only 4 individuals present: Toppo, Casserole, Cocotte, and Quincy. Our manpower is somewhat strained. We should consider bringing in some fresh blood, Casserole suggested. Indeed, there has been a surge in malevolent factions recently, Toppo acknowledged with a nod. Deputy, where has the captain been? It's been quite some time since we last saw him, Cocotte inquired. The captain seems to have gone to Lord Waymay for some matter, Toppo replied. But let us set that aside for now. Let's discuss potential candidates openly. Over the past 4 weeks, we have heard of an individual whose strength is quite remarkable, Casserole remarked. The local evil factions steer clear of him. Oh, such a person exists? Toppo expressed mild surprise. Who is he? Casserole, have you encountered him? Quincy asked. I have not seen him myself, and I am unaware of his true identity, Casserole responded. However, I have heard that he is called Ruffin. Ruffin? That name is rather peculiar, Toppo mused. I shall investigate his whereabouts, Cocotte proclaimed, conjuring a magical flame that enveloped the computer. With a snap, the computer screen illuminated, revealing a blurred figure. Strange, why is his image obscured? I cannot discern his face, Cocotte pondered for a moment. Where is he? I shall go and investigate, Toppo declared. It appears to be situated in a villa district on Satellite 2, where Cocotte provided the coordinates. Satellite 2. Toppo nodded. At my speed, I can swiftly fly over. I shall meet this individual. Whoosh. Toppo vanished in a flash of light, rapidly disappearing from sight. The distance from Satellite 2 to the Proud Planet is not far, akin to the distance from Earth to the Moon. With Toppo's velocity, he soon arrived at the scene and materialized in the villa district. Toppo searched for the figure of Lufan. After about a minute of searching, Toppo spotted an individual clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai. Toppo had heard of the Supreme Kai, considering his captain, Torbo, was a candidate for the God of Destruction. Torbo often imparted knowledge about the divine realm to his team. The Supreme Kai? Toppo paused, gazing at Lufan. Impudence. You dare not kneel upon encountering the Supreme Kai? Lufan admonished. Toppo retorted, kneel to you? Are you truly the Supreme Kai of our universe? Moreover, even if you were, why should I prostrate myself? Cough, cough, esteemed Supreme Kai. May I inquire from which universe you hail? Toppo chuckled awkwardly. I have not heard of a new Supreme Kai taking office in our universe. Lufan smiled, but remained silent. You must be a Supreme Kai from another universe, Toppo snorted. Indeed, Lufan nodded. Are you Lufan? Toppo inquired. You seem quite well informed, Lufan responded with a smile. Such matters are easily discerned. Toppo scoffed. Coco's magic cannot reveal your presence. You must have obscured it with your divine power. Furthermore, the nearby evil legions steer clear of you, likely due to your status as a Supreme Kai. Now, I finally understand. Chapter 144, Toppo's arrival on Namek. Are you certain you will not kneel? Lufan chuckled. Please, spare me such trivial jesting. Toppo retorted. You are a Supreme Kai from another universe, or perhaps merely an intern Supreme Kai. Why should I kneel before you? You seem to have a point, Lufan acknowledged. You must be here to cultivate your skills in our universe? Toppo scoffed. No, I am here on vacation, Lufan replied with a smile. Suit yourself. Toppo thought it unwise to act excessively against this Supreme Kai. As for inviting him to join the proud team, that seemed implausible. After all, he might not belong to our 11th universe. Well then, farewell, Toppo declared, and with that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Before long, Toppo returned to the previous conference room. How did it go, Vice Captain? Did you meet that individual? Casserole inquired. Indeed, that fellow is a Supreme Kai from another universe. Perhaps an intern, visiting here for training, Toppo explained. What? A Supreme Kai? No wonder everyone avoided him, Coco realized. If the captain were to reveal his identity as an intern god of destruction, our tasks would become significantly easier, Quincy remarked with a smile. The captain was reluctant to speak. Instead, he sought to expedite his growth through this method, aspiring to become a true god of destruction. Toppo interjected, lamenting, alas. Since that individual is a Supreme Kai from another universe, it seems he cannot join our team. Casserole sighed. We must seek others to join us, Kokoti remarked. The four continued their deliberations in the conference room. Suddenly, Lufan appeared outside the conference room through instantaneous movement. The structure of the conference room was hemispherical. Lufan placed his hand against the wall, and with a swift motion, he activated instantaneous movement, transporting the room and its occupants away in the blink of an eye. In an instant, they found themselves atop Namek in the 7th universe. Lufan then strode away nonchalantly, while Toppo and the others remained oblivious, continuing their meeting. Approximately 2 minutes later, Kokoti turned his head and remarked, Hey, has anyone noticed the outside seems to have turned green? Toppo and the others immediately glanced toward the window. Indeed, the sky appeared to have shifted to a green hue. However, the glass of the building was frosted, rendering the view unclear. Is someone deploying green smoke bombs? Kokoti inquired curiously. Let us step outside and take a look, Quincy suggested. Kokoti approached and opened the conference room door, only to be momentarily stunned. Where are we? Kokoti was certain this was not Planet Pride. As the door swung open, Toppo and the others also peered outside, and all present were left in awe. Dazed, they stepped out onto the unfamiliar ground. Where's this place? How do we end up here? Quincy asked. This is quite perplexing, Toppo gritted his teeth. We need to ascend and survey from above. Casserole proposed. That's a good idea, Toppo agreed with a nod. Whoosh. Toppo transformed into a streak of light, quickly soaring to the high altitudes above Namek. From there, he beheld the verdant planet, encircled by the vast emptiness of the universe, devoid of celestial bodies. Toppo felt a wave of unease wash over him. How did we arrive here? Meanwhile, in the Grand Elder's chamber on Namek, Krillin and Gohan had been proceeding cautiously. However, fortune smiled upon them as they successfully rescued Dandy from Frieza's clutches. Guided by Dandy, Krillin and Gohan arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Welcome, welcome. You two are Earthlings, I presume. The Grand Elder greeted from his seat, expressing immense gratitude for their rescue of his child, Dandy. Oh, it was no trouble at all, Krillin replied hastily. The villain has nearly annihilated my children. He seeks to seize the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder solemnly stated. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and power of the Namekians. They represent our hope. Let us speak plainly, Krillin said through gritted teeth. Please, could you lend me the Dragon Balls? I assure you I will not hand them over to that robber. Indeed, we promise. Son Gohan added. I too beseech you, Grand Elder. If the wishes of the Earthlings can be fulfilled, the Dragon Balls will once again manifest on Earth, Dend remarked. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth as well? Are there Namekians there? The Grand Elder paused in surprise. Yes, long ago, when this planet faced a climatic crisis, he arrived on Earth in a spaceship, Krillin nodded. Is it the child of Katas? The Grand Elder comprehended, realizing how fortunate it was that the child had safely reached Earth. That child was indeed a genius in crafting the Dragon Balls. Yet, was that genius to meet a natural end, or was he slain? Oh, he was killed by the Scion Vegeta, Krillin replied. Killed by a Scion? The Grand Elder was taken aback once more. The Scions indeed live up to their reputation, capable of defeating a genius warrior of the Dragon Clan. Could it be that this Scion is a Super Scion? What is a Super Scion? Krillin inquired, perplexed. I beg your pardon, esteemed guest from Earth. Please step forward, the Grand Elder beckoned. Krillin took a step forward. Allow me to delve into your past. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Krillin's head, accessing his memories. Krillin wore a bewildered expression, while Son Gohan remained silent at his side. Oh, so this is how it is, to cast away the sins within his heart. He became two individuals, the Grand Elder discerned. The genius's power was halved, which led to his demise. Had he remained whole, perhaps this fate could have been averted. To become one again? Krillin was taken aback. That is of little consequence now, the Grand Elder said, removing the Dragon Ball from his head. I am pleased. Your wishes are pure, and your actions thus far have displayed great courage. This Dragon Ball I bestow upon you. With that, the Grand Elder handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin, who received it with both hands. Chapter 145. Naru and the Grand Elder's assimilation. However, we Namekians are not a people to be easily subdued. The Grand Elder shifted his tone. Huh? What do you mean? Krillin was taken aback. We have one final measure yet to employ, the Grand Elder declared. Naru was momentarily startled as well. Does the Grand Elder intend to what? Do you possess a final trump card? Krillin asked with curiosity. Indeed, we Namekians utilize this method to resist formidable foes, the Grand Elder pondered. What method? Krillin eagerly inquired. Assimilation, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Assimilation? What is that? Krillin questioned, confused. We Namekians can merge as one. We can combine all Namekians into a single entity. The Grand Elder smiled. Is it truly possible? Krillin was astonished. The power of the Namekians post-assimilation would also see a significant enhancement, the Grand Elder remarked. Turning his gaze toward Naru. Naru remained silent. After a brief moment of silence, Naru gravely nodded. This was the only method that could save Namek. Dandy, I shall pass the position of Elder to you, allowing you to safeguard the Dragon Balls, the Elder declared to Dandy. Wait, me the Elder? Dandy was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. Though you are young, Dandy, you are a prodigy among our Namekian kin, the Elder continued. Come here, I must awaken your latent abilities. My latent abilities? Dandy was puzzled as he stepped forward. The Elder placed his hand upon Dandy's head. With a sudden clap, a surge of immense energy erupted from Dandy. Indeed, you are truly a genius among us, possessing the remarkable ability to heal others swiftly, the Elder said with satisfaction. While the rest of us can only offer rudimentary treatment, you have the power to heal many in succession, pulling them back from the brink of death. Dandy remained silent, absorbing this revelation. You two Earthlings, come forth as well. I wish to draw forth your latent energies, the Elder instructed. Is that possible? My latent energy? Krillin was momentarily stunned before stepping forward. The Elder again placed his hand on Krillin's head. Do I truly possess such latent energy? I believed I had reached my limits through rigorous training, Krillin remarked with a smile. In an instant, an invisible energy enveloped Krillin, and he felt a significant boost to his power. Wait, this is real. This power is astonishing, Krillin exclaimed, joyfully beckoning Gohan. Hurry over, Gohan. Okay, Gohan nodded. Stepping up to the Elder's side, the Elder placed his hand on Gohan's head as well. You are indeed remarkable, he said, astonished upon sensing Gohan's latent energy. You possess an extraordinarily potent energy. Are you truly an Earthling? Yes, I am a descendant of both Earthlings and Scions, Gohan replied nervously. Ah, that explains your formidable energy. The Elder remarked, no longer hesitating, and immediately guided Gohan's energy as well. Gohan's energy flickered, and he sensed it had reached its peak. Next, Naru. The Elder directed his gaze towards Naru. Naru approached with a serious demeanor. Naru, using your body as a standard, begin the assimilation, the Elder instructed. I have entrusted the position of Elder to Dandy, ensuring the Dragon Balls will be preserved. Your task now is to assimilate all surviving kin, transforming into a powerful warrior to save our Namek. Yes, Elder. Naru solemnly nodded. Please place your hand upon my chest, the Elder commanded. Understood. Naru soared into the air, positioning himself directly before the Elder, placing his hand upon him. If you defeat the adversary, I need not elaborate further. Please, do your utmost, the Elder urged once more. Yes, Naru affirmed with determination. Hey, the Elder called out loudly. Immediately, the great Elder's body transformed into a radiant flame, swiftly merging into Nairu's hands. In an instant, the essence of the great Elder entered Nairu's being, completing the assimilation. Upon closer observation, it was evident that Nairu's physique had undergone a slight transformation. He appeared somewhat more robust than before, yet his overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Gasping for breath, Nairu felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his body. Krillin was rendered speechless, while Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. marveling at the astonishing phenomenon. How miraculous it was that they had become one. The great elder Dandy was on the verge of tears. "Please, continue to call me Nairu," he said with a smile, gently ruffling Dandy's hair. Dandy nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, I must immediately set out to assimilate the other members of our race. You, gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill your wishes," Nairu instructed. "Let us divide our tasks." "Yes." Dandy eagerly nodded. "Understood." Krillin responded affirmatively. "All right," Gohan added, and the four of them set off on their respective missions. At that moment, Frieza and his cohorts had collected 6 Dragon Balls. Only one remained to complete the set of 7. In truth, there were very few surviving Namekians left. Since Vegeta had not yet arrived, gathering the 6 Dragon Balls had proven relatively easy for Frieza and his minions. However, they had overlooked the Dragon Ball belonging to the Great Elder. Frieza had brought numerous subordinates with him, and eventually, a scout discovered the Great Elder's dwelling. The subordinate promptly reported the finding to Dodoria. Just as he finished his call, he noticed a tall figure materializing before him. The subordinate trembled slightly, his scouter revealing the formidable power level of the newcomer. The Namekians, who cherished peace, would never tolerate any form of humiliation, Nairu declared coldly. With a single punch, Nairu obliterated the subordinate into fragments. He then soared into the sky, seeking the surviving Namekians. "How impressive!" Gohan exclaimed excitedly, just like Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 146, The Proud Warriors? Never heard of them. Indeed, Krillin nodded. "We should hasten to devise a plan to gather the Dragon Balls," Dandy urged. "Yes, Dandy, now that you are the Great Elder. You must not perish. If you do, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well," Krillin exclaimed anxiously. "Dandy, in the vicinity where Frieza and his forces are located, the scout sent for reconnaissance was slain. Before dying, he reported a powerful energy signature, approximately at a power level of 5,000. Dodoria reported to Frieza. Only over 5,000. Yet they dare to be so arrogant? The Namekians truly have no sense of mortality." Frieza scoffed disdainfully. "Dodoria, go and eliminate him. And check if there are any Dragon Balls in that vicinity. You two accompany Dodoria," he commanded. "Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria responded respectfully. The two subordinates promptly bowed in deference. "Bellucci, the detector you are wearing should be the final one in our line of work. Safeguard it well," Frieza instructed. "Yes, Lord Frieza," the young one, named Bellucci, promptly replied. "Lord Frieza, shall we set forth?" Dodoria inquired. "Proceed," Frieza nodded, "and bring me that Namekian." "Understood." Dodoria soared into the sky, with the two young ones swiftly following suit. The trio advanced rapidly through the verdant expanse above. As they flew, Bellucci suddenly detected several power levels through the device. "Bellucci, what is happening?" Dodoria asked. "Mr. Dodoria, there are several power readings in that direction." Bellucci indicated a position to the right, noting readings of 2,000, 3,000, and one at 5,000. "Oh." Dodoria turned to glance in that direction. However, only this young one and another scout remained with Frieza's detectors. The scout's device had been destroyed by Nairu, and the only remaining detector was the one worn by the young soldier. Previously, during the battle in Dandy's village, Elder Muley had obliterated Frieza's detectors. Yet, there was a spare on Frieza's spacecraft, which had been casually assigned to this young one. "Strange, I had previously scouted that area, and there shouldn't have been anyone there," remarked another young soldier, scratching his head. "Mr. Dodoria, should we investigate?" Bellucci inquired. "A power level of 5,000 must belong to that arrogant Namekian." Dodoria chuckled, but he was positioned quite far away. How could he have arrived here in such a short span? Bellucci pondered, perplexed. Perhaps it is another Namekian. Well, it would be fortuitous to inquire about the location of the last Dragon Ball. Dodoria's smile broadened, feeling that fortune was unexpectedly smiling upon them. Whoosh! The three altered their trajectory, rapidly flying towards the new destination. Soon, they hovered above a spherical structure. In the next moment, Dodoria spotted 4 individuals below. "How peculiar, Mr. Dodoria, there are clearly 4 of them, yet only 3 power readings are detected," Bellucci noted. "Humph, that is not surprising. One of them may be deliberately concealing their power." Dodoria replied nonchalantly. "Who are they?" Another young soldier queried, equally perplexed. "It is difficult to ascertain their origin. They likely do not belong to our governed galaxy." Dodoria reflected thoughtfully. "Shall we eliminate them?" Bellucci asked. "Did not Lord Frieza command us to eradicate all life on this planet?" Dodoria's smile returned as he descended from the sky, landing directly opposite Toppo and the others, who had only recently arrived and were momentarily bewildered. Toppo also ascended to the heights to survey the planet, though he was unable to survive in the vastness of space. The structure of the proud planet diverges significantly from that of this place, although there exists a brief expanse of vacuum between the proud planet and its satellites. Toppo can traverse it effortlessly, immediately entering the outer atmosphere of another celestial body. Moreover, even if Toppo possesses the ability to survive in the cosmos, an escape is currently unattainable. After all, Toppo finds this realm utterly unfamiliar, unable to comprehend its essence. At that moment, Toppo's eyes brightened slightly upon spotting a portly figure resembling a pink bubble. Coco and the others were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. At last, they had encountered a living being. "Hey, you there, what is this place?" Toppo inquired. "Dodoria, who are you calling fat? Is that how you greet someone?" Dodoria retorted directly. "You must possess the last Dragon Ball, don't you?" Toppo and his companions were momentarily bewildered. "Dragon Ball? What is that?" Toppo pressed on. "I am asking you a question. Do not evade it. Do you know who we are?" Toppo's voice turned cold. "Not a clue. Are you famous?" Dodoria replied with a light smile. "Deputy, who are these individuals?" "Their energy feels somewhat sinister," Coco remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. "I sense it too. They might be affiliated with the Evil Legion. Perhaps a faction of it," Casserole added. Casserole's deduction was astute. It was likely they were indeed members of the Evil Legion. Toppo acknowledged with a nod. "We, the proud warriors, are emissaries of peace, and we shall not allow the Evil Legion to wreak havoc," Coco exclaimed passionately. "I can sense that many here have met unfortunate fates, likely at the hands of these Evil Legion members." "You are correct, Coco," Toppo replied solemnly. "However, before we eradicate them, it would be prudent to ascertain our surroundings and clarify our inquiries." "Understood, Deputy." Coco nodded. "Proud warriors? Did they claim to be from the Proud Warriors?" Dodoria furrowed his brow and turned to Beerus beside him. "Do you know anything about this?" Beerus shook his head vigorously. "I have never heard of a Proud Warriors group. However, I am familiar with the Ginyu Force," he chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, another nameless minion is trying to assert his presence." Another unnamed subordinate chimed in with a laugh. "Did you hear that? Those so-called Proud Warriors." Dodoria chuckled. "You should hand over the Dragon Balls promptly, or you shall meet your demise." Chapter 147. "I shall take you to meet Frieza. Did you hear that, Deputy?" Quincy chuckled lightly. "This fat one actually believes he can eliminate us all. Allow me to deal with him," Casserole declared. "Go ahead, and while you're at it, inquire about our whereabouts." Toppo nodded in agreement. "You intend to confront me? You think this little one can challenge Mr. Dodoria?" Dodoria laughed heartily. "Blade of Justice." Suddenly, two swords radiating a yellow-green aura materialized in Casserole's hands. Whoosh! Casserole transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Dodoria. Startled, Dodoria swiftly dodged. Splurt! The sword in Casserole's hand swiftly cleaved through Beerus and another lackey behind Dodoria, severing them in half, resulting in their immediate demise. Turning with a smile, Casserola gazed at Dodoria, whose expression slightly shifted in color, recognizing the formidable prowess of his opponent. Dodoria then glanced at the detector perched upon Beerus's eyes. This was the last remaining device. Lord Frieza had instructed its protection, so Dodoria resolved to seize it for himself. He soared towards Beerus's location, intent on grasping the detector. However, Cocotte unleashed a magical flare that rapidly enveloped the device. Just as Dodoria prepared to claim it, the detector inexplicably materialized in Cocotte's grasp. "It seems to serve as their communication tool," Cocotte mused, affixing it to her eyes. "Oh, it can detect the energy levels of others. This fellow's energy value, or combat power, is approximately 22,000. Who is this woman? Can she really snatch objects from afar? Moreover, she comprehends our script?" Dodoria pondered. "Cocotte, look at me. Gauge my combat power." Quincy interjected with newfound interest. "Your combat power? It's just over 3,000. Quite pathetic." "Quincy," Cocotte chuckled. "Does one need to unleash their energy to increase their combat strength?" Quincy inquired. "Why not give it a try?" Cocotte suggested. "Very well. I shall attempt it." Quincy nodded, gradually channeling his energy. "Oh, combat power at 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, Cocotte remarked. Suddenly, as Cocotte was enumerating the figures, the detector exploded. "What happened? Why did it explode?" Cocotte was taken aback. "Haha, it must be that my combat power surpassed its designated threshold," Quincy laughed. I was just about to take it for some amusement, and now you've ruined it. Coyote, visibly displeased, insisted, I don't care. You owe me a replacement. What a nuisance. I'll get you something else when we return, Quincy huffed. That's more like it, Coyote replied, satisfied. Deloria, poised for battle, was rendered speechless upon witnessing such an astonishing spectacle. Did this fellow just cause the detector to explode? This implies his combat power exceeds 40,000 at the very least. Are they candidates of the Ginyu Force? It is said that their members possess combat powers around 40,000. How terrifying. I cannot contend with such beings. Hey, I let you off the hook earlier. But you must brace yourself now, Kaeslar remarked, grinning at Deloria. Who exactly are you? Deloria asked, his vigilance heightened. If that fellow named Quincy truly possesses combat power beyond 40,000, I stand no chance against him. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. Did I not mention? We are members of the Pride Troopers. Kaeslar retorted with a snort. I have never heard of any Pride team. Doria gritted his teeth. Then who are you? Who is your boss? Tispa interjected. We have little interest in you. Reveal the person behind you. You are unaware of the infamous Frieza Force? Doria scoffed. Frieza Force? Tispa was, of course, oblivious. Kakarot and the others also shook their heads in confusion. How about this? I shall take you to meet my boss, Lord Frieza. What say you? Doria smiled. Kakarot and the others immediately turned to Tispa, seeking his counsel. Tispa furrowed his brow, resting his chin in contemplation. You aren't afraid, are you? Doria chuckled. You were quite arrogant just now. And weren't you the ones claiming to uphold peace in this universe? First, tell me where we are. Tispa squinted and inquired. Planet Namek. Doria replied. Planet Namek? Tispa immediately glanced at Kakarot and the others, who wore expressions of bewilderment. We've never heard of this planet. What on earth is going on? Do you know where Planet Pride is? Tispa pressed. Never heard of Planet Pride? Is it renowned? Doria was momentarily taken aback. The two parties were clearly on different wavelengths, with words exchanged requiring considerable thought to comprehend. Tispa and Doria found themselves at a loss for words. How can you be so famous and yet know nothing? Then lead the way. Let me meet your boss, Tispa huffed. Very well, Doria nodded, feigning nonchalance as he casually inquired. Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? You've been mentioning these things since earlier. Did you come to this planet in search of something called Dragon Balls? Kakarot huffed. Indeed. It is said that gathering 7 can allow one to play with them like marbles. Doria chuckled nervously. Following this statement, Doria scrutinized the group intently. Tispa and the others seemed to take him at his word. Gathering 7 to play with? You must be quite bored, Tispa remarked dismissively. Forget it. We have no interest in such trivialities. We wish to return to Planet Pride. Tispa stated flatly. What about that lieutenant? Shall we not eliminate him? Kakarot asked. Let's locate their boss first, Tispa replied with a smile. Agreed, Kakarot nodded softly. Follow me, Doria beckoned. A bunch of fools. I may not be able to defeat you alone. Once I bring you to Lord Frieza, he shall take care of you. Doria secretly reveled. Chapter 148. The first encounter between Frieza and Tispa. Doria led the way, with Tispa and the other 4 trailing behind. They had not traveled far, merely flying for about 5 minutes, before they returned to the area where Frieza and the others were situated. Frieza squinted into the distance and soon spotted Tispa and his companions. A frown creased his brow. Who are these 4 individuals? Are they merely tourists? Suddenly, Dodoria descended rapidly from the sky, landing beside Frieza. Tispa and the other 3 looked down from their elevated position at Frieza, seated in his flying vessel. Is that their leader? Kokot pondered. It must be. His energy is indeed formidable, Tispa nodded. He doesn't seem particularly impressive to me, Casserole chuckled. Indeed. I share the same sentiment, Quincy smiled. Let us descend and take a closer look. Tispa beckoned. Below, Frieza silently absorbed Dodoria's narrative. The proud squad. Frieza muttered. Can just any rabble form a squad? Lord Frieza, that frog-like creature appears to possess a combat power exceeding 40,000. Having destroyed the only available detector, Dodoria whispered. Oh, a combat power surpassing 40,000 is indeed noteworthy, Frieza mused, rubbing his nose. This is why I brought them here, hoping that Lord Frieza would mete out punishment. Dodoria stated. Then have you located the Dragon Balls? Frieza narrowed his eyes at Dodoria. Dodoria's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, and he promptly lowered his head. So, you ventured out for over half an hour and did not seek the Dragon Balls at all, instead returning with these irrelevant individuals? Frieza's expression darkened. Dodoria trembled slightly. Moreover, The last detector was destroyed because of you, Frieza continued coldly. It was their doing. Dodoria pointed at Tispa and the others. Humph, I will deal with them appropriately. But you had better find the Dragon Balls swiftly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face severe consequences, Frieza commanded, his tone stern. Yes, Dodoria responded immediately. Sabo, you shall accompany him. You two must act judiciously, Frieza huffed. Also, make a trip to the spaceship and summon the Ginyu Force. They should bring some detectors. The Ginyu Force? Dodoria quivered once more. Lord Frieza, do we truly need to call upon the Ginyu Force? Sabo was also taken aback. Seeing this motley crew of the Proud Squad, I want them to witness the true Ginyu Force, Frieza scoffed. Understood, Lord Frieza. Sabo and Dodoria bowed respectfully. Currently, Frieza's remaining subordinates were only Sabo and Dodoria, as most of the others had perished. Without hesitation, the two sped away into the distance. We cannot allow them to escape. Quincy grunted, preparing to pursue. Quincy, there is no need to rush. They will not elude us. Tispa smiled. Let us first engage with Lord Frieza. Very well. Quincy nodded in agreement. Tispa and his companions descended slowly, positioning themselves directly opposite Frieza. The Proud Squad. The existence of such a battle team had never been heard of. Frieza, with a sly smile, gazed at Tispo and inquired, Pray tell, what brings you to Namek? Tispo and his companions retorted, Damn you. We never intended to come to this planet. We arrived here without a trace. Who knows how we got here? As for our purpose, what purpose could there possibly be? Are you suggesting we are here for a vacation? Frieza chuckled lightly. Spare me the nonsense. You must be the leader of the Evil Legion, correct? Quincy bellowed. Pointing at Frieza, our Proud Squad is at odds with the Evil Legion. Oh really? So, does that imply that your assembled squad is a band of righteous messengers? Frieza's delight was palpable. Indeed, the Proud Squad stands as the champions of justice in this universe. Quincy declared, We have always fought for love. What a farcical notion. Frieza scoffed. Enough chit-chat. You are simply unfortunate to have encountered me, Frieza. With a grin, Frieza extended his finger towards Quincy. In an instant, a red energy coalesced at the tip of his finger. Suddenly, a blazing red beam shot towards Quincy. Startled, Quincy hastily attempted to evade. But Frieza's attack was far too swift. Bang! The crimson energy pierced directly through Quincy's heart. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness instantly. I expected more from you. It seems you are but a trivial challenge, daring to provoke me, Frieza? Frieza taunted. Quincy, Tispo, Kokot, and Cassiler all exchanged alarmed glances. Quickly, Kokot rushed forward, summoning healing light to envelop Quincy's heart. Gradually, Quincy's condition began to improve. Oh, healing magic? Frieza raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Kokot. This one is no ordinary foe. Step aside. I shall handle him, Tispo declared solemnly. Be careful, deputy. Cassiler warned. Fear not, Tispo assured. Ha. With all the Dragon Balls yet to be gathered, I find myself quite bored. Your appearance is most timely. You shall serve to pass the time. Frieza's smile returned. However, just as Frieza finished speaking, a streak of light shot towards him at an astonishing speed. The assailant was none other than Tispo. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he stood directly before Frieza, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Frieza's smile began to fade. I cannot believe I was struck by a mere rabbit. Bang, bang, bang. Tispo unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks upon Frieza. Boom. The craft beneath Frieza erupted in a violent explosion from Tispo's powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Bang. Tispo executed a mighty kick, propelling Frieza high into the air. Well done, deputy. He is no match for you. Cassiler exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Quincy had nearly completed his healing and rose from the ground. Chapter 149. Frieza's humiliation. Are you all right, Quincy? Tispo inquired with concern. I'm fine, damn it. I carelessly fell for his trick. Quincy replied, frustration evident in his voice. I didn't even react before this guy launched a surprise attack. Boom. As they spoke, Frieza plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the surface of Namek and leaving behind a massive crater. Frieza felt utterly defeated. Who on earth was this rabbit? His energy was not only formidable, but his speed was astonishing as well. In this form, I stand no chance against him. He.S. done for. Kokot remarked with a smile. Our vice-captain is still quite powerful, Cassiler chuckled. No, he.S. still alive, Tispo said, glancing at Frieza. Frieza rose from the ground, dusting himself off, his expression growing increasingly ominous. Rabbit, You're quite something. Aside from my father, you are the first to leave me covered in dirt, Frieza said with a smirk. I find you surprisingly resilient. Toppo replied with a light laugh. You clearly underestimate my might. Frieza scoffed. Oh, is that so? Are you truly formidable? Toppo laughed heartily. Enjoy your laughter while you can. Soon enough, it will fade, Frieza retorted, transforming into his second form with a flourish. You can transform again? Truly an impressive race, Toppo remarked, somewhat taken aback. Let us continue to the second round of battle. Frieza smiled, raising his hand dramatically. Instantly, a wave of powerful energy surged outward, radiating from him. Toppo and the others leaped into the air. Frieza smirked disdainfully and darted forward. His pointed horn aimed at Toppo in the sky. Swish! Just as Frieza expected to strike Toppo, he vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Toppo reappeared behind Frieza. Bang! Toppo delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's rear. Ow! Frieza cried out, propelled upwards into the sky. Swish! Toppo, utilizing his incredible speed, appeared directly above Frieza once again. What? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Die! Toppo executed a stunning overhead kick aimed squarely at Frieza's head. Frieza's face paled. An abyss of fear reflected in his eyes. Smack! Quickly raising his arms in a cross to block the attack, he was met with futility. Toppo's kick shattered Frieza's defenses, striking him squarely on the forehead. Frieza plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Boom! The earth trembled violently, leaving behind an enormous crater in Frieza's wake. Upon looking again, Frieza lay unconscious. Toppo descended gracefully, landing beside Frieza. Humph, truly frail. Toppo shook his head and spat on Frieza, who showed no reaction. Well done, deputy. Karin applauded. It's nothing. This fellow is simply too weak, even among the leaders of the evil legion, Toppo replied with a light smirk. Humph, if he hadn't ambushed me. I could have easily dealt with him, Quincy interjected. What should we do? Should we capture him? Suggested Karin. However, after this suggestion, a heavy silence fell upon the four of them. They only knew they were on Namek, having arrived on an unfamiliar planet, still uncertain of the location of Proud Planet. Let us not worry about him. He won't cause much trouble, Toppo mused. Besides, we don't even know if his crime warrants death. It would be unwise to execute him hastily. What's the deputy's opinion? Quincy inquired. Let him remain here, left to his own devices. We need to find a way back to Proud Planet and figure out how we ended up here, Toppo contemplated, resting his chin on his hand. The deputy is right. Karin nodded. I can't help but wonder if it was that Kaishin who transported us here, Toppo murmured. Kaishin? Are you referring to the one named Ruffin? Quincy asked. I'm merely speculating. I'm not certain, Toppo shook his head. He is a Kaishin. He wouldn't be that idle, would he? Karin said with a wry smile. You're right. He shouldn't be that bored, Toppo conceded, though a hint of frustration crept into his voice. The problem is, aside from him, I can't fathom why we would end up on such a strange planet. Let us observe our surroundings first and see if there's a way back, Karin proposed. Hey, what is that? Karin exclaimed, moving closer to the 6 Dragon Balls. She bent down to examine them and picked one up. Could this be what they call Dragon Balls? Quincy stepped forward, analyzing the situation. Gathering 7 of these to play pinball? How could such large orbs be used as pinballs? They would be better suited as bowling balls. Karin laughed. Toppo contemplated. From what this Frieza character implied, their primary objective on this planet revolves around collecting these orbs. If we gather all 7, it surely won't be for mere pinball. Something miraculous is bound to happen. Then let us take this and inquire about its purpose, Quincy suggested. Let us take them all. Toppo agreed without objection. On Shrag Planet, the Namekian Shrag sat upon his throne, a visage of unending malevolence etched upon his face. His minions trembled in fear around him. Humph, it is time to launch an attack on that planet, Shrag declared. Just as he spoke, a subtle ripple coursed through the space around him. In the next moment, someone appeared behind Shrag. The younger subordinates below stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. Who was that person? Bang! Lu Fan delivered a swift slap to Shrag's nape. Shrag fell unconscious before he could even comprehend the situation. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Fan vanished with Shrag through teleportation. Chapter 150. The most powerful Namekian, the subordinates within the palace were utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Where had our king gone? It was all so strange. Many of the subordinates felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. Had this demon been taken by the gods? On Namek, Neru searched tirelessly for any surviving Namekians. However, only a handful remained. He managed to find 4 and assimilated them. Yet, Naru was acutely aware that even with these four assimilated, he was still no match for Frieza. I am ultimately too late, Naru sighed. At that moment, he bore a certain resemblance to the Grand Elder. He nearly let out a lament. Originally, the Grand Elder believed that by using Naru's body as a foundation and continuously assimilating the surviving Namekians, he could save their planet. However, while the aspiration was noble, reality proved to be harsh. The remaining Namekians were simply too few. Just as Naru began to feel despondent, a ripple of air disturbed the stillness of the scene. In an instant, Lu Fan appeared, carrying the unconscious Shrag. Who are you? Naru regarded Lu Fan warily. But soon after, he recognized the attire Lu Fan wore, not through his own recognition, but through the memories of the Grand Elder within him. Are you the Lord Kaishin? Naru asked, taken aback. Indeed, I am the Kaishin, Lu Fan confirmed with a nod. Greetings, Lord Kaishin. Have you come to Namek to save us? Naru exclaimed, filled with excitement. No, I am merely here to observe the spectacle, Lu Fan replied. Naru, however, I bring you a gift, Lu Fan said, gesturing towards the unconscious Shrag lying on the ground. This is Naru hesitated, not recognizing the Namekian. His name is Shrag. Do you recall him? Lu Fan smiled. Shrag? Naru tapped his head, and through the Grand Elder's memories, he recalled a name. Ah, that Namekian genius warrior. I remember he was sent by his father to a planet called Shrag, which he now bears as his namesake. This young lad is truly remarkable. Lu Fan marveled. At a tender age, he defeated all the strongmen on planet Shrag and crowned himself king. How could he become a king? Has he too been corrupted by evil? Naru frowned. Perhaps, Lu Fan nodded. Did the Lord Kaishin bring him here so that I might oversee him? Naru inquired. Assimilate him, and your power will increase significantly. Lu Fan Dao. Perhaps this could indeed salvage your planet. At that moment, Nairu's eyes sparkled with realization. Is there really such a method? How splendid. However, he sensed the malevolent forces dwelling within, fearing that after assimilating him, it would be a challenge to eradicate the darkness for some time. Nairu spoke solemnly. Take your time. As long as you harbor justice in your heart, evil will eventually dissipate, Lu Fan reassured him. Assimilation requires his consent as well, Nairu added. Why are you being so verbose? Just give him a good beating until he agrees, Lu Fan chastised irritably. Nairu responded, that method is not without merit. With a swift motion, Lu Fan approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Shalag's face, abruptly rousing him from his stupor. Shalag looked bewildered. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? You're to assimilate with him, do you understand? Lu Fan gestured towards Nairu. The Namekian? Are you my kin? Shalag's eyes widened in astonishment. With another resounding slap, Lu Fan struck Shalag again, inflicting severe injury. Shalag, dazed, protested, I haven't wronged you. Why are you hitting me? Now, you have 2 choices. Either assimilate with him or face death, Lu Fan declared. Shalag fell into a brief silence. Who are you? He queried. I am the Kaishin, the deity tasked with upholding justice in this universe, Lu Fan replied. I am fully aware of all your actions on your planet. Do you have anything to say? Kaishin, the deity of universal justice? Shalag was momentarily taken aback. Listen closely, Shalag. Our Namekian home is in peril. An evil entity named Frieza has arrived on our planet, and our remaining Namekians are few in number, almost negligible, Nairu stated gravely. To be forthright, I require your strength. Let us unite to defeat Frieza and save our world. Humph, you merely wish to exploit my power, Shalag scoffed. Since it appears you are unwilling, we shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Lu Fan replied, gently flicking his finger. Whoosh. A beam of destructive energy struck a massive boulder beside Shalag. Crash. The boulder disintegrated into dust, transforming instantaneously into quicksand. Shalag's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in shock. Nairu also widened his eyes, displaying sheer astonishment. This Kaishin is immensely powerful. Shalag was frightened, realizing he was outmatched. Now, will you reconsider? Do you wish to undergo a simple assimilation? Lu Fan smiled. Assimilation is assimilation. How is it as simple as you say? After assimilation, I would essentially cease to exist, Shalag retorted. Yet he understood that should he assimilate with this individual, he might retain a fragment of his consciousness. However, if he were to be obliterated, he would truly vanish. Weighing the pros and cons, Shalag reluctantly nodded. Then I shall make no further hesitations, Nairu declared, placing his hand upon Shalag's chest. Shalag, you are quite impolite. Shalag gritted his teeth. Hey! A surge of energy flickered around him. swiftly transferring into Naru's hand and coursing through his arm into his body. The assimilation was nearly instantaneous. Huffing and puffing, Naru felt a significant boost in his power. Splendid. I feel as though I possess an immense energy now, he cackled, his expression taking on a somewhat fierce demeanor. Indeed, quite satisfactory, Lufan nodded approvingly. Humph. Now let me annihilate that cosmic emperor named Frieza. I shall avenge the fallen Namekians. I will tear that cosmic tyrant to shreds. A ruthless glint appeared in Naru's eyes. Chapter 151. Are you the Kaishin? Go for it, Lufan urged. Just as Naru prepared to launch into the sky, two figures suddenly approached from the distance. These two were none other than Zabo and Dodoria, hastening from Frieza's direction. Zabo and Dodoria's eyes brightened slightly as they gazed at Lufan and Naru ahead. Hey, Dodoria, doesn't that Namekian-esque companion seem rather familiar? Zabo inquired. He does seem a bit familiar, though I can't quite place him at the moment. Dodoria scratched his head, but I'm certain I've seen him before. With a thud, Zabo and Dodoria landed opposite Lufan and Naru. Who are you? I recognize you. Dodoria scrutinized Lufan, questioning. Zabo, Dodoria, it's been a while, Lufan smiled. I remember now. Dodoria's eyes lit up. That fellow is Lufan. What? Lufan. Zabo also quickly regained his composure. Correct, Lufan nodded, affirming his identity. You are truly Lufan? Dodoria huffed. I wonder what you have been up to all these years. I heard you were on the food planet crafting a beverage called cola, which became quite popular there. Zabo smiled, though he later vanished for some unknown reason. I recall. He parted ways with Vegeta, right? Dodoria nodded. Precisely. Zabo chuckled. This Lufan is quite the talented warrior among the Scions. Being a training partner for Prince Vegeta is no small feat, Lufan. I didn't expect you to have allied with that Namekian. Dodoria scoffed. Are you also here on this planet seeking the Dragon Balls? No. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle, Lufan replied with a smile. Dodoria, Zabo, Kaishin. I hope you will not hinder me. I wish to personally slay those two and avenge our kin. Naru was eager, itching to charge at them and strike them down. However, he managed to restrain his emotions somewhat, lest he act out of line before the Kaishin. Kaishin? What is that? Dodoria was taken aback. I have never heard of it. Zabo shook his head, perhaps perceiving a deity akin to a galaxy. Even if he were a god, it held little significance. In this universe, status is delineated by combat power. You speak the truth, Zabo, Dodoria nodded in agreement. Humph. As for this Namekian, a disdainful smile crept across Sabo's face. Do enlighten us as to the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Humph. You are about to meet your demise. Do not waste your thoughts on the Dragon Balls. Naru chuckled softly. Zabo, did you hear that? This Namekian claims he will kill us. Dodoria laughed heartily. Indeed, but he seems oblivious to our formidable nature. Zabo replied with a smile. What a pity we lack a scouter. I cannot ascertain his power level, Dodoria sighed, though I would speculate it is approximately 10,000. Such a power level is indeed remarkable among Namekians. Sabo's smile returned, but it paled in comparison to their own prowess. Suddenly, Naru could no longer contain the malevolent energy within him. He let out a series of shrieks, disregarding whether Lufan approved, and soared into the air. With a swift thrust, Naru pierced through Dodoria's body with his hand, emerging from his back. Blood trickled down Naru's hand, Dodoria's blood. Dodoria, caught off guard, realized he had been struck. What is happening? Have I truly been slain by this Namekian? He thought in disbelief. With a violent yank, Naru withdrew his arm, leaving a gruesome pool of blood and entrails in his wake. The scene was undeniably macabre, and Naru even licked the blood from his arm with a twisted delight. Zabo was horrified, his complexion turning pale. Is this creature a demon? When did this Namekian become so fearsome? Meanwhile, Dodoria lay crumpled on the ground, convulsing, on the brink of death. Next is your turn. You have slaughtered many of my kin, and I shall not allow you to perish easily, Naru stated coldly. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Zabo transformed into a human resembling a frog. Oh, you can metamorphose? Naru remarked with a faint smile. Whoosh. Naru charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Sabo's face. Zabo was sent crashing to the ground, leaving a long mark on the surface. Stunned, he thought. Is this foe truly so overpowering that even in my transformed state, I cannot contend with him? Am I so weak that he can dispatch me with a mere slap? Hey! Naru aimed a kick toward Sabo's chest. Alarmed, Zabo rolled swiftly on the ground, narrowly evading the attack. Lufan, save me! Zabo cried in terror. Hurry and summon Lord Frieza. If you rescue me, I promise to speak highly of you before Lord Frieza. Enough, Nezuro, let us cease for now, Rufan declared. Nezuro was momentarily taken aback, turning to glare at Rufan. What? Do you no longer heed my words? Rufan replied with a smile. Nezuro shuddered violently, quickly regaining his composure. Abandoning his pursuit of Sabo, and appeared at Rufan's side, bowing respectfully. That was close. I nearly defied Lord Kaioshin's command. I sincerely apologize, Lord Kaioshin, Nezuro expressed. Do not worry. Gradually purging the malevolence within you will lead to your eventual restoration, Rufan reassured him. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, Nezuro responded. Sabo exhaled in relief, clumsily rising from the ground. Rufan, you are quite remarkable, enlisting such a formidable Namekian as your ally, Sabo chuckled. You saved me, and I shall certainly speak highly of you before Lord Frieza. Rufan merely smiled in response. By the way, where's the last Dragon Ball? Hand it over. And once Lord Frieza's wish is fulfilled, you shall be hailed as a benefactor, Sabo continued. Rufan perceived Sabo's cowardice. Although this Namekian was powerful, he paled in comparison to Lord Frieza. Rufan's actions were likely a means to avoid provoking Frieza. He understood his own limitations. Chapter 152. I decide to release a fart to obliterate you. Did I ever claim I would save you? Rufan smiled faintly. What did you say? Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. I commanded him to cease because he could not control his inner darkness. Not to save you, Rufan explained with a grin. What do you mean? Sabo asked in a low voice. Consider how you can't even comprehend simple words. How do you expect to serve as Frieza's subordinate? Rufan smirked. Are you suggesting you wish to kill me? Sabo asked through gritted teeth. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant, Rufan chuckled. Ha ha ha, stop jesting, Rufan. Sabo laughed maniacally. If that Namekian had not assisted you, do you truly believe you could defeat me? When did Scions become such braggarts? I have decided to release a fart to obliterate you, Rufan mused. What did you say? Sabo was taken aback. Rufan slowly turned, lifting his rear towards Sabo. Sabo exclaimed. Boom. Rufan released a fart that struck Sabo directly. He was caught completely off guard and was sent flying, his body swiftly disintegrating in midair. In the blink of an eye, Sabo was reduced to mere particles, utterly lifeless. Nezuro stood in shock. This Lord Kaioshin is truly formidable. He has defeated his opponent with a mere fart. Though my own power has greatly increased, could I really obliterate him with a fart? Perhaps it is possible, but completely shattering him seems unlikely. Truly, he is worthy of being called Lord Kaioshin. Nezuro immediately expressed his reverence. Now, the remaining matters are in your hands. Strive diligently. Rufan said, patting Nezuro on the shoulder. Thank you once more for your assistance, Lord Kaioshin. Nezuro reiterated his gratitude. Rufan vanished in an instant, utilizing his ability of teleportation. Nyla bowed once more in gratitude. Following this, Nailu cast his gaze towards the vicinity where Frieza resided. It is time for me to eliminate this so-called Emperor of the Universe and avenge our kin. A fierce determination surged in Nailu's eyes. With a swift motion, Nailu transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Frieza's location. In another direction, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Dandy journeyed together. Fortunately, Son Wukong possessed a Dragon Ball radar, which soon revealed the presence of 6 Dragon Balls gathered in the distance. Uncle Krillin, do you sense those powerful energies emanating from Frieza's area? Son Wukong inquired. Turning to Krillin. I do sense them, Krillin nodded in response. They feel unfamiliar. Could they be reinforcements for Frieza? Son Wukong's expression changed. Are they already strong enough to require reinforcements? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. What should we do? Should we approach? Dandy asked from the side. They likely do not possess any detectors. Let us cautiously draw near and observe from a distance, then find a way to seize the Dragon Balls while they are distracted. Krillin proposed. So, we are going to steal the Dragon Balls while they are unaware? Son Wukong queried. Krillin and Dandy exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Is this really the time for jokes? Krillin urged. Then let us set off. The 3 of them concealed their energies and swiftly arrived at the location of Toppo and his companions. They stood atop a mound of earth, surveying Toppo and the others from above. Why is there an extra rabbit? Their attire is completely different from Frieza's army, Krillin muttered. Look, Uncle Krillin, Son Wukong exclaimed urgently. There's someone lying on the ground. It appears to be Frieza. Is that really Frieza? Krillin gazed in astonishment, noticing that he seemed to be unconscious. Has Frieza been defeated? Son Wukong asked. Who could these individuals be? capable of overpowering Frieza. Krillin was taken aback. What should we do now, Uncle Krillin? Son Wukong inquired. Krillin was equally at a loss. The strength of this group was evident in their ability to incapacitate Frieza. The three exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. In the next moment, Son Wukong and his companions noticed Toppo and the others ascending into the sky with the Dragon Balls, departing the scene. They are leaving, Krillin said in a low tone. Should we pursue them? Son Wukong asked. Let us not act rashly, Krillin shook his head. What could they be planning? Are they seeking the last Dragon Ball? Son Wukong questioned. Krillin clutched the Dragon Ball tightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Krillin suddenly dug a hole and buried the Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, what are you doing? Son Wukong asked. I understand now. Dandy immediately responded. They can locate the Dragon Balls because they can track our Namekian presence, but they do not have your Dragon Ball radar. If the Dragon Balls were to be concealed, they would be unable to gather all 7. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Krillin nodded in agreement. The trio patiently awaited the departure of Toppo and his companions before quietly vacating the area. They huddled together, contemplating strategies to reclaim their Dragon Balls. Encountering foes even more formidable than Frieza left Krillin and his companions at a loss. Toppo and the others soared through the verdant skies, feeling a sense of freedom akin to birds in flight and fish swimming in vast oceans. This planet is remarkably expansive, far larger than Planet Vegeta, Toppo marveled. Indeed, and there is no night here, as the sky is graced with 3 suns, Kokate remarked. But where could the last Dragon Ball be? Quincy pondered. It is indeed challenging to locate. Let us search for it, while simultaneously seeking our way home, Toppo proposed. Suddenly, as they conversed, the air shimmered with a disturbance. The figure of Lufin materialized directly before them, causing Toppo's expression to shift dramatically. Are you the Kaishin named Lufin? Toppo exclaimed, his eyes widening. Lufin merely smiled in response. Wow, he's incredibly handsome, Kokate swooned, gazing at Lufin with fascination. Kokate, could you not embarrass us so? Toppo reprimanded. Did you bring us here? He asked through clenched teeth. Since Lufin had appeared, it was evident he had transported them. Indeed, Lufin confirmed, but I intend to return you now. Chapter 153. Toppo returns to Universe 11. Toppo and his companions wore expressions of confusion. What do you mean? Where exactly are we? Toppo inquired. This is Namek in Universe 7, Lufin replied. What? We are in Universe 7? No wonder this universe feels so unfamiliar, Toppo exclaimed in astonishment. All right, let us return. Lufin beckoned, placing the Dragon Ball down and forming a circle by holding hands. I will escort you back to Universe 11. Toppo and the others questioned. Why are we here? Did we come for nothing? Why did you bring us to this place? Toppo asked, gritting his teeth. Do you believe I am merely idling? Lufin chuckled. Toppo and the others were at a loss for words. Is there really a Kaishin with so much leisure? I understand now. You wish for us to assist you in defeating that fellow named Frieza, Toppo suddenly realized. Think as you will, Lufin shrugged indifferently. Do you wish to return? If not, you may remain here indefinitely. My patience is limited. Quickly, everyone, form a circle. Toppo urged hastily, fully aware that without this Kaishin, their chances of returning to Universe 11 were slim. Only this Kaishin possessed the ability to send them back. The 4 of them swiftly joined hands, encircling one another. However, since you have transported us to the 7th universe, why are you now sending us back? Keket inquired curiously. It's nothing of great consequence. I simply find it a bit chaotic, Lufin replied. Chaotic? Keket was momentarily perplexed. How so? In simple terms, if the events we experienced were to be pinned into a novel, readers would chastise you for wandering about aimlessly, causing the plot to become too convoluted. Thus, I shall return you, Lufin elucidated. Keket, Toppo, Quincy, and Kazarar were left utterly speechless by his reasoning. With a swift motion, Lufin activated his instant teleportation. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished along with Toppo and the others. In a mere moment, they found themselves back on the proud planet of the 11th universe. Upon seeing the familiar celestial body, Toppo and the others were filled with tears of joy. Now that you have returned, shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? Lufin said with a smile. Yes, I thank you. May I offer you a kiss as a token of my appreciation? Keket replied, blushing. Lufin and Toppo exchanged glances. You are rather forward. No need. Lufin waved his hand dismissively. Keket retorted, what a humorless god of destruction you are. After all, I am a beauty. What is there to be grateful for? You merely transported us there and brought us back. Toppo exclaimed with irritation. It is akin to you knocking me unconscious and then waking me up again. Why should I be thankful? I ought to express my gratitude to your ancestors. Toppo silently complained. With a swift motion, Lufan delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed. And before Toppo could even comprehend the situation, he was knocked out cold. You three. This does not concern you. Should you dare to intervene? You are well aware of the outcome, Lufan chuckled. Quincy suddenly asked, where is the vice captain? Why hasn't he returned from the restroom? Could he be suffering from diarrhea? Quincy scratched his head. Keket, let us return home, Kazurar urged. I concur, Keket nodded. The three hastily departed from the scene, aware that Toppo was not to be trifled with. Even together, they knew they would not stand a chance against him. It is best we make a swift exit. The trio soon found themselves at a considerable distance from Lufan. Do not worry, he is a god of destruction. The vice captain is not in any mortal danger. Merely in for a sound thrashing, Kazurar assured. That is reassuring, Quincy nodded in agreement. It is now certain he is indeed the god of destruction of the 7th universe. He might even be an apprentice, Kazurar mused. What shall we do next? Quincy inquired. Immediately contact the captain and have him deal with this situation, Kazurar proposed. That is a commendable plan. The captain is an apprentice destroyer and will have no trouble handling an apprentice god of destruction, Quincy agreed. Must we really be so harsh towards such a handsome god of destruction? Keket questioned. Slap. Slap. With a swift motion, Lufan delivered 2 resounding slaps, abruptly awakening Toppo. As Toppo opened his bleary eyes and recognized Lufan's visage, he instinctively leaped backward, creating a considerable distance between them. I just knocked you out and then revived you. You ought to express your gratitude, Lufan remarked with a smile. Toppo retorted, thank you? I was merely venting my frustrations in my mind. You actually took it seriously. Are you implying that your sister should come over to thank me? Lufan pondered. Toppo seethed with frustration. Lufan's smile broadened. I must confess, I was careless and fell for your trick. Did you truly think I would succumb to you? With a scowl, Toppo replied, since the moment we first met. Your rudeness has been palpable, yet I have chosen not to hold it against you. However, Lufan continued, after much contemplation, I believe that retreating is merely an illusion. That notion is utterly absurd. The more I think about it, the angrier I become, which is why I have resolved to teach you a lesson. Humph. Who will be teaching whom a lesson is yet to be determined. Toppo scoffed. With a thunderous roar, Toppo unleashed all his energy. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Lufan delivered a thorough beating, leaving Toppo battered and incapable of self-care. Despair washed over Toppo. How is it that I can't even defeat a mere god of destruction? You see, you insisted on seeking out punishment, Lufan chuckled. Toppo felt tears welling up. This god of destruction is incredibly formidable. Now can we say thank you? You ought to be grateful that I did not take your life, Lufan said with a grin. Toppo remained silent. You have reduced me to this pathetic state and expect me to express gratitude? If you wish to avoid my ire, perhaps you should return to the 7th universe and seek out Frieza. I am certain he would delight in avenging me, Lufan muttered. Thank you. Toppo's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth to force out the words. Now that is more like it. Had you said that sooner, you could have avoided the beating, Lufan chuckled. Toppo was left speechless. By the way, before I take my leave, there is something you ought to hear. Lufan smiled. Previously, you stumbled upon an object known as the Dragon Ball. If you gather one more, you shall be granted any 3 wishes. Chapter 154. I will seek revenge from the captain. What? Toppo gasped. The final Dragon Ball lies less than 500 meters from your current location. Lufan casually stepped on Toppo's face. In an instant, Lufan vanished through teleportation. Toppo looked up at the sky, feeling despondent. This god of destruction is insufferable. I will ensure the captain avenges me. In the 7th universe, on Namek. Hey Gohan, look. These Dragon Balls have suddenly stopped moving. Krillin exclaimed, examining the dragon radar closely. Let us go check it out, Gohan responded eagerly. The trio stealthily made their way to the location of the Dragon Balls. Soon, they found 6 Dragon Balls lying on the ground, leaving them momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Is it a trap? Why are these 6 Dragon Balls just lying here? What has transpired recently? Are we perhaps dreaming? Krillin rubbed his eyes. No, Uncle Krillin, I too can see those 6 Dragon Balls, Gohan remarked. I saw them as well. Danny nodded. Then what are we hesitating for? Let us take the Dragon Balls at once and fulfill our wishes, Krillin decisively stated. The trio swiftly approached, each cradling 2 Dragon Balls, and quickly soared toward the location of the final orb. After flying for a while, they noticed no pursuers. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Krillin and his companions. These must be the Dragon Balls bestowed upon us by the heavens. Krillin laughed heartily. Indeed, it seems so, Dandy agreed. It is quite strange. Where have those four peculiar individuals vanished to? Their presence has completely dissipated, Gohan pondered. Soon, the trio returned to the original location of the Dragon Balls and unearthed them. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Gohan and Krillin embraced, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. At last, we have assembled them. Let us summon the Eternal Dragon and realize our wishes without any further peculiar occurrences, Dandy urged. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant our wishes, Krillin shouted. However, the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. Ahem, Krillin, summoning the dragon requires the Namekian language, Dandy explained. Oh, I told you it wouldn't work, Krillin scratched his head. Dandy, you may summon the Eternal Dragon directly. You tend to ramble. Dandy refrained from further commentary and hastily invoked the Eternal Dragon using the Namekian tongue. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A colossal azure dragon coiled through the night sky. Quickly state your wishes. While that fellow named Frieza remains unconscious, Dandy urged. All right, for the first wish, let all those slain by Vegeta and Nappa be revived, Krillin declared. Wait, can one even wish for such a thing? Dandy was taken aback. What is it? Is there a problem? Krillin inquired. The Eternal Dragon can only revive one person at a time, not a group, Dandy replied. What? Is there such a limitation? Krillin was at a loss. Pondering whom to revive. Let us first revive Uncle Piccolo. If he returns, will not Kami also be restored? Gohan suggested. You are correct, Gohan. Let it be so. Krillin nodded vigorously. Thank you, Gohan. That is precisely what I intended to convey. At that moment, Piccolo's voice echoed from the distant King Kai's planet. Uncle Piccolo? Where are you? Gohan was taken aback. I am training with King Kai, and my strength has significantly increased, Piccolo explained. We are aware of your situation. I understand that the dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes. For the second wish, can you send me to Namek? I wish to confront Frieza, the one who annihilated my kin. As for the third wish, you may decide. Uncle Piccolo wishes to come to Namek? That is splendid, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Quickly make the wish, Dandy, Krillin urged. Dandy immediately made a wish in the Namekian language. His first wish was to resurrect Piccolo. The second wish was for Piccolo to come to Namek. Both wishes were successfully granted. Where is he? Where is Uncle Piccolo? Gohan searched for Piccolo's presence. I understand now. We only wished for him to come to Namek, but we did not specify a location, so he may have been teleported randomly, Dandy replied. What? What do we do now? Gohan felt tears welling up. I thought I would see Uncle Piccolo right away. We were careless. Krillin wiped his sweat. There's one wish left. What should we wish for? Dandy asked. If all else fails, let us wish for Goku to come to Namek immediately, Krillin suggested. Is that wish feasible? Can Dad defeat that guy named Frieza if he comes now? Gohan inquired. I don't know, Krillin shook his head. What should we wish for? Have you decided? Dandy urged. In the distance, Nail looked up at the sky, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Those Earthlings have summoned the dragon. Are their wishes finally about to be granted? Splendid. I shall now deal with that fellow named Frieza. Whoosh. Nail accelerated his flight. Suddenly, he glanced at the sky, his brow furrowing. Nail sensed that several spaceships were swiftly approaching Namek from the vast expanse of the cosmos. Are more people coming to Namek? There are a total of 7. Are they Frieza's reinforcements? Very well, I shall eliminate them one by one. Whoosh. Nail changed direction and flew rapidly away. Gohan and the others pondered for a long time, but could not decide on a wish. If it comes to that, let us wish for Yamcha or Tien to be revived, Krillin proposed, but unfortunately, Kaiatsu had already died once and could not be revived again. Huh. Is it true that someone who has died once cannot return to life? Dandy was taken aback. Indeed, the Dragon Balls on Earth work that way, Krillin nodded. The Dragon Balls on Namek are different. They can revive the person you mention. Shall we wish for this? Dandy asked eagerly. Really? That is wonderful. Let us wish for Kaiatsu to be revived. Krillin exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Whoosh. 5 spherical spaceships descended from the sky and landed on the surface of Namek. It was the Ginyu Force. Chapter 155. Nail slays the Ginyu Force. The 5 members of the Special Forces emerged from the spaceship. The Ginyu Force quickly noticed a Namekian standing across from them. What is wrong with the sky here? Why is it dark? Ginyu pondered. According to my investigation, Namek should not have night. Who knows what is going on? Rikuum shook his head. There happens to be a Namekian over there. We can ask him. Namekian, do you have something to say? Ginyu inquired, looking at Nail. From your attire, it is evident that you are part of Frieza's gang. Am I mistaken? Naira's mood has significantly calmed down. It can be said that he has absorbed a considerable amount of malevolent energy. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. You foolish one with a mere battle power of 5,000. Ginyu chuckled and instructed Bart, eliminate him. Captain, no. Let us incapacitate him instead. In case Lord Frieza finds him useful, G suggested. You are right. Let us render him unconscious. Ginyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall deal with him. Bart smiled faintly, transforming into a streak of light, appearing instantaneously behind Naru. He swung his palm towards the back of Naru's neck. With a swift motion, Naru jabbed backward with his hand. In the next moment, it pierced through Bart's body, emerging from his back. Ginyu and the others were left in shock. What is happening? Jeez exclaimed, his eyes wide. His battle power hasn't increased at all. It remains around 5,000. Raikum was astonished. Guldo remained silent, while Ginyu displayed a look of disbelief. With a swift motion, Naru withdrew his hand from Bart's body. Next will be you, Naru stated coldly. Bart collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Clearly on the brink of death, Bart had been exceedingly careless, failing to unleash his own battle power, leaving himself vulnerable to his opponent's strike. Ginyu sighed, Raikum, it's your turn. Show him what true power looks like. Understood, Captain. I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Raikum grinned. Humph. Naru's expression was icy. Raikum, energy flash. Raikum opened his mouth wide, unleashing an energy blast toward Naru. The energy blast soared through the air at an alarming speed. Yet Naru remained still. Boom. In an instant, Naru slapped back with tremendous force, deflecting the energy blast. The blast veered off course and struck Guldo nearby, resulting in a massive explosion. Caught off guard, Guldo was engulfed in the blast. With a resounding crash, Guldo was left severely injured. As the smoke cleared, it was evident that both of Guldo's legs had been blasted away. He felt as though death was imminent. What? Jeez gasped in disbelief. Jinyu's pupils constricted in shock. Raikum was utterly stunned. My energy flash was effortlessly swatted away, and it even left Guldo in ruins. Raikum felt utterly defeated. Whoosh. Naru swiftly ascended, appearing before Raikum in an instant. Raikum's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming terror. How can this guy move so fast? Boom. Naru showed no mercy, unleashing a massive surge of energy that engulfed Raikum. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Raikum was obliterated beyond recognition, meeting an irrevocable demise. Immediately, Nelu gently waved his hand, unleashing a fiery light directed at the incapacitated Guldo. Boom. Guldo was obliterated, meeting his demise on the spot. From the moment the Ginyu Force made their appearance, a mere 2 minutes had elapsed. Now, of the 5 comical members of the Ginyu Force, only Ginyu and Jis remained. They exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the extraordinary strength of the Namekian. Captain, this fellow's battle power has consistently been 5,000. What could possibly be happening? Jis felt utterly disoriented. I have no idea, but I shall deal with him properly. Ginyu replied with a stern expression. With a roar, Jinyu's energy erupted, illuminating his form to its utmost potential. He then fixed his cold gaze upon Nelu, who, in contrast, appeared remarkably composed. After eliminating several foes, Nelu felt an unsettling tranquility wash over him, having digested much of the malevolence within. You have provoked someone you ought not to have, Ginyu declared icily. Do you know who I am? I am the captain of the most formidable force in this universe, the Ginyu Force. What were you expecting me to say? My ultimate goal is to eradicate Frieza. Not to waste my time on someone as insignificant as you, Nella scoffed. What did you say? You dare to call me insignificant? Ginyu seethed with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, Ginyu surged toward Nelu with blinding speed. Thud. Ginyu unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Nelu. Slap. Nelu effortlessly raised a hand to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, he retaliated with a fierce kick, sending Ginyu soaring into the sky with a resounding thud. The force of that kick was nothing short of brutal. Ginyu was severely injured, feeling as though his very insides had been displaced. Oomph, Nelu sneered, raising his hand toward the airborne Ginyu. Boom. A brilliant flame erupted from Nelu's palm. A formidable energy surged forth, hurtling toward Ginyu. Do not underestimate me. I will not be defeated by the likes of you. Ginyu roared, unleashing a powerful energy of his own. The two forces clashed mid-air, creating a cacophony of explosions. However, It was not long before Ginyu's energy was repelled by Nelu's overwhelming might. Boom. In the next instant, the energy engulfed Ginyu. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ginyu had been reduced to mere fragments, slowly descending from the sky. Geese was utterly stunned. The captain is dead? Raikum and the others have perished too? I am the only one left. This Namekian is nothing short of a monster. When did he become this powerful? Geese was truly terrified, urgently calling out, Lord Frieza, save me, as he hastily fled. Chapter 156. Nella's new form. In the blink of an eye, Geese had sprinted hundreds of meters away. Whoosh! With a sweeping motion, Naru extended his arm dramatically, elongating it several times its original length, akin to a gibbon, and swiftly seized the fleeing Jisoo from afar. Jisoo was engulfed by despair. How could your arm be so extraordinarily long? Naru's elongated limb effortlessly pulled Jisoo back, while his other hand clenched into a fist and struck Jisoo's head with a resounding thud. Bang! Jisoo's skull burst open, lifeless beyond recovery. Disdainfully, Naru discarded Jisoo's corpse onto the ground and gazed up at the night sky, as if contemplating one final wish. They were uncertain about what to wish for. Despite having grown immensely powerful, Naru felt it was still insufficient. I must become even stronger. Whoosh! Naru surged towards the direction of Krillin and his companions. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside them. Krillin and the others were deliberating on the third wish, which was to resurrect Dend. Dandy had already begun to articulate his wish when, suddenly, Naru's appearance interrupted him. Naru? Dandy exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy illuminating his face. For my final wish, Dragon, please significantly unleash the latent energy within me. Naru fervently addressed the eternal dragon Purunga in Namekian. This wish can indeed be granted, replied Purunga. A wave of invisible divine energy swiftly enveloped Naru, who let out a series of primal roars. Once calm settled once more, Naru silently absorbed the overwhelming power coursing through him. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the eternal dragon Purunga transformed into 7 radiant lights, dispersing across the various regions of Namek. The sky regained its brilliance. Krillin wiped his brow, while Son Gohan scratched his head in resignation. Dandy smiled bittersweetly. The three of them turned their attention to Naru. Upon closer inspection, they noted a change in Naru's coloration. His hue had shifted to a grassy green. Previously a pure green, it now bore hints of yellow. Additionally, the stripes on Naru's arms had vanished. Krillin, along with the others, stared in astonishment at Naru's transformation, momentarily rendered speechless. King Kai exclaimed, wonderful. Dend, you can be resurrected. Tien Shinhan said, somewhat excited. I thought I would never come back to life, Dend replied, his face a picture of anticipation. Once the Earth's dragon revives, Tien, we too can return, said Yamcha with a hearty laugh. Krillin is surprisingly reliable. He truly fulfilled the wish. Tien nodded in agreement. King Kai interjected, now, if I were to say that Dend's wish was usurped, would you be disappointed? After a lengthy wait, Dend still had not been resurrected. King Kai, have they not made their wish yet? Tien inquired. Don't wait any longer. The wish has been altered. King Kai sighed. Altered? What do you mean? Tien was taken aback. It has been changed to another wish. We will find a way to resurrect Dend another time. King Kai explained. What a disappointment, Dend lamented. On Namek, the scene unfolded. Naru silently sensed the transformation of his body. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, radiating outward in an uncontrollable torrent. Upon detecting Naru's overwhelming power, Krillin and Gohan trembled with fear. However, their apprehension quickly gave way to delight. Naru had become so powerful that defeating Frieza seemed a manageable task. With a swift motion, Naru reverted to his green form. Why have you transformed again? Dandy inquired. This is a new transformation, reserved for my confrontation with Frieza, Naru replied with a smile. Through this surge of latent energy, the darkness within him had nearly been wholly assimilated. Naru was gradually returning to the benevolent Namekian he once was. Do you feel confident in defeating Frieza? Krillin asked. I believe it should pose no significant challenge, Naru nodded. By the way, Naru, we just discovered that Frieza has already been knocked unconscious, Dandy remarked. Knocked out? Could it have been the work of Lord Kai? Naru mused. What do you mean? Krillin asked, bewildered. It's nothing. Before facing Frieza, I must deal with 2 intruders from outer space, Naru said, gazing skyward. 2 individuals from outer space? Krillin looked up at the sky, followed by Gohan. They will arrive on Namek in a minute. I can already sense their energy, Naru stated. That energy is. Krillin exclaimed with surprise. It's Dad. Yes, it's definitely Dad. Gohan's face lit up with joy. Are they your allies? Naru turned to Gohan. One of them is my father, and the other seems to be Vegeta. Gohan replied. Vegeta, the scion who killed your comrades, correct? Naru inquired. Indeed, that's him. I never expected he would come to Namek as well. Is he aboard the same spaceship as Goku? Krillin asked, puzzled. No, they are in 2 separate spaceships, Naru clarified. 2 spaceships? Krillin scratched his head, pondering the situation. Vegeta is currently in a relationship with Bulma's friend. He doesn't seem as malevolent as before. Should we eliminate him? What? Has he truly turned into a good person? Naru furrowed his brow. I'm not certain. We'll assess the situation as it develops, Krillin replied. Very well, if he dares to act recklessly. I will not hesitate to end him, Naru stated resolutely. A minute later, Goku and Vegeta's spaceships landed sequentially on Namek. Goku, brimming with vitality, stepped off his vessel. The door of Vegeta's spaceship creaked open, revealing him with a smile as he looked at Goku. Well, Kakarot, we meet again, Vegeta grinned. Vegeta. The expression on Son Wukong's face grew somewhat solemn. During my time in the vastness of space, there was a moment when I sensed your aura suddenly surge significantly. How did you accomplish that? Take your time to ponder it. Vegeta's grin stretched from ear to ear. Son Wukong remarked, Chapter 157, Vegeta's Confidence. Allow me to defeat Frieza. Vegeta replied with a smile. Whoosh. After speaking, Vegeta soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the direction where Nelu and the others were located. Frieza was still in a daze, thus lacking any discernible aura. Unable to locate Frieza through his energy signature, Vegeta decided to head towards the area where Nelu and the others, who possessed stronger auras, were situated. Smack! Vegeta soon landed directly opposite Nelu and his companions. Son Wukong followed closely behind. Is it you? And another Namekian? Vegeta snorted. I have no interest in you. Tell me where Frieza is. Vegeta? What brings you here? Krillin queried warily. I've come to eliminate Frieza. Of course, Vegeta chuckled, addressing Krillin. Little bald head, you're quite fortunate this time. It seems you won't meet your demise on this journey to Namek. Why would I die? Are you cursing me? Krillin wiped his brow. Enough chatter. Tell me where Frieza is, Vegeta demanded. Frieza is over there, knocked out by someone. Krillin pointed in a certain direction. Whoosh. Vegeta leapt into the air, rapidly heading towards Frieza's location. This one resembles you and Piccolo, Son Wukong observed, glancing at Nelu. Wukong. His name is Nelu, and he is exceptionally powerful, Krillin noted. I can sense his aura is formidable, Son Wukong nodded. Let us proceed as well, and conveniently eliminate that fellow named Frieza, restoring peace to Namek, Nelu suggested. All right. Son Wukong agreed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Son Wukong and the others swiftly flew towards Frieza's location. Just as Vegeta commenced his actions, Frieza rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and rose from the ground. Frieza immediately scanned his surroundings. Where is everyone? Where did the one who struck me go? And that rabbit, where has it vanished to? Damn it, how could I have been defeated by a rabbit? And I even lost consciousness. Frieza seethed with frustration. Currently, Frieza lacked a scouter and had no means to locate Toppo and the others. Even if he had a scouter, he still wouldn't be able to find Toppo, as they had already returned to Universe 11. While Frieza remained in a state of confusion, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing directly in front of him. Hey, are you Frieza or cooler? Vegeta asked, slightly taken aback. Vegeta? Frieza looked up at him. Your voice reveals you to be that Frieza character. Have you transformed into your second form? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Oh, Vegeta, you know I can transform? Who informed you of this? Frieza responded with a grin. I have been aware of such matters for quite some time. Vegeta offered a gentle smile, adding, I am also aware that you have not yet utilized 2 of your transformations. Am I incorrect? Frieza hesitated momentarily. Subsequently, he rubbed his nose and remarked, You possess quite a bit of knowledge, Vegeta. With a scoff, Frieza continued, So, was the rabbit also summoned by you as a savior? Oh, shouldn't it be said that the monkey is the one I invited for assistance? Why refer to the rabbit? Vegeta appeared momentarily taken aback. Isn't the monkey you? Frieza chuckled. Ha! Spare me your nonsense, Frieza. Vegeta spat. Have you grown bold enough to speak to me in such a manner? Frieza's voice turned icy. I have no interest in you. Just summon that rabbit immediately. In other words, you were incapacitated by a rabbit. Vegeta comprehended the implication. Indeed. You and that rabbit are allies. A glint of malice flashed in Frieza's eyes. No, not at all. I have never heard of any rabbit. Vegeta shook his head. Then what brings you here? Do you intend to challenge me, Frieza? Frieza chuckled. Certainly. Not only do I intend to challenge you, but I shall also render you incapable of self-sufficiency, and ultimately, I will eliminate you. Vegeta smiled. Is that so? I wonder who bestowed upon you such courage. Frieza laughed heartily. Is it Lufan? No, it is Liang Jingru who granted him his courage. Suddenly, a voice drifted from afar. In the next moment, the air shimmered, and Lufan's figure gradually materialized on the scene. Lufan, you have appeared as well. Frieza scoffed. Who is Liang Jingru? The name suggests a woman. Is she powerful? Vegeta inquired of Lufan. That is of little importance. Lufan shook his head. In the midst of their conversation, Son Wukong and Nailu swiftly approached from a distance. Landing on the ground nearby, Vegeta, you have summoned quite a few allies this time, Frieza laughed. Shall I continue to wait? They are merely here to witness the spectacle, including Lufan. Vegeta smiled. To deal with someone like you, I am more than sufficient on my own. Vegeta, I must commend your bravery, Frieza cackled. You shall regret challenging me. Frieza, enjoy your laughter while you can. Standing before you is the Super Saiyan you fear most. Vegeta pointed to himself with his thumb. Frieza's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. What? A Super Saiyan? He frowned, then burst into laughter once more. Do not jest, Vegeta. This is hardly amusing. A Super Saiyan? What is that? Son Wukong was momentarily bewildered. The legendary Super Saiyan, said to be the most powerful warrior in the universe. Nailu explained to Son Wukong. Is this person, Vegeta, truly the fabled Super Saiyan? I do not know. I have not heard of such a thing. Son Wukong shook his head. I have also heard the elder mention the Super Saiyan. Could it be that this Vegeta is the Super Saiyan? Krillin inquired, nevertheless. It must be said that Vegeta's energy has significantly surged. Indeed, Vegeta is truly a genius, Goku remarked with a hint of admiration. While we were traversing the cosmos in our respective spaceships, there was a moment when his aura escalated immensely. Kakarot, are you unable to contend with Vegeta now? Krillin asked. Curiosity piqued. Though I have yet to engage in a battle, it is evident that my current energy level pales in comparison to his, Goku responded. Chapter 158. Toppo, I have come to avenge you. Lufan is also present. Krillin had already spotted Lufan. Lord Supreme Kai? Nairu was momentarily taken aback. What deity? Krillin appeared puzzled. Are you unaware? That individual is none other than Lord Supreme Kai, Nairu hurriedly elucidated. Supreme Kai? A deity above the Kai? Goku was taken aback. Precisely. Nairu nodded affirmatively. Lufan is the Supreme Kai. Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Bulma certainly knows how to choose her partners. She casually picks a boyfriend who turns out to be a god, Krillin mused. In the distance, Vegeta and Frieza stood opposite each other, while Lufan sat on a nearby rock, observing the unfolding spectacle. Frieza, prepare to witness the fruits of my recent training, Vegeta proclaimed with a confident smile. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Vegeta, with an immense energy radiating outward from him like ripples across a vast sea. Upon sensing Vegeta's energy, both Krillin and Gohan were left astounded, their faces reflecting sheer shock. This fellow's energy has increased considerably. Frieza, behold, Vegeta declared, launching himself forward with remarkable speed, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Frieza's chest. Frieza, caught off guard, hastily raised his hands to block Vegeta's incoming strike. Yet, Vegeta's punch proved formidable. Bang! The impact shattered Frieza's defenses, landing squarely in his abdomen. Ugh! Frieza spat out a mouthful of bile, feeling utterly compromised. Simultaneously, Frieza's body was propelled backward at an alarming velocity. Swish! Vegeta appeared directly above Frieza in an instant. Bang! Vegeta drove his knee forcefully into Frieza's head. Boom! Frieza crashed down to the ground, leaving a significant crater in his wake. Clap! Vegeta descended leisurely near Frieza, crossing his arms and observing him with a smirk. Grinding his teeth, Frieza struggled to rise, his form now appearing quite disheveled. Damn you, wild monkey! Frieza glared in Vegeta's direction. However, when Frieza looked again, he discovered that Vegeta had mysteriously vanished from sight. Fool, I am right behind you, Vegeta's voice echoed from behind Frieza. What? Frieza's expression shifted repeatedly in disbelief. Your current combat power stands at a mere 1 million, does it not? Vegeta chuckled. Such a paltry amount. What did you say? Frieza's pupils constricted in shock. Wham! Vegeta swiftly grasped Frieza's tail with fierce determination. Bang! Vegeta seized Frieza's tail and forcefully slammed him into the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Frieza left a substantial crater upon impact. With a swift motion, Vegeta gripped Frieza's tail, stepped on his back, and yanked upward. Frieza's tail was brutally torn away. The anguished cries of Frieza filled the air, and Vegeta casually tossed the severed tail aside. It landed on the ground, writhing momentarily before falling still. Goku and the others stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Vegeta's newfound strength. Was it truly so effortless to defeat Frieza? It seemed my intervention would not be necessary, Nailu remarked with a smile. Well done, Vegeta. This fellow is indeed a prodigy, Goku chuckled. Unleash your true abilities, Frieza. This level of performance is utterly disappointing. Vegeta grinned down at Frieza in the crater. Lufan nodded in satisfaction. Vegeta's performance had been commendable. After a week of arduous training, Vegeta had indeed experienced a significant enhancement in his power. Furthermore, Lufan had discovered that Vegeta was now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, having witnessed the form before. If he had not achieved this transformation after such an extended period, it would have rendered him ineffectual. As Lufan reveled in the battle, he suddenly sensed the presence of 3 individuals near a distant planet close to Namek. Lifting his gaze towards that celestial body, Lufan's keen eyes quickly identified the 3 figures he recognized: Toppo, Dispo, and the god of destruction from Universe 11, Kai. On an unnamed planet, Kai addressed them. This is as far as I can take you. From here, you'll need to make your own way to Namek in Universe 7. It's not far from here. I cannot directly transport you there, as it would seem inappropriate for me to seek out a confrontation with that interim god of destruction. Thank you, Lord Kai. Dispo expressed his gratitude. I have an oxygen mask, so flying over should pose no problem. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Kai, Toppo added, bowing respectfully. It's nothing. We are all inhabitants of the same universe. Kai smiled. That interim god of destruction from Universe 7 has been rather overbearing. He certainly deserves a lesson. Indeed. I shall teach him a proper lesson. Toppo nodded. As an interim destroyer, I am well within my rights to discipline this god of destruction. Well then, good luck. I will return in about 2 hours to check on you, Kai replied. By the way, should I bring Lord Vermout along just in case? Ha. That won't be necessary, will it? Toppo laughed nervously. He is merely an interim god of destruction. Is it really needed for Lord Vermout to intervene personally? If Lord Vermout is available, I will certainly bring him along, Kai responded, sensing an ominous premonition. Toppo fell silent. Lord K, how deeply do you doubt me? In a flash, K vanished through instantaneous movement. Toppo and Tiz exchanged glances and swiftly flew towards Namek. On Namek, Lufin smiled faintly, a subtle arc gracing his lips. I find myself rather bored. Have you come to amuse me? Suddenly, Frieza erupted from the depths of the earth, soaring high into the sky. His fury directed at the figure of Vegeta below. Frieza was seething with rage. The Scion's wild monkey. Do you truly believe that with a battle power exceeding 1 million, you can best me, Frieza? Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins, wishing to obliterate Vegeta beneath him. Frieza, reveal your true prowess quickly, lest I extinguish this transformation of yours. How unjust that would be, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. You foolish creature, soon you shall witness the terror of Frieza. With that, Frieza transformed into his 3rd form. Humph, your combat power has indeed surged, yet you remain no match for me, Vegeta declared as he shot upwards from the ground. Chapter 159, Super Saiyan Vegeta. At the moment Vegeta ascended, he unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at Frieza. Bang! Vegeta's punch connected, sending Frieza tumbling through the air. Frieza, in his 3rd form, was utterly outmatched by Vegeta. Struggling to regain his stability, Frieza erupted with fury. Bang! Vegeta reappeared behind Frieza, launching a kick into his lower back. Howl! Frieza cried out in pain, plummeting from the sky. Boom! Frieza left a crater in the ground of Namek. Whoosh! However, Frieza quickly regained his composure and ascended once more. As he soared into the sky, his form transformed into his 4th and final shape. In this ultimate form, Frieza's tail, previously severed by Vegeta, re-emerged. This was indeed Frieza's true form. The first 3 transformations were merely to conserve energy. In later stages, Frieza traversed the universe in this form, capable of managing energy expenditure. Bang! Frieza struck Vegeta squarely on the nose. Vegeta was sent flying backward, rubbing his sore nose while sporting a look of disdain. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. My ultimate form delivered a punch, and he suffers merely a slight injury? Frieza transformed once more, and Krillin's face turned pale with fear. This creature is indeed a monster. Naru spoke solemnly. Were it not for the dragon's significant enhancement of my latent energy, I fear I too would struggle against that being. Alas, is it to say that your strength has now surpassed that of Frieza? Son Goku gazed at Naru in astonishment. We Namekians are not to be trifled with. Naru replied with a slight smile. However, it seems that Frieza has yet to unleash his full might. I can see that, Son Goku nodded solemnly. But it appears that Vegeta still has an ace up his sleeve. Naru chose to remain silent. Vegeta, you truly surprise me, Frieza scoffed. I never anticipated a Saiyan could elevate their power to such heights. Humph, we Saiyans are a warrior race. The thought of how you once toyed with us fills me with rage, Vegeta retorted coldly. Is that so? You remain unaware of the true extent of my power. Frieza chuckled. I am aware that you conceal formidable energy. However, I have calculated that with merely 50 of my power, I can reduce you to cosmic dust. Frieza, spare me your theatrics. Vegeta huffed. Frieza, confused, questioned. What do you mean by that? Though I am uncertain of what transpired with you, Vegeta, you have thoroughly provoked me, and I shall make you pay dearly, Frieza declared as his energy surged. Upon sensing Frieza's immense power, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan trembled in fear. Just how terrifying is this being? Goku wondered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Naru maintained a smile, choosing silence. Vegeta crossed his arms, grinning at Frieza. Suddenly, with a mighty surge of energy, Frieza struck Vegeta fiercely. A dull thud echoed as Frieza's elbow collided with Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling backward. In a flash, Frieza appeared behind Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick that propelled him into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frieza unleashed 3 crimson beams of energy towards the airborne Vegeta. Vegeta hastily evaded the onslaught, gritting his teeth as he dove downward. In an instant, Frieza vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Vegeta and executed a devastating kick. With a resounding crash, Vegeta crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Clapping his hands, Frieza landed at the edge of the pit, grinning down at Vegeta. How do you fare, Vegeta? Aren't you a Super Saiyan? Frieza mocked. With such meager strength, you dare call yourself a Super Saiyan? Do not make me laugh. The notion is utterly absurd. Vegeta gritted his teeth and climbed from the ground. By my calculations, your battle power is no more than 3 million, Frieza smiled. Do you have any idea what my battle power is? In this state, with just a slight increase in energy, I can elevate my power to over 10 million. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light flickered around Vegeta. Frieza stood momentarily stunned, his smile gradually solidifying into a mask of disbelief. Crack! Vegeta's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, enveloped by a radiant golden aura. His energy surged dramatically. What is this transformation? Frieza was taken aback. The corners of Vegeta's mouth lifted slightly, forming a delicate arc. Indeed, the powerful aura I sensed in the cosmos resembles this. Goku marveled. What has happened to Vegeta? Krillin exclaimed, overwhelmed by the intensity of the energy. Perhaps this transformation is what he referred to as the Super Saiyan. Naru pondered. Someone is approaching. Suddenly, Gohan turned his gaze towards another direction. What? Who is it? Is it a new enemy? Krillin asked, momentarily startled. Whoosh. In the next instant, Piccolo swiftly descended from afar, appearing near Goku and the others. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement surpassing that of a reunion with his own father. Piccolo approached and ruffled Gohan's hair, revealing a warm smile. Piccolo, you finally arrived, Krillin sighed with relief. I apologize for my tardiness, Piccolo replied thoughtfully, immediately turning his attention to the battlefield. Upon sensing the immense energies of Vegeta and Frieza, despair etched itself across Piccolo's face. What am I doing here? Am I seeking torment? How have these two become so formidable? You must be the Namekian who came from Earth, right? Naru addressed Piccolo. Chapter 160, Frieza, stand up. Are you one of my kin? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, finally noticing Naru and Dandy. His focus remained solely on Gohan. Yes, Naru nodded slightly. Dandy curiously regarded Piccolo. How have you trained? I can distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from you, Piccolo inquired. It's nothing much. I'm merely assimilated with a stronger Namekian, Naru smiled. Assimilation? Piccolo was puzzled. You mean 2 individuals merging into one? Not just 2. I have merged with several Namekians, Nairu explained with a chuckle. What? Such a process exists? Piccolo was astonished. If you were to assimilate with the Earth's Guardian, your strength would significantly increase, likely surpassing Frieza without issue, Nairu contemplated. What did you say? As long as I merge with that old Guardian, I could surpass Frieza? Piccolo was flabbergasted. This is merely my conjecture. Whether you can indeed surpass him depends on your own fortune, Nairu replied. Humph, it's too late to discuss that now. Piccolo shook his head. And I have no desire to merge with that old man. Nairu chose not to comment further. Piccolo, what brings you here? Goku was taken aback. Realizing you came through the Namekian dragon, didn't you? Yes, Piccolo nodded. Your timing is impeccable. Vegeta should be able to defeat Frieza, Goku grinned. And you? Goku, are you truly willing to let Vegeta surpass you? Piccolo asked with a smile. It is truly a conundrum, yet I shall undoubtedly devise a means to surpass him, declared Son Wukong. Frieza gazed in astonishment at Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Only Lufon maintained a tranquil demeanor. Lufon was aware that Vegeta would attain the form of a Super Saiyan. To facilitate your transformation, I deliberately brought you to the future to witness the battle. If you cannot become a Super Saiyan even now, then I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. What do you think, Frieza? Vegeta's smile emerged. How do you perceive my current transformation? Humph, it is merely a change of hair color. What is so remarkable about that? Frieza bared his teeth. Very well. I shall now demonstrate the extent of my power post-transformation. Vegeta replied with a grin. Whoosh. Vegeta launched a rapid strike, delivering an uppercut that struck Frieza's jaw. Frieza was sent soaring, feeling as though his jaw had dislocated. Bang. Vegeta followed with an elbow strike to Frieza's chest. Splutter. Blood gushed from Frieza's mouth. Crack. Vegeta seized Frieza's tail, brutally slamming him into the ground. Boom. Frieza crashed heavily to the earth, feeling as if his insides were misaligned, a discomfort beyond description. Frieza, rise. Vegeta chuckled. Gritting his teeth, Frieza managed to rise from the ground. Bang. Just as Frieza regained his footing, Vegeta executed a swift kick to his abdomen. Splutter. Frieza expelled bile, his body piercing through a massive boulder and tumbling into a distant lake, sending waves soaring to great heights. Next moment, Frieza erupted from the water, seething with rage as he glared at Vegeta. How do you fare now, Frieza? Vegeta's smile returned. Didn't you claim you would unleash 50 of your power? How much do you possess now? Hurry and summon 100 of your energy. You wild monkey, cease your disdain. Frieza, enraged, questioned whether this truly was a Super Saiyan transformation. What else would you believe? Vegeta's smile grew ever more radiant. Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins, his energy surging once more. He dove towards Vegeta. Crack. Vegeta extended his hand to block Frieza's punch. Bang. Vegeta delivered another powerful kick, propelling Frieza into the sky. Now, allow me to put an end to you. Vegeta extended his hand, gathering energy, aiming at the sky where Frieza hovered. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy blast, hurtling towards Frieza's location. As the energy orb sped towards him, despair etched itself across Frieza's face. It is over. I fear I shall perish here. Accursed wild monkey. Swish. At that critical moment, a figure flickered into view, appearing directly in front of Frieza. Bang. Before anyone could react, a figure struck with a resounding slap, effortlessly deflecting the energy blast that Vegeta had launched. The energy orb traced an arc through the air before crashing down onto the distant terrain with a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground of Namek. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed upward at the newcomer. Someone else has arrived. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could it be? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. Krillin exclaimed. Could he be a relative of Frieza? Gohan speculated. Above, the silhouette of the individual gradually came into view. Ruffin glanced upward and recognized the figure that had appeared on the scene. To his surprise, this individual had shown up. Frieza, you look rather disheveled, Guldo remarked with a smirk, casting a glance at Frieza. Guldo, what brings you here to this commotion? Frieza scoffed. Do you think I came here for amusement? I merely happened to pass by and detected a significant energy fluctuation through my device, so I decided to investigate. Guldo smiled, unexpectedly arriving just in time to witness you being bullied. Frieza, why is there a golden glow emanating from Vegeta? Guldo inquired further. Humph. He claims to have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza trembled with rage. To be frank, he does exude the essence of a Super Saiyan. Guldo nodded thoughtfully. How infuriating. I will not let him go unpunished. Frieza clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Allow me to handle him. Guldo retorted. Don't meddle in my affairs. Do you really think I would lose to him? Frieza bellowed. With that, Frieza descended from the sky, charging toward Vegeta's location. Bang! Awaiting Frieza was Vegeta's fist. Chapter 161. Frieza's brother Guldo Vegeta delivered a powerful punch directly to Frieza's chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. This is bad. Guldo's expression shifted with urgency. In a flash, Guldo rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Frieza. Bang! Vegeta struck again, but Guldo swiftly crossed his arms to block the incoming blow. Bang! Guldo reacted with incredible speed, delivering a kick to Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta winced in pain, nearly losing his balance. Guldo. Vegeta steadied himself, narrowing his eyes at Guldo. Vegeta, you are quite impressive. I never imagined you could achieve Super Saiyan status, Guldo remarked with a grin. Bah, what are you even worth? Vegeta scoffed, daring both of them to come at him. Humph, you truly are audacious. Do you think that becoming a Super Saiyan renders you invincible? Guldo sneered. Frieza, let us teach him a lesson, so he understands that there are greater powers beyond his own. Frieza said nothing further, fully aware that he might truly not be a match for Vegeta. The matter concerning Lord Beerus has yet to be settled. And you have kept me waiting for an eternity, Guldo remarked with a huff. How could I possibly exert control over Lord Beerus's affairs? Frieza retorted with irritation. Never mind. It is a matter long past, Guldo replied with a smile. If you wish to deal with him, feel free. It would be best if you were to eliminate him entirely, Frieza gritted his teeth. Indeed, the most formidable race in the universe is our frost demon lineage. We shall not allow this band of wild monkeys to proliferate. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Guldo's eyes. Humph, Guldo, I find myself in agreement with your sentiments. Frieza nodded with a smile. Now, I shall proceed to eradicate those insignificant creatures below. Do as you wish. Today, let us annihilate all the Saiyans, Guldo declared. Naturally, Frieza's smile broadened as he glanced in the direction of Lufan and the others, ensuring none would escape. With a swift motion, Frieza launched himself towards Lufan's location. Vegeta stepped forward, intending to obstruct Frieza's path. Bang! Guldo swiftly struck, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta, do not mistake this. Your adversary is me, Guldo said with a grin. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta immediately rose from the ground. Crack! Frieza landed directly opposite Lufan, a gleeful expression gracing his face. Now, let us commence the extermination with you, the attendant of Vegeta. Frieza extended his hand towards Lufan's body. Ignoring Vegeta, Lufan looked upward towards the sky. Hey, what are you gazing at? Are you bleeding from your nose? Frieza curiously glanced up. There was nothing in the sky. This is bad. Lufan is in danger, Krillin declared gravely. There is no cause for alarm, Nairo shook his head. The Supreme Kai is immensely powerful, and someone like Frieza is no match for him. Do not look down upon others. Do you believe that by raising your head and disregarding my presence, I shall spare your life? Frieza roared in fury, feeling insulted, and unleashed a brilliant crimson ray from his hand. The beam hurtled toward Lufan's position. Bang! The scarlet beam struck Lufan directly. At the moment of contact, Lufan's destructive energy obliterated the beam instantly. Frieza's expression turned to one of astonishment. What is happening? Frieza displayed a befuddled demeanor. Has it arrived? Lufan suddenly spoke up. Frieza, to whom are you speaking? Are you addressing me? The question remains, if you are speaking to me, why do you gaze at the sky? While Frieza was engulfed in confusion, two figures swiftly descended from the heavens and appeared before Lufan. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise as a look of delight washed over his face. Is that not the rabbit? Has he returned? Previously, I was unprepared to transform into my second form for battle, and inadvertently, you knocked me unconscious. This time, I shall retaliate without fail. Ha ha ha, Lufan. Is this the reinforcement you summoned? Frieza laughed heartily. Lufan paid him no mind. Lufan. Upon a mere glance, Toppo recognized Lufan. Oh, you know him? Toppo inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, do you not recall the grand event of the new Universe Destroyer election? This fellow provided the prize, a bottle of cola. Toppo replied with a smile. Long time no see, Toppo, Lufan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yes, it has been quite a while, Toppo nodded. Your cola is quite delightful. Toppo interjected. That's it, Revenge is impossible now. Frieza, seething with indignation, retorted, "You are disregarding my presence. Rabbit, I shall not spare you." "Who are you?" Toppo frowned, unfamiliar with Frieza. "Ah, I recall now. Your voice reveals you to be the one known as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Have you finally awakened? And have you transformed once more?" Toppo scrutinized Frieza. "Humph, I am not the same as before," Frieza replied coldly. "Enough, you are not on my level. I have no time to play with you," Toppo asserted. Frieza felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. "How dare you? Such words were once mine to utter. Today, I am belittled by a mere rabbit. Lufan, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Considering our past acquaintance, I suggest you apologize to Toppo, and we can let this matter rest. What do you say?" Toppo addressed Lufan. "Naru." Lufan ignored Toppo and turned his gaze toward Naru. "Yes, Lord Kaioshin." Naru stepped forward respectfully. "Is it permissible to teach these two a lesson?" Lufan inquired. Naru paused momentarily before responding affirmatively, "Understood." With that, Naru strode toward Toppo and Toppo. "It seems you are unwilling to apologize," Toppo scoffed. "Allow me to engage with you then." "You are mistaken." Toppo, Lufan shook his head. "You should summon Wymite. You are in no position to challenge me." "What did you say? Do you comprehend your own words?" Toppo exclaimed in fury. Chapter 162. I have no desire to become a deity. "Very well, let Naru entertain you," Lufan smiled. Frieza interjected, "I have become superfluous. That Namekian. This is a battle of gods. It does not concern you, human." Toppo shouted. "Humph, as if you are a god." Naru chuckled lightly. "Indeed, in our universe, it is entirely possible for me to become an apprentice Kaioshin." Toppo huffed. "However, I have no interest in the position of a deity, unlike certain individuals." Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Naru. With a swift motion, he extended his arm, grasping Toppo's ankle. "What?" Toppo, caught off guard, had no time to react. Naru rapidly pulled Toppo closer and delivered a formidable punch aimed at his face. Toppo, quick to respond, raised his hand to intercept Naru's fist. Bang! Toppo forcefully collided his forehead against Naru's face. Caught off guard, Naru immediately released Toppo's ankle and fell to the ground. "Captain, you need not intervene. Allow me to deal with this Namekian and demonstrate the might of our Universe 11. Toppo huffed, glancing back to Toppo, who nodded in agreement without dissent. Toppo then turned his gaze towards Ruffin. "Come, Ruffin. 20 years ago, you refrained from acting. Now, let me witness your strength." A smile adorned Toppo's face. "How noisy," Ruffin remarked, furrowing his brow as he unleashed a powerful slap through the air. Instantly, a tremendous gust of wind surged toward Toppo's direction. Toppo, taken aback, hastily crossed his arms in defense. Bang! The wind pressure shattered Toppo's defenses and struck him directly. Toppo was hit, his body propelled backward. Bang! 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 Toppo's form pierced through massive boulders, ultimately stopping several thousand meters away. With a thunderous rumble, the boulders collapsed, burying Toppo beneath their weight. Crack! Toppo lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Toppo, engaged in battle with Naru, was momentarily stunned. The captain was knocked out by this fellow from a distance? This is no jest. How powerful must he be? Realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it must have been a sneak attack. This guy must have succeeded in ambushing him. The captain hasn't even unleashed his god of destruction energy yet. If he had, he would undoubtedly prevail. "Captain!" Toppo exclaimed, hastily darting toward Toppo's location. Swish! Naru extended his arm once more, firmly grasping Toppo's wrist and yanking him back. "Your opponent is me. It would be best if you refrained from meddling." Naru smiled softly. Bang! Naru unleashed a ferocious assault upon Toppo. Uninterested in the fight, Toppo was more concerned about the captain's well-being. Frieza, observing from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. What just transpired? Did Ruffin send that Karin arm flying with a mere wave of his hand? I see. It must be that the Karin arm lacks any real strength. Humph, Ruffin. What skill is there in bullying such a weakling? Frieza sneered. Before Ruffin could respond, Toppo, engaged in battle, could no longer contain himself. Weak? Toppo scoffed. Are you a fool? You, rabbit, have insulted me repeatedly. I shall ensure your demise. Frieza, enraged, bellowed at Naru. That Namekian, step aside. I shall personally eliminate him. Swish. Frieza shot toward Toppo's position at great speed. Bang, bang, bang. However, Toppo and Naru paid him no mind, their movements accelerating. As their fight continued, Naru's complexion began to change gradually. His skin tone shifted from a pure green to a yellow-green, and the stripes on his arms began to fade away. Bang! Toppo delivered a heavy punch to Naru's face. Naru tilted his head slightly, casting a beaming smile towards Toppo. Toppo was taken aback. This Namekian was incredibly formidable. Whoosh! The two once again intensified their speed to the utmost. Just as Frieza prepared to strike, he discovered that the two had suddenly vanished from sight. Frieza widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings in search of their presence. Where did they go? Why are they missing? Don't be an obstruction. Toppo's voice abruptly resonated beside Frieza, followed by a powerful kick. The blow landed squarely on Frieza, sending him plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, causing him to howl in pain. Naru's expression grew increasingly grave. This rabbit is no ordinary foe. I have unleashed the immense energy bestowed upon me by the dragon. Yet I still cannot keep pace with this rabbit's movements. Remarkably, this rabbit even found the time to attack Frieza while engaging me. I could never achieve such a feat. Naru found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Bang! Toppo delivered a fierce kick, striking Naru in the abdomen. Boom! Naru fell from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact with the earth. Humph! You are hardly impressive. Toppo chuckled lightly. I expected more prowess from you. After uttering this, Toppo intended to check on Toppo, but sensed that Toppo was seemingly not in mortal danger. It appeared that this Supreme Kai had no intention of killing Toppo. Moreover, as long as he did not provoke Luffy, he would not deliberately target me. I shall first defeat this Namekian called Naru. He is quite a formidable opponent. A rare challenge indeed. Suddenly, another figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. This individual was none other than Vegeta. He had been struck down from the air by Cooler, his golden aura flickering and dissipating. Spitting blood, Vegeta rose from the ground, clenching his fists tightly. Cooler also descended slowly, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the scene. What is happening? Did Frieza not claim he would eliminate all these insignificant beings? Why are they still alive? Cooler, did you think I had reached my limit? Did you believe I would succumb to you? Vegeta declared, pointing his thumb at his own chest. I am Super Saiyan Vegeta. Humph, is being a Super Saiyan truly so remarkable? Cooler scoffed disdainfully. Super Saiyans are merely the bane of your kind. Aren't you and Frieza both terrified of Super Saiyans? Vegeta shouted defiantly. Chapter 163, Cooler's Fifth Form Naive. Cooler retorted with a cold laugh. Today, I shall show you what a true cosmic emperor is. Boom. Cooler transformed, his body rapidly morphing into his fifth form. What? Vegeta gasped, shuddering. How about it, Super Saiyan Vegeta? How do you feel about my new transformation? Gula sneered. Vegeta stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. By the way, let me inform you that my battle power is approximately 400 million. Gula chuckled. Vegeta stood frozen, rendered speechless. Now, let me dispose of you, the Super Saiyan, first. Gula smiled lightly. In the distance, Son Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Dandy were watching the unfolding spectacle from afar. Wukong, are we merely here as bystanders? Krillin inquired. Son Wukong was at a loss for words. We must quickly return to Earth in your spaceship. Their energy levels are increasingly formidable, Krillin remarked with a wry smile. Frieza's brother claims his battle power has reached 400 million, while mine barely reaches 20,000. 20,000 against 400 million, there's no way to win. Piccolo stated solemnly. Even if I convert my energy levels into battle power, despite significant enhancement from the King Kai, my current battle power is at most 40,000. Krillin, Gohan, Dandy, you three must leave here immediately in my spaceship, Son Wukong instructed. Piccolo, you should return as well. Me? I have only just returned to my homeland with the dragon's help. I refuse to leave until these fiends are vanquished, Piccolo huffed. I too shall remain and coexist with Namek, Dandy declared. Then you two must hurry and depart, Son Wukong urged. Gula extended 2 fingers towards the grounded Vegeta. With a swift motion, Gula unleashed a pair of crimson energy beams that shot towards Vegeta with astonishing speed, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Vegeta narrowly evaded the onslaught, yet one of the beams pierced his armor, leaving a deep gash across his chest. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. This creature speaks the truth. His battle power is indeed formidable, perhaps reaching 400 million. This is truly catastrophic. It seems my base battle power must be elevated to at least 8 million to match him. Even if I were to transform into the Super Saiyan 2 of the future Kakarot, I would still be no match for him. The Super Saiyan 2 amplifies base battle power by 100-fold, which means my battle power would only amount to 300 million, still far from sufficient compared to Gula. Perhaps if I were to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 with long hair, I could confront him successfully. Vegeta's thoughts spiraled into complexity. What is the matter, Vegeta? Are you feeling despair? Gula taunted. Then let us deal with you first. With that, Gula surged towards Vegeta, intent on obliterating him. At that moment, Toppo was also soaring towards Nello. The two were drawing closer in the sky. Don't interfere. Get out of my way. Toppo shouted at Gula. What did you say? How dare you utter such words to the Emperor of the Universe? Gula chuckled. Do you wish to disrupt the order of death? The two adversaries encountered each other in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Gula unleashed a punch aimed at Toppo. Whoosh. In a fleeting motion, Toppo appeared behind Gula. Swish. With a graceful flick of his hand, Toppo launched an energy orb towards him. What? Gula was taken aback. This fellow possesses astonishing speed. Who is he? Just as Gula was momentarily stunned, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he discovered an energy orb hurtling towards him. What is that? Panic surged within Gula. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly turned back and raised both hands to shield himself from the impending attack. Bang! The energy orb collided violently with Gula's hands. In that instant of contact, he felt an overwhelming aura of death. Boom! The energy orb erupted in a tremendous explosion, leaving Gula grievously injured and battered. Smoke billowed from his body as he plummeted from the sky, crashing down beside Vegeta. Vegeta was left astonished. Gula, gritting his teeth, struggled to rise, only to spew a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly defeated. Gula realized he was on the brink of collapse. How can this rabbit be so formidable? I am in my fifth form. In the next moment, Gula's body trembled violently, and he fainted on the spot. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed in shock at the disheveled Gula, rendered speechless. After toppling Gula, Toppo paid him no further heed. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, Toppo surged towards Naru, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. Naru found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. This rabbit is simply too powerful. The humans of the seventh universe. You seem rather unimpressive, do you not? Apart from this Namekian, who seems to possess some prowess, the rest are hardly noteworthy. Toppo laughed heartily. Cough, cough. Lufon cleared his throat. Toppo quickly fell silent. I was speaking of humans, not gods. Do you truly think it appropriate for a god to engage with us mere mortals? Bang. Toppo landed another heavy blow, striking Naru squarely in the chest. Uft. Blood gushed from Naru's mouth. Boom. Naru plummeted from the sky, leaving a crater upon impact. Gritting his teeth, Naru bravely rose from the ground, though he was severely injured. Naru, I shall provide you with healing. Dondi swiftly soared forward, ready to assist. Dondi, stay back. Naru exclaimed in alarm. Humph, if you wish to heal, then so be it. It matters not. Toppo chuckled lightly. After all, you are merely my defeated foe. Dondi, I do not require your healing. Naru gritted his teeth and declared to Dondi. Dondi instantly halted in midair. Let us continue. Naru huffed, steeling himself for another round of battle. Chapter 164. Vegeta. Is he the substitute god of destruction? Toppo exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the being known as Reuven, the Supreme Kai, was merely a spectator. I must buy some time, he thought. Lord Kai had mentioned that only an hour and a half remained of the 2 hours, and he might arrive with Lord Waimata. When that moment comes, Lord Waimata will undoubtedly seek vengeance for us. Regardless, even if I were to triumph now, neither the captain nor I could return. Hey, Namekian Nello, you should expedite your healing. Otherwise, the battle will lose its charm, Toppo remarked with a grin. Meanwhile, Frieza had finally regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground, aflame with fury, his eyes fell upon the unconscious body of Toppo. You insolent wretches dare to act so brazenly before me, Frieza? He roared, stomping on Toppo's face with unbridled rage. The force of his kick jolted Toppo awake. Remove your foot, Toppo instructed coldly, his gaze fixed on the tyrant. Oh, you still draw breath? Your life seems rather resilient, Frieza scoffed. With a swift motion, Toppo swept his right leg, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. In the next instant, Toppo seized Frieza's head, pressing it firmly against the earth. How dare you tread upon my face? Toppo said, his demeanor icy. How is it possible that I cannot even contend with this so-called Karin arm? He was effortlessly dispatched by Reuven with a mere flick of his hand. Boom. Toppo slammed Frieza's head into the ground, causing a flurry of stars to dance before Frieza's eyes. Humph, oblivious to your own demise, Toppo declared, delivering another kick that sent Frieza flying as if he were refused. Whoosh! Toppo then soared into the sky, landing beside Tispa. "Captain, you have awakened," Tispa exclaimed, relieved. "My oversight allowed that fiend to ambush me," Toppo whispered to Tispa. "Now, I shall assume the form of the god of destruction. Let us teach him a lesson." "Go for it, Captain. Together, we shall sweep through all of the seventh universe." Tispa cackled with excitement. "Indeed, let us sweep through the entirety of the seventh universe." Toppo nodded in agreement. On the other side, Vegeta observed Gula and then glanced at Tispa in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing swiftly beside Reuven. "Tell me, Reuven, who are those two?" Vegeta inquired. "They hail from other universes," Reuven responded. "Do you see that bearded figure with the Karin arm?" Vegeta gazed upward at Toppo. "He is the substitute god of destruction from Universe 11, Reuven explained. "What? So he is an apprentice god of destruction?" Vegeta pondered, a spark igniting within him. "Thus, you must become more formidable than him to truly embody the essence of a god of destruction." Lu Fandao. Vegeta fell silent. "Must I truly surpass him in strength? Then what of that rabbit?" Vegeta inquired once more. "The rabbit is inconsequential," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Why do I feel that rabbit possesses greater strength than that bearded man?" Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. "That is merely a flaw in your perception," Lu Fan chuckled. "That bearded figure possesses far greater power than the rabbit." "What did you say?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Fan, with a mere gesture, sent the bearded man flying through the air, injuring him grievously. Just how powerful is Lu Fan? "If I were to transform into the Super Saiyan 3 of the future Kakarot, surely I could defeat that bearded man," Vegeta queried. "Not at all." Lu Fan shook his head. Vegeta retorted, "Are you jesting? Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times the strength of Super Saiyan 2, which means it is 400 times the base form, is it not?" Vegeta clenched his teeth. "With such an enhancement to 400 times 1's base power, one would still be unable to defeat that bearded man. Therefore, from this day forth, you must train with even greater diligence," Lu Fan smiled. Boom. Toppo erupted in a purplish-red aura, transforming into the form of a god of destruction. Tispo elevated his energy to its zenith, racing toward Nairu's location. Bang! Tispo and Nairu exchanged blows. Tispo struck Nairu in the abdomen, while Nairu landed a punch squarely on Tispo's face. Both combatants fell to the ground simultaneously. Blood gushed from Nairu's mouth, and his body convulsed, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Simultaneously, the yellow-green hue enveloping Nairu returned to a verdant green, and the stripes on his arms re-emerged. Tispo leapt from the ground, a disdainful smile etched upon his face. "Oomph, you are no match for me, Namekian." Tispo chuckled. "If you disagree, I can have that healer tend to your wounds, and we can continue afterward." Nairu. Dandy dashed forward, intent on providing healing to Nairu. "Wait, Dandy." Nairu feebly waved his hand, indicating he did not wish for Dandy to heal him. "Nairu, if you do not receive treatment promptly, you may not survive much longer," Dandy urged anxiously. "I'm fine, I won't perish just yet," Nairu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gasped for breath. "Dandy, please summon that Namekian who arrived from Earth." Dandy paused, glancing in the direction of Piccolo. "What do you want him for?" Suddenly enlightened, Dandy realized. "I see, Nairu. You wish to assimilate him as well." Nairu smiled faintly, saying nothing more. "Very well, I will fetch him." Dandy nodded and soared toward Piccolo. Meanwhile, Toppo, enveloped in a purplish-red aura, faced Lu Fan. It appeared that the outcome of their battle had already been determined. Toppo smiled, stating, "Now it is time for our duel. Shall we take our battle to the vastness of space?" Engaging in battle here would likely result in the obliteration of this planet, wouldn't it? "It sounds as though you anticipate a fiercely intense conflict." Lu Fan chuckled softly. "Well, if you are unwilling, then let us indeed fight here," Troba coldly asserted. "Wait a moment," Lu Fan gestured. Just as Troba was about to launch an attack, he halted upon hearing Lu Fan's words. "Humph, I shall not resort to ambush. I intend to defeat you openly," Troba mocked, though he expressed confusion about Lu Fan's desire to pause. Chapter 165. The newborn Bic let us await the outcome of their duel, Lu Fan replied. "Tispiro has already vanquished that Namekian. How much more must we await to determine the victor?" Troba chuckled lightly. "Furthermore, those two who claim to be the cosmic emperors have already been defeated. They lie unconscious." Let us wait 3 more minutes. Lu Fan smiled, adding, the longer we delay, the more advantageous it becomes for you. What do you mean? Toppo raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When your universe's Kaioshin arrives to retrieve you, he may bring Lord Whis along. Would he not? Lu Fan smiled. You are aware of this? Toppo spoke in a low tone. Does this fellow truly intend to wait for Lord Whis? Do you believe you can stand against Lord Whis? If you wish to wait, then so be it. I am indifferent. Ultimately, once I defeat you, Lord Whis will negotiate with your Kaioshin. Toppo surprisingly seemed unperturbed. You are the one who suggested waiting. Vegeta observed silently, offering no commentary. With a thud, Dandy landed beside Bick. The Namekian from Earth requests your presence, Dandy announced. My name is Bick. What do you want with me? Bick inquired. Nero has summoned you, Dandy replied. Should I simply go because he called for me? Return and inform him that I shall not attend, Bick stated coolly. Dude. Bick, hurry over. He may have some urgent matter for you, Goku suggested. What could possibly be so urgent? Shouldn't we be focusing on obtaining the senzu beans? Krillin scratched his head. I have no senzu beans left. I used them all during my training on the way here, Goku admitted apologetically. Bick, uncle, please go check it out, Gohan urged. Humph, Bick scoffed. Yet he immediately flew over. Bick appeared next to Naru. Hey, just how long do you expect me to wait? Tispiro remarked lightly. Waiting is preferable. Once Lord Whis arrives, we shall at least have a strong ally. I am not a match for that Kaioshin, he continued. If you insist on waiting, then wait as long as you please. You shall ultimately find yourselves in tears. It shall be soon. Please, do not rush, Naru smiled. Suit yourself. It would be prudent to seek someone to tend to your wounds, lest you perish shortly, Tispiro chuckled. What do you need from me? As Bick glanced at Tispo, he turned his gaze toward Naru, who lay below, and stated with an indifferent expression, I must clarify from the outset. I possess no healing skills. Your injuries are beyond my ability to mend. I am aware of your lack of healing prowess, Naru replied with a faint smile, and I do not require any treatment. Then why have you summoned me? Bick scoffed. I have no time for idle conversation. I can sense a formidable energy within you, yet I have reached my limits. Naru remarked with a smile. What do you mean? What are you trying to convey? Bick inquired, furrowing his brow. Let us merge, Naru proposed. What did you say? You want me to merge with you? Bick felt a wave of unease wash over him. Are you jesting? If I were to merge with you, I would cease to exist, wouldn't I? No, I mean to use your body as a foundation, allowing me to bestow upon you strength and wisdom, Naru explained, still smiling. What are you saying? Bick was taken aback. Only you can safeguard the peace of our planet, Namek, Naru stated solemnly. Are you serious? Bick hesitated. Am I amusing you? I am on the brink of death. Do you truly believe I would jest? Naru continued. Once we merge, you can return to Earth and merge with its deity, ensuring that no one can oppose you. I have no desire to merge with anyone. Bick gritted his teeth. I do not wish to become someone else. Nor do I want to be controlled. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Naru countered. Bick was struck by the truth in Naru's words, hesitating momentarily. Rest assured, after our merging, I will only provide you with strength and wisdom. You will remain yourself, unchanged, Naru reassured him. Bick fell silent. Since you refuse, I shall seek Dandy for healing. Naru shook his head. Very well, I acquiesce. Bick finally resolved. But I warn you, should I sense anything amiss, I will expel you from my body immediately. What an ungrateful fellow. I offer you a grand gift, and you express disdain, Naru chuckled, urging Bick to place his hand upon his chest. Is this how it is done? Bick inquired, promptly placing his hand there. Hey, Naru exclaimed, his form transforming into a streak of light that swiftly entered Bick's arm. The merging was completed in a flash. Bick could distinctly feel a profound transformation within his being. His eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the effect of merging? Simultaneously, fragments of memories concerning Naru and the Grand Elder surfaced in Bick's mind. In the next moment, Bick lifted his gaze toward Tispo, who appeared momentarily taken aback. I see now. This is how the Namekians enhance their strength, Tispo smiled. What Naru could not accomplish, I shall inherit, Bick declared, an overwhelming energy surging within him. Boom. A vast aura radiated wildly from Bick, centered around him. Soon after, Bick's skin took on a yellow-green hue. Let us begin anew, Bick said, beaming at Tispo. Then let it come. Tispo replied with a slight smile. Swish. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation once more. After a brief exchange of several rounds, Piccolo leaped backward, distancing himself from Tispo. Special beam cannon. Piccolo joined his fingertips, unleashing a spiraling beam of light that surged towards Tispa. As the rapidly approaching spiral of light neared, Tispa's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift movement, Tispa evaded the energy's onslaught by utilizing his own speed. Boom! The spiral beam struck the surface of Namek, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless crater. Tispa glanced at the hole, his countenance darkening. This fellow's power has indeed increased significantly. Immediately, Tispa turned to locate Piccolo, only to discover that the Namekian had vanished. Gone. Tispa's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 166. The God of Destruction Techniques Used by the Kaishin? Behind you. Piccolo's voice resonated from behind Tispa. What? Tispa mechanically turned his head. Bang! Piccolo delivered a powerful punch, striking Tispa squarely on the head. Thunderous. Tispa plummeted from the sky, yet as he neared the ground, he swiftly adjusted his body, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards Piccolo. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense aerial skirmish, momentarily unable to distinguish who held the upper hand. Not bad. Through this method, I have significantly enhanced my own power. Toppo chuckled, but Lu Fan, given their current predicament, it seems determining a victor may take quite some time. Are you so eager to get beaten? Lu Fan remarked. Toppo retorted, Who beats whom is yet to be determined. Toppo declared. Since you're so impatient, I suppose I'll have to give you a beating first. Lu Fan smiled slightly. Smack. Toppo, not daring to be careless, summoned forth a surge of crimson energy, maximizing his God of Destruction power. Are you ready? Lu Fan grinned, reminding Toppo not to claim unpreparedness after being struck. Of course, you can strike me at any time. Toppo confidently patted his chest. Then, I shall not hold back. As Lu Fan spoke, he gently waved his hand, sending a wave of destructive energy hurtling towards Toppo. What? God of Destruction Techniques? Toppo's expression shifted dramatically. How can this fellow also wield destruction? Aren't you the Kaishin? Does it seem appropriate for a Kaishin to use destruction? Although Toppo was astonished, he remained composed. It's merely a God of Destruction technique. I can wield it too. Destruction. Toppo similarly thrust his hand forward, releasing a powerful wave of destructive energy. The destructive energies clashed midair. Lu Fan's destructive energy was merely the size of a fingernail, while Toppo's was as large as a basketball. Lu Fan, your destructive energy is far too weak. What can something so small accomplish? Toppo laughed heartily. However, as a Kaishin, being able to condense such a small amount of destructive energy is truly remarkable. Smack. Two destructive energies collided in the air. Toppo's smile gradually froze. For although Lu Fan's destructive energy was modest in size, its potency was immense. With a resounding crack, Lu Fan's destructive energy utterly obliterated Toppo's. Almost immediately, Lu Fan's destructive force surged once more towards Toppo's direction. Toppo was seized by an overwhelming shock, his expression shifting dramatically. He hastily evaded the onslaught of destructive energy, which grazed his chest and soared into the heavens. Whoosh! The energy continued its rapid ascent into the sky. Bang! It struck a sun with tremendous force. A muffled sound echoed, and the sun transformed into a violet void, dissipating into countless specks. The land of Namek dimmed abruptly, and the climate turned increasingly frigid. Even Son Goku and Krillin, clad in minimal attire, suddenly felt a chilling draft, causing them to shiver. Toppo turned to behold this terrifying scene, his complexion darkening. What the hell? Are you a supreme Kai or a god of destruction? Why is your destructive energy so formidable? Are you still looking around during battle? Lu Fan's voice resonated behind Toppo. Toppo's expression shifted again. How had Lu Fan traversed from directly in front of him to behind him? Bang! Lu Fan swung his hand, delivering a powerful smack to Toppo's shoulder. Thunderous rumblings ensued as Toppo transformed into a streak of light, plummeting like a heavy cannonball onto the surface of Namek. With a cataclysmic crash, the ground trembled violently, leaving behind a deep, bottomless crater. Tispa, engaged in combat with Piccolo, was left dumbfounded. What? The captain has been defeated again? How terrifying is this Supreme Kai? Is even the captain no match for him? Bang! Piccolo unleashed a swift kick that struck Tispa squarely in the chest. Blood gushed from Tispa's mouth. Boom! Piccolo then released a formidable burst of energy that engulfed Tispa on the spot. A smirk of triumph appeared on Piccolo's face. As the smoke began to clear, his eyes widened in shock. Tispa emerged from the haze seemingly unscathed. Piccolo was astonished, his facial muscles twitching, feeling utterly dismayed. My full force attack caused him no harm. The Namekians surely experienced endless astonishment when I applied myself, did they not? Tispa snorted, grinning at Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo was profoundly shocked. But Tispa was even more astonished. The captain was clearly no match for that Supreme Kai. Now, trouble was brewing. Although I could defeat this Namekian, I still fell far short compared to that Supreme Kai. They are truly formidable, remarked Son Wukong. Wukong, the sun in the sky has been vanquished by them. They are utterly terrifying. Krillin trembled uncontrollably. We must retreat at once. Lingering here may invite danger. You and Gohan should return immediately. I wish to remain until the very end, Son Wukong declared. Come on, Gohan, let us hasten our departure. I feel as if I might freeze to death. Krillin urged. With one son missing, the temperature has plummeted drastically. Very well, Father, Uncle Krillin and I shall take our leave, Gohan responded. Quickly, Gohan, my spaceship is over yonder. Son Wukong pointed towards the distant spacecraft. Understood. Gohan nodded. In the next moment, Krillin and Gohan soared into the sky. As they departed, Gohan did not forget to clench his fist in solidarity with Piccolo, hoping for his uncle's ultimate victory. Piccolo nodded gently. Boom. Suddenly, an even more powerful energy erupted from Piccolo. Humph. I have yet to unleash my true strength. A smile appeared on his face. What did you say? Toppo frowned. Bang. The two engaged in an intense aerial battle once more, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lufan appeared at the edge of the massive pit created by Toppo's descent. Whoosh. Abruptly, Toppo burst forth from the depths of the pit, soaring into the sky. Toppo's eyes widened in fury, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As an esteemed apprentice god of destruction, how could I be bullied by a mere apprentice Supreme Kai? This is utterly outrageous. I shall never concede to you. Toppo's body radiated a deep crimson energy as he charged towards Lufan once more. Look at you. Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Lufan sighed, observing the rapidly approaching Toppo, and delivered a swift kick that struck his face. Toppo's head twisted grotesquely. Bang! Lufan followed with another powerful kick, sending Toppo soaring into the heavens. Whoosh! Lufan executed an instantaneous teleportation, appearing behind Toppo in an instant. Bang! Lufan performed a backflip kick, striking Toppo squarely on the forehead. Toppo plummeted towards the earth, colliding with the already dazed Gula. Boom! Toppo crashed into Gula, subsequently rebounding off the ground multiple times, rolling uncontrollably away. Poor Gula let out a muffled groan, crushed and contorted by Toppo's weight. Gula appeared to be at death's door. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. I am still a Super Saiyan, yet I cannot achieve this level of strength. How has Lufan become so powerful? Once Toppo came to a halt, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. He truly cannot withstand much punishment. Lufan shook his head. Tispo was utterly stunned. Was Toppo knocked unconscious? Should I continue fighting? I sensed that persisting would inevitably lead to me being pummeled by this Supreme Kai. When will Lord Wymite arrive? Yes, I must stall until Lord Wymite comes. Otherwise, my fate will be no better. Tispo began to buy time, avoiding direct confrontation with Piccolo and instead utilizing his speed to evade incoming attacks. Piccolo furrowed his brow. How ironic it is that the mighty emperor of the Eastern Universe is being subdued by this bearded man. Vegeta snorted and turned his gaze towards the distant, unconscious Frieza. He extended his hand, aiming at Frieza's body. Frieza, prepare to depart. Energy began to coalesce in Vegeta's hand. Wait, Vegeta. Frieza can no longer move. There is no need to go to such extremes. Goku urged hastily. Kakarot, your kindness is truly detestable. Vegeta scoffed. If it weren't for me, your bald-headed brother would have been dead by now. What do you mean? Goku scratched his head. Do as you wish, if you choose to spare him. That is your prerogative. I have already avenged myself, Vegeta chuckled. Thank you, Vegeta. Goku expressed his gratitude. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Piccolo and Tispo continued. Tispo, having lost his will to fight, would throw a punch or two before swiftly retreating, relying on his speed to outmaneuver Piccolo. Piccolo's anger grew. Boom. The next moment, Piccolo unleashed a powerful surge of energy, enveloping Tispo. However, Tispo was shielded by a protective barrier, and the energy struck harmlessly against it. Tispo remained unscathed. Panting heavily, Piccolo showed signs of fatigue. Tispo remained silent, observing Piccolo while keeping a vigilant eye on Lufan in the distance. Tispo held no fear of Piccolo. Rather, he was concerned about a potential ambush from Lufan. What? Do you think I need to resort to ambushes to deal with you? Lufan chuckled. Toppo thought, this guy can read minds. I am in a precarious situation. My speed is of no advantage before him. He can teleport in an instant, no matter where I run. He can appear beside me in the blink of an eye. I'm done. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his expression cold. I admit I am no match for you. Oh, it's quite rare for a Namekian to acknowledge such a truth, Toppo remarked with slight surprise. The Namekian actually conceded? However, give me a few more years of rigorous training, and I will undoubtedly leave you searching for your teeth, Piccolo retorted sternly. Really? After a few more years of training, you believe you can defeat me? How naive you are, Toppo laughed heartily. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. He now clearly understood the disparity between himself and this rabbit-like creature. However, Piccolo was acutely aware that he had yet to reach his pinnacle. With a few more years of diligent training, and by assimilating the deities of Earth, defeating this rabbit would pose no challenge. Just then, a figure appeared high in the sky, clapping their hands, producing a series of crisp sounds. Lufan glanced upward, a subtle smile gracing his face. This individual had finally arrived. It was none other than the Supreme Kai of the 11th universe, Kai, accompanied by the god of destruction, Vermouth. Under Kai's guidance, Vermouth materialized above the planet Namek. Upon his arrival, Vermouth overheard Piccolo's declaration and could not help but applaud. Ambitious, Namekians, you speak quite eloquently, Vermouth remarked with a gentle smile. Piccolo furrowed his brow, gazing up at Vermouth, uncertain of the newcomer's origins. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. His expression one of confusion. Who else is coming? Who is this? Naturally, Sun Wukong was equally unfamiliar with the figure. He looks rather peculiar, Wukong muttered. Tisbra, upon seeing Vermouth's appearance, felt the tension in his expression ease. With the esteemed Vermouth backing him, what was there to fear? In an instant, Tisbra appeared beside Vermouth. Lord Vermouth, he bowed respectfully. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, his face stern. How dare you? This is the illustrious god of destruction, Lord Vermouth. Shouldn't you kneel before such a divine being? Tisbra scolded angrily. Vermouth interjected, who said one must kneel upon seeing me. From whom did you learn such a thing? Chapter 168. This is disrespect to the divine god of destruction? Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Through the elder's memories, he had fragments of knowledge regarding the god of destruction, the most powerful deity in the universe. To his astonishment, this jester-like figure was the god of destruction? Why did the elder's memories depict our universe's god of destruction as a cat? Piccolo's mind was in disarray. He did not kneel, as the Supreme Kai had yet to voice his opinion. Namekian, I am curious to know, how much time would you require to surpass Tisbra? Vermouth inquired with a smile. 2 years. At least 2 years. Piccolo gritted his teeth. 2 years? Even if you were granted 20 years, you could not surpass Tisbra. Vermouth laughed heartily. Tisbra felt an immense surge of exhilaration. Indeed, Lord Vermouth had a knack for sarcasm. Yet, his words rang true. Even if this Namekian were granted 20 years, he would not be his match. Humph, cease your prattle. Give me 20 years, and I could beat you to a pulp. Vegeta interjected disdainfully from a distance. What did you say? Tisbra roared in fury. I said, give me 20 years, and I could grind you into the ground. Vegeta retorted defiantly. Whoosh. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Toppo transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing beside Vegeta. A sharp sound echoed through the air as a resounding slap resonated. Upon inspection, 5 vivid red handprints adorned Vegeta's face, who had not even a moment to react before being struck. The disparity in power between Vegeta and Toppo was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Toppo had not exerted himself fully. Had he done so, Vegeta's head would have long since been severed from his body. With 20 years at your disposal, could you ever hope to subdue me? Toppo laughed heartily. The chasm between us is insurmountable. You are unworthy to speak in my presence. Vegeta trembled with fury, his complexion turning ashen. Lufan chose not to intervene on Vegeta's behalf, deeming it unnecessary. Only by experiencing the starkness of his own limitations could Vegeta uncover his latent potential. Welcome, Maymede. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lufan greeted with a smile. Is this the individual who rendered Toppo unconscious? Maymede turned to Toppo. Indeed, my lord Maymede. It is this remarkable fellow. Toppo nodded vigorously. Isn't this the beverage merchant named Lufan? Maymede chuckled softly. No, I ceased my dealings in commerce many years ago. I am now the Supreme Kai of the new universe. Lufan declared with a smile. What did you say? You are the Supreme Kai of the new universe? Maymed's expression shifted, his surprise evident. Indeed, Lufan confirmed with a nod. Wait, did you not say he was merely an apprentice Supreme Kai? Maymed inquired, furrowing his brow at Toppo. That was merely my conjecture, my lord Maymed. Toppo wiped his brow nervously. From the color of his patera earrings, it is clear that he is indeed a formal Supreme Kai, not an intern, Kai interjected discreetly. Humph. Toppo, your intelligence is flawed, Maymed scoffed. Toppo shuddered at the reprimand. Nevertheless, it matters not. He provoked you first, and this is not the new universe. But the seventh universe, Maymed smiled. Thus, delivering a thrashing to him in a foreign land would not contravene any rules. Really? I thought that if he were a formal Supreme Kai, I could not strike him. Toppo expressed his surprise. I did not anticipate that I could indeed lay hands on him. My lord Maymed, please do not breathe so heavily. You startled me just now, Toppo remarked. So, my lord Maymed, what if we were in the new universe? Toppo curiously inquired. In his own universe, it would be somewhat unreasonable for him to strike someone. Unless a grave error had been committed, Maymed explained. Has he committed such a serious transgression? It seems he has come to our universe to bully others, Toppo countered. But were you not the one who provoked him first? Maymed asked. I did not. Absolutely not, my lord Maymed. Toppo insisted. Toppo hurriedly assured. I was merely voicing my thoughts internally. He employed mind reading, which led him to believe I was cursing him. Such a reverence towards the divine. Kai remarked softly from the side. Never mind. We can discuss such matters within our own universe, but do be cautious in the presence of deities. Even internal musings are best left unspoken. Maymed nodded in agreement, his voice likewise lowered. It may be permissible to reprimand our own mortal beings, but for an outsider like you, a god of destruction, to come to our universe and bully others is simply unacceptable. All right, Lufan, did you ascend to become the god of destruction of the new universe through Cola? Maymed inquired with a smile. Perhaps, Lufan replied with a nod. Well then, enough of this idle chatter. I shall let you witness the true might of a god of destruction. Maymed declared, his grin widening as he descended gracefully from the heavens, appearing before Lufan. I heard you mention that if this were your universe, I would hold back, Lufan queried. Indeed, had this been your domain, I would have afforded you some consideration. Maymed acknowledged with a nod. Well, I can no longer conceal it. I must confess that the seventh universe is indeed my universe. I am, in fact, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Lufan stated. Maymed stood frozen for several seconds, struggling to comprehend the revelation. What did you say? You claim to be the god of destruction of the seventh universe? He exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Lufan affirmed, nodding earnestly. Moreover, I am not only the god of destruction of the seventh universe, but also its god of kings. What does that even mean? You assert that you are both the god of kings and the god of destruction? Such a precedent has never existed since the dawn of the divine realm. Maymed burst into laughter. You truly have a knack for jest. Lufan remained silent, calmly observing Maymed's reaction. If you intend to beg for mercy, you ought to do so promptly. Simply apologize to Toppo and Tuo, and in light of your status as a god of kings. I shall not hold it against you too severely, Maymed said with a smile, his face adorned with an endless mirth. No, what I stated earlier was merely to showcase my prowess, Lufan chuckled lightly. I have no intention of begging for mercy. In fact, I eagerly seek a worthy adversary in a god of destruction. Chapter 169. Battle with the god of destruction. Waimio? You intend to challenge me, the god of destruction? I must be mistaken. Maymed expressed interest. So are you prepared? Lufan grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Come forth, unleash your attacks upon me. Maymed beckoned. In an instant, Lufan vanished from sight. What? Instantaneous movement? Maymed furrowed his brow, eyes darting to locate Lufan's position. The next moment, Waimy's expression shifted dramatically, turning increasingly grim. For Lufan had appeared beside Kai, the god of kings of the 11th universe, in the blink of an eye. Kai remained oblivious, caught off guard. Toppo, however, had seen it all and turned pale with fear, stammering, "And Master God of Kings, he is behind you." Kai's mechanical head turned to look behind him. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed as Lufan's large hand pressed firmly on Kai's head, causing him to be utterly startled. Despite being a god of the kings, Kai recognized that his strength paled in comparison to the formidable presence standing before him. In fact, he was even weaker than Toppo, who himself could not stand against Lufan. Kay was acutely aware of his limitations. He never anticipated that this god of kings would materialize behind him, preparing to launch a surprise attack. What are you doing? Wei Mei frowned. It would be quite simple to deal with you, Lu Fan replied with a smile, his hand still pressing down on Kay's head. Kay dared not even breathe. Did not do anything rash. Wei Mei's complexion turned pale. The lives of a god of kings and a god of destruction are intertwined, correct? Lu Fan smiled. So if I were to eliminate this god of kings from the 11th universe, what do you suppose would be the consequences for you? Wei Mei shivered. Damn you. Why are you not playing by the rules? Aren't you supposed to challenge me? If you do that, you will face punishment. Wei Mei gritted his teeth. Then let it be mutual destruction, Lu Fan grinned. Wei Mei was thoroughly terrified. What could one do when confronted by someone unafraid of death? I still want to live forever, he thought. This god of kings was truly troublesome. If it weren't for him acting as a conduit, would they have been able to reach the 7th universe so smoothly? Lu Fan remarked with a smile as he looked at Kay. How about I just twist your head off? Lu Fan suggested with a grin. I mean no harm, truly. Kay immediately surrendered. Then why not twist your own head off and kick it like a ball? Lu Fan laughed. Kay fell silent. Is that truly your intention? With a swift motion, Lu Fan kicked at Kay. In an instant, Kay transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the starry sky. He felt utterly disoriented, but thankfully, Lu Fan had shown some restraint. Kay sustained only minor external injuries and a slight internal strain. Nevertheless, he felt an indescribable discomfort throughout his body. Kay, return to the 11th universe immediately. Do not linger here. Wei Mei commanded decisively, calling out to Kay. Yes, Lord Wei Mei, I shall take my leave. Kay responded, gritting his teeth and activating his instant transmission. In a mere moment, he vanished from the scene without a trace. Once Kay had departed from the 7th universe, Wei Mei finally relaxed his anxious heart. With a swift motion, Wei Mei rushed towards Lu Fan's location, fearing that Lu Fan might use instant transmission to pursue Kay. If that were to happen, it would be unmanageable. You're always targeting my god of kings, leaving me with no means to continue the battle. The exquisite flavor necessitates that Whis control Rofan within the 7th universe. Whoosh. Whis' speed is astounding, although it does not rival the instantaneous teleportation of the Supreme Kai. It has nonetheless reached a level akin to teleportation over this distance. Whis rapidly approaches Rofan. Bang! Whis delivers a powerful punch, striking Rofan squarely in the chest. Rofan is sent flying backward, breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and soaring into the vastness of space. With a crackling sound, fragments of destructive energy scatter from Rofan's body. He hastily gathers the dispersed destructive energy back to his chest. Truly, the god of destruction is formidable. Just one punch is sufficient to dislodge a significant amount of my destructive energy. Whoosh. After landing a successful blow, Whis swiftly penetrates the atmosphere, positioning himself opposite Rofan. Below, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others gaze in astonishment, their eyes wide open. The speed of these two individuals is incomprehensibly rapid. Toppo and Tisbra remain dazed, having already ascended into the cosmos. Piccolo looks skyward. Piccolo, can you see them? Son Wukong inquires. Piccolo shakes his head. They've flown so far. How could I possibly see them? It's quite vexing. I wanted to observe how they battle. Son Wukong scratches his head. Piccolo remains silent, secretly wishing to witness their combat as well. Tisbra quickly appears beside Toppo, gently tapping his face to awaken him. Vegeta trembles violently at the sight of Tisbra. However, he is acutely aware that even in his Super Saiyan form, he is no match for this rabbit. I shall wait until I grow stronger before settling the score with him. Captain, are you alright? Tisbra quickly asks. Toppo rubs his sore body, gritting his teeth as he stands. Tisbra, what is the situation? Toppo queries. Fear not, Lord Whis has arrived. Tisbra replies with a smile. That is wonderful. Toppo breathes a sigh of relief. Soon, we shall witness how Lord Whis handles him. Tisbra grins. Are they battling in space? Toppo inquires. Indeed, Tisbra nods. I shall go take a look. Toppo attempts to ascend, but suddenly expels a mouthful of blood. Captain, you are too severely injured. It's best not to push yourself. Tisbra urges. Let me carry you. Whoosh. Tisbra lifts Toppo onto his back and flies high into the sky. Before long, Tisbra reaches the outer atmosphere of Namek. Apologies, Captain. This is as high as I can go. Beyond this lies the vastness of space, Tisbra explains. My oxygen supply is running low. Chapter 170. Should the main body go? There they are. Toppo points toward the distant figures of Rofan and Whis engaged in combat. In the cosmic expanse, the silhouettes of Rofan and Whis continuously shift, transforming into a series of afterimages. Their speed escalates, reaching a velocity so rapid that even Toppo and Tisbra are unable to perceive it. What a jest! The god of the realm is actually on par with Lord Waimei? The countenance of Toppo changed. It is entirely reasonable that he could easily defeat me and engage in combat with Lord Waimei for such an extended duration without losing ground. Toppo spoke in a low voice. Surely, Lord Waimei would not be bested by him. Toppo pondered gravely. Rest assured, how could Lord Waimei ever be defeated by him? Toppo chuckled, for Lord Waimei is a god of destruction, the mightiest deity in our universe. You are correct, Toppo nodded. Boom. Lufan and Waimei clashed their fists together, unleashing an immense surge of energy. Rumble. The energy that erupted from their fists spread wildly in all directions, assaulting several nearby planets. In an instant, these celestial bodies shattered like mere soap bubbles. Lufan, too, was sent hurtling backward. However, Waimei did not falter. Instead, he swiftly pursued. Bang! Waimei delivered a powerful kick to Lufan's abdomen. Uft! Lufan expelled a burst of destructive energy. Waimei was momentarily taken aback. While others bled, why was he expelling destructive energy? Slap! Waimei, disregarding the anomaly, seized the destructive energy emanating from Lufan and crushed it effortlessly. Bang! Waimei launched another rapid assault, landing a heavy punch upon Lufan's visage. Lufan's face contorted grotesquely, shimmering with a purplish-red glow. He quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a kick. As his foot flew forward, Waimei raised his arm to block the strike. Bang! Waimei executed an uppercut that struck Lufan squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Slap! Suddenly, 10 energy cards materialized in Waimei's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, these energy cards transformed into streaks of light, racing towards Lufan with ferocious speed. The energy cards penetrated Lufan's body, leaving trails of flickering purplish-red energy in their wake. Waimei furrowed his brow, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Who exactly are you? Waimei pursued Lufan with great urgency, inquiring. I am the god of the realm, Lufan replied with a grin, swiftly gathering the scattered destructive energy and channeling it back into himself. Slap! Lufan resumed his original form. Are you truly a pure energy entity? Waimei's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, you may consider it so, Lufan nodded. Waimei was genuinely taken aback. This fellow is, astonishingly, a pure energy being, and the energy appears strikingly similar to destructive energy. However, Waimei, being well-versed in the cosmos, understood that the birth of various life forms is quite normal and not particularly surprising. If this being is indeed a pure energy life form, the battle could prove quite challenging. Nevertheless, it is not insurmountable. Once his energy is sufficiently depleted, he should sustain considerable injuries. You belong to a realm akin to the immortal, and I must admit, I underestimated you. Waimei smiled gracefully. If this continues, I fear my body may not withstand your onslaught, sighed Lufan. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness, Waimei chuckled softly. I reiterate, apologize to my people swiftly, and this matter shall be laid to rest. After all, you are the god of destruction. I could never hope to dismantle you. I have never apologized to anyone before. Lufan grinned. Then I shall have no choice but to beat you into submission. Waimei retorted with a cold snort, transforming into a streak of light that surged toward Lufan. Bang! Waimei struck Lufan's abdomen with her fist, delivering a serious blow. The destructive energy within Lufan trembled violently once more. The god of destruction is indeed formidable. As a mere energy entity, I stand no chance against her. Bang, bang, bang. Waimei quickened her assault, shattering Lufan's destructive energy into fragments. Splendid. It seems Lady Waimei is destined to triumph, Tis exclaimed with excitement. Of course, did I not mention that Lady Waimei would easily defeat him? Tuan nodded in agreement. In the new universe, within the realm of the god of destruction. Oh dear, your avatar is on the verge of disintegration, Ruosi remarked as she glanced at Lufan. Indeed. Lufan nodded. If this persists, my avatar may very well dissipate. Shouldn't you hasten to assist? Ruosi inquired. I should indeed go immediately, Lufan smiled. But the distance to the seventh universe is quite vast. At my current speed, I would arrive too late. What will you do then? Shall you summon your avatar back to retrieve you? Ruosi suggested. You are quite clever, Ruosi, Lufan acknowledged. Come, Allow me to reward you with a kiss. Ruosi, you must have thought of this plan yourself, right? She said, wiping her brow. Thus, we arrived at the same conclusion. Allow me to express my gratitude, Lufan said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Ruosi's cheek. Ruosi, you are utterly shameless. How can you take advantage of me like this? Aren't you my brother-in-law? Do you think it appropriate to behave this way towards your sister-in-law? Moreover, how did I not evade that? Has your speed increased to such an extent? I am, after all, an angel born with the freedom of supreme intent. How could I not dodge? Ruosi, you must train diligently. It is unacceptable that you could not evade such proximity, Lufan sighed. Ruosi fell silent. Or perhaps, did you deliberately refrain from dodging because you hold some interest in me? Lufan inquired further. Ruosi glared at Lufan, her teeth clenched in anger. Do not be upset. Maintain your composure. Angels ought to uphold a positive mindset. Such anger may harm your well-being, Lufan hastily reassured her. Humph. Ruosi pouted, disinclined to engage with Lufan any longer. In the 7th universe, near the cosmic expanse where planet Namek resides, Lufan's avatar continued to clash with Weimei, the two having distanced themselves from the realm of planet Namek. Even within this region, the fierce battle between Toppo and Toppo had become nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 171. Whis, Lord Rofan, is on the verge of defeat. Both combatants had pushed their speed to its utmost limits. The crimson glow enveloping Rofan had dimmed considerably. The relentless skirmishes had severely drained Rofan's destructive energy. Should this conflict persist, he was certain that this avatar of his might very well vanish. However, even if the avatar were reduced to a mere point of light, it would not perish. As long as a fragment of consciousness lingered on that point, the avatar would endure. By infusing it with additional destructive energy, the avatar would swiftly regain its vitality and revert to its original state. Bang! A fierce strike from Weimei landed squarely on Rofan's chest. He was propelled backward, crashing through a small planet behind him. Boom! That tiny celestial body erupted in a massive explosion. Bang! Weimei relentlessly pursued Rofan, continuing her assault. Rofan appeared increasingly beleaguered. What is it going to be, Rofan? Admit your fault quickly, or I shall be the one to bring you to your end. Weimei laughed heartily, growing more emboldened with each exchange. Admit defeat? Not a chance. Rofan scoffed. Then let us proceed, Weimei replied with a smile. I relish your unwillingness to concede. Whoosh. Weimei swiftly closed the gap. Bang, bang, bang. She pressed on with her relentless barrage against Rofan. He found himself utterly suppressed, the struggle to resist becoming increasingly arduous. On Beerus's planet, Whis sighed. Ah dear, they are at it again. Who? Asked the oracle fish. Who else but Lord Rofan and Lady Weimei from the 11th universe? Whis replied. What sparked their conflict? The oracle fish inquired, taken aback. Did you not foresee this? Whis chuckled. I wish I could foresee everything, the oracle fish lamented. The situation is rather complex and difficult to explain. In any case, Lord Rofan finds himself in dire straits, Whis sighed. That is to be expected. After all, Lord Rofan has only recently ascended to the role of God of destruction. Despite the grand title, it is but an illusion, the oracle fish nodded. It seems one must prioritize their own strength. Titles hold no weight without absolute power, it added. You speak most wisely, Whis agreed. Should we awaken Lord Beerus to assist? The oracle fish proposed. Do you truly believe we can rouse Lord Beerus? Whis smiled. Shall we merely stand by and watch him be bullied by the god of destruction from the 11th universe? The oracle fish pressed on. Regardless, he has made significant contributions to our universe. Indeed, this is quite a troublesome matter, Whis sighed. Given the current circumstances, it would be remarkable if Rofan could endure for more than 10 minutes. Then what are we waiting for? We must devise a way to awaken Beerus. Though he may no longer be an active god of destruction, his power surpasses that of Weimei. The prophetic fish declared its intention to devise a means to awaken Beerus within the castle. Do not be hasty, dear prophetic fish, Whis responded with a smile. Can I refrain from concern? If Lufan is incapacitated, what a disgrace it would be for our universe. The prophetic fish exclaimed anxiously. I have not claimed that Lufan would be defeated, Whis chuckled. Did you not mention that he could endure no more than 10 minutes? The prophetic fish was momentarily taken aback. Currently, it is the Supreme Kai, a manifestation of Lufan, who is engaged in battle with Weimei, Whis continued with a grin. Whis, why do your words come with such labored breaths? Could you perhaps articulate your thoughts in one go? The prophetic fish displayed a face of astonishment. Is it truly Lufan's manifestation that is battling Wei Meta? When did his avatar grow so formidable? The prophetic fish's expression reflected its shock. Whis remained silent. If his avatar is so powerful, to what extent must his true form have evolved? The prophetic fish queried further. Uncertain, Whis replied with a shake of his head. But based on my conjecture, perhaps Lufan's true self has surpassed Lord Beerus. What did you say? Lufan's true form has already surpassed Lord Beerus? The prophetic fish's eyes widened in disbelief. This is merely my hypothesis. The reality will be revealed during their true confrontation, Whis stated. Surely, Beerus does not suffer from nightmares? The prophetic fish remarked, casting a glance toward the castle. Whis too directed his gaze that way. Through the window, they beheld Beerus slumbering soundly within the castle. Suddenly, Beerus flipped over, sitting upright in bed with a look of sheer terror. Achoo! Beerus sneezed, and in that instant, his sneeze obliterated a nearby planet. With a resounding crack, the planet disintegrated into a purple void, vanishing without a trace. After sneezing, Beerus returned to his slumber, snoring once more. Indeed, he is having nightmares, the prophetic fish remarked. Yes, indeed, Whis nodded. Even amidst nightmares, he remains undisturbed. He is quite the character, the prophetic fish sighed. It is a pity that Lufan does not appreciate the ambience here. If he did, I believe Beerus ought to relinquish the castle. Prophetic fish. You might consider gathering some beautiful maidens from across the universe to bring back. I believe Lufan would find this place more appealing, Whis suggested with a smile. Is that truly possible? The prophetic fish's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Whis affirmed with a nod. Then what am I waiting for? I shall set forth at once. The prophetic fish's enthusiasm surged as it inquired. By the way, what sort of maidens does he favor? Well, perhaps something like this, or like that. Whis's staff illuminated with the visages of Bulma and Bardos. Understood. I shall return with a multitude of enchanting maidens. The prophetic fish nodded vigorously. It seems even one such maiden would suffice, Whis pondered aloud. What do you mean? The prophetic fish asked. I meant to bring back a multitude, not just one. It clarified. I was referring to just one, Whis chuckled. I cannot comprehend you, Whis. You have utterly bewildered me. The prophetic fish scratched its head in confusion. Did you not instruct me to bring back numerous maidens? Why now suggest just one? How many do you truly desire? Near the planet of Namek, Whis remarked. As the battle intensified, the colors on Ru Fan began to fade increasingly. Hey, Ru Fan, just concede already. Your colors are nearly gone. Wei Mei laughed heartily. Indeed, you are more formidable than I had imagined. Ru Fan suddenly halted. However, Wei Mei showed no signs of surrender. Boom. Wei Mei delivered a heavy punch that struck Ru Fan with great force. Chapter 172. The God of Destruction who rose through Kola. Nothing more. Puff. Ru Fan expelled another surge of purplish-red destructive energy from his mouth, though this time, the hue had dimmed considerably. Wei Mei resolved to incapacitate this young man thoroughly. If you don't feel pain, you'll just turn around and bully our universe again. Therefore, if we are to fight, I shall ensure you are incapacitated for a long while, so you understand the concept of beyond the heavens and gods beyond gods. Young man, do you truly believe that selling a few bottles of cola grants you the right to roam freely in this universe? Wei Mei smiled lightly. Initially, I merely intended to engage in a simple spar with you, but if you are to strike with such ferocity, Ru Fan's expression turned cold. What? You intend to retaliate if I hit hard? If you wish to fight back, I am always ready. As Wei Mei spoke, he showed no signs of courtesy and struck again. Bang! This palm landed squarely on Ru Fan's chest. Slap! The purplish-red glow surrounding Ru Fan dissipated instantly. However, he quickly concentrated that energy once more. Humph, young man, do you now feel pain? Wei Mei scoffed, as long as I don't kill you. It's not a violation. Boom. As he spoke, Wei Mei waved his hand forward gently, unleashing an invisible wave of destructive energy that swiftly enveloped Ru Fan once more. Slap. The destructive energy that Ru Fan had painstakingly gathered was scattered anew. I shall make you remember today. You, a mere god of the realm, should not act recklessly before me, a god of destruction, Wei Mei declared coldly. Though your strength is commendable, it pales in comparison to us gods of destruction. Looking at Ru Fan, the speed at which he could gather energy had significantly slowed. A full 10 seconds passed before the scattered destructive energy began to coalesce again. Yet, Ru Fan's colors had nearly vanished, and he hardly had enough energy left to assume his original form. Humph. As long as you are alive to learn your lesson. Behave and keep a low profile. Wei Mei commanded. Whoosh. After uttering this, Wei Mei extended his finger, sending a streak of light directly toward Ru Fan. Puff. Ru Fan's chest was pierced. Your immortal physique is quite intriguing. This ends here for today. Should you dare return to the 11th universe, I shall confront you each time you appear, Wei Mei threatened. Whoosh. After delivering his warning, Wei Mei swaggered away, gradually disappearing from Ru Fan's sight. Ru Fan struggled to gather the scattered destructive energy. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally regained his composure. However, his body exhibited little luster, resembling a semi-transparent form. Yet, this was hardly a concern. He could simply infuse some destructive energy back into his avatar and be lively once more. Soon, the esteemed Wei Mei returned to the outer atmosphere of Namek. Lord Wei Mei, Toppo and Toppo quickly bowed in respect, their faces brimming with anticipation. They were eager to learn the outcome of the battle. Moments ago, Wei Mei had drawn the conflict far away, to a point beyond Toppo's sight. Although Toppo could survive in the vastness of space, he was still weary from the previous confrontation with Ru Fan. However, upon seeing Wei Mei return unscathed, they inferred that he had emerged victorious. Humph, I have thoroughly dealt with him. Wei Mei chuckled lightly, noting the opponent's unique constitution, belonging to a pure energy system, now rendered transparent. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Lord Wei Mei, Toppo exclaimed with excitement. He didn't perish, did he? Toppo inquired. Rest assured, he won't die so easily. Such a being is not so easily vanquished, Toppo replied with a grin. I was careful not to go too far, after all. It would be difficult to explain the death of a god of destruction to the Grand Priest. Toppo and Toppo shared in the joy of the moment. Moreover, I have warned him that if he dares to enter Universe 11 again, I shall render him incapable of self-sufficiency. Wei Mei laughed, assuring them. So you two need not worry. He will steer clear of you in the future and will no longer dare to provoke you. Indeed, with Lord Wei Mei's intervention, all matters would resolve themselves seamlessly, Toppo respectfully remarked. It seems I still have a long journey ahead to truly become a god of destruction, Toppo mused. Toppo, devote yourself to your training. One day, you two will reach greater heights, Wei Mei encouraged, patting Toppo's shoulder as he glanced down at Namek. Shall we descend? Wait, are we going down? Toppo hesitated slightly. They are merely a bunch of one-legged grasshoppers. Why bother with them? Toppo remarked. Did not that Namekian say that given 2 more years to train, he could defeat you? Wei Mei smiled. I believe it would be worthwhile to challenge them. We could teach them a lesson and ensure that the inhabitants of their universe think twice before approaching ours. Lord Wei Mei is absolutely correct. Toppo nodded vigorously. Indeed, differing heights yield differing perspectives. What Lord Wei Mei said is true. We must make them aware that we are not to be trifled with. I believe the human level of Universe 7 is rather limited, Toppo laughed. They should be the strongest humans in Universe 7. After all, one cannot be so dismissive. I recall during the selection tournament for the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, there was a rather formidable individual, a rotund figure adorned in pink. Toppo mused, asserting that this person's prowess was not far from that of the Namekian, perhaps even superior. And how do I measure against him? Asked Toppo. He should be inferior to you, Toppo remarked after casting a glance at Toppo. That is reassuring. Thus, I maintain that the humans of the 7th universe are of this caliber, Toppo declared with a sense of pride. On the surface of Namek, Goku and Vegeta gazed upwards toward the sky. Gohan and Krillin had initially intended to depart, but upon witnessing the vanishing figures of Ruan and Wei Mei, they were compelled to linger. Consequently, they returned, reappearing beside Goku. Chapter 173. Dear inhabitants of the 7th universe, do take a moment to compose yourselves. Why have you returned? Were you not instructed to hastily board my spaceship and leave Namek? Goku inquired. We simply wish to witness the unfolding spectacle. Krillin scratched his head sheepishly. Very well. Let us tread cautiously. They are exceedingly powerful. Goku's expression grew grave. In the ensuing silence, the group observed an eerie stillness, devoid of any sight or sound. It was only after Wei Mei and Ruan concluded their bout that Frieza, having risen from the ground, finally regained consciousness. His slitted eyes narrowed. A visage of boundless fury etched upon his face. As the Emperor of the universe, how dare I endure such indignity? I refuse to accept this. Frieza, that is Frieza, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Frieza, while Piccolo offered a measured look. How fortunate you are to still be alive. I was beginning to forget about you, Vegeta scoffed, his body ablaze with golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza ascended into the air, gathering a sphere of destructive energy in his hands. "You filth! Prepare to vanish alongside this planet," Frieza bellowed. With a swift motion, he thrust his hands downward, sending the energy sphere hurtling toward the ground of Namek. "Humph, such foolishness," Vegeta retorted. His motivation was not born from altruism to save Namek, but rather from the understanding that if Namek were to be obliterated, he too would share its fate. Vegeta sped toward the destructive sphere, gathering energy in his hands, intent on annihilating both the sphere and Frieza in one fell swoop. At the precise moment Vegeta prepared to strike, a massive green hand suddenly stretched forth. With a resounding clap, the hand expanded significantly, seizing Frieza's destructive sphere. "Crush!" Piccolo exclaimed, applying immense pressure, causing the sphere to dissolve into a myriad of energy motes, completely dissipating. Frieza's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. "What is the meaning of this? How can this be? My planet-destroying bomb was unexpectedly crushed by this individual?" Frieza's expression was one of astonishment. Vegeta's countenance shifted dramatically. "Not only could I not defeat that rabbit, but I also found myself inferior compared to the Namekian I had once slain. I am a Super Saiyan. When did the Super Saiyan become so feeble?" "Humph, Frieza, do you truly believe you can annihilate Namek with your current power?" Piccolo remarked coldly. In that moment, Frieza felt an overwhelming surge of damage. "This Namekian is extraordinarily powerful. To crush my planet-destroying bomb with bare hands. How utterly infuriating." Frieza seethed with rage, his entire body trembling. "Everyone," just as Frieza prepared to launch another attack, a voice resonated from above. "The members of Universe 7, perhaps it would be prudent for you to cease your internal conflict." The speaker was none other than Tispa. In the next instant, Whis, accompanied by Tispa and Toppo, appeared from the sky, casting their gaze upon Frieza, Vegeta, and the others below. As Whis, it was only fitting that he refrained from addressing these humans directly. Thus, Tispa conveyed the message. Vegeta's expression darkened. "Where is Lufon? Has he not returned?" Vegeta inquired hastily. "Humph, he has been rendered incapable of self-sufficiency by Lord Whis," Tispa boasted. "What did you say?" Vegeta's expression shifted once more. "Now, members of Universe 7, cease your infighting," Tispa proclaimed on behalf of Whis. Frieza also looked up at Tispa. "This rabbit, that detestable rabbit, Namekian, did you not claim that with 2 years of training, you could surpass me?" Tispa chuckled. "Indeed," Piccolo nodded. "Humph, grant me 2 years to train, and I shall surely leave you searching for your teeth," Vegeta scoffed. "Excellent. The inhabitants of Universe 11 are known for their generosity." Tispa smiled. "Thus, I shall graciously grant you 20 years to hone your skills. After 20 years, we shall settle the score. What say you?" 20 years? Piccolo was taken aback. "What can be accomplished in 2 years?" Tispa sneered. "That is precisely why I am magnanimously offering you 20 years. After 20 years, we will each send 5 warriors to a suitable location for an epic battle. The losing side must kneel and address the victors as grandfather. How does that proposal strike you?" "It is settled." Piccolo decisively agreed without objection. 20 years. Goku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Humph, I hope you do not come to regret this," Vegeta retorted. "Then, members of Universe 7, we shall meet again in 20 years, Tispa declared with a smile. "And I advise you to refrain from further internal strife. If you continue, you may struggle to assemble even 5 fighters. Let us depart," Whis beckoned. "Yes, Lord Whis," Tispa respectfully nodded. With a swift motion, a purplish-red flame emanated from Whis, swiftly enveloping Tispa and Toppo. The 3 figures transformed into a flicker of crimson light, swiftly vanishing into the void, leaving no trace behind. As they beheld the disappearance of these individuals, Frieza, Vegeta, and the others fell into a profound silence. "He claims we are from the 7th universe? What does that mean?" Frieza inquired with a cold demeanor. "Humph, can't you comprehend? They hail from the 11th universe. We are all denizens of the 7th universe." Vegeta scoffed. Frieza fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Frieza appeared to recollect something, turning his head to search the surroundings. Soon, he spotted Gula lying motionless on the ground, his body already contorted and lifeless. "Gula!" Frieza rushed to his side. Upon examining Gula's form, he realized there was no hope left. Who was it? Who killed Gula? Frieza's forehead bulged with veins as he glared furiously at Vegeta and Piccolo. "It was that rabbit, of course," Piccolo remarked with a slight smirk. Frieza surprisingly accepted this claim. That rabbit. I shall not spare you. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the void. A figure gradually materialized before them. It was Lufan, who had returned from outer space via instant transmission. Hey, Lufan, your body has turned transparent. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 174. Do you wish to become the god of destruction of the 11th universe? That is of no consequence, Lufan replied nonchalantly. Your body has turned transparent. And that is not a matter of concern? Wait, why is your body transparent? You are a scion too. What has happened to your body? Defeat is merely a precursor to success, Lufan stated. Losing is insignificant. We can always fight back. Piccolo, now possessing fragments of the Grand Elder and Nail's memories, had a deeper understanding of Lufan's identity. Frieza remained silent, while Goku and Krillin were at a loss for words. This time, our 7th universe has utterly succumbed to the 11th universe, Lufan lamented. However, in 20 years, I believe with your strength, you will certainly be able to defeat them. Goku and the others fell silent once more. They had indeed agreed to reconvene for battle in 20 years. So, you all should focus on your training, Lufan advised. Turning to Frieza. Frieza, refrain from causing trouble. Instead, dedicate this time to your training. From what I know, if you apply yourself diligently, you should achieve a higher transformation. Humph, as if you know me so well. How could I be unaware of my potential for a higher transformation? Frieza retorted, rolling his eyes. Well then, let me take you to a place where you can comprehend a higher transformation, Lufan proposed. Where? Frieza crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Lufan. Hell, Lufan replied. What did you say? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift gesture, Lufan pointed at Frieza's body. Frieza was utterly obliterated, beyond the possibility of revival. Immediately thereafter, Rofan turned his gaze towards Son Goku and Krillin, who had also heightened their vigilance. It was truly terrifying. With merely a gesture, Frieza met his demise. You should return as well. Upon your return to Earth, dedicate yourselves to training, Rofan instructed. Lord King Kai, what are your plans? Piccolo inquired respectfully. I still have unsettled scores with Demigra. Naturally, I must confront him, Rofan replied with a smile. Lord King Kai, you've been rendered semi-transparent by him. Do you still intend to seek revenge? Piccolo remarked. Enough, you all should head back to Earth, Rofan said. Then turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, accompany me. Vegeta did not protest. Then let us depart, Piccolo called to Son Goku and Gohan. The group swiftly left the scene. Soon, Piccolo and the other spaceship soared into the sky, vanishing into the void, leaving Namek behind. On the vast Namek, only Rofan and Vegeta remained. Rofan, what are your intentions? That Jester's combat power is truly formidable. You cannot possibly match him, Vegeta stated. Vegeta, I was just pondering which universe's destroyer would be most suitable for you to succeed, Rofan replied with a grin. What do you mean? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. The opportunity has arrived, Rofan beamed. Opportunity? Vegeta was slightly bewildered. Do you believe you can handle the position of destroyer of Universe 11? Rofan inquired with a smile. Universe 11? Is that the Jester's universe? Vegeta trembled slightly. Are you implying that you plan to venture into Universe 11? Are you aiming for something even greater? Indeed. I have decided to appoint you as the destroyer of Universe 11, Rofan declared. What is your plan? Vegeta questioned. First, we must retaliate. And then I will nurture your abilities. Once your strength surpasses Toppo's, I shall elevate you to that position, Rofan said, patting Vegeta's shoulder. Retaliate first? Humph. You have been rendered semi-transparent. How do you expect to retaliate? Vegeta scoffed. Rofan, I advise you to recognize your limitations. Do not end up perishing in the process. Rofan smiled mischievously at Vegeta, who felt a twinge of fear. Though I am already a Super Saiyan, Rofan is truly terrifying. He became transparent, yet with a mere gesture. He was able to annihilate Frieza. I cannot reach such heights. How long has it been since I last struck you? Rofan asked with a grin. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. Very well, let us let this slide for now. Wait here, I shall return shortly. With that, Rofan vanished in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Rofan returned to the realm of the new universe's destroyers. With a swift motion, Rofan reappeared, bringing his physical form back with him. Upon seeing two versions of Rofan, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a picture of shock. Is this translucent figure your doppelganger? Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. His assumption proved correct. Lufan nodded, offering no denial. With a swift motion, he infused his doppelganger with destructive energy. Within a mere 10 seconds, the doppelganger's previously translucent form regained its original appearance. Vegeta was left utterly astonished, lingering in a state of disbelief. So, it was merely Lufan's doppelganger that fought against that jester? Would the clown be rendered speechless upon discovering this? I found it peculiar earlier. How could Lufan, a scion, possess a translucent body? It turns out that was merely his doppelganger, a pure energy entity that turns translucent when its energy expenditure becomes excessive. Lufan provided a brief explanation, noting that complete transparency would necessitate the doppelganger to recoalesce. Have you been battling that clown solely with your doppelganger? Vegeta inquired, astonished. What else would you think? Lufan chuckled, his tail swaying gracefully behind him. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as he noticed the tail that had appeared behind Lufan. He had always found it strange that Lufan's tail had vanished. It was no wonder he felt something was amiss. The Lufan without a tail was merely his doppelganger. Now, Vegeta finally understood. So, where do we go from here? He asked. I will first acclimate you to the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 11. Lufan replied. In an instant, Lufan's doppelganger transported Lufan's true form and Vegeta using instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves on the delectable planet of Universe 11. Chapter 175. The den has been raided. Ah, is that you, Lord Lufan? Makalita smiled. Makalita, it has been quite some time. Lufan approached and promptly dismissed his doppelganger, who vanished in a fleeting moment. Aside from our brief encounter at the New Universe's God of Destruction Selection Conference, it seems we have not met again, Makalita remarked with a smile. Do not say such a thing. We shall meet often from now on. Lufan grinned. I intend to make this my home. Ahem, what transpired, Lord Lufan? Makalita inquired. It's nothing significant, Lufan replied with a smile. As the great God of destruction of the universe, I plan to rejuvenate Universe 11 by appointing Vegeta as its new God of destruction. What do you think? The great God of destruction? Makalita covered her face, momentarily at a loss for words. Lufan had just brought forth the title of the great God of destruction. How was she to respond? Vegeta's eyes widened. His ears perked up, displaying a face of shock. Lufan was the great God of destruction? Although he was uncertain of the exact nature of the great God of destruction, he surmised that it held a higher status than that of an ordinary God of destruction. I believe you have learned of my identity from other angels, have you not? Lufan smiled. Indeed, I am the great God of destruction, the overseer of all gods of destruction. Makalita was left speechless. Did Lord Wayme defend you? Margarita inquired. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Lufan nodded vigorously. I have always been rather petty, which is why he can no longer serve as a god of destruction. Margarita found herself at a loss for words. The situation is quite straightforward. He struck my avatar, Lufan remarked with a smile. Perhaps it was merely a sparring match? Margarita wiped her brow. I initially thought it was just a friendly contest, but it was not, Lufan chuckled. Margarita fell silent. You see, my refraining from retaliating on the spot was already a gesture of goodwill towards him, Lufan added. Ahem, Margarita cleared her throat. While you did not strike him back immediately, you did invade his home and dismantle his stronghold. Vegeta, do you find that castle satisfactory? Lufan gestured towards a distant white castle, the residence of Waymede. Just as Vegeta was about to respond, Lufan interrupted. If not, let us reshape it into a palace befitting the Scion heritage. Very well, Vegeta reluctantly agreed. Destruction. Lufan waved his hand lightly, and a wave of destructive energy enveloped the castle. With a loud crack, Waymede's castle was reduced to a purple void, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. The magnitude of this destruction is truly overwhelming. While I could obliterate the castle with energy, I could never achieve its complete annihilation. Margarita exclaimed. Lord Waymede, what have you done? Your home is gone. Moreover, it seems your position as God of Destruction may be stripped away as well. Before Waymede returns, Vegeta, you must continue to elevate your abilities. How am I to improve? Vegeta inquired. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lufan conjured an energy orb. Is that a man-made full moon? Vegeta was taken aback. With a swift motion, Lufan launched the artificial full moon into the sky. Wait, I have no tail. I cannot transform into a great ape, Vegeta hurriedly protested. No worries, Lufan smiled, turning to Margarita. Margarita, grant him a tail, and he shall become the God of Destruction for your universe. When I am not by his side, please ensure he receives proper guidance. Margarita paused in silence. Very well. Without objection, she directed a beam of light from her staff, swiftly striking Vegeta. Instantly, a tail sprouted from behind him. Vegeta's expression turned one of astonishment. This woman is remarkable. She was able to restore my tail, something even the sins of beings could not achieve. Vegeta, next you must transform into a great ape. And while in that state, find a way to attain Super Saiyan once more, Lufin instructed. Is such a feat possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his face alight with anticipation. Give it a try, Lufin encouraged. I will, Vegeta affirmed. Vegeta nodded and gazed up at the artificial full moon in the sky. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a colossal black gorilla. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to meditate, attempting to ascend to the level of a Super Saiyan while in his great ape form. Approximately 10 minutes later, a radiant golden light erupted from Vegeta's body, signifying his successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, his fur took on a brilliant golden hue. Success! Vegeta was both astonished and elated. I never imagined such a transformation was possible. Rufin, I feel my battle power has increased by at least 500-fold. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. Try attacking me with all your might, Rufin replied with a smile. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, a brief silence enveloping them. Are you serious, Rufin? He inquired. Why? Do you believe that your power boost of 500 times makes you capable of defeating me? Rufin chuckled. Enough of the hesitation. Let me demonstrate just how vast the chasm is between you and a true deity. I won't hold back, so don't blame me if you get hurt. With a huff, Vegeta wasted no time, clenched his fist, and hurled a punch at Rufin. With a mere flick of his finger, Rufin effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. Vegeta was left dumbfounded. How could my full-force strike be so easily caught by Rufin? Bam! Rufin gently tapped Vegeta's fist with his finger. A tremendous force immediately impacted Vegeta, sending him crashing backward. His massive form slammed into the surface of the delicious planet, rebounding multiple times and shattering a colossal boulder behind him. He rolled several times across the ground before finally coming to a halt, gravely injured. You fight dirty, using counterattacks like that. You can't handle this. Vegeta exclaimed indignantly. Chapter 176. I am the Great Destroyer Margarita. Please assist him with treatment, Rufin commanded. You really have no shame, do you? Do you take me for your servant? Margarita replied with a shake of her head, reluctantly stepping forward to heal Vegeta with her staff. Vegeta's injuries were swiftly mended, and he sprang back to his feet. Now do you understand the disparity between us? Rufin inquired with a smile. Vegeta lowered his massive head, rendered speechless. Despite having boosted his power 500-fold, he still found himself outmatched, estimating his battle power at a staggering 1.5 billion. He recalled Rufin's claim that his own power equated to 100 followed by 40 zeros. If that were true, then 1.5 billion would be insignificant before him. With your current battle power level, let me tell you, not only am I beyond your capabilities, but even that rabbit, tis bro, would easily overpower you, Rufin stated. What did you say? Are you telling me that even in this form, I cannot defeat that rabbit? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. In truth, this is not insurmountable. You simply need to elevate your base battle power. Lufin smiled and said, consider this. If your base combat power were to ascend to 10 million, and you then transformed, how formidable would your combat prowess become? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, if I elevate my base strength, my power after transformation will reach unprecedented heights. A base of 10 million multiplied by 500 is undeniably a daunting figure. I shall impart only this much for now. There are many things I cannot fully disclose. You must comprehend them on your own, Lufin stated with a smile. I understand. Vegeta nodded. Additionally, the sole drawback of this transformation is its dependence on the full moon. As Lufin spoke, he gently raised his hand. With a snap, the artificial full moon in the sky shattered. Vegeta quickly reverted to his original size, the great ape form vanishing. Find a way to overcome this limitation, ideally. You should be able to transform without the necessity of a full moon, Lufin advised. What did you say? I can transform without the full moon? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, thinking it improbable. If you truly desire it, nothing is impossible, Lufin replied, transforming swiftly into a golden gorilla. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you see? Lufin said with a subtle smile, quickly returning to his original form. Vegeta fell silent, realizing it was indeed possible. If Lufan could achieve this, then so could he. I must strive diligently. In the future, I shall not allow Kakarot to overshadow me. I will far surpass Kakarot. However, once I ascend to the position of a god of destruction, Kakarot will be left in the dust. Subsequently, Margarita provided Vegeta with further guidance on his training, particularly regarding the principles of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta greatly benefited from her instruction. This woman is remarkable. About an hour later, Waymede, accompanied by Toppo and Toppo, appeared above the Waymede planet. Waymede, perceptive as ever, sensed the presence of two unfamiliar individuals on his planet. He furrowed his brow. What is happening? Waymede inquired. It seems someone has come to my planet. It appears to be Lufan and that Vegeta, Waymede mused. How did they arrive here? Toppo asked, slightly taken aback. Humph. It seems he has come to report to Margarita, Waymede chuckled softly. Running to the angel for help after being bested. Does he think he is a schoolboy? What will Margarita say? Toppo inquired. Margarita is my guiding angel. She will undoubtedly side with me, Waymede boasted. Very well, since he dares to tread upon my territory. I shall once again teach him a lesson. I have already warned him not to return to the 11th universe, yet he appears to have forgotten so swiftly. It seems I didn't cause him enough pain the last time. Ha ha ha, let me rectify that. Toppo laughed heartily. Let us descend, announced Waymede. The three of them gradually floated down, landing on the vibrant terrain of Waymede's planet. At the very moment they touched the ground, Waymede's keen gaze immediately discerned that his castle had vanished. With his perceptive vision, it became evident that his fortress had been utterly demolished. You dare return? Waymede exclaimed in fury. You have the audacity to destroy my castle. It seems I did not teach you a sufficient lesson earlier. With an air of indifference, Lufan raised his hand, producing a mysterious token. He then tossed it to Waymede. What is this? Waymede asked, momentarily taken aback as he caught the token and glanced at it. His expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment. The Great Destruction Deity? He murmured in disbelief. What is happening? How is this the token of the Great Destruction Deity? How could he possess such a relic? Shouldn't you kneel upon encountering the Great Destruction Deity? Lufan remarked coolly. What did you say? You claim to be the Great Destruction Deity? Waymede stood frozen in shock. Indeed, Lufan nodded affirmatively. Ha ha. Waymede erupted into laughter. You think declaring yourself the Great Destruction Deity makes it so? Moreover, there is no such deity as the Great Destruction Deity. You truly possess a vivid imagination. Waymede chuckled, amused by the absurdity of the non-existent deity. Why do you find it hard to believe my words? Lufan smiled lightly. Enough with the nonsense. It appears my previous assault did not inflict enough pain. You have recovered quite swiftly, haven't you? In just over an hour, your body has healed. Waymede snorted, glaring at Lufan. I anticipated your disbelief. It seems we must engage in a second round of combat, Lufan said with a faint smile. Oh, in just over an hour. You have grown so confident? Waymede sneered. Very well, it seems I did not strike you hard enough earlier. This time, I shall not hold back. With a flourish, Waymede unleashed a radiant crimson aura. 3 seconds. This time, I shall bring you to your knees in mere seconds, he declared, holding up 3 fingers. Chapter 177. The rematch with Waymede. Come at me, Lufan replied with a serene smile. Margarita remained silent, observing the unfolding battle with keen interest, eager to gauge Lufan's true strength. Captain, is this god of the realm truly sane? He dares to provoke Lord Waymede in his own territory. Toppo chuckled. He is merely courting trouble for himself. Toppo scoffed. Perhaps he is still seething from the earlier defeat, Toppo remarked with a grin. So, perhaps another thrashing from Lord Waymede will bring him some solace. Toppo nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Captain, you have quite the sense of humor. Toppo patted Toppo on the shoulder. Toppo chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed the spectacle with a detached demeanor, pondering whether Lufan could possibly turn the tide against this adversary. This is indeed a pivotal battle that will determine my fate as a god of destruction. Should Lufan emerge victorious, would I not then ascend to become the god of destruction of this universe? Whoosh. Waymede soared towards Lufan with great speed. Smack. As Waymede approached rapidly, Lufan delivered a swift blow, striking him squarely across the face. Boom. Waymede plummeted to the ground, his head hitting the earth, tumbling several times. The smiles of Toppo and Toppo gradually froze. What transpired? Was the mighty Waymede truly knocked down by a mere slap? Surely, we did not misjudge this. The two stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. Waymede, you have become rather careless, haven't you? What? Wymeed sprang up from the ground, rubbing his sore cheek, gazing with surprise at Rufan across from him. Come again, Rufan beckoned. Wymeed stammered. What on earth has happened to you? He looked at Rufan with a bewildered expression. You may ponder that for yourself, Rufan replied with a smile. Whoosh. In the next moment, Rufan transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing behind Wymeed, his speed so remarkable that Wymeed could not react in time. Bang! Rufan unleashed a powerful kick that sent Wymeed soaring into the sky. At that moment, Wymeed felt disoriented, hastily adjusting his body mid-air to look down at Rufan. Whoosh! Rufan ascended rapidly, delivering a skyward punch aimed directly at Wymeed's position. What? Wymeed was taken aback. Why had this fellow's speed and strength become so much more formidable? Bang! Rufan's punch struck Wymeed's abdomen with force. Puffed. Blood erupted from Wymeed's mouth, and he felt as though his very insides had been displaced. Smack! Rufan, with a swift motion, slapped Wymeed on the other side of his face. Wymeed felt a fiery sting on his cheek. With such meager strength, do you dare challenge me? Rufan chuckled lightly, swiftly positioning himself directly above Wymeed. Wymeed was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief, even the red nose of his clown visage trembling. What on earth was happening? This person was like a different individual altogether. What transformation had he undergone? Why was this the case? Wymeed was truly at a loss. Toppo was equally astonished, while Toppo trembled slightly. What just occurred? Did I truly witness Wymeed being struck across the face by Rufan? The sound was resoundingly crisp. We had specifically accompanied Wymeed to the God of Destruction realm to celebrate his victory over that arrogant Realm King God. Yet, it appeared that the Realm King God had come to exact vengeance upon him, and had indeed turned the tables. Fear not, for Wymeed has yet to reveal his true strength. Toppo inhaled deeply, convinced that Wymeed had merely been careless. You are indeed correct. Merely an hour has elapsed, and even with some enhancement in strength, it is improbable that one could achieve a significant elevation. Toppo nodded in agreement, affirming this reasoning. Both Toppo and Toppo shared this sentiment, as did Wymeed, who regarded the current figure of the Supreme King, Rufan, as a prodigy in his own right. As a Supreme King, his prowess is indeed remarkable. However, even if one possesses extraordinary talent in combat, how could one's abilities escalate to such an extent within just an hour? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, found amusement in the ignorance of these fools. They had yet to realize that the previous Rufan was merely a projection. Have you traversed the dimensional realm? Wymeed asked Rufan, momentarily taken aback, only to quickly dismiss the notion. In that alternate dimension, a day outside equates to a year within. An hour merely translates to a fortnight at most. It is utterly implausible to attain such power in a mere fortnight. Wymeed, reveal your true capabilities. Rufan smiled, tauntingly. Kid, you are rather arrogant. Wymeed scoffed, unleashing a surge of violet energy. With a swift motion, he charged towards Rufan, launching a fierce attack. Rufan effortlessly blocked each of Wymeed's punches with his palm. After approximately 10 seconds of combat, he delivered a powerful kick, striking Wymeed squarely in the face, leaving an imprint of his shoe. In the next moment, blood streamed from Wymeed's nostrils. You, with that red nose, are bleeding? Rufan chuckled. Wymeed was utterly astonished. With another swift kick, Rufan sent him soaring into the sky. High above, Wymeed's expression turned grim. What is happening? This defies logic. It cannot be possible, he shouted in disbelief. Rufan's lips curved into a faint smile. Margarita, you must know what is transpiring, he inquired, glancing at her. This is utterly bizarre. He seems like a different person entirely. I am no match for him, Wymeed exclaimed. Do not speak. Let him ponder it himself, Rufan replied. Margarita, poised to speak, immediately fell silent upon hearing his words. Wymeed was taken aback. Margarita was actually heeding this young man's commands. Hey, Margarita, Wymeed called out again. I just remembered that Bados urgently needs my assistance. You all continue without me. Margarita declared before transforming into a radiant streak of light, reminiscent of a star. Chapter 178. Wymeed is severely wounded. With a swift motion, Margarita vanished. Faced with a dilemma, it seemed wisest for Wymeed to make a hasty retreat. Hey, he exclaimed, rendered speechless. Margarita has actually fled? How could she possibly leave? What on earth is happening? Wymeed's confusion is palpable. You are supposed to be my guiding angel. Not only do you refuse to speak on my behalf, but you also choose to run away? Is this truly how you conduct yourself? Toppo, too, gazes wide-eyed, displaying a visage of bewilderment. Toppo stands in stunned silence, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Enough staring, Lufan chuckles softly. Keep looking, and you may find yourself blinded. Weimi furrows her brow and turns to Lufan. It is entirely expected that she would not assist you, Lufan replies with a smile. Why? Why is this the case? What benefits did you offer her? Weimi hurriedly inquires. There are no benefits at all. She merely became my girlfriend, Lufan responds with a grin. What did you just say? Weimi is taken aback. A girlfriend? Yes, indeed. Lufan nods affirmatively. Do not jest. How could an angel have a boyfriend? You are no angel. Weimi exclaims vehemently. Why must angels be devoid of boyfriends? They have long awaited their destined partners, and I happen to be that destined one, Lufan smiles. Weimi falls silent. After flying a considerable distance, Makurita has not ventured far. Suspended in the cosmic expanse, she wields a scepter, peering through the crystal orb atop it to observe the unfolding chaos between Lufan and Weimi. Makurita is equally curious about the eventual outcome. It is then that she hears Lufan's words. Makurita wipes her brow. What do you mean by calling me your girlfriend? You truly possess a knack for deception. If this continues, I fear I may end up bearing your child. Should I return to clarify? No. Explanations only serve to mask the truth. Those unaware might believe we are genuinely involved. I shall pretend I did not hear that. Now, continue, Weimi. Lufan gestures for Weimi to proceed. Do you think I would succumb to you? Weimi retorts coldly. Boom. In that instant, Weimi unleashes her destructive energy to its utmost capacity. Without delay, she hurtles towards Lufan. Observing the rapidly approaching Weimi, Lufan nimbly evades her assault. Bang! Lufan's knee strikes upward, colliding forcefully with Weimi's abdomen. Gasp! Weimi expels a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly incapacitated. Bang! Lufan delivers another kick, connecting with Weimi's head. She collapses to the ground, leaving a long trail in her wake. Alas, this place shall soon become the realm of the god of destruction, Vegeta, and also the venue for my rendezvous with my girlfriend, Makurita. It seems rather inappropriate to allow the realm of destruction to be ravaged thus, Lufan remarks, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground. Boom. The entire realm of destruction trembles violently. Vegeta, I have stated that this is my realm of destruction. With such a stomp, even an ordinary planet would be shattered. The aroma on the ground soared to an extraordinary height. Bang! Lufan once again delivered a powerful kick to Weimi, sending him soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The destructive energy in Lufan's hand flickered like a machine gun, striking Weimi relentlessly. In midair, Weimi trembled, his body riddled with several wounds. Swish! Lufan appeared directly above Weimi. Slap! Lufan firmly grasped Weimi's head. Despite Weimi's desperate resistance, it was futile. In the next moment, Lufan held onto Weimi's head and dove down from the sky. Boom! Weimi's body crashed heavily onto the ground of the god of destruction's realm, leaving a crater in his wake. Bang bang bang. Lufan unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing squarely on Weimi's face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 18 punches. Then, Lufan ceased his assault. Continuing would surely lead to the demise of this wretch. At this point, Weimi had already lost consciousness. Lufan grinned as he looked towards Toppo and Toppo. Toppo and Toppo were nearly huddled together in fear. This individual was terrifying. Are you a demon? The esteemed Weimi has been knocked unconscious by him. Why aren't you helping? Lufan smiled broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Toppo and Toppo dared not utter a word. Help! Approaching would only invite suffering. The disparity was insurmountable. Vegeta, this guy is out cold. Wake him up. Lufan instructed. Vegeta replied, Is this for real? Is this appropriate? After all, he is a god of destruction. Humph, though it may be a bit crude. I have no objections. After a brief moment of hesitation, Vegeta broke into a grin. Am I not at the pinnacle of my life? I can actually urinate on the face of the god of destruction from Universe 11. Vegeta was not inclined to be polite. After all, this fellow had been so arrogant before. I'll wake you up now, so you can understand that we Scions are not to be trifled with. Hey, how dare you? Toppo exclaimed sternly. Do you know what you're doing? Toppo was both shocked and angry. However, after they had spoken, they realized that Vegeta had already begun to relieve himself. In fact, during their exchange, Vegeta seemed to be even more vigorous in his act. The stream landed directly on Weimi's face, effectively waking him. Humph, he is awake now. Vegeta hastily pulled up his pants. Next time, Aim for a more vivid yellow. Lu Fan chuckled. That would enhance the effect. Vegeta responded, you are truly creative. What did you just do to me? Wei Meta erupted in fury, discarding any pretense of politeness as he unleashed a God of Destruction technique towards Vegeta. Slap. Lu Fan raised his hand effortlessly, blocking the technique. Bang. Lu Fan launched another powerful kick at Wei Meta, sending him soaring into the sky once more, his body tracing an arc before crashing into the distant jungle. Wei Meta was once again rendered unconscious. Ruffin, Vegeta inquired, if I transform into a Super Saiyan now, can I defeat him? Not at all. Although he may be severely weakened, eliminating you would be effortless for him. Ruffin replied with a shake of his head. What? Even in my Super Saiyan form? I stand no chance against someone who is on the brink of defeat? Vegeta was utterly astonished. Chapter 179, renamed New Planet Vegeta U2. Unless you wish to face punishment, take the unconscious Wei Mei and depart immediately, Ruffin commanded. Toppo and Tizpro exchanged glances before turning back to Ruffin. Without hesitation, they soared towards Wei Mei's location. Wait, Ruffin called out once more. The two halted mid-air, wary of any delay. Once Wei Mei regains consciousness, inform him to promptly relinquish his position as the God of Destruction of Universe 11. If I have to personally strip him of that title, he knows well the dire consequences that will ensue. Furthermore, Toppo, your tenure as a candidate for God of Destruction has now come to an end. My companion Vegeta shall assume the mantle of the new God of Destruction for Universe 11. What did you say? Toppo's expression turned furious. Captain, let us not linger. We must leave at once, Tizpro urged. Toppo nodded gravely. Indeed, why am I even arguing? Am I seeking a fight? Understood. He acknowledged Ruffin and swiftly departed with Tizpro. In the next moment, the two lifted the unconscious Wei Mei and ascended into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. They transported Wei Mei to a desolate planet. Toppo and Tizpro gazed at Wei Mei, whose battered visage bore the marks of defeat, feeling a surge of indignation. Let us refrain from waking Lord Wei Mei just yet. Toppo advised Tizpro. As a God of Destruction, being humiliated by that individual is utterly intolerable. Tizpro clenched his teeth. Humph, while I may not be able to defeat Ruffin, eliminating Vegeta would be an effortless task. Do not act rashly, Toppo cautioned, shaking his head. Unless they separate, any attempt on your part would be futile. Just because he spared us this time does not guarantee his mercy in the future. After a moment of discontented silence, their emotions gradually settled. Captain, do you truly believe that individual will compel Lord Wei Mei to abdicate? Tizpro queried. That is impossible. Toppo shook his head. Who does he think he is? I recall him claiming to be the Great Destroyer, Tizpro remarked. I have never heard Lord Wei Mei mention any title of the Great Destroyer, Toppo retorted. Perhaps it has suddenly emerged, Tizpro speculated. God forbid such a thing has suddenly appeared. You ill-omened crow, Toppo snapped. Let us put that aside for now. If all this is true, we shall face greater tribulations. If Vegeta truly becomes the God of Destruction for our universe, he will need no justification to eliminate us. Tizpro suddenly grasped the severity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, if one truly becomes a God of Destruction, our situation would be perilous. Currently, this individual holds the title of a Supreme Kai, and from another universe no less. He lacks the authority to eliminate us. However, should his subordinate, Vegeta, ascend to the role of a God of Destruction, he would then possess the right to act against us. The expressions of the two grew increasingly grave, as they never anticipated the circumstances would escalate to this extent. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Vegeta was not merely a subordinate of Lufan. Long ago, Lufan was merely a training partner for Vegeta. What shall we do now? Tiz had completely run out of options. We must wait for Lord Wei Mei to awaken before we can devise our next course of action. Tofu sighed deeply. From this day forth, let this planet be renamed Planet Vegeta, Lufan declared with a smile, referring to it as New Planet Vegeta. Vegeta responded, I quite like that name. Are we reclaiming our Scion planet? Vegeta, your timely intervention was commendable, Lufan praised. Humph, such compliments are unnecessary. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow. However, you must exercise caution in my absence, for a mere stream from you has roused a God of Destruction, Lufan cautioned. Vegeta suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. This is quite the tragedy. That being is nearly at death's door, and even in my Super Saiyan form, I cannot match him. If Lufan were not here, would I become a tragic figure? I shall train diligently. As long as I surpass that individual, I shall not fear him. Vegeta clenched his fists resolutely. What you must do now is to elevate your power as swiftly as possible and seek to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Lufan advised thoughtfully. Super Saiyan 2, is that the transformation adorned with lightning? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Lufan confirmed, explaining, once you master the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, you will be able to achieve it even in your grade ape form. What? Is that Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lufan extended 4 fingers. Does Super Saiyan 4 truly exist? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. What do you think? Lufan chuckled. How does the power of Super Saiyan 4 compare to that of the one called Wymite? Vegeta quickly asked. Is such a question even necessary? As long as you enhance your foundation, transformation will merely serve as an auxiliary. Lufan sighed. Have you not yet grasped this principle? Vegeta's realization dawned upon him. For instance, look at me now. I surpass your Super Saiyan form without needing to transform. Just imagine the extent of my strength should I choose to transform into a Super Saiyan. Lufan smiled. I understand, Vegeta nodded gravely. Indeed, Lufan was correct. As long as one elevates their foundational strength, transformation can serve merely as an enhancement rather than an end in itself. Wait a moment. Did I not hear you say you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Aren't you pursuing the path of Super Saiyan God? Vegeta suddenly recalled the words once spoken by Ruffin. I maintain my stance. Transformation is merely an aid, while the foundation holds paramount importance. As Ruffin spoke, a crimson radiance enveloped him. With a crack, his hair instantly transformed into a fiery red. Super Saiyan God. What? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. This is the Super Saiyan God, Ruffin smiled. Vegeta fell silent, astonished. Such a transformation exists? Ruffin elaborated. The Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan 4 represent 2 distinct paths of training. Chapter 180. The Alliance of the 4 Destroyers. Who is more powerful? Vegeta promptly inquired. With a crack, Ruffin radiated a blue light, his hair standing on end as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Blue hair? What new transformation is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a further evolution from the Super Saiyan God, known as Super Saiyan Blue, Ruffin explained with a smile. Vegeta remarked. The name is rather casual. The power of Super Saiyan Blue is comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4, provided the foundational strength is similar, Ruffin clarified. Vegeta nodded in understanding. I reiterate, transformation is merely auxiliary. Only with a solid foundation can one reach greater heights in transformation, Ruffin stated. I comprehend. I shall elevate my foundation post-haste, Vegeta responded resolutely. While you and Kakarot were aboard the spaceship, you both engaged in gravity training, did you not? You should now be able to withstand 300 times Earth's gravity, correct? Ruffin inquired. Of course. 300 times gravity is trivial for me, Vegeta confidently asserted. Excellent. Henceforth, I shall impose a gravity of 500 times. Strive diligently, Ruffin declared, waving his hand gently, enveloping Vegeta in an invisible divine force. Instantly, Vegeta felt the weight of his body increase, collapsing to the ground. The 500 times Earth gravity proved somewhat strenuous for him at this juncture. Just as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan to counter the immense pressure, Ruffin interjected, no transformations permitted. The golden aura Vegeta had just begun to summon dissipated immediately. Very well, focus on your training, Ruffin instructed. Where are you going? Vegeta quickly asked, do not leave. If you depart, I shall be no match for those 3 and will be utterly defeated. I simply need to rest, Ruffin chuckled, finding a spot to recline and close his eyes. Only then did Vegeta feel a sense of relief, inhaling deeply as he commenced a new round of training. On another planet, after more than an hour of recuperation, Might finally awakened. She sprang from the ground and unleashed a destructive energy with a wave of her hand. Crack! The destructive energy struck a distant star, shattering it as if it were a fragile soap bubble. Whoosh! Though the flavor is exquisite, a sense of discontent lingers within, prompting the release of destructive energy that has obliterated several planets, thus bringing a semblance of relief. Torpa and Dispa tremble in fear. Having never before witnessed Lord Wymite in such a furious state, it is only natural. Being bullied by that scoundrel could incite anger in anyone. Humph, I shall not forgive him, Wymite declared coldly. He is still on my planet, is he not? Indeed, my lord, Torpa nodded. As for the words spoken by Ruffin, Torpa and Dispa had already conferred and decided it best not to inform Lord Wymite. revealing that would only exacerbate the situation, and suggesting that he relinquish his title as the god of destruction? Absurd. Return to your proud planet, Wymide commanded. But, my lord, what about you? Dispa inquired. Humph. I shall retaliate, Wymide replied with a cold smirk. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Understood. Torpa and Dispa immediately bowed in deference. With a swift motion, Wymide took a moment to recuperate before soaring into the sky, racing toward the direction of the 10th universe. He was off to summon reinforcements. Since I cannot face you alone, I shall gather others to assist in your reckoning. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. 10th universe, Planet Ramsey. What? You were defeated? Ramsey exclaimed, his trunk swaying in astonishment as he gazed unblinkingly at Wymide. Kex silently observed from the side, refraining from offering any comment. Wymide remained silent. He had already conveyed everything necessary to Ramsey. The one who struck you was that Rufin from the new god of destruction election? Ramsey scratched his head, bewildered. The one who concocts cola? Enough chatter, Ramsey. Will you assist or not? Wymide demanded with a dark expression. Of course, you're my dear brother. I shall lend my aid. Ramsey replied, though he added, but how could that cola maker be so formidable that even you cannot prevail against him? Who knows how that came to be? If that individual truly possesses such strength, then with our combined powers, we likely would still fall short. We need additional support, Wymide stated coldly. With Quaitra added to our ranks, I envision no significant issues, Wymide continued. Quaitra's involvement would indeed pose little trouble. Ramsey nodded, having long competed with Beerus for the title of the strongest god of destruction. From my estimation, Quaitra's power is likely superior. Beerus, always napping, could hardly surpass Quaitra. To be prudent, I intend to enlist Kampa and Hellas as well, Wymide contemplated. Must we summon so many gods of destruction? Ramsey exclaimed, surprised. Let us avoid any complications. Wymide insisted. Honestly, I believe it would be more effective to concentrate all of our destructive energy into your singular form. That way, your retaliation would carry more weight. Ramsey proposed. That notion has merit. It is certainly preferable to overwhelming a mere Kaioshin. Wymide's eyes gleamed with newfound resolve. Zeiss, have you heard? Immediately contact Katra, Xiangpa, and Helis, and summon them to my planet, proposed Ramsey. Understood, Lord Ramsey, Zeiss nodded, using her staff to reach out to the 3 deities of destruction. Upon hearing the account from Wami, Katra and Helis were equally astonished. Can you believe that the one selling cola managed to defeat Wami? Is this cola vendor truly that formidable? Without a moment's hesitation, they declared their intention to gather on Ramsey's planet. As for Xiangpa, what? Such a thing happened? How audacious! He exclaimed. So, when will Lord Xiangpa arrive? Zeiss inquired on behalf of Ramsey and Wami. Katra and Helis are already en route, she added. Chapter 181. 3 positions of destruction have opened up Bardos. What are you saying? What has happened to that planet? What issue has arisen? What? Is the Supreme Kai seeking self-destruction? Xiangpa suddenly turned to Bardos, his expression shifting dramatically. I said nothing, Bardos replied, nodding in agreement. Zeiss observed silently, choosing not to interject. So, does this mean Lord Xiangpa won't be able to come? Zeiss asked. I fear I must delay my arrival, Xiangpa responded gravely. This is terrible. I must prevent our universe's Supreme Kai from self-destructing, or I will cease to exist. Then, Lord Xiangpa, please come once you are finished, Zeiss sighed. Very well. I shall certainly make my way, Xiangpa assured. Zeiss ended the communication. Xiangpa took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Can that little Lufan already defeat Wami? He shuddered. Indeed, it's fortunate that Lord Xiangpa has not provoked him recently, Bardos chuckled. This fellow's strength has escalated far too swiftly, Xiangpa gritted his teeth. Lufan has been diligently training. Bardos remarked with a smile. Unlike Lord Xiangpa, who often idles away his time, it is only natural to be surpassed. Does Lord Xiangpa wish to lend assistance? Bardos inquired. I must contemplate carefully and weigh the pros and cons, Xiangpa mused, stroking his chin. What do you think about my helping Lufan at this moment? Indeed, offering timely assistance is far better than merely adding embellishments, Bardos nodded. However, Lufan is not yet in dire need. You are correct. Unless Lufan is on the verge of defeat, I shall only then provide him with some destructive energy. I believe he will repay my kindness, Xiangpa pondered. That is rather obvious, Bardos remarked, exasperated. All right then, Xiangpa grinned, addressing Bardos. Bardos. You must immediately contact Lu Fan and inform him of the impending alliance of these deities of destruction, stating it is from me. Understood, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos complied without objection. Immediately, Bardos used her staff to connect with Lu Fan on the planet New Vegeta, conveying Xiangpa's message. Lu Fan, you must exercise caution. Those individuals may inject all their destructive energy into Wei Meta, elevating her power to unprecedented heights, Xiangpa advised Lu Fan. Oh, is that so? Lu Fan smiled faintly, showing no signs of fear. I have watched you grow. I do not wish to see you bullied by them, Xiangpa continued. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa. Lu Fan nodded in gratitude. Ha ha ha. This lad finally knows how to express gratitude. Xiangpa chuckled heartily. How troubling. How many gods of destruction are there now? Lu Fan inquired. Which gods of destruction are involved in this matter? Together with Wei Meta, there are 4 in total, Xiangpa replied. Do not underestimate them. Particularly that fellow Katra. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest god of destruction, perhaps even more formidable than Beerus. Lu Fan fell into deep contemplation. Rest assured, Lu Fan, do not overthink it. I am on your side, Xiangpa said with a smile. If the destructive energy at your end runs low, I can infuse you with more. I believe our combined destructive energy will surely be enough to defeat them. No. My current concern is that 3 positions for gods of destruction will soon be vacant. Where shall I find 3 new ones? Lu Fan pondered. What do you mean? Xiangpa asked, taken aback. You intend to replace those 3 gods of destruction? Xiangpa, please find a suitable individual to assume the role of god of destruction for a certain universe, Lu Fan suggested. How about I grant you Quitra's universe? Xiangpa was momentarily stunned. You wish to bestow Quitra's universe upon me? I find that rather perplexing. I think Hit is quite capable. He is like a brother to me. What do you think of Hit? Lu Fan inquired. Xiangpa struggled to keep pace with Lu Fan's thoughts. Very well. Let us finalize this arrangement, Lu Fan smiled, provisionally designating Hit as the new god of destruction for Universe 4, replacing Katra. Ahem, what do you mean, Lu Fan? Changing gods of destruction is not a trivial matter. Xiangpa was bewildered for a while. To me, it is quite simple, Lu Fan replied with a grin. Because I am the great god of destruction. The great god of destruction? Since the day I became a god of destruction. I have never heard of such a title. Xiangpa wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, from today onward, it shall exist, Lu Fan beamed. Now Xiangpa, hurry and prepare your candidate. Regardless, I must thank you, Lord Xiangpa, Lu Fan smiled. This may very well be the last time I address you as Lord Xiangpa. Why the last time? Xiangpa asked, puzzled. Because I am about to become the great god of destruction, you should address me as such, Lu Fan chuckled. However, since we share a close bond, feel free to call me by my name. I shall not hold it against you. After hanging up the phone, Xiangpa remained in a daze for quite some time. Lu Fan has requested that I cultivate a new god of destruction for him, mentioning that Hit is his brother. How do they resemble each other? They are not even of the same race. Well, since he insists, I shall simply prepare Hit for the role. Perhaps Hit truly has the potential to become a god of destruction. If that were the case, the relationship between our 2 universes would undoubtedly improve. Kampa immediately instructed Beerus to contact Hit, summoning him to planet Kampa without delay. In Universe 11, on the new planet Vegeta, Lu Fan expressed his sincere gratitude to Kampa. Lu Fan had not expected that Kampa would demonstrate such camaraderie. In the face of such circumstances, he actually alerted me. Had Kampa opted for a more passive approach, merely observing from the sidelines until I was on the brink of defeat before imbuing me with destructive energy, I would have felt no gratitude. However, prior to any conflict, Kampa chose to align himself with me, proving that he possesses commendable qualities. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, under a gravity of 500 times, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air, accelerating with increasing speed. With a swift somersault, Vegeta landed steadily opposite Lu Fan. Chapter 182. Beware of being shaken to death. 500 times gravity. I have finally mastered it, Vegeta declared with confidence. Not nearly enough, Lu Fan replied with a smile. However, you must balance your training with rest. Do not overexert yourself without allowing for recuperation. I require no rest whatsoever, Vegeta retorted, baring his teeth. Lu Fan suddenly interjected, Vegeta. What? Vegeta blinked in surprise. Several gods of destruction are planning to collaborate against me, Lu Fan continued. Before the battle commences, I think it prudent to find you a safe planet to hide away. What nonsense. I would rather perish alongside you. Vegeta scoffed, unfazed. Bang! Lufon forcefully sent Vegeta flying with a slap. Who said anything about perishing? What I meant was, with you by my side. You might inadvertently be caught in the aftermath of our battle, Lufon clarified. Vegeta fell silent. Very well, in a while, Margarita will return. If you prefer to stay, standing beside her should keep you safe, Lufon added. Are you suggesting that woman protect me? Vegeta huffed. Do as you wish. If you wish to avoid being shaken to death, find a place to hide, Lufon advised. Vegeta grunted, choosing not to respond further. In Universe 7, on Earth. After 7 days of travel, Goku and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Dandy disembarked from their spaceship. That day, they returned to their respective homes, each seeking their families. However, Piccolo did not venture far. Following Goku's suggestion, he opted to settle near Goku's residence, allowing him to nurture Gohan effectively. Dandy also chose to reside alongside Piccolo, awaiting the restoration of Earth's Dragon Balls and the arrival of Namek's Dragon Balls to facilitate the reconstruction of Namek. As night fell, a young boy approached the exterior of Goku's home. Goku suddenly sensed the presence of someone nearby. Son Wukong swiftly stepped outside and encountered a youth with blue hair. The boy carried a long sword on his back and appeared to be quite spirited. Curiously, Son Wukong scratched his head and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am Trunks. Are you Mr. Wukong?" The boy scrutinized Son Wukong and asked, "Yes, what is the matter?" Son Wukong replied, still scratching his head in curiosity. "Is Mr. Gohan asleep?" Trunks turned his gaze toward the bedroom of the house. "Well, at this hour, he should be. I had planned to rest as well," Son Wukong answered. "That's good. Let us speak over there." Trunks gestured toward the distance. Son Wukong felt increasingly puzzled. What could this be about? Trunks walked directly into the nearby forest, with Son Wukong following closely behind. "Before discussing my matter, I would like to ask Mr. Wukong something," Trunks began. "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan at will?" Son Wukong replied, "What is it? Is it inconvenient to discuss?" Trunks was taken aback. "Is the Super Saiyan the transformation that radiates a golden light?" "Indeed," Trunks responded, slightly stunned. "Isn't that what you call a Super Saiyan?" "I cannot transform," Son Wukong admitted with a sigh. "What? Mr. Wukong cannot become a Super Saiyan?" Trunks was bewildered. "Yes, Vegeta can transform, but I believe that with diligent training, I might be able to achieve that form as well," Son Wukong explained. Trunks exclaimed, "My father can become a Super Saiyan, yet Mr. Wukong cannot. Why is there such a significant discrepancy in history?" "Why do you ask?" Son Wukong was taken aback. "I had hoped to transform into a Super Saiyan and spar with Mr. Wukong," Trunks said, feeling disheartened. You mean you can also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Son Wukong's eyes widened. "Yes," Trunks replied, as golden light erupted around him. With a resounding snap, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Not far away, Piccolo immediately sensed this formidable energy. He opened his eyes from a meditative state, frowning in contemplation. "Mr. Piccolo." Dandy also sensed the presence of this energy. "It feels similar to Vegeta's energy. Has this fellow returned?" Piccolo pondered, wondering if he was causing trouble for Son Wukong. "I will go and take a look." "I'll join you," Dandy exclaimed hastily. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but did not object. After all, it was just a Super Saiyan. "With my power, dealing with a Super Saiyan should be effortless." "I will go first," Piccolo declared, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly appearing near Son Wukong and Trunks. Upon arrival, Piccolo was met with an unfamiliar face. "Not Vegeta? Who is this boy?" Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Trunks, sensing Piccolo's powerful aura, glanced in his direction. "Mr. Piccolo?" Trunks said, slightly startled. "Why do I feel such an overwhelming aura from Mr. Piccolo? What is the reason behind it?" With a sudden thud, Piccolo landed beside Son Goku. Gazing up at Trunks. "So it's you, Piccolo. You arrived quite swiftly," Son Goku greeted with a smile. "Who is he?" Piccolo inquired. "I'm not quite sure. He claims to be Trunks and has come to find me. He also mentioned he can transform into a Super Saiyan," Son Goku responded, somewhat puzzled. "Reveal your origins," Piccolo said sternly. "What brings you to Earth? How do you know me?" I am Trunks, a human from Earth," Trunks explained. "Don't jest. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet you still claim to be merely a human?" Piccolo scoffed. "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that right now," Trunks replied, looking somewhat helpless. Suddenly intrigued, he added, "Mr. Piccolo, may we spar? I wish to gauge your strength." Of course, Piccolo smiled, gesturing to Trunks. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Trunks swiftly drew his sword and aimed to strike at Piccolo. Piccolo remained still. The sword halted mere centimeters from Piccolo's forehead. Why didn't you evade? Trunks asked. Because your attack lacks sufficient force. There is no need to dodge, Piccolo stated. Trunks felt a pang of disappointment. And you bear no intent to kill. I trust you would cease your attack, Piccolo chuckled. Well, this time, I do not intend to stop. Is that permissible? Trunks replied. Certainly, I've said it before. Feel free to attack me, Piccolo said with a smile. Hey, Trunks swung his sword once more, this time delivering a horizontal slash toward Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo raised a hand and effortlessly grasped the sword. Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you serious? You caught my sword so easily? With a gentle flick of his hand, Piccolo struck Trunks squarely in the chest. Pooh! Trunks coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent reeling backward. Boom! He collided with a massive boulder, his golden aura dissipating as he sustained severe injuries. Stunned, Trunks felt both astonished and exhilarated. I didn't realize Piccolo was this formidable. Could he effortlessly defeat the androids as well? Despite his injuries, Trunks gritted his teeth and managed to stand. Son Goku chuckled helplessly from the side. Dandy, please attend to him, Piccolo called to Dandy, who had rushed over. Am I here to be a healer? I just arrived, and the fight is already over? Dandy had no choice but to comply, swiftly approaching to unleash healing light upon Trunks. Before long, Trunks' injuries were completely healed. Trunks stood in astonishment for quite some time, looking down at Dandy. I don't recognize you at all. Who are you? Trunks asked. I am Dandy, Dandy replied with a smile. How impressive you are. My injuries have completely healed, Trunks exclaimed. Now, young man, you can surely reveal the purpose of your visit, Piccolo remarked with an air of indifference. Very well, Trunks replied solemnly. What I am about to disclose is of utmost importance, so please keep it in mind and refrain from sharing it with others. Speak, Piccolo urged. Perhaps those of you from this era may find it hard to believe that I hail from a world 20 years in the future. Having arrived here via a time machine, Trunks stated. What? From the future? Goku was indeed taken aback. 20 years hence? Piccolo furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding. As I have already mentioned, I am a human, yet I bear the blood of a scion, for I am the son of Vegeta, Trunks elucidated. The son of Vegeta? Goku was utterly astonished. Piccolo remarked, the son of Vegeta has surpassed our Gohan? This is truly troubling. Perhaps I should intensify Gohan's training. I did not come here merely to discuss this matter, nor to challenge Mr. Piccolo, but rather to convey something of great significance, Trunks said, his expression growing increasingly grave. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances, while Dandy was disregarded. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years hence, around 10 a.m., 2 terrifying monsters will emerge on an island approximately 9 kilometers from South City. They are beings of unimaginable power, beyond the comprehension of this age. Trunks declared in a hushed tone. Are they aliens? Piccolo inquired. No, they are androids birthed from this very planet. You may envision them as robots. Albeit they are fashioned from human modifications, Trunks explained, adding that they were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Red Ribbon Army? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished long ago by Mr. Goku, yet Dr. Gero remains alive and continues his research, Trunks clarified. Do they intend to conquer the world? Goku asked. I am not entirely certain, but it seems plausible, Trunks replied. However, these 2 merciless killing machines, androids 17 and 18, are exceedingly ruthless. They even killed their creator, Dr. Gero. This implies that they are now solely driven by the thrill of murder and destruction. So, not even the god of destruction is their match? Piccolo queried. Trunks was momentarily bewildered. God of destruction? What is that? What do you mean by god of destruction? He asked. Do you not know? Piccolo retorted. I have never heard of such a being. Trunks shook his head. Then, are you familiar with Lufon? Piccolo pressed. Trunks again shook his head in confusion. What? You have never heard of Lufon? Goku expressed his astonishment. Lufon. I have never encountered such a name, Trunks admitted. Feeling somewhat bewildered. There is nothing to ponder, Piccolo scoffed. Perhaps we belong to a parallel universe, remarked Piccolo with a smile. The events occurring in your realm may not transpire in ours. Piccolo, your reasoning is quite profound, nodded Son Wukong from the side. Trunks was just pondering why I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, as it seems that in his universe, it should be me who achieves that form. May I inquire who defeated Frieza? Trunks asked. Was it my father? To be precise, it was a fellow named Toppo who delivered a swift kick that knocked Frieza out. Piccolo explained. Toppo? Who is that? Trunks was increasingly perplexed. I do not recognize any of the individuals you are mentioning. It appears we truly exist in parallel universes. Piccolo confirmed with a nod. Will those two dreadful androids emerge in our world as well? Son Wukong inquired. That remains uncertain. Piccolo shook his head. Trunks, at a loss for words, said, please continue. Share the events of your future so that we may be better prepared. Very well, I shall elaborate, Trunks nodded. In our timeline, during the battle 3 years hence, my father, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Mr. Piccolo were all slain. Even Mr. Gohan? Piccolo interjected, his brow furrowing. Indeed. Trunks replied solemnly. Mr. Gohan also perished 4 years ago. What? Gohan is dead. Piccolo's expression tightened. Wait, what about me? Son Wukong asked anxiously. Did I meet the same fate? You did not participate in the battle, as shortly thereafter, you would succumb to a grave illness, a viral heart disease, leading to your demise. Trunks explained. Son Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, rendered speechless. I have come specifically to deliver a special medicine to you, Mr. Wukong, Trunks stated, producing a small vial and handing it to Son Wukong. If the symptoms arise, take this. Is that true? Why didn't you mention it sooner? You startled me. I feared I would die from illness. Son Wukong sighed in relief. Mr. Piccolo, I have a request. May I accompany you to the future world? Trunks asked. If Mr. Piccolo can injure me with a single punch, then defeating those two androids should be manageable. Of course, that is not an issue. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Wonderful, Trunks exclaimed, a mix of excitement and joy illuminating his face. When shall we depart? Piccolo inquired. What is your desire? I wish to meet my father. I have never seen him before. Once I catch a glimpse, we can set off immediately, Trunks replied. However, I feel that my return may have been slightly premature, as it seems I arrived a year earlier than anticipated. What do you mean? Piccolo inquired, taken aback. Perhaps it is inconsequential. Let us not dwell on such details, Trunks smiled. Piccolo, is Vegeta currently on Earth? Son Wukong turned to ask. I am uncertain. He might not be. Piccolo shook his head. My father is not on Earth. Where could he possibly be? Trunks was taken aback, trapped and taken away by Ruan. The whereabouts remain unknown, Piccolo replied. Ruan, you have mentioned this individual several times. Who is he? Trunks inquired. He is an exceptionally powerful being, Goku assessed. He is a Kaioshin, the greatest deity in this universe, Piccolo added. Does my mother know that my father has been taken? Trunks asked. Your mother? Goku scratched his head. Your mother can't be Emily, can she? Yes, Trunks nodded. I never imagined they would have a child like you, Goku chuckled. Please keep this matter confidential. I fear that if it becomes known, they might feel embarrassed, and I may cease to exist, Trunks stressed. Rest assured, Goku affirmed with a nod. I shall return home to see if my father is there. If not, we must depart swiftly, Trunks declared. Go on, Goku did not object. Piccolo gently nodded as well. Whoosh. Trunks transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly vanishing into the night sky. Soon, Trunks appeared outside his home, peering through the window. Indeed, his father was not there, leaving Trunks somewhat disheartened. Since he is not at home, I should hasten back to the future. Whoosh. Trunks quickly returned, retrieving the time machine. Together with Piccolo, they boarded the time machine. Good luck, Piccolo, Goku encouraged. Don't worry, Piccolo replied with a slight smile. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo, Trunks expressed. It's nothing. Piccolo said nonchalantly. I find Earth somewhat tedious at the moment, so accompanying you to the future is a welcome change. With a thud, the time machine's hatch closed, ascending gracefully into the sky. By the way, Mr. Piccolo, it takes approximately 3 years to fully charge the time machine, meaning we may only return to this era in 3 years, Trunks added just before departure. Why mention such an important matter now? Piccolo felt slightly dismayed. Whoosh. The time machine vanished into the night sky, and Piccolo and Trunks returned to the future world. In Universe 11, on the planet New Vegeta, Margarita had wandered for several days before finally returning, as there was truly nowhere else to go. After all, this is my home. You can't possibly want me to stay away, she remarked. Margarita, you are finally back. I have missed you dearly, Ruan said. Come, let me embrace you, he continued, extending his arms toward Margarita. She remained speechless. Vegeta pretended not to notice, feeling exasperated by the situation. You actually fancy the blue-skinned beauty? Though she is indeed attractive, her complexion is rather peculiar. I still believe my Emily is more pleasing, Vegeta mused. Margarita, please continue to guide Vegeta moving forward, Juan instructed. For he was now the god of destruction of Universe 11, albeit merely in title, as his strength still fell short. Margarita, has this led to a change in the flavor of the dish? Moreover, this place has now been renamed Planet Vegeta. Lavin continued. Margarita covered her face, feeling too disheartened to speak. Great priest, have you perhaps granted him too much freedom? As the days passed, in Universe 10, on planet Ramses, the gods of destruction finally gathered. Present were the gods of destruction, Vermouth, Ramses, Quitella, and Hellas. Quitella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, resembled an elderly yellow-haired mouse. Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2, bore a resemblance to an indigenous black individual. Surely, everyone is aware of the events that transpired? Ramses swayed his elephantine trunk and addressed the other three gods of destruction. However, that lad Lavin seems to be enhancing his strength at an astonishing rate, Hellas mused. During the recent Universe Destruction God Selection Tournament, I sensed his power, which seemed rather unremarkable. We need not concern ourselves with that for now. You all must channel your destructive energy to me, for I intend to beat this lad senseless. Vermouth's nostrils flared in anger. Moreover, the mere thought of Vegeta urinating in his direction further fueled Vermouth's ire. That stream was quite yellow, causing Vermouth to tremble with rage. Where's Kampa? Has that fellow not yet arrived? Quitella inquired. No, Kampa mentioned that the Supreme Kai of his universe is currently in peril, Ramses sighed. Hence he is unlikely to arrive anytime soon. Chapter 185. Such matters require the great priest's approval. Shall we continue to wait? Hellas asked. No need. There is no point in waiting for him. Quitella chuckled softly. It won't make a difference. You are right, Quitella, Vermouth nodded now. Please bestow your destructive energy upon me. Wait a moment. Quitella interjected with a differing opinion. The three turned their attention to Quitella. Chris observed silently from the side, refraining from any comments. Quitella, do you have something to say? Vermouth inquired. I believe it would be wiser for you all to channel your destructive energy into me. Allowing me to confront him, Quitella smiled. After all, my strength surpasses yours. Wouldn't you agree, Vermouth? Spare me your arrogance. Vermouth bared his teeth, feeling quite indignant. Quitella spoke the truth. Hellas nodded. If we channel our energy to you, and you still lose to him, we would all be embarrassed. I too agree that Quitella should engage in battle, for he is the most formidable god of destruction among us four, Ramses added. Indeed, I am the strongest god of destruction of all. Quitella confidently patted his chest. However, Vermouth, you can rest assured, when I have rendered him incapable of resistance, you may then step in and finish him off. With your assurance, I feel reassured, Vermouth nodded. Let us inject our energy after we arrive in Universe 11, Ramses suggested, as energy infusion would only sustain us for about an hour at most. Very well, it shall be so. The exquisite flavor prompted vigorous nods of agreement. And thus, I must trouble the three of you. After the matter is resolved, I shall treat you all to a delightful feast. Whoosh. The four figures transformed into four streaks of crimson light, soaring towards the 11th universe. In the 7th universe, on the planet Beerus, Whis, what is the situation? Is Lufon unharmed? The prophetic fish inquired with concern. Indeed, as expected of Lord Lufon. His true form has emerged, effortlessly defeating Lord Wymede, Whis explained. That is reassuring. As I had anticipated. After all, he is a god of destruction. How could he possibly be bested by Wymede? The prophetic fish responded with a smile. However, Lord Wymede has allied with the gods of destruction Katra, Ramses, and Hellas, and they are currently racing towards the 11th universe, Whis continued. What? Are they joining forces? The prophetic fish exclaimed. Even if Lufon is powerful, he cannot possibly contend with all four of them. No, they intend to channel all their destructive energy into Katra, allowing him to challenge Lufon, was clarified. In that case, their combined strength would be far more formidable. The prophetic fish's expression darkened. This will not do. I believe we should awaken Lord Beerus and have him assist. That is unnecessary. If Lord Lufon cannot handle their united front, how could he ever hope to attain the rank of god of destruction? Whis shook his head. He won't be killed, will he? The prophetic fish wiped his brow. Unlikely. Whis pondered. In the 11th universe, on the planet New Vegeta, they have arrived. Lufon looked up at the sky. For gods of destruction joining forces, Margarita remarked. If I defeat them, Will you marry me? Lufan proposed. How absurd, Margarita replied. I hardly know how to respond. If I were to marry you, what would happen to Bados? Not to worry, marrying multiple wives in the divine realm is hardly a violation, is it? Lufan countered. Margarita wiped her brow. You are incredibly amusing. How many wives do you wish to have? With my abundant energy, one wife would hardly suffice, Lufan asserted confidently. Margarita wiped her brow again. Could you not be so blunt? I have decided on 6 wives, 1 for each day, Lufan mused. A week has 7 days. What of the extra day? Will you not rest? Margarita chuckled. Who said anything about resting? On the final day, we shall all gather and enjoy each other's company. The thought alone fills me with anticipation, Lufan declared. Margarita was left speechless. Your ideas truly catch me off guard. After a brief silence, she continued. But returning to the topic, apart from the 3 of us, who else do you have in mind? The 3 of you? There are clearly 4, Lufan corrected. 4? Me? Bados. Rose. Aren't there only 3? Margarita counted on her fingers. And Cress as well. It would be a pity to overlook that little one, Lufan added. Margarita replied. Ahem. Cress is the eldest among our angels. She is certainly not a mere child. She smiled. That's quite all right. After all, she resembles a young girl, Lufan replied. Moreover, are you not angels who possess immortality? Age is hardly a concern. This notion prompted Margarita to ponder thoughtfully. However, she soon vigorously shook her head. How did we end up entangled in this conversation? As if we would truly become your wives. And what about the other 2? Margarita inquired. We can simply find 2 women from Earth to make it work, Lufan suggested. Make it work? Margarita wiped her brow. Are those 2 women merely here to fill the numbers? I fear I may tire of the blue skin. Lufan responded with a wry smile. Margarita fell silent. Perhaps I should refrain from speaking. If you are pleased, that suffices. Thus, I wish you success in overcoming their combined forces and in realizing your dream of marrying 6 wives. Margarita remarked. So, does this imply your agreement? Lufan asked. I have not explicitly stated my consent. Such matters require the approval of the High Priest, Margarita replied. Very well, I shall propose to the High Priest, Lufan said. It is indeed a conundrum, having to prepare gifts for the 4 daughters of the High Priest. Margarita suggested. What if we offered their 4 universes to the High Priest as a dowry? Lufan pondered. Margarita fell silent. You are remarkably clever. Are not these universes already the High Priest's? Would it be appropriate to gift them back to him? Agreed. It is a delightful decision. Lufan clapped his hands. How is it a delightful decision? You made this choice unilaterally, Margarita remarked with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 186. The destructive energy of 100 light years. The mere thought stirred excitement within him. 6 wives. Lufan expressed his anticipation for the upcoming Sunday as he gradually ascended into the sky. Whoosh. A crimson glow enveloped Lufan, propelling him into the distance. He opted against battling within the realm of destruction, for it could lead to the obliteration of the entire domain, a gift intended for the High Priest. The annihilation of a universe would be far from beneficial. Whoosh. Lufan accelerated towards the direction where the delectable individuals awaited. Vegeta swiftly soared into the sky, gazing after Lufan's vanishing figure. Yet, he could see nothing. The distance was simply too vast. A look of helplessness crossed Vegeta's face. That Lufan is truly cunning. Why didn't I wish for the ability to survive in the universe back then? What a miscalculation. As Vegeta mulled this over, he turned to see Margarita observing with her staff. He quickly descended, appearing beside her. Hey, can that blue-skinned woman see where Lufan is fighting? Vegeta inquired. Margarita retorted. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Is that how you address me? Did Lufan not inform you of my identity? She asked with a frown. Vegeta shook his head. Who knows what your identity is? If you were to become the god of destruction of the 11th universe, I would serve as your guiding angel. Remarked Margarita. Humph, what need have I for a guiding angel? One god of destruction suffices for me, Vegeta retorted confidently. Thud. Margarita struck Vegeta on the head with her staff. He felt a dizzy spell wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. This woman was no ordinary being. Did you think I would only teach you martial arts? Margarita smiled. I am the teacher of gods of destruction. They are no match for me. Vegeta was taken aback. Could it be that this woman was even more formidable than a god of destruction? How could I have overlooked such a fundamental truth? Not to mention, while Lufan is indeed powerful, he still falls short compared to me. I simply choose not to engage with her on that level, Margarita asserted confidently. Vegeta was once again struck with disbelief. She is stronger than Lufon? Humph. I shall relay this information to Lufon later, he thought, clenching his teeth. The path ahead of you is long and arduous. To become the god of destruction of the 11th universe, your first task is to become the mightiest human in this universe, Margarita advised, gazing at Vegeta. And where do you believe I rank among the humans of the 11th universe with my current combat prowess? Vegeta inquired. Let me check the rankings, Margarita said, glancing at the crystal orb atop her staff. Among the humans I am aware of, you would rank around 15th. What? 15th? Vegeta exclaimed incredulously. I didn't even make the top 10? I thought I could dominate the humans of the 11th universe, aside from that rabbit and the Karin arm. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Vegeta asked through gritted teeth. Do you think the strongest human in our universe is that Toppo? Margarita teased. Who else could it be? Vegeta replied. The strongest human in our universe is Jiren. If we are to consider energy levels, his energy surpasses that of Lord Vermoud. Margarita said with a slight smile. What did you say? That guy's power has surpassed Vermoud's? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. I was referring to energy levels, Margarita clarified. However, should a true battle ensue, Lord Vermoud, as a god of destruction, could still defeat Jiren. So, does that mean gods of destruction have their own inherent advantages? Vegeta queried. You could interpret it that way, Margarita nodded. Since this Jiren fellow is so powerful, why hasn't he been chosen as a candidate for god of destruction? Vegeta pressed. Because Jiren does not desire the role of god of destruction, Margarita replied. Is that so? Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of it either. I merely wish to grow stronger, Vegeta laughed lightly. Margarita cast a silent glance at Vegeta, choosing not to elaborate further. In the vast expanse of the universe, Lufon soon transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering the cosmic realm. In the next moment, Lufon raised his hand, conjuring a crimson-violet energy sphere. The sphere swelled rapidly, expanding to a diameter of approximately 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lufon continued to amplify the crimson-violet orb. 1,000 meters. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 100 million kilometers. 1 light year. 10 light years. 100 light years. In under 10 minutes. The crimson-violet energy sphere had attained a staggering diameter of 100 light years. This represented the most colossal destructive energy Lufon could muster to date. Indeed, a sphere of destructive energy spanning 100 light years. On the planet New Vegeta, while engaged in conversation with Margarita, Vegeta abruptly noticed a peculiar shift in the surroundings. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to see an enormous crimson-violet orb in the sky. What is that? Vegeta pondered, momentarily stunned. Margarita quickly followed suit, using her staff to observe the terrifying energy sphere, a diameter of 100 light years. Margarita's lips trembled slightly. What do you mean, 100 light years? Vegeta inquired, bewildered. Do you see that crimson orb? Its diameter has indeed reached 100 light years, she replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. What are you saying? Vegeta shuddered in disbelief. What is that thing? How can it be so colossal? Is it a star? No, it is a destructive energy formed by Lufon, Margarita clarified. Vegeta was left utterly astonished. Is that energy truly conjured by Lufon? Can he manifest energy of such magnitude? 100 light years is an immensely daunting figure. And how long has it been since Lufon departed? Just a little over 10 minutes. Are you suggesting that in merely 10 minutes, he has created an energy sphere measuring 100 light years? What must the growth rate of this energy sphere be? It must have far surpassed the speed of light. Vegeta was enlightened today. What does he intend to do with such a colossal energy sphere? He asked incredulously. Chapter 187. The destruction of Katra, I have no idea. Margarita shook her head. What would happen if such a massive energy sphere were to explode? Would our universe be shattered on the spot? Vegeta questioned. Remove the word not, Margarita responded. That is destructive energy, more than sufficient to annihilate the entire universe, Margarita affirmed. Vegeta fell silent. Is it too late to leave this universe now? He asked. Didn't someone say they wanted to stay? Why are you so frightened already? Margarita replied. In the vastness of space, upon entering the domain of the 11th universe, the 4 gods of destruction, Whis, Rumsey, and Helios, immediately halted. Following this, Whis, Rumsey, and Helios joined hands, forming a circle, with Katra standing at the center of this assembly. The three individuals commenced the gathering of destructive energy, channeling it into the central figure, Katra. The destructive energy accumulated upon Katra, intensifying with remarkable speed. Before long, the once yellow fur adorning Katra transformed into a deep crimson hue. The trio had pooled all their energy into Katra. Katra, do not let us down, Ramsey remarked with a smile. This is the entirety of our destructive energy, Helles added with a grin. Strike him fiercely, render him immobile, and then I shall personally extract his essence, Wei Mei declared with a hint of malice. Leave it to me. I shall fulfill your desires, Katra assured, patting his chest. Your current energy can only sustain for an hour. We must act swiftly, Ramsey cautioned. I am well aware, Katra nodded, turning his gaze towards the realm of destruction. You all stay here. Shortly, I shall incapacitate him and return with him. Just as he spoke, Helles abruptly exclaimed, What is that? What are you talking about, Helles? Wei Mei inquired. Look quickly. Is that not destructive energy? Helles pointed towards a distant purplish-red light. It appears so, Ramsey observed, tilting his head to examine it. It must be that fellow, Rufin, gathering destructive energy, Helles pondered. What on earth is he doing so far away? Ramsey questioned, perplexed. Humph, merely trying to create an illusion. Wei Mei scoffed. Katra, hasten your pace. Katra nodded slightly, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the distant purplish-red point. However, as he drew nearer, Katra was met with a shocking revelation. The entity was indeed destructive energy, and it was colossal. Upon closer inspection, Katra realized it was a monstrous mass, akin to the size of a small star system. 100 light-years of destructive energy had coalesced, rendering this expanse of starlight into a realm of death. The entirety of the 11th universe trembled, as though on the brink of collapse. Katra shivered involuntarily. Why do I have such an ominous premonition? Yet, in the next moment, Katra gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. The closer he approached the destructive energy, the more trepidation filled his heart. Why am I afraid? I am Katra, the most formidable god of destruction. Furthermore, I have absorbed the destructive energy of the three of them. Among all gods of destruction, I am the mightiest. Katra clenched his jaw, accelerating once more. As he neared the destructive energy, the magnitude of it became horrifyingly clear. This is absurd. This destructive energy is indeed 100 light-years in size. What purpose does gathering such immense destructive energy serve? I say, how can one not be filled with dread in the presence of such overwhelming power? Return, Katra, you are no match for me. Do not seek discomfort for yourself, lest I strip you of your title as the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Suddenly, a voice swiftly converged around Katra from all directions. Although this place was in a vacuum, as a god of destruction, sound could be transmitted through energy as a medium. Katra immediately scanned the surroundings, searching for the figure of Lufon. Come out. Hiding is no skill, Katra bellowed. As for the notion of being stripped of his title, Katra paid it no heed. You say you will strip it away as if it were a mere trifle? Who do you think you are? So, you are unwilling to leave? Lufon inquired once more. Why would I leave? I am Katra. Among all the gods of destruction, I am the strongest, Katra declared with a smile. Come forth. Are you not powerful? Let us engage in a proper contest. First, break my destruction array. Lufon chuckled softly. Destruction array? What is that? Katra was taken aback. You shall find out soon enough. Lufon replied with a grin. At that moment, with a sharp sound, a destruction energy the size of 100 light-years split into 2, then 4, and finally 8. The 8 segments of destruction energy divided into 8 positions, up, down, left, right, encircling Katra entirely. What do you intend to do? Katra snorted, already prepared for battle. Press down in front and back simultaneously, and you shall have 30 lives, Lufon remarked. Katra was perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? Very well, let the destruction array commence. As Lufon's voice echoed, whoosh, 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 destruction energy emitted beams of destructive light from all directions, attacking Katra in the center with ferocity akin to laser fire. Mere trifles. Is this your so-called array? Katra scoffed, waving his hands dismissively as if swatting flies. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the incoming destruction energy was sent flying with a single slap from Katra. After dispersing over 100 beams of destructive energy, Katra soared into the air, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, the destruction energy seemed to have a mind of its own, following Quitra's movements, maintaining their positions above below, left, and right. Katra glanced around in confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The destruction energy once again unleashed beams of light. How many times will you resort to the same tactic before you relent? Such things are utterly ineffective against me. Katra shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Once more, Katra swatted away the beams of destructive light. Soon, the second wave of attacks concluded. Katra had sent all the destruction energy flying. Come out at once. Katra huffed. Third wave of attacks, commence. Lufan's voice rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The destructive energy once again unleashed a purplish-red glow, sweeping towards the position of Ketra like a barrage from a machine gun. Ketra exclaimed, Is this ever going to end? I see it now. You have concentrated such immense destructive energy, yet you have not shown yourself because your energy reserves are nearly depleted. Am I right? Your entire essence has coalesced into this destructive sphere. Rufan remained silent. Bang, bang, bang. Ketra swatted away the incoming destructive flames once more. Are you attempting to wear me down in this manner? Ketra scoffed. However, a tinge of anxiety crept into Ketra's mind. If this continued, it was likely that he would be exhausted by this fool. I must devise a way to break through this wretched place promptly. But where exactly is he? Where are you? Show yourself. Ketra shouted again. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall take this destructive energy to your new universe. That new universe does not seem to be fully formed yet, does it? You must know the consequences of bringing this destructive energy there. Oh, go ahead. The new universe welcomes you, Rufan replied. Then I shall take this destructive energy for a little tour of your new universe, Ketra said with a faint smile, turning to fly towards the direction of the new universe. It just so happens that the Grand Priest is over there enjoying tea, if your timing is right. You might even share a cup with him, Rufan added. Ketra shuddered slightly, immediately halting in his tracks. What? The Grand Priest? Is he indeed sipping tea in the new universe? If I carry this destructive energy over, it will surely cause a tremor in the new universe. If the Grand Priest's tea spills, I will be held responsible. Ketra dared not proceed, although he harbored doubts about the Grand Priest's presence in the new universe. The risk was too great to take. What if it were true? Do you think I cannot find you? Ketra bellowed in anger, You little soda vendor. Fourth round of attacks, commence. Rufan's voice resonated once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 streams of destructive energy flickered with purplish-red light, targeting Ketra at the center. Ketra knew all too well that if this continued, his energy would be entirely depleted by this fool. Moreover, sustaining such immense destructive energy for an hour was undoubtedly feasible. The issue lay in the fact that after an hour, the destructive energy of the 3 of them would dissipate. My own destructive energy would also suffer significant depletion due to these forces. After an hour, Rufan's destructive energy might even partially restore. When that time arrives, it could prove dire. I must find a way to dismantle this destructive formation. With a sudden motion, Ketra extended his arms, summoning a large protective shield that enveloped his body entirely. Thud, thud, thud. The streams of destructive energy struck the shield, producing dull thuds. How do you like that? Did you think I was merely swatting flies? Ketra laughed heartily. 5th round of attack, commence. Lufan's voice resonated once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of purplish-red flames erupted from the destructive energy. I told you, such things are of no use to me. I knew you were merely stalling for time. But it matters not. I shall inevitably find a way to unravel your formation, sneered Quaitra. Suddenly, the purplish-red flames pierced through Quaitra's protective shield, striking him directly. Quaitra winced in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. What is happening? Fortunately, although the impacts were excruciating, the injuries were not severe. Upon closer inspection, Quaitra felt an urge to curse. He noticed that the purplish-red energy flames had transformed into exceedingly fine strands, which were, after all, destructive energy compressed into delicate filaments. Thus, these strands effortlessly penetrated Quaitra's shield and struck him, akin to the torment of being pricked by needles. Quaitra erupted in fury, unleashing a colossal burst of destructive energy in response. Destruction. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he directed the destructive energy towards the oncoming attack. Bang! The energy he released collided with Lufan's destructive force. To Quaitra's astonishment, Lufan's destructive energy quivered slightly before, much like a larger fish devouring a smaller one. It consumed the approaching energy entirely. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud resonated, followed by an eerie silence. Lu Fan's previously attacked destructive energy now seemed revitalized, as if reborn. What? How is this possible? Quatra's eyes widened in disbelief. It even possesses the ability to devour? What a jest! Sixth round of attack, commence. Lu Fan's voice rang out anew. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purplish-red flames were unleashed once more. Quatra shuddered slightly, reluctantly raising his hand to counter. Bang, bang, bang. The purplish-red energies were once again sent flying helter-skelter by Quatra's strikes. In the distance, Wei Meta, Halisi, and Ramsey, the three gods of destruction, stood at a safe distance, wary of approaching too closely. Their reserves of destructive energy were dwindling. If we get too close, we risk being caught in the crossfire, Wei Meta remarked. Rest assured, Wei Meta, Quatra is the strongest god of destruction. Even without the energy from the three of us, he should have no trouble dealing with that boy, Lu Fan. Ramsey reassured. Humph, I am well aware, Wei Meta nodded. It has been 10 minutes. The outcome should be evident soon, Halisi pondered. Just as he spoke, a sharp crack echoed from his direction. Wei Meta and Ramsey stared wide-eyed, their expressions tinged with unease. Chapter 189. Lu Fan's recovery speed is tenfold that of theirs. Hellas, what are you doing? Exclaimed Ramsey in astonishment. Hellas, why are your clothes torn? Wei Mei remarked, nearly drooling at the sight. Hellas' expression shifted from shock to embarrassment. He sensed something amiss about himself, a chilling sensation creeping over him. Upon glancing down, he was filled with both shame and fury. Where are my clothes? Why have they vanished? It seems they have been torn apart by some force. Fortunately, Hellas was the god of destruction. This was hardly a concern for him. With a swift motion of his hand, Hellas conjured an entirely new outfit. Someone is ambushing us. Wei Mei furrowed her brows, scanning the surroundings. Ramsey also cast a wary glance around. Could it be that Ketla has been defeated by Lu Fan? Hellas seemed to suddenly grasp something, speaking in a grave tone. Is Lu Fan the one attacking us? Ramsey inquired. Humph, who else could it be but that shameless fellow? Wei Mei seethed. Lu Fan, I will settle this with you. Who permitted you to tear my clothes? Hellas bellowed. Oh, I'm curious to see what your skin tone is like. It seems rather dark, Lu Fan's voice echoed. Confirming their suspicions. Hellas felt utterly dismayed. Who asked dark? Lu Fan continued. What do you think, you two? Is it a bit dark? Ramsey pondered for a moment, glancing at Hellas. Ramsey, why are you looking? Hellas snapped. Not dark at all, Ramsey replied, swaying his trunk. Lu Fan, come out. Stop being so elusive. Wei Mei demanded, her expression darkening. Where is he? Hellas murmured. I haven't seen him either. Let us remain vigilant, backs against each other, to guard against his ambush, Ramsey whispered. The trio was now low on destructive energy, truly fearing Lu Fan might strike. Let us locate him first, Hellas gritted his teeth. You wait, boy. How dare you tear my clothes and call me dark? Ramsey and Wei Mei exchanged glances. Hey, am I really that dark? Hellas questioned. Actually, I quite like the color black. Wei Mei replied. Get lost. Hellas fumed. Ramsey swayed his trunk, casting a look at Wei Mei. Your taste is truly unparalleled. Wait, if Lu Fan is here, where is Ketla? Has he already been defeated by Lu Fan? Wei Mei suddenly realized, her expression shifting dramatically. No, he likely has not been defeated yet. Hellas shook his head. The absence of Ketla's presence indicated that only his voice remained, a mere echo of himself. Indeed, if Ketla had truly fallen, Lu Fan's true form would have manifested. Rather than just his voice, Ramsey concurred. So, this fellow wishes to engage us in psychological warfare? Wei Mei scoffed. However, how did he manage to destroy Hellas' clothing? That destructive energy is no simple matter, Ramsey pondered. Enough with the talk of my clothes. Hellas shouted in anger. Exercise caution, for this individual relishes in ambushes. The flavor is exquisite. The three remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. In the seventh universe, within the realm of destruction, Whis was observing the unfolding events through the crystal orb atop his staff. What is the situation? He inquired. Do not merely focus on your own observations. Share your insights with me, the Oracle Fish urged, anxious. Indeed, it is truly commendable, Lord Ruffin, Whis smiled. Does this imply that he has emerged victorious? The Oracle Fish asked excitedly. Lord Katra has been thoroughly subdued, Whis affirmed with a nod. For gods of destruction banded together, and yet they remain no match for Ruffin? The Oracle Fish was taken aback. When did Ruffin elevate his prowess to such heights? Ruffin has been diligently cultivating his strength. Thus, such an enhancement is expected, Whis responded. However, this time, He employed a rather unique method in battle. What method? The oracle fish inquired. A destructive formation, Whis elaborated. Destructive formation? What is that? I have never heard of it. The oracle fish shook his head. It involves condensing destructive energy, encircling an individual, and unleashing small-scale destructive energy attacks upon the central target. Whis explained. What purpose does that serve? The oracle fish pondered. It is quite beneficial, Whis replied, as it significantly depletes Quitra's destructive energy. Once his energy is sufficiently diminished, Ruffin will be poised to counterattack. How astute, the oracle fish exclaimed in realization. However, he soon scratched his head in confusion. But wait. You mentioned Ruffin has amassed such a vast reservoir of destructive energy. Surely, that must be taxing for him as well. The oracle fish mused. When Quitra's energy is nearly exhausted, how much can Ruffin hope to recover? Are you unaware? Ruffin's energy recovery rate surpasses that of other gods of destruction by more than tenfold, was clarified. What? The oracle fish's eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps, the title of Great God of Destruction truly suits him best, Whis reflected. I have long maintained this. My predictions have proven accurate, have they not? The oracle fish said with a hint of pride. In the 6th universe, on planet Kampa, Beerus was also observing the battle occurring in the 11th universe through his staff. Beerus, what is the outcome? Who has triumphed? Kampa inquired. Beerus remained silent. Surely, that brat Ruffin has not lost? Kampa's expression shifted dramatically as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, I have wagered all my stakes on him. If he falters, I shall become the subject of ridicule among the other gods of destruction. Are you regretting your decision, Lord Kampa? Beerus glanced at Kampa. If he truly loses, I shall undoubtedly lament my choice, Kampa admitted. The fact that I tipped Ruffin off will surely be discovered by the other gods of destruction. Perhaps I should learn from Beerus and sleep for several decades until the commotion subsides. Kampa was lost in thought. Rest assured, Lord Kampa, as it stands. Ruffin is unlikely to fail, Beerus mused. What did you say? Unlikely to fail? Kampa responded, taken aback, and quickly pressed for further clarification. Ketla sighed, having not even laid eyes on Bados. What? Xiangpa inquired 3 times. You haven't seen anyone? Then who is Ketla battling? Xiangpa asked. Lord Ketla is contending with the destructive energy coalesced by Lufan, Bados replied. So, after all this time, it amounts to nothing? Xiangpa exclaimed. Ketla hasn't even encountered Lufan? What on earth is happening? In the new universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, I pay my respects to the Grand Priest. Rosie's immediately bowed. Rosie's. It has been a long while. The Grand Priest nodded slightly. There are no outsiders here, so you may address me as father. Very well, father. Rosie's responded with a nod. Did you summon me to discuss Lufan? The Grand Priest inquired, gazing at Rosie's. Indeed, father, Rosie's affirmed. Speak your mind. The Grand Priest urged. What thoughts could I possibly have? Rosie's lamented. It seems quite excessive for 4 gods of destruction to bully the god of destruction of my universe. Did you witness their battle? The Grand Priest asked. No, I couldn't bear to watch. Lufan must be suffering dreadfully, Rosie sighed. Alas, we angels are not permitted to intervene. Perhaps you should observe first, the Grand Priest sighed. I have a feeling my daughter is becoming infatuated. How much cola did that lad Lufan offer her? Rosie spoke in his defense. Hastily, Rosie's used the crystal ball atop her staff to monitor the battle in the 11th universe. Upon witnessing the scene, her anxious heart was finally at ease. Oh dear, father. I shall pretend I said nothing, Rosie's quipped with a playful grin. The Grand Priest remained speechless. A brief silence ensued. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, the Grand Priest declared. Father, why not enjoy a cup of tea before you depart? Rosie's replied with a smile. This tea was personally harvested by Lufan from some exquisite beauties. Father, would you care to sample it? Rosie's inquired. Very well, let us taste it, the Grand Priest nodded. Can one truly discern the flowers within? In the 11th universe, on the planet New Vegeta, hey, what is the outcome? Did Lufan prevail? Vegeta asked, somewhat anxious. This concerns my future and fate. If Lufan loses, I fear my demise will be quite grim, considering I've insulted the god of destruction. However, even death would matter little. This is the pinnacle of my life. I believe I could boast about it for eternity. Kakarot, have you ever experienced something like this? Wait a moment. Why am I comparing myself to that weakling Kakarot? I am a Super Saiyan, while Kakarot hasn't even transformed into one. From now on, my goal will be to become the second Lufan. I too shall become the mightiest god of destruction. Things appear quite promising. Margarita observed through the crystal ball atop her staff, explaining the situation to Vegeta. So, does that mean Lufon is set to win? Vegeta felt a surge of joy. There should be no significant issues, Margarita nodded. It appears that the god of destruction of Universe 11 is indeed set to be replaced by me, mused Vegeta. First, become the strongest human, sighed Margarita. Of course, I shall diligently train toward the goal of becoming the strongest human, Vegeta replied with a confident smile. In the vastness of Universe 11, 8 energies of destruction circled around Katra, who was enduring the 88th wave of assault. Katra was battered and bruised, breathing heavily. And he could feel the creeping fatigue. Ruffin, if you have the guts, step forward and face me in a one-on-one battle. Katra exclaimed, his anger boiling over. After fighting for so long, he had yet to lay eyes on his opponent. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Katra had developed a reflex. Upon hearing the swift whooshing noise, his hands instinctively waved to swat away the incoming crimson flames. This was, thus far, the most effective countermeasure he had discovered. What frustrated Katra the most was that this formation of destruction was utterly flawless. He had never considered escaping the confines of this array, surrounded by the destructive energies. Yet, despite Quitra's speed, the destructive energies matched him stride for stride. No matter which direction he attempted to move, they followed closely, never letting up. When Katra accelerated, so did the destructive forces. He had contemplated various strategies to break free, but none bore fruit. Now, he was left to endure the relentless assault of the 8 destructive energies. After more than 50 minutes of battle, the crimson glow surrounding Katra began to diminish, his complexion shifting towards yellow. He believed that soon, the energy provided by the trio of flavors would be depleted. Was he truly to be defeated as the strongest god of destruction by a mere soda vendor? This notion was intolerable. Yet, the irony was that he hadn't even seen his opponent. Katra was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. The whooshing sound echoed again. Hee. Quitra's large hands swiftly waved, once more dispersing the flames. In the distance, the trio of flavors had been vigilantly watching their surroundings for nearly 50 minutes. However, aside from the earlier incident where Hellas' clothing had been obliterated, nothing extraordinary had transpired. I told you, that fellow enjoys being cryptic, huffed Flavor. How shameless. Hellas was consumed by anger at the memory of his torn garments. Hasn't Katra defeated that guy yet? Ramsey murmured. If he had, he should have returned by now. It is rather peculiar, Hellas pondered. I said it before, that fellow revels in theatrics. He deliberately destroyed Hellas' clothing to keep us on high alert, while he himself has vanished, Flavor speculated. Do not mention the clothing incident to me again, Hellas retorted. It is indeed quite mysterious, remarked Ramsey, nodding his head. He even claimed to be the great god of destruction, the steward of all destruction deities, holding a status equivalent to that of the high priest. Wamey chuckled softly. What? The great god of destruction? Hyles was taken aback. Ramsey also appeared momentarily dazed. What expressions are you two wearing? Wamey smiled gently. There is no such divine position as that, you know? I specifically consulted the Divine Hierarchy Guide. And since the first year of the Divine Chronicle, there has been no existence of a great god of destruction. Chapter 191. I thought there really was a great god of destruction. I was startled, thinking there truly was a great god of destruction, Ramsey remarked, patting his chest. What if, just what if, a new position like that was established? Hyles pondered. Both Ramsey and Wamey turned their gazes toward Hyles. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Hyles chuckled. It is unnecessary to dwell on such matters now. Let us hasten and check things out. Wamey proposed. Our destructive energy has already been significantly restored. All right, let us see if Ketla has indeed defeated this fellow, Ramsey said. The three of them swiftly set off toward Ketla's location. Whoosh. Just as the trio advanced a short distance, a disturbance rippled through the void ahead. Snap. In the next moment, the figure of Lufon materialized directly before them. Lufon. The expressions of Wamey and the others shifted dramatically. Lufon's appearance here implied something significant. Could it mean Ketla had been defeated? How could that be? Ketla had absorbed the destructive energy from the three of them, and he himself was the strongest god of destruction. Although he had yet to determine a victor against Bills, his power should be nearly on par with Bills. Yet now, only Lufon had arrived. The faces of Wamey and the others grew increasingly grave. However, Wamey quickly regained composure. Do not be afraid. Even if Ketla has fallen before him, how much energy could he possibly possess now? Wamey smiled. Upon hearing this, Hyles and Ramsey were enlightened. Indeed, even if he could defeat Ketla, he must be at his limit now. If we three join forces, we can surely turn the tide. And Ketla? Wei Mei inquired with a stern expression. He is still engaged with my destructive energy. Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What do you mean? Hyles asked, momentarily confused. Just picture it for yourselves. Lu Fan chuckled. From this day forth, the gods of destruction from the second universe, the 10th universe, and all others must yield. I will elevate the god of destruction that I have nurtured. Humph, don't speak so arrogantly. The position of a god of destruction is not something you can simply exchange at will. Wei Mei retorted with a huff. Finding so many candidates for the position of god of destruction at this time is quite challenging for me. But you two still have one opportunity left. Lu Fan turned to face Hyles and Ramsey, offering them one final opportunity. If either of you withdraws, I shall retain your position as the god of destruction. However, only one slot is available, and I have already decided who shall succeed as the new god of destruction. Hyles and Ramsey remained silent. Come on. You two can't possibly believe his nonsense. Wei Mei exclaimed, exasperated. Hyles, why not step down? I never strike women. I merely tear their garments, Lu Fan remarked. You dare speak of clothing? You shameless scoundrel. Hyles retorted, her anger flaring. I shall grant you 3 seconds to reconsider. For I cannot find a suitable replacement for your position as god of destruction, Lu Fan said with a smile. Humph, defeat me first. Hyles scoffed, suddenly conjuring a bow and arrow. Drawing the bowstring taut, she aimed the arrow at Lu Fan. Can you catch it? Hyles smirked. This is quite the conundrum. Who would be a fitting successor as the new god of destruction? Lu Fan mused, realizing he had 4 universes to fill. Whoosh. Hyles, devoid of hesitation, released the arrow, which soared toward Lu Fan's position. Thud. The arrow pierced Lu Fan's form, leaving a crimson glow upon him. What? Why didn't you dodge? Hyles gasped, eyes wide. No, this is merely his doppelganger. Wei Mei immediately deduced, realizing the true Lu Fan was elsewhere. Wei Mei comprehended that the Lu Fan she had initially battled was a mere projection. The one with the tail was indeed his true self, a corporeal carbon-based life form. Correct, Lu Fan nodded. This doppelganger is inconsequential. I can't even defeat it myself. Wei Mei huffed. I see now. Your real body is still engaged in combat with Quitella, isn't it? So, it was merely a projection. Ramsey chuckled, declaring, watch as I shatter him. Roar. Ramsey bellowed at Lu Fan's location, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that enveloped Lu Fan. And then, nothing happened. Is that all you've got? Lu Fan chuckled. Your roar is rather unimpressive, Ramsey. What? He.S. unharmed? Ramsey's eyes widened in shock. Everyone stay calm. It's because our energy has yet to fully restore. Wei Mei quickly asserted. I will engage him first. You two focus on regaining your destructive energy. Ramsey and Hyles nodded slightly. Whoosh. Wei Mei dashed toward Lu Fan, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Smack. 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 Lu Fan effortlessly deflected all of Wei Mei's attacks. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Fan retaliated with a swift slap to Wei Mei's face, sending her tumbling through the air. Wei Mei quickly regained her balance, staring in astonishment at Lu Fan. What on earth? How has this guy's projection grown so powerful? I find myself lacking in energy. However, your doppelganger appears to be significantly more formidable than before. Wei Mei, do you truly believe my doppelganger is so easily trifled with? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Bang. With that, Lu Fan swiftly advanced, delivering an uppercut that struck Wei Mei squarely on the chin. Wei Mei was propelled upward, feeling as though her jaw had dislocated. Whoosh. In an instant, Lu Fan reappeared directly above Wei Mei. Bang. Lu Fan executed a flawless hook, landing a kick on Wei Mei's shoulder. She plummeted like a meteor from the heavens, crashing onto a massive meteorite below. Boom. Wei Mei's body shattered through the meteorite. Chapter 192. Hyles, I offer you one last chance. Are you two still merely spectators? Do hurry and assist. Lu Fan grinned, looking cheerfully at Hyles and Ramsey. Are you intent on allowing me to defeat you one by one? Hyles and Ramsey gritted their teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards Lu Fan in unison. Despite facing 2 adversaries, Lu Fan remained undaunted. In the next moment, Wei Mei soared into the fray, joining the battle. Lu Fan, single-handedly, challenged 3 gods of destruction, and this was merely his doppelganger. It was also worth noting that these 3 gods were not at their peak condition. Naturally, Lu Fan's strength had also surged. as he had infused this doppelganger with an even greater reservoir of destructive energy. After several rounds of combat, boom, a surge of energy erupted from Lu Fan, sending the three gods reeling backward in shock, their expressions darkening. However, they quickly regained their composure, positioning themselves in three distinct directions to encircle Lu Fan. Lu Fan, I concede that you have indeed grown powerful, but it is impossible for you to defeat all three of us single-handedly. Wei Meta sneered coldly. You are merely stalling for time to prevent us from aiding Quitella, aren't you? Ramsey scoffed. We shall see just how long your doppelganger can endure. Hyles chuckled lightly. Very well, I find myself somewhat fatigued from today's skirmish. Let us pause for now. Lu Fan grinned, revealing a flash of pristine white teeth. Whoosh. Immediately after his words, a purplish-red streak of light appeared beside him. As the figure of the purplish-red light gradually materialized, upon seeing this entity, particularly the tail behind it, Wei Meta could not help but tremble, her expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, Wei Meta, my true form has arrived, Lu Fan chuckled. The arrival of my true self signifies what? It indicates that Quitella has been defeated. If we three struggle against merely one of his doppelgangers, how much more daunting would it be to face his true form? The expressions of Wei Meta and her companions turned exceedingly grim. What shall we do now? Hyles, considering your gender, I shall grant you one final opportunity, Lu Fan stated. Hyles remained silent. Immediately withdraw from their ranks, or I shall be plagued with a headache, Lu Fan remarked, casting a glance at Hyles. What headache do you speak of? You are the one with a headache. The three of us joining forces render you no match for us, Wei Meta retorted coldly. Fool. I have a headache from the lack of suitable candidates for the god of destruction, Lu Fan chuckled. Training so many gods of destruction has been quite exhausting. Hyles glared furiously at Wei Meta. Since you choose to remain silent, then so be it. We can easily forsake the second universe. Lu Fan pondered, resting his chin in thought. What did you just say? Hyles' face paled. I said the second universe has become unnecessary, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Do you think you are the Omni-King? Do you believe you can make the second universe vanish at will? Wei Meta reprimanded angrily. Very well. I shall give the three of you a beating to demonstrate what a true god of destruction is, Lu Fan said with a slight smile. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Fan was poised for attack. Wait. Hyles suddenly interjected. Lu Fan paused momentarily. Am I still able to withdraw? Hyles inquired. Of course, it is not too late. Lu Fan nodded gently. Hyles. Wei Meta shouted. Hyles, do not be deceived. Ramsey hastily advised. Therefore, I shall withdraw, Hyles declared, stepping away from Wei Meta's faction. Wei Meta and Ramsey exchanged silent glances, realizing how quickly Hyles had been swayed by this individual. This complicates matters. Hyles, you are quite astute. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Though his complexion is somewhat dark, his physique remains impressive. Hyles, then it is just the two of you left. Lu Fan smiled, extending a finger to point at Ramsey's body from a distance. Ramsey immediately readied himself for battle. You are simply not my opponents, even if Hyles joins you. What difference would it make if another god of destruction were added? Lu Fan smiled faintly as a purplish-red light flickered in his hand. Whoosh! The purplish-red beam surged forth, striking Ramsey's trunk with precision. A sharp crack echoed as Ramsey's trunk was abruptly severed. Ack! Ramsey let out a wretched cry. Whoosh! Lu Fan swiftly moved, instantaneously appearing directly in front of Ramsey. Bang! Lu Fan's fist landed squarely on Ramsey's chest. Spurt! Blood gushed from Ramsey's mouth. Following this, Lu Fan delivered a resounding slap to Ramsey's face. Boom! Ramsey was sent hurtling like a cannonball into a massive meteorite in the distance. With a tremendous crash, the meteorite shattered into pieces. When they looked again, Ramsey's head was tilted, and he had fainted. Lu Fan had effortlessly knocked Ramsey unconscious. Wei Meta was horrified, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is it possible that this fellow could engage in such a lengthy battle with Quetler without showing any signs of fatigue? Did Margarita administer treatment to him, enabling his recovery of strength? It seems implausible. Margarita serves as my guiding angel, and beings of her ilk, akin to battle angels, seldom offer assistance. Hyles was equally engulfed in boundless astonishment, simultaneously relieved by his choices. This is absurd. Lu Fan could effortlessly incapacitate Ramsey on his own. Even with my assistance, it would be utterly insufficient. We were merely at a stalemate with his doppelgangers. His true form is overwhelmingly formidable. Now, it is your turn, Wei. Are you prepared to endure the onslaught? Lu Fan gazed at Wei Mi with a smile. She trembled slightly. Whoosh. A flicker of purple-red radiance emanated from Lu Fan's fingertips, swiftly targeting Wei Mi. Thud. Wei Mi was caught off guard, unable to react in time. A dull sound echoed as her form was pierced by the radiant energy Lu Fan unleashed, leaving behind a substantial pool of blood. You're not holding up well, Wei Mi, Lu Fan remarked with a grin. Anger flashed across Wei Mi's face, yet despair lingered in her heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Fan, showing no courtesy, allowed the purple-red luminescence to flicker again, continuously piercing through Wei Mi's body. She was rendered powerless to retaliate, emitting cries of anguish. Chapter 193. I shall be the Great Destroyer. You have no objections, do you? This is rather dull. Lu Fan shook his head. Why don't you resist a bit? Wei Mi had truly succumbed to despair this time. Look at you. Not putting up any fight makes me seem like the villain, Lu Fan sighed. Wei Mi remained silent. Bang. Lu Fan thrust his right hand forward with a powerful slap. An invisible force struck Wei Mi directly in the chest. Thud. Blood erupted from her mouth, spraying 3 meters high, a truly spectacular sight. Subsequently, Wei Mi's body slid backward, and she fainted on the spot. Helles was terrified. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Is this really the same kid who once sold cola? Will our universe truly give rise to a new Great Destroyer? Lu Fan smiled at Helles. Helles quivered. I mentioned I was withdrawing from the previous events. I sincerely apologize. Helles stammered. Lu Fan remained silent, merely observing Helles intently. Don't you enjoy tearing my clothes? Would it suffice if I were to destroy them myself? Helles gritted his teeth and hastily added. Lu Fan, slap. After Helles spoke, seeing Lu Fan's lack of reaction, he had no choice but to unleash his energy, causing his own garments to disintegrate. Lu Fan was left speechless. You truly are remarkable. I hardly know whether to strike you or not. As a deity of destruction, Helles had existed for millions of years. Compared to being struck, having his attire shattered was hardly significant to him. Moreover, he was rather handsome. Why do I feel as though I've gained an advantage here? This was the thought that crossed Helles's mind. Are you feeling relieved now? Helles inquired, his face flushed. Indeed, the physique is commendable, yet it is regrettable, remarked Lu Fan with a shake of his head. You are implying that I am dark-skinned, aren't you? Helles responded. I shall take on the role of the Great Destroyer. You have no objections, I presume? Lu Fan smiled. No, I do not object, Helles hurriedly replied. Very well. I feel relieved now. You may take your leave. Lu Fan chuckled and waved farewell to Helles. Helles exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, he expressed, bowing in gratitude. Is it true that the realm of destruction is on the brink of a significant upheaval? Will a Great Destroyer truly emerge? Then, I bid you farewell. Helles said to Lu Fan. Go on, Lu Fan did not oppose. Helles, fearful of Lu Fan changing his mind, swiftly transformed into a streak of light and hastened away. Before long, Helles departed from the 11th universe. In another location, Katra was still valiantly enduring. What frustrated Katra the most was that he had not laid eyes on a single person. He had merely been contending with these 8 energy orbs. Whoosh! Katra hurriedly waved his hands, deflecting the incoming energy flames. His stamina was severely depleted, and he was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! The destructive energy launched its 128th wave of attack. Are you never finished? Katra exclaimed, nearly losing his sanity. Once more, Katra flailed his arms, sending the destructive energies flying. However, he was now at the end of his rope. After deflecting a few more waves of destructive energy, he ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of several others. Puff! 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 3 waves of destructive energy pierced through Katra's body, leaving 3 gaping wounds. He already bore several injuries, and now he had more. Katra was on the brink of madness, emitting cries of despair. Whoosh! The energy orb shot forth a purplish-red light once again. Katra felt hopeless. Puff! The purplish-red light pierced through Katra's body once more. At last, he could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Katra collapsed, Lu Fan gradually appeared nearby. How easily he falls. He has fainted already. Lu Fan shook his head, for he had claimed to be the mightiest of the destroyers. Bang! Lu Fan delivered a powerful kick to Katra, sending him flying away. Subsequently, Lu Fan approached to inspect the 8 destructive energies he had manifested. After more than an hour of battle, these energies had nearly turned transparent. Snap! Lu Fan gently tapped one of the destructive energies. It instantly transformed into a soap bubble and dissipated. Soon after, Lufan shattered the remaining 7 energies. Whoosh! Lufan's avatar, the Kaioshin, manifested at the scene. Instantly, the fragmented purplish-red light converged into Lufan's avatar, where it was absorbed and compressed to a minuscule size. You are formidable. Lufan's avatar extended a hand. Indeed, you are quite powerful as well, came the reply. Luo Fan nodded, indicating that it was time to return and engage in a profound discourse with Margarita about ideals. On the new planet Vegeta, Margarita wiped the sweat from her brow. Isn't your doppelganger under your control? Do you not feel shame in boasting so brazenly? She questioned. And what ideals could you and I possibly discuss? Have you lost? Vegeta, noticing Margarita's perspiration, asked with concern. What? Margarita was taken aback. I meant, did Luo Fan lose? Vegeta's heart sank. No, he won. Why would you think he lost? Margarita replied, slightly astonished. Won? Then why are you sweating? Vegeta retorted, exasperated. You wouldn't understand. Margarita dismissed him. Since he has won, I shall devote myself to training, striving to comprehend the concept of ultimate freedom you mentioned, Vegeta pondered. Oh, grasping ultimate freedom is no simple feat. Margarita shook her head. Just tell me how long it will take for me to understand this ultimate freedom you speak of. Vegeta inquired. Lord Womide spent millions of years without fully grasping true ultimate freedom, Margarita smiled. What do you mean? That fool took millions of years and still hasn't understood it? Vegeta was incredulous. Even if I am a genius, how long must I take? I cannot wait that long. Just then, as they conversed, Luo Fan descended from the heavens with his doppelganger, landing beside Vegeta. In the next moment, Luo Fan waved his hand, causing his doppelganger to vanish without a trace. Luo Fan, did you defeat those few gods of destruction working together? Vegeta was genuinely astonished. It was merely 4 gods of destruction working in unison, Luo Fan replied with a smile. My ultimate goal is to challenge all 12 gods of destruction united. Vegeta and Margarita were taken aback. Chapter 194. Quitella, what are you doing? As the supreme god of destruction, if one cannot even withstand the combined efforts of 12 gods of destruction, it raises some concerns, Luo Fan remarked with a smile. Vegeta fell silent, and Margarita, too, had no words, feeling that Luo Fan's statement was indeed valid. Moreover, Vegeta, you need not cultivate ultimate freedom. It is ill-suited for you, Luo Fan stated. Then what should I train in? Vegeta asked. There is a unique skill among the gods of destruction called self-ultimate freedom. You may cultivate that, Luo Fan suggested. Self-ultimate freedom? What is that? Vegeta inquired. I merely mentioned it to broaden your horizons. First, establish a solid foundation, Luo Fan replied. Vegeta, you would have been better off not saying anything at all. 3 hours later, Quitella, Ramses, and Womide, the 3 gods of destruction, finally regained consciousness. Luo Fan, valuing righteousness and morality, had deliberately placed them together for companionship. Although all 3 were gods of destruction and had sustained significant injuries, their wounds swiftly healed. Even Ramses' elephantine trunk was restored through regeneration. Of course, for their destructive energy to return to peak condition, a period of time was still necessary. The 3 were currently exhausted to their limits. Ramses and Waimei turned their gazes toward Keitra. How could you have been defeated? You harnessed the destructive energy of the 3 of us. Keitra inquired. What on earth happened to you? Waimei bit her teeth in frustration. Did you not expend even a modicum of Lu Fan's stamina? What? Are you implying that Lu Fan came looking for you? Keitra's eyes widened in disbelief. Otherwise, how could we have lost consciousness? Ramses replied with a dark expression. Keitra, how did you fight? Waimei clenched her fists tightly. Don't even mention it, Keitra grumbled, her teeth gnashing in irritation. After such a prolonged struggle, I didn't even lay eyes on my opponent. I even forgot what Lu Fan looked like. After all, he was merely selling soda at the time, and I didn't focus on that aspect. What exactly transpired? Waimei asked coldly. I placed all my bets on you. And now we, the gods of destruction, find ourselves in a most tragic predicament. Keitra was at a loss for words. How can I explain this? Should I tell them that I fought for hours only to find myself in solitude? Would they mock me? She contemplated the situation. This matter can wait. I need to devise a plan to strike back. Waimei interjected. Ramses, you intend to retaliate? How do you propose we do that? I suspect he is nearly out of energy. A surprise counterattack would surely catch him off guard. Keitra chuckled, revealing her prominent teeth. Suddenly, a sound echoed from a distance. Swish, swish, swish. Keitra's expression froze momentarily, and instinctively, she began to flail her arms, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks toward Ramsey and Waymay. Within 10 seconds, both Ramsey and Waymay found themselves battered and bruised. "What are you doing, Katra?" Waymay exclaimed. "Have you betrayed us too?" Ramsey pondered the unsettling thought. "What? Betrayed?" Katra stammered. "I truly didn't mean to." Once again, the distant sound of swish, swish, swish reverberated. Bang, bang, bang. Katra unleashed another series of strikes upon the two, leaving them further disfigured. The trio was running low on energy, yet Katra, being a god of destruction on par with Beerus, managed to catch them off guard with her sudden assault. Roaring in disbelief, Ramsey bellowed, his voice resonating through the starry expanse. He was now convinced that Katra had indeed turned against them. How could we, with our combined destructive energy, be unable to overcome Lu Fan? If you haven't betrayed us, then who has? And why would you attack us unexpectedly while pretending to be out of energy? I refuse to believe it. With a swift kick, Ramsey struck Katra in the face. "You wretched yellow-haired rat. How dare you betray us? How much cola did you actually drink, Ruffin?" Longshi inquired. Katra was struck and sent hurtling backward. "Calm down, Longshi," Waymay hurriedly interjected, pulling Longshi back. Only then did Longshi cease his assault. "There must be something amiss. Katra is not the type to betray us," Waymay remarked. Katra paused amidst the stars and swiftly returned. "Katra, please explain what just transpired. Why did you suddenly ambush us?" Longshi asked, his face stern. Katra doesn't even know where to begin," he replied. Suddenly, a sound echoed from afar. A sharp whistle, shoo shoo shoo. Without a moment's hesitation, Katra lunged forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Longshi and Waymay. This time, Longshi and Waymay were prepared for battle, and soon the three were entangled in a chaotic melee. After approximately 10 seconds, the trio, having only just recovered from their injuries, found themselves in an even more dire state. They gasped for breath, their faces growing increasingly pale. "Katra, what is your intention?" Longshi demanded coldly. He too sensed that something was amiss. If Katra were truly to betray them, he should be at his peak energy. Yet he appeared to be equally exhausted. If he is not betraying us, why would he attack us? Longshi pondered, shaking his head in frustration, wishing he could strike Katra with his trunk. "I swear, I did not intend this. Do you believe me?" Katra lamented helplessly. Suddenly, another sound pierced Katra's ear. Ruffin was emitting a similar noise, but this was transmitted through a peculiar energy that only Katra could perceive, leaving Longshi and Waymay oblivious. "Watch out," Katra bellowed, launching into a flurry of erratic movements. Chapter 195. Broly, Longshi and Waymay were startled and quickly retreated. However, Katra's instinctive response to attack left him feeling unsatisfied. He dashed towards Waymay, relentlessly pursuing him with a barrage of strikes. Waymay was nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Bang! Waymay retaliated, and once more the three were embroiled in a fierce struggle. 10 minutes later, all three collapsed, losing consciousness. At that moment, Katra seemed to experience a moment of revival, continuing his instinctive flailing, striking at the two. Longshi and Waymay groaned under the relentless assault. On planet New Vegeta, Ruffin contemplated, "This is quite vexing. Aside from Vegeta, I must select two more suitable candidates as gods of destruction. Who should I choose?" Vegeta interjected. "You're not considering that Kakarot fellow, are you?" "Son Goku is not fit to be a god of destruction," Ruffin replied. Vegeta fell silent. "It appears that I am quite suited to the role of a destroyer. However, having Son Wukong as the Kaishin would indeed be a splendid idea," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. "Kaishin? What exactly is that?" Vegeta responded, "I have heard of it, but I am not entirely clear on its purpose. The Kaishin is akin to a god of creation, responsible for the creation of planets and life. You may perceive it as the assistant to the god of destruction," Lu Fan succinctly explained. "Then, how about making that fellow Kakarot my assistant?" Vegeta chuckled. His naive and benevolent nature seems quite fitting for the role of Kaishin. "Very well. Let it be as you suggest," Lu Fan nodded. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? You have readily agreed, which is rather uncharacteristic of you. By the way, I too am a Kaishin. Did you not hear Piccolo refer to me as such?" Lu Fan grinned at Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, did you not claim to be the god of destruction?" he asked, puzzled. "My doppelganger is the Kaishin," Lu Fan chuckled. Vegeta felt a bit overwhelmed. "In any case, they are all gods, so it matters little. You focus on your training here while I fetch the other two candidates for the role of god of destruction," Lu Fan stated. "What? Do you intend for them to challenge me? Vegeta scoffed. Let it be clear, that woman mentioned I am only ranked 15th in the 11th universe. So it would be premature for them to challenge me. Once my strength increases, we may engage in a proper battle. Who would seek candidates for the god of destruction from the 11th universe? Naturally, I will look within our 7th universe, Lu Fan replied with a smile. The 7th universe? That poses no issue. With my current strength, I can play around with even Piccolo, Vegeta declared confidently, a smirk adorning his face. Humph, Lu Fan. I believe I am currently the strongest among humans in our 7th universe. Enough of your lofty dreams. Focus on your training. My doppelganger is already on the move. Lu Fan chuckled. Vegeta responded, I thought your main body was the one seeking them. So, while I am conversing with you, your doppelganger has already commenced action? On the planet Wampa of the 7th universe, a middle-aged man with a mane of white hair was howling at the sky. After all these years, he had yet to escape this desolate planet. The environment here was exceedingly harsh, offering no potable water. The man and his child could only quench their thirst with insect eggs. Even their sustenance primarily consisted of these insect eggs. The planet was perpetually beset by fierce storms, with visibility severely compromised. Approximately 20 years prior, the man, Paragus, and his son Broly's spaceship had crashed on this planet. Since that time, Paragus and his child Broly had remained on this planet, enduring a life shrouded in darkness. Broly, hurry and go hunting. Paragus called out without turning to look at his son. However, Broly showed no response. Broly, I am speaking to you. Paragus spoke with irritation, glancing back at Broly. However, he saw nothing. Broly had disappeared without a word, growing increasingly disrespectful. Paragus seethed with frustration, waiting in vain for Broly's return. On planet Frieza number 68, Lu Fan arrived with Broly through instant transmission, directly placing him in Zillai's chamber, where she was bathing. Without hesitation, Lu Fan thrust Broly into the room. Approaching 30, Broly had never encountered a woman before, and upon seeing the green-skinned beauty, his eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this person? Zillai pondered silently, observing Broly intently. Broly swallowed hard and lunged toward her like a tiger. Could you be a bit gentler? Zillai responded softly. Although the divine being in my dreams foretold that my true soulmate would appear today, is it truly you? Indeed, it is him. Lu Fan's figure materialized. Are you the deity from my dream? Zillai's eyes widened in disbelief. I was the one who sent you the dream. Lu Fan nodded. This Broly is your destined partner. You have one day to guide him, and after that, I will take him to become a true deity. What am I to teach him? Zillai asked shyly. Shall I instruct him in the pleasures between men and women? Lu Fan replied, I have no interest in the green-skinned race. He is akin to a savage, having never encountered a woman. You must impart to him the fundamental principles of human interaction. I see. Leave it to me, Zillai assured, patting her chest. Broly glanced in their direction, and Lu Fan followed suit. Well, it's not bad, though the color is rather peculiar, and it appears quite tender. Do you truly enjoy eating grass, Broly? With that, Lu Fan said no more and vanished through instant transmission. On Earth, Lu Fan appeared swiftly in a mountainous region, easily locating the sealed Majin Buu. With a single slap, he broke the seal. Buu sprang forth, immediately recognizing Lu Fan. You are that Cola man. Upon recognizing Lu Fan's face, Buu trembled, attempting to retreat into the shattered seal. Buu, do you wish to become the most powerful deity in the universe? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. Aren't you here to attack me? Buu stammered, taken aback. Lu Fan chuckled, prompting Buu to exhale in relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were here to beat me up. Just answering your question. If you choose not to respond, that is your prerogative, Lu Fan remarked. Buu nodded vigorously. Very well. I shall take you there now, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Buu nodded vigorously in agreement. In an instant, Lu Fan executed instant transmission, and they reappeared above the new planet Vegeta in Universe 11. Do you see that man below? Give him a thorough beating, but refrain from absorbing or killing him. Lu Fan instructed. Buu replied, such a delightful request is unprecedented. I had expected something more daunting. How splendid. Naturally, Buu was not opposed to the idea. Having just emerged from his seal, he was rather bored. Finding someone to engage in a fight was indeed a welcome diversion. With a whoosh, Buu descended rapidly towards Vegeta. Sensing an overwhelming energy approaching, Vegeta looked up to the sky. What? Who was that rotund figure? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Bang! Buu landed heavily, sitting squarely on Vegeta. Ark! Vegeta cried out, feeling utterly defeated. This fatso. I understand now. He must be the candidate for the god of destruction that Lu Fan has summoned. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck Bu in the face. Bu's features contorted inward, yet he wore a smirk of disdain. In retaliation, Bu delivered a swift blow to Vegeta's chest. Uffed. Vegeta coughed up blood, sensing his deteriorating condition. Makurita observed silently from the sidelines, offering no commentary. Lu Fan stood beside her, a beaming smile gracing his face as he watched the unfolding battle. Is this truly the candidate for the god of destruction you brought forth? Makurita inquired with a smile. I recall him from the God of Destruction selection tournament in the new universe. He emerged victorious. Had he not harbored evil within, he might have become the god of destruction of the new universe. Indeed, your memory is impressive, Lu Fan acknowledged with a nod. However, his malevolence has not diminished. Are you certain he can become the god of destruction for another universe? Makurita questioned. Fear not. I will devise a means to eradicate the darkness within him, Lu Fan assured her. Bang, bang, bang. Bu unleashed all of his pent-up fury upon Vegeta, who found himself in dire straits. Boom. A radiant aura enveloped Vegeta as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph. Do you truly think I, Vegeta, am easy prey? You shall witness the might of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta proclaimed, pointing to his own nose with pride. Oh, Bu nodded thoughtfully. Bang. In a flash, Vegeta launched an uppercut that connected squarely with Bu's chin. Bu's head tilted back slightly, but that was the extent of its effect. Bu rubbed his chin, looking down at Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta was stunned. My attack had no effect on him. Bang. Bu grinned widely, his arm suddenly elongating, landing a punch squarely on Vegeta's nose. Vegeta, unfortunately caught off guard, was sent flying backward, feeling as though his nose was about to bleed. That detestable fat fool. I shall not spare you. Vegeta shouted furiously, raising his hand to reveal a shimmering orb of energy. An artificial full moon. Bu paused, bewildered. What is that? Whoosh. Vegeta swiftly hurled the artificial moon into the sky. Bloom my moon, he bellowed. The energy orb erupted in the heavens, radiating a sacred luminosity. As Vegeta gazed upward, his physique began to transform. In an instant, a golden giant ape manifested before Majin Bu. Bu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a transformation exists? Die. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a crushing kick toward Majin Bu. Thud. Bu was immediately flattened under Vegeta's colossal foot. Vegeta quickly retracted his foot, staring down at the now pancake-like Bu, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, Rufin, is he dead? Vegeta inquired hastily. Do not jump to conclusions. He is not so easily vanquished, Rufin chuckled. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Bam. The next moment, Vegeta witnessed Bu's flattened form rapidly inflating. Bu, utilizing his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, restored his body. Gleefully, Bu patted his chest and clapped his hands, laughing heartily. What? This guy isn't scathed? Vegeta's eyes widened. Bang. Bu launched a swift assault, ramming his head into Vegeta's chest. Whis. Vegeta felt as though his entire being had been compromised, and he spewed a copious amount of blood. Although he had undergone rigorous training on New Vegeta Planet in recent days, his foundation remained too weak. Even as a golden great ape, Vegeta was still no match for Majin Bu. Arc. Vegeta exploded with rage, seizing Bu with a powerful grip. An hour later, Vegeta had been thoroughly battered by Majin Bu, his body covered in injuries. With hollow eyes, he gazed up at the sky, his spirit waning. Am I truly incapable of defeating this fat fool? I am such a useless Super Saiyan, Vegeta lamented. Makurita, please heal him, Rufin commanded. Makurita sighed. You really know how to delegate. Yet, she did not refuse, stepping forward to heal Vegeta while also restoring Majin Bu's energy. Makurita, how does this fat fool rank in Universe 11? Vegeta inquired. 4th place, I suppose, among humans. Including Jiren and Toppo, Makurita contemplated. Chapter 197. Ligel and Jean are coming too? 4th? Are you implying that Rabbit ranks above him? Vegeta was taken aback. Indeed. Tispo's power should surpass his, Makurita affirmed with a nod. Vegeta, that Rabbit is so formidable. I cannot even defeat this rotund individual, let alone that Rabbit. Rabbit? Bu turned to Makurita and inquired, is it delicious? Makurita replied, enough. You too should rest well. Tomorrow another candidate for the God of Destruction will arrive. After a few hours of repose, the three of them finally awakened once more. They exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they heightened their vigilance, distancing themselves from one another. It is not that I intended to harm you, Ketla sighed. It seems we have all fallen into that fellow Rufin's trap. What do you mean? Wymight asked. To be honest, I have never fought him, Ketla gritted his teeth. At this moment, I cannot afford to conceal the truth any longer. If I do not speak plainly, I will be misunderstood and condemned. It is as if I truly betrayed my principles. Am I, Ketla, the sort to turn my back? Even if I were to betray, would I not admit it? What do you mean? You have not fought him. So who have you been battling? Ramsay queried. That scoundrel amassed a destructive energy with a diameter of approximately 100 light years and divided it into 8 portions. Ketla clenched his teeth. So, one portion is about 125 light years in size? Ramsay pondered. Ketla, Wymight, is this the time for arithmetic? Wymight huffed, his nostrils flaring. Therefore, you have been contending with that destructive energy all along? Ramsay asked. Indeed, Ketla bit his teeth, an expression of grievance upon his face. Am I unjustly accused? Moreover, the most vexing part is that those destructive energies continuously unleashed beams of destructive light, making a sound upon release. The moment I hear that sound, my body reflexively launches an attack, for I realize that the best course of action was to deflect those beams of destructive light, Ketla expressed with bitterness. Then why did you not escape the encirclement of those destructive energies? Wymight inquired. Don't be foolish. One portion of destructive energy is 125 light years in size, equivalent to a massive star, Ramsay explained. To escape, one would need instantaneous movement. How vast is 125 light years? Currently, the diameter of our sun is merely 4 light years. It can be said that at that time, Ketla was surrounded by 8 stars thrice the size of our sun, relentlessly attacking him. Ramsay was correct. I could not escape the encirclement of those 8 destructive energies and was forced into a passive defense. Ketla gritted his teeth. What sort of sound do those destructive energies make when they fire? Ramsay asked again. Ketla, is it a swish-swish sound? Ramsay inquired. Ketla shook his head. Is it a caw-caw-caw? Wymight asked. Ketla shook his head once more. Is it a whoosh-whoosh-whoosh? Ramsay probed again. Ketla's expression froze, and he charged toward Wymight, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. It appears I was correct. That is indeed the sound, Ramsay observed from the side. Wymight, bang. After Ketla delivered a powerful blow to Waymay, he followed up with a punch to Ramsay's face. Ramsay lamented, I miscalculated. I should have kept my distance. From now on, I must steer clear of this fellow upon hearing that sound. He rubbed his sore face, pondering the next steps. This matter could not simply be brushed aside, could it? Ketla, seething with rage, suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, where's Helise? Why is she missing? We've been betrayed by that woman. Waymay spat, gritting his teeth. What? It seems women are inherently unreliable. Even the destroyers are no exception. Ketla scoffed. We must forge alliances with other destroyers. We shall not rest until we thoroughly defeat that scoundrel, Rufin. Waymay proposed. Summon all your ally destroyers. Ketla commanded. I only have you 3, Waymay sighed. And now Helise has turned against us. Then I shall fetch Ligil, Ketla suggested. I will go summon Jean, Ramsay added. Are there others? Any additional destroyers? Waymay inquired. If we only bring those 2, our chances of victory are slim. If that fellow, Beerus, were to intervene, perhaps we might stand a chance, Ramsay pondered. Humph. That Rufin fellow is from the 7th universe. Do you truly believe Beerus would assist him rather than us? Ketla expressed his disdain for Beerus. By the way, isn't Zampa around? He mentioned that the Kaioshin of their universe was in a dire situation and would arrive later. Where is he? Waymay suddenly recalled Zampa. Let us first head to my universe, allowing Kes to contact these destroyers and see if we can enlist a few more, Ramsay proposed. Waymay and Ketla did not object. The 3 of them soared through the skies, swiftly heading towards the 10th universe. Upon returning to Ramsay's planet in the 10th universe, he promptly instructed Kes to establish contact with Zampa. Zampa, have you finished your business? Ramsay inquired. Just wrapped up. What is the status? Have you begun your fight? Zampa asked, feigning ignorance. Ramsay, Ketla, and Waymay exchanged glances. We haven't started yet. We were waiting for you. Waymay interjected with a smile towards Zampa. Zampa retorted. Who do you think you're fooling? You've all been thoroughly bested by Rufin to the point of being unable to fend for yourselves. Do you think I am unaware? All right then, wait for me. I'm on my way, Zampa replied after a moment of contemplation. Hurry over, just in case. Ligil and Jean will also be coming. Waymay urged. Ligil and Jean too? Zampa was taken aback. By my calculations, we will have gathered 7 destroyers. Helis cannot make it due to other commitments, Wei Mei clarified. Even so, we will still have 6 destroyers, Zampa nodded, secretly pleased. I will later spread the word and divulge all your troubles, ensuring Rufin gives you a proper thrashing. Ha ha ha. I am indeed quite clever. Chapter 198, Compa. Your social standing is quite lamentable, Compa. If Beerus were to learn of this matter, on which side do you believe he would stand? Asked Whis. That fellow Beerus is currently in slumber, having slept for many years, Compa pondered. Rufin hails from the 7th universe. I cannot fathom where Beerus would align if he were to find out. Whis remarked, Lamsi, Quitella, what difference does your lengthy discourse make? Furthermore, Beerus is unpredictable. Who can ascertain his thoughts? Compa responded, moreover, Beerus is notoriously lazy. He might even betray us for a few bottles of cola. Whis and the others considered this. Indeed, during the God of Destruction tournament, Beerus had shown considerable interest in Rufin's cola. Perhaps we should allow that fellow to continue his slumber, Quitella suggested. I concur. Should he choose to assist Rufin, it could pose a significant threat to us. Compa nodded in agreement. Very well, let us refrain from waking Beerus for now. Are there any other gods of destruction with whom you share a good rapport? Whis inquired of Compa. Compa scratched his head, contemplating, I wonder if there are any. Surely, there must be someone. Whis wiped his brow. Compa, your social connections are truly dismal, Lamsi chuckled. Humph, it is not uncommon for gods of destruction to remain distant. After all, with the vast expanse between universes, one is often preoccupied with their own duties, leaving little time for casual visits, Compa asserted. You make a valid point. Let us provisionally settle on the 6 of us, Whis mused. Given the rare interactions among other gods of destruction, even if we seek their assistance, they may hesitate to lend a hand. We must avoid a scenario where those deities switch allegiances for mere bottles of cola. If it comes to that, the outcome could be far worse for us. Let us proceed with the 6 of us. Summoning too many gods of destruction may not yield favorable results, Whis continued. And do not forget, Rufin has created cola, which many of us have tasted. If he were to sway them for a few bottles, it would indeed be a Pyrrhic victory. Lamsi nodded in agreement, and Quitella concurred with Whis's reasoning. Very well, you two should reach out to Ligil and Jean. I shall set forth to find you, Compa declared. Understood, Whis replied, and the call concluded. Beerus, please contact Rufin immediately. I wish to personally convey our circumstances to him. Compa grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Your talents as a trader are truly remarkable, Bados commented, his demeanor amicable. He did not oppose Compa's words. Bados quickly established contact with Rufin using the staff in his possession. Rufin, it's me. Compa leaned in, addressing Rufin. Ah, I recognize you. Rufin nodded. Compa exclaimed, Indeed. You certainly recognize me. Is there something amiss, Lord Compa? Rufin inquired. Compa's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. He has addressed me as Lord Compa once again. This title is simply delightful. If this young man truly becomes the great destroyer in the future, then I am currently at the pinnacle of my life. The matter is as such. Xiangpa, while speaking, divulged the entire plan concocted by Wei Mei and Kotra to Lu Fan. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. No need for such formalities. We are like family, Xiangpa chuckled heartily. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. However, returning to the topic at hand, what are your plans? Lu Fan. Xiangpa inquired with curiosity. With 5 destroyers joining forces and both Jean and Ligier possessing formidable strength, although we are merely down 1 destroyer, I suspect they may seek another ally. If I do not participate, what is the point of all this effort? Lu Fan replied with a smile. He intended to incapacitate those 2, or perhaps persuade them to join my ranks. You are indeed quite forthright. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Xiangpa responded with a slight smile. Yet, Xiangpa hesitated. By doing so, they will realize there is a traitor among them. Do not worry, I shall be discreet. Your status as a traitor will not be revealed so swiftly, Lu Fan reassured Xiangpa. Ha ha ha, it matters not. Even if exposed, it is an inevitable outcome, Xiangpa laughed. Wait until I become the true great destroyer. Then you may reveal your identity. At that time, no one will dare to mock you. Lu Fan declared, and at that moment, Xiangpa's expression grew solemn. This young man is indeed quite honorable. The conversation concluded. Makarita, which universe do Ligier and Jean hail from? Lu Fan turned to inquire of Makarita. Lord Ligier is the destroyer of the 8th universe, and Lord Jean is the destroyer of the 12th universe, Makarita replied. Then, immediately establish contact with Jean from the 8th universe, Lufan instructed. The one from the 8th universe is Lord Legier. Lord Jean is from the 12th universe, Makarita corrected him. It no longer matters. Just contact the 8th universe. I've said so much, and someone will certainly criticize me for rambling, Lufan remarked. Rambling? What do you mean? Makarita queried. Puzzled. It means you are rather verbose, Lufan responded. Makarita's face flushed instantly. What are you saying? How embarrassing. If it weren't for your handsome appearance, I would be quite upset, she retorted. Makarita promptly established contact with the angel Karin from the 8th universe using her staff. Makarita, it has been a while. What prompted you to reach out to me? Karin asked. Before Makarita could respond, Karin interjected again. Oh? Makarita, why is your face so flushed? That is none of your business. Makarita huffed. I heard that your 11th universe has been rather lively lately, with the destroyer being replaced. Is there any truth to that? Karin inquired with a smile. You are already aware of it. It is quite unethical for you to secretly spy on our universe, Makarita replied, unfazed. Is Lord Legier with you? Makarita asked. Indeed, he is. Colin glanced at the nearby Ligil, who appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the angel from Universe 11's intentions. It is not I who seeks you, but Lord Lufan requires your presence, Makarita stated directly, turning to Lufan. You two may converse freely. Chapter 199 Ligil inquired. Who are you? Thank you. My beautiful goddess, Lufan replied, stepping forward to grasp Makarita's hand, placing a delicate kiss upon her knuckles, his movements exuding grace. What are you doing? Makarita asked, bemused. Nothing much. I merely wish to inquire whether you prefer such elegant gestures or something more forceful, Lufan whispered. Makarita fell silent, covering her face, unwilling to respond. Lufan, aren't you the lad who sells cola? Ligil asked, scrutinizing Lufan. I've heard tales of your endeavors. It is said your cola is quite delectable. Lufan remained silent. Speak, what business do you have with me? Circling around to summon an angel for our discourse. Ligil huffed. Given your position as a god of destruction, I shall overlook your manner of address, for you remain unaware of my true identity, Lufan replied. Ligil paused. A brief silence enveloping the air. Your identity? What is it? Ligil queried. I am the soon-to-be appointed supreme god of destruction, Lufan declared. Ligil stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before glancing again at Colin, who pretended not to notice, directing his gaze elsewhere. Though Colin was acutely aware of the happenings in this universe, he refrained from disclosing anything to his god of destruction, Ligil. Do not jest. Since the dawn of divine power, I have heard no mention of a supreme god of destruction, Ligil scoffed. But now there exists one, Lufan asserted. What is it that you seek? Ligil pressed. Prior to this, I had the pleasure of thoroughly defeating Wymide, Lufan stated. What did you say? You overcame Wymide. Ligil exclaimed in disbelief. Do not be too quick to express astonishment, for the surprises have yet to unfold, Lufan continued. Ligil inquired, what transpired next? Next, Wymide allied with the gods of destruction Hyles, Ramzi, and Quitera, pooling their energies to challenge me through Quitera, Lufan explained. And then? Ligil asked. Just imagine for yourself. Lufan smiled. Ligil felt exasperated. Could you refrain from speaking in half measures? What happened afterward? If my conjectures are correct, they may well recruit additional gods of destruction to their ranks, Lufan responded. Are you suggesting I join your team? Ligil asked, taken aback. No. I imply that you should join theirs. Do not let my victory over the four of them intimidate you into abstaining, Lufan clarified. Ligil scratched his head vigorously, perplexed. What do you mean? I increasingly fail to comprehend. Persevere, and give it your all, Lufan encouraged. With that, Lufan abruptly ended the conversation. Ligil was left bewildered, and even the angel Colin exhibited signs of confusion. What does this mean? I cannot grasp any of it. Did you call Rigel merely to recruit him for the team of Waymeda? Karin, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the implications of Rigel's words. What he said is indeed true, though I am uncertain of his intentions, Karin replied candidly. What do you mean? He actually defeated those four together? Rigel's expression shifted dramatically. Even I, in a one-on-one confrontation with Katra, might not stand a chance. Aside from that fellow Beerus, there shouldn't be any other destroyers, right? It is said that he and Beerus have been secretly vying for the title of the foremost destroyer. Karin refrained from commenting further. Could it be that a new divine position is to be born in the celestial realm, given that those four were vanquished collectively by this Ruffin? Rigel pondered. his demeanor growing increasingly grave. A supreme destroyer who governs all other destroyers. As he spoke, a shiver coursed through Rigel-'s body. If that is indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Moreover, Rigel recollected his earlier unfriendly demeanor towards Ruffin. Should Ruffin truly ascend to become the legitimate supreme destroyer? And if he harbors a vindictive nature, I may find myself in a precarious position. Karin, do you have any advice? Rigel inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. This matter pertains to you destroyers. We angels shall not interfere, Karin replied. Rigel remarked, as for how to align ourselves, I must make the decision. Should I waver, I risk offending both sides. Karin then suggested, Karin, promptly contact our universe's Kaioshin, Ilru, and request his presence here. I wish to personally visit the realm of the Destroyer in Universe 11. Rigel decisively commanded. Understood, Lord Rigel. Karin nodded in acknowledgement. On planet New Vegeta in Universe 11. Margarita observed Ruffin with curiosity. What do you mean? Why would you allow Rigel to assist Waymeda? There's no need for such alarm. I merely seek to challenge a more formidable opponent, Ruffin replied with a smile. Ruffin, if you truly wish to face a powerful adversary, you might consider battling this woman. Vegeta interjected, though she claims that even in your current might, you may not be her match. Margarita chimed in. Did you truly say that? Ruffin smiled back at her. Indeed, I have made such a statement. Margarita responded, though we angels are not inclined to combat, that does not imply you could best us. With a sudden kick, Ruffin sent Vegeta flying. Meanwhile, Majin Buu trembled in fear. It is improper to strike a woman, especially a beautiful one. They are meant to be cherished. Ruffin remarked with a huff. Vegeta lay on the ground, rendered speechless. Buu, scratching his head in confusion, pondered, even if a fight were to occur, it should be done through alternative means. I believe I grasp your meaning, Vegeta acknowledged. That approach seems quite reasonable. Besides, I have no desire to engage in battle with women. Margarita's expression darkened. What do you mean by alternative means to strike me? I sense you are driving the conversation. Therefore, you wish for Legel to join their team to challenge higher-tier destroyers? Margarita shifted the topic. That is precisely my intention. Luffin nodded, indicating for you to establish contact with Universe 12. Very well. Margarita did not object. Before long, Margarita connected with the angel Matinu from Universe 12. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Matinu handed the scepter to Destroyer Jean. Jean, resembling a mermaid, was the destroyer. Go forth, Jean. And join the team of Waymeda to challenge me, Luffin declared, abruptly ending the call. Jean, who are you? I do not recognize you. What do you mean? Jean remained perplexed, as he had no prior acquaintance with Luffin. Although Matinu was aware, he chose not to divulge this information, deeming it unnecessary. Chapter 200. I accidentally broke through. Matinu, what does he mean? Jean inquired, turning to Matinu. Clearly, something significant had transpired during this time. Matinu pondered. What could have happened? Let us hasten to discover. Jean urged. Yes, let us proceed. Matinu nodded in agreement. Just as Luffin concluded the call with Jean, a sudden flash heralded the arrival of the angel Iroh from Universe 8, along with Legel on the planet New Vegeta. What business do you have here? Luffin furrowed his brow. I have come to ascertain what exactly has transpired, Legel replied directly. Have I not made myself abundantly clear? Hurry and join the team of Waymeda, for that is where my enjoyment of challenge lies, Luffin smiled. Legel, after a brief silence, suddenly knelt before Luffin. Bowing his head, Luffin, I am somewhat bewildered. Ahem, are you at a gravesite? Luffin remarked, his expression darkening. Legel paused, hastily rising. No. I sincerely apologize to Lord Luffin for my previous disrespectful words. I deeply regret my rudeness and hope you will not hold it against me, Legel expressed. Enough. Do you take me for a petty individual? Luffin chuckled. Margarita, Vegeta, and Buu exchanged glances, each nodding in unison. You are indeed that sort of person. While others may be unaware, do you think we are blind to it? I shall not involve myself in matters concerning Waymeda, Legel promptly assured. No. You must participate, Luffin corrected. Legel was taken aback once more. Did I not mention? That is what piques my interest in challenge. Luffin smiled. If you do not participate, the challenge cannot proceed. You must not only join but also provide them with formidable destructive energy, without reservation. Legel was at a loss for how to respond. Participation comes in two forms, standing with me or siding with them, Luffin stated. Legel, is there a distinction? The distinction lies in the nature of participation. Those who stand by my side engage in a sparring-like battle, where I shall show mercy. Lu Fan smiled, while those who align with them partake in a pure confrontation, where I shall unleash my full might. Now that I have articulated this, you should comprehend my intent, correct? Rigel nodded vigorously. It seems I have grasped your meaning. You imply that I need only provide energy to them and then depart immediately, do I not? Rigel inquired. You may interpret it thus, Lu Fan replied with a smile. I understand now, Rigel nodded, bidding farewell. Go, go, Lu Fan waved his hand. Rigel swiftly departed under the guidance of the Supreme, Kai Iral. Leaving no further words from Jean, Lu Fan then deliberately contacted Xiangpa, instructing him to assist Wei Maida and the others. Xiangpa appeared somewhat bewildered, taking a moment to respond. Lu Fan, what do you mean? Xiangpa inquired curiously. Did you not previously state that you would teach Jean and Rigel a lesson, preventing them from joining Wei Maida's team? And now you wish for me to go and help? Furthermore, you want Jean and Rigel to assist as well. After this conversation, I found myself suddenly enlightened, achieving a significant enhancement in my transformation abilities, Lu Fan stated. Xiangpa was taken aback. Now that I have attained a new transformation, it would indeed be a waste not to test it against formidable opponents, Lu Fan smiled. What transformation? I recall your highest form being Super Saiyan Blue, Xiangpa asked. It is a transformation even more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue, Lu Fan chuckled. What is it? Xiangpa asked with curiosity. You will come to know in due time. Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. Go, join their ranks. Provide them with energy without reservation. Understood, Xiangpa was at a loss for words. I am prepared to confront Wei Maida and the others, yet you have sent me to their side. Ending the call, Vegeta looked at Lu Fan with some intrigue. Hey, Lu Fan, did you not assert that the foundation is paramount? Transformations are merely supplementary, Vegeta remarked. Once your foundation has reached an unparalleled height, what more foundation do you require? Lu Fan admonished. Vegeta fell silent. I cannot even claim the top among humans. How can I challenge the other gods of destruction? Bu, seemingly grasping the situation, nodded vigorously before suddenly shaking his head in confusion. A day later, Lu Fan's doppelganger appeared above New Vegeta alongside Broly. Do you see those two below? They are the ones who stole Zillai. Do you not feel a pang of envy? Lu Fan remarked. Broly clenched his fists tightly, the flames of anger igniting within him. Go, demand they return Zillai to you, Lu Fan encouraged, patting Broly on the shoulder. My Zillai? With a thunderous roar, Broly descended rapidly from the sky. Boom. His feet struck the earth, leaving a small crater. After all, this was the realm of gods of destruction, sturdy in nature. Who is this formidable being? Vegeta suddenly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly. Majin Buu scratched his head, perplexed. Who is he? Does he concern me? Boom. The energy radiating from Broly erupted, swiftly rushing towards Vegeta's position. Could this brute be another candidate for the role of a god of destruction? Vegeta snapped back to reality, bracing himself for battle. Broly delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's arm, causing him searing pain, as if his arm might bend out of shape. Bang! Broly then headbutt Vegeta squarely in the face, leaving Vegeta's face throbbing with pain as he stumbled backward. Chapter 201. The New Gods of Destruction Gather. End of Part 1. Broly pursued, seizing Vegeta's head and smashing it into the ground. Vegeta was left dazed and disoriented. Majin Buu, gleeful, clapped his hands enthusiastically. Roar! Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that pierced through Majin Buu's body. What have I done to deserve this? You dare strike me? Buu exclaimed. Slap! Buu quickly regenerated his form, preparing to retaliate against Broly. However, at that moment, slap! Vegeta's golden aura flared, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. You are far too cocky. Vegeta shouted, step aside, fat one. Let me teach him a lesson. Buu nodded in agreement, not opposing him. Bang! 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 Vegeta charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Broly. For a moment, Broly found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Bang! Vegeta landed another kick, sending Broly crashing into the mountain behind him, embedding his body deep within. Humph. Relying on a sneak attack, you're still too inexperienced. Do you truly believe you can become a god of destruction that surpasses me? Vegeta laughed. Return Suno to me. Broly's eyes burned with fury. What did you say? Suno? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Return him to me. Broly bellowed, transforming and expanding in size instantly. His aura surged to its zenith. What is this transformation? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Whoosh. Broly charged again. seizing Vegeta's head and smashing it into the very mountain they had just encountered. Vegeta cried out in pain. Sizzle. Broly pressed Vegeta's head against the mountain, grinding it down. Vegeta felt his face flattening. Aya! Vegeta roared, his energy surging uncontrollably. Am I truly unable to handle such a small adversary? I could not defeat that hefty opponent. And now I find myself unable to contend with this individual? Vegeta was truly incensed, unleashing a torrent of energy as if it were of no consequence. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity danced around him, signifying the ascendance to Super Saiyan 2. Ah, at last, Mr. Vegeta has transcended, remarked Margarita with a smile. Not bad, nodded Lufon. Humph, you were rather arrogant just now, Vegeta sneered, delivering a powerful uppercut to Broly's chin. Broly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Broly, do you see that? Lufon concentrated his energy, materializing a figure resembling Zillai. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zillai. Lufon deftly maneuvered the illusion of Zillai to appear beside Vegeta, who was in the midst of attacking Broly. In an instant, Vegeta's fist penetrated through Zillai's form. Zillai trembled violently. Broly was momentarily stunned. What is this? Vegeta was taken aback. Where did this woman come from? Broly, save me, Zillai cried. Broly's heart ached. A flash of realization coursing through his mind. You mimic a woman's voice quite well, Margarita chuckled. Without hesitation, Lufon embraced Margarita and planted a kiss upon her lips. That should teach you to mock me. Margarita retorted. Is it really necessary to be so direct? How sweet. Lufon smacked his lips playfully. Margarita shot him a fierce glare. Aya! Broly let out a series of roars, his energy surging uncontrollably, a golden beam shooting skyward. Crack! Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? A Super Saiyan? Vegeta was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, Vegeta, do you recall the dragon's words that we could only become ordinary Super Saiyans? Lufon inquired. Why? Vegeta asked robotically. Because this Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of, Lufon grinned. What did you say? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Is this fellow truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes. Indeed, give it your all, Lufon encouraged. Bang, bang, bang. In the ensuing moments, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was mercilessly pummeled by Broly. Within less than a minute, Vegeta was reduced to his original form, barely clinging to consciousness. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and attack. Lufon called to Bu. Bu felt a twinge of fear. This Broly fellow seems utterly terrifying. Transform him into a lollipop. Bu exclaimed, his antennae beginning to shimmer with magical light. Do not turn him into a lollipop or devour him. Lufon commanded. Bu protested, that's not fair. You're cheating. Resigned, Bu steeled himself and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. What awaited Bu was a flurry of punches and kicks. Though Bu's power was formidable, it paled in comparison to Broly's might. Soon, Broly was brought to his knees. My, what a lively scene we have here. Suddenly, the voice of Bardos resonated, accompanied by a figure with purple skin descending from the heavens. This individual was none other than Hit. Bardos, I have missed you dearly, exclaimed Lufon, rushing forward to embrace her tightly. Bardos, Makarita, Hit, my brother. Lufon affectionately ruffled Hit's hair. Hit appeared puzzled. Did you really make me the god of destruction? Hit inquired with a hint of gratitude. How do you feel about it? Do you have confidence? Lufon smiled. Hit solemnly nodded. If you are confident, then go and defeat the one they call Broly. Lufon gestured toward Broly in the distance. Understood. Hit replied without hesitation. With a swift motion, Hit appeared before Broly. In an instant, he activated his time skip and delivered a powerful punch to Broly's chest. Broly coughed blood, feeling utterly incapacitated. Bu looked on in astonishment. This purple creature was once absorbed by me. How is it possible that he can make this Broly bleed? This fellow is no ordinary opponent. After a fierce battle, Hit paid a heavy price, but ultimately managed to render Broly unconscious. This was primarily due to Broly completely losing his sanity after transforming into a Super Saiyan, along with the fact that he still had considerable room for improvement, being only in his 30s. 10 minutes later, Broly regained consciousness and, under Lufon's guidance, stood obediently. You all performed admirably, Lufon nodded in satisfaction. Each of them, battered and bruised, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lufon's doppelganger arrived with another individual. This time, it was Son Goku. What? Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Oh, Vegeta? You're here too? Son Goku, only recognizing Vegeta, was oblivious to the presence of Hit, Bu, and Broly. Vegeta, just as you wished. Kakarot will become the new Kaioshin of this universe, Lufan declared, taking hold of both Son Goku and Vegeta's hands and placing them together. From now on, you two must collaborate closely. Vegeta, with a look of disdain, quickly withdrew his hand. Haha, though I have little interest in becoming a god, I am more than willing to become stronger as a Kaioshin, Son Goku agreed. What about Lord Kai? Makurita turned to Lufan for clarification. Let that fellow eat dirt. Lufan replied. In due time, I shall have him relocate from the Kaioshin realm. Makurita, Kaioshin Kai never anticipated that a mere visit to the 7th universe would lead to his divinity being stripped away. Kakarot, from now on, you shall be my aide. Vegeta said with a grin, patting Son Goku's shoulder. I am the god of destruction, and you are the Kaioshin. 8. Son Wukong scratched his head, unable to comprehend the situation. You will understand in due time, Vegeta declared with a triumphant smile. Ruffin, is it possible that Mr. Vegeta is unaware that the lives of the Kaioshin and the god of destruction are intertwined? Makulita inquired softly. He is still unaware for the moment. Ruffin nodded in response. Oh dear, I wonder what expression he would wear if he were to find out, Bados sighed. Ruffin, you are quite the troublemaker. Makulita shook her head. My troubles pale in comparison to the troubles you two carry, Ruffin retorted confidently. Bados was momentarily taken aback, and Makulita displayed a look of confusion as well. What are you saying? We cannot comprehend your words. In the realm of the divine, at the Xeno's palace, the Grand Minister had just returned from the new universe. The Grand Minister gazed silently downward. Grand Minister, what are you observing? Xeno inquired curiously. Your Majesty, the battle of the gods of destruction is soon to commence, the Grand Minister replied with a smile. The battle of the gods of destruction? Is the true god of destruction about to be born? Xeno asked, visibly excited. Perhaps it has already come into existence, the Grand Minister responded. The two attendants widened their eyes, their expressions subtly shifting. Xeno's excitement grew even more palpable. The gods of destruction are about to undergo a significant reshuffling. The Grand Minister smiled. The first part of this book concludes here. Please anticipate the next installment, focusing on the battle of the gods of destruction. Due to recent events, the timing for the next part has yet to be determined. Once I conclude my current tasks, I shall certainly return to unveil the next chapter. I express my gratitude for the support and affection from all esteemed readers. Until next time.